He was a miraculous healer, yet he was so ugly that he lacked even the right to reproduce. Even passing dogs would insult him twice, not to mention women. However, he used to be a super handsome guy. But due to a failed experiment, his face was splashed with sulfuric acid, turning him into a hideous monster feared by everyone. But the man did not seek revenge on society. Instead, he went to the battlefield, using his medical skills to benefit and treat those soldiers. He did this for 20 years, until a missile unexpectedly made him the brightest light on the battlefield. When he woke up again, he had transmigrated into a man named Shen Lang. In this life, he regained his handsome and suave appearance, but his situation didn't seem much better than before. From the original body's memories, he learned he was in a place called the mythical turtle city of Yuk Kingdom. Despite being the most handsome man in the city, he was considered a fool and useless, unable to recognize a single word after 10 years of study. Yet this version of him had only met the Su family's daughter once and became her devoted admirer. When the Su family's daughter needed a husband to ward off a strange illness, he didn't hesitate to become their son-in-law. But after joining the Su family due to his humble origins, he was looked down upon, beaten, and insulted by the Su family's mates. Fortunately, the young lady of the Su family recovered because of his arrival and defended him, making him even more obsessed with Su Chanshan, though they never did what a husband and wife should do. However, half a month later, he suddenly contracted a strange disease that couldn't be cured. That's why I took over this body. Just as Shen Lang thought he could live a carefree life. Here at footsteps outside, he went over to listen and heard two maids discussing him. He should have died a long time ago and he still wants to be our Su family's son-in-law. Look at what he is. Did he really save the young lady from his disaster? I think I saw the steward adding something to the medicine pot last time. Don't talk nonsense. Would our Su family harm a fool? Go see if he's dead. Unexpectedly upon opening the door, they saw Shen Lang close at hand. The two maids were scared out of their wits. Shen Lang is actually alive. Then they hurriedly ran away. Shen Lang was instantly confused. Poisoned? This is not how I remember it. Being a son-in-one, the Su family is not a good thing at all. What should I do? Before he could think further, Shen Lang found something in his mind the next moment. His consciousness reached deep into his mind and he saw a laptop, which contained several terabytes of data from his previous life. Not only that, Shen Lang also discovered his eyes had changed, allowing him to see through objects directly. Lin understood this was an X-ray machine which had fused with him and the missile during the transmigration. Moreover, Shen Lang found he could combine the computer and X-ray vision, identifying objects accurately by looking at them. At this moment someone came. And what caught your Lane's eyes with the letters 3060? The visitor was Shen Lang's wife, Su Chanshan, who was extremely concerned about Shen Lang. Shen Lang, I heard you can stand up now. I'm so happy. I've been worried sick these days. Dr. Li, please check on him. After the doctor took Shen Lang's pulse, he was surprised and said, young Master Shen's body is in good condition, very healthy. This suddenly made Su Chanshan's face contort. How can this be? He was clearly about to. Then she immediately calmed down, forcing tears to flow. Woo, this is really good news, I thought. Little did they know, Shen Lang was no longer the fool he once was. Your face changes too quickly. Damn, you really think I'm a fool? Su Chanshan then said the doctor away, Dr. Li, my husband, and I have a few words to exchange. Please leave us. Shen Lang, you've truly recovered. I'm really too happy. Truly, the worthy have their own divine protection. I'm just so happy. Shen Lang continued to play the fool on the surface, but inwardly thought, this Su Chanshan is nothing like what the original body's memories suggested, clearly a bitch. The original owner's memories were beautified. Was it her who poisoned me? Is she here to silence me now? Su Chanshan sighed, and continued to speak tactfully. These days, your parents have been missing and worrying about you terribly. They've come to our house multiple times, wanting to take you back. Your mother even knelt in front of me, begging us to return you to her, truly a pitiful reflection of a parent's heart. Shen Liang detected the underlying message in Su Chanshan's words. So she wants to drive me away. But I'm just a fool. How could I possibly understand the hint? Su Shanqian suddenly realized this Shen Lang really is a fool, can't understand human speech. What to do? Just then, the door was kicked open and a man walked in. Speaking bluntly, this is an idiot, you're speaking so tactfully to him. How could he possibly understand? The man approached Su Chanshan and kissed her, then pointed at Shen Lang indicating, Su Chanshan is now my fiancé. You, the fool, have occupied this position for too long. Now hurry up and roll back to your country doghouse. Should Lang felt numb inside? Could it be that I'm facing a breakoff? Initially, it was just Su Shanqian's serious illness, finding a fool to ward off their misfortune. Now that they've used me, they discard me. These past few months, Su Shangqian played the role of a gentle and graceful lady perfectly. Su Changchan suddenly sat beside Qianling. Speaking pitifully, Qianlang, I'm sorry, you are kind, but we are not suitable for each other. Qianlang was speechless. Damn, giving me the nice guy card at this time. But looking at the situation, I definitely can't stay. Well, it's over. A mere merchant family doesn't meet my goal of living off a wealthy wife. Besides, now that I have this cheat, the world outside is like the vast sea where fish leap and the sky where birds fly. After pondering for a moment, Qianlang readily agreed. Okay, I'll go home. Shan Ji, hearing this, pulled Su Chanchan away, leave the Su family within half an hour, or face the consequences. Watching them leave, Qianlang didn't feel the slightest loss, but was instead very happy. You Su Changchan disdain me as useless. I, Qianlang, don't even regard your Su family highly. With my handsome face, only the true noble ladies are my target for living off. At this moment, Qianlang suddenly overheard Zhan Ji and Su Chanchan's conversation. The Shu family has proposed to the mythical turtle count's mansion for Jee Mulan. These two people's statuses are too noble. If they marry first, our wedding will not be as prestigious. The Jee Mulan from the mythical turtle count's mansion? Yes, Jee Mulan, who can be called the princess of the mythical turtle city. Have you seen her? Is she as beautiful and skilled in martial arts as the rumors say? This princess is very proud and never attends our gatherings. She comes from a noble family of several hundred years. Of course she's proud. Keep the proposal matter a secret. Don't mention it to anyone. I understand. These words reached in Lane's ears, and he immediately found his new target for living off a wealthy woman. That's right, the powerful and influential single ladies within hundreds of miles. Jee Mulan, it's you. As for the Su family, just you wait. Once the time came, he was driven out, to cleanse the Su family of the scandal of Su Chanchan's broken engagement. They pinned all the blame on Qianling. How audacious. Qianling, a poor lad like you married into our Su family. And we treated you well. But you were ungrateful, not only stealing money from the house multiple times, but also harassing our mates by rights. You should be beaten to death, but the master is merciful and spared your life. Annulled the marriage between you and the young lady and expelled you from the Su family immediately. Qianlang was indifferent, and even narcissistically checked himself in the mirror. Good thing I protected my face. It would be over if my face was ruined. Now he decided to go home first. Meanwhile, inside the Su mansion, someone silently watched Qianlang leave, and then asked the butler, is everything arranged? Su Changxian, still worried about her reputation, asked her father. Father, wasn't today's action too blatant? Will it affect my reputation? Su family head, Su Guangyun, helplessly said, there's no other way, only by doing this, and young Master Jin Ji be pleased, he is the best match you could hope for. Su Chanshan, knowing the importance of the situation, didn't say anything further. On his way home at night, Qianlang was suddenly stopped by a group of strong men. Young Master Shen, please come with us. Knowing he couldn't resist, Qianlang let them take him away. I knew they wouldn't let me go. The next second, his eyes recovered and his mouth and nose were blocked. Kidnapped by several robbers. After walking for a while, they suddenly stopped, and the robbers brought Qianlang in front of a hole that had been dug in advance. Qianlang was stunned. Damn, are they planning to bury me alive? That's too cruel. At that moment, the boss of the robbers came out. Please escort young Master Shun into the hole. Remember to light candles and offer incense afterward. So young Master Shun's departure isn't too miserable. Qianlang was speechless. Being buried alive, whether you light incense or not, might departure. Qianlang is going to be miserable. Suddenly, Qianlang realized, wait, this person, the original owner, has memories of him. I remember now, he is Tan Hang, a notorious underworld leader within 100 miles, ruthless and merciless, with countless souls on his hands. At the same time, through his extra vision, Qianlang discovered a silver needle had been inserted into his body. Tian had noticed and laying Zod gaze, and removed the cloth from his mouth. What are you looking at? There's a needle in your body. If not removed, it could endanger your life. That needle is currently in the large artery of your lungs. Moving with your blood, once it enters your brain, death is certain. The crowd exchanged puzzled looks upon hearing this, and Tan Hung was stunned. Even my wife doesn't know about this. How could this pretty boy know? They say you're a fool, but it doesn't seem like it, and Qianlang made it clear. I can help you take it out. Tian Heng then said, the condition is to spare your life, right? Don't you want to know who sent me to kill you? Qianlang disdainfully replied, I don't need to ask to know who it is. Unexpectedly Tian Hong mocked with a laugh. Sorry, I can't let you go. Qianlang was confused, strange. Doesn't he want to live? Could it be that he willingly had someone implant it? What happened to the awesome cheat? It's useless. Tianhong told him, 3 months ago, your brother borrowed 5 gold coins from my store to pay a doctor to treat your father. Now, with interest compounded, it's 100 gold coins. I'm burying you alive because your family can't repay this debt. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Do you understand? This made Shen Lang immediately recall what happened 3 months ago. At that time, he had just married into the Su family, and his father made a scene at the Su household, wanting to take Shen Lang back home. But he was driven out by the Su family's servants. My father must have been injured by the Su family's servants at that time. The original owner of this body is beyond help. Falling for a woman like Su Chan and neglecting his own parents, it seems I need to find another way to escape. Then Tianhang said, of course, to make it look real, we'll demolish your house and deal with your brother and parents as well. But since we have no grudges, I'll give you a quick death before burying you. Go ahead. Just as Tianhang's men were about to deliver the final blow to Shen Lang quickly shouted, 10-fold, 1,000 gold coins. The knife headed for his next stop, within 10 days. I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. Tianhang's men looked at their boss, unsure of what to do. Tianhang coldly stated, 3 days. I can only give you 3 days. This, however, made Shen Lang realize 3 days? Why so urgent? It seems he was promised 100 gold coins by the Su family just to kill me. Shen Lang, within 3 days, he didn't believe a word of what Tianhang said before, but verbally, Shen Lang still agreed. Okay, it's a deal. Tianhang ordered his men to release him. Let him go. Drop a document for him. His men reluctantly responded, Boss, we didn't bring those. Shen Lang gestured. No need for those. Then he tore off a piece of his clothing, bit his finger, and directly wrote the agreement in blood. Tianhang, seeing this, thought it was a bit absurd. Is this decisive and efficient Shen Lang really that intelligence-challenged waste? Finally, Tianhang issued a warning. Remember, deliver 1,000 gold coins within 3 days, or I'll kill your entire family. 13, 14, you two escort young Master Shen home and stay with him for these 3 days. I'm the way home. Shen Lang quickly thought of a waiter in 1,000 gold coins. In this world, martial arts are highly valued. Even the small village where the Shen family lives has a stone fortress. There are about 20 militiamen in the fortress, guarding the safety of the village. Most villagers live by the river, only the Shen family, having moved here a decade ago, resides away from the village, isolated on a hillside. Because they are outsiders, and have never been fully integrated into the community. Soon after arriving home, Shen Lang's father, who was seriously ill, still thought of going to the Su family to bring Shen Lang back, fearing that Shen Lang was being bullied at the Su family's house. Seeing this, Shen Lang's mother was heartbroken. Old man, you've been coughing up blood. Please stay in bed. And tomorrow, I'll go to the Su family to demand Shen Lang back. If they refuse, I'll just die at the Su family's gate. My Shen Lang, he has never suffered since he was a child. Now that he's at the Su family's, who knows how much he's been bullied. His younger brother was even willing to risk his life to bring Shen Lang back home, but his legs had been broken. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll make myself a pair of crutches right now. And go to the Su family tomorrow to fetch my brother. I'm willing to risk my life. Hearing all this, Shen Lang immediately opened the door and knelt down before them, giving them a deep bow. Dad, Mom, your son has been unfilial. I've come back. Seeing Shen Lang, his family was overjoyed. Shen Lang, is it really you? You've come back. Am I dreaming? I thought I would never see you again. Then Shen Lang apologized to his mother and father, one by one. I know my mistake. I will never go to the Su family again. His mother, overjoyed, hugged and laying. My son has really grown up. Shen Lang hugged his mother, feeling guilty inside. It turns out just saying I won't go to the Su family anymore is enough to be considered sensible. They really spoil Shen Lang too much. The previous Shen Lang was really not good enough. At the same time, they noticed Shen Lang seemed different, his eyes clearer and more spirited. His younger brother guessed that Shen Lang had been kicked out by the Su family, while their mother thought it was a good thing, and she could arrange a marriage for Shen Lang, perhaps with widow Lu from the village. Shen Lang was speechless. Dad, Mom, let's not think about these things for now. I'm not lacking a wife. Let's not talk about this. Dad, let me check your illness. He used his X-ray vision to examine his father, noticing several broken ribs and severe bleeding in the lungs, but decades of medical experience from his past life. Shen Lang immediately had a solution. The first step should be to drain the blood clot in the lungs. Then use antibacterial herbs to reduce inflammation. Finally, use nourishing herbs to restore vitality. He should recover in a few months. With this approach, Dad's illness will definitely be cured. Then, Chen Lane looked at his brother's broken leg, and after using X-ray vision, he sighed in relief. The injury has started to inflame, delaying further could cause serious problems. Luckily, the bone break is clean and hasn't damaged any major blood vessels. His brother, not wanting Chen Lang to worry, said, "Brother, you're not worried about our family not having enough for a dowry, are you? Don't worry, after lying down for 10 days to half a month and becoming a cripple, I'll go to the mythical turtle city to scam money by throwing myself under carriages to extort money." This made Chen Lang facepalm. I thought only the old folks were crazy about spoiling their son. I didn't expect you, my brother, to also risk your life to spoil your older brother. This is not a good trend at all. Then Chen Lang flipped his brother, scamming people. If you don't get that lead treated soon, you're done for. When did you get injured? The day before yesterday, I tried to go to the Su family to check on you, but I didn't even make it through the door. On the way back, I was ambushed, but thanks to my heroic counterattack, only my leg was broken. That Su family is really ruthless. They're no good. It's okay. I can heal it. The next day, Chen Lane spent the entire day gathering enough herbs. After returning home, he set up a makeshift operating table and began treating his father. Thanks to Chen Lang's superb medical skills, the surgery was very successful. This operation, on Lang's mother and the rest, especially his mother. My son is so capable, we won't consider marrying Widow Lu anymore. His father agreed. Yes, a person like your son should aim for the world. In the future, we'll open a clinic to save enough money, and then marry the village chief's daughter. Chen Lang had seen the village chief's daughter and was terrified. Mom, can you broaden your horizons a bit? Mom, let's not talk about this. I feel a bit dizzy. I'm going to step outside for some fresh air. Outside. Was warned by 13. Your family seems really happy, but you only have 2 days left. But don't forget, if you can't produce 1,000 gold coins, your entire family will suffer. Chen Lang was stunned. And with that reminder, there goes my good mood. As soon as he entered, his mother brought a basin of water for him to wash his feet. Chen Lang quickly took the basin. I can do it myself. I can do it. His mother looked like she was about to cry. Chen Lang, what's wrong? My hands are clean. Didn't you used to love having me wash your feet? Chen Lang, feeling helpless, it seems like the fool Chen Lang always had his mother wash his feet? If she thinks I'd become accustomed to a life of luxury at the Su family and look down on her, how heartbroken she would be. Well. Then he put his feet into the basin, enjoying the care from his family in this life. I never thought in this life I would find such a loving family. From now on, you are my real parents, my real brother. The useless Chen Lang, whatever I owe Dad, Mom, and brother before I will repay with my whole life. But the immediate task is to get through the current crisis. The next day, someone knocked on Chen Lang's door. 13 and 14 came over. It's urgent time to make money. Chen Lang, what's wrong? To avoid worrying his mother? Chen Lang said, Mom, it's nothing, just 2 of my friends. Shin's mother won't be invited them if you're Shin's friends. Come in and have some porridge with us. And they cooperated with Chen Lu, pretending to be his friends. No need, we've already eaten. Thank you, ma'am. Seeing this, Chen Lang was bewildered. Why are you 13? Suddenly so sunny and enthusiastic. Chen Lang then prepared an excuse to leave home to make money. Mom, I'm going to the city with friends. I heard there's a very impressive teacher at the school. We're each in line, Mike at Hungary. Chen Lang's mother gave him the last egg before he left. Beat this if you're hungry. Chen Lang felt conflicted. Me, eat an egg. Aren't there only 2 eggs for the whole day? Those 2 are patience. Mom being so partial could cause problems. Later, on the way to the mythical turtle city, Chen Lang and his companions unexpectedly ran into 2 people. 13 seemed to know them. Uncle, why don't you visit our house? My dad misses you. He was just saying yesterday you hadn't come over for tea. Even though you owe our family a bit of money, please don't be a stranger. You and my dad are like brothers, not just friends. The man broke out in cold sweat. I'll go tomorrow. I'll be there tomorrow. Unexpectedly the next second 13 grimly pulled them aside. Uncle, my dad said you don't have to pay back the money you owe our family. That's very kind, too kind. And you and my father have been friends for over a decade, as close as brothers. What's this bit of money between us? I used to eat at your house every other day when I was a kid. Then he led them towards some bushes. And not long after, 13 came back alone. 14 tell the brothers to come and take care of these 2 bodies. Chen Lang's pupils contracted sharply. Is this how you kill them? On the journey that followed, Chen Lang also learned. They had originally borrowed just 3 gold coins, but with compounded interest, it grew to 25 gold coins which they could no longer repay. Moreover, one of them had a friendship of over 10 years with 13's father. 13 was also warning Shenlang that he would not show mercy. Shenlang, I know you are stalling for time. Thinking of making 1,000 gold coins in 2 days is utterly a fool's dream. Why don't I put you out of your misery now and not waste my 2 days? How about it? 1,000 gold coins might be the savings of hundreds of families over decades for an ordinary poor boy. Earning so much in 2 days is indeed unlikely. Yet, Shenlang declared, but I am not an ordinary person. I don't need 2 days. Today is enough. Within 3 hours, I will earn those 1,000 gold coins. Mythical Terrell City is one of the 8 cities in New River County, overseeing 25 towns with a population exceeding 250,000, of which over 30,000 reside within the city itself. The city walls of Mythical Turtle City are 12 meters high with a perimeter of 10 miles, patrolled by armored soldiers, within sight of which one could see over 10 military men. Soon, Shenlang and another arrived at the busiest commercial street in Mythical Turtle City, and stopped in front of a loft building. In front of the loft, there were the words Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion written. Shenlang's money-making plan started here, which was also the beginning of his revenge against the Su family. Similar to the Su family, the Lin family of the Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion also dealt in silk and fabric, but was slightly smaller in scale. However, the Lin family was also a well-known wealthy family in Mythical Turtle City. Most importantly, this Lin family was the Su family's competitor. Shenlang immediately said to the servant, I want to tell your master, I want to make a big deal with the Lin family, which could make him earn at least 5,000 gold coins more every year. The servant looked at them with a mocking expression. 5,000 gold coins? Are you joking, sir? At this moment, 13 stepped forward. I am 13 from the Black Clothes game. Please summon the Lin family head to discuss a business matter. Seeing this, the servant could only hurry to let them in. Inside the hall, the person in charge was Lane Math, the owner of the Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion. Do the two of you have a big business to discuss with me? Shenlang got straight to the point. Yes, a big business that can make at least 5,000 gold coins more for Manager Lin each year. I have a formula to sell to Boss Lin for 2,000 gold coins. Upon hearing the price, the Lin family had ordered the servant to see the guests out. Lin's time is precious. I don't have the leisure to waste it with honored guests. Show them on. At the same time, even 13 was furious. Is this the business you wanted to discuss? Shenlang, 10,000 gold coins were already absurd, and you even dared to ask for 2,000 gold coins. I must be crazy to have brought you to the Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion, you're seeking death. But at that moment, Shenlang took out a piece of gold and fabric. Boss Lin, look at the color on this silk. Is it worth 2,000 gold coins? After the Lin family had examined it in his hands, his face was immediately shocked. How is this possible? It's gold and yellow. How can this be? What made the Su family prosperous? It's because their silk is so brilliantly yellow that it is exclusively supplied to the sovereign. Manager Lin, imagine what would happen if you presented this perfect golden yellow silk to the Sovereign Leading Bureau. The Su family would be swept into the dustbin of history, and your Lin family would become the new wealthiest in Mythical Turtle City. Lin Moss scrutinized the golden silk in his hand. But how can I believe that you created this dye? It's entirely possible that you just found this piece of silk. I've brought the materials with me, give me an hour, and I will produce this golden yellow dye for you. Guaranteed to be even better than last night. Good, I'll allocate the entire backyard to you. Ask for anything you need. As long as you can produce this dye on the spot, proving the formula is indeed yours, then we have a deal. 2,000 gold coins. No bargaining. 13, standing behind, was astonished. You can actually take revenge on the Su family and earn gold coins at the same time. Yesterday, when Shenlang was concocting herbal medicine, he had already incidentally produced the golden yellow dye. The process is actually quite simple. Boil Sephora japonica to extract the yellow juice, add alum, and continue boiling. Then the yellow turns into a bright, noble, shiny, and glittering golden color, and the dye is made. The yellow dye made from Ardina in this world is pale and not as bright, compared to Shenlang's it's worlds apart. 2 hours later, Shenlang emerged from the brewing room, with the dazzling golden silk in his hands. The Lin family head was truly shocked, and immediately prepare a box of gold coins. The money is here, where's your formula? Shenlian handed the formula to the Lin family head. Here's the formula. I wish you Boss Lin an early victory over the Su family and take their place. Then, Lin Ma personally took the formula for verification. Just an hour later, the golden yellow dye was produced. Shenlang was about to say goodbye, when a loud shout came, "How dare you, Shenlang!" The head of the Su family walked in. You actually dare to sell my Su family's secret formula? Shenlang was instantly stunned. and immediately turned his gaze to the Lin family head. The Lin family had to not deny it, merely stating lightly, "Sorry, young Master Shen, my son is studying at the Southern Sky Martial Arts Academy." The Su family's son-in-law, Zhang Ji, is the guard commander of mythical Turul City, and his father is even the prefect of New River County. Shen Lang's face turned dark immediately. "So, your Lin family intends to use me as a favor in exchange for your son's success in exams. Being able to gain favor and then do business with the Su family later on. What a clever plan." The head of the Su family with red eyes shouted, "Worthless and lying, you loaf around in my Su family, flirted with the maids, and even dared to steal our newly developed formula, which cost us a fortune. Such a despicable character, I have never seen before." Su Chanshan also spoke with tears streaming down her face. "Shen Lang, I am so disappointed in you. If you really were in need of money, you could have just told me. Why did you have to do this?" At this moment, they completely appear as victims, and the Su family even reported the matter to the authorities. "Esteemed officials, today Shen Lang stole our Su family's dye formula and attempted to sell it, nearly causing significant losses to our Su family. Please, officials, do justice for us." Su Chanshan continued to pretentiously defend Xin Lang. "Father, please don't do this. Give Xin Lang another chance. Xin Lang, tell the officials whether this new dye formula is something you stole because you couldn't accept being abandoned by me. You committed this act. If you confess now, we can overlook it, considering you were just confused for a moment." Shen Lang, with a grim expression, thought to himself, "If I confess now, your So family, for the sake of saving face, might indeed not harm me on the spot, but you underestimate me, Shen Wang." Immediately Shen Lang burst into laughter and challenged the head of the Su family. "You claim that this golden yellow dye is stolen, but what evidence do you have? You, Shen Lang, are nothing but an ignorant good-for-nothing. How could you possibly develop a dye formula while my Su family has been immersed in the silk industry for decades? Always improving yellow dye. What do you say? Ha, so you're saying you also have no evidence, right?" Thus, Shen Lang proposed a live competition. "Esteemed official, if I can produce an even better gold and yellow dye right here, won't the truth be revealed?" Su Chanshan continued pretentiously, "Although you stole the formula from my house, you're too amateurish. So, with just a little more seriousness, it's completely possible to create something better than before." Shen Lang smiled, "Then we won't just compare yellow, we'll compare purple as well. In this world, the most difficult color to dye is in yellow, but purple. Purple dye needs to be extracted from dimoliths and sea snails, requiring 300 of them for just 1 gram of dye. At this time, the Great Flame Dynasty hasn't even mastered extracting purple from sea mollusks and snails, using a mix of red and blue dyes instead. Thus, the dyeing effect is very poor, not only uneven in color, but also dull, poor in quality, and easily fades. Therefore, purple dye has become an insurmountable challenge in the silk world of this era." Shen Lang continued to provoke. "I, Shen Lang, am alone and without money, so I can only use the simplest and most cost-effective method to make purple dye. But your Su family can use the strength of your entire family. You wouldn't be scared, would you?" Under Shen Lang's provocation, the Su family agreed. "If you can produce a better purple dye, then my Su family will have nothing to say." "Ah, what do you mean nothing to say?" "At that time, the head of the Su family will have to apologize to me." "Alright, let's limit it to 3 hours, and 3 hours we will see who is superior, and the truth will be revealed. I also ask the officials to bear witness." Subsequently, Shen Lang re-entered the backyard and started processing the litmus lichens he had prepared in advance. After crushing the litmus lichens and boiling them with ash and urine, he could obtain the most vibrant and dazzling purple. But what Shen Lang was going to do now was not just purple dye. He was also going to produce another thing that surpasses the cognition of this era. Watch me use something unprecedented in this world to grind the Su family's silk into dust. As time slowly passed, 3 hours went by. The Su family was already displaying their purple silk. The craftsman introduced, "Master, Miss. This is our new purple dye, not made by mixing red and blue anymore, but extracted from a type of purple grass." This surprised everyone. "Amazing, the color of this fabric is purer and brighter. It's a qualitative leap." Then, Su Chanshan let the craftsman show the golden silk formula to the officials. The craftsman presented the formula. "Esteemed officials, my family has been in the dye business for generations. I've spent a lot of time researching yellow dyes and have experimented with over 100 materials. And Sephora, Japanica is among them. Here are my original records." Su Chanshan added her support chief clerk Wan. This notebook was passed down from craftsman Su's father. "Look at the handwriting. Doesn't it look old? It would be hard to fake this." After a while, the officials confirmed that the notebook had existed for many years, and thus believed Shen Lang had stolen the formula. Just as they were about to apprehend Shen Ling, Shen Lang stepped out, glanced at the Su family's purple silk. "The Su family can produce such good purple silk. It seems you do have some foundation. Is this your confidence? He then presented his purple silk. Look at my Xinlang's purple. The color made everyone's eyes widen. Unlike the Su family's dull purple silk, Xinlang's silk was bright and vivid. The color was incomparably pure. Xinlang challenged them. Master Su Chanchan, surely my purple dye wasn't also stolen from your family, right? This made even Su Chanchan unstable. What's going on with Xinlang? Clearly a good-for-nothing while in the Su family. Why does he suddenly know about dyes now? And to be so skilled? Xinlang then rummaged through his pockets. Esteemed officials, is it not clear enough that my purple silk has one? Well then, take a look at this. The next moment, a rainbow of colors lit up. Xinlang pulled out his trump card, Rainbow Silk. This was created by a segmented dyeing method, dyeing red-orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple on the same piece of silk, resulting in a stunning silk. Officials immediately came to Xinlang, took the rainbow silk for examination and let out exclamations from time to time. These colors are just too natural, too ingeniously beautiful. How did you do this? As Xinlang presented the rainbow silk, the Su family head was already lost for words. Xinlang then immediately asked the officials to do injustice. Official 1 Leon hesitated for a moment, then said to the Su family head, please confirm, are these purple dye and rainbow silk dye stolen from the Su family by Xinlang? However, the Su family head had no face to stay any longer, and just walked away. Su Changxian, suppressing her anger, apologized to Xinlang. Sorry, due to some misunderstandings, we wronged you, farewell, but she thought to herself, what's going on with this one? How dare he oppose the relative of the county prefect? After returning, I must speak to Zhang Ji. We cannot allow any officials who are hostile to the Su family to exist in mythical Turtle City. In that Xinlang, why did he suddenly master so many dyeing techniques? She didn't turn and left as well. Xinlang dared to challenge the Su family because the young chief clerk before him had a grudge against Zhang Ji. 3 years ago, when Jee Mulan led a hunting party, they were chasing an injured black bear. In the process, they ended up in front of the mountain behind Xinlang's house with a bear head fled. Xinlang happened to encounter the bear and Jee Mulan saved his life by killing the bear until the entrance and line back to her home. Not only did Jee Mulan send people to treat Xinlang's head injury, but she also visited him personally because he was injured during her hunting expedition. At that time, Wang Liang, a distant relative of the Count's mansion who had just passed the imperial examinations, admired Jee Mulan deeply. To gain Jee Mulan's favor, he personally taught Xinlang. However, during the teaching period, he never saw Jee Mulan again, which thwarted his plans to get closer to her. Fortunately, Wan Wei often cursed Zhang Ji while teaching, which is why Xinlang dared to take such a risk today. But the current Wang chief clerk doesn't seem to like him much either. The chief clerk also remembered Xinlang but wasn't very close to him and ignored him completely. Seeing this, Xinlang knew the chief clerk looked down on him. Since you, Wang, look down on me, then becoming a rival in love will be without any burden for me. Now that Wang chief clerk will definitely not help me and the Su family surely has other plans. I am walking on thin ice, and one wrong step could lead to my doom. But if my next plan goes smoothly, I will surely be able to completely turn the situation around, even rising above thousands. After Xinlang left the brocade and embroidery pavilion, Su Changchan appeared before him. Her expression revealed sadness. Xinlang, I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to learn dyeing for me. You really put in the effort. Why didn't you say so before? Xinlang, you can come back as an offering 10 gold coins every month. Xinlang was speechless. You, Su Changchan, are too narcissistic. Do you think Xinlang would learn dyeing for you, but the foolish Xinlang before might indeed have done such a thing. As long as you hand over the purple and rainbowed by formulas, I can prepare the best dyeing room for you. You can devote yourself to the dyeing craft and become an outstanding artisan. Don't you love me? Aren't you willing to do everything for me? This way, you can help me. Xinlang completely ignored Su Changchan. I could despise and trample on you, but you would adore me as usual. When Xinlang is useless, he's kicked out. But when useful, hurried back to be a beast of burden. What kind of bitch of persona is this? Unexpectedly, Su Changchan's next words questioned Xinlang. Don't forget, you still owe Tianhong 1,000 gold coins. Xinlang's pupils constricted. How do you know about the 1,000 gold coins? If the Su family doesn't see the purple and rainbow dip formulas before dark today, Xinlang, you know what'll happen. Xinlang knew trouble was brewing. Tianhong has already told the Su family everything, even if I hand over 1,000 gold coins. It's meaningless. The Black Clothes gang and the Su family will definitely make their move tonight, threatening me with the lives of my parents and brother to hand over the formulas. And even if I did, unless I spend my life as a servant for the Su family, my family won't have peace. I must solve this problem once and for all. At that moment, a burst of intense hoofbeats suddenly came from behind. Shan Lane squeezed through the crowd to see a cavalry troop approaching. Shen Lang became excited. That's the cavalry led by Jee Mulan. Upon seeing Jee Mulan, Shen Lang felt moved and stepped forward. Wife, you saved me once 3 years ago. How about saving me again and then taking me home? The galloping horse brushed past Shen Lang, but the force knocked him flying. Seeing that she had hit someone, Jee Mulan immediately dismounted and approached Shen Lang, astonished by Shen Lang's appearance. She exclaimed, "What a handsome man, and he seems somewhat familiar." She placed her jade hand near Shen Lang's nostrils to check his breathing. His breathing is steady. It seems the injury is not too severe. Then, the kind-hearted Jee Mulan ordered, "Take him back to the council's mansion for treatment. We cannot let innocent civilians die under our hooves." Shen Lang, hearing this, sighed in relief. "Shen Lang, the moment to decide your fate has arrived. Whether you can save the Shen family, eliminate the Su family and Tian Hang, and enjoy a life of luxury and honor depends on your performance from now on." The Mythical Turtles Council's mansion is not located within the city, but in a castle estate about 20 miles away from the Mythical Turtles city. The Su family is wealthy, but compared to the estate of the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion, their residence is nothing. After all, the Jin family of the Mythical Turtle Count has been a noble family for centuries, with lands once spanning over 5,000 square kilometers. The scene shifts to the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Inside the Count's mansion's council hall, Jee Mulan, dressed in casual attire, pays respects to her parents. The two people on the stage are Jee Mulan's parents. Mythical Turtle Count Jinjua and Mythical Turtle Count is Supeep. Mythical Turtle Count Jinjua asks, Jee Mulan has returned. How is the martial demonstration? Princess Jee Mulan of the Mythical Turtle Council Mansion says with a fist salute, "Father. The martial demonstration went well. We did not disgrace the Jin family. However, their family is in a precarious situation. Jee Mulan's brother is not up to the task. The UK kingdom has begun to strip the nobility of their military rights." Jee Mulan responds, "Please rest assured, Father. With your daughter here, our Mythical Turtle Count's mansion will not fall. I will remain unmarried for life. Stay at home to assist my brother and protect our Jin family's century-old foundation." Father Jin's eyes, alas, but unfortunately, your brother Jin Mutsong is incompetent. At this moment, a servant comes to report, "Master. There is someone asking to see you. It's the young man Miss brought back today, saying he has urgent matters to report to the Count. About Mrs. marriage." This piques Father Jin's interest. "I heard Jee Mulan's cavalry injured a young man. Could it be him? And it's about a marriage? Bring him to see me." A moment later, Shen Lang was brought into the hall after paying his respects to Father Jin. He got straight to the point. "I have heard that the Zhu family wishes to propose a marriage. Zhu Hongshu wants to marry Miss Jee Mulan." As soon as he spoke, both Jee Mulan and Father Jin's expressions changed dramatically. The Shu family is a top-tier power in the UK, not only related by marriage to the sovereign, but also the family of the governor of the province of the southern journey and the general pacifying the south. Father Jin questioned Shen Lang. "This matter is confidential. Even I was unaware. How did you come to know of it?" Shen Lang responded previously. "I was a live-in son-in-law at the Su family. Su Chan and her new fiancé Zhang Ji thought of me as a fool. So they discussed this matter without any guard." At the same time, a servant informed Father Jin about Jin Lang's background. Just 2 days ago, the live-in son in Washington Lang was caught stealing family valuables and harassing maids, which is why he was expelled from the Su family. Hearing this, Father Jin became skeptical. This young man's theft and harassment might be false, but his entry into the Su family purely out of vanity and his being a lazy good-for-nothing who relies on his looks are likely true. However, there's no time to lecture him now. It's better to first verify the truth of this intelligence. So, Father Jin ordered someone to investigate. He immediately dispatched several teams to scout along all the official roads. And if anyone from the Zhu family was spotted, they were to report back immediately. Although Father Jin had a poor impression of Shen Lang, he still said, "Young man, I don't think highly of you, but the information you've provided is extremely important. I will surely reward you handsomely. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it doesn't violate national laws or morals, I can grant it." Shen Lang's opinion of the Count improved instantly. "That's generous. Even before verifying the information, you're promising a big reward, allowing me to ask for anything. This means just one word from me. And the Su family wouldn't dare touch me. Moreover, I could cause them quite some trouble. But what I want isn't just for them not to dare touch me, what I really want is..." At this point, Shen Lang knelt with a fist salute. "Account, please allow me to stay at the Account's mansion and give me a job." Of course, Shen Lang didn't actually want to work. He wanted the opportunity to get close to Jee Mulan. As long as he could stay at the Count's mansion, he could find a way to get close to Jee Mulan, then attract the goddess with his performance. and finally marry the goddess. Father Jin turned in agreed from now on. You will study with the crown prince. Your parents may have spoiled you, but we at the Count's mansion will not. We will surely polish you into a talented individual. At that moment, a subordinate ran over in a panic. Master, there's big trouble. The Su family's pacify the South General Su Lin arrived at New River City last night, and is now heading towards mythical Turtle City. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, especially Shen Lang, who was particularly astonished. How could the Zhu family act so quickly? I, Shen Lang, need time to make an impression and be noticed. Now, forget half a month, not even 3 days are left. No, perhaps not even 1 day. I might only have 2 to 3 hours left and my goddess might belong to someone else. The Shu family being such a massive entity was not one that their Count's mansion could afford to offend. In other words, they couldn't refuse the proposal. Jee Mulan thought of disfiguring herself to make the Shu family give up the idea of proposing. Father Jin snatched away the knife. I am to protect our family's century-old foundation, but first and foremost, I must protect my own daughter. And even if you disfigured yourself, the Zhu family would still propose to you, unless the daughter gets married today, taking in a husband through marriage, making it impossible for the Shu family to proceed. However, Father Jin was still reluctant to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Mulan, Shu Hongshui is also promising and would be an excellent husband. I cannot sacrifice your happiness for the sake of family interests. Would you reconsider? Jin Mulan Elbon just elderly stories that show a sudden glare. Father, contributing to the family is my greatest happiness. My brothers surely won't be able to keep our ancestral legacy, so I will not marry out. See this. Father Jin sighed deeply and agreed to the marriage, writing down 5 names. He ordered his men to invite these individuals to the mansion for Jin Mulan to choose from. Shen Lang, eager not to let his goddess fall into someone else's arms, quickly said, Count, Miss Mulan, may I join the competition? And Ben, Shan Lane stepped forward to Jin Mulan and told her passionately, Ms. Mulan, I also want to marry you. This made Father Jin quite angry. What's this fool joining in the fun for? Mother Jin quickly comforted her husband, Husband, don't be angry. We've heard this Shanlang is not all there mentally, and he's just a child. Why should we stoop to his level? Someone sent this waste roll back home and give him 10 gold coins, but remember to give them to his parents. Not him. We'll send for him tomorrow to come to the mansion for study and discipline. Unexpectedly Jin Mulan's eyes lit up. Second full, it's you. Shen Lane was confused. Second full, what's that? It turned out that Shen Lang had a nickname in the village called Second Fool, simply because there was also a big fool in the village, making them the Fool Duo. After Jin Mulan had run into Chen Lang, the name she learned about him was Second Full. Since then, Jin Mulan looked in him as if he were a child. Recent events had left Mulan disillusioned with the adult world's deceit and appreciative of children's innocence. This led Jin Mulan to view Chen Lang with a childlike innocence and agree to let him participate in the competition for her suitor. See this. Father Jin didn't say much more. What am I worried about? Mulan is just being kind-hearted by including him on the list. It's impossible for her to choose him. Why am I getting worked up over nothing? But Chen Lang was full of confidence. Second fool it is then, as long as Jin Mulan remembers me, getting on the list of suitors is the first step to victory. Now it's my time, Shen Lang to sweep the board. 2 hours later, 6 men were brought into 6 different study rooms to be personally interviewed by Jin Mulan for selection. Time pressing. Jin Mulan wanted to finalize the choice by Nin and then get married that evening. And the first candidate was none other than Chief Clerk Wang Lian. At this moment, he was brimming with excitement. Here it comes. Soon, I will become the Lan's husband. Soon, I will share a bed with this incredibly beautiful body. Wang Lian had known Jin Mulan for over a decade and, as a literate man of achievements, was considered a leading candidate among the suitors, enchanted by Jin Mulan since childhood. He gave up his focus on home studies for the imperial examinations to run all the way to New River County to become a chief clerk. All for the sake of being closer to her, Jin Mulan asked, Wang Lian, what can you bring to me in the future? Thinking to himself that he understood Mulan well, especially her valuing the century-old foundation of the Count's mansion, Wang Lian confidently said, after we marry, I will go on to pass the imperial examinations from then on, with you handling military affairs and me in charge of the civil side. We will surely make the mythical Turtle Count's mansion even more prosperous and ensure the Jin family's legacy flourishes and is passed down through generations. Jin Mulan didn't say much in response, only offering a thank you cousin, before turning and leaving. Afterward, Jin Mulan posed the same question to the other 4 men. The answers she received were more or less similar to Wang Lian's. After hearing from 5 candidates, Jin Mulan went to Shen Lang's room last. She asked him the same question. Shen Lang, if you were to join the council's mansion, what could you bring to me in the future? What can I bring? That would be a lot. First off, my eyes are quite sharp, Mulan. If your training causes a blockage in your meridians, I know where to unblock them. I can also improve the Council's managing steel smelting level and enhance the Jin family's private army's armament level. I could even be a part-time gynecologist if Mulan, you have pain during those days of the month, I can help treat it, but these things, while possibly interesting to Jee Mulan, couldn't truly move her. However, the next moment, Shenlang said word by word, "What I can give you is freedom. You can do anything as long as you don't steal men." The conservative Jee Mulan, upon hearing such a thing as stealing men, was both embarrassed and angry, furiously scolding. Truly a second four, without a bit of sense. Little did she know. Shenlang's lips curled up in a smile, not a bit of cleverness. My titanium alloy doves have seen through your little schemes. Don't underestimate your future husband. And afterward, Jee Mulan returned to the hall to inform her parents. Father, mother, I have made my choice. Father Jin and Mother Jin were very relieved. It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour. So fast. Mulan wouldn't make a rash decision. Who is it? Wang Lian or Molly? Once the choice is made, I will immediately dispatch dozens of teams to spread the wedding invitations, and the wedding will be tonight. Under their expectant gaze, Jee Mulan took a moment. Then with a slight blush on her face, said the husband I have chosen to Shenlang. This statement infuriated Father Jin. Mulan, have you lost your mind with so many outstanding candidates? You chose Chanlan. Jee Mulan calmly stated her reasons. Father, the three young men from our count's mansion are my subordinates, and I definitely cannot accept them, and while Wan Liang and Mo Li are outstanding. One says he wants to compliment me in literature and martial arts to manage the Count's mansion, and the other claims his martial prowess is unparalleled, and wants to lead the Count's mansion's army to conquer far and wide, earning great merit. Father Jin puzzledly asked, Mulan, isn't that very good? If Father's around, then of course there wouldn't be a problem. But what if one day you are not here and my husband harbors ambitions for the Council's mansion's power? What then for me? What about my brother? Shenlang gave me hope. His answer was to give me freedom to do anything as long as I don't steal another man. With him as my husband, our Jin family's legacy will surely be secure. Please, Father, give your consent. Countess still feels that Shenlang's reputation is too poor. Yet Mulan thinks this is even better. If I marry too well, the Zhu family will certainly not rest easy. But if I marry a man with a notorious reputation, they will only glow. Besides, Shenlang is also so handsome. Despite this, the parents still feel they have let their daughter down. But they are helpless. Jin Choice even more furious, punching the walls. Blaming that unfilial song for not being ambitious enough. Merely punching the wall is not enough to vent his anger. So you order someone to bring a whip. Intending to take out his frustration on his own son immediately. And Countess doesn't stop him. Even wanting to join in the beating. At this moment, Shenlang also receives a message from Jin. Master Shen, please come to the guest room with me. I will go to fetch your family shortly. He can't help but smirk. I finally become another undesirable son-in-law. Su family, black clothes game, wait for my revenge. If I don't bring your family to ruin, my surname isn't Shen. But the most pressing matter is to first bring over his parents and brother. Shen Lane stops Jean Jones. Steward Jean, can you fetch my parents as soon as possible? Someone is plotting against my family. Jane Jones' expression suddenly turns cold. There are actually people in mythical Turtle City who dare to harm Master Shen's family. No matter how unworthy Shen's Lang may be, he is still our Count's mansion's Master Shen's. And understood, I will ensure your family's safety. Master Shen, please rest well and prepare for the wedding ceremony tonight. Meanwhile, Ten Hong orders 13 to capture Shenlin's family. If he agrees to hand over the dye formula, kill them quickly. If not, kill them painfully. The underworld and the righteous paths of mythical Turtle City were both stirred because of Shen Lang. People of the righteous path received wedding invitations while the underworld sought to kill Shen Lang's entire family. But they shared one commonality. They did not know Shenlang was to marry Jee Mulan. Thus, when a Jin family suddenly announced Jee Mulan's wedding and proceeded with the ceremony immediately, it caused a stir across mythical Turtle City. Yet it didn't affect Ten Hank's actions. 13 led the charge to breach the gates of the Vision family. But the scene inside left them somewhat stunned. The Shen family not only didn't flee, but they also took up arms in resistance. This excited 13 even more. Just as he was about to deliver a deadly blow, he felt a powerful pressure approaching. The terrifying aura immobilized him. And when 13 saw who it was Jean Jones from Mythical Turtle's Council Mansion. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Why would someone from the Council Mansion be here? What's their relationship in life? 13 had no choice but to say bravely, by the order of the city lord, we are arresting those who evade taxes by hiding their lands. All others, leave immediately. Jean coldly said, oh, we wouldn't normally interfere with the city lord's mansion's affairs. But our master has invited Mr. Shen and his family to a wedding. If I don't bring them back, I can't complete my task for my master. Could you please make an exception? 13 asked. Man, oh, who your excellence is? 13 immediately lost his nerve. Mythical Turtles Count's Mansions, Gene Jones. Why would he come here? Why would the Mythical Turtles Count invite Shinlang's parents to a wedding? They're just a fallen household. Could it be because of Shinlang? What did he do? Reluctantly, 13 had to give way. Since the council's mansion requests it, I naturally dare not obstruct. I will go back and report to the lord of the city. Gene Jongman called out. Thank you. Someone, carry Mr. Shin, Mrs. Shin, and young Master Shin into the sedan. Following that, a group of fully armed Gene family soldiers came in and took away Shinlang's family. Like 13 could only watch helplessly. As the council mentions, people took the Shin family away. After Gene Zhang and the others left, 13 nearly couldn't stand up from fear. A subordinate asked puzzledly, Master 13, what's going on? Master 13, we just let their family of 3 go like that. I'm afraid the boss will be furious. 13 turned back in counter. Do you know who those people just now work? No. Gene Zhang from Mythical Turtle Count's mansion, a trusted follower of Lord Count. All decision Lang's doing. You all better pray that his connection with the Count's mansion isn't deep otherwise. Otherwise, what Master 13? Otherwise, everyone might as well go home and say goodbye to their parents, spouses, and children. Let's go back and report to our foster father. If a major incident is about to happen, we need to prepare an escape plan. We work for those people. They can't just abandon us to die. Shen Lang is very cunning. If we want to save ourselves, we need to act fast. Once he makes his move, it'll be too late. Inside the black closed game. When 13 returned to report, Tianheng was in a foul mood. He roared, if there's not a good reason, I'll gouge out one of your eyes. 13 hurriedly explained. Jin Zhang from the Count's mansion took Shinheng's parents and brother away with the dozen soldiers, saying they were going to the Count's mansion for a wedding. A shock went through Tianheng's heart like lightning. The Count's mansion's daughter is getting married today. I heard they've taken in a son-in-law. 13 was greatly shocked. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I also find it impossible. How could someone as insignificant as Shanlan ever be connected to the Count's mansion? Foster father, Shen Lang is extremely cunning and not to be underestimated. Indeed, we need to be proactive about this. I'll head into the city right away. Half an hour later, within the Lin family's secret chamber, the head of the Lin family was shocked upon hearing the news. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shin Lang is notorious for being worthless. Does the Count's mansion have no regard for their reputation? Tian Han asked, Master Su. Did Lord Count mention who the groom is we suddenly sent out wedding invitations today? The head of the Lin family shook his head. No, but it absolutely cannot be shunned. Even if the sun rose from the west, it wouldn't be possible. I've received an invitation to the wedding tonight. I'll go and see for myself. If the Count's mansion's son-in-law is truly Shen Lang, we better prepare in advance. Tianheng said, I'll also go, though I don't have an invitation. The Mythical Turtle Count surely won't turn away guests and lose face. Meanwhile, inside the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion, renowned merchants and high-ranking officials of Mythical Turtle City came to witness the ceremony, including Su Chan and Zhang Ji. With the arrival of the Count and his wife, the Master of Ceremonies wildly announced the groom has arrived. Immediately after, a large red sedan was carried in. In the groom wearing a mask slowly stepped out from him, with just the gesture of raising his hand. And the expressions of Su Chan and others changed dramatically. This familiar figure, they were almost certain it was Shen Wei. As Shen Lane steps toward Jee Mulan, it signifies that from this moment on, he will ascend to a new level. And when Jee Mulan appears, her silver dress perfectly accentuates her stunning figure. The Master of Ceremonies continues to shout, the auspicious moment has arrived. About heaven and earth to honor the heavenly couple, may your union last forever. Bow to the high hall to honor the parents whose kindness is as heavy as a mountain and love as deep as the ocean. The couple bows to each other, wishing you a heart that beats as one forever. After the solemn yet brief ceremony, they were about to be led to the bridal chamber. But suddenly, loud laughter interrupts the proceedings. The person is none other than the city lord of Mythical Turtle City. Lewis and Lord Count, although tradition dictates that the groom reveals his face in the bridal chamber. I am curious to see what kind of exceptional man is worthy of Miss Mulan. Could you satisfy my curiosity? Change what was about to refuse. But then another uninvited guest arrives. This person is the leader of the Zhu family who came to propose this time. The general known as Pacify the South, Julien, Mythical Turtle Count, lacks hospitality. You didn't inform me of my niece's wedding. Had I not been in Mythical Turtle City on official business, would I have missed it? What kind of young talent is worthy of my niece Milan? Reveal your face and let us see. At this moment the guests around them also start to chant for the unveiling. The couple looks at each other and agrees to remove the mask. The next second, Shen Lang takes off his mask, revealing his extraordinary face, prompting a moment of astonishment among those present. Ten Hang's eyes widen suddenly, followed by a chill over his entire body. But the most shocked were Su Chan and Zhang Ji. Who is Jee Mulan and who is Shen Lang? How could the high-standing mythical turtle count ever choose a wasteful fool as a son-in-law? And Zhang Ji was driven mad with jealousy. The Jee Mulan, whom even I dared not dream of being with, is actually marrying Shen Lang, this worthless man. Suddenly, Zhang Ji burst into laughter. All eyes in the room turned to him. He pointed at the couple and challenged. Miss Jee Mulan, this wedding of yours is fake, isn't it? That Shen Lang is clearly an idiot who can't even recognize characters. Miss Mulan, how could you possibly fancy such a person? Shang Ji's words were echoed by Xian Lang's classmate, Yan Xiaoan, eager to cling to the Shang family's coattails. He also stepped forward to accuse. He's not just low in intelligence. He's a complete imbecile. Shen Lang asked in Shon. In Shon, you say I'm an imbecile, but do you have any evidence? Yanqing scoffed. Ah, you've been studying for 10 years and still can't recognize 1,000 characters. Isn't that evidence enough? Here, I'll write a few characters. If you recognize them, I won't call you an imbecile. If you don't, then you are. How about that? He then commanded someone to bring over brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. With a broad stroke, he wrote down 3 characters. Then look that you're laying with contempt. If you can recognize these, then you're not an imbecile. Looking at these obscure characters, everyone around expected Shen Lang to embarrass himself. Indeed, Shen Lang didn't recognize these characters. But let's not forget he had a cheat code. A computer that traveled through time with him, containing dictionaries of all sorts. All he needed to do was to follow the annotations. Shen Lang read out the annotations word by word, and even mentioned the origin of each character. After he finished reading, Yinsheng found it hard to accept. Vision Line is clearly an idiot. How does he know so much? Shen Lang then turned to Lord John. Lord John, you are learned and skilled in both letters and arms. And also Yan Shen's teacher. Did I read those 3 characters correctly? Zhang Boyan was silent for a moment, then close to sighs and answer. You did. At his words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Shen Lang also suggested writing a few characters for Yanqing to recognize. Then he wrote down several dozen characters on the paper. Yan Shen's eyes almost crossed looking at all those characters, but fortunately he recognized a few. Then, Yan Shan, looking at the few characters he knew, read them out. I am an idiot. As soon as he finished, he realized he had fallen into Shen Lang's trap, and the guests burst into laughter. Even Jee Mulan smiled lightly, as Yan Shou made a fool of himself. His teacher, John Bowen, stood up. It seems Master Shen is quite proficient in obscure characters. I have an ancient steel text here. I wonder if Master Shen could enlighten me. Everyone's spirits were immediately lifted. The student had been embarrassed, and now the teacher was stepping in. Shen Lang was fearless. Since Lord John wants to test me, I'll give it a try. As Zhang Boyan wrote down a character, Shen Lang and Jee Mulan were silent. Sing, Shen Lang silent, and Shen jumped out to challenge again. Ha, Shen Lang, you don't recognize this character, do you? Shen Lang then asked, Lord Jin, if I'm not mistaken, you also don't know how to pronounce this character, do you? You must have deduced its meaning from the context of the stele, but its pronunciation remains unknown. Right, indeed, but knowing the meaning is more important than the pronunciation, isn't it? Shen Lang smiled. It's quite fortunate then. I happen to know how to pronounce it, thinking to himself. I'll pronounce it however I want. Yanqing was shocked. Impossible. My teacher said that this character's pronunciation can only be inferred from the context of the stele, so it's impossible for anyone to know how it's pronounced. Seeing and showing so obstinate, Shen Lang took the opportunity to make a bet with him. If I know how to pronounce this character and also know its meaning, how about you slap yourself? Yan Shan countered. And what if you don't know or get it wrong, then I'll slap myself. As soon as the words fell, Yan Shan clapped his hands, agreed, let everyone press of witness. Zhang Blan did not stop him, as opposing the Count's mansion was politically correct. That then she's lying boldly pointed. This character is pronounced and its meaning should be related to thorn. Upon hearing this, Shang Blanc was immediately startled, then showed an incredulous expression. This is an ancient stele. How does he know it? Seeing his teacher's expression change, Yinshen quickly asked, Master, he's making this up, right? At this moment, Zhang Boyan was caught in a dilemma. I could deny Shen Lang's answer, but others have studied that stele too. If Xian Lang spreads the word, then my reputation could be damaged. I have no choice but to tell the truth. The end she'll blame your own overzealousness. With this thought, he immediately changed his demeanor. Master Shen truly has a profound understanding of characters. Such a promising young talent, hearing Zhang Boyan's acknowledgement. The room was abuzz. Was Shen Lang really that impressive? Even Jee Mulan had not expected her husband to possess such deep knowledge. Meanwhile, Yin Shun was terrified. Now, shouldn't you end the great talent for Phil's promise? Hearing this, Yincheng immediately looked to his teacher for help. But Shan Boyan showed no intention of intervening. Saying no way out. Yincheng with a twisted expression said, Shen Lang, I will remember today. Then he gave himself a loud slap. Shen Lang showed a satisfied smile, feeling immensely gratified. At this moment, James would ask Shen Lang to take him on to meet his parents. But just as they were about to leave, if Julien stopped them. Not bad, young man. I'll remember you. The threat in his words was palpable. But Shen Lang was not the least bit afraid. Thank you, Lord Zhu, for your kind words. Shen Lang's parents, fearing they might embarrass their son, sat reservedly in the back hall, even reluctant to wear the new clothes sent by the councilman's mansion for fear of damaging them. Upon entering, Shen Lang immediately knelt down. Jee Mulan following suit, kneeling and saying, Your daughter-in-law pays respect to father-in-law and mother-in-law. Despite Shen Lang's parents' humble status, there wasn't a hint of reluctance on her face. Shen Lang's mother quickly came forward to help them up. This is Princess of the City. After all, Mulan also thanked her mother-in-law. Seeing this scene, Shen Lang couldn't help but thank. She truly is my goddess. Beautiful inside and out. After a round of pleasantries in the back hall, and having dinner, Shen's family excused themselves early. Before leaving, his brother couldn't resist reminding Shen Lang. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Once everything was settled, Jee Mulan gently pushed open the door. Seeing the stunning beauty walking towards him, Shen Lang felt as if he was in a dream. She's so beautiful. Am I dreaming? I can't believe I actually married her. Jee Mulan with a shy face said your performance today was different from the rumors. Shen Lang, unable to disclose his transmigration, simply responded with a laugh. I had a serious illness at the Su family, almost as if I had died once, and suddenly my mind cleared. Jee Mulan said with some guilt, I'm Shen Lang, there are some things I want to make clear to you. I never intended to marry in my life, dedicating everything to my family. It was only because of the Zhu family's pressure to marry that I had to take a husband. We are husband and wife in name and that will not change in this lifetime. I will not marry another, but as for the duties of husband and wife, I'm sorry. I cannot fulfill them, Shen Lang thought to himself. Of course, how could a proud woman like Mulan easily share a bed with a man to truly be with her? I must first win her heart. He then said, I understand. Jee Mulan stood up and said, You've been wrong, husband, but tonight is your wedding night, and I cannot let you spend it alone in an empty room. Little being come in. A shy young girl walked in. She was Jee Mulan's personal mate. 18 years old. When Shen Lang saw Little Bang, his eyes widened. I didn't expect the goddess to arrange everything so thoughtfully. At this moment, Shen Lang was overjoyed inside but still pretended to be concerned. Is this really okay? But Mulan insisted on not letting Shen Lang's life be delayed for her reasons, leaving Little Bing behind and even instructed to hurry up and have a child to give an explanation to Shen Lang's parent. After a moment, Shen Lang abandoned his gentlemanly facade, opened his arms wide, since my wife has arranged this with such thought. I shall respectfully comply. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Help me untrust. Upon hearing these words, both were shocked. Jee Mulan thought, could this man be a liberty? But she still courteously closed the door for them. After Mulan left, Little Being stood trembling in front of Shanlan, then began to cry uncontrollably. Seeing Little Bing crying and gasping for breath, her tears and snot dripping onto her 36F chest, Shen Lang's heart sank. Jean Melon doesn't fancy me, and now even a maid looks down on me. He then waved his hand. If you don't want to, just go. Hearing Shen Lang tell her to leave, Little Bing disappeared outside the door with the speed of teleportation. Shen Lang watched in silence, despite being so handsome. But considering he had married into the Jin family to protect his family, he shouldn't be greedy. With this thought, Shen Lang lay down and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Shen Liaying and 2 others were in the dining room. Jee Mulan and he were having breakfast like an ordinary couple, planning the day's agenda. Little Bing was serving on the side, as if last night's incident had never happened. Husband, I wonder what your thoughts and goals are for the future. However, Shen Lang simply answered no goals, while thinking to himself. My goal was to enter a wealthy family and live off others. I've completely achieved it. Jee Mulan, thinking about Jin Lang's performance at their wedding yesterday, believed he must have grand ambitions and goals, which made her puzzle. Hearing Jee Mulan mention yesterday, Jin Lang then remembered he indeed had a goal to bring down the Su family and make Su Changchan beg for mercy. Hearing this, Mulan was utterly speechless. Thinking, where's the grand ambition? The generosity is being so vindictive really good. But Jee Mulan can only offer some pastries. Husband, perhaps you should have some more pastries. The Su family has a marriage alliance with the Shang family, and the Su family backs them. It's not easy for our accounts to mention to take action against them. Shen Lang, picking up a pastry, showed a sleazy expression then. Can I start by killing Tian Han? I'm afraid that's not possible either. Tan Hung is under the jurisdiction of the mythical Turtle City Lord, and is also aligned with the Jin family. If our Count's mansion acts against him, it would be tantamount to turning against the City Lord. Hearing Mulan's reply, Shen Lang immediately became anxious. Isn't the Count's mansion very powerful? Why can't we do anything? Then as the young master should of the Count's mansion. I'll go slap Tianheng's face. That should be fine, right? Once Mulan agreed, Shen Lang quickly stood up. And before Mulan could react, he had already run to the door. Husband, are you in such a hurry to take revenge? Don't you have time to talk more with your newlywed wife? After showing off his skills in the council mansion, everyone started to see Shen Lang in a new light. Jee Mulan's permission, Shen Lang prepared to show Tian Han the lesson. But following protocol, he first went to the Count's mansion to pay respects to the Count and his wife with tea. Change was very satisfied with Cheneline's performance on their wedding day. In his attitude as softened, he inquired about Cheneline's plans for the day. My parents have raised me with hard work, and marrying into the Count's mansion is somewhat undutiful. Today, I wish to return home to spend time with them and show my filial piety, he said, using filial piety as a reason to request leave. If Zhenjue, deeply moved, exclaimed, filial piety comes first. It's rare to see such filial devotion from Chen Lang. He then ordered 2 gifts to be prepared to send to Chen Lang's parents on his behalf. Afterward, Chen Lang respectfully thanked his in-law and walked towards the door, with the Count and his wife very satisfied with Shen Lang's manners. Lady Jean also praised him, and Jean's thought this choice of son-in-law by Jee Mulan showed great foresight, contrary to the rumors. Leaving the council's mansion, Shen Lang called out to the guards, prepare the carriage. I'm going home, and when we pass by the Black Clothes game, let's go straight in. I want to catch up with Tan Hen. Suddenly, Shen Lang caught sight of a majestic tall horse nearby, and immediately had an idea since he wanted to impress. Why not ride a handsome horse in a dashing manner? But 2 minutes later, the guards watching Shen Lang struggle to mount the horse were utterly speechless. Our young master's son is really hopeless. Shen Lang fell off the horseback, then got up and straightened himself. I think the son is quite strong today. Let's take the carriage back instead. The guards were all exasperated. Half an hour later, Shen Lang's carriage, escorted by 2 guards, sped into the Black Clothes Gang's territory. The guards on the city tower, seeing someone daring to barge into the Black Clothes Gang, immediately ordered arrows to be released. A guard quickly stopped them. Don't shoot arrows. Let them in. That's a carriage from the council mansion. Do you want to lose your lives? Hurry up and notify the leader. As the carriage halted, Shen Lang arrogantly stepped down. Leader 10, I hope you're well. Tianheng, having received the news, had already gathered his men in the courtyard to welcome them. Ah, Master Shen, you could have sent someone. Why trouble yourself to come in person? Xing Lang, he immediately opened his arms and walked towards him with a laugh. Though inwardly he was seething, just married last night, and today he comes knocking on our door. What a petty ass. He then welcomed Shanlan inside for tea. After the two sat down, Shen Lang straightforwardly informed Tian Han of his purpose. I'm here today for the 1,000 gold coins. Not repaying debts is dishonorable. Tian Hong burst into laughter, then took out the Iowa Shen Lang headmate, called for a brazier, and burned the IOU to ashes in front of Shan Lang, smiling sanctimoniously. What 1,000 gold coin debt? There's no such thing. However, seeing the IOU destroy, Shan Lang immediately changed his tune. Leader 10, you owe me 1,000 gold coins, and now you've burned the IOU without evidence. Others might think I'm here to extort money from you. Tian Hong was instantly alarmed. What is In Lane playing at? Shen Lang pointed at Tian Han. So, Leader Tian, are you planning to destroy the IOU and not pay a? At this moment Tanning internally cursed In Lang's ancestors. In all my years, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Taking a deep breath to adjust his move, Tianhang put on a bright smile and said to Shen Lang, look at my memory. I might forget to repay others, but I must repay Master Shen's money. He then ordered someone to bring a chest of gold coin. Shortly after, a hefty chest of gold coins was placed in front of Shanlan. Yeah, Shen Wang, looking at the gold coins, suddenly said with a mist of a smile. Since Leader 10 is being so straightforward, and we are all acquaintances, I'll forget about the interest. Seeing this, Tanhung continued to suppress his anger and slapped 10 gold coins on the table. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Here are 10 gold coins as interest. Please accept them. At this moment, Shen Lane silently picked up his cup to drink tea. while Tianheng quietly watched him, wondering what trick he was planning next. After a standoff, Tianheng couldn't help but ask, "Does Master Shen have any other instructions?" Shenlang's demeanor suddenly changed. His expression turned serious. "What about 13? Didn't want to capture my parents and kill my family yesterday. Today, I want to break his legs." Hearing this, Tianheng's inner flame erupted once again, his teeth grinding audibly. "This pretty boy has gone too far, just married into the family for 2 days, and he's already trying to ride over my head." Tianheng, his nose almost crooked with rage, said, "That's unfortunate. 13 has gone to Bailan City and won't be back for a month or two." Seeing this, Chenlai knew Tianheng had no intention of handing the person over. He snorted coldly and prepared to leave. This trip not only dealt a heavy blow to Tianheng's pride, but also netted him 110 gold coins. Seeing Shenlai's carriage leave, Tan furiously smashed a cup, his eyes nearly popping out, enraged, and immediately ordered the cherishing Lang had sat on to be burned. At that moment, 13 walked in through the back door, trying to comfort Tianheng. "This Shenlai is so arrogant and overbearing. The Count's mansion will surely punish him, maybe we'll soon hear news of his demise." Tianheng, grinding his teeth, said, "I didn't expect such a useless person to turn his fortunes around so quickly." He still reminded 13 to stay indoors recently, but before he could finish, a voice came from the doorway. "13, you've made a quick return. Haven't you? You've seen Shenlang, Tianheng was shot, weren't you already gone?" At this moment, Shenlang said with a cold laugh, "13, you led people to my house to capture my family. If Jin Zom hadn't arrived in time, I dare not think of the consequences. Now, crippling their lives wouldn't be too much. Would it?" At 13 glared at Shenlang with a vicious look, not hiding his resentment at all. Then Shenlang turned to Tianheng. "Leader Tian, you said that as long as Tian 13 returned, you would break his legs. Now, do it." Seeing this, Tianheng knew matters had escalated beyond pretense, and there was no need for further courtesy. "Fortunately, I've prepared in advance, trading 35% of the earnings from 5 casinos for the Sheng family support. I'm not afraid of the Count's mention if things really escalate." Tianheng slammed his fist on the table with a bat, instantly splitting the sturdy table in two. At the same time, 2 guards from the Count's mansion immediately drew their swords, standing in front of Shenlang. And Hang glared menacingly. "Shenlang, don't push me too far. Shenlang laughed when you wanted to kill my entire family. Did you consider that too much?" Tianheng suddenly burst into laughter. "Shenlang, you're nothing but a son-in-law. Acting so high and mighty, do you think the Count who loves his people like his own children will spare you? And I'm under the jurisdiction of the mythical Turtle City Lord. For the Count's mansion to accuse me of any crime would be overstepping." Unmoved, Shenlang darkly responded. "Leader 10, I'm asking you one last time. Are you willing to break 13 slags?" Tianheng sneered, "If you're going to act, do it yourself, or have your guards behind you do it." Shenlang cast a probing look at the guards beside him, who then avoided his gaze. Seeing this, Shenlang adjusted his mood and smile. "Leader Chen, it's getting late today, and I still need to visit my parents. I'll come visit again tomorrow." But then Shenlang's expression darkened. "Tomorrow, I will make you break 13 slags in front of me and apologize." After leaving the Black Clothes gang, Shenlang hurried back to his home, where his parents were eagerly waiting. Shen's mother rushed to greet him upon his return after a series of concerned inquiries. Shenlang had the guards bring the gifts inside and handed the 10 gold coins he got from Tianheng to Shen's father, suggesting he built a new house. However, Shen's father, thinking the money was from the Count's mansion, was reluctant to accept it, fearing gossip. Until Shenlang explained, "This is money earned from the DIF formula. It has nothing to do with the Count's mansion. Rest assured, build a big house. It'll be better for me when I return. And if Mulan comes back with me, we can't possibly stay in this thatched cottage, right?" Only then did Shen's father accept it. Time with family always seems to pass exceptionally quickly. And soon it was evening. Time for Shenlang to return to the Count's mansion. As his family watched him leave, Shen's mother suddenly remembered something. "Shenlang, big fool has gotten into trouble. You should check on him." Shenlang turned his hand in surprise. Big Fool was the only friend of Shenlai's predecessor. Though both were considered fools, Big Fool was exceptionally kind-hearted. Whenever village children bullied Shenlai, Big Fool would protect him with his body, making their relationship as close as brothers. Big Fool was born weighing 12 pounds, and even though he often went hungry by the age of 18, he had grown to over 2 meters tall. Though large, he was gentle, innocent, and harmless, never engaging in fights. Big Fool's life wasn't easy 3 years after his mother died in childbirth. His father remarried. Since then, he was treated like an outsider, only allowed to sleep on the ground in the yard, eating spoiled cornmeal. If not for his ability to work, he probably would have been driven out by his stepmother long ago. Hearing that Big Fool was in trouble, Shenlang rushed to Big Fool's house and pushed the door open. Where is Big Fool? Entering the house, Shen Lang saw only Big Fool's stepmother and brother. Big Fool's stepmother, unaware that Shen Lang had married into the Count's mansion, covered her mouth with her hand. Speaking disdainfully, Big Fool went to work. Seeing this, Shen Lang immediately pulled out a bag of silver coins. Treat Big Fools better from now on. Then he inquired about Big Fool's whereabouts. Seeing the money, Big Fool's stepmother's eyes lit up, promising to treat Big Fool better from now on. However, Big Fool's brother looked at his mother with disdain, sneering sinisterly. Big Fool is probably riding in a ditch by now. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's expression changed drastically. He immediately took his guards to search the mountains. It wasn't until late at night that they found Big Fool in a deep ditch, barely alive and reduced to skin and bones, as Shen Lang approached to check. Fortunately, there was still breath in it. Hearing the noise, Big Fool slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Shen Lang, he excitedly said. Second 4, I've missed you. Tears filled Shen Lang's eyes as he asked Big Fool how he got so severely injured. After understanding the situation, it turned out that Big Fool's brother had encountered a tiger in the mountains. To save his brother, he was hit by the tiger and broke several bones. His family refused to treat his injuries and threw him into the ditch to die. Knowing the full story, Shen Lang inwardly cursed his family as worse than animals. You big fool, your brother bullies you every day, throwing dirt in your food, urinating in your bed, and even blames you for peeping at women bathing. Yet you still protected this brother. Now, to save this scoundrel brother from a tiger, your father actually threw you here to die. Scoundrel beast, worse than animals. Holding Big Fool's hand. Brother, I will never let you die, and I definitely won't let this family of beasts off. Shen Lang asked him how long he had been thrown here. Big Fool, trembling, stretched out his hand and weakly said. One hand isn't enough to count. This means he had been thrown here for at least 6 days. Shen Lian couldn't understand how someone could be so heartless. The stepmother's indifference is bad enough, but why would his own father treat Big Fool so cruel? Secondly, second 4, I'm about to die. I was worried about you being bullied, but now that you've become strong, I'm relieved. Hearing Big Fool still worried about him in such a state, Shen Lang's eyes immediately filled with tears. Then he bitterly smiled. Who in this world isn't bullied? Even now, I'm still being bullied. Unexpectedly, when Big Fool heard Shen Lang was being bullied, he suddenly rallied. Rose in aim, pushed past the guards, and shielded Shen Lang beneath it. Seemed Big Fool's action. Shen Lang was instantly moved to tears. Big Fools, I'm okay. Please don't hurt yourself. He then signaled the guards to help Big Fool up, seeing Big Fool who could barely stand. Shen Lang grit his teeth and said, Big Fool, you can't die. I won't let you die. I will make sure your father regrets everything he's done to you today. However, the naive Big Fool said, right, I'll let Dad know I'm useful. I can take care of him when he's old. Although touching, at such a time, Big Fool's unconditional concern for his father left him lying speechless. He then ordered the guards to help Big Fool onto the carrot. Shen Lang didn't return to the council's mansion, but went to Big Fool's home instead. With a grim face, Shen Lang entered the house and saw the stepmother and brother eating dinner with lavish dishes on their table. Should Lang coldly question them? Abandoning an injured Big Fool. Do you have no humanity? The stepmother, eating her meat dismissively, said, we have no money for his treatment. Besides, we're not the only ones who do this. Big Fool's brother chimed in, such a fool dying is no loss. Same goes for you. After hearing the vicious words of the mother and son, Shen Lang walked straight to them, without waiting for their reaction, and he flipped the dining table. In their shock, Shen Lang swiftly approached Big Fool's brother, and kicked him squarely in the groin, effectively ruining his future happiness. He clutched himself in agony, rolling on the ground, seeing her son injured. Big Fool's stepmother's face changed dramatically and she screamed curses. Second fool, you bastard, just a son-in-law and you should rot with Big Fool, as she pointed at Shen Lang's nose and her old insult. Shen Lang, unable to contain his anger, pushed her away. She stumbled over a chair and a basin of cold water drenched her. Don't think just because you married into the Su family I'm afraid of you. I'll report you. Shen Lang stepped forward, looking at her coldly. Su family son-in-law, not anymore. Tell your husband when he comes back that I'll be waiting at the Count's mansion in mythical Turtle City for him to accuse him. After finishing his words, Shen Lang turned and left with his guard. He couldn't waste more time here and needed to hurry back to the council's mansion where there were ample medical supplies, and it was the best option for care. They soon arrived at the council's mansion. Normally, as the young master should of the councilman's mansion, Shen Lang should have had unobstructed access. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were stopped by the guards. Shen Lang got out of the carriage to ask who was blocking the way. Coincidentally, it was Jin Chen, one of the 5 Sun and Wow candidates and the deputy leader of 1,000 households in charge of internal affairs. At that moment, a guard noticed Big Fool inside Shen Lang's carrot. Shen Lang, you may have married into the council mansion, But what right do you have to bring people in as you please? He then ordered Bidful to be thrown out. Xin Lang became furious. It was one thing not to respect him, but he wouldn't allow anyone to harm Bidful. He ordered 2 guards to carry Bigful and Saw. However, the 2 guards were uncertain whose orders to follow. At this moment, Jinqing shouted, "Xin Lang, I'm in charge of inspections in the council mansion. It's not your place to decide, throw them off." Seeing this, Xin Lang realized that he was still only a figurehead in the count's mansion, with no one to support him. With that thought, Xin Lang leapt into the driver's seat. "No need for you to act. I'll take my brother to Mythical Turtle City for treatment." Just as Jinqing felt smug about intimidating Chen Ling, Xinju's voice came from inside the mansion. "Xinjun, what's all this noise at the gate?" Xinjun promptly explained the situation to Xinjue. "Master, miss. Young Master Shen wanted to bring a stranger into the council's mansion. I stopped him. It's against the rule." However, when James would ask Chen Lin, he didn't complain but simply stated, "The man in the carriage is my only friend who is critically ill. Since the Count's mansion doesn't allow outsiders in, I will take him to Mythical Turtle City for treatment." Hearing this, James would immediately order the doctor to come and treat. And while Jee Mulan jumped onto the carriage to guide Xin Lang was deeply moved by this gesture. Mulan was showing her support for Xin Lang with actions. Seeing Mulan's sincere and apologetic eyes, Xin Lang knew. The Count's family now considers me one of their own. From now on, the Count's mansion is my true home. I am no longer alone. Seeing the situation unfold, Jinqing hurriedly stepped forward. "Miss, this is against the rules. Outsiders are not allowed inside the councilman." Seeing this, Jee Mulan stood up, picked up her whip, and approached, changing from a higher position. "Turn around." Jinqing looked at Jee Mulan incredulously, but saw no emotion in her eyes. Silently he turned around, only to feel Jee Mulan's whiplash against him mercilessly. Even though he wore armor, the whip shattered it, leaving a bloody mark on his body. Looking at the suffering Jin Chen, Jee Mulan spoke, "I whipped you for 2 reasons. First, for your failure to help, going against the morals of Mythical Turtle Councilman. Second, Xin Lang is my husband and your master. Your attitude was disrespectful. You must correct your behavior in the future." Jinqing trembled slightly and bowed deeply, saying respectfully, "I understand," with a satisfactory response from Jinqing. Jee Mulan then turned and took Xin Lang to treat Big Fu. The Count's mansion was brightly lit. At that moment, the mansion's renowned physician, Anze Shi, was examining Big Fu, determining that he had fractured ribs and internal bleeding in his organs. If not for Big Fu's strong constitution, an ordinary person would have died by now. And Zai Shi proposed a treatment plan to drain the blood and then the broken bone. After hearing the diagnosis, Xin Lang was amazed. Dr. N's medical skills are indeed superb. To be able to deduce so much solely from experience and external injuries is remarkable under the current conditions. It would be hard for me to do better than him. Following that, Dr. N requested some precious medicinal herbs from Jee Mulan. And upon receiving approval, he turned to prepare them. Seeing that Big Fool's condition had stabilized, Jee Mulan jokingly said to Xin Lang, "Husband, your big brother is no longer in danger." Xin Lang awkwardly clarified, "He's Big Fool, not my big brother." "He's Big Fool, your second fool, aren't you brothers?" Xin Lang looked at his beautiful and playful wife, feeling speechless inside. "You're beautiful. So whatever you say is right." At that moment, the Lord of the Count walked in. "Xin Lang, come with me to the stomach." In a study, the Count's stern voice could be heard questioning. "Xin Lang, do you acknowledge your mistake?" Xin Lang responded confidently yet respectfully. "If it's about the matter with Big Fool, I don't believe I'm in the wrong. Big Fool is my only friend. If I had ignored my friend's severe injuries, how would my father-in-law view his son-in-law? You did nothing wrong in this matter, but do you realize what outrageous act you committed today?" Before Xin Lang could answer, or change what erupted in anger, "How dare you? Using the name of the accounts mentioned to deceive Tan Hong, and even threatening to break his adopted son's legs, did this happen?" Hearing this, Xin Lang immediately kneeled on one knee. "Thank you, father-in-law, for saving my family's life." Xin Lang then recounted everything from being expelled by the Su family, using 10 gold coins to buy off Tianheng for his assassination, AOU Tianheng 1,000 gold coins, to the Su family's plot to kill his family for the dye formula he invented, narrating the entire ordeal. After listening to Xin Lang, Jin Shua slammed his hand on the tape. "Outrageous. These scoundrels are truly inhumane. I promise you, Xin Lang, the wrongs you've suffered will be avenged. No one should bully my son-in-law like this." Xin Lang was moved by these words. Then, Jinja revealed it was City Lord Lu Wien and the prefect's son, Zheng Ji, who brought the complaint against you on the surface. They accused you, Xin Lang, but in reality, they aimed to disgrace the councilman. These officials are trying to leverage this to gain a hold over the councilman. Then James was stood up, admonishing Shenlang. In the future, you must adopt a lower profile and act cautious. Do not be rash again, leave today's matter to me to resolve. However, Shenlang spoke earnestly. Words once spoken are like water spilled. If I don't go tomorrow, it will not only be me, but the entire Count's mansion that loses face. Father-in-law, please trust me, there will be no flaws or leverage given. Seeing Shenlang's determination, Chinch was said no more. He walked to the bookshelf, took out a fit book, and handed it to Shenlang. This is the Jin family's teachings. Learn the teachings by heart if you want your freedom. He then slapped the book into Shenlai's hands. Shenlai looked at the thick family teachings in his hands. Bewildered, is this really the family teaching? James were then told him it took me a month to memorize it. Shenlang opened the book. The entire book is just over 50,000 words. That should be easy for me. Father-in-law, is your word final after receiving an affirmative from Change? Shenlang immediately accepted the challenge. For the descendants of the Jin family, memorizing the family teachings is a painful memory for each generation. Shenlang learned from Mulan that it took her 23 days to memorize the entire book. The Count's son has yet to finish it, forgetting 300 words for every 1,000 he memorizes, likely never to complete it in his lifetime. At this moment, Shenlang was using the laptop in his mind to record page by page, taking just over an hour to memorize it all. Then, closing the book, he considered it done to avoid embarrassing James with too quickly. Shenlang decided to report back in the morgue. After blowing out the can, he went to sleep contented. Meanwhile, in the Count's room, Lady Jean was having a heart-to-heart with Jean Juak. She was worried that punishing Jean Lane so soon after his marriage might breed resentment in him. However, James Wood didn't see it that way. It's just memorizing the family teachings. This shows I don't see him as an outsider. Once he memorizes it, he'll naturally be free to go out as he pleases. What if he completes it within a month? Even Zhang Boy on last day. From Jing will laugh, impossible. It took me 33 days. Do you not realize how capable your husband is? Lady Jean, intrigued, decided to bet with the Count, playfully suggesting if she won, she would have the final say in all matters. Shinjo, though complaining, was charmed by his wife and blushing, agreed to the bet the next second. At night, the Countess tossed and turned, determined to secure her future happiness. She got up and made a bowl of walnut and lotus seed soup to nourish her beloved son and lost brain. However, when she went to deliver it, Jean John, who was on guard duty, told Lady Jean that she and Lang had gone to bed before 9 o'clock. Surprised, Lady Jean handed the soup to Jean John, left and a huff-hump heartless little thing. The rumors are true after all, always lazy and ignorant, lacking in education. The next day at the crack of dawn, the Count went to the study. Seeing his father-in-law looking so formidable, Shenlang was puzzled. Shenlang, I asked you to memorize the Jean family's teachings. Yet you went to bed early. Are you showing your displeasure with me? Hearing this, Shenlang hurriedly waved his hands and stepped forward to explain, Father-in-law, you misunderstand, I've already memorized it. This made the cow even angrier. Nonsense. Even Jee Mulan, with her intelligent nature, took 23 days. You claim to have memorized it overnight. Are you dreaming? Or do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? He then ordered Jean John to fetch the family discipline whip. Seeing Jean's age, were truly angry. Lady Jean quickly stepped in to stop him. Husband, if he can't recite it, he can't recite it. There's no need for corporal punishment. Shenlang has delicate skin and isn't used to being beaten like Jean Mutsong, who's grown a thick skin from it. If you really hurt him, how will we explain to his parents? Shenlang, you better apologize to your father-in-law right away. Seeing that explanations were futile, Shenlang calmly reassured Lady Jean and then asked them. Changjua, since Shenlang, repentant, flew into a rage. Your mother-in-law already gave you a way out, yet you refuse to take it. Then recite chapter 5 for me. If you can't, you will indeed suffer physically. And the contents of chapter 5 immediately appeared in his mind. He recited it clearly and with proper intonation, accurately completing the over 2,000 words of the entire chapter. Though the Count was surprised, he thought it was just a coincidence. Happening to choose a chapter Shenlang was familiar with, he then asked him to recite chapter 16. Without any pause, Shenlang stood before them, reciting word for word in just 3 minutes. He perfectly recited the entire chapter, not missing a single word. At this point, the Count's eyes widened in shock, still skeptical. He randomly selected several chapters and even read a part of one chapter, asking Shenlang to continue. Shenlang responded almost without thinking, fluently continuing the passage. The next second, with a thought, the Count, shocked, dropped the book to the floor. Installation as an optional process to test, and if we can replace that wire for up pronto, said the principal of the XS Cats. Looked more and more pleased with her son-in-law. Then excitedly turned to the Count and said, Husband, I've won our bet with no choice. The Count blushed and awkwardly lowered his hand. Then, adjusting his mood, he asked Lady Jean to step out as he had something to discuss with Shenlang in private. After Lady Jean left, taking the whip from Jean Joan's hands, the Count curiously asked, "My lady, what do you need the whip for?" Or, Lady Jean, with a grave expression, said to discipline our son, "He says foolish as a pig. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Meanwhile, Jean Maozong, who was diligently memorizing, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as if sensing an impending disaster. After sending Lady Jean off, Jean's Wen Jinlane sat facing each other. "Change what?" asked seriously Shenlang. "How did you manage to memorize the family teachings overnight?" Shenlang, certainly not daring to reveal that he had traveled through time, prepared to muddle through with some vague remarks on a day at the end of the summer. When the heat had not yet fully dissipated and the locust tree pods had been harvested, the second planting of seedlings had just been put into the soil. However, after hearing this, the Count, with a stern face, demanded Shenlang to speak human language. Left with no choice, Shenlang had to tell the Count, "4 days ago, I fell seriously ill at the Su family's house. After waking up, my mind became sharper, and I found I could remember anything I saw." After a moment of silence, the Count told Shenlang 180 years ago. Our Jian family had a wastrel who also came back to life on the brink of death and became a martial arts genius. He made significant contributions to the family, securing 5,000 square kilometers of fiefdom. Now, we have less than a third of it left. Shenlang felt that the Jin family's ancestor might have been a time traveler like him. The Cal continued, "Given such a fortunate turn of events, take some time to catch up on the past 10 years of school." Though Shenlang was somewhat displeased, he respectfully complied with. Then seized the opportunity to remind. "Father-in-law, you promised me freedom once I memorized the ancestral teachings. Does that still stay?" Reluctantly, the Count sighed and lifted his house arrest after thanking his father-in-law. Shenlang dashed towards the door, intent on finding Tianhun. Sensing Shenlang's intention, James recalled out to him, "Shenlang, times have changed. With new rules in place, we old nobility are in precarious positions, fearing being caught on the wrong side. In the last 3 years, 3 noble families have been stripped of their lands and titles. And one even lost his life. Tianhang's backers are City Lord Lu and Zhang Jie, who are aligned with the court. They should not be provoked lightly. Shenlang, I promise you, give me up to 6 months. And I'll take down Tianheng, getting justice free." Shenlang, melling his father-in-law's concern was to keep him safe, refused the offer with a determined and sincere gaze, explaining, "This is a grudge between me and the Su family, the Lin family, and Tianheng. After marrying into the Count's mansion, I've been under your protection. I cannot trouble the Count's mansion with my revenge. Otherwise, I could never hold my head high again. I will make sure Tianheng pays for his actions legally, losing all his pride." Seeing Shenlang's determination change was stopped trying to dissuade. "If you insist on going, I won't stop you, but remember, you must not violate the law or give anyone leverage against you." Shenlang formally thanked the Count for his advice, confidently assuring him again, "I will surely win this time." Before leaving with high spirit, Tianheng ran many businesses, including gambling dens, brothels, and loan sharking, with gambling dens being his most profitable, accounting for over 60% of his income. In the entire mythical Turtle City, Tianheng owned 5 gambling dens, essentially holding a monopoly. Fortune Casino was the name of Tianheng's chain. Shenlang's plan to deal with Tianheng was simple and brute force. When money at his gambling dens keep winning until he far exceeded Tianheng's bottom line and the tolerance of his backer. At that moment Shenlang, followed by 4 guards, walked into the casino with swag. The guards behind him were astonished, wondering, is young Master Shin really going to gamble? Shouldn't we stop him? One of the guards even muttered with a hand of disdain, "We have no right to advise him. Our only duty is to protect Shenland. If he wants to court death, let him be. How could such a waste will be worthy of Miss Maywen?" As Shenlang entered the Fortune Casino, Tianheng's adopted son, Tian 19, was patrolling the floor. Seeing Shenlang stepping into their territory, he was first stunned. Then overjoyed, "Shenlang dares to walk into the Black Clothes Gang's den by himself, isn't this courting den?" He hurriedly went up to greet Shenlangian. Once Langian was seated, it took the initiative to say to Tian 19, "I came in on a whim and didn't bring any money. Is it possible to borrow some?" Tian 19's face was all smiles at this moment. He couldn't wait for Shenlang to borrow as much as possible. Then let him lose everything and send the IOU to the council mansion. Shenlang will be done for. Or my foster father will surely be pleased. However, Shenlang only borrowed 1,000 gold coins after negotiating the interest. He had 10-19 drop an IOU, and exchanged all the gold coins for chip. Now, 10-19 sat opposite Shenlang, hardly able to wait to see Shenlang lose everything. But Shenlang calm and collected asked, "What's the simplest game?" "Of course, it's betting on big or small." 10-19 explained the rules. 3 dice are thrown, and the sum of the points determines the outcome. Below 9 is small, 9 and above is big. After understanding the rules, the two officially began their game, and all the gamblers in the casino gathered around to watch. The betting match against 10-19 began at that moment. The beautiful dealer skillfully gathered the dice into the shaker, then drew several perfect arcs in the air. The sound of the dice rattling could be heard. After half a minute, the shaker settled. And the dealer with a smile asked Shenlang, big or small? Without hesitation, Shenlang pushed all 10-0 chips forward, confidently stating, big. The casino erupted in excitement. He's betting it all. This is thrilling. Final bet, announced the dealer as she lifted the shaker, revealing 13 points, big, Shenlang wins. The crowd was again astounded. Even the guards behind him were left agape. Shenlang calmly gathered the chips before him. 10-19's expression remained unchanged. Honestly, he was worried that if Shenlang lost the first bet, he wouldn't play further. Letting him taste victory first would keep him gambling. He then signaled the dealer to continue once more. The dealer settled the shake and asked Shenlang if he would bet on big or small. This time, Shenlang pushed all his chips forward again, betting everything on BIC. Still betting on BIC. Both the guards behind and the spectators around were stunned. Hedge and Lang gone mad. And at this point, even TN19 was becoming uneasy if Shenlang won this bet. It would amount to 4,000 gold coins. The monthly profit of Fortune Casino was only about 2,000. The gamblers nearby were already excited beyond measure. The dealer, also nervous, with trembling hands, revealed a shaker. 15 points, big, Shenlang won again. TN19's face was so tense it seemed distorted thinking. The casino has never lost this much since it opened. If this continues, my foster father will flame me. With this star 10-19 stood up, smiling. Lord Shen, this time I'll personally roll the dice for you. 10-19 was a master gambler, able to control and even change the dice's outcome before revealing them, which was why Tian Hung entrusted the casino to it. As the shaker settled, TN19 Ashton lane to bet on big or small. Shenlang, I'm TN19's hands. Moo, this guy was up to something. He slapped 10-19's hand open, laughing. I don't want to play this game of chance anymore. Let's play Pygal instead. Hearing this, TN19 was immediately delighted. Playing high or low, Shenlang. You might rely on luck, but playing Pygal with me is simply according to death. So, he quickly ordered someone to fetch the cards, fearing Shenlang might change his mind the next moment. And in this world, the rules of Pygal are simple. 32 cards are placed face down on the table. Each player draws 2, and the winner is determined by the ranks of the cards drawn. The Supreme Treasure is the highest, followed by the Heaven card, then the Earth card, and so on. Although the rules seem simple, tricks can be played on the cards, commonly known as cheating. Watching TN19 arranging the cards, Shenlang's expression suddenly darkened. I don't trust your cards. Bring a new deck if you want to continue gambling. TN19 was momentarily stunned. He had memorized every mark on each car. Shenlang's request put him in a difficult position. Seeing this, Shenlang pretended to get up if that's not possible, then exchanged the chips back. I'm leaving. Seeing Shenlang about to leave, 10-19 quickly waved him off. He couldn't let Shenlang leave like this. Thinking, if Shenlang leaves now, taking 4,000 gold coins with him, my foster father will have my head. With that thought, TN19 quickly ordered someone to buy 10 new decks of cards, explicitly instructing not to purchase from their own shop. 10-19 was utterly confident at that moment. I'm Mythical Turtle City's top gambling master, even without cheating. Victory is certain. Soon, 10 new decks were laid in front of Shenlang. TN19 eagerly rubbed his hands, allowing Shenlang to choose a deck. After examining them with his X-ray vision and ensuring there were no issues, Shenlang randomly selected one. He let TN19 draw first. Unsure of Shenlang's intentions, TN19 carefully drew 2 cards. Using his X-ray vision, Shenlang saw TN19's hand, a pair of 10s. Ranked 6th highest, it seemed this guy really was lucky. 10-19, then placed a bet of 10-0 gold coins. While Shenlang, confidently using his skills, chose 2 cards that were 1 point higher than TN19's hand. Without even looking at his cards, Shenlang coolly pushed his chips forward 1,000 gold coins. This move electrified everyone. He's not even looking at his cards. This is thrilling. At this point, TN19 felt the pressure, thinking his hand was strong enough to compete. He boldly matched the 10-0 gold coins. I'll call. Reveal the cards. When the cards were revealed, Shenlang had one. Leaving 10-19 utterly stunned. How is this possible? Surrounding gasps of surprise and cheers kept soar. Incredible. Just 1 point higher than TN19. This game was exhilarating. 10-19 looked fiercely at Shenlang. Hard to imagine, is this really the one Suslit Shenlang? Now, consumed by rage, TN19 declared. How could I, TN19, lose to him in card skills? Let's go again. But 1019 couldn't foresee that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. In every subsequent round, Shenlang, without looking at his cards, pushed out 1,000 gold coins and kept winning. The crowd around them was thrilled, chanting for Shenlang. Shenlang is the true gambling god of mythical Turl City. This scene made 10-19 shudder, sweating profusely, terrified at the sight of Shenlang. How can he win every round? How can he be this lucky, losing 13,000 gold coins to a nobody? Thinking of Tian Han's fierce reaction, Tian 19 felt a chill run through him. If my foster father finds out, he'll flay me. Tian 19, trembling, stood up, indicating to Shenlang he wasn't feeling well and needed to rest. As he approached the door, Shenlang couldn't resist adding another jab. I'm not yet satisfied. Maybe find someone else to keep me company. As 1019 left Fortune Casino, he sprinted to find Tian Han, leaving behind the gambler shouting, "Long live the gambling gods and Lanks." At this moment, a sound of arrogant laughter was echoing within the Su family estate. Tian Han was seen mocking Chen Lian's threats from the previous day in front of Master Su, who also thought that Shenlang had become too arrogant after marrying into the Count's mansion. Then Tian Haney and fiend Master Su. This morning, Shenlang, not knowing whether he was dead or alive, ran off to Fortune Casino. We thought we couldn't touch him after he married into the council's mansion, but this fool actually walked right into our trap. 1019. The gambling god there. He's sure to lose over 10,000 gold coins. Hearing this, Master Su also scorned Shenlan for getting carried away. He doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is, given the new regulations putting pressure on them. The council's mansion's lands have been reduced, and they have to support an army of nearly 1,000 men by estimates. The council's mansion must be operating at a loss every year. If Shenlang loses those 10,000 plus gold coins, he will surely be severely punished by the Count's mansion. But Tanhang added, this will also implicate the Count's mansion, leaving them vulnerable, then we can take them down in one fell swoop. Laughing excitedly at the thought, they were suddenly interrupted by a loud bang as 1019 burst in. Foster father, there's been a huge problem. Seeing this, Tanhang immediately flew into a rage. What a disgrace. All you do is fool around with women, and now you've ruined your health. You can barely run a few steps without gasping for breath, embarrassing. Frightened by Tian Hang's anger, Tian 19 immediately knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing and apologizing. Master Su also laughed from the side. Brother Tian, your adopted son is really quite filial. Isn't he? With a cold hoof. Tian Hang then questioned Tian 19. Have you dealt with Chen Lang? How much did he lose? If it's less than 10,000 gold coins, be careful, or I'll skin you. Hearing Tian Hang's barrage of questions, Tian 19 was completely enveloped in fear. His face pale as he gasped for air and sweat poured out of him. Seeing the two lords excitedly discussing the matter, he was at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, Master Su asked, what if the Count's mansion refuses to acknowledge the dead? Tian Hang snorted. Shen Lang's IOU is clearly written in black and white, plus. He came to Fortune Casino of his own volition, even if we have to take this to the prefect's court. I have a case. Master Su reminded him, Brother Ten, doing this would mean you're making an enemy out of the council mansion. But Ten unarrogantly declared. I have the backing of the city lord's mansion and the prefect's office. What does it matter if we offend the council's mansion? This afternoon. I'll take Shen Lang's IOU to the council mansion and demand payment. Hearing this, Master Su immediately assured. Prefect Zhang Chong will surely stand by your side. You can confidently use Xian Lian's IOU to demand payment from the council's mansion, though Tan Han verbally expressed his thanks. He was well aware of why they supported him. The Su family really is impressive. Using the prefix name even before the marriage is official. However, exchanging 35% of the profits from 5 casinos for the Zhang family's protection is indeed worth it. Let's see how interesting the Count's face will be this afternoon when I arrive at the Count's mansion. Shen Lang wants my adopted son's legs, so I'll demand his life first. Tianhong turned to Tian 19, asking how much Lang had lost. By now, Tian 19 was too scared to even lift his head, stuttering out that it was 16,000 gold coins. Hearing this, Tianhong was overjoyed. Well done, 16,000 gold coins. Shen Lang is surely doomed now. Hearing Tianhang's laughter, Tian 19 felt his heart might leap out of his chest, his scalp tingling. Suddenly Tianhong grabbed him and said, take the IOU, let's go to the council's mansion to demand payment. And 1019, trembling, told Tianhang, foster father, it wasn't Chen Lang who lost. We lost 16,000 gold coins. Tianhong was momentarily stunned. Tian19 repeated, we lost 16,000 gold coins. Silence fell in the room. Utterly unexpected. Was he hearing things? Then, Tianhong, in a rage, grabbed Tian19 to confirm Shen Lang's win or loss again. After the third confirmation from Tian19, Tan Hong was struck as if by lightning, nearly losing all reaction. Fortune Casino was the most profitable of his 5 gambling houses, earning about this much in a year. He went mad with fury. Lifting 1019 high, your mythical Turtle City's top gambler, how did you manage to lose to a nobody? By now, 1019 was utterly terrified, crying. I don't know why. Shenlang won every round. 10 Hink threw 10-19 aside, and turned to Master Su, roaring. You said Shenlang was a waste. Why then can he not only understand obscure characters, but is also so good at gambling? Who knows what's going on with that disaster? At that moment, Su Chanshan stepped forward. Let's stop arguing here. Why not go to the scene and see what exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Tianheng immediately stood up, ready to head to Fortune Casino. He didn't want to waste a moment curious about the chaos Shenlang might have caused there. Then, Su Shangqian's voice followed from behind. Leader 10, don't forget the city lord's mansion and the prefect's office are your backers. Tianheng turned the bank Su Chanshan, and hurriedly led his men rushing to Fortune Casino at full speed. A quarter hour later, Tianheng arrived in haste. But for some reason, his Fortune Casino was already packed with people. Numerous gamblers, upon seeing Tianheng, loudly clamored, the person in charge is here. Pay up, pay up. At this moment, Shenlang also stepped forward, smiling at Tianheng. He said, I have 119,000 gold coins at your Fortune Casino. And these hundreds of people bet with me, winning a total of 7,000 gold coins. That makes a total of 26,000 gold coins. Please help us cash these in. 26,000 gold coins, to be honest, was already a large part of Tianheng's savings. Although he was making a fortune every day, he also had hundreds of people under him to support. Losing these 26,000 gold coins would almost bankrupt Tianheng. Faced with Shenlang presenting the chips, Tianheng, who harbored intense hatred for Shenlang, could only manage a smile. Master Shen, shall we go inside and talk about it? Shenlang agreed, but the gamblers were not pleased. You can't leave, you can't leave. Cash in the gold coins before leaving. They were worried that Shenlang and Tianheng would strike a deal behind closed doors and betray them. Shenlang wildly assured them. Please rest assured, everyone. I, Shenlang, will definitely not betray your interests. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Faced with the Count's son-in-law, everyone chose to believe. Soon, they arrived at the second floor of Fortune Casino. Tianheng's smile immediately vanished, his face turning cold. He looked at Shenlang. Master Chen, your tactics are truly ruthless. Doing all this, is it just to make me break 13 slags? But coming to the casino, aren't you afraid of tarnishing the Count's mansion's reputation? Shenlang stated, the reputation of the Count's mansion is indeed important. But Shenlang's reputation can be disregarded. A person can do countless good deeds, but ruining just one can lead to complete ruin. However, if one's reputation is already bad, doing one good deed can have a completely different effect. These words instantly choked Tianheng. He stopped making pointless arguments. Not to mention 19,000 gold coins, he wouldn't even give 1,900. Bus, Tan and firmly told Shenlang, I will not break 13 slags. If I really did that, I would lose all my dignity. Shenlang laughed, I think you're misunderstanding something. I want not only the 19,000 gold coins, but also to break 13 slags. Upon hearing this, Tianheng's eyes instantly turned red with rage, clearly showing how angry he was. Guards hurriedly stepped forward to protect Shenlang. At the next moment, Tianheng laughed out of sheer anger, clearly towing Shenlang. I won't give you even a single here, let alone break 13th legs. His confidence stemmed from the belief that the Count's mansion would not stoop to demanding the gold coins from him. Then Tianheng walked to the window, opened it, and told the gamblers, the gold coins you want will be fully redeemed. The gamblers immediately cheered for Tianheng. This broke Ship Lane's method of using the gamblers' power against him. And in the end, those gamblers would still lose the gold coins back. Tianheng had not lost anything. He knew the gamblers' money was never warm for long. Tianheng looked at Shenlang smugly, and Lane clapped heart, what a move. Then, he questioned Tianheng. Did you forget you have other casinos? As long as they are open, I can keep winning and I'll bring all the gamblers with me to win. Saying so, Shenlang turned and shouted to the gamblers outside. Don't leave. I'll continue to lead you to win money. In an instant, the gamblers cheered again. Back in the casino, Shenlang continued his winning streak, and the gamblers went completely wild. It was easier than picking up money. As long as they followed Shenlang, they were sure to win. In contrast, the entire casino staff looked assent, doubting their life choices. Before long, Tianheng lost another 7,000 gold coins. The kicker was that Shenlang bet only 1 gold coin each time. The rest were won by the gamblers. Tianheng was so angry he could crush his teeth. Seeing this, his adopted son 14 immediately rushed downstairs and approached Lang, intending to drive him out. Lang immediately pretended to be frail. What are you going to do? Do you want to hit me? My health is not good, you know. I'll fall down with just a touch. Who dares to strike the Count's son-in-law? My wife will kill his entire family. This shameless act completely infuriated 14, who pointed at Lang's head and roared. So what if I do take action? Someone get Lang out of here. However, the next second, guards surrounded and protected Lang. And countless gamblers also rushed over, forming a protective circle around him, shouting, whoever dares to touch Lay will have to step over our dead bodies. 14 was dumbfounded, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, Tianhan appeared, directly announcing, we're closing for today. Come back tomorrow to cash in your gold coins. Unexpectedly, Lang wanted to take the gamblers to Tianhan's other casinos to continue. Tianhan could only announce, all other casinos are also temporarily closed. Who knew how much pain Tianhan felt when he made this decision? These 5 casinos accounted for more than 60% of his daily income. Now that they are all closed, the daily losses are known only to the heavens. Tianhan regretted not having dealt with Lang permanently before. Even so, he did not plan to compromise with Lang and break 13 slags. However, Tianhan's troubles were just beginning, because these casinos were not solely his. Previously in search of protection, he agreed to give 20% of the income to the Zhang family. And the Su family, acting as agents for the Zhangs, demanded Tianheng agree Tish in Lane's terms. Tianheng roared with a fierce expression. 13 is one of my most outstanding adopted sons, breaking his legs with disheartened my men and ruined my reputation. However, a voice came from next door, agreed to it. This voice was from Zhang Ji. Don't delay. Every day you delay, you're losing money. Better to agree sooner than later. I promise you, one day, we will kill Lang. And then you can take your revenge. Lang is just a small fry. Our real target is the Count's mansion. Once we take down the Council's mansion, reclaim its lands and military power, the position of Deputy Lord will be yours, Tianhan. And Tianheng's fists, blood from the force of his grip. His teeth clenched so tightly that his gums bled. Shaking all over, he pondered for a long time. And eventually agreed. Soon after, Tianheng returned to Fortune Casino. I agreed to publicly break Tian's 13 slags. Now disperse. Stop causing trouble. Unexpectedly, Lang stated, the conditions have changed. Your other adopted son, Tian 14, yelled at me wanting to hit me, pointing at my head with his finger. So his arms and legs need to be broken too. Hearing Lang's words, Tianheng felt a surge of blood rush to his brain. Seeing Tan and not speaking, Lang stated, if you don't agree, I'll change the conditions again. Then, it will be to break the legs of everyone who has ever visited my house. Tianheng could no longer restrain himself in charge that she'd been laying, instantly grabbing Lang forcefully, one hand on his head and the other on his waist, directly tearing Lang in half. Tianheng laughed maniacally in his frenzy. However, all this was just Tianheng's imagination. He didn't want to compromise, but he had no choice. Tianheng looked at Lang for a long time before agreeing. Fine, I will break 13 slags and 14's arms and legs in public. But Tianheng still underestimated Lai's ruthlessness. Not only that, but you must also completely expel them from the Black Clothes game. And they are not to be visited, left to fend for themselves. If they are not miserable enough by then, I will come to trouble you again. Tianheng, collapsing, held his head in his hands. I agreed to all your conditions. All of them. Moments later, at the entrance of Fortune Casino, 13 and 14 were tied up for public viewing. Tianheng spoke with righteous indignation. 13-14, you are my adopted sons. How much have I valued you? But because you harbored personal grudges against Master Lang and acted behind my back for revenge, you nearly caused a great disaster. Master Lang is not only the son-in-law of the mythical Turul Count's mansion, but also a close friend of mine, Tianheng. How could you two traitors afford to offend him? If I do not punish severely, how can I uphold family discipline? A thick and hard stick was handed to him. Tianheng whispered to 13. Do not blame your father. 13 did not respond, turning his head away, which angered Tianheng. Are you trying to turn against me? The next moment Tianheng raised the stick and fiercely smashed it down on his legs. With a crack, 13 slags were broken. From start to finish, 13 just let out a low grunt without screaming in agony. The onlookers were stunned, and Tianheng then turned his gaze to 14. He picked up the stick and ruthlessly smashed it down on 14 slags. Then, with another fierce strike, 14's arms were brutally broken, resulting in compound fractures. 14 let out an incredibly piercing scream, chilling to the bone. And then he fainted. The faces of everyone around twitched, especially the warriors of the Black Clothes game. Tianheng's other adopted sons felt a chill run down their spines. It was a case of one's misfortune affecting others. How loyal 13 and 14 had been, and yet, at the first sign of trouble, they were the first to be sacrificed. They all couldn't help but wonder if they would be next. From then on, Tianhong's prestige greatly diminished, losing the hearts of the Black Cloak game. After breaking the legs of his two adopted sons, TNH and Ashton Lane. Are you satisfied now? Option Line gave a wicked smile. I am satisfied. But there's still some loose ends to tie up. Tianhong's face drastically changed. I've publicly broken the legs of two adopted sons, and you tell me it's not over yet. Shenlang pointed with his finger and retorted to Tianheng. You still owe me 19,000 gold coins. Tianhong was furious. I've already lost tens of thousands of gold coins. Where am I supposed to find so much more for Shenlang? Tianhong was furious with nowhere to vent. Shenlang continued with an irritating expression. How about this? You first give me 2,000 gold coins. And for the remaining 17,000, write an IOU, how about that? These words instantly made Tianheng's anger surge. 2,000 gold coins were already the last of Fortune Casino's cash flow. Shenlang kept urging him to pay up quickly. Later, Chen, let's settle this matter quickly. Otherwise, I really fear one day I won't be able to control my legs, and will find myself unintentionally walking into your casino again. It's getting late. My wife is really getting anxious. The food will not taste good once it's cold. These words completely broke Tianheng's last nerve. He picked up a stick, unable to bear it any longer, and swung it fiercely at Chen Wei, aiming to crush his head. However, in reality, this was all just in Tianheng's imagination. And then, one of his adopted sons handed him a note. Tianheng saw that. The note's content was, agree to what Shenlang said. Given the money, the mythical Turtle Count's family is strict. They will not tolerate the dirty money one from the casino. The Count will deal with him in time. Tianheng looked towards the second floor, understanding it was an order from Jinji. Furious, Tianheng snapped the stick in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he agreed to Shenlang's demand, and ordered his adopted son to bring out the gold coins. Moments later, 2 boxes of gold coins and an IOU were placed before Shenlang. But everyone knew that the IOU was unlikely to be repaid. Shenlang took the IOU, glance at it, then opened the boxes filled with gold coins. The dazzling golden light almost blinded everyone around. Seeing this, Tianheng sneered in his heart. As long as Shenlang takes this month, the more triumphant he is now, the worse it will be when he returns to the Count's mansion. This will irreversibly damage the Count's mansion's reputation. Unexpectedly, Shenlang's expression suddenly turned righteous. He accused Tianheng with moral high ground. Since you opened this casino, how many people have been ruined? Their families torn apart. I, Shenlang, regard money as dirt. I didn't come to the casino to win money, but to seek justice for everyone. My father-in-law, the Count, has always said to love the people as one's children. Saying this, Shenlang grabbed a handful of gold coins and scattered them towards the surrounding crowd. I, Shenlang, will not take a single gold coin, and all will be given back to the people. Immediately, the crowd went absolutely wild. Scramble for the gold coins and Lang had thrown. Tianheng watched the scene, his eyes nearly popping out. The man was truly about to explode. Not only did he force me to break my adopted son's legs, but he also used my money to win over the hearts of the people. This is not only an insult to my character, but also an insult to my intelligence. Tianheng was already holding back frustration, and at this point he could no longer bear it, directly vomiting blood from anger. Inside Fortune Casino, Zhang Ji, witnessing the scene, was somewhat surprised by Qin Lian's tactics, but the next moment he curled his lips into a smile. He cryptically said to Mayor Lu, with the situation now so chaotic, isn't it especially easy for Shanlan to suffer a sudden misfortune? Mayor Lu clearly understood Zhang Ji's implication. With the crowd fighting over the gold coins below, if a stampede occurred, it wouldn't be traced back to them. And if Shanlan accidentally got trampled, it would seem like an accident. It would be blamed on Qin Lian being too ostentatious. Mayor Lu with a smile stated, if it's a stampede, it's normal for many people to die. Dozens or even hundreds. By then, Shenlang and the Count's mansion would both be hard-pressed to escape blame. Zhang Ji was shocked by Mayor Lu's ruthlessness. But what's a few deaths, as long as we achieve our goals? Outside, thousands of people were still cheering, shouting on live Shenlang. However, in the chaos, people arranged by Zhang Ji silently merged into the crowd. Once they got close to Shenlang, they planned to first push away the 4 guards around him, then knock Shenlang to the ground and cause a major disturbance, initiating a stampede. Shenlang sensed the danger immediately. With his keen mind, he could clearly remember many faces, and those he focused on had appeared at his wedding. Obviously not Tianheng's men. Shenlang quickly guessed their intentions. So, he clapped his hands forcefully, and shouted, quiet, everyone stop moving. Faced with Chen Lane distributing gold coins, His influence was at its peak, immediately silencing the crowd as they looked towards Chen Lang. Chen Lang, holding an empty box, announced all my gold coins have been distributed. However, those few people arranged by Jee were still shouting to grab the gold coins, which seemed particularly conspicuous. Chen Lang smiled inwardly, just as I suspected. The next moment, Chen Lang took out the IOU from Tianhan, declaring, I also do not want the 17,000 gold coins. This is all your hard-earned money. So, I will hand over this IOU to the mayor, letting the mayor recover the debt for you, to be used entirely for aiding the poor families of mythical Turtle City. Instantly the crowd erupted in cheers. Seeing those few men still pretending to be part of the crowd and pushing towards him, Chen Lang immediately ran towards the second floor of Fortune Casino. He had used his X-ray vision earlier to see Mayor Lu was upstairs. At the same time, Mayor Lu upstairs was shocked. Chen Lang was actually dragging him into this, just as he thought of escaping through the back door. Chen Lang had already reached the second floor. He grabbed Mayor Lu and brought into the window, calling the countless people outside to look their way. In that instant, the few men outside ceased their actions, daring not to cause any more disturbances. Then under the gaze of countless people, Chen Lang handed the IOU to Mayor Lu. With a tone full of righteousness, he stated, I may be of humble status, but you, Mayor, as the leader of this city, if you stand up to recover the debt for the countless poor, surely Tanhan would not dare to default. Upon hearing this, Mayor Lu was completely stunned. The IOU was originally just a piece of waste paper, and now he was actually expected to repay the debt. At this moment, Mayor Lu felt that Chen Lang was a venomous snake that devoured men without on anything. If he refused to take the IOU, his reputation would be completely ruined. With a convulsion in his heart, he put on a smile, insincerely assuring Chen Lang, I will certainly not fail his trust. Chen Lang also announced this result to the crowd. It's getting late, I shall take my leave now. Countless people shouted Chen Lang's name. From this day forward, the entire mythical Turtle City would be filled with legends about him. Meanwhile, at the mythical Turtles Council's mansion, Father Jin paced back and forth, repeatedly asking his servants, Has Chen Lang returned yet? He was worried about Xindeling's safety. After all, Tanhan had the cunning Mayor Lu and the ruthless Zhang Ji behind him. Mother Jin's signal led Father Jin not to worry too much. Chen Lang has us. The counts mentioned backing him. Tianhan wouldn't dare to go too far. At that moment, a servant returned with news. Father Jin, anxious, asked, how did it go? How much did Jin Lane lose? Did Tianhan lay a hand on him? Jin Hui, a skilled servant, reported loudly. No, he bankrupted Tianhong instead. In front of everyone, he broke the legs of Teen 13 and Teen 14, making Tianhong vomit blood from anger. Upon hearing this, everyone present was utterly astounded. Chen Lang is just one person, yet he managed to deal with Tianhong, a local snake in his backing forces. Afterwards, the skilled individual reported in detail to Father Jin about the entire situation, including Chen Lang's tactical wit and ability to turn situations around. And Father Jin was amazed by Chen Lang's actions, and relieved that he maintained the reputation of their count's mansion. However, Father Jin also felt apprehensive today's situation. Although this young rascal won, it was too risky. Father Jin decided to discipline Jin Langgaban, fearing he would become even more reckless in the future. So, when Chen Lang returned sneakily, Father Jin had been waiting for a long time. Oh, the gambling god is back. Chen Lang was instantly taken aback. Father-in-law, you, a dignified count, actually hid behind the door to ambush me. Regardless, Chen Lang quickly admitted his fault. And Father Jin began to loudly scold. However, before he could say much, Chen Lang bowed again in apology, mainly acting obedient. And clearly, Father Jin did not want to let Jin Lang off so easily. But Chen Lang kept admitting his mistake promptly, leaving Father Jin speechless. At that moment, Mother Jin came out to mediate. Chen Lang's intentions were good. Stop scolding him. Then pretending to be angry, she said, Chen Lang, you must not go to casinos anymore, or I will have to punish you. After saying this, she showed concern for Chen Lang. Are you hungry? Do you want to go eat? Father Jin was speechless. Is that it? You're usually quite strict with your own son. Quick to discipline. Why do you soften up with your son-in-law? Anointed and unable to let it go. Father Jin grabbed Chen Lang's hand, telling him, starting today, you are grounded again. You can move around inside the mansion, but you are not to step outside the council's mansion. Chen Lang was taken aback, actively asking, what conditions do I need to meet to be allowed out? Out. Father Jin said flatly, none. When you've learned to behave and improve yourself, then you'll be released. Chen Lang was stunned again. I didn't expect that just one day out, though it was a spectacular day. I wouldn't want to be confined. Father Jin was actually doing a fishing Lang's own good, in case Tan Hain and his group really took drastic actions. It would be too late to protect him. So, deciding to be thorough, Father Jin ordered everyone, keep an eye on Shanlan. He must not go out. Everyone responded in unison. Shanlan really felt like crying now. Today, I was on a roll, dominating, only to come home and be put in solitaire. Seeing Shanlang dispirited, Father Jin was satisfied. My goal has been achieved, but Father Jin still felt something was missing, not long after. Screams could be heard from a room in the Count's mansion. It turned out that Jee Mulan's brother once again suffered a loving mixed doubles punishment. Because Shanlang's clever and outstanding performance made their own son seem even more foolish by comparison. On the other hand, when Shanlang returned to the courtyard, he found Jee Mulan wearing a suit of armor. Curious. Shanlang asked Jee Mulan, "Why are you wearing armor at home?" The answer he got was that Jee Mulan was afraid something would happen to Shanlang, ready to lead troops into the city to rescue him. Shanlang was surprised at this and also felt warned by it. He decided to help Jee Mulan remove the armor before they went to eat together. Jee Mulan did not refuse, opening her arms to let Shanlang help her. After removing Jee Mulan's armor, Shanlang's breathing became somewhat rapid. Seeing Jee Mulan's snake-like waist, her powerful long legs and her explosive figure, Shanlang was utterly fascinated. He quickly calmed himself down and thanked Jee Mulan. Jee Mulan shook her head with a smile, indicating it was nothing. "I am proud of your performance today, Shanlang. But in the future, you must think carefully before acting." Moved by the moment, Shanlang wrapped his arms tightly around Jee Mulan from behind. Jee Mulan was slightly startled. Feeling Shanlang so close to her, her cheeks began to blush. But she did not resist, touched by Shanlang's tender gesture. However, in less than 3 seconds, Jee Mulan felt Shanlang's hands sliding down. Jee Mulan instantly turned around, grabbing Jee Lang's hands. "Husband, where are you putting your hands?" Shanlai immediately responded, "I can't be blamed for this. Blame your skin for being too smooth, making my hands slide down on their own. It was completely unintentional. Next time, I'll chop off my hands." Hearing Shanlayam's feeble excuse, Jee Mulan simply said, "Don't let it happen again." But soon after, Shanlayam's hands began to wander again. Jee Mulan directly grabbed Shanlang's hand and pressed it on the tape. Looking at Shanlang, she said, "Maybe it's better if you didn't have this hand." Shanlang, with all seriousness, claimed, "How can you take a man's word seriously? I was just speaking off the cuff." Jee Mulan, feeling helpless at his words, did not really intend to pursue it further. She sat aside, letting Shanlangi. After finishing the meal, Jee Mulan put her armor back on. Seeing this, Shanlang asked, "Where are you going?" Jee Mulan explained, "I'm leading the cavalry to patrol the night, patrolling the coastline." She waved her hand, bidding goodbye to Shanlang, telling him to stay at home and not cause trot. Meanwhile, Jee Maosong, who had received the loving mixed doubles punishment, was taking arithmetic lessons. Although the imperial examinations in the Great Yu Kingdom did not include arithmetic, noble families placed great importance on it. This was because arithmetic was very practical, and could also train the practitioner's think. The tutor was Suan Zhao, the most famous arithmetic master in mythical Turtle City, who also served as the chief steward within the council's mansion, responsible for settling all financial and material accounts. At this moment, Jee Maosong was very uncomfortable. His parents had beaten him without explanation, leading him to wonder if he was even their biological child. Sun Zhao said, "The reason you were beaten is because of Shanlang." Jee Maosong was surprised. Suan Zhao reiterated Shanlang's previous image, "Because you were underperforming, your sister Jee Mulan had to marry that useless man. And today's beating is because Shanlang went to the casino, unable to vent their frustration on Shanlang. They took it out on you." Hearing this, Jee Muosong's face darkened. At that moment, Su and Zhao suddenly signaled to a servant nearby. The servant immediately told Jee Maosong, "Today, I saw Bing crying secretly." When asked, she wouldn't say why. The implication was that Shanlang had harassed Binger, instantly enraging Jee Maosong, who always regarded Binger as a sister, and he immediately prepared to teach Shanlang a lesson. Maid Binger took the initiative to condition Lang's room, informing Shanlang that Jee Maosong was looking to beat him off. Shanlang was surprised, as Jee Maosong lost his mind. Binger suggested that Shanlang should go out and hide, and she would immediately inform the Lady Countess. However, Shanlang took Binger's hand and is causing her to blush. "It's okay, I have my ways." Binger naturally didn't believe him. Her face flushed as she tried to push him lying away, worried that she'd lying would really get beaten up. However, Shanlang just brushed Binger off. "Okay, I got it." But this left Binger infuriated as she walked out the door, still deciding to inform the lady of the house. Moments later, Jee Maosong arrived at Shanlang's door with people, fiercely demanding Shanlang to come out and take his beating, but despite Jee Maosong's loud call, he received no response from Shanlin. Analyst Jee Maosong pushed the door open, only decision line writing something on the wall. After questioning, he learned Shanlang was writing down names. Jee Maosong puzzled, asked Shanlang, "Where are you doing writing these names?" Shen Lang ominously stated, "These are my enemies. I'm afraid I might forget them, so I'm writing their names on the wall to remind myself to seek revenge." He drew a large cross over the names of 13 and 14. Seeing this, Jin Maotsong asked what that meant. As Jin Lang descended the stairs, he explained, "I've already taken care of these two." Then, seeming of red in his eyes, he told Jin Mutsun sinisterly to ensure I don't forget my revenge. "I recite these names 3 times every morning and 3 times every night before I sleep." Jin Mutsong shuddered uncontrollably. "What kind of grudge is this?" Shen Lang, with a chilling air, stated 13 once threatened me, so I had 10 and break his legs. Those legs of his were broken into 5 or 6 pieces. As for 14, the grudge is even deeper. Not only did he threaten me, but he also pointed at my head. I hate nothing more than someone pointing at my head in this life. So, both his arms and legs were broken, completely shattered. Jin Mutsun was instantly petrified. Just for that bit of grudge, you had someone's arms and legs broken. Are you a devil? At that moment, Jin Maotsong felt the chill run down his scout. If I hitched him Lang, wouldn't I be torn to pieces by him? Seeing the sinister Shinlian, Jin Mutsun was genuinely scared. Shin Long inquired. So, what did you want with me? Jin Mutsum hastily said, "Nothing, I was just full and wandering around." Shen Lang, stroking his chin, countered. "Why did I seem to hear someone saying they wanted to beat me just now?" Jin Mutsun was immediately scared stiff. "No, who said that? Who dares to hit the Count's mansion's son-in-law, looking for death?" Then, he hurriedly fled. That, Chen Lian couldn't help but laugh inwardly, such a coward. However, the moment Jin Mutsun ran out, he bumped into his most feared entity, his mother. Mother Jin immediately grabbed Jin Maotsong by the ear. This rebellious child actually dared to come to Hitchin Lane. Jin Muzo knew he was doing. This time he would definitely be beaten to the point of lying in bed for half a month. At this moment, Shin Lane came out. Mother Jin, fuming, assured Hin Lang, "I will definitely take revenge for you." Unexpectedly, Jin Lane said. Jin Maotsong was just coming to chat with me, not to fight. The great Mother Jin was surprised, really. Peach, Sealing Lane nodding. See this, Mother Jin swung her hand and slapped the back of Jin Mutsung's head. But scolding Jin Mutsun, "Look how good your brother-in-law's to you, even pleading on your behalf." Then turning to Shin Lang. "You don't have to plead for my foolish son." She then turned around, pulled out a whip and was about to strike Jin Maotsong. Shenlan quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Mother-in-law, please. Don't harm your health over this. The Crown Prince is straightforward and honest. How about I talk to him?" Mother Jin, upon hearing this, refrained from hitting. Shen Lang is indeed filio. "Teach my son a good lesson for me. If he doesn't listen, feel free to hit it." Later, inside Shin Lang's room, Jin Maotsong was immensely grateful to Shin Lang. "If there's anything you need, just ask me." Shin Lang glanced at him, "Then tell me who encouraged you to come." Jin Maotsong shrunk his head and vigorously shook it, saying, "Milwei, I'm a man of loyalty, I can't betray." Shin Lang figured out why his mother-in-law always hit him, being sold out and still helping the seller count the money without knowing. Though foolish, the loyalty he showed was something Shin Lang appreciated. He didn't inquire further and decided to investigate on his own. After sending Jin Mutsung on the way, Shin Lang closed all the doors. Then took out a bag of moldy wheat. Scraping off the urgent fungus from a bit by bit, anyone knowledgeable would be shivering, not knowing what's in line planned to do with this dangerous substance. The next morning, Jee Mulan still hadn't returned, being her assisted Chen Lane with his washing. During this, Chen Lane noticed Binger's attitude towards him had improved significantly. He couldn't help but start thinking, "Binger, do you know why white tigers are rare and precious?" Being your thought for a moment because most tigers are yellow. But at that moment Shen Lang had hidden behind the door, explaining to Binger, "No, it's because time is precious and gold cannot buy time." Binger was utterly confused after hearing Shen Lang, clearly not understanding what he was talking about. Seeing that his attempted humor had no effect, Shen Lang felt helpless. "She's too innocent. I was even afraid of getting hit by Binger, and even prepared to run away." "Okay," Binger decided. "I'll ask the missus what it means tonight." Shen Lang felt a tingling in his scalp, but Jee Mulan is so innocent. She probably won't understand either. So, I probably won't get beaten. After breakfast, Shen Lang received another task from his father-in-law, which was to study. Shen Lang was speechless. "I'm already well learned. What more is there to study?" But father-in-law is still angry. Shen Lang decided to go through the motions. The Count's mansion had its own school, with over 100 students. When Shen Lang entered, the classroom became lively instantly, with undisguised hostility and jealousy in their eyes. The reason was simple, Shen Lang had married Jee Mulan, the dream girl of all the boys. A few of them exchanged glances, and then surrounded and win, planning to beat him off. At this moment, Jin Maotsong came to Shen Lang's side, putting an arm around Shen Lang's shoulder, defending him. "This is my brother-in-law. Show some respect, or beware I might start hitting people." The group dispersed, but the looks they gave Shenlang were still full of challenge. So when the class officially started, facing the old master's pop quiz on I Chang, Shenlian could easily recite and explain its meanings. The old master, unconvinced, asked a few more questions, which in line I'll explain with these. The old master was slightly surprised. Wasn't Shenlane said to be a good-for-nothing? However, Shenlang's explanations were affirmed by the old master, astonishing everyone else. Then, the old master asked several more questions, and Shenlane answered fluently. His interpretations and references perfectly addressed the old master's queries, some answers even exceeding the old master's knowledge, which he hadn't considered could be explained that way. This made Shenliang increasingly appreciated by the old master. Shenliang is a genius. I must report this to the count. We cannot allow Shenlang's talents to be bare. Upon entering the arithmetic class, Su Wenjiao immediately noticed Shenling. Shenlang, with his keen senses, detected a deep hostility from Su Wenjiao towards him. This puzzle shouldn't lie. I've never even interacted with this person. Could it be jealousy like those others? But he's over 50. It's not likely harbors fantasies about Jee Mulan. Shenlang decided to observe quietly. As soon as I began his lecture, Shenlane found it incredibly dull. The content was too elementary, practically at a primary school of. Naturally, Shenlane fell asleep, which immediately caught Su Wenjiao's attention. He approached Shenlang and shouted, "Shenlang, stand up." He even prepared to punish Shenlang by hitting his palm. Shenlane frowned, and others asleep as well. This confirmed Shenlane's suspicion. Such targeting, I must be blocking his path. Could it be possible that Su Wenjiao is a relative of one of the 5 suitors Jee Mulan initially had? That scene should remain on move. Su Wenjiao grabbed Tianlong's wrist, ready to discipline him. Shenlang calmly stated, "I already know what you are teaching." This response infuriated Su Wenjiao during the talkback. "Not only will I hit your palms, but you will also kneel for 3 hours in front of Confucius." Shenlane looked coldly at Su Wenjiao. "I respectfully decline." Upon hearing Shenlang's words, the audience was impressed by Shenlang's boldness, while also watching him with a sense of schadenfreude. Su Wenjiao, flushed with anger, his blood boiling, exclaimed, "Shenlang, you're ignorant, and yet you dare to defy your teacher. I'm going to report this to the councilman." With that, he slammed his ruler onto the desk, breaking it in half, and left the classroom, obviously to seek the count. Jee Mulan turned pale and told Shenlang, "If your father finds out, you'll be beaten severely. Expect to lie in bed for half a month." Shenlang, hearing this, asked back, "Was it Su Wenjiao who instigated you yesterday?" Jee Mulan shook his head, feigning ignorance. No, I can't say. To say it would be disloyal." Alright, with that expression on Jee Mulan's face, Shenlang already knew. So, Shenlang asked Jee Mulan, "Is he related to any of the 5 suitors Jee Mulan originally had?" After thinking, Jee Mulan said, "Yes. He's the uncle of Wang Liang's cousin, also a distant relative of his mother." The truth is now clear. He is the uncle of Chief Clerk Wanlian from the mythical Turtle City Mansion. Had Wanlian become Jee Mulan's husband, he could have advanced further. My sudden appearance and marriage to Jee Mulan blocks Su Wenjiao's path. No wonder he sees me as a thorn in his sight. Soon after, urgent footsteps were heard outside. As expected, Xian Zhao had brought the count. He accused Shenlang of disrespecting his elders and tarnishing the count's mansion's reputation, urging Father Jin to severely punish and land. However, Shenlane wasn't afraid though Jee Mulan was already cowering in fear, used to being beaten. Facing his father-in-law's case, Shenlang first expressed his respect for teachers, then said the content taught by Su Wenjiao was basic and I had already mastered it. I was not lying. Su Wenjiao became furious to say that what I taught was simple. Someone who spent 10 years in school barely recognizes a few characters, claims to have learned it all, ridiculous and laughable. Soon, Zhao then challenged Shenlang. "I'll give you 10 problems. You only need to solve 3. If you can't, you'll receive 30 strokes. Do you dare?" At this moment, Su and Zhao was incredibly smug, already anticipating Shenlang's miserable state. After all, arithmetic wasn't taught in other schools, and he didn't believe Shenlang could do it. Naturally, Shenlang accepted the challenge, adding, "What if I solve all 10 questions?" Soon Zhao outright said it was impossible. "If you manage to answer all of them, I will publicly apologize to Shenlin." Shenlang immediately asked his father-in-law to bear witness. Then Su and Zhao began preparing the questions, planning to come up with the most difficult ones, hoping Shenlang wouldn't be able to solve any, which would give him a reason to severely punish Shenlang. An hour later, Su Wenjiao, having exhausted his knowledge and effort, presented the completed questions to Shenlang. With only 1 hour to answer, Shenlang glanced at his lips curling into a smile. Now, is this it, asking a person with a master's degree to solve these 10 arithmetic problems? Is like using a cleaver to kill a chicken. Look at this first question, asking how many grains of rice are held by 100 people. Isn't this a primary school question? And Chen Lane easily solved it without much thought. Moving on to the second question, interesting, using equations now, but for Xin Lang, it was still very simple. The third question looks like poetry, but it's just a math problem. Also too easy. Then, the fourth, fifth, sixth, not a single question was challenging enough for him. When Chen Lane looked at the last question, he found it a bit more interesting, even very challenging, a world-class math problem from his previous life. Unexpectedly encountered here. A regular person definitely couldn't arrange 16 rows, but in Lang easily could draw up to 23 rows, which would probably scare Su and Zhao out of his wit. Xin Lane quickly wrote down his answers. None of the questions could stump. However, others didn't know this. Like Su and Zhao, who was waiting to see Shanlan punish Father Jin, fearing Chen Lane was just scribbling nonsense, which would make it difficult to plead for him later. At a servant call Mother Jin. But within the next hour of the exam, not even 10 minutes had passed before Xin Lang handed in his paper, shocking Father Jin and the others. Soon Zhao took it for review and began more. In his expression changed the moment he saw it. He found that Chen Lang had correctly answered the first question. And from the second to the ninth question, Xin Lang's answers were still perfectly correct. Soon Zhao's face turned hideously twisted, unable to accept that after all his hard thinking, Xin Lang had easily solved them. Xin Lang, with a light laugh, looked at Su and Zhao. Did I get them all right? Su and Zhao immediately looked at Xin Lang's answer to the 10th question, convinced that Xin Lang couldn't possibly have solved it. But Xin Lang's answer nearly made his eyes pop out of their socket. The question asked how many rows can be formed if 20 trees are planted per row? And Chen Lane's answer was an astonishing 23 rows, considering Su and Zhao had spent over a decade, and only managed to figure out 14 rows. He wondered, is Xin Lang human or ghost, doubting his own intelligence. In his pride crumbling, Sai and Zhao couldn't admit defeat without losing face. So, he tore Xin Lang's paper to shred. Let's do it on the ground. Stand calm and with confidence, I feel comfortable. Shamelessly berating Chen Ling. What a mess you've made. It's utterly unbearable to look at. Seeing this, Xin Lang remained on faith, for he had written 2 copies of his answer. He then handed the answers to the nearby old master for review. See you soon, Jolpan. While Father Jin stepped in front of him to stop any further action. Soon Zhao knew he was finished, internally cursing Shanlan's Khan. The old master, skilled in arithmetic, was stunned after reviewing from start to finish. The most astonishing was the last question. He looked at Shanlan in utter shock, then knelt to Father Jin, saying, "Congratulations, my lord, for having an arithmetic genius. I have never seen nor heard of such talent." The son-in-law's answers are all correct, and his mathematical skills far exceed the limits of these 10 questions. I am humbled by his prowess. He couldn't help but ask Chen Lang, "Who did you learn from?" From Chen Lang with a slight smirk, posted in a very versa manner. I taught myself, isn't arithmetic quite simple? This boastful statement made even Father Jin want to punch someone the next moment. Chen Lang's gaze turned to Su and Zhao, trying to sneak away. Where are you going? You just made a bet to apologize to me. Su and Zhao instantly felt a wave of heat over his body, unable to swallow his pride in wanting to leave. At this moment, Father Jin spoke, a teacher must set an example. Mother Jin also entered. One must take responsibility for their actions. A promise made must be kept. See this, Xin Lang secretly smiled. Su and Zhao is a distant relative of my mother-in-law, essentially his backer. Now that she has spoken, it's like publicly slapping Sivan Zhao's face, grinding his teeth, and with a flushed face, Soon shall apologize to Shun Lin, prompting everyone to watch gleefully. Su Wenjiao, red-faced, and as if his hair was on fire from the embarrassment, felt like his heart was about to explode with rage. Unable to stay a moment longer, he turned and left, harboring resentment against Chen Wei. The students witnessing this looked at Chen Liaying with admiration. However, Father Jin, with a stern face, approached and laughed. "Extend your hand." And reluctantly, Shen Lang stretched out his palm. And a smack resounded. Father Jin's intention was to keep Shen Lang from becoming arrogant, to prevent him from getting too carried away. Later that night in a secluded courtyard, Sun Zhao, cloaked in a black robe and holding a box, knocked on the door. Upon seeing the door open, he presented the box, saying, "This is my humble tribute to young Master Zhang Ji over the past 6 months. He also took out a scroll from his robe, which contained the financial information of the council's mansion. Su and Zhao had betrayed the council's mansion to secure his son's success in the martial examination. Not long after Su and Xiaorui turned home, he found Tianhan appearing in his house. Tenhum cut straight to the point. "Do you want to get rid of Shen Lang?" Sun Shao naturally did. But the count is very satisfied with Jin Lang. It's not easy to take action. Is it? Tannen offered Su Wenjua strategy, use public opinion. Spread rumors that Shen Lang is pretending to be weak, but has huge ambitions. Port Rangjin Lang is aiming for power, and Jin Mutsong is incompetent by creating the illusion that Shen Lang wants to seize power. Once everyone believes it, Shen Lang can be taken down without bloodshed. Upon hearing this, Su and Zhao agreed to collaborate with Tian Han. Meanwhile, outside the Count Encounter's chamber, Shen Lang came to knock on the door. Father Jean came out furious, looking at Shen Lang. Can't this wait until tomorrow? Mother Jean pinched Father Jean, then asked Shen Wei, what's the matter? Clearly Shen Lang realize he had interrupted Father Jen's leisure, apologize, and then went straight to the point. I suspect Su Wenzhou of embezzlement and wish to examine his accounts. His annual salary is only 200 gold coins, yet his sons are decked in gold and silver. And he owns many properties in mythical Tural City, far exceeding what his salary could afford. Father Jean slammed the table, not wanting Shen Lang to continue causing a rift, and told, "Too clear water harbors no fish." Shen Lang responded, "What if the embezzled money far exceeds your expectation and tolerance?" Mother Jean asked Shen Lang, "Do you have evidence?" Shen Lang presented 2 account books, indicating they recorded Su Wenjiao's severe corruption. And these were just 2 of them. Father Jean was curious about where Shen Lang got the account book. Shen Lang coughed lightly, saying he had Jean Mutsun fetch them. The Count and Countess couldn't help but cover their faces. Imagining how Shen Lang had directed their naive son, Mother Jean then looked at Father Jean. "It's good to check. His status should not be a concern." Hearing his wife say so, Father Jean agreed, but there are 3 conditions. First, you must investigate with the old master. Second, the findings must first be brought to me for handling. Third, Su Wenzhou is not at home now. You must stop once he returns and cannot confront him directly. Father Jean truly didn't want to be the villain. After all, Su Wenzhou had served him for a decade. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang internally sighed, "My father-in-law is too kind-hearted. Well, I'll be the villain there." Watching Shen Lang lead, Mother Jean embraced Father Jean. "Stop worry. Let's go back to our room and continue what we were doing." And laying them headed to the accounting office. Stunned by the mountainous piles of account books before him, the old master explained, "These are the account books of over 20 years. How could there not be men? It would take several months to go through them all, meeting at least a dozen people, but you only have 1 night. The attendant who opened the door for us just now is Su Wenjiao's trusted apprentice. By dawn, the news could reach Sun Zhao's. Once Su Wenzhou returns, he will take back control of the accounts. The count is lenient and will not refuse." Shen Lang was unfazed. "Old master, just find me an assistant to help pick out the key account book." They could never have predicted Shen Lang's advantage with his intelligence. The accounting work, which would typically require dozens of people several months to complete, was quickly sorted and summarized in Shen Lan's mind. The amount of Su Wenzhou's embezzlement, Shaoxin land. While Chan Lane was audited, Su Wenzhou also received a message from a server. Rushing back to the Khan's mansion in Pan. He couldn't believe Shen Lang dared to audit his accounts. "If I don't teach Shen Lang a lesson, my name isn't Su Wenjia." So, when Su and Zhao returned to the councilman, he knelt before Father Jean. "Lord Count, do not trust me anymore. I've worked diligently for the council's mansion for over 20 years. Now, Lord Shen is auditing my accounts. Such actions are a huge insult to." He then threatened to crash into a wall to prove his innocence. The steward Jean stopped Su, who then collapsed on the ground, sobbing, "I have been so loyal. There's no one in the council mansion more loyal than me. If you still don't believe me, you can take out my heart and see." Father Jean Saunders, instructing steward Jean to call Shen Lane back and to stop the odd. It's. At this moment, Su and Zhao, seemingly crying on the surface, felt triumph inside, unaware that his nightmare was about to begin. Next, soon shall begin a bite back. Claiming Shen Lang harbor great ambitions, a rumor spreading outside mythical turtle. Hearing this, Father Jean became displeased. He was very fond of Shen Lang, despite Shen Lang's propensity for trough. Father Jean could tell whether he had ambition. As Sun Zhao continued to speak ill of Shanlan, Shen Lang was brought in. Seeing this, Su and Zhao immediately started to accuse Shen Lang, and Line with the light laughed, approached Su and Zhao and said something that made Su and Zhao's scalp tingle. "Su and Zhao, I never thought you could embezzle so much." Sun Zhao was shocked and terminally, but remained defiant, demanding Shen Lang to reveal the exact amount. Doubting Shen Lang could audit over 20 years of accounts in 1999, Shen Lang stated deliberately, 30,000 gold coins. This amount made Su Wenzhao's eyes nearly pop out. Shen Lang loudly questioned Su Wenzhao. "Have you no conscience? Can you justify the trust my in-laws placed in you?" 30,000 gold coins could cover the council's mansion's military salaries for a year. In this world, a normal family laboring for a year could not save up to gold coins, illustrating the enormity of the embezzlement. Father Jean was also utterly shocked. He knew Su Wenzhao was corrupt, but never imagined it to this extent. Su Wenzhao, forcing himself to remain calm, not before Father Jean, alleging that Shen Lang was slandering him as if pushing him towards death. Shen Lang told him it was useless to shout, then angrily rebuked Su Wenzhao. "You've got some nerve, even daring to meddle with the military. The number of soldiers hasn't increased, yet the expense is key price. Soon showered toward it. That's because of the rise in prices. Shenlang then asked him, then where do the annually depreciated horses, armor and weapons go? Su and Zhao trembled and said they were melted down and remade. Shenlang snorted coldly, then why haven't I seen an increase in iron production? Instead, it's decreasing, and even the salt from the Count's mansion is diminishing. On the contrary, the production of sacks and bamboo frames has greatly increased. Why is that? Faced with Sai Wen Zhao, who couldn't answer, Shenlang answered for him. It's because Sun Zhao used sacks and bamboo baskets to carry away the iron and salt. Su and Zhao, sweating coldly from being questioned, still refused to admit it. He loudly argued that Shenlang had no evidence, should land directly throughout an account book. This was what he had made overnight. The account book organized by Shenlang allowed Father Jin to clearly understand the expenditures and income. Then he was shocked again. Like buying wine and taking kickbacks, among other things, there were plenty of. The more Father Jin read, the angrier he became. He asked the steward to bring the old master to see if Shenlang's account book was correct. After a moment, the old master looked at Shenlang's account book, and was also immensely surprised. He didn't expect Shenlang to have made it in one night, and then confirmed to Father Jin that Shenlang's account was entirely accurate. Soon Zhao's face turned pale. He knew he couldn't confess his guilt. He had to wait for those big figures behind him to save him. The gold coins he had hidden away were his lifeline. He gritted his teeth and denied everything, accusing Shenlang and others of merely trying to slander him. Then he cried out miserably, Shenlang wants to eliminate those who are different, to lay hands on his old folks of the council mansion. The accounts are all fabricated by Shenlang. Without solid proof, I would rather die than submit. This ugly scene made Father Jin tremble with aim. Shenlang pulled over a chair, and sat in front of Su Wanjia. I know where the solid evidence is. It's the gold coins that Su and Zhao embezzled and hid away. Sun Zhao naturally did not believe. Shenlang was indifferent, and asked his father-in-law to take some men with him. The father-in-law then ordered the steward to dispatch 100 cavalry all to follow Shenlang's arrangement. And our latest. The group arrived at a stone outpost, which was already in a state of semi-abandonment. Then, seeing this, Su Wanjia was so scared that he could no longer walk. He couldn't figure out why Shenlang knew about this place. Just as Shenlang was about to take Shu and Zhao inside, an arrow suddenly shot towards and went. The steward instantly stepped in front of Shenlang, breaking the air. While cautioning Shenlang to be careful, he quickly ordered his men to clear the area. After a while, they only caught one person inside the outpost, seeing the face under the black clothes. The steward recognized him. It was Su and Zhao's son, Su Tian. The steward grabbed his hair and asked what he was doing here. So Tian said with a light laugh. Coming here to play, is that not allowed? Shenlang glanced at it, then activated his X-ray vision, scanning the surroundings inside and out, quickly locating the place. Shenlang pointed to the cellar, ordering it to be dug up. Soon the cellar was revealed, but it was, and not even the soldiers' swords could break the lock. Shenlang immediately scanned Su Wanjia with his X-ray vision and found the key hidden in his hair. With a reach and a pull, Shenlang took out the key. Sun Zhao instantly went mad. That? Cursing Shenlang. Are you human or a ghost? How could you know this? Shenlang ignored him, and after unlocking, he walked straight into the cellar. Soon, the items hidden in the cellar were uncovered. Sun Zhao's corruption exceeded everyone's expectation. All the boxes in the secret room were filled with gold coins as well as various jewels, antiques and painting. This enraged the steward greatly, and Shenlang also found an account book among them, which was essentially Su Wenjiao's diary of corruption, clearly recording when and how much he embezzles. Now the evidence was irrefutable, solid as a rock. At this moment, a soldier asked, what about Su Wenjiao's son? Shenlang stated flatly, kill him, burn the body to ashes, and throw it into the sea. The Sotian panicked, pulling out the new policies of the UK, stating that local nobles have no right to kill or threaten. Shenlang just gave him a cold look, drew a soldier's sword, and placed it beside Sushan's neck. The next moment, blood splattered on Shenlang's indifferent face, as Su Tian convulsed and fell to the ground. The steward was extremely surprised. Son-in-law, the way you cut down a man, feels even more skilled than me. Soon after, the entire convoy returned fully loaded. Shenlang sat in the carriage, looking at his palm. In this strange world, I finally stained my hands with blood, to live a comfortable life. It's really not easy, but no one can threaten my family. That's my bottom line. After retrieving the gold coins embezzled by Su Wanjia, it caused a great uproar in the council mansion. A total of 11,000 gold coins were found in the cellar, along with 52 famous paintings and calligraphies and 5 boxes of jade and jewel. Just as Su and Shou was about to plead for mercy, they always kind Father Jin hit Sun Zhao away. Stop acting. Sun Zhao then turned to Shenlang to beg for mercy. asking to be spared his life and willing to be a servant. Shen Lane looked at him cold, then turned to Father Jean and said, Su and Zhao must die. The old master then said, because it's an employment relationship under the new policies of the UK. Nobles do not have the right to kill him. He must be sent to the Lord's mansion. Shen Lang refused. Su and Zhao embezzled 30,000 gold coins, but only 11,000 were found in the cellar, and his properties are worth about 5,000 gold coins. The rest, needless to say, have already been given to the Lord's mansion and the prefect's mansion, in exchange for his son's place in the next martial examination. All these details are recorded in his account book. Father Jean took the account book, looking at it with a face full of rape. Have I ever wronged you in all these years? Upon hearing this, Sun Shall burst into insane laughter. It turns out Su and Zhao once wanted to place his son in the Count's mansion's army as a captain in charge of 100 men, but Father Jean refused. However, that was also an opportunity given by Father Jean. Su and Zhao's son was neither good at literature nor martial arts. How could he make his subordinates convinced? Simply put, he was too useless. Su and Zhao disdainfully said, I have been loyal for over 20 years, not even offering my son a future. What's wrong with seeking another path? This infuriated Father Jean so much that he grabbed a sword, wanting to kill Su. The old master quickly stepped forward to stop him. If you really strike, you'll give yourself a huge prop. Same miss. Su and Zhao started to talk airgun, making Father Jin's eyes turn red with rage, pushing the old master away, and then quickly stepped forward, saying, I have a way. Su and Zhao was no longer afraid, insulting Shen Lang like a mad dog. Chen Lane looked at him and asked lightly, Are you afraid of the Su family's family law? The next moment, the steward came in with several people. Among them was the old patriarch of the Su family. After apologizing to the Count, he immediately ordered Siwen Zhao to be taken back and beaten to death. I just embezzled. I didn't break any family rules. The family ancestral hall has no right to kill me. I just embezzled. I didn't break any family rules. The family ancestral hall has no right to kill me. Shen Lang walked over, smiling softly, Suing Zhao, the charge for killing you is not embezzlement, but for seducing your aunt, committing the crime of adulterer. Upon hearing this, Suing Zhao was completely stunned. Shen Lang didn't want to say anything more, and let the Su family members take Suing Zhao away. Suing Zhao became truly frightened, desperately shouting to Shanliang. I have a big secret. Someone wants to harm you. Shen Lang responded with a slight smile. If someone wants to harm me, I naturally know who it is. A few hours later, Suing Zhao was stripped clean and in front of hundreds of people was beaten to death. At the same time, Father Jean, regarding the great marriage Shen Lang had established this time, asked Shen Lang, do you have any rewards you want? Shen Lang immediately said, to issue an order for Jee Mulan to immediately listen to me. I want to share a bed with Jee Mulan. Of course, this was all Shen Lang's fantasy. He then said, I don't want anything. Upon hearing this, Father Jean stated, that won't do. You will be in charge of the Count's mansion's accounts from now on. Shen Lang hurriedly refused. I want to go home to visit my parents, just lift my house arrest. Facing Shen Lang, the master of stirring up trouble, Father Jean was genuinely a bit afraid. Still not wanting to let Shen Lang go off, but he also thought of what to reward Shen Lang with, which was 300 move of good farmland. Just as Shen Lang was about to say he didn't want it and only wanted his house rest lifted, Father Jean, using tiredness as an excuse, walked out saying he was going to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the courtyard where Jee Mulan was, Binger was attending to Jee Mulan as she bathed. Miss, the young master is really incredible, defeating and killing a big figure like Su and Zhao overnight. He even recovered more than 10,000 gold coins for the Count's match. Jee Mulan listened with satisfaction and also reminded Binger from now on, no one in the mansion is allowed to talk about the young master killing Siwen Zhao and the like. The reason Siwen Zhao died is because he deserved a. Binger zipped her mouth to indicate she understood. Then Binger remembered something and excitedly asked Jee Mulan. The young master told me yesterday that the white tiger is the most precious. Miss, do you know why? Why? Jee Mulan was somewhat curious. How did you answer? Bing or explain. I said it was because of the color of the tiger. But the young master said the white tiger is rare because time is precious and no amount of gold can buy a moment's time. He's just talking nonsense. What does the white tiger have to do with time? Miss, what do you think? However, at this moment, Jee Mulan was taken aback. It seems she realized something. Instantly blushing from ear to ear, how did my secretion lane? Now, could it be that Shen Lang spied on me bathing? But then Jee Mulan thought again. That's impossible. Shen Lang has no martial art skills. I would have noticed if you were spying on. Then she asked Binger, where is Shen Lang? When Binger saw her mistress, she already understood what Shen Lang meant, and said with a flushed face. The young master is coming back. Jee Mulan asked Binger to help her dress, assertively stating, I'm going to punish the wicked and promote the good. Remember, Binger, a man must be kept in check. If not managed for 3 days, he'll climb onto the roof to remove tile. Bing rasped in confusion. Are you going to hit the young master? Later, Jee Mulan turned around and huffed lightly. Women of the Jin family never hit their husband. A moment later, Jee Mulan saw Shenlane return. Jee Mulan pretended to smile and said, My lord, you're back. I was just looking for you for some. Upon hearing Jee Mulan's tender voice, Shenlane immediately sensed a plot, and quickly said to Jee Mulan, Thank you for your hard work, I won't disturb your rest then. He turned to Li. But Jee Mulan immediately blocks Shenlane's path. My husband, don't go yet. I have a game. I want to play with you. Shenlane glanced, the Jee Mulan's perfect figure. His face quickly turning red. That clearly, Shenlane's thoughts wander to things like being tied up with ropes or dripping wax. He asked Jee Mulan eagerly what game it was. Jee Mulan smirked mischievously. It's like Primitive Animals, a game involving intense physical collision. Shenlane's breathing quickened, but a strong desire to survive made him think he must leave a medium. However, the next second, Shenlane couldn't move. He saw Jee Mulan's fiery figure making a backward movement in front of him, enough to make any normal man's heart explode just by looking. Thus, Xin attempted into playing the game, only to be dominated by Jee Mulan with a full split, his legs forcibly spread to 180 degrees. The agonized Shenlane asked Jee Mulan, Weren't we supposed to play a game involving primitive animal collisions? Jee Mulan smiled slightly and said exactly. This game is called the 6 Animal Place. It's about imitating primitive animals. Your body is still too weak. You need to exercise more. After saying this, Jee Mulan released her hold on Shenlane. Take a rest. We'll do it 10 more times later. Hearing this number, Shenlane wailed in his heart. Is this an attempt on my life? Although he didn't know why, Shenlane decisively admitted his mistake to Jee Mulan. Jee Mulan smiled and indicated disdain. There's no mistake. I was just helping the trainer bot. Shenlane stated, no matter what happened, it's all my fault. The wife is always right. Hearing this, Jee Mulan looked at Shenlane and asked him, Do you really know what you did wrong? Saint Shenlane nods. Jee Mulan then asked Shenlane, How did you find out my secret? And to use it to tease Binger, Shenlane felt puzzled. But then he remembered the words he teased Binger with yesterday. He instantly understood. And then blood suddenly gushed from his nose. Seeing her husband's expression, Jee Mulan's face turned beet red, wishing she could find a crack to crawl into. She also understood that Shenlane had no idea about her secret. It was completely by accident when he teased Bing. Shenlane gave Jee Mulan a thumbs up. Rest assured, my lady, I will definitely not discriminate against you because of this. After saying this, Shenlane immediately covered his mouth, got too carried away, drifted off. Sure enough, Jee Mulan clenched her fist and said sternly, Let's do it 20 more times then. The next moment, the sound of Shenlane screaming like a pig being slaughtered echoed through the courtyard. The exhaustion lane quickly fell asleep. Jee Mulan walked in at some point, looking at Shenlane's sleeping posture. She couldn't help but feel a surge of maternal affection. After watching for a while, she gently bent down and kissed Shenlane's face. Then she floated away. However, in his sleep, Shenlane suddenly opened his eyes. It turns out Shenlane wasn't sleeping at all. The sleeping posture was also deliberate. Jee Mulan training me like that today. It would be strange if she didn't feel sorry. Following that, Shenlane not only put on a mask, but also wore gloves. He had a small black bottle in his hand. A hallucinogenic potion extracted from hundreds of pounds of moldy rye to kill Tian Han. Shenlane needed to retrieve an item from Jee Mulan's. Meanwhile, in a secret room within the mythical Turtle Sea, they had already learned of Su Wenjio's death. They must act quickly to kill Shenlane. At that moment, a comfortman came in to report. The governor's envoy is already on the way and will arrive at mythical Turtle City tomorrow. Hearing this, Tian Han and another new opportunity to kill Shenlane had come. The city lord instructed Tian Han to prepare everything. They could make their move tomorrow night. However, they were actually targeting the councilman. But since Shenlane was causing too much trouble, they decided to kill him first. The next morning at the councilman's, Jee Mulan got up early to practice martial art. After half an hour, Jee Mulan prepared to bathe. But when she arrived at the dressing room and looked around, she asked Binger, Have you seen a set of blue cloth skirts? Binger said no. So, just as she was about to help Jee Mulan look for it, Jee Mulan's beautiful face suddenly flushed. Obviously thinking of some, and told Binger not to look for it anymore. It must have been left at the barracks and not brought back. Soon after, Jee Mulan and Shenlane finished breakfast. Jee Mulan's face was slightly red, hesitating whether or not to tell Shenlane, not to get her skirt too dirty or something like that. But Jee Mulan found she couldn't say a word. At this time, Shin Lane showed concern for Jee Mulan. My lady, you've been running around outside for 2 days and night. You must be exhausted. Would you like me to help loosen your muscle? Jee Mulan straightened up her delicate body and lifted her hair. A green dish in Lane's massage, senior smooth and fair nets. Chen Lang internally exclaimed at her beauty. Chen Lang quickly calmed himself, placed his hands on Jee Mulan's shoulders and gently applied pressure. Jee Mulan immediately let out a very comfortable moment. She didn't expect Lang to actually know how, and to do it so comfortable. There was no helping it. Shin Lane's technique was indeed the most professional. After all, he had been a doctor for decades. My lady, you were so tense. Jee Mulan felt as if she was being lecherous. My lord, even though I don't understand, I know you're being lecherous. If you continue, I will have to ask you to exercise again. Shen Lang immediately continued to serve with dedication, showing immense care for Jee Mulan. My lady, could you please not work so hard in the future? It really pains my heart, but Jee Mulan was not swayed. If you're trying to get your confinement lifted, it's impossible. I won't go against my father's word. As soon as Jee Mulan finished speaking, Chen Lane's hands had already left Jee Mulan's shoulder, and he ran towards the door, saying he had matters to attend to and took his leave. This realistic act made Jee Mulan puff up her cheeks. My husband is too pragmatic. If one doesn't do things for you, you immediately change your attitude. It's really annoying, leaving one hanging and then just running off. Not long after, Shen Lang appeared behind his mother-in-law. His massage techniques had become even more skill. Not only that, Mother Jin's face was covered with a facial mask made by Shen Lang. Mother-in-law, this mask needs to be applied daily, each time for a quarter of an hour. The most important thing for a woman's skin is hydration and sun protection. I only made 10 masks in total, 6 of which I gave to you. What about the remaining 4? Did you give them to Jee Mulan? No, I kept them for myself. Now, you look like you could be Jee Mulan's sister, but that might not be the case in 10 years. Oh, does that mean I will age faster in 10 years? Not necessarily. By then, you might look like her younger sister. There's a term called reverse aging and it might just happen to you. This amused Mother Jean, who laughed heartily. Women do like to hear such thing. But she also understood that Chen Lang had something to ask of her. Shen Lang then spoke about the confinement or. Immediately, Mother Jean stood up. All right, I will talk to your father-in-law, right? Now, a quarter of an hour later, Shen Lang learned from Manager Jean that his confinement order had been lifted. This established a new order within the Count's mansion. Shen Lang listened to Jee Mulan. Jee Mulan listened to Father Jean. Father Jean listened to his wife. And the wife listened to Shen Lang. Only Jean Mutzel was left out. After leaving the convent, Shen Lang went to a secret forest. Here, he was about to embark on his new world. Big Fool's father, Song Yi, was brought here. Since Big Fool's brother was crippled by Chen Lang and could never be healed, fearing retaliation against the councilman, he found Tian Hen. The two headed off immediate. But what happened next was completely unexpected to Sony. He didn't expect Tianhan's ruthlessness. Merely accusing Chen Lane of causing injury isn't enough. We must claim a life to make him lying pay with his own. Unbeknownst to him, his son had already been beaten to death by Tanha. Tan Hong, looking at the grieving Song Yi, countered, which is a greater crime, injuring an innocent youth or causing his death. Murderers must pay with their lives. Prince and commoner alike should be punished equally under the law. Meanwhile, at the location of Bidfall's stepmother, she was so distressed she couldn't eat or drink. My son has been castrated. The Song family will have no descendant. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, cursing Shin Lang until she was, and took a sip of water. For some reason the water tasted up. Then she collapsed onto the tape. Once you woke up again. The sight before her made her scream. Everything around her had suddenly become terrifying, with ghostly fires burning everywhere. The next moment, a beautiful female ghost emerged, her hair drifting with ghostly flames, frightening stepmother Song to the core. Who are you? The ghostly woman said menacingly, wicked woman, you actually harmed my big fool, you shall die. As she spoke, a ghostly fire appeared in the palm of the ghostly woman, and was thrown towards stepmother Song. She instinctively raised her hand to block it, but the ghostly fire ignited on her hand, and could not be extinguished no matter what. In a panic, she picked up a cup of water, hoping to douse the ghostly fire. But, terrifyingly, the fire did not go out and continued burning, causing her unbearable pain. In fear, stepmother Song desperately pleaded with the ghostly woman. It was his father who abandoned Big Fool. Not me. At this point, she realized the ghostly woman was Big Fool's mother before her death. The ghostly woman approached her cold hand, gently touched the ghostly fight, and it immediately went out. Out. Seeing this, stepmother Song immediately cowed out and thanked the ghostly woman, repeating her thanks 10 times. The ghostly woman looked at stepmother Song and said, "By heaven's grace, my son did not die. He was saved by a lucky star, but your son has died." Stepmother Song was confused. "My son hasn't died. He was just injured." The ghostly woman laughed. "News of his death will arrive soon, and it will be said that Shenlang killed. Then you will be asked to go to the Count's mansion to identify Shenlang as the murderer, but it wasn't Shenlang who killed your son. It was your husband and Tian Han." Hearing this, stepmother Song desperately shook her head and shouted, "That's impossible," but with a gesture from the ghostly woman, she found herself unable to move. "Stop moving, or I will kill you. Listen to what I say, and I will spare your life." Stepmother Song hastily agreed. "Shenlang is my son's lucky star. And when Tianhang asks you to identify Shenlang as the murderer, agree to his demands at first. But once you are at the Count's mansion, in front of all the important figures, recant and point the finger at Tianhang, claim that Tianhang forced you to falsely accuse Shenlang, saying it was you killed your son." Stepmother Song wanted to refuse. After all, she couldn't afford to offend Tianhang. Suddenly, ghostly fire searched around the ghostly woman. "If you harm Shenlang, I will drag you to the 18th level of hell and have you chopped into pieces and fried alive. Do you want to die?" This frightened stepmother Song so much that she lost control of her expression. But the next second, the ghostly fire disappeared. "You can survive, as long as you do as I say. The Count's mansion will protect you. After Chanhung is dead, you can go home, and I will reward you with 300 gold coins. With this money, you can remarry and live a life 10 times better than now." Now, then, the ghostly woman threw her ghostly fire. Underneath stepmother Song's bed, there's a down payment of 30 gold coins under there. After you identify Tanhung, the remaining 300 gold coins will naturally appear again. Whether you live or die, whether you enjoy wealth and honor, or suffer in the 18th level of hell is all up to you. With that, she disappears. When stepmother Song woke up again, her head was splitting with paint, but she noticed burn marks on her arm, proving that what happened was not a dream. She immediately looked under the bed, grabbed the small shovel and dug underneath. And she was stunned, not only with her gold coins under the bed, but they were also encased in it. Considering it was summer, where did the ice come from? Moreover, there were words carved on the ice, which made stepmother Song even more convinced. She continuously cowed out to the ghostly woman, and promising to do as told. Then she found the ice melt, which made her extremely happy, believing it to be the ghostly woman's response. Meanwhile in a corn, Shan Lane took off the blue dress. It turns out that ghostly woman was him in disguise. Using hallucinogenic potion, he made to gift a big false stepmop. Then using white phosphorus for the ghostly fire, saltpeter from the icebox, and a silver needle to simulate the feeling of a ghost pressing down on her. Dressing in women's clothes was indeed a unique experience, especially when he looked more beautiful than a woman in dress. Next, Chen Lane reluctantly burned the dress, destroying the evidence. As for whether Jee Mulan would notice a dress missing, Chen Lang thought not. But if she did find out, Shen Lian couldn't help but brainstorm. The next moment, Shen Lang decided not to care. "If it comes down to it, I'll just deny everything." Meanwhile, inside the black closed game, one of the subordinates told Tianhan the governor will be arriving soon. Qin Mon has already led the cavalry to welcome him. Tim, then ask, is the prefect accompanying him personally? The subordinate not. And at Tianhan you excitedly slapped the chair. Everything is ready, and the east wind has also arrived. Shen Lang is as good as dead, but crushing this stray dog is just by the way. Toppling the Count's mansion is the main goal. He then looked towards Big Fool's father. "Hurry up and bring your wife over to the council mansion to identify Shan Lang. Don't forget to wear mourning clothes. Make it look more pitiful." Seeing the utterly heartbroken Sanji, Tianhan sneered, "It's just a son. You can have more. After killing Shen Lang, you'll be the head of the cold water town." With these words, Sanji let go of his son and stood up to thank Tianhan. In as Shan Lane predicted after returning, Big Fool's father informed his wife that their son was dead. That big fool stepmother burst into tears, realizing that the ghostly woman she had impersonated had not lied to her. She glared at Sony with a face full of vengeance and hate. However, Big Fool's father mistook her hatred as directed only towards Shenlin. After coordinating their stories with Tianhan, they headed to the council's mansion with their son's coffin. Meanwhile, the council mansion of Mythical Turtle welcomed two dignitaries. One was the envoy from the governor's office of the province of the Southern Journey, Jurong staff member Yin Wujing, and the other was the prefect of New River County from the province of the Southern Journey. Father Jin and Jee Mulan personally came to welcome. Given that both parties were no ordinary people, especially Chap, who had single-handedly brought down the East River County's local tyrant, the Count's Match, and was now assigned to New River County to implement new policies aiming at the local tyrant of New River County. The mythical turtles Count's Manch. Soon after, at the banquet hall of the council mansion, everyone took their seat. And Qinlang, I'm concerned with anything else. Just stare at a Jin wall. At this moment, Yan Wujin put down his chopstick. 20 years have passed. The governor sent me here this time to inquire about your plans regarding the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain. Do you wish for the governor's office to mediate peaceful? As soon as this was mentioned, everyone put down their chopstick. Xinlang was slightly taken aback as he was aware of the situation. The dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain originated over 100 years ago, with both the Northern Jin High Count and the mythical Turtle Count claiming the Isle of Gold Mountain as their own. The two families almost came to blows over it. And finally, the previous monarch decreed that every 20 years there would be a competition of martial and scholarly tests between the two, with the winner gaining the rights to the land for that period. Unfortunately, 20 years ago, the former Count of Mythical Turtle lost, resulting in a significant loss of wealth. Father Jin asked, what does the governor intend? Yan Wujin suggested, divide the Isle of Gold Mountain in two, the north to Jin High Count's mansion, and the south to the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion. How about that? Yeah, Xinlang was stunned upon hearing this. Everyone knows that the main mineral resources of the Isle of Gold Mountain are in the northern half, while the southern half consists mainly of saline alkali soil and beiges. As expected, Father Jin was very angry. But he restrained himself and did not burst out, simply saying, let's drink. Yan Wujing did not care. His purpose was merely to mediate on behalf of the government. However, at this moment, a commotion was heard from outside, with the sound of countless people shouting, hand over Xinlang, murder must be paid for with life. Xinlang was not only unafraid, he was actually invigorated, anticipating the drama he had long away. Yet everyone acted as if they hadn't heard anything, making Xinlang comment truly like dignitaries. He also became a bit anxious. If no one picks up on this, the show can't stop. If it comes to it, I'll have to take the lead myself. However, at this moment, Jean Maozel spoke up, Xinlang, it seems like there are people outside calling for you. The city lord then sent someone to inquire. Not long after, Jingqing came to report, there are thousands of people besieging the Count's Manch. Father Jean was not yet alarmed, but the city lord was. Shouting angrily, how dare they? Are they seeking rebellion? His subordinate immediately responded. They claim Xinlang has killed someone and are here to seek justice. Father Jean was somewhat stunned. He was aware of the incident and had even sent money to Big Fool's father to treat his son. Now the boy was reportedly dead. Father Jean deeply sensed the malice of the accuser. Mother Jean impinged Father Jean, her gaze clearly indicating that if Father Jean dared to abandon Xinlang, she would never forgive. And Father Jean signaled he would, and ordered his men to let the people. Shortly after, Tianhong and Song Yi carrying a coffin walked in. During this, Sanji, looking at Xinlang, cried out miserably, scoundrel returned my son's life. Then, he knelt before the city lord. Lord Mayor, Lord Count, please seek justice for your humble citizens. Following this was a tearful complaint about how Xinlang bullied his son and beat him to death, with Songyi's ferocious expression making him a worthy candidate for enacting a war. He then revealed his son's body, showing many shocking wounds. Please, my lords, seek justice from me. At this point, Jee Mulan suddenly asked, when did your son die? Song Yi responded, he died the night after being beaten by Xinlang. Jee Mulan coldly asked, why didn't you come on the same day, waiting until now to come for? I was afraid someone claiming to be a confidant of the Calcane. They gave me a sum of gold and threatened me to keep quiet, or they would kill my whole family. Father Jen's face turned ashen upon hearing that, as my years of caution led people to believe that the Count's mention of Xuan will no longer command sphere. The city lord asked if he had any evidence. Song Yi shouted, there are witnesses. The city lord immediately ordered the witnesses to be brought in. Soon, several witnesses were led in, all pointing fingers at Xinlang. The city lord looked at Xinla, do you confess to the crime? Xinlang stated, I did enter Songyi's home, but I did not assault anyone. I was there to deliver silver. Big Fool was my good friend. I made sure songs were fed him well every day. Sanji vehemently accused. You're lying. It was clearly you who kicked my son to death. My wife can testify to that then in full view of everyone. Song sure was some. The city lord asked her if she was sure of what she saw. Sancha nodded, saying she witnessed it herself. Ten Hang's lips curved into a smirk upon seam, while sawing the note down desperately cowed, begging the city lord for justice. Tianhong helps on the up and then loudly cited the laws of UK, murder is repaid with life. Even princes are subject to the same laws as commoners. Xinlang must be punished according. At this moment, the Black Clothes gang dressed in mourning unanimously cried out. Murder must be repaid with life. The city lord then looked towards the count, indicating that to investigate thoroughly, Xinlang would have to be taken back to the city lord's residence. Once, Father Jean was furious. If he's taken away, wouldn't they just frame Xinlang however they want? Tannen also showed a smug smile, ready to watch Lang meet his demise, but his dreams were shattered the next moment. Songshore pointed towards Tan Hainan Xiaodiodi. It was Tan Heng who killed my son. Originally, Song He had kicked my son, injuring him, but when taken for treatment, he died at the hands of Tan Heng. Her words struck like fun, stunning everyone into silence. Once, Song He was especially shocked, staring dumbfounded at his wife. The quickest to react was Tin, though he was initially confused as to why some of these wives suddenly changed her story. Seeing her angry click, Tian Heng sensed greeting, realizing a grand conspiracy was looming over him and he must leave immediately. However, seeing Lang smile, he knew escape was not an option. Once the prey is caught, no one lets go. Oh, cough, Song sure. Are you perhaps so grief-stricken that you're speaking nonsense? Right, my lady, could it be that your grief has muddled your senses? You are the one who saw Shun Lang, that scoundrel, kick our son to death. Why change your story now? Now, Songshire glared with fury. It was you. I saw with my own eyes how you kicked my son in the groin. Shun Lang came to our house to deliver silver because he was worried Big Fool wasn't getting enough to eat at our place. This statement made Sanji hastily retreat. What madness has gotten into you? What benefits has Shun Lang offered you? Has he threatened you? At this point, the city lord reacted, his tone threatening, warning Songshire not to bear false witness, and to consider the consequences careful. Tianheng became frantic, accusing Songshu of lying and asking if she had received any benefits from Shanlan. Unexpectedly, Songshire bit her lip and declared, my son was growing up and becoming curious about women, attempting to peep and just happened to be caught by Song Yi. Who? In anger? Kit. This revelation dumbfounded both Tianheng and Song, while Jee Mulan felt ashamed. In Tianhan, truly desperate, now began a coax Songshire gently if someone is threatened. You. Speak up, the envoy from the governor and the prefect are here. Someone will stand up free. But this statement only made the city lord and Zhang Ji internally curse Tianheng for his foolishness. My father and envoy and Wu Jing are distinguished figures, not ones you can use to pressure other. Tianheng's words only served to frighten Songshire into crawling before the, begging them for justice. Zheng Chong waved his hand, having Songshire helped. Up, speak quickly if you have any grievances. Regardless of sincerity, appearances had to be maintained for the sake of the common people. Songshire then burst into tears, revealing how her son was killed by Tianheng and how her husband wanted her to falsely accuse Shanlan of the murder, promising him the position of head of Coldwater Town in return. Tianheng's face darkened, a mix of truth and lies being the most difficult to discern. Left with no choice, he knelt down and loudly lamented. This is Shun Lang's conspiracy. Xin Lang, like an innocent rabbit, helplessly spread his hands. He hadn't said a word all evening. How could he be slandered like this? The prefect, John, then simply stated, have the city lord arrest them, and the next moment both were bound. Xin Lang sighed to himself, impressive. On the surface, Zhang Chong orders the city lord to make the arrest, but in reality he's cutting waists promptly and firmly seizing the initiative. Otherwise, if it came down to me holding Tianheng accountable, he would be in trouble. As for Songshire, who was also to be taken away, she was frightened, having betrayed them, she was sure to be doomed if taken away. But at this moment, there was no need for Shun Lang to say anything. Mother Jean approached. Wipe away your tears in. And citing their shared understanding as mothers of the pain of losing a child, decisively decided to keep Songshire at the Count's mansion. Prefect Zhang Chong, seeing that, nodded slightly in agreement with Mother Jean's request. He then prepared to leave, ordering the city lord to thoroughly investigate the truth and give everyone an explanation. Before leaving, Zhang Chong did not forget to praise Shun Lei. Lord Count, your son-in-law is indeed remarkable. Georgeable, mainland simply bowed slight. Following this, Father Jean personally escorted In Wujing and Zhang Chong out of the mansion, which in line and Tianheng following behind. Tianheng's gaze was fixed on Chen Lang, as if ready to devour him. Shun Lang pretended to be scared, provocatively saying, why are you looking at me with that weird game? Tianheng, furious to the point of laughter, said, Shun Lang, are you pleased with yourself? Shun Lang spread his hands, not at all. You're not dead yet. What's there to be pleased about? Hearing this, Tannen laughed loud. Keep dreaming your grand dreams. Who would kill me? Being thrown into jail is just for show. I'll be out in 3 days due to Tianheng's uprising and out of concern for Xin Lin's safety. The guards of the council mansion subdued Tianheng. Yet, despite this, Tianheng still looked at Shun Lang with a triumphant game. Once I get out, I will use every means to kill you. Chen Lang. Chen Lang glanced at Tan Heng. His gaze as if looking at a dead man. Then revealed a charming smile and said, Tianheng, you are about to die. Tan Heng was taken aback. Laughing again, you must be dreaming. Louis N., the city lord, also glanced at Chen Lang, his look as if seeing a Tannen dying. What a joke. After they left the councilman, The act was dropped and Tianheng was unbound immediately. The city lord asks Zhang Chong, how should this case be judged? Which prefect Zhang did not respond but continued walking. The city lord asked the game. And Zhang Chang's stuff. Questioning why Tianheng appeared tonight. Tianheng knelt down to admit his fault. There's enmity between me and Shenwei. I shouldn't have appeared tonight, but I couldn't help myself. I wanted to see Shenlong's misfortune. An indignant Tianheng then turned his attention to San Shui, hoping Zhang Chong would take her to the city lord's mansion for judgment. Yan Wujing, unable to listen any longer, boarded as carried. Chong Chong turned to Tianheng in counter-ask. Do you think you can turn the table? Others plan 3 steps ahead while you're stuck in the moment. Do you think Shenlang just wanted to win this round? He wants you down. Said, Tianheng confused, said, even if Songsher turns against me, I can easily escape. Until Jean Charles Steve. Go kill 13. Hopefully, you're still in time. This statement made both Tianheng and the city lord realize the gravity of the situ. 13 was Tianheng's most trusted confidant. What secret did Tianheng have and he didn't? Now, Tianheng's face changed instantly as he shouted, quick! Send someone to kill Tian 13. Meanwhile, inside the council's man, Xinlang asked Jee Mulan, wife, are you very skilled in martial arts? Jee Mulan simply hummed in affirmation. Xinlang then inquired, can you defeat the 3 waves of experts sent by Lu Weiyan, Zhang Ji, and Tianhan? Jee Mulan stated, it's a piece of cake. Xinlang was a bit skeptical, but there was no time to doubt. He immediately asked Jee Mulan to take people to 13's house to rescue him after getting ready. SH and Lane expressed his wish to accompany. Without a word, Jee Mulan hoisted Chen Lane by the way, threw them onto a horseback, then leaped up herself, and they swiftly rode out of the council mansion towards 13. On the way, manager Jean couldn't help but ask, we could have saved 13 earlier. Why go now and in such a hurry? And Lane glanced at manager Jean. Among us, you have the lowest IQ. You, Jean Chang explained from the side. If Tianheng doesn't kill Tian 13, our rescue would be meaningless. We wouldn't be able to turn Tian 13 against him. Nor could we put Tianheng in a desperate situation. Shen Lang narrows his eyes. Jean Chen, you love to show off, don't you? Among the 5 of us here, your IQ is the second low. Justician Lane was heading to 13's house. 13, lying in bed, had not slept for 3 days a night. His world had crumbled. The man he idolized as a father figure, his master had personally broken his leg. In his childhood when Tian 13 struggled with hunger and cold. Tianheng had helped him, leading Tian 13 to follow him oily ever since. Even rejecting offers from Zhang Ji and the city lord. Yet for the sake of gambling interests, Tianheng had indeed struck him. Although Tianheng did not follow Shenlang's demands and had immediately arranged for his bones to be, and given his parents 100 gold coins, promising revenge on Shenwei. This somewhat healed 13's heart. He believed his adoptive father was forced into it and would never betray. He already anticipated that Chen Lane would try to bribe him with money and status to turn him against his adoptive father. He imagined spitting in Chen Lane's face, calling his dreams fool. Excited at the... But the next moment, his face turned pale, as he saw several figures in black appear before. Among them were experts from the city lord's man, and his sworn brothers from the Black Clothes game. 13 instantly understood. Big brother, 7th brother, did our adoptive father send you to kill? No one responded, only nodding slight. 13 scum's blood as he bit down. Big brother, 7th brother, go ahead, but please spare my parents. They know nothing. However, they refused. Sorry, we must eradicate the root. 13 exploded in rage, his mouth spraying blood mixed. Why, disaster should not extend a family member? When he was kicked back, and his parents were brought forward, trembling with fear yet begging for their son's life over there. 13 bloodshot eyes. Demanded again. You know too much. Alive. You're a threat to Tianhan's safe. At that moment, 13's entire perception of the underworld collapsed. So, it turns out I was the only one who valued loyalty. I thought I was cool, but I was just a fool. In an instant 13 burst into action, using a bedsheet as a cup, and grabbing his small knife ready to fight for his life. But the next second, a sword pinned him to the ground. His legs, already injured, became a burden to him. 13 despair, realizing he had dragged his parents into this, as the elderly couple begged for their son's life. 13, at that moment understood the feeling Shen Lang had when trying to save his parent. But it was futile, just as the blade was about to slash the elder's throat. A fragrant breeze passed by, followed by a flash of swordlight. A stunning figure suddenly appears, and the black-clothed the salons screamed in units. And then they saw who it was. The princess of mythical Turtle City, the foremost beauty, Jee Mulan. Shen Lang, watching quiet, was also amazed by Jee Mulan's martial prowess, even wishing she would demonstrate again. This made the surviving black-clothed salons retract their left hand. Once seen this, Shenlang's Merc Pro then curiously asked Jee Mulan why she brought others despite her own strength. Jee Mulan merely clandestined him, and Shenlang noticed manager Jean and the others forming a triangle, keeping him protected in the middle. Alright, Shenlang understood. Yeah, being his usual self, he started asking Jee Mulan all sorts of questions, completely ignoring the atmosphere around. And she and Mulan felt helpless towards her husband. Shenlang then began to show off, gesturing towards the black-clothed men's necks. Go back and tell Tianheng to wash his neck in Wei. Upon hearing Shenlang's word, 10-1 broke into a cold sweat. 13 knows too many secrets. Once they come out, my adoptive father is done for. Faced with Shenlang's decision to take 13 with, they were powerless to stop it and had no choice but to leave and report back. Only upon eggs did they discover that all their lookouts outside had been killed. After they had all depart, Shenlang quietly looked at 13, offering no words of recruitment, bribery, not a single gold coin, position, or promise. Not even a single strand of hair. 13 crawled before Shenlang, kneeling with his forehead touching the ground, declaring henceforth, I am Shenlang's dog now. Now, wise men don't speak in riddle. Shenlang, looking at 13, stated, from now on, you'll be called 13. 13 wiped away his tears and respectfully called out. The next moment, Shenlang requested his parents move into the councilman. And Jee Mulan was speechless, taking their parents as hostages and making it sound so justified. 13 pressed his forehead against Chain Lane Shu and agree. Shenlang immediately smiled brilliantly, warmly helping Teen 13. Inside the city lord's man. The city lord also received news of their failure, his face turning action. Upon hearing that Tianheng couldn't be saved, he slammed his fist on the table and ate. Tianheng annually contributed a significant portion of his profits to, and as Tianheng was his man, killing him with mean loss of faith. The city lord inquire. What about Zhang Ji? After learning of the situation, Zhang Ji and hastily set off to catch up with his father. However, upon catching up, Zhang Ji heard something he didn't want to accept, that Tianheng must be killed. Zhang Ji was reluctant, to which his father asked, what is most important for a commander? The perspective must be broad to oversee the whole situation and not fret over the loss of one city or one place. Yet Zhang Ji was unwilling. Killing Tianheng would just be playing into Shenlang's hand. Frustrate, he lashed his whip against the ground. This scene, so similar to the humiliation Tien-13 felt when his legs were broken by Tien, was like voluntarily letting Shenlang slap his fate. Inside the black close game, Tainan also received news about 13. He dismissed his servants and silently stepped outside. He knew once 13 revealed his secrets, no one could save him. Looking up at the rooftop, Tianheng wondered if he was at his end. He truly regretted not having Shenlang torn to pieces. With a furious roll, or tan and punched the wall, muttering apologies to second fool with tears in his eye. Then he moved a bookshop to enter a secret chamber. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, Zhengji questioned Su Shanqian. Why didn't you kill Shanlan and SH? Su Changchan couldn't rebut, also somewhat disbelieving Shenlang's transformation. She could only stiffly ask Zhang Ji. What did your father say? Zhang Ji related to father's exact words, he told me to kill Tianheng. Just then, voices came from outside. Turning their heads, they saw the city lord arriving. He disagreed with killing Tianheng. If Tianheng were killed, how could they face the world? How much gold would be lost annually? How pleased would Shenlang be? Did Zhang Ji not understand, but if their deeds were exposed? However, at that moment, a subordinate suddenly reported that Tianheng saw the secretly. The very next day, outside the city lord's mansion's main home, a crowd gathered dense. Tianheng was seen kneeling in the hall, covered in wound. Facing accusations, Tianheng laughed loudly and shout, it's in front of hundreds of onlookers. Tianheng charged headfirst into a nearby pill. Everyone was initially shocked. The underworld boss of mythical Turtle City, the powerful Tianheng who could summon the wind and call the rain, had just died like that, and his death was so violent and so. Shenlan immediately learned of the new, while writing Tianheng's list of crimes, was told by Shenlang that it was no longer necessary. Instead, he asked 13, being the closest person to Tianheng. Do you know if he had a body double? 13 shook his head. I have never seen nor heard of one. It turned out that Shenlang suspected Tianheng had not died. He shared his suspicions with Jee Mulan. Jee Mulan was taken aback. The people who gather information for our family are very cautious, there couldn't have been a mistake. Shenlang explained his reason. Tianheng shouldn't have died in public, but should have been secretly executed. After all, with 13 defecting to us, Tianheng's dirty secrets also implicated many others. If exposed, no one could bear the consequences. But with Tianheng's death, everything would be settled. Therefore, it's impossible that his execution was public. Hearing this, Jee Mulan quickly understood the intricacies because the city lord's mansion has the right to execute prisoners. But it must be verified by the governor's mansion back and forth. It takes at least half a month, so the best way is to make Tianheng commit suicide in prison. This was exactly what Chen Lang meant. It's clear Tianheng should have died in prison. But now he died in full view of the public as if his death was meant to be witnessed by us. Xin Lang then asked Jee Mulan, "Is Tianheng's body still here?" Jee Mulan personally took Xin Lang to see. Moments later, at Tianheng's body storage. Xin Lang was one step too late. Tianheng's body had been burned, turned into charred remains, unrecognizable. But it didn't matter. Xin Lang used his X-ray vision to scan Tian's entire body. Soon, Xin Lang detected something unusual on the body, which made him burst into laughter. This is even better. It's more interesting to kill him with my own hands. Jee Mulan was stunned for a moment. Obviously, Xin Lang's meaning was that Tianheng wasn't dead. Then Xin Lang turned to Jee Mulan and suggested, "Join me tonight to watch a good show." Faced with the incredibly narcissistic Xin Lang, Jee Mulan could no longer bear it and turned to leave. Xin Lang hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, in a secret room within mythical turtles, it was clear that Tianheng was not dead, and Su Changqian's hands was a wooden mat, the concave side coated with sulfuric acid. She handed it to Tianheng to use for disfiguring himself. Tianheng looked at the mask and it seemed to reflect the face just like his own. No, indeed, the owner of his face was Tianheng's brother. But day before the secret passage Tianheng led to his brother's, it turned out his brother had some intellectual challenges. Tianheng just needed to bring him some tasty food to make him exceedingly happy, unaware that it was his last. Then, Tianheng asked his brother to show him some martial art. Tianheng's brothers stood up, and began to practice punches indoors, with a force so strong it could make one unable to open their eyes. Suddenly he threw a punch at the wall next, instantly creating a deep hole. Tianheng praised him for being impressive, though his brother was simple-minded. He was a martial arts prodigy. Afterward, Tianheng asked his brother to undress with him, revealing that their body shapes were exactly the same. Even the scars on their bodies met. Knowing his simple-minded brother liked to imitate him, Tianheng said he wanted to see how well he could mimic. Tianheng's brother immediately dropped the smile on his face, transforming from a fool into a sinister figure of the underworld, even more like Tianheng than Tianheng himself. Thus, Tianheng taught his brother a few phrases. The very phrases Tianheng said when he supposedly died by crashing his. So, the one who died was just Tianheng's brother mimicking it. The real Tianheng was preparing to change his appearance to later take his revenge on Chen Lang fiercely. As Tianheng pressed the sulfuric acid-coated mask against his face immediately sizzled. However, Tianheng merely twitched slightly without screaming in agony, not even a. Not so Chan seeing this couldn't help but admire his ruthlessness. Longest route possible. Up and walk outside. Lord Lu understood something. Tianheng, are you going to take your revenge? Now, Tianheng gritted his teeth and said, Xin Lang seeks revenge from morning till night without delay in a single day. Why should I wait? Let his beloved parents disappear from this world. What will his reaction be? Lord Lu didn't say much, telling Tianheng to go ahead without worry, as a scapegoat had already been prepared for him then, with the mask already disfiguring his face. Tianheng headed towards the home of Shanlong's parent. Upon arriving outside the house, he had already changed his hair to resemble Swami. At this moment, he heard the breathing of 3 people after confirmed. With a gentle slice, the door latch silently broke. After entering Xin Lang's home, Tianheng saw 3 people on the bed. He wanted Chen Lang to regret being his enemy for life. Saying this, he drew a sharp blade and fiercely chopped down towards Chen Lang's mother on the bed. Then slashed at Chen Lang's father with another straw. Finally, he glanced at Chen Lang's broth. Seemingly thinking of Teen 13, he picked up a stick nearby, ultimately piercing Xin Lang's brother with a knife. The satisfaction of this great event made Tianheng burst into laughter. Unexpectedly at this moment, the door suddenly bright, and a handsome face appeared before. The person was the very Xin Lang he deeply resent. And without saying a word, Tianheng picked up the knife, wanting to dismember Xin Lang into 1,000 pieces. However, Xin Lang revealed his identity with a single sentence, Tianheng, stop pretending. Tianheng was stunned, not understanding how Chen Lang knew he wasn't dead. Yet, Xin Lang also revealed that Tianheng has a twin brother. You really are a beast, living for yourself, sacrificing your brother's life. And the method Chen Lang used to find out was simple. The needle inside Tianheng's body was bent, but the one in the corpse was straight. Tianheng was immensely shocked inside. Unexpectedly, Chen Lang said, bring him. A person was pushed and it was Song, whose face had also been disfigured by sulfuric acid. Should Lang question Tianheng? How about it? Your scapegoat is gone. Tianhan knew he could no longer hide. He burst into laughter. It doesn't matter anymore. After all, Shenlang, all your loved ones are dead, and you were powerless to stop it. Are you an egg? Unexpectedly, Shenlang threw a torch into the room to let him see whom he had actually killed. Tianhan picked up the torch and looked, a chill rushing to his head as if his skull was about to be lifted open. The people dead on the bed were not Shenlang's loved ones, but his own wife, both. In his son. Tianhan immediately let out an incredibly mournful. Shenlang chuckled lightly because those people deserve to die in their lives. Relying on Tianhong, they did all kinds of Tianhong was about to fight Shenlang to the death, but the next moment, his eyes wide. He saw a gentle woman holding a child walking next to Shanwei. It turned out Tan Heng's wife was married to him for profit and he didn't care about that wasteful son. What Tan Heng truly cared about was this overly gentle and kind woman and his most beloved illegitimate child. Shenlang naturally wouldn't use the miserable to threaten, but told Tian Heng he had no chance of winning. Knowing he had no chance, Tian Heng tore off his face corroded by sulfuric acid. I've heard Miss Jean is an extraordinary martial artist. Tan Heng would like to learn a thing or two. Jee Mulan was naturally unafraid. Tian Han raised his long sword, his whole body surging with energy. Jee Mulan, upon seeing this, simply looked calmly at Tian Han. After the two exchanged glances, Tian Heng suddenly roared and charged at Jee Mulan like lightning. Jee Mulan stepped lightly, charging towards Tian Heng as well. Well, when Tian Heng's ferocious slash came down, he only hit Jee Mulan's after him. The real Jee Mulan had already sidestepped in. And at the same time Tian Heng's chest was suddenly torn open by a sword more. Just like the sword in his hand. Shenlang was stunned to see, but single sword strike had completely defeated Tian Han. Perhaps it was a final burst of Claire. Tian Heng couldn't help but reminisce about his youth. The days when he and his brother were adopted by the old escort. Being punished in the cold winter for making a mistake in martial arts training. In their later growth. If it weren't for their greed for a box of treasures during an escort, killing their escort brothers, they might not have become fugitive. And everything that followed would not have happened. But Tian Heng did not regret, just felt a bit melancholy. Just as Tan Han was about to lose consciousness, Shenlang appeared in front of him. Shenlang slapped Tian Han awake with 2 slaps, saying, "I've gone to great lengths to kill you. You should give me something before you die, right?" Upon hearing this, Tian Han, who was on the brink of death, was almost angered back to life. Shenlang shamelessly continued. "I didn't go through the trouble of finding your son just to watch you have a last-minute change of heart. You have to give me something." Tan Heng cursed at Shenlang, "You Shenlang are actually threatening me with my son's life." Shenlang, damn. No, I'm not like you. I still have humanity, but as long as you agree to my terms, I will take care of him in the future. After hearing Shenlang's condition, Tian Han slowly said, "In the cellar of the left courtyard of Snow White Villa, there lies Lord Lu's secret tray." Shenlang, somewhat dissatisfied, slapped Tian An again. "Is that all? What about Lord Lu's crime?" Times, Tian Heng infuriated cursed. "Those officials are clever than monkeys. How could any incriminating evidence fall into my hand?" Shenlang thought it made sense and patted Tian Heng's head. "Since you have nothing else to give me, you may die in peace now." Tian Han suddenly stood up in a rage and curve. However, out of sheer anger and due to his injuries, he died with his eyes wide open. Shenlang sneered inwardly, ordering someone to decapitate Tian Heng and put his head in a box to be sent to the city low. Then he turned to Jee Mulan and suggested they go to Snow White Villa to seek their fortune to get. Moments later at Snow White Villa indeed found chests full of gold coins. Shenlan exclaimed, "Lord Loreley is something, being a city lord for 3 years and only embezzled over 10,000 gold coins." Jee Mulan was not surprised because the majority was given as tribute. These gold coins are all that's left of Lord Lu's entire fort. And Chen Lane understood. "So, we've basically taken Wardlow's pension." However, during the conversation, he unexpectedly learned that the Count's mansion was in dire need of. Even Jee Mulan mentioned, with the addition of the gold coins we obtained this time, the financial crisis of the Council's mansion has been greatly alleviated. The mythical Turtle Count's mansion, having lost the Isle of Gold Mountain, has been running at a loss every year. For 40 years, it has accumulated astronomical loss. And also because the previous mythical Turtle Count was too generous. He left behind a huge debt. These years, Father Jean has been paying off the debt. At this moment, Shenlang wanted to leave something for Lord Lu. Chen Mulan resigned. Knew her husband was up to mischief again. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, Lord Lu was waiting for good news from Tian Heng. A servant's voice sounded outside, saying a box from Tian Heng had arrived. Curious, Lord Lu had someone open. Upon opening the box, it scared Lord Lu out of his wit. Then, a hurried voice reported outside to Lord L. "It's terrible news. All the gold coins at Snow White Villa have been." Instantly Lord Lu's body was struck as if by lightning, his face turning deathly pale. "How many years did it take for me to save those gold coins? And then, a trusted guard handed him a note, with a few words written on it. The robber of the gold coins was not Shun-like. Lord Lu's body started to convulse. In the next moment, he cursed at Chen Lane while, late then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger, collapsing to the ground. On the other side, Shen Lang, with a bright red brush, crossed out Tian Heng's name and said with a smirk, "Work, one less enemy, that's really nice, and I didn't even have to use a fraction of my strength. Life is as lonely as snow." Jee Mulan was speechless at the sight. Then Shen Lang added Lord Lu's name to the list. After all, who made him a potion like Jee Mulan didn't want to deal with it anymore. She turned around and left, letting Shen Lang amuse himself. However, Shen Lang started to act up again, shouting at Jee Mulan, "I'm going to jump, catch me quick." Saying this, Shen Lang jumped down from the ladder, clearly intending to jump into Jee Mulan's arm. Jee Mulan glanced in understitching Lang's intent, then stretched out of hand, and easily steadied chin length. Shen Lang was dumbfounded, as the scene he imagined of being held in Jee Mulan's arms didn't happen. Afterward, for the safety of his parents, Shen Lang wanted to persuade them to move house, to live near the councilman. But his parents, who usually listened to Shen Lang, refused. Fortunately, Shen Lang had Jee Mulan's help. Under Jee Mulan's sincere word, Shen Lai's mother couldn't resist Jee Mulan's gentle persuasion and was confusedly convinced to move. Shen Lang's affection for Jee Mulan was growing strong. After Shen Lang burned the clothes following his cross-dressing in Jee Mulan's jewel, Jee Mulan eventually noticed the missing clothes. So, Jee Mulan asked Jee Lin, "Have you seen my clothes?" An alarm went off in Shen Lang's mind, feeling that a wrong answer could mean life-threatening. Now he had two options. One was to say he hadn't seen them and the other was to admit he had taken the clothes. But how could he, as a good man, lie about such a small man? So, Shen Lang honestly confessed to Jee Mulan. "I took the clothes away." Jee Mulan was actually very calm, as she had already known it was Shanlan who took them. Now, she was satisfied with Shanlan's honesty. Jee Mulan didn't ask Jee Lane what he did with the clothes, but instead asked him to return them. "I still need to wear that outfit to pick mulberry leaves." The alarm engine Lang's mind went off again. Now he had two answers. One was that he burned it, and the other was that he wore. But regardless of the answer, both would seem quite problematic, likely to be seen as sick or pervert. Shen Lang didn't want to be seen as a pervert, so he chose the burning option. "My dear, I'm sorry. One night I was so restless, and all I could think about was you, so I couldn't help but take your dress to do something unspeakable. Afterwards, I regretted and worried so much that I burned your dress with fire. Jee Mulan, the deed is done, and whether you want to kill or slash me, it's up to you. If I frown, I don't deserve to be your husband. Come on, Jee Mulan, use whatever means you have to torment me. Just go ahead." Jee Mulan was speechless, doing such a thing and still so righteous. However, she still reminded Chen Wang, "Don't destroy clothes in the future. Just watch them. The Count's mansion hates waste the most." In the end, Jee Mulan left a bottle of medicine for Chen Lang, reminding him to moderate his actions and not ruin his health. Shen Lang was split when he saw the name of the medicine, greatly misunderstanding him and Jee Mulan's eye. Following Shen Lang's defeat of 10, the Count's mansion enjoyed a brief period of peace and several interesting incidents occur. One was Jee Mulan's mulberry leaf picking work, outperforming 10-0 people picking several thousand pounds by herself. And Shen Lang. He was grounded by his father-in-law, who was truly afraid of Shen Lang's trouble-making capability. Siang Shen Lane wanted to say more. Father Jean took out a whip and Shen Lang didn't dare to act up again, quickly running away. With nothing to do, he lay outside watching the suns, thinking of Bidfall, whose injuries had fully healed, but he just couldn't wake up, leaving Shen Lang at a loss for what to do. Now truly bored, Bing or cameo. "There's an invitation for you in the mid." Shen Lai took it and saw it was Su Chan-chan's engagement part. Without a word, Shen Lang returned to his room. Looking at the wall filled with names of enemies, "I've been too lax these days for getting my deep-seated H." Shen Lang felt imbalanced in his heart when he thought about how hastily he and Jee Mulan got married. While Su Chan-chan was holding a grand engagement party, he wanted revenge. He considered what Su Chan-chan valued most, firstly her family's silk business, and secondly her reputation, which her father had spent a great deal to cultivate her into a socialite. Shen Lai's target was set to ruin Su Chengqian's reputation for. At this moment Jean Mutzel sneakily approached and went, handing him a Spring Palace painting album he had just acquired. Seeing this, Shen Lang's eyes lit up, immediately coming up with a plan against Sukin. However, Jean Mutsun got scared by Jean Lang's look before he could ask anything. Shen Lang stepped forward to inquire Jean Mutsun. "Do you have any beautiful girls who like you?" "You?" Upon hearing this, Jean Mutsun cried, "Where would I get beautiful girls who like me?" Me, just as Jean Mutsun, heart-stunned by Chen Lang, was about to leave. He urged Chen Lang say, "Want to know why no beautiful girls like you? You first because you're not, but then it?" "Yeah. And some BS word stabbed Jean Mutzel with countless 9. Shen Lang suggested he had a way to make beautiful girls like him, and this method is through talent which can be barred. Jean Mutsong earnestly asks Chen Lang. Religion Lang affirmed, as long as we collaborate on writing a book and make it popular across the country. Being one of the authors, what do you think will happen? Jean Mutsong's eyes suddenly sparkle. Then I'll become famous, a celebrated genius known all over, and definitely have countless fans falling for me. Faced with Jean Mutsong's eagerness, Shen Lang began teaching Jean Mutsong how to write the book. There was once a wealthy merchant who dealt in silk fabrics. People called him Merchant Shiman. He had a daughter named Shiman Chanchan. This merchant Shiman was despicable, shameless, and debauched, harassing countless virtuous women. And as the saying goes, like father, like daughter, the daughter was infamous for her scandalous behaviors and so on, sneering Su Chanchan with fabricated tales. Jean Mutsong was not foolish. He had realized that Chen Lang was using him to smear Su Chanchan, but for the sake of beautiful girls. Jean Mutsong didn't mind. Soon after, Jean Mutsong exhaled deeply. Thanks to his habit of copying books, he had transcribed everything Chen Lang said verbatim. Shen Lang was very satisfied with his speed, but that was not enough. Shen Lang personally took up the task of drawing illustration, which were quite provocative. For the men of that era, it was an overwhelming assault. Jean Mutsong only took one look and had a nosebleed. Faced with Jean Mutsong's praise, Jean Lang was extremely pleased with himself. However, Jean Mutsong became more and more uneasy, noting that the female protagonist resembled Su Chanchan too closely. Chen Lang explained this, coincidence, all coincidence. Next, the two collaborated closely. Shen Lang drawing and Jean Mutsong writing, with only 25 days left until Su Chanchan's engagement ceremony. They completed the writing and illustrations, naming the novel Boundless Romantic Affairs. The pen name was decided as Rogue Scholar with a rice smile. Jean Mutsong was quite satisfied with this name and promised to arrange for printing immediately. However, at this moment, Jean Mutsong was somewhat shy, rubbing his hands and asking Chen Lang. So, we're taking the manuscript for typesetting and printing tomorrow, right? Chen Lang, puzzled, asked, what do you want to do? Jean Mutsong said, this book is so good. Can I borrow it to read tonight? Shen Lang took out the illustrations and handed the manuscript to Jean Mutsong. Don't get it dirty, I'm thinking of you. Staying up late to read intensely shouldn't harm your health. As the self-proclaimed Fadataku hastily fled, Shen Lang watched Jean Mutsong leave with a smirk. Su Changxian, just you wait, while Shen Lang was eagerly anticipating. An urgent knocking sounded outside. Jean Mutsong with a head full of bumps rushed in, yelling for Jean Lang Taran, my dad's coming to kill us. It turned out Jean Mutsong was so engrossed in the book, he didn't notice his father, Father Jean, coming in. So naturally, Father Jean saw the manuscript, then enraged Father Jean. Shen Lang in panic, he questioned Jean Mutsong. You didn't get so absorbed in something while reading the manuscript that you failed to notice your dad coming in. Did you? You guessed correctly, Jean Mutsong, mortified, covered his face with his left hand, and then ran off without another word. Shen Lang was dumbfounded, unable to imagine just how awkward the scene must have been. Now, how was he to deal with his murder's father-in-law? However, an hour passed, and Father Jean hadn't shown up. Unable to wait, Shen Lang fell asleep. Suddenly Shilin opened his eyes, to see his father-in-law very close, staring at him with deep eyes. Shen Lang immediately sat up immediately. Like Father Jean placed the manuscript on the table and asked Shen Lang, did you write this? Shen Lang nodded in affirmation. And Father Jean then took out a ruler, stretch out your hand. The next second, 3 distinct slaps resonated across Shen Lang's upon, causing him a bit of pain, but Shen Lang didn't dare act rashly, waiting for the real stone to arrive. However, after a while, Shen Lang was puzzled as nothing happened. Instead, he heard his father-in-law praising him. The book, it's well written. No, it's written exceptionally well. Father Jean emphasized again, which completely confused Shen Lang. Although Shen Lang had included his own agenda, the original content of the book in his previous life was a masterpiece. After Father Jean read it, he couldn't stop, and even shared it with Mother Jean, which inadvertently led to them becoming thoroughly engrossed. Thus, Father Jean's dark circles and fatigue were explained. And actually, Father Jean wasn't a rigid person. He believed the so-called erotic scenes were merely literary tools. What bothered Father Jean was Shen Lang's personal vendetta, wondering why he had to involve the Su family's scandal and an otherwise fine work, suggesting Shen Lang to revise it. Of course, Shen Lang refused. How could immortalizing his work compare to getting revenge on Su Changxian? Father Jean felt the urge to hit someone again, but he still had to ask, why involve Jean Mutsong in writing it? Shen Lang candidly explained, I didn't want my revenge on Su Changshan to be too direct. It would make me seem petty. And there's another purpose. That dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain. The Count was astonished, disbelievingly looking at Shen Lang. He immediately saw the connection and was amazed at Shen Lang's near-demonic intelligence. thinking 3 steps ahead, having such a son and a loss sent by the heavens. Perhaps it's really fate. Then Shenlang inquired of his father-in-law. Will the book be a hit? Father Jin affirmed with confidence. It will even shock the literary world. Shenlang instantly cackled, eagerly awaiting Su Changqian's fall from grace. Father Jin was speechless. The heavens really are unfair. Bestowing talent on such a person. He really didn't know what to say. Next, under Father Jin's pressure, Shenlang finally made some changes to the protagonist's name in the book, wondering if readers would still be able to associate it with Su Changqian. The next day, Xin Lian and Jin Mutsung took a carriage to Orchid Mountain City. As it was a cultural hub that had published many famous works to cause a significant impact, publishing in Orchid Mountain City was the best choice. This city also housed an old noble family, the Orchid Mountain Viscount Zhu family, which was the first to surrender military power during new reforms, becoming a favor of the emperor and naturally causing dissatisfaction among other nobles. After a 2-hour drive, they finally arrived in Orchid Mountain City, a true cultural hub. With bookstores and stalls everywhere. Shenlang went to the Jade-like Pavilion, which had chain stores in a dozen cities nearby to discuss publishing in print. Upon entering, he was immediately recommended a recently popular book, Mandarin Duck Dreams, by a server. Shenlang laughed upon receiving it, seeing his melodramatic literature that only this era's young girls might be fooled by. His laughter drew hostile glances. The person questioned Shenlang. Do you find it amusing? This person was Xu Wenhua, the author of Mandarin Duck Dreams, and the second son of the Orchid Mountain Viscount family. Shenlang recognized it. He was essentially the male version of Su Changqian. Being the second son, he couldn't inherit the title, so he sought his own path, attempting the imperial examinations while building his reputation. At 16, he became a successful candidate in the imperial examinations and then became an idol to young women by writing the best-selling Mandarin Duck Dreams. Leveraging his fame, he sought to marry into the Zhang family, aiming to become the husband of Zhang Chuanhua, the most talented woman of mythical Turtle City. Upon seeing him, Shenlang felt a surge of rivalry. Looks like I've encountered a fellow profession. And now your Orchid Mountain Viscount family has become the Emperor's lapdog, clearly targeting the mythical turtle count. Shenlang's dislike for you when he will grow. So looking at Zhu Wendo's book title, he couldn't hide his disdain. I don't know why, but just seeing this dumbass title makes me want to laugh. If you win or will, struggling to contain his anger, ask who are you? Proportion line could speak. Jin Mutsun will wildly declare their identities. Hearing these two names, Zhu Wenil's expression changed. He had been worrying about how to curry favor with Miss Zhang Chuanhua, and now an opportunity had seemingly presented itself. So, he didn't hesitate to mock Shenlang, so it's the two disgraces of their noble families. One born noble yet as stupid as a pig, forcing Miss Jee Mulan unable to marry out, only to settle for another vain and uneducated Shenlang as a last resort. Shenlang openly admitted, yes, and the uneducated pretty boy living off a woman. Then, Shenlang handed his book to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, take a look at what this pretty boy has written and give me your opinion. The shopkeeper, smiling broadly, accepted it. He couldn't afford to offend the councilman, intending to deal with it casually. Not believing these two dandies could produce anything of value. But the more he read, the more astonished he became. Almost unable to believe his eyes, the text's description, the profound analysis of human nature and societal norm, and the sophisticated use of words and references were something even renowned authors couldn't produce. However, the shopkeeper ended up rejecting it, solely because Shenlang had mocked you when he walked the author of Mandarin Duck Dreams. In addition to mocking back, Carlton Lane's book track, she went ahead pressure the shopkeeper. If you publish in Line's book, I will no longer publish with Jade-like Pavilion. Although the shopkeeper was shocked by the masterpiece Shenlang had written, the fanbase for Mandarin Duck Dreams was too vast, and offending Zhu Wenhua would result in too great a loss. Regretfully, he suggested Shenlang look for other bookstores. This enraged Jin Mutsu, but Line remained indifferent. Having a complete plan on how to quickly popularize his boundless romantic affairs. His strategy was to rise to fame by stepping over the current celebrated talents. And more than that, Shenlang aimed to ruin it. However, due to Zhu Wenhua's pressure, all bookstores in Orchid Mountain City refused Shenlang. Yet Shenlang was not worried, and took Jin Mutsun to a small bookstore. The bookstore's owner, Dan Xian, and eagerly read the book upon learning Shenlang wanted to publish. And his reaction was identical to others, shock followed by acclaim. The writing was too captivating, especially with the illustrations included. Jin Mutsun asked Deng Xian, "Are you willing to publish our book?" Deng Xian readily agreed. Curious. Jin Mutsun asked, "You think it's a masterpiece just by skimming a few sections?" Deng Xian confidently replied, "I've read countless books, but after reading certain sections of this one, it stirred great emotions within me." Naturally, it's a masterpiece. Aren't you afraid of being boycotted by Xu Wenhua? Yeah, should someone who sells Spring Palace albums be afraid of a boycott? At this, Jin Mutsun exclaimed in surprise. You sell Spring Palace album. Shen Lane explained, don't underestimate Deng Xian for selling Spring Palace albums. His distribution channels are even beyond those of big bookstores like Jade like Pavilion. Moreover, his business is substantial, capable of distributing to about 20 cities across 4 or 5 counties. Deng Xian also assured them he could sell over 3,000 copies. Shen Lang was dissatisfied. I only have one request to launch it alongside the next volume of Mandarin Duck Dreams and then crush it into dust. Deng Xian felt trouble due to Zhuan was fan effect. Mandarin Duck Dreams' first volume sold for 1,600 copies, a real bestseller in Orchid Mountain said. In the Spring Palace albums, I sell have maxed out at 2,700 copies, plus, with your book's high quality. I'm not sure my customers will appreciate. Shen Lang countered Deng Xian's question. How many copies do you think the next volume of Mandarin Duck Dreams will sell? 5,000, maybe even 6,000? Shen Lang scoffed. Is that all? My goal is to break all records. Thus, the most critical promotion was taken on by Shen Lang himself, urging Deng Xian to print 3,000 copies vigorously. If it didn't sell 3,000 copies, he would pay out of his own pocket. But if sales exceeded 3,000, Deng Xian agreed to give Shen Lang a 20% profit share. Next, Shen Lang planned to add more chapters and illustrations to his book. The new character would be named Zhu Wenjian, whose background was not much different from Zhu Wenhua's. And Shen Lang's illustrations were exceptionally sensational, causing Jee Mulan to silently mourn Zhu Wenhu for a second. If this book became popular, then Zhu Wenhu's reputation would be utterly ruined. Shen Lang asked Deng Xian, is this okay? Won't it cause you any trouble? Deng Xian indicated it was a piece of cake. Shen Lang nodded slightly in farewell, recognizing that Deng Xian must have a significant backing to disregard Zhu Wenhua. Later, Shen Lang returned home to prepare a massive poster for promotion. Wouldn't this shock the entire Orchid Mountain City? Jee Mulan accidentally stumbled in and saw, instantly getting fired up. A few days later, Jee Mulan had visibly lost weight, while Shen Lang finally finished all the posters. The last poster left Jee Mulan completely deflated, as uncomfortable as if he had a mouthful of excrement. Annoyed, Shen Lang grabbed Jee Mulan's head. That's so cute, talk properly. At that moment, Jee Mulan walked in. Husband, what are you and my brother doing? But the next second, she caught sight of Shen Lang's poster, immediately darkening her expression. So, husband likes these kinds of things. Shen Lang hurried to explain. While Shen Lang was diligently preparing the posters, Deng Xian utilized all resources and the latest tin printing method, finishing just before the launch. 15 days later, Shen Lang and Shen Mutsang's boneless romantic affairs, and Su Wenhua's next volume of Mandarin Duck Dreams are released on the same day. Almost all the young ladies in the city came out to queue at various bookstores to buy Mandarin Duck Dreams, lavishly praising Zhu Wenhu, which made him extremely proud. Seeing countless women going crazy for him thrilled him. While internally gloating, he disdainfully thought, do these commoners even deserve to think of me? They're just there to bolster my fame. Mere backdrops to my brilliance. Only someone like Shang Chuan Huat with both beauty and noble birth is worthy of me. Just then, a girl shouted in surprise towards a distant. A bookstore displayed a huge, unprecedentedly colorful post. Visually explosive for this world's men. Even Juhanola was stunned. Wondering since when did someone selling Spring Palace albums put on such a grand display. The bookstore clerk loudly promoted the true masterpiece written by nobility, Boundless Romantic Affairs. Come take a look, no charge if you don't find it interesting. Scholars and merchants alike picked up the book to browse, not intending to buy it first. They soon found themselves purchasing copies. The enticing illustrations were unlike anything they had seen before. So Shen Lang's book completely sold out, eclipsing Zhu Wenhua's fame. That night in a tavern, Deng Xian's excited voice could be heard. Because Shen Lang's book sold 3,000 copies in one day. A situation beyond his wildest dream. He couldn't even estimate the final sales anymore, while Shen Lang's book was selling like hotcakes. And oblivious Zhu Wenhua was celebrating his own book's success. The next moment, he was dumbfounded upon learning from the jade-like pavilion shopkeeper that his Mandarin Duck Dreams sold only over 500 copies, while Shen Lang's Boundless Romantic Affairs sold over 3,000. Unwilling to accept this, Amanda de Shenlein's book, the shopkeeper reminded him, read this book with an open mind. She went away, didn't listen, still reading with a disdainful mindset. But as he went through the pages, his attitude no longer remained the same. After reading for 2 hours, Zhu Wenhua was completely captivated by Xin Lang's book. However, upon realizing this and facing others' gazes, Zhu Wen left threw the book to the ground and cursed against his will. Trash. He would never admit that Shen Lang's writing was better than his. Yeah, the illustrations in the book drew everyone's attention, because the character drawn resembled him too closely. Zhu Wen's face changed completely. He heard Li look through the book's content and illustration. This is bad. This Xuanshan character is clearly referencing me. And it even says I like men. This instantly enraged you when I was. Who tore Shenlang's book into pieces? Shenlang wants to ruin me. I'm willing to accept this. Shi Wen immediately gathered his friends and acquaintances to seek justice from the city lord's mansion. The shopkeeper, realizing what was happening, understood they aimed to pressure the city lord into banning Shenlang's book. Meanwhile, inside the Orchid Mountain city lord's mansion, the city lord was reading Shenlang's book, continuously praising, "Such a good book," glancing at Mandarin Duck Dreams beside him. "That's truly garbage." As he became more engrossed, a knocking sounded from outside. His subordinate rushed in to report that hundreds of scholars were besieging the city lord's mansion. The city lord from deeply, what officials fear most is mass incidents, especially troublesome or scholars' protest. Hearing that Zhu Wenhua was leading the protest, the city lord darkly allowed him in. After greeting the city law, Zhu Wenhua got straight to the point. "Please, lordly, ban this book, arrest those who printed it, burn all copies, and seize the printing workshop. This book is vulgar and offensive, a disgrace to the teachings of the sages, poisoning the public mind, and corrupting social morals." The Orchid Mountain city lord was not swayed. "Oh, it seems to me just a regular storytelling book. Where does it deny the teachings of the sages? Why should it be banned?" And Junwok, grinding his teeth in anger, could only say, "Not only is the book vulgar and indecent, but it also alludes to me personally, completely tarnishing and trampling on my reputation. Does this not violate the law?" The city lord responded. "There are many with the same name. How could it possibly be referring to you, scholars? I advise you to be more open-minded and not to be jealous or resentful of others' talent, seeking to ban their work simply because it surpasses your." Fuming, she went all stoned off. "If the city lord does not care, then I will seek justice on my own." Seeing his subordinate worried about you when escalating the situation, the city lord said, "Mill need to work. If Shenlang can produce such a divine work, let's see how he handles a bit of turbulence." Meanwhile, Zhu Wen was spent 30 gold coins to gather 200 scholars to surround Deng Xian's bookstore, claiming boundless romantic affairs poised in readers' mind. They demanded Deng Xianhan over all copies for destruction in their present. Deng Xin, despising their actions internally, said shameless, "At least a third of the 3,000 copies sold today were bought by scholars like you." But not wanting to offend the scholars, he could only claim the books have already been sold out. They didn't believe him. The lead henchman, Wang Shiming, called out, "Let's smash the bookstore and burn all copies of Shenlang's book." Deng Xin panicked, "Don't you'll bring disaster upon yourselves." Zhu Nola, hiding among the crowd and hearing Deng Xian's words, scoff. "This isn't mythical Turtle City. Shenlang's book must be burnt today." They quickly found bundles of boundless romantic affairs wrapped in oil paper. After tearing the wrapping and confirming the content, they moved bundles of books outside. She went on, not in satisfaction, although he had to pay Wang Shiming 2 silver coins for every 100 books burned. The next moment, Wang Shiming threw a torch into the pile of book, igniting a fierce fire. Hugh Win will watch it with immense satisfaction. So what if Shenlang's book sold well? It's still reduced to ashes with just a little trick. Juwenhua, control the clouds and the rain. Deng Xin and a few helpers desperately tried to douse the flames. "You can't burn these." But they were kicked aside by a shoe when it was lacking. "Do you dare to stop us from burning poison? Do you want to be the sinners of Orchid Mountain City?" Deng Xin rushed forward again, and shouting, "It's not poison, it's the new policy edict issued by the emperor. You call it poison and even burn it all. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor." At this revelation, everyone was stunned. One Shiming, sweating profusely, cursed Deng Xin. "Don't spout nonsense." When they didn't believe him, Deng Xian grabbed a book that was still red, showing the cover with the new policy edict written on it. This completely broke Xu Wen, and One Shiming sat on the ground in fright. "Thanks, Ian," cried out loudly. "Your Majesty, someone is deceiving you. Come quickly. Someone is rebel." A deathly silence filmed here, leaving the 10 or so scholars present utterly dumbfounded. "It's..." One Shiming tried to struggle since they had just confirmed the books were boundless romantic affairs. But Deng Xian showed that not a single one was boundless romantic affairs, all were the new policy edict. Shenlang, having arrived unnoticed, said from behind them, "Burning the emperor's the new policy edict. Is this harboring discontent and plotting rebellion?" Wang Shiming trembled, and Shenlang continued loudly publicly opposing the emperor's new policies as a grave crime. "You shall be stripped of all ranks and titles, receive 30 strokes of the cane, and be exiled to Southern Heaven Island." Upon hearing this, the many scholars causing trouble were nearly scared out of their wits. What they cared about most was their reputation and titles. Receiving 30 strokes of the cane was something their tender skins couldn't bear, and the thought of being exiled to Southern Heaven Island was even more terrifying. That desolate place, isolated from civilized society, was filled with miasma and wild beasts. Seeing them deflate, Shenlang smiled to himself. Some things are invisible until they're exposed by fire. This is a technique beyond your comprehension. Wang Shiming, furious and embarrassed, lashed out at Chen Lin. Put a stick hit his hand hard. The listening a scream like that of a slaughtered pit. But it wasn't over yet. Chen Lin stated, exile is the official punishment for you. I have other punishments personally. Milan has ever crossed me and gotten away with it. Knowing he was outmatched, Zhu Wenhua attempted to leave, but Chen Lang wouldn't let him go. To the scholars incited by Zhu Wenhua, he said, point out who urged you to oppose the new policies, and you may redeem yourself. All eyes turned as you went on, leaving him nowhere to hide. Fully aware Chen Lang was out for his downfall. At that moment, the Lord of Orchid Mountain City arrived. What's causing this commotion? But in fact, he had arrived earlier and was internally astounded by Chen Lang's maneuvering. Chen Lang immediately pinned the blame for burning the new policy edict entirely on Zhu Wenhua. This caused Zhu Hino's face to darken with rage. Chen Lang, you're slandering me. Shen Lang turned to question the scholars. Tell us. Was it Zhu Lanwu who summoned you here? Upon hearing this, the scholars, recalling what Chen Lang had previously stated, began to betray and accuse Zhu Wenhua en masse. Even Zhu Wenhua's lackeys claimed that he had been dissatisfied with the new policy edict, which is why he came to burn the book. As Zhu Wenhua furiously cursed his lackeys, Chen Lang told the city lord, with both testimonial and physical evidence present, a verdict can be reached. The Orchid Mountain city lord was stunned. I wanted to see what Chen Lang was made of. Sure, but I didn't expect him to be this formidable, cutting off a man's future with a single move. Feeling somewhat helpless, he first complimented Chen Lang's writing, then asked if they could speak privately. Following Chen Lang's agreement, he was invited to the city lord's residence. This city lord was straightforward. I know you want to drive this Yu family down, but they were the first nobles to surrender their feasts and military power, commended by the emperor as a model for nobility. If we make a fuss about Zhu Wenhua opposing the new policies, it's like slapping the emperor's face. So, it's impossible to truly punish him. For this reason, the Orchid Mountain city lord personally bowed in apology to Chen Lang. Chen Lang helped the city lord. Of course I understand you just need to watch the show from the sideline. Anyone who could become a city lord was intelligent. He blurted out, starting with a high asking price to settle for a lower payment. And line display an impeccable handsome smile offering no response. Meanwhile, Zhou Hanwei had calmed down, regaining his arrogant demeanor. Convinced he wouldn't bear any blame. Chen Lang, observing Zhou Hanhua, felt no desire to respond, ordering a lounge chair to be brought out to wait for Zhou Hanhua's father to. You win what scoffed in disdain, the thought of my father coming here is laughable. However, before he could finish, the announcement Orchid Mountain Viscount has arrived, hit him like SL. The Orchid Mountain Viscount didn't even glance at his son, but bowed to the city lord, then turned to Chen Lang with a warm smile. Chen Lang, my nephew, I was in such a rush at the time of your grand wedding. I couldn't attend, as neighbors for 100 years. That was truly rude of me. He gave Chen Lang full respect, but Chen Lang retorted. Orchid Mountain Viscount. I'm not familiar with you. Bernie. Both father and son showed anger. Yu Wenhua angrily shouted at Chen Lang. Do you know who you're speaking to? Ignoring Zhu Wenhua. Chen Lang held up 2 fingers. I have 2 conditions. First, you must slap Zhou Hanhua hard enough to swell his face like a pig's. Second, all copies of Zhou Hanhua's Mandarin Duck Dreams will be burned by. He likes burning books, right? Let him have a taste of his own medicine. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenhua exploded in anger, and his father not restrained him, he might have charged at Chen Lang's direct. The Orchid Mountain Viscount, countered Chen Lang, on what ground? Shen Lan chuckled. The Orchid Mountain Viscount has lost his fief in military power, so you must pursue a career in the bureaucracy. Both your sons need to hold office, relying on their reputation. And unfortunately, what I excel at is writing bestsellers. It would be a shame if I inadvertently included some stories about the Viscount's family. This was a clear threat. Yet the Orchid Mountain Viscount seemed unconcerned. False accusations remain false. My son Zhu Wenhua was marriage alliance with the Shanchong family does not care about reputation. Xinhang, and Shanchong may not care. But what about the general pacifying the West? His eldest son is aiming for a military career. What if in my next book, I write about both your families in a selection of tales? Public opinion is powerful, hard to count. At this, the Orchid Mountain Viscount's complexion changed instantly. The mere thought making him tremble with anger. If it comes to it, I'll take the matter to the governor's office, even to the emperor himself. Zhu Wenhua did indeed burn the new policy eating. Though they may not punish you severely, a light reprimand is inevitable. It might even ruin the bureaucratic careers of your son. Once after finishing, seeing no response from them, Chen Lang prepared to leave. I'm off then, I'll go back to writing and drafting my complaint. Within 3 seconds, the Orchid Mountain Viscount called for Chen Lang to wait. See ancient line turn around. The Viscount said, I agree. He then turned to a son and, raising his hand high, curiously slapped Ju Lenel across the face. The sounds of swaps echoed continuously. Lecture Sally, much dish and line satisfaction. Until you win with face with swole. The Orchid Mountain Viscount been asked to land. Young Master Shin, are you satisfied now? Shen Lang replied, there's still the second condition, burn all copies of Mandarin Duck Dream. Immediately, the Orchid Mountain Viscount ordered the collection of Mandarin Duck Dreams. Soon, all copies of Juwenna was Mandarin Duck Dreams were brought over, totaling over 6,000 printed copies with 500 sold in the rest present. Shen Lang, holding a torch, said to Zohenhua, your marriage to Miss Zhang Chuanhua is basically settled. You don't need these nonsensical writings anymore. You can burn them yourself. Instructing Dane Xian to pour oil to intensify the flame. Dang Xian was thrilled. A large barrel of oil was poured over the 5,000-plus book, and with Shen Lang lighting it, a huge fire blade. The shopkeeper of Jade-like Pavilion watched Harbrook. Not to mention the loss. If only we had published Boundless Romantic Affairs, think of the profit. Shu Wenyue trembled, losing countless readers, his status as a youth leader in Orchid Mountain City and his dignity. Everyone would remember him as the pitiful figure trampled by Shenlin. Shen Lang then leisurely went home. After Chen Lane effortlessly manipulated a Viscount. His actions were reflected in his book sale, boosted by the heat and controversy, selling even more explosively. This frenzy swept the surrounding areas and finally reached Shen Lane's stronghold. Mythical Turtles. In just 2 hours, 3,000 copies were sold out. Meanwhile, at the Sufum, Su Changshan was preparing for her engagement ceremony, discussing how to help their future-in-law. The Shanchong family take down the mythical Turul Count and Jinhai Count. Securing these two counts' mansions would propel Zheng Chong to soaring heights, potentially becoming the governor of Glamour's province. With Yukingham divided into 3 provinces in a special administrative region, Glamour's province, though smaller, holds significant prestige, ranked just below a full province. The Su family would also benefit from this ride. As for Shen Lang, what's he but a minor character? As the butler hurriedly entered, reporting the success of Shen Lang's book sales to the Su family hit, the Su family had dismissed it. What does it matter to us if his book sells well? The butler presented a copy of Boundless Romantic Affairs, saying, Master, Miss, you should see it for yourself. Upon seeing the cover, the Su family head was momentarily stunned, admiring Shen Lang's artistry. But as he delved into the content and saw the illustration, recognition dawned on it. Curious, Su Chanshan approached in. Upon seeing the indecent illustrations and character likenesses, tears sprang to her eyes, recognizing the characters as herself. If she felt a chill, such a malicious Shen Lang, to become recognized as a great beauty and talent, I've spent 8 years cultivating my image. Spending countless sums, Shen Lang wants to destroy it all. Just then, they heard a commotion outside. As Shen Lang's book circulated, it became clear to the public that the character was Su Chanqing. After seeing her beautiful face, many men cheer. It's her, that face. She means Xian is Su Chanqian. Even clothed, I'd recognize her. The disrespectful looks and harsh words overwhelmed Su Chanqian, and causing her to faint. Hearing the relentless crowd below, the distress worsened her condition, leading to her vomiting blood upon regaining consciousness. She picked up Boundless Romantic Affairs to meticulously search for flaws to prove her innocent. But after reading, she felt powerless. The book's depiction of Viscount Juwenhua, who always attended their literary meetings, was undeniable. The key issue wasn't Juwenhua. It was that the book was written too well, destined to be a hit. Suddenly the door burst open, and Zhang Ji rushed in, his face twisted in rage, approaching Su Shanqian. And he slapped her hard across the face, leaving her day. Zhang Ji yelled at her. Why didn't you kill Shen Lang when you had the chance? Su Changchan regained her composure, her demeanor becoming exceptionally calm and attached as she countered Zhang Ji. When your fiancé is harmed, is all you can do to vent your anger on her, incapable of anything else? Her words enraged Zhang Ji, his eyes turning bloodshot before he punched a hole in the wall next to him. Regretting not having killed Shen Lang when he had the chance, Su Chanshan and gently patted Zhang Ji, signaling him to cool down and think of other solutions. Zhang Ji, no longer rage, left saying, I will speak to my father. Meanwhile, at the prefect's mansion, Zhang Ji's father, Zhang Shon, was reading Shen Lang's book. After finishing, he couldn't help but praise Shen Lang's rights. Just as Jin Ji was about to speak, Zhang Chong asked his son, do you want me to ban Shen Lin's book? Haven't you heard that banned books only become more popular? To utterly destroy this book, Shen Lang must die, and to achieve that, the mythical Turtle Count's mansion must be eradicated. Did Young Ji panicked? Should we just allow Shen Lang to tarnish Su Changchan's reputation? Or our young family become a laughingstock? However, Zhang Chong was indifferent. I am merely a tool in the Emperor's hands. Reputation means nothing to me. Think bitter. Our only goal is to eradicate the century-old noble house. Zhang Ji, chasten, indicated he understood. Suddenly, Zhang Chong asked his son, "Did you hit Su Changchen?" And startled, Zhang Ji hadn't expected his father Augusta. Facing the prospect of punishment, Zhang Chong simply instructed him to behave better and not to be looked down upon again. Leaving, Zhang Ji was acutely aware of his shortcomings to see his father become the governor of glamorous Praven. They were short of 10,000 gold coins to silence their detractors. The alliance with the Su family was ascend. Now, he had to put aside the matter with Shenlang and focus on eliminating the mythical Turtle Count's match. Meanwhile, in the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Shenlang added 2 new names to his list of enemies on the wall, while mockingly stating, "I've just dealt with Tanhang and now there are 2 more enemies. When will this cycle of vengeance end?" Jee Mulan, with a charming smile, said, "My husband's enemies are my enemies." This deepened Chanlang's affection for Jee Mulan. However, tonight is Su Chan's engagement banquet. I'm ready to stir things up. Whoever jumps out then will meet their end. The spirit of Chanlang was then informed by Binger that the cow was looking for him. Shenlang hurriedly responded without missing a beat, contrasting Chanlang's brimming confidence. Father Jin was filled with deep concern. At Su Chan's engagement banquet, there was someone Father Jin had not expected. The first was Tang Yelan, the heir of the Jin High Count's mansion from the north. The second was Nandong Pang, the second young master of the Nutrigen Bay Marquis. The third guest was an envoy from the Hidden Origin Society. In the countless wanted to see, the Hidden Origin Society is one of the Great Flame Dynasty's major banks, holding astronomical wealth. Business across over a dozen countries. For centuries, the Hidden Origin Society has always been closely linked with the old nobility. But now, they were also attending Zhang Ji's engagement ceremony. And most critically, the Hidden Origin Society was the Count's mansion's biggest creditor. Father Jin shared everything with Chanlang. Now they were surrounded on all sides, feeling as if the end was near. "Chen Wang, don't go to Shangjiayan in Su Chanchan's engagement ceremony," Shenlan reassured Father Jin. "I've known for a while what Jin Ji and the others are planning." Shenlan analyzed for his father-in-law. The Orchid Mountain Viscount has already surrendered to the new regime. Jin High Count's mansion is also joining hands with the new regime to finish us off. We could have relied on the Xinbei Marquis mansion, but under Shangchan's tactic, the stance of the Jinbei Marquis mansion began to lean towards the new regime. Thus in the entire province of the southern Jura, only our Count's mansion remains as the largest old nobility, isolated under the monarch's scrutiny. Father Jin stated, "We still have means to fight back." Shenlan disagreed. "Father-in-law, Zheng Chang's move is just a feint. What he wants is for us to invest our strategic resources into the Xinbei Marquis Manch, to exhaust all our efforts to sway the stance of Vision Bay Marquis Mansion. So, Vision Bay Marquis Mansion is already irrelevant. What the enemy wants us to do, we will not comply. And Zhang Chuan's second step is to cut off our mansion's financial sources. After all, the mansion has accumulated a huge debt. Once we can't turn things around, the consequences are imaginable. The next step is the third, and also the final strike, which is to take over the Isle of Gold Mountain and completely eliminate our Count's Manch." Under the shocked gaze of Father Jin and another, Shenlang explained, "It won't be long before the monarch orders a permanent resolution of the Isle of Gold Mountain's ownership, and Zhang Chong has already been laying out plans on the Isle of Gold Mountain for years. We completely lose the Isle of Gold Mountain as if it was destined. When we are unable to repay the debt and lose the Isle of Gold Mountain, our creditor can claim the collateral due to our inability to repay the debt. It's also the main source of income for the mansion. With this operation, our mansion's financial resources will be completely cut off. Then we can only retreat, sell off land. And without an army, the council's mansion will be like meat on the chopping board at the mercy of others. So, the key to victory or defeat lies in the battle for the Isle of Gold Mount. And lose everything. Win in a sin to the people." Father Jin was completely stunned after listening to Shenlang's analysis. All the fog seemed to be instantly cleared away. The old master was also in disbelief, with just this information to analyze the ultimate goal. There is such a smart person in this world. The old master Ascension Lang, is there a way to break the game? After all, the camp we are facing is truly terrifying. Shenlang held up 2 fingers, indicating I still have 2 points not yet broken through. Once broken through, we can win. Father Jin sighed. Shenlang's talents should be used to assist the king. It's a waste for him to be in our family. Shenlang waved his hand, indicating it was fine. Jee Mulan is my queen, both in and out of bed. She is. He quickly covered his mouth, realizing it was inappropriate to say such things in front of his father-in-law. Shenlang immediately changed the subject. "Father-in-law, why did grandfather borrow such a large sum of money back then?" Father Jin darkly responded, "My father hired an army of 3,000 men. The entire fleet was annihilated." Shenlang was also shocked. Such an army, only small countries could afford. Is it really okay for you, account, to do this? But at this moment, Father Jean still didn't want you lying to attend Su Changqian's wedding. If you go, you will definitely be surrounded. Shen Lang asked, will they beat me? Father Jean shook his head slightly. Well, Shen Lang immediately showed a defiant face. Then I wish for more people to come so I can slap their faces one by one. He also reminded his father-in-law, before long, people from the Hidden Origin Society will definitely come to visit. Whatever they say, just ignore. Father Jean was somewhat incredulous. Do you really think you're a god? Able to predict everything? But 2 hours late, people from the Hidden Origin Society really did come to visit. During the conversation, the Hidden Origin Society said they hadn't changed their stand, and still supported the old nobility. After listening to Shen Lang's advice, Father Jean let these words go in one ear and out the other. Soon, it was evening, and Su Chanchan's wedding was about to take place. The entrance to the engagement banquet was filled with guests. At that moment all the guests were stunned. Simply because Shen Lang's appearance was so dashed. From the carriage drifted a pleasant voice. My lord, you've overshadowed the groomed. Shen Lang immediately turned around and a delicate hand was placed on him. Then a dainty foot stepped out, turning everyone's eyes into heart. The one coming down from the carriage was Jee Mulan. Her slender legs, proud fig, in delicate face attracted everyone's attention. Jee Mulan, arm in arm with Shen Lang, slowly walked into the banquet hall, facing the crowd's gaze. Shen Lang sensed hostility among them. At that moment a woman rushed over and stood in front of She Went. With a bashful expression, she said, a few days ago, in Orchid Mountain City, you and I were passionately entwined, experiencing ecstasy together. Something I'll never forget in my lifetime. Shen Lang, you said I was much better in bed than your wife, calling her a dead fish who lies still while only I could make you feel alive. Upon hearing this, Jee Mulan's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She could tell at a glance that this person was spouting nonsense. Jean Lane was not someone who would stoop so long. Then, the woman took out a longevity lock with the character laying on. It's loudly claiming, this is the love token Shanlan gave me. The crowd instantly buzzed with excitement. Ancient Lang naturally recognized it was his longevity lock, which had been lost at the place of Shen Lane to not get angry, but called over his subordinate to whisper a few instructions. Facing the woman's increasingly outrageous word, and the onlookers' eager gazes, Shen Lang said, Lady, how much do I owe you for that? The woman stretched out 5 fingers, indicating she was owed 5 silver coin. Shen Lan gave her 10 gold coins instead, which means it was enough for her to entertain 390 clients. The woman joyfully accepted the gold coins, not hearing what Shen Lang said after. At that moment, the servant Shen Lane had instructed returned with dozens of beggars. Shen Lane said to the beggars, Gentlemen, this woman is all yours now. Now, immediately the eyes of the beggars turned red. The woman, terrified and wanting to flee, was stopped by the soldiers of the councilman. Shen Lane told her the payment has been made in business. It's only fair to clear debts with good. The woman looking at the beggars shivered all over. How can this be? How is this possible? She quickly cried out for help to the Su steward. Steward Su, save me. I slandered young Master Shan Lang on your orders, save me. How many Steward Su's face changed? Where did this despicable prostitute come from? Spouting nonsense. As the dignified steward of the Su household, how could I possibly know someone of your soul? After saying this, Steward Su tried to leave. The woman, terrified, screamed out how Steward Su found her and arranged for her to slander Shenland. Shen Lang looked at the woman, indicating, so I didn't sleep with you, right? The woman immediately nodded, indicating it was all Steward Su's due. Steward Su panic angrily ordered the woman to be driven out. And then he tried to slip away. But she's lame, called in the stuff. Steward Susnier, you have no evidence it was me, as he turned to leave, still feeling smock. As the son-in-law of the council mansion, what can you do? You just have to swallow the law. However, Shen Lane started to act, pretending to be scared and signaling to Jee Mulan. My lady, there are so many villains here, they want to harm me tonight. I'm so scared, let's go home. But this made John G. anxious. If she ain't left, how could he use his trump card against him and the councilman? So, he quickly stepped forward to stop them, smiling apologetically and asking, what's wrong? Aren't you attending the engagement ceremony anymore? And Lane pointed at Steward Su, indicating someone inside wants to harm me so bad. With a slight smirk he added, if you break Steward Su's legs, I won't leave. John G. without hesitation ordered his men to seize stewards. Even police from the Su family were of no use. They were determined to break Steward's Su's leg. However, Chen Lang suddenly called out, wait a minute. Shan Ji, puzzled, asked Chen Lang. What's the matter? Chen Lang snatched a wooden stick. I want to do it myself. Same so. Shen Lang raised the stick hot, and swung it down at Steward Su's legs with all his strength. Unexpectedly both Steward Su and Chen Lang screamed. The crowd was baffled. What on earth is Shen Lai screaming for? Shen Lang, grimacing, held his back, urging Jee Mulan to come and help him. It turned out Shen Lang had exerted himself too much and strained his back. Hearing this on the ground, Steward Su had a slew of curses ready for Shen. Jee Mulan stepped forward to gently massage and laying slower back. And soon his back pain as Steward Su was dragged away. In the first round of Shen Lane versus Zhang Ji and his party, Shen Lane emerged as the complete victor with a knockout. Meanwhile, the engagement banquet continues. Su Chan and Zhang Ji were greeting distinguished guests at the entrance. Upon seeing Shen Lane and Jin Yum walking, Su Chan and Jee Mulan started chatting. At this moment, there was no animosity on her face. However, she completely ignored Shen Lane beside her. This displeased Jan Lang, who asked Jee Mulan, "My lady, did you bring money?" Jee Mulan nodded, indicating she did bring some. Shen Lang then took out a bag of gold coin and placed it in Su Chan's hand, expressing sincerely and tenderly, "A man can owe any money, but never the overnight FA. This is for the 3 months you spent with me. A night of marriage owes 10 days of grace. So for 3 months as husband and wife, we must have been together 200 times. Shen Lane kept talking non-stop, making Zhang Ji and Su Changxian's faces grow darker and angry. Finally, Su Changxian forced herself to calm down, smiled and invited Chen Lang and his party and then went to greet other guests. However, in the seating arrangement, Jee Mulan and her party were ranked 9, which was completely inconsistent with the status of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. It was an open suppression of. Shen Lang felt he could no longer tolerate it, not wanting Jee Mulan to be humiliated. Just then, a shout rang out: the heir of Jin Hai Count's mansion has arrived. The envoy from the governor's office is here. The man in armor was the governor's office envoy Hubian, also the son of the general who pacifies the south. The handsome man in front of Su Changchan was the heir of Jin Haikam's mansion, Tang Yun, also a scholar in both civil and military study. Upon seeing him, Shen Lai immediately asked Jee Mulan, "My lady, who is more handsome? Me or him?" Jee Mulan told Shen Lai, "You are more handsome." Shen Lai immediately being with happiness, confident in Jee Mulan's Tang Yun's noble identity. 1/3 of those present came forward to pay their respects. Another 2/3 didn't approach, not because they didn't want to, but because they weren't qualified. Like the Lord of Mythical Turtles City, Lewis. Then, a man dressed in green-edged black clothes came forward to greet him. He was also a significant figure. This year's second-ranked graduate and the newly appointed silver clothing inspector who could inspect hundreds of officials with power so great it was astonishing. And also the real top scholar of Mythical Turtle City. Shen Lang had grown up hearing his name. The last to make their entrance were the second young master of the Shinbi Marquis Mansion, Nan Dongping, and the representative of the Hidden Origin Society. Thus, all the forces had arrived, perhaps all targeting the mythical Turtle Count. As the guests took their seats, the engagement banquet officially began. Jee Mulan, lowering her voice, asked Jee Lang, "Will there be a second wave of attacks against us?" Shen Lang wrote a name on the table, urging Jee Mulan to come and love. On the table was written the name Wang Liang. Jean Malam was somewhat shocked. The second person to attack us is cousin Malam Lian. Just as Jean Mulan finished speaking, a figure burst in. Jee Mulan, open her mouth and surprise. Jean Lang had actually guessed right. Zhang Ji then stood up. "Wang Liang, brother, you're late. You'll have to drink 3 penalty cups late." Wang Lin, as if you're enough. Nothing rushed directly in front of Jean Mulan, with a voice full of obsession and fervor. He roared, "Jean Mulan, have you forgotten the mid-autumn night 2 years ago under the Asmanthus tree, where we pledged ourselves to each other for life? Forgotten the promises made under the moon and flowers, to be husband and wife through all lifetime? Times for you. I did not participate in the imperial examinations, giving up a great future. Why betray me to marry Shen Lang? This worthless man." These words stunned Gmoa, followed by a surge of raging anger. As Jean Mulan was about to stand up and retort, Shen Lang stopped her. "My lady, I will prove your innocence within an hour and then make Wang Liang wish you were dead." Wang Liang's words also stirred up much discussion among those press. And Shen Lang, however, took out pen and paper and began to write. Jean Mulan, curious, asked Jean Lin, "Husband, why are you writing down their name?" Shen Lang responded with a sinister tone, "To record the names of those who dared to tarnish your reputation, making them wish they were never born, to regret living in this world." As for Wang Lin, he was taken away by Zhang Ji. "Hey," Zhang Ji cast a smug glance at Shen Lang. "Shen Lang, you may have no shame, but we splashed the mud on your wife. What will you do about that?" Shen Lang continued writing names, and when he got to Li Wanjian, Jean Mulan turned her gaze to him. This person was the silver clothing inspector. She asked Chen Lang, "Is the third wave of attack going to be carried out by this man?" Chen Lang nodded slightly. At that time, he will deliver the fatal blow to. Jee Mulan became anxious upon hearing this. Asking Xinlan, do you have a way to deal with this? Xinlan asked Jee Mulan in return. Do you remember the 3 visitors last? Upon hearing this, Jee Mulan recalled, but weren't those 3 here to see doctrine for treatment? Xinlan laughed slightly. That's the crucial point. Jee Mulan trusted Xinlan completely. If they dare to make a move, I'll kill them all. The banquet then began, with Zhang Ji delivering a speech of gratitude, followed by toast. After a while, someone suddenly stood up and loudly asked, have you heard about a remarkable book published recently? Lane east and east outward and on all douche metric on the chin. 3455. Up. Listening as these scholars first brought up his book, then praised it lavish. They mentioned a line from it. Good is rewarded with good and evil with evil. The net of heaven is vast, but lets nothing through, describing it as a class. Then they revealed that Xinlang was the author. This immediately led to people praising Shanla, who found their acting skills rather cringeworthy. However, at that moment, Wang Liang slammed his hand on the table. You shameless thief. Not only did you steal my woman, but you also stole my poach. This was Shangji's second attack on Xunlang that eve. The accusation shocked everyone present. Some didn't believe it, while others Qian Lang was a disgrace to scholar. An elderly man stood up. He was Xinlang's childhood teacher who couldn't believe Xinlang would play dries. He asked Wang Yan for evidence. Wang Liang rummaged through his sleeve. Of course, I have evidence. He produced an exam paper from 8 years ago, which contained his poetry. Though the county examination was not of the highest level, it was still an official imperial examination. The paper was passed to Tang Yuan, Li Wenjing, and others for inspection. They found the verse attributed to Xinlang on the exam paper and the handwriting couldn't be fake. It seemed to be a case of plagiarism, prompting them to denounce and lying as a disgrace to scholar. The elderly teacher still didn't believe it. Xunlian and you, Wang Liang, have never had any interaction. Zhonglian explained, Xinlang was injured before, and I taught him while he was reviewing his lessons. That's when he stole. The elderly man became tremendously angry and accused in life. Outrages, is this true? Xunlang ignored him completely. The acting is still as terrible as ever. Let me see Wang Liang's example. The city lord, Lu, immediately refused. How can someone with no academic merit touch the imperial examination paper? He gestured for Xinlang to stand there and look. Xinlang sneered. Do you think I can't see it from that fall? Xunlang activated his perceptive vision and intelligent brain, verifying the exam paper was authentic and every character on it was real. But without a doubt, Wang Lian had never written this poem. Xunlang quickly understood. Firstly, these 16 characters are very common. Wang Liang took these 16 characters he had written before, cut them out and arranged them into this poem, then found the most skilled calligrapher and framer to affix these characters onto this exam paper. The most impressive part is that only by doing so can it be filled with the marks of time. Wang Lian pointed at Xinlang, demanding, now with their refutable evidence, what do you have to say? The elderly teacher also looked utterly disappointed, cursing Xinlang as a beef. Xunlang looked at them calmly. It's not easy at such an old age. Still coming out to frame and entrap. At this moment a woman not believing Xinlang would plagiarize wanted Xinlang to produce superior poetry to prove himself. The scholars present also echo this sentiment. Li Wenxing then proposed. With so many scholars here, I'll set a topic if your poem surpasses theirs. It can also prove you're not entirely a plagiarist. At this moment, Su Changchan was inwardly very pleased. The stage is filled with Xunlang's enemies. Asking Xinlang to compose a poem is merely mocking the clown. No matter what he does, he's set to loot. Xunlang put down his teacup, up, and with a disdainful smile said, why should I compose a poem? What right do you have? What makes you think you can compare your poetic talent with mine? Instantly, the scholars became angry. You, Xinlang, without even a title to your name, dared to compare qualifications with them. Xunlang countered. Among you, is there anyone who has attained the rank of imperial scholar? Not waiting for their response, he continued, even if someone here has succeeded, what of it to become a city lord to eventually reach the position of a prefect would be your family's ancestral graves exploding with life. Luck, moreover, even if at the age of 50 or so, one of you becomes a county magistrate. What then? What luxury and honor would you enjoy? What level of life could you marry? What kind of mansion could you live in? How many servants would you have? Could any of you compare to me? I, Xinlang, live in an estate spanning 10,000 miles, with a mansion of 1,000 miles, surrounded by dozens of servants and maids. Not to mention my current wealth, my wife is the daughter of a count, the #1 beauty in the entire New River County, with unparalleled physique and martial skill. The end point of your lifelong struggle is merely my starting point. What you dream of obtaining is but a trifle to me. What right do you have to compare with? Those of you who came to this banquet came only to play the role of dog. Yet this evening's banquet is practically held in my arms. With these words, the scholars removed the tears. Despite their immense anger, they couldn't refute Xinlang's facts. Can't argue with that. So jealous of him. Ventai Online pointed at Su Chan wanting me to compose a better poem to prove myself. Are you mocking me? The need to prove the silk before was because I was but a commoner, whom the Su family could crush it anymore, necessitating me to prove my innocence with all my mind. And now to write your damn poll. Wang Lian, unable to contain his anger at Xinlang's words, which should have been his triumph, was about to drink his wine when Jee Mulan, with a focused gaze and without making a sound, flipped the pill into Wang Lian's wine, which he then drank down. This action was observed by Xinlin, who realized the pill Jee Mulan flicked was the hallucinogenic potion he had made earlier. The dose Jee Mulan used was enough to ensure a person couldn't walk, and with Wang Lian bolstering his courage with alcohol, the absorption of the potion was expedited by the large amount of alcohol. Thus, Xinlang did not retaliate against Wang Lian's insult, for in his eyes, Wang Liang was already a dead man, dare to slander my wife. I will show Wang Liang what cruelty it. While Wang Lian was cursing Xinlang, feeling quite satisfied, the next moment, he felt his head becoming foggy with his surroundings turning bizarre. Wang Liang entered a peculiar state, and Xinlang suddenly asked him, Wang Lian, you're slandering me, framing me, right? Wang Lian laughed loudly. Ha, yes, Xinlang. I'm framing you. Silence fell over the entire room, with everyone momentarily unable to react. Xinlang then asked Wang Liang again, did I plagiarize your poll? Wang Liang, smiling and waving his hand, said, no, I never wrote that poem to tell you the truth, though the poem is short, just 16 characters. It's too brilliant, not something I could have written. Written, Xinlang grinned. Wang Liang, who asked you to slander and frame me then? Wang Liang pointed towards the city lord, indicating it was his. Zhang Ji, sensing something was amiss, signaled to serve. To take one little. At this moment Jee Mulan placed her sword on the table, stepped in front of Wang Liang, and with a cold look commanded, let Wang Lian continue speaking. Wang Lian in his excitement continued speaking, even revealing his affair with the city lords, and mocking the city lords impotent. Once the city lord, trembling with rage, ordered the guards to remove Wang Lian. Several guards from the council mansion stepped forward to stop them. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Xinlang then picked up the exam paper, asking Wang Lian, how did my poem end up on this exam paper? Wang Lin, overly proud, explained how he found his own handwriting, then pieced it together and sought a master frame. Boasting Xinlang isn't a brilliant could you have ever imagined? I never thought it would be so convincingly. Xinlang asked him, why would you do such a th? Wang Lian, with eyes red with fury, confessed. Jee Mulan was supposed to be mine. Once I became the son-in-law of the count's mansion, all I needed to do was wait for the count to die. Sidelined Jee Mutsong, that fool, then the entire count's mansion would be mine. That's why I sought revenge. He even blurted out. Xinlang, Zhang Ji is prepared to fail move against you. You're finished soon. Jee Mulan, after leaving Xinlang, you must marry. Xinlang smiled slightly, suggesting this is the truth revealed by alcohol. Isn't it? Shangji, naturally unable to let Wang Lian continue. You, said Xinlang. Who would have thought Wang Lian to be so utterly heartless? Resorting to such extremes to get back at you, I will ensure justice for you. The city lord announced will report this to the provincial education commissioner, strip Wang Lian of his titles and fine in 20 pieces of silver to be paid to the victim. Zhang Ji asked Xinlang. Are you satisfied with this punishment? Xinlang verbally expressed dissatisfaction, watching as Wang Lian was taken away. Xinlang wasn't going to let him off so easily. He intended to make Wang Liang's death utterly humiliate. Thus, as Wang Lian was being taken down, he was kidnapped by several men in black. After effortlessly resolving the second wave of attacks against Xinlang offered, I can compose a poem. After all, I should give Inspector Li Wenjin some faith. But the scholars present are not worthy to compete with. The scholars were once again spitting blood at Xinlang's word. Ignoring them, Xinlang stood up and signaled to Su Chanchan. This poem is for you, and it will be created in 7 steps titled Honey. As he began to strive for, he recited with a resonant voice, sun and moon passed by, trickles of crimson flames. Now shallow, now deep, once more arises. Once more it sinks, your face bears a half smile, your brows hand a tear. Adore me tenderly, boundless romantic affairs. The poem left Su Changchan almost exploding with rape. And Zhang Ji even crushed the carbon as his eyes bloodshot as he glared at him, laying, wishing he could kill him on the spot. Seeing no reaction from them, Xinlang said, Ben, let's make it a song instead. He began to sing, Changchan, you're my old love. Like a rose, you're the woman with your crimson lips. You eternally haunt my midnight dream. The explicit lyrics enraged Su Changchan to the point of biting her lip until it blew. Chen Lang, not one to avoid escalating the situation, commented, "Shankian, your upper lip is bleeding too. What's wrong? Didn't you like my singing? Should I switch to another song?" Seeing Jin Ji approaching with murder's intent, Shin Lang quickly retreated behind Jee Mulan and said to her, "Wife, it seems no one appreciates my lyrics. Let's go home." Jee Mulan nodded. "My lord, I really enjoy your singing. Sing for me at home." At this moment, Li Wenjin spoke up, "Shin Lang, you cannot leave." Li Wenjing's intervention confirmed Shin Lang's prediction. First, Li Wenjin mocked, "What's most ridiculous? A man facing death unaware, still hopping around like a buffoon." Then he shouted at Shin Lang, "Shin Lang, your act of treason has been discovered. Guards, see Shin Lang, shackle him, and take him to the cab." Upon Li Wenjin's command, several soldiers rushed in, ready to apprehend Shin Lang. Shin Lang, far from panic, smiled, sensing the climax was imminent. "This is the trap I've laid. Now finally triggered. You, as an inspector, chose to be another's blade. Now, await your end." He challenged Li Wenjin. "When did I ever plot rebellion? Do not falsely accuse me without cause." Li Wenjin had someone bring ink and paper, and he began to run. Light, specifically highlighting Shin Lang's poem from Boundless Romantic Affairs, he circled a few characters which, at first glance, seemed innocuous, but when read in reverse spelled heavenly punishment for noble Lord Jin. Everyone was shocked, a hidden message in the poem, truly a sign of her belly. Li Wenjin continued to present evidence that the book Shin Lang published in Orchid Mountain City used a specific shade of red, while those in Mythical Turtle City did not. It was intention. The crowd erupted into discussion, practically sealing Shin Lang's fate. It turned out noble Lord Jin was originally the crown prince of Southern Oing, Malice Warren's son and son-in-law of the current king of Yuki. Him 20 years ago during a major battle against the Shamo tribes. The king of Southern Oyang led his elite forces as the vanguard for Yukingdom's army but tragically fell in battle. Grieved, the king of Yuking adopted the 9-year-old noble Lord Jin as his sworn son. Noble Lord Jin's push for new policies in UK to mention Lang's hidden poem was akin to courting death. Li Wenjin, pointing at Shin Lang, accused furiously, utterly audacious, cursing noble Lord Jin to die. What vile intention! Guards, see Shin Lang immediately, as soldiers surrounded them. Jee Mulan drew her sword to protect Shin Lang. Li Wenjin, with a smirk towards Jee Mulan, said, "Miss Jin, distancing yourself from Shin Lang might already be too late, but it's better to show some stance than none at all. Don't you think? Otherwise, you might implicate the countsman." However, unknown to others, Li Wenjin himself couldn't resist Jee Mulan's lure. As a member of the royal family, he couldn't become a noble son-in-law, but if he couldn't have her, he wished no one else could eat. There, Jee Mulan coolly responded, "My husband and I are united as one. There's no need for Lord Li to work." Li Wenjin, and reached ordered the immediate arrest of Shin Lang. Chained the line with a powerful slash cut through the table in front of, fiercely challenging who dares to arrest. However, Shin Lang suddenly asked, "Li Wenjin, are you a noble Lord Jin Plow?" Confused by Shin Lang's question, Li Wenjin boasted anyway. "I've had several days of conversation with noble Lord Jin, and gained his appreciation." Shin Lang laughed, conversing intimately with noble Lord Jin for days. "You truly are bold." Li Wenjin, not understanding, retorted. "What intimate conversation? What boldness? Where are you implying about noble Lord Jin?" Shin Lang didn't answer directly, but admitted the acrostitic poem was intended. Hearing this, Li Wenjin commanded the soldiers to seize Shin Lang immediately, openly plotting rebels. As the soldiers advanced towards Shin Lang with swords drawn, Jee Mulan drew her sword, and all their weapons were knocked from their hands. Li Wenjing, furious, accused, "Jee Mulan, you're committing treason," and pulling out his inspector's tox. He directed the city lord and General Jin Ji to deploy troops to capture Chenlin. Zhang Ji and the city lord complot, and more soldiers flooded in, surrounding Shin Lang and Jin Mo. The city lord even handed his command token to Li Wun, who was inwardly thrilled, doubting Jee Mulan could defeat hundreds of men. Yet Shin Lang murmured an insult at Li Wenjin. "Li Wenjin, you really are a fool. Didn't you wonder why? With only days between the two editions of Boundless Romantic Affairs, I would bother to change the word. Because noble Lord Jin of Southern Oyang is the one plotting rebellion." Shin Lang's words, though spoken softly, struck like thunder, leaving everyone assay. Li Wenjin, sweating coldly, urged Shin Lan to stop joking. "Ha, have you lost your mind? Chan Lan? Noble Lord Jin is not only the king's sworn son, but also Princess Ning Lu's husband. How could he possibly plot rebel?" Shan Lan calmly stated he attempted to poison Princess Ning Luo but failed, forcing him to rebel ahead of time. "The hidden message in the poem was a trap I laid, which you foolishly fell for. Having had secret talks with noble Lord Jin for days, you must have been involved in his schemes. Perhaps even a key planner. You've sealed your fate. Cool, Li Wenjin, still disbelieving, accused Qinlan of lying, even if there was a rebellion. Why hasn't there been any news? Shan Lane explained with a slight smile. The previous ruler of southern Ouyang died in battle, partly because the Prince of Yu Kingdom stood by idly. While noble Lord Jin was outwardly favored by the ruler and even betrothed to Princess Ning Luo, it was merely to sideline him to control southern Ouyang. But noble Lord Jin is formidable, regaining most of his power through public and secret battles over just a few years. His final step to reclaim power was to eliminate the obstacle. Ming Lu. When asked if I knew, Xinlang revealed that among the visitors a month ago was Princess Ning Luo, seeking treatment from Dr. Anze Shai. When it couldn't cure her, Xinlang stepped in. However, lead poisoning her ailment couldn't be fully cured in that era, but could be mitigated with milk and some medications to flush it out. Upon her return, Xilang immediately sent spies to monitor southern Ouyang's every move. With accurate information, he then revised the words to create the acrosic P. Li Wenjian, faced with disbelief, stubbornly claimed Xinlang was spreading rumors. Xinlang, lounging back, totally Wenjian not to rush. Noble Lord Jin rebelled 4 days ago. By tomorrow or the day after at the latest, news will reach Mythical Turtle. No one made a move. Quietly waiting for news to arrive. Waiting for mate in the evening until midnight. Bored to the extreme, Shan Lan teasily winging again. Lordly, you're such a scholar. How could you be so fool? Shancheng hasn't made a move, yet here you are, acting naively. Your father must have gone through so much trouble to raise you. Li Wenqing was about to explode in ink. The steward of the council mansion arrived with news. After a lengthy RU, the words noble Lord Jin's rebellion left Li Winging in shock. The shock, despite his fear, he stubbornly said, Xinlang, stop putting on an F. However, as the trusted aides of both the city lord and prefections confirmed the rebellion of noble Lord Jin, Li Wenjiang was terrified and collapsed on the ground. His face was no longer pale, but had turned a ghastly shade of greenish-black. Li Wenjian, your earlier claim of conspiring with noble Lord Jin. I've noted it all down. My father-in-law will report this, and you can await your F. We once Shine terrified, collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Xinlang with a grand gesture asked anyone else. Having triumphed over 3 plots against him, he stood unchallenged, rendering the room style. To Xinlang, invincibility was loan. He presented a color-limited edition of Boundless Romantic Affairs as a congratulatory engagement gift, adding insultingly, don't look down on her for being second-hand. Despite her messy private life, she's a good girl. Cherish. Su Changshan burst into tears, glaring it's in the air. Zhang Ji, however, calmed down. Thank you for the gift. Brother Shin, apologies for the poor hospitality tonight. Shan Lang inquired. Any more tricks? Anyone else want a harmony? I can wait. Enjoying the discomfort of those who disliked and yet could do nothing, the room remains silent. If no one's out to get me, then I'll be heading home. Shan Lang stated, leading Jean Moana out only after they let. Did everyone breathe a sigh of relief? But then Chen Lang suddenly returned, asking, really? No one else wants to harm me, I'm really leaving now. Now, Su Changxian, frustrated, thought this is too much. Will it ever end? Right after Shen Lang took care of Su Changshan's engagement party, he returned to the mythical Turtle Councilman, where Mother Jean and the others had come out early to welcome Shen Lang. Shen Lang had been a sensation at the engagement party, a fact that had already reached their ears. Mother Jean felt that Jee Mulan marrying Shen Lang was the greatest blessing for the countsman. Then Jean Maozong also came up to greet them, stammering, wanting to ask some. Upon hearing this, Shen Lan immediately understood, asking Jean Maozong, do you want to ask if the other author of Boundless Romantic Affairs was mentioned at today's party? If anyone praised you, right? Seeing Jean Maozong now, Shen Lang said, not at all. Jean Maozong burst into tears, shouting, I may not have contributed, but I've suffered too. However, no one cared about Jean Maozong's sadness. They were all surrounding Shen Lang, lavishing him with praises and unparalleled admiries. On the way back to the courtyard, Shen Lang regretfully said, Father-in-law, it's a pity that we didn't manage to drag Zhang Chong into this today. Father Jean didn't mind. Shang Chong is no small fry. Even I'm not confident in dealing with him. You've done well to get this far. Shen Lang, you've worked hard tonight. Rest well. The matters ahead, leave them to me. May, hearing this, Shen Lang smiled. Father-in-law is planning to seize the opportunity of noble Lord Jin's rebellion to arm wrestle with the monarch. Then, glancing at Jean Mulan with a smile full of meaning. Wife, let's go back to sleep together. The next noon, Wang Liang. God, looking around and confused. This seems to be the secret residence my uncle gave me. He touched his aching shoulder. Seems like I've forgotten some. Soon, Wang Liang remembered, Shen Lane seems to be doing. Thinking of this, Wang Liang laughed loudly, helping the new government to overthrow the council's mansion. This great wealth finally comes to. But when Shen Lang pushed the door and entered, Wang Liang was stunned. Shen Lang, how are you here? How are you not dead yet? Shen Lang sneered. Never has anyone been able to cross me and live a good life afterwards. Your slandering of my plagiarism is one thing, but to defame my wife's reputation, I originally planned to give you a most unique death, but it seems haven't had a better arrangement. Wang Liang couldn't understand what Shen Lang was saying. You're already on a dead end, but when Shen Lang hinted, Mr. Wang Liang, why is there a bite mark on your calf? Were you accidentally bitten by a mad dog last night? Wang Liang looked at his own calf and was instantly dumbfounded. Immediately getting up to find a doc, ignoring Shen Lang's mention of his shoulder being. However, once he got outside, he found himself surrounded by the soldiers of the Count's mansion. Wang Lian was dumbfounded again. At this moment, Shen Lian asked him, do you really not remember what happened last night? You said, you made the Lord of Lucidia cock. But recalling, it seems I did say those words. While Shen Lang had wanted to kill Wang Liang with his own hands, on the way back, Wang Liang was bitten by a mad dog. This might be heaven's punishment for you. The next moment Shen Lang had the soldiers bring up those two mad dogs planning to give Wang Yin a taste again, and then releasing the doc. Immediately screams echoed over the secret resident. At the same time in the New River County Prefect's man, and Zhang Ji confessed to his father, our plant of a Shen-laying face. However, Zhang Chong had already discovered Shen Lane's acrostic poem, but his first reaction was not happiness, but a sense of conspiracy. He immediately sent people to confirm whether noble Lord Jean was plotting a rebellion, but he couldn't get any definite news. So, he decided to hand a knife to Li Wenjin instead of going forward himself. Zhang Chong couldn't help but admire Shen Lang's capabilities. He instructed Zhang Ji to recount the events of the previous night without omitting a defeat last night was a complete disaster, disappointing father. Please punish me. Zhang Chong indicated, you did nothing wrong. Your response last night was correct. It's just that your enemy is too. Shangji closed his eyes and eggs. While Zhang Chong fully recognized Shen Lang's value, having talent is one thing, the key is to have wisdom, and wisdom alone is not enough to also be ruthless and decisive. Such a person is truly wasted at the council's mansion. If Shen Lang were with me, I am confident that within 10 years, I could ascend to the position of Prime Minister. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ji said, should I then try everything to kill him? Zhang Chong shook his head. It's not possible. He won't give us the chance as he consummated his marriage with Jee Mulan. Shang Ji responded. Mel, according to our inside information, they sleep in separate bed. Go call your sister Zhang Chunhua here. Let her find a way to get close to Shan Lai to sleep with him. Shang Ji was immediately shocked at the suggestion, urgently asking, what about Sohenua from the York and Mountain Viscount's mansion? Shan Chang was unconcerned since there's no engage. If we can secure a talent like Shen Lang, what does the Orcat Mountain Viscount's mansion? And for now we will delay the siege on the council's mansion. Now that noble Lord Jean, who first proposed the new policies, is suspected of rebellion. Zhang Chong believes the mythical turtle count will seize the opportunity to petition against the new policies. Zhang Chong predicts the first memorial submitted by the mythical turtle count will be a request for the sovereign to reprimand noble Lord Jean, which undoubtedly challenges the sovereign's authority. But the sovereign cannot refuse. Then, the mythical turtle count will submit a second memorial, accusing Li Wenjin of colluding with noble Lord Jean, and asking the sovereign to execute him by law. The sovereign's decision is what the Jean family needs to watch most closely if the sovereign executes Li Wenjin. It means the new policies will be put on hold. Otherwise, if Li Wenjin survives, the new policies will continue, possibly even more aggressive. This left Zhang Ji confused. With hostilities emerging, shouldn't the sovereign be easing domestic tensions? Why intensify the pace of the new policy? If the sovereign issues an edict, ordering these old nobility to dispatch troops to quell the rebellion in the southern Oyan country and then completely exhausts these private armies. Although risky, the sovereign is not without options. Right, Zhang Ji's expression became serious instant. After a moment, Zhang Chong holding boundless romantic affairs asked, have you read this? A delicate voice responded. I've read it 10 times. I can recite it by heart, and she was the first beauty of New River County. Zheng Chuanhua, excluding Jee Mulan from the ranking. Also, Zheng Chuan's listening to his daughter reciting some Chan, someone in the hit her lightly. Why recite such improper poetry instead of proper ones? It's indeed. And Chung Chung was unconcerned, as long as I show myself as a lady of good family outside. It's fun. Shangcheng said no more. Have you heard of Shen Lang? The author of this book, Shangcheng One-Ord, I've long been enchanted by him through his books in my dream. Zhang Chong then revealed his purpose. I need you to do something. Get close to Shan Lin. If possible, drawn to our side, he and Jee Mulan haven't consummated their marriage yet. Zhang Chanhua was thrilled, so I don't have to marry that useless Shuwen. While attempting Shenlang, I'm willing, she was happy and ready to go immediately. Zhang Chong quickly reminded his daughter, if there's a chance, you must seize it quickly and firmly, don't waste it. Chang Chunhuo licked her lips. Don't worry, father, you're good at politics, but when it comes to seducing men, you're not as good as me on the X. Meanwhile, at the Mythical Turtles Council's man, the content of the memorial was exactly as Zhang Chong had predicted. Of course, Shenlang was also aware of the consequences. He asked his father-in-law, are you really going to submit it? This is directly opposing the. Father Jean was silent for a while, then affirmed certain. This foundation was established by my Jean ancestors. Why should it be taken away just like that? I may not be very capable, but I will not be coward. Shenlang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, but given the current situation, he felt his father-in-law was making the right decision. Showing weakness was not enough, and Shenlang reassured his father-in-law to proceed with the submission, having a malicious countermeasure in reserve. After Su Chanchan's engagement party, Mythical Turtle City was unusually quiet. Everyone waiting for the sovereigns to career. Shenlang found himself in a rare state of lead, which, without causing trouble, left him feeling quite beau. At that moment, Shenlang was informed by the steward that Zhang Chang's daughter, Zhang Zhanghua, had come to visit. Shenlang's face turned pale and still, like seeing Jee Mulan's ambiguous smile. Shenlang hurriedly explained, I don't know any Zhang Chaohua. I'm innocent. Jee Mulan teasingly said, that's the number one beauty of New River Counts. Shenlang retorted. That's all hyped up. My dear, let me tell you, all these titles of number one beauty, number one talent are all all fake. Jee Mulan was somewhat looking forward to Shenlang praising her, but then Shenlang said, the number one handsome man in the world, that's real, that's definitely not hyped. Hearing Shenlang praising himself, Jee Mulan was at a loss for word. The next moment, Shenlang changed the subject. My wife's waist is the most beautiful. I've seen countless people, if not 3,000, then 5,000. So, my dear, your waist can captivate my soul. What's there to worry about? These words made Jee Mulan's face turn red instantly, hearing Jin Lin about to continue with embarrassing words. Jee Mulan quickly covered Shenlang's mouth, signaling she got the message. Taking the opportunity. Shenlang kissed the palm of Jee Mulan's hand, causing Jee Mulan's heart to flood. She quickly changed the subject, saying, let's go meet that number one beauty of New River Count. As for Shenlang, he had long understood Zheng Chang's intention to use a beauty trap against him. Shenlang found it amusing with Jee Mulan, a great beauty here. How could I be tempted by a title that's been hyped? However, when Shenlang met Zhang Chong, he was immediately astonished. This lady isn't hyped up. She ranks by genuine merit. Her appearance is indeed impressive. Every one of her movements, every expression, is like textbook standard. Truly a lady of good family. Truly the demeanor of a talented woman. And when Zhang Chunhua saw Shenlang for the first time, she was equally astonished. I've seen many handsome men, but someone as handsome as him is really rich. Upon Shenlang staring intently at Zhang Chanhua, Jee Mulan was already quite in. But then Zhang Chuanhua suddenly took Jee Mulan's hand, calling her sister and enthusiastically praising Jee Mulan while belittling herself. However, Jee Mulan was not swayed. Why have you come today? And specifically to see my husband, Shenlai. Zhang Chunhua explained, perhaps the servant misunderstood. I said I wanted to see Mr. and Mrs. Shenlang. As for my purpose, it's because I've come across something wonderful. A perfume extractive from iceberg snow lotuses. I specifically brought it for you, sister, believing it would be wasted on myself. Following this, the two equally beautiful women entered into casual conversation. Throughout, Zhang Chunhua did not speak a single word to Shenlang. Nor did she glance at him. Leaving Shenlin somewhat puzzled, wasn't she supposed to use a beauty trap on? Before long, Chen Mulan directly asked, Ms. Zhang Chunhua, do you have any other matters? Clearly implying it was time for her to leave. Zhang Chenghuang meticulously performed a farewell courtesy. No, that's all. I just missed my sister and came to visit. Before leaving, Zhang Chenghua suddenly said, by the way, sister, I recently wrote a poem, could you critique it for me? Please don't laugh if it's poorly written. Britain, Jee Mulan straightforwardly admitted she didn't understand poetry, growing increasingly displeased with Zhang Kayam. Zhang Chanhui indicated it's okay. I just wrote a cash. Then Zhang Chanhua recited the poem, gazing northward atop the invite, deep in mist and rain, turning back, I lament the ugly moon at the sky's edge. With you, I'm separated as if by the distance of Wu and you, pillows of jade mark the times of our parting. At night, I wandered to the spear gate, feeling melancholy. Yet I circle the corridors, sleeping alone once more. Past days are but empty memories. My soul returns to the desolate bridge, my spirit to the SP. After finishing, Zhang Chuanhua looked at Jee Mulan full of expectation. How do you think of it? Jee Mulan, at a loss for words, politely responded. It's quite good. Zhang Chuanhua thanked Jee Mulan for the compliment, and then she left. Shen Lang listened to Jee Mulan monitoring. Why would she write such a chaotic poem? But Shen Lang realized it was an acrostic poem. The hidden message was inviting you to meet at the covered bridge during the hour of Cho 1 to 3a. At the covered bridge, not far away in the deep of night, a lone man and woman. And Shen Lang quickly stopped himself from thinking further, worrying it might not pass censored. That vixen is indeed tempting, but if I really went, I'd become a laughingstock. How could I be easily seduced by a mirrored? He immediately went to Jee Mulan's room, sharing the acoustic poem with her. My dear, this is serious. That shameless vixen, Zhang Chonghua, is actually trying to seduce. Unexpectedly, Shenlai noticed a piece of paper on Jee Mulan's desk, realizing his wife had already discovered the acoustic P. Shen Lang, breaking out in a cold, wet, pretended to be upright. My dear, you see how decent and faithful I am. Jam, Jee Mulan counter. If you hadn't thought about it, why would you write down the poem? How did you discover the hidden message? It shows you still pay her attention. You still had fanciful thoughts. Cyan Lang looking as if he was about to cry, on smile, and gently kiss his cheek. Consider yourself going. Meanwhile, back at the Shang family man, a maid asked, weren't you supposed to invite young Master Shen Lang to the covered bridge? Why haven't you left? Shun Chun was mild slightly. He won't come if he actually did. I would have lost respect for him. The maid was confused. Then why invite him? Shan Changwai confidently said, just to tease him a bit, to test Shen Lang's character, and to let Jee Mulan know, I'm planning to steal her. I really hope Jee Mulan would explode with anger. I hope she's a truly upright woman. Although he didn't get to meet with Jin Chamua, Jin Lang encountered something much better. It turns out Big Fool local up, making Chen Lang extremely happy. At the same time, Big Fool's physical constitution left Chen Lang secretly astonished. Having been so severely injured before, he had nearly fully recovered in less than half a minute. At this moment, Shen Lang cleared his throat. Don't call me Second Fool anymore. You should call me Young Master. Okay, Second Fool. Shen Lang was speechless. Call me Young Master. Not Second Fool. No problem. Second Fool. Jee Mulan couldn't help but laugh, then corrected Big Fool from now on calling Young Master Shen Lang. Understand, this time Big Fool didn't get it wrong, which made Shen Lang furious. Doubting this gorilla is fainting stupidity. Then Big Fool asked Jee Mulan, where my father and mother? Jee Mulan responded, they've gone on a long trip. You can live here from now on. Many people want to bully Shen Lang and he needs your protection. Big Four stood up abruptly. He didn't want to live at someone else's place. But hearing that someone wanted to bully Shen Lang, that was unacceptable. Who wants to bully Second Four? They can hit me, but they cannot hit Second Four. Actually, Shen Lang has never known why Big Fool has been so good to him since childhood. The reason is quite simple. From a young age, no one ever gave Big Fool candy nor wanted to play with him. Only Shen Lang was willing for someone in loneliness and cold. A bit of sweetness is enough to be cherished for a lifetime. Moments later in Jee Mulan's room, Jee Mulan planned to test Big Fool's bones tomorrow, suspecting he has great martial arts talent. Jean Lane also looked forward to it. Suddenly feeling, wait, isn't this the talent of a protagonist? Why don't I have it? Tomorrow, I'll test myself too. I, Shen Lang, must have an even more incredible talent. I must be a once-in-a-century. No, once-in-a-millennium martial prodigy. Then Jee Mulan issued a hint it was time to leave. Husband, it's getting late. Time to rest. Shen Lang back in his own room was quiet, but suddenly hear the sound of water, immediately making him curious. Could Jee Mulan be taking a B? Shen Lang started to debate whether or not to pay, but 2 minutes later, he was already climbing the up verses. He even brought a book with them. Thinking if caught, he'd claim he was just reading Under the Moon. He caught sight of Jee Mulan heading towards the bathroom, nearly causing him to faint from the shot. Just then, a loud and urgent voice called out by the sovereign's decree, Shen Lang, receive the order, which immediately made Jee Mulan turn in. Look, leading to a direct eye contact with Shen Lang up on the wall. Shen Lang panicked, thinking on. The two lock eyes silently for a long while, until Jee Mulan finally reacts, and quickly returned to A. Shen Lang didn't understand why Jee Mulan didn't scold him. All he wanted now was to escape quick. Soon after, Shen Lang arrived in the council's mansion's hall, meeting the unit who came from the capital. The eunuch was displeased with Shen Lang for making him wait. Master Shen, you take your sweet time with the sovereign's decree, making me wait so long. Shen Lang hurriedly offered a pouch of money. Please calm your anger. Eunuch, take this money for tea. The eunuch felt the heavy pouch, finding at least 10 gold coins inside. He didn't expect in length to be so generous, but sneered inwardly. Thinking money can save you from this grave. Then the eunuch read the sovereign's decree. On this auspicious day, Shen Lang is recognized for his meritorious service in exposing Xia Jin's rebellion, hereby granted the title of Imperial Academy. Jee Mulan, upon hearing this, instantly turned cold, granting him the title of Imperial Academy Scholar. Is this the humiliate my husband? The Imperial Academy was meant for those who couldn't pass the civil examinations, but still sought official titles. It was originally for noble and official sons. Later even businessmen's sons got in through connections, causing discontent among the noble. Unable to ignore the substantial benefits from the fees these merchant sons paid for fame, the Imperial College was established for noble sons, and the Imperial Academy thus became a diploma mill for the well. It was now the lowest rung in the academic hierarchy, which enlames accomplishments of saving princess named Luo and exposing noble Lord Jin's conspiracy. Being granted the title of Imperial Academy Scholar was a slap in the face to the mythical Turul Count's mansion, along with the obligation to express gratitude. Shen Lang remarked, "We don't have much time left for peace, maybe 5 or 6 days of quiet at most." As he spoke, Shen Lang began to admire himself again. I, a person of kindness, dislike nothing more than to retaliate and harm others. It's this world that has forced me to change. But before he could say much more, Jee Mulan and Father Jean had already disappeared, leading Shen Lang in frustration. My eloquent speech wasn't even finished. The next night, Shen Lang noticed the light in Jee Mulan's bathing loft was on. This time, Shen Lang was born, coming outside intending to be. Just as he was about to look, the window slammed shut. Shen Lang was infuriated. Jean moaned, "How could you do this to me? What do you mean by this? It's too much." So the next morning, Shen Lang slammed his hand on the table. "I'm not even." Then he confronted Jee Mulan. "Mulan, do you despise me because I come from a humble background?" Jee Mulan hurriedly said that wasn't the case. Shen Lang continued to ask, "Is it because you think I'm greedy for wealth and status? Coming to your house to live off you?" Jee Mulan quickly clarified, "How could that be? My husband, don't think too much." But Shen Lang didn't stop asking Jee Mulan again. "Or is it because I'm weak, don't know martial arts, have no title, and I'm unworthy in your eyes?" Jee Mulan, confused about what was wrong with Shen Lang, unconsciously approached him. "My husband, I really like you. Did I accidentally make you misunderstand something?" At these words, Shen Lang loudly questioned Jee Mulan. "If you don't despise me, then why did you close the window when you were BA? Do you think I would peep? Do you think I'm morally corrupt? Is there no trust between us as husband and wife?" Finally, Jee Mulan understood what was bothering Shen Lang. She clenched her fist, preparing to loosen Shen Lang's muscles a bit. I haven't even settled the score with Shen Lang, and now he's making counter-accusation. Following that, Shen Lang's screams echoed throughout the councilmen's. After breakfast, the results of Big Fool's bone testing finally came out. One of the top 6 martial arts experts in the UK NDM confirmed Big Fool's was a martial prodigy seen once in a century, with even higher talent than Jean Moyne. Shen Lang eagerly asked the expert to assess him. "Great master, could you see if I'm a 1 similenium martial arts gene?" The expert looked at Shen Lang for a while, embarrassed to speak the truth, he diplomatically said, "Inscrutable, truly inscrutable, even a master like me cannot see." Through with the expert's confirmation, Shen Lang laughed triumphantly, leaving the expert's speech. After being affirmed by the Shen Lang declared to Jee Mulan, "My dear, I want to practice martial art." Upon learning of Shen Lang's intention to practice martial arts, Jee Mulan was very happy. Unaware that Shen Lang's purpose for practicing martial art was for revenge, planning to torment Jee Mulan 100 times old. Of course, he claimed noble intentions. "My aim in practicing martial arts is, of course, to protect my dear wife, as well as my mother-in-law and father-in-law." Hearing this, Jee Mulan asked Shen Lang, "Oh, then do you have any specific goals required?" Shen Lang looked up at a 45-degree angle and stated firmly, "My requirement is simple, practice for half an hour every day. No need to overexert myself. Within a year, I'll be able to defeat a certain powerful enemy." Jee Mulan suspected that the enemy was herself. Shen Lang quickly assured her it was not, diverting the topic. "My main reason for wanting to practice martial arts is because the Grandmaster said I was inscrutable and completely impenetrable. Only a 1 in 10,000 martial arts prodigy would be indiscernible to a Grandmaster." And hourly later, Shen Lang was trembling and lying on the ground, is so seemingly ready to ascend. Then, he hadn't expected that just holding a horse stance would defeat him so thoroughly. Let whoever wants to practice martial arts do it. Faced with Jee Mulan's desire to continue, Shenlang hurriedly claimed he had something else to do, putting off martial arts practice for another time. Meanwhile, at the prefect's main, Inspector Li Wenjin was having a hard time in prison filled with fear every day. Finally, the imperial decree arrived. Read by the same unit by the sovereign's command, Li Wenjin, for his dissolute behavior and misconduct, is fined 1 year's salary as a warning to others, so decree. Read. Yeah, producers. Unresponsive even as the shackles were removed. Move. For the punishment was surprisingly light. He had thought his death was certain. Quickly coming to his senses, Li Wenqing felt as if great fortune was beckoning. The monarch values me so much. I am destined for high status and power. Zhang Ji also came to congratulate Li Wen, ordering people to bathe and dress. Him and Li Wenzhan's demeanor became more defiant. I will take my revenge fiercely. Shenlang, Jee Mulan, you are doing. Meanwhile, inside the councilman, Father Jin was furious. Clearly having learned that not only had Li Wenqing not died, but his official position and honor had not been stripped of. This indicated that the new policies would not only continue but also intensify. Father Jin was uncontrollable with anger. My family's legacy wasn't granted by the sovereign. It was fought for with the blood of the Jin ancestors. Shenlang urged his father-in-law to remain calm. I was already given the title of an Imperial Academy student before. This outcome was to be expected. Can you assure me that you can preserve our ancestors' legacy? Chen Lin confidently affirmed that they could. Father Jin, filled with worry, said, after all, we are within Yu Kingdom. Once the sovereign sets his sights on us, Shenlang remained composed. I have already prepared a countermeasure. Father-in-law, we will not lose. Just make some preparations. We will soon come after us. Tonight we will put an end to this mad dog. As if on cue, the steward reported, Li Wenqing was coming with troops to arrest one outside the councilman. And Father Jin confronted Li Wenjin inspectorly, what brings you here with such a fork? To arrest Jee Mulan, Li Wenqing responded indifferent. Late Father Jin exploded in anger. What crime has my daughter committed that requires you to come with troops to arrest her? Li Wenjin sneered. What crime causing death by disturbance? This statement caused an uproar among the onlookers. The mythical turtle count was known for cherishing his people. Li Wenjing then declared, under Jee Mulan's command, the cavalry disregarded the law, galloping through the streets, injuring 13 civilians and killing 5. As he said this, he had the injured and dead brought forward. Shenlang cursed internally, bastard. Li Wenjing is ruthless. To enforce the law through such a setup, he actually harmed civilians, and then framed the councilman. Jin. Jee Mulan stepped forward and asked, where am I? Li Wenjin chuckled, trampling innocent civilians in the streets. They've already been arrested. After reporting to the prefect and the governor, they will all be executed. Shenlang's gaze sharpened. The cavalry of the Count's mansion are always cautious when I deliberately try to provoke Jee Mulan. I only ended up with minor injuries. The claim of death by collision is utterly unbelievable. Lewison proceeded to take Jee Mulan away. As a general, she must bear joint responsibility. We went since laughter was filled with satisfaction. It feels so good. After being scared for over 10 days, I can finally take my revenge. He continued to threaten Jee Mulan, if you don't come with us and something happens to your cavalry, don't blame me, and among those cavalry leaders is a. Shenlang had met that cavalry leader, Main Jin's word. Lady, a most loyal family retainer. Jin Sword Lady was highly skilled in martial arts, but was very shy, blushing every time she saw Xian. The consequence of a female general falling into enemy hands, if not rescued promptly, could be dire. Jee Mulan truly loved her troops as her own, especially since Jin Sword Lady was her. As Jee Mulan was about to step forward, Jin Lane stood in front, melting her heart in an ins. Shenlang then began to taunt Li Wenjin. Brother Li, haven't you learned your lesson? Do you want to make your parents mourn their chow? Wild, Li Wenjin disdainfully replied to Shenlan, have you ever heard that? In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks will be crossed. However, Shenlang acted as if he hadn't heard. Ah, Li Wenjin, you'd better run. They're coming for you. You. Someone went to the prefect's mansion 3 hours ago, but it was empty. Now they're heading towards the mythical turtles. Li Wenqing was momentarily stunned, not understanding Shenlang's gibber. Shenlang spread his hands. Li Wenjin, you're done for. You won't see tomorrow's Sunday. Li Wenjin was taken aback. Is that supposed to be a joke? Who would dare kill me? The sovereign, find me yourself. But then set my parents in a mod equivalent to 3 years' salary. Do you know what that means? Ignoring Xinwen, he ordered his men to take Jee Mulan with him. Them. However, at that moment, Raven Hoof beat some. They were dressed in black. Each one wearing a mask. These were the experts from the Blackwater platform directly under the Sovereign's command, belonging to no other authority. We're watching with Sha, what's this? Blackwater platform's experts being Deppel. Where is Li Wunshin? Li Wunshin hurried for, eager to have the Blackwater platform assist him in handling the case to capture Jee Mulan and the other. However, after confirming it was Li Wongjin, the people from Blackwater platform ordered him. Lord Li Wongjin, please disperse everyone. A moment later, Blackwater platform informed Father Jean. Whatever happens next, pretend as if you have seen nothing. Upon hearing this, we once and rumbled all over the place. And the leader of Blackwater platform directly commanded, take Li Wunshin away for execution by dismembering. Li Wongjin was going mad, shouting, it's unjust. The king had just pardoned me. How could the king's decree change over night? However, this rapid turn of event was merely a minor scheme by Shinlong. It turned out that half a month earlier, Shinlang had already started to make arrangements. He sent dozens of people with a vast amount of gold coins to the capital. According to his investigation, the early Wenjin graduated as the top scholar. He had fallen for one of the top courtesans in the capital. He went to become a favorite guest of Yuan. Li Wongjing even outshone all his rivals and wrote an exceptionally beautiful poem, winning the top honor. Li Wunshin thought this would win in the beauty's favor, but unbeknownst to him, Yuan did not care for him at all, though he spent an entire night in the same room as Yuan. Nothing happened, and when he wished to see her again, she refused to meet him. Just then, after the publication of Shinlang's boundless romantic affairs, Yuan saw it, and Candice Shinlang asking for a poem, hoping to use it to gain an opportunity to perform at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, a scheme then formed in Shinlang's mom's. Next, Shinlang anonymously sold a poem titled, When Will the Moon Be to Yuan, which led her to win first place, and gain the opportunity to perform in the palace. He also designed a set of sexy and splendid dress as performance costumes for Yuan, resulting in a sensational appearance. Lastly, Shinlang bribed a painter to depict Yuan in the painting of the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration in an exceptionally dazzling manner, outshining all others. Hearing of Yuan's talent and seeing her beauty in the album, the king summoned Yuan to the palace. As a famous courtesan, Yuan easily won the king's favor, leading the king to lose control, and something happened between them. At this time, the story of Li Wongjin's poem for the beauty reached the king's ears. It was rumored that Li Wongjin's poem had moved to Yuan, and he had become her favorite guest. Thus, the king flew into a rage, feeling deceived, and immediately ordered an investigation of Li Wongjin's residence. They found a portrait of Yuan. And most crucially, under Li Wang's bed, they discovered a figurine pierced with silver needles, bearing the birth date of the crown prince. It turned out Li Wang had once been punished by the crown prince and harbored resentment towards the king. Had intended to deal with Li Wongjin slowly, but the news leaked to the crown prince. The king made a decisive decision, dispatching experts from Blackwater platform without any decree or charges to execute Li Wunshin by dismemberment on the spot. Li Wunshin cursed and lying. Shinlang, what have you done that led the king to kill me? Tell me so I can die and understand. Shinlang, looking innocent, replied, Brotherly, I really don't know what you're talking about. How can I not understand a word? Brotherly, I spend all day at home fooling around with my wife. My back aching. How could I have the time or energy to harm? However, no matter how Li Wongjin screamed, the outcome did not change in the slightest. Following the king's decree, Li Wongjin would be dismembered, while being kept alive with jinxings, until he entered the capital and could finally. After Shinlang thoroughly sent that inspector to hell, he returned home, and saying about how lonely it is to be in Vince's. Then he got close to Jee Mulan, suggesting a riddle for Jee Mulan to get. Jee Mulan outright refused, believing Jee Lang's riddles were never serious. But Sink and Lang's disappointed. Look, the soft-hearted Jee Mulan eventually agreed. Shinlang, seizing the opportunity, said, in Merkin Inc. seeking a white crown, a wife's charitable heart kindness shown today breeds a change in EW. Hearts entwined under the moon's glow true. Guess what the riddle is? Jee Mulan, who was pawned, was suddenly interrupted by the butler bursting in. He reported to Jee Mulan, the cavalry from the Count's mansion has been detained. The deputy leader of 1,000 households from Salt Mountain in charge refuses to release them, demanding Shinlang to personally plead with him. Shinlang was curious about who this deputy leader of 1,000 households was. After an explanation from the butler, it turned out to be Linhua, the son of the Lin family head who had initially tricked him, who had passed the military examination, and had just taken office as the deputy leader of 1,000 households at Salt Mountain 2 days ago. Indeed, it's a small world full of enemies. Shinlang hadn't even sought them out for trouble, yet now they were coming to him seeking death. A mere deputy leader of 1,000 households naturally wouldn't dare to oppose the count's mansion of the mythical turtle. However, Ling was different because, like Shenlang, he had also married. He became the son-in-law of Peaceful Stability Count Wu Xiaochong. Soon to marry the 300-pound third daughter of Peaceful Stability Count's man. Thinking this was the only way for his Lin family to stand against him. But in other respects, Linzhu did not lose out. Wu Xiaochong was the second army commander of the province of the Southern Journey. Controlling tens of thousands of troops, his power not inferior to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Wu Xiaochong directly promoted Linzhu to the position of leader of 1,000 household. Thinking of this, Lynch will laugh heartily. As for marrying the 300-pound count's daughter, he conveniently forgot about it. Now, what he most wanted was not to see Shen Lang, but to show off in front of Wang Liang. Back when Wang Liang had passed the imperial examination, he had not hesitated to show off in front of him. It was just a pity that Wang Liang had vanished from the face of the earth. At this moment, his subordinates reported to him, Shen Lang has arrived. A moment later in the side. Shen Lang outwardly greeted him but inwardly mocked. Others live off women, enjoying delicious and fine dishes. Yet what you're indulging in is a bowl of. And Lynch would begin to put on air. To which Shen Lan directly said, Li Wengjing is. Instead, these words instantly made Lynch's eyes bulging shock before he could recover. However, hearing Shen Lang request, there must be more to the incident of harming the common people. Please, Lord Lin, release the innocent cavalry of my mythical turtle councilman. Lynchwood immediately refused. They trampled someone to death, but won't admit it. We're moving to torture for interrogation too. Jin Lane frowned, your leader of 1,000 households doesn't have the authority to torture. Among those trampled to death were family members of soldiers from the leader of 1,000 households, so I suspect it was murder. I am qualified to conduct torques. And in this description link you will find more information on this video. I will see shifting to. Len Zhou, smugly smiling, said. I hear the leader of his cavalry is a female knight named Jean Sword Lady. I really don't have the heart to be harsh, but that doesn't mean they can't be spared. Lynch would gauge and lane two options. First, take the people by force, but that would be rebellion. Second, Shen Lang needs to bow and apologize to me in pub. On the day Tianhan died, my father had even prepared his will and told me to hide in the capital and not return. Do you know how much shame I felt? So it was clear Lynch will want to revenge. The first option was, of course, not viable. Len Zhou, full of confidence, knew that the king saw the mythical Turtle Count's mansion as a thorn in his side. Taking such action would give the king a reason to move against the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, but having Shen Lai publicly apologized was even less likely. Shen Lang had already figured out how to deal with this guy. With that, Shen Lang took his leave. I'll go back and think it over and give you an answer tomorrow. How about that? Len Zhou agreed. Comfort in Bechan Lang had no other options in waiting to humiliate Shen Lang through. After leaving the leader of 1,000 household, Shen Lang, through this round of conversation, understood the moment the king's signal comes. It seems Peaceful Stability Count might also be inclined to join hands with Zhang Zhong, plus the mythical Turtle Count's mansion's sworn enemy, Jin Hai Count. Well then, is this going to be an ambush from all sides? But Shen Lang was not panicked at all. To break through this tactic is truly effortless. Meanwhile, at another man, the Wan Li and Hong Linwan missed so much was actually not dead. Shen Lang didn't let the mad dog bite in a death. It was just rabies that made him suffer unbearable. He could only rely on Shen Lang's painkillers to barely survive. When Wang Lian Brano's NHL with circumflex N has resigned from sexual orientation, he desperately densho. He threw himself at, not to attack Shen Lang, but to beg for painkillers. His hatred for Shen Lang had been completely worn away. Shen Lang said, you can have the painkillers, but you need to do something from. Wang Lian chose to agree without hesitation. Shen Lang told Wang Lian, your good friend Lensua is back. Anxiously wanting to see you. So give him a surprise, get a little drunk online tonight, and it's quite normal to bite him on the neck in a moment of passion, then fall asleep in each other's arms. How about this story? Wang Lian felt a chill in his heart. About 123. Well, Lensua was reuniting with his father, promising him the glorious days for a Lin family have arrived. As for that Shen Lang, don't worry, I'll take care of. Lynch's father believed in his son. As they were preparing to return to the Lin residence, a commotion arose. A servant reported to Lensua that someone claiming to be his close friend wanted to barge. AKS, and again, hearing one journalism show. Ling Wat immediately ordered not to stop him. Thinking this triumphant return is finally going to be perfect. Soon, seemed the disheveled one yet. Lynch, what couldn't feel better? Wang Liang used to show off in front of him all the time. He then feigned concern and asked Wan Lin, why are you like this, brother? Want we are close friends? Why be so formal? How can I accept such a grand gesture? Wang Lian's acting exploded, spilling all the details, including the incident of cuckolding City Lord Lian's. So now he was seeking Lynch with shelter. Or else he would surely be killed by the City Lord Lu. Lenzhuo was first surprised. Then asked Wan Lian, "Do you want to work as a clerk by my side?" Wan Lian immediately addressed Lengjue as his lord, which immensely pleased Lengjue. Nothing was more satisfying than having someone who used to be above you become your servant. Then, a delighted Ling Will hosted a welcome feast for Wang Li. Wang Liang hadn't forgotten the task Chen Lang had given. After seeing Lynch would drink the doctor wine and become dizzy, wanting to say something, but passing out instead. One way. The left open lens was calm. Opened his mouth wide and bit down on Lenshaw. The bitten Lynch will walk up the next day, only to find the man Wan Lian in his back, which terrified him to the core. He demanded to know why Wan Lian was in his bed. Unaware that Chen Lang had secretly dispatched someone in the name of the Salt Mountain leader of 1,000 households to send a message to the Lin resident. When Wu Xiaolian arrived at the leader of 1,000 household, he happened to witness the disgraceful scene between Lenzhuo and Wang Liang, shocking the old man nearly to death. Just as Lynch would try to explain it was a misunderstanding, Shan Lang had already arrived, exclaiming, My eyes are going to be blinded. I'm still a child. How could I be subjected to the scene?" Lynch Wei had no time to deal with Xinlin. Facing Wu Xiaoling's stern accusations, Lenzhuo, how shameless can you be? He pushed Wang Lin away. I hurriedly dressed himself, then knelt on the ground, pleading innocence to Wu Xiaoling. Uncle, I was framed, but then Wang Lian turned the tables. Sir, please stand up for me. These past few days, Linchua has been sending people to find. I thought it was for something important, but this beast, upon meeting, drugged me, and then. Before Wu Xiaoling could respond, Shen Lang stepped forward. Wang Liang, although you are my enemy, I am naturally just and cannot stand by and watch this tragedy unfold. I will send guards from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion to protect you as we accuse him, to the governor's mansion to file a complaint. Of course, Shen Lang wouldn't admit it. I came today to give you my response, but I didn't expect to witness such an eye-scorching scene. Brother Wang Lian, let's go to file a complaint. Who shall he immediately asked Shen Lang to wait? Shen Lang, what do you want? Shen Lang inwardly smiled. Several cavalrymen from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion were detained by Lenzhou for no reason. I'm here to get them back. Wu Zheling got the hint, instructing Lenzhuet to release the man. Hearing this, Lynch was furious, but had to face reality and release the. Shortly after, all the detained cavalrymen from the Count's mansion were free. Shen Lang added a final blow to Lenzhua. Lord Lenzhua, Wang Lian is too pitiful. I'm worried you might kill him to silence him. So I'm taking him with me as well. So, taking Wang Lian with him, they left. However, Shen Lang wouldn't let Ling off so easily. Bitter plans awaiting Ling. At this time, Wu Xiaolian sensed something was amiss. He noticed that Wang Lian seemed to fear the life, and then seeing Lens were seeking. Wu Xiaoling, being the elder brother of peaceful stability Count Wu Xiaochong, naturally knew Wu Xiaochong well. He prepared a series of excuses and plans for Lenzhuo, demanding triple the original amount of money. However, Lynchwood didn't notice that Wu Xiaoling's eyes occasionally rested on a wound on his neck. On the other side, inside the mythical turtle's mansion, Shen Lang signaled to Father Jean. I have fulfilled my mission and brought back Jean's sword lady and the others. Father Jean was extremely satisfying, but the comparison made him lament his own foolish son's shortcoming. At this moment, Shen Lang began to inquire of Father Jean, father-in-law, that Wu Xiaoyun seems a bit unusual. Father Jean shared the information with Chen Lang. Wu Xiaoying, over 20 years ago, competed with Peaceful Stability Count for the position of heir. His failure was due to his inability to produce offspring, lacking an heir. Before Shen Lang could sympathize with his unfortunate situation, the steward came to report, Master, son-in-law. There are villagers and elders from the estate asking to see. Chen Lang wondered which family was causing trouble this time, and followed to the outside of the councilman. Soon after understanding the situation, it turned out the reason for the villagers' commotion was a significant harvest of silkhorn cotton. Yet not a single merchant from mythical Turtle City was willing to buy them. This shocked Shen Lang and the other. Knowing that out of the 10,000 farmers in the mythical Turtle Count's estate, 70,000 relied on sericulture for their livelihood. If the cocoons couldn't be sold, it meant these 70,000 people would lose their means of subsistence, leading to major trouble. Moreover, a quarter of the Count's mansion's annual income came from taxes on the cocoons. The Count's mansion's finances would also be in dire straits, possibly leading to a complete breakdown in the financial chain. Now, the issue was that cocoons couldn't be stored for long. They had to be processed within a certain period, or else the moths would break through the cocoons from the inside. The villagers told Chinla, the Su family and the Lin family both refused to buy our cocoons, and the silk merchants from other counties who usually come every year haven't shown up either. The Su family had, and his daughter even said that if they were to buy our cocoons, it would have to be the son-in-law himself going to negotiate with. Shan Lang understood it was another plot against him, but he reassured the villagers. I will handle it. You really aren't afraid of death. Are you? Lynchwell was just plagued by me to near death, and yet the Su family dares to set a trap for. An hour later at the Su residence, Shen Lane arrived and calmly asked them. So, you have the guts to provoke me again. It turns out the Su family had previously used Chen Lang's recipe for gold and silk, which after being presented to the crown prince was greatly life, earning the Su family a royal inscription. Their demand this time was simple, for Shen Lane to hand over the recipes for purple and rainbow dyes. In return, they would buy the silkworm cocoons, but at half price. They also advised Chen Lang not to resist, as the entire province of the southern journey would not buy their cocoon. Vacation line 3 days to consider. Shan Lane scoffed, wishful thinking, and then turned to leave. Later back at the councilman's, Shen Lang, having shed his worries from the Su residence, cheerfully played chess with Jee Mulan. However, Jee Mulan suddenly questioned Shen Lang. Husband, what were you doing last night? Shan Lang broke into a cold sweat. I didn't do anything, just teaching little being to read. That's called teaching, since Windows teaching involved embracing and mouth-to-mouth. By the way, you seem to have said something about. I didn't quite catch it clearly. Something about occupying the toilet, but not using it otherwise. Little Bing's child would already be several months old. Shan Lang immediately tried to deflect blame onto Little Bing, adapting the demeanor of a scoundrel. My lady, it was all Bing are coming to provoke me. You know I always keep myself clean. However, Jee Mulan was not persuaded, clenching her fist and advancing towards Chen Lin. The next moment screams echoed across the councilman. The 3 days given by Su Changxian quickly dwindled to just 1 day. Rumors spread new every day across the domain. Shan Lane sought out another silk business. The Lin fan. But given the previous incident with Lenzhua, the Lin family certainly would not help Shan Lin. They even passed the information to the Su family, urging them to remain vigilant against Chen Lin. Su Changchan could hardly suppress her smirk, confident that Xian Liang would have no choice but to plead with her. As expected, with no one buying the cocoons for a long time, the villagers could no longer hold out. Soon the cocoons would be ruined, and they came in NAS to the council mansion begging Shen Lang for help. Shanlan assured them, no matter what humiliating conditions the Su family proposes, I, Shanlan, will agree to them, just so everyone can have food to eat and money to earn. Hearing Shen Lang's words, the villagers were deeply moved, thanking Shen Lang for his great kindness. Shortly after at the Su residence, Shin Liaying handed over the formulas for the purple and rainbow dye to Su Changing. And seeing this, Su Changchan wanted to burst into laughter, feeling she had finally won a round. But Su Changchan stated, to buy your cocoons, this is not enough. You must apologize to me for the harm you've caused me in the past. Shan Lane complied. Changqian, I was wrong, truly wrong, please, for the sake of our past, forgive me this time, let me off. However, Su Changchan, seizing the opportunity to demand more, insisted that Chen Lane burn all copies of Boundless Romantic Affairs. Shen Lane argued reasonably, I can publicly burn Boundless Romantic Affairs, but you must purchase the cocoons at the full price. Su Changchan laughed. 60% of the original price. Take it or leave it. And the book must be burned at our Su residence. I want to watch you burn your own book. Left with no choice. Shen Lin agreed. Subsequently, Shen Lang, as promised, personally set fire to thousands of copies of Boundless Romantic Affairs in front of Su Changqi. The Su family finally began to purchase the cocoons, although only at 60% of the price, forcing the farmers to sell with tears in their eyes. Even so, Su Changchan only bought 300,000 pounds of cocoon, announcing to everyone, rest assured, we will buy the remaining cocoons as well, but still need to negotiate with Mr. Shen Lin. Su Changchan was determined to torment Shen Lang thoroughly this time. Upon receiving the first batch of cocoons, Su's workshop began to work overtime, boiling water for silk extraction. The workshop's temperature soared above 45 degrees Celsius, enveloping every area, including the cocoon storage room. For some unknown reason, the cocoon suddenly caught fire, and despite all efforts to douse it, the fire was unstoppable, eventually consuming everything in a massive blade. Meanwhile, from the tower of the Mythical Turtles Council's mansion, Shen Lang watched the direction of the blazing fire, feeling exceedingly pleased. The night before Su's family began purchasing the cocoon, Shan Lang had secretly filled some of them with white phosphorus, which ignites at temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius. By mixing these phosphorus-laden cocoons into Su's workshop, the outcome was inevitable. While explaining the use of white phosphorus to Jee Mulan, Shan Lang also took the opportunity to grow closer, even managing to steal a kiss on Jee Mulan's cheek. This time, Shen Lang won big. Not only did he win the people's hearts and kiss Jee Mulan, but he also ensured the destruction of the Su family. All his actions, including the diff formula, were merely diversion. At the time of the fire, the head of the Su family was hosting a banquet. celebrating their acquisition of the mythical Tural Council land cocoons at a mere fraction of their valley. Shu Changchan noticed something amiss when the distant fire caught her up. Pointing towards their workshop, an unbelievable thought crossed her mind, which was confirmed the next moment when several servants rushed to report. Or the workshop is on fire. Everything's gone. The head of the Su family couldn't believe it, questioning how a fire could start in a place filled with water tanks and vape, even going as far as to berate the messenger. The servant, trembling, suggested, "Master, you'll see if you go low." With no other choice, Su Changchan ordered the carriage prepared. Upon arriving at the workshop, they were stunned into silence by the decades of the Su family's industry were reduced to ashes. An agitated Su family head demanded of the workers, "Why didn't you put out the fight?" The workers, feeling wronged, explained, "We couldn't. Several storage rooms caught fire simultaneously and it was a strange fire. Water couldn't extinguish it." The head of the Su family was devastated, completely numb from shock, and immediately blanched and laying for the destruction of his workshop. He demanded the city lord Lu to bring guards and arrest and laying at the councilman. The city lord Lu outright refused, questioning the Su family head for evidence. At this moment, he truly felt the ruthlessness of Shanlan. The refusal from the city lord Lu only fueled the Su family head's agitation. He exclaimed, "Are you afraid?" "I'm not. Behind me stand the prefecture and the governor's offices. And I have the prince's calligraphy." Su Changchan quickly comforted her father, saying now is not the time to pursue blame. They had already taken a significant deposit from Western region merchants and would have to compensate if they couldn't deliver on time. Though the Su family's main workshop was destroyed, the prestige of their brocade and embroidery pavilion must not fall. Losing their reputation and credibility would truly be the end. This sobered the Su family head, who prepared to discuss borrowing a workshop with the Lin family. However, the head of the Lin family had already arrived, offering his workshop to the Su family unconditionally on the condition that they unite against Shanlang after. Despite Su Changchan securing the Lin Ma workshop, the Su family faced a more severe challenge. Having aggressively expanded this year, they had nearly bought up all the cocoons in the province of the Southern Journey. Now, with the cocoons gone in the fight, they would have to buy from the mythical Terrell Count's mansion to fulfill their contract with the Western region merchants. The mythical Terrell Count's mansion had just enough cocoons, 3 million pounds, along with Su's silk inventory to barely meet the demand. So, in an ironic twist, they found themselves needing Shinlang's. Inside the mythical Turtle's Count's mansion, a young maid struck a seductive pose for Shinlang to describe for more and more pets.acgenie. Listen man, if you want more videos with us, then please type in your URL. Hey, what do you want to do next? Where will you hunt it down? Dig? Epsilon Kappa precaution. You are going to hang out with your pet, creating a portrait that was not just lifelike but beautified and filtered as they excitedly discussed the artwork. The butler informed Shinlang, "Sir, Su Changchan has arrived." Hearing this, Shinlang's lips curved into a smirk. Finally, she is. A moment later, in the grand hall of the mythical Turtle's councilman, Su Changchan was dressed stunningly beautiful. Her attitude had also done a 180-degree turn towards Shinlang. Shinlang smiled inwardly at the sight of Su Changchan's attire. This is exactly how I described her in Boundless Romantic Affairs. It's like a cosplay of the real world. Su Changchan, you really know how to play along. Do you think this is how I wish to see you in my heart? Su Changchan then took out Shinlang's Boundless Romantic Affairs. Master Shin, I've read this book from cover to cover 11 times. It's excellently written. The poems and stories I wrote before are simply embarrassing in comparison. When will the second volume be released? I'm eternally looking forward to it. See this? Su Changqian's tone became even more coquettish, pleading pitifully with Shenlang. Master Shin, a single night of marriage equals 100 days of grace. I realize my mistake and admit my wrongdoing, please. Forgive me. And Lang simply gestured for Su Changchan to sit down and then got straight to the point. I know why you're here and that you have no intention of repenting. You're just trying to temporarily overcome the Su family's difficulties and save its reputation, but I don't mind business as business after all. Su Changchan maintained a smile throughout, neither explicitly denying nor admitting anything, but made her intention clear. We are willing to buy 3 million pounds of cocoons at 1.5 times the price. However, Shan Lang immediately asked for triple the price, catching Su change and off go. Are such alliance mouth with triple the price? You're looking to drain all the money we have left. Of course, Su Changchan would not agree when she tried to argue her point with Xinwan. He lightly said, if you don't buy, we can set up our own workshop. Su Changchan, remain calm. Do you have a workshop? Do you have workers? Shen Lang responded after the Su family goes bankrupt. Won't we? As long as there are workers, there will be workshops. Your workers will become our. This completely broke Su Chan-chan's composure. She stood up to question, Xin Lang, are you really leaving no way out for the Su family? She also made it clear to Shan Lang. The decisive battle to besiege the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is about to begin. As long as you agree to the 1.5 times price, I can ensure your parents and brother will be safe. Upon this, Shan Lang issued an order to leave, clearly unwilling to continue the discussion. Su Kanxian panicked and raised the price to twice the original amount, but Chen Lang still did not agree. Frustrated, Su Chanshan tore up boundless romantic affairs. Considering the price of fresh cocoons was 20 copper coins per pound, and 1 gold coin could buy about 10 pound. Buying 3 million pounds of gold and cocoons at the original price would cost only 30,000 gold coins. Now, Shan Lang had raised the price to 90,000 gold coins, which was the limit the Su family could afford by mortgaging their properties and shops. Shan Lang was determined to drain the last drop of blood from the Su family. Su Changchan understood this very well but had no choice but to agree to Shan Lang's demands. Triple it is then all for you. Shan Lang, take this money with you to the grave. The Su family mortgaged over a dozen shops in their house, borrowed 60,000 gold coins from the Hidden Origin Society, and finally gathered enough money to buy the 3 million pounds of cocoon. The people were immensely grateful to Shan Lang, and the Count's mansion earned 18,000 gold coins in taxes alone, achieving a win-win situation with the residents of the territory. Meanwhile, Lenzhou turned into a mad dog, was frantically attacking the mythical turtle councilman. Under Hu's showing strategize. He smoothly passed the challenges of peaceful stability, Count Wu Xiaochun, and even got promoted to Northern Guard Marquis Vanguard Command. Horror. Returning to mythical Turtle City, Lynchwood devoted himself to carrying out his father-in-law's arrangement, causing trouble at the borders of mythical Turtle Count's mansion's territory without rest. Whether they were villagers crossing the border or soldiers, he captured them all. Lenzhou, who was severely tricked by Chen Lang, had become a complete mad dog, viciously biting at mythical Turtle Count's man. Several dozen conflicts had erupted in a few days, but each time a situation was about to escalate. It was forcefully suppressed by Jee Mulan. But Ling Yule wasn't the only pressure mythical Turtle Count's mansion faced. It included the pressure from established noble leader, distant guard Marquis Sune, the lady of mythical Turtle Count's mansion's own brother, who betrayed mythical Turtle Count harshly. When the new policy winds blew, he tentatively asked to resign due to illness, which the sovereign granted. Recently, the sovereign ordered his restoration as the Grand General of the army and appointed him as the protector of the Crown Prince, which he eagerly accepted and immediately entered the capital, directly causing a significant blow to mythical Turtle Count. At the same time, Jiang Chong was making connections everywhere, were creating more enemies and difficulties for mythical Turtle Come. For instance, he went to Northern Guard Marquin in Angeo, one of the 5 great leaders of the Yu Kingdom's military and a martial arts master. Later, Zhang Chang's purpose was to persuade Northern Guard Marquis Heir, Mandan Xia to lead an army into the southern Oyan country to quell the rebellion, serving as the Vand. Among the younger generation of nobles in the south, Tang Yin of Jinhai Count's mansion is number 1 in swordsmanship. In terms of horsemanship and leading troops, it is Nandan Xia, the heir of Northern Guard Marquis, who ranks 4. Mandan Ale, though a warrior, instantly understood Zhang Chang's intent. If he were to lead by sending out his private army to quell the rebellion in southern Oyan country, it would give the emperor an excuse to have other nobles also dispatch their private armies. On the battlefield of southern Oyan country, it would be a chance to significantly weaken the old noble families. Thus, Northern Guard Marquini and Ganeo, no longer neutral, would become the target of public criticism. However, Jiang Chong offered too much. He could make Nandong Aeo's second son, Nandong Ping, serve as his chief clerk. After all, Nandong Ping was only a palace central official, a mere 7th rank officer, while the highest rank for a chief clerk in the perfect Ural government office was 6th. This meant Nandong Ping could be promoted 3 levels directly, with both the heir and the second son gaining significant advantage. It was difficult for the Northern Guard Marquis to refute. Then, Zhang Chong met with a member of the Hidden Origin Society, Shutanu, and they finalized their plan to deal with the mythical Turtle Count's mansion and the division of spoils that would fall. However, at this moment, Zhang Chang's son, Zhang Ji, came to report, "Father, there has been an incident." And Suguanyan's large workshop was completely burned down in a fire. Our reserve funds are gone. It turned out that Dudish and Lane's manipulation, all of Su's family gold was blown up, nearly bankrupting them and thus leaving Zhang Chong, who was troubling the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, without subsequent fun. The people from the Hidden Origin Society immediately understood Zhang Chang's marriage alliance with the Su family was just for the Su family's money. Therefore, he said, "Lord Zhang Chong, my family has a younger sister. 18 this year, beautiful as flowers in the moon." The signal released was clear to Jinchan, but he showed no interest and instead stood up to leave. On the way out, Zhang Ji asked his father, about the intention of that Hidden Origin Society just now. Zhang Chong, knowing what his son wanted to say, interrupted him. "The money from the Hidden Origin Society is not so easily taken, unless absolutely necessary. Do not take. Zhang Ji also understood, but father, the operation of becoming the glamorous province subordinate commander is about to be scheduled, and it requires a lot of gold coins. If the Su family can't provide this money, it will delay important matter. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng stopped in his trap and countered Zhang Ji with a question. Do you truly like Su Chang? And Zhang Ji was momentarily stunned, then nodded slight. So, Zhang Cheng also told his son, don't take breaking off an engagement lightly. It's too damaging to one's reputation. Su Changxian is a formidable woman and can certainly be a virtuous wife for you. Give the Su family another chance. As long as their family name stands, they will surely overcome this crisis. As for the money I need for my operations, we can have the Su family borrow from the Hidden Origin Society. But if the Su family doesn't get through this crisis, then they won't be of any value. Suddenly, Zhang Chong asked his son, who was more skilled in martial arts. You or Jin Mon, Zhang Ji thought for a moment, it should be evenly met. Zhang Chong then planned for Zhang Ji to go and spar with the martial fanatic Tang Yan, and he must give it his all. It was essential to confirm if Tang Yan was as strong as Rue. The Northern Guard Marquis House, Distant Guard Marquis House, Jin High Count's Mansion, and the Hidden Origin Society all wanted a piece of the mythical Turtle Count's Mansion in such a critical moment. Shen Lang was busy painting. It turned out that Jin Mulan was jealous after seeing the portrait Shen Lang had painted for a maid and wanted one for herself. Shen Lang did not miss this opportunity. Using painting as an excuse, he kept asking Jin Mulan to pose an enticing position. But then, the steward came to report, Miss Su Hentang from the Distant Guard Marquis House requests an audience. Shen Lang was infuriated by the interruption. The names Su Jianting and Distant Guard Marquis House were taboo in this household. Su Jianting was not only Mulan's cousin, but also her betrothed in a childhood engagement. However, 8 years ago, the marriage contract was torn up. Since then, the relationship between the two families had completely cooled, almost to the point of a break. Shen Lang did not hesitate to add his name to the list of enemies. This man is a former rival in love of Ma. Moments later in the council mansions, when Su Jianting saw Jin Mulan come, he was immediately attracted by her beauty and instantly regretted the tearing of their marriage contract years. Go as for Shan Welcome. His displeasure was written all over his fate. After both parties had seen, Mother Jin also expressed her dissatisfaction with Su Jiantung. Are you here to mock our councilman? Su Jianting gave an awkward snort and explained his main purpose. My grandmother misses Mother Jin and Jin Mulan. She would like to invite them to visit. Mother Jin clearly understood the underlying meaning. They want me and my daughter to take refuge there. Mother Jin firmly refused. Now in life, I am a person of the Jin family. And in death, I will be a ghost of the Jin family. The moment you made that decision years ago, I was no longer a daughter of the Sufum. Like Father Jin was moved by her word. Su Jianting didn't say anything but turned his gaze to Jin Mulan. I would like to spar with. Jin Mulan sought Jin Lang's opinion. Jin Lang knew the real purpose of the Su family was to test Jin Mulan. However, Shen Lang did not refuse. The next moment, the two in the courtyard began their intense duel. Shen Lang, using his ability to analyze, noticed that Jin Mulan had become much stronger than when she fought Tian. Even so, Jin Mulan seemed to struggle a bit against Su Jianting's attack. It appeared that Su Jiantung's martial arts skill should not be underestimated. After several rounds of competition, Su Jianting clasped his fists. Cousin, you have my thing. I once crossed swords with the martial fanatic Tang Yan, his move, Mire from Beyond the Heavens. I faced 10 times, but could not withstand even one. Once, after saying this, he bid farewell to Mother Jin and the other. Jin Mulan, wiping the sweat from her face, remains I. After seeing Father Jin and Mother Jin Li, Shen Lang came forward to check on the injuries in Jin Mulan's hand. Jin Mulan threw herself into Shen Lang's arms, showing her vulnerability to him for the first time. Husband, I couldn't even defeat Su Jiantang. How can I defeat the even stronger martial fanatic Tainan? If I lose to Tainan, then we would have lost 1 out of 3 challenges, and we might lose the Isle of Gold Mountain forever. Shen Lang held Jin Mulan tightly. My love, I promise you, you will win the battle against Tang Yin. In the struggle for the Isle of Gold Mountain, we will be victorious. I will train you to be an unparalleled master. Actually, the feud between Jin High Count's mansion and the mythical Turtle Count's mansion originated 180 years ago. At that time, the Jin family had a man who was resurrected from the dead. In just 5 years, he transformed from a nobody into a top X. He led a large army to fight in the south and the north, thrashed Wu country, crushed a country, and almost never tasted defeat. At the age of 39, he became the crown prince's protector and the grand general, expanding the Jin family's territory to 5,000 square kilometers. Compared to the Jin family at that time, Jin hierarchy seemed dim and was even demoted to a counter. The Isle of Gold Mountain was originally the territory of Jin hierarchy, but a group of very powerful pirates took over the island. Count Jeanjoil of the mythical turtle led a large army and beat those pirates out, reclaiming dozens of coastal islands and ending the chaos at sea. To commend Jin Shou, the monarch of that generation granted the Isle of Gold Mountain to the Jin family. Later on, as the Jin family's fortunes waned, the people of Jin High Count's mansion grew stronger with each generation. In the battle for the Isle of Gold Mountain, they almost fought their brains out. The fortune of Jin High Count's mansion has continued to this day. In this generation of the Tang family, there is Tang Yuan, the third top scholar in the imperial examination, and Tang Yan, the #1 young master in the south. In this battle for the Isle of Gold Mountain, the Tang family is almost certain to win. So, Jee Mulan uncertainly asks Chen Lang. Relation Lang counter Jee Mulan. Humph. What's wrong? Then, my lady, you might as well not close the window when you bat tonight. Your husband definitely won't pee. This made Jee Mulan immediately leave Shen Lang's embrace, visibly annoyed. It was so romantic just now, and you had to ruin the mood thinking about those things. Inside Peaceful Stability Marquee Man. Peaceful Stability Marquee was originally discussing the prophets after dealing with the mythical turtle cow, when suddenly his third son rushed into town. Lin Chua has rabies and is bound to die. Moreover, Lin Chua, who showed symptoms, not only bit me, but also infected a few women in the house at some point. Enraged, Jing and Marquis had all the infected people kept, including his own son and concubine. Wu Shaoling, who was in charge of the capture, glanced at them and then ordered the guards to. The next moment, torches ignited the wood. And then the door was sealed shut. They intended to burn the oxygen to suffocate everyone today. But unseen by others, Wu Xiaolian revealed a satisfied smile, so it really is rabies. What a good method, this time. So many of Wu Xiaocheng's family members died, saving me a lot of F. The next day, outside the mythical turtle's councilman, on a small path patrolled by Jean Zerdli, Lynchwood was lying in ambush. He felt that Shen Lang seemed to care a lot about this woman, so he decided to capture Jean Sword Lady, not only to torture her severely, but also to infect her with rabies. Unexpectedly in the next moment, a long sword pierced his heart. He turned his head and saw Peaceful Stability Marquis adopted some. Wei Yuan Bao, because of you, out of the Count's 9 sons, 3 have died and among the 13 concubines, 4 have died. So, Ling Wa's fate need not be mentioned. Meanwhile, at Jin High Count's man, they also received a challenge for a duel from Zhang Ji. The absent-minded man in front of them was the famous martial fanatic Tan Yan. Jin High Count told him that he must give us all in this match. Tang Yan absent-mindedly responded. His gaze was fixed on an end on the table, admiring its strength to lift over 50 times its own weight, something he couldn't do. If he could learn this technique, his martial arts would advance further. A moment later, at Jin High Count's martial arts competition, although Shang Ji had always been outmatched by Shen Lang, he was still very strong. He passed the martial scholar exam at 17 and became the commander of the mythical Turtle City's defense army in his 20s, holding the rank of guerrilla. Upon arriving in mythical Turtle City, he immediately challenged Tan Hang and defeated him with one move. However, facing Tang Yan's meteor from beyond the heavens, a move used millions or even tens of millions of times, Zhang Ji tasted to being thrown up, with serious injuries on both arms. Tang Yan didn't even glance at him, continuing to ponder how to learn the dance technique. Afterward, Zhang Ji returned to his father's son, clenching his teeth to report the out. 14 years practicing only this sword technique truly invents. Shancheng laughed upon hearing this. In the battle for Isle of Gold Mountain, the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is destined to lose. If the Su family really falls through, then breaking off the engagement is the only option left. Unexpectedly, the textile industry of the Su family progressed remarkably well. Upon returning, Zhang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. However, Su Chanchan was unaware of Zhang Ji's thoughts, and thanked Zhang Ji for sticking with the Su family through thick and thin, which reassured Zhang Ji. Once the Su family gets through this tough time, we can mortgage the Su family's brand and shop again, surely securing a good sum of gold coins. The position my father-in-law desires is almost guaranteed. Heard this, Zhang Ji patted Su Chanchan on the head, proud of the woman he had chosen. It seemed as if the one who had regrets about the marriage wasn't him, and the success of Su Changqian was all thanks to the dye formula provided by Chen Lin. The Su family repeatedly verified Xin Ling's formula, and whether it was exposed to the sun or washed at high temperatures, the color did not fade. The extremely beautiful purple and rainbow-colored silk alone earned a deposit of 50,000 gold coin. Thus, they dyed all their silk purple and rainbow color, in pursuit of covering the debts from buying silkworm cocoon. Such bold moves not only stopped the Su family's losses, but even turned a profit. So, even though Zhang Chuanhua and others advised that it was too risky, Su Chanchan insisted on using Xin Ling's 2 formulas for the silk, and her delivery date was just a few days away. While Su Chanchan was busy with preparations, Xin Lang had already prepared the next few moves for the battle for the Isle of Gold Mountain. First, he helped Jee Mulan enhance her inner strength to address the issue with Tang. Jee Mulan, facing Xin Lang, clearly knew where she had been secretly hurt and was also very surprised. Xinlang was quite proud. Not only do I now, but I can also heal the hidden injuries. However, my lady, why is your inner strength true energy per? This surprised Jee Mulan even more. My lord, you can actually discern bloodlines with a narcotic. This caused Jean Lane to be puzzled. It turns out that in this world inner strength true energy indeed has color distinctions. The purple energy flow Shenlang saw represented that Jee Mulan possessed a purple talent bloodline of a very high grade suitable for swordsmanship and battlefield martial art. And the highest grade of bloodline is the golden bloodline which Jee Mulan had never seen before. However, the next moment, Shenlian saw it. Big Fool was preparing to follow the great master, Xiong Shiron, to the mountain to cultivate and bid farewell to Shenlian. Shan Lane unconsciously SK. And Big Fall's bloodline. And it was as if a voice echoed in his mind. Golden bloodline, Big Fool, possesses a top-tier bloodline town. Which is no wonder the Grandmaster took one look at Big Fool and took him as a disciple. However, Shenlang realized that just a slight improvement in Jee Mulan's inner strength was not enough to defeat Tang Yan, so he shifted his focus to Meteor from Beyond the Heavens. Meteor from Beyond the Heavens is the treasured technique of Skies and Sea Pavilion, and the Southern Seasword King Li Changqiu also made a name for himself with this move, ranking among the Grandmaster. Even Grandmasters Yan Chirong explicitly told Jee Mulan that she couldn't possibly be Tang Yan's opponent. Young people of this generation simply cannot defeat Tang Yan. Perhaps Big Fool might have a chance in 5 years. But In Line still believed he could find a way to counter Meteor from Beyond the Heaven. While looking for a way to overcome Meteor from Beyond Heaven, he accidentally learned that the martial arts heritage of this world originated from the ancient world thousands of years after the destruction of the ancient world. Humans not only unearthed the 4 books and 5 classics, but also various martial arts manuals. These manuals were engraved in soft jade scrolls or carved into jade brick. And just an inch thick jade brick could contain over 200 layers, each layer having hundreds of characters in 2 to 3 diagram. Shan Lane was amazed. Wow goodness, isn't this just like a hard drive from another world? Old to solve the mystery of media from Beyond the Heavens. Shenlang went through almost all the private collections in Accounts Mansion. However, even after finishing the books of his cheat-like ancestor, Jin Jod, Shenlane still couldn't find a way to counter media from Beyond the Heaven. Thus, Shenlane chose to go directly to Skies and Sea Pavilion. A few days later, Shanlang and Jee Mulan arrived at their destination. He knocked on the door of Skies and Sea Pavilion and shouted to the master inside. Master, we wish to enter Skysen's Sea Pavilion to stop. A voice came from the other side of the door. Do you have an invitation from our pavilion? Of course not. Not, so Shan Lang turned to Jee Mulan. My lady, with your high martial skills and noble status, you must be a member of Skysen's Sea Pavilion, right? We can enter directly, can't we? However, there was no such thing as membership and only various academic grandmasters. Like Jee Mulan's teacher Zhong Chuk had the privilege to receive an invitation. Hearing this, Shenlang had no choice but to resort to his last strategy, which was to accept the academic challenge of Skies and Sea Pavilion. As long as one could solve any one of the ultimate puzzles, they could become a guest of the pavilion. And after Shenlang finished speaking, an elderly man came out. He sized up Shenlang and asked, "Are you sure you want to accept the challenge?" Shenlang confidently affirmed, "Of course." The elders gazed and shifted to Jee Mulan, and upon knowing that Jinlang was her husband, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's not easy for someone as physically weak as you have survived until now. However, to accept the challenge you need 500 gold coin." After Chen Lane took out a bag of gold coins, the elder motioned for the two to follow. As they walk, the elder informed Chen Lang, "There are 3 of Skies and Sea Pavilion's 10 great challenges left. These 3 challenges have remained unsolved for 3 years. Now, there are only challenges in martial arts, astronomy and philosophy left. Which one will you choose?" After some thought, Shenlane immediately dismissed martial arts, and philosophy was out of the question too, as it was too abstract and debatable to clearly determine right from wrong. So Shenlane chose a strong. Upon hearing this, the elder handed the question to Shinwan, and then Shenlane took it and looked at it with Jin Mo1, only to see 5 words on the paper. How big is the? After 2 minutes, the elder was about to say, "Don't waste time if you can't solve it." Shenlang then stated, "I've already solved it," and began to demonstrate his method. He used the pinhole imaging technique to measure the distance from this planet to the Sun, which is 10⁹ times the diameter of the Sun, also confirming to Shenlang that he was not on Earth, since the ratio on Earth is 10⁷ times. Next, Shenlang placed a ruler straight on the ground, and at precisely noon, measured the length of the shadow cast by a bamboo stick in the sunlight. 3 days later, at noon, he planted the bamboo stick in the ground again to measure the length of the shadow at a place 2,000 miles away. At noon, when the sun shone directly, the length of the bamboo shadow was different with a centimeter level difference. The difference in shadow lengths between the 2 places in the 2,000 miles distance using the Pythagorean theorem could calculate the distance between the Sun and this world. Then, dividing this distance by 10⁹, the diameter of the bright could be calculated. The elder upon hearing this was astounded. Such a method was unheard of and unseen before, and even more accurate than their method. The elder's attitude immediately became respectful, inquiring the diameter of the sun from Shenlin. 2,890,000 miles. This answer shocked the elder even more. Upon learning Shenlang was only 18 years old, he exclaimed, "Too outstanding, a genius, an absolute genius. Ah, I thought this weak young man was unworthy of you, but now I feel you are unworthy." Him. Since Jee Mulan did not qualify to enter Skies and Sea Pavilion, only Shenlang was led inside by the Elba. The elder called for a person named Lady Yu to receive the guest. The slovenly dressed lady turned around with some display, but upon seeing Shenlang's handsome face, she disappeared in a wolf, and when she reappeared, she had undergone a 180-degree transformation, turning into a mature lady. She boldly asked Shenlin, "Young master, which book would you like to borrow? Would you like some tea or some pastry?" Shenlang, somewhat embarrassed, stated, "I want to see media from Myanmar heaven." The lady smiled charmingly. "Sure, I'll get it for you right away." Meanwhile, at the Su family's residence, it was the day they were to deliver their good. The Western region merchants were extremely satisfied with the rainbow soup, and upon seeing this, Su Changchan smiled inwardly. Now it seems we've turned this fortune into a blessing. Not only can we capture the market within the UK kingdom, but we can also take over the Western region's mark. At this moment Su Changxian ordered her servant to present the clothes made of rainbows as a gift to the Western region merchant. After seeing the Western region merchants go to change, Su Changchan finally took a breath of relief. With this, the Su family has weathered the storm, and my father-in-law has enough money to pursue the position of glamorous province subordinate command. Thinking of this, Su Changchan mockingly thought of Shanlan as foolish. He gave away the formula so easily. Unexpectedly the next moment a scream came from the changing room when Su Changchan pushed the door in and she saw the skin of the Western region merchants was covered in red spots and some were even having difficulty breathing. Su Changchan thought she had earned 2 formulas from Shan Lang, but those formulas turned out to be a ticking time bomb. Shan Lang had early on added up to 9 ingredients known to cause allergies in Westerners to the formula. And Su Changchan pressed for time, only tested the durability of the formula without the leisure to identify which substances were superfluous for dyeing. Thus, Shen Lane's allergy pack could be said to be a major weapon against Su Changqian's partner. The patriarch of the Su family, Bloodshot Eyes, exclaimed, "Shan Lang, it must be your doing. I won't let you go even as a go." Understanding everything, Su Changchan's face star, as if she could imagine Shen Lane's smug expression. "Ah, the Su family is completely ruined now, with just a little trick. I, Shen Lang, took you down. Should I lend you another bag of gold coins?" At this moment, Su Changchan could no longer hold herself up and collapse, her face covered in tear, throwing herself into Shang Ji's arm, sobbing loudly. Unbeknownst to her, aside from ordering people to suppress the scene, was already contemplating calling off the engagement, for the Su family was truly beyond salvation. Now inside the library of Skies and Sea Pavilion. After Shenlang perfectly solved the astronomical question of Skies and Sea Pavilion, he easily obtained the treasured meteor from beyond the heaven. This makes in Lanefield, it seems like the scholars of Skies and Sea Pavilion don't care about meteor from beyond the heavens at all. And Shenlang's handsome appearance also won the favor of the elder sister, who kept launching flirtatious advances at Shenlang. "Little brother, guess how old sister it?" Shenlang directly activated his divine eye to precisely identify her age. 23.5 years old. But the elder sister would never admit it. Giggle, "I'm only 18. This made the scholars of Skies and Sea Pavilion somewhat unable to watch. "You've been saying you're 18 for the past 18 years, and you're still 18 now." Now, the two scholars didn't dare to speak out loud, but coughed while thinking, "MF, usually commanding us around. Now that a slightly handsome young man comes along, you're all over him, where's your dignity and pride?" Facing the two scholars, young Yuan immediately changed her demeanor. "Hey, what's all the coughing about? Got tuberculosis? Cough somewhere else? Little brother? That old thing was coughing and polluting the air just now. I've made him leave. Can't let you catch any disease." The elder sister also told Chen Lang apart from the Southern Seasward King. No one else has been able to decipher meteor from beyond the heavens. There was even a grandmaster who spent a year and a half here and still got nothing. Shen Lang knew this person who was Big Fool's master. Zhong Qiu. But this was not a problem for Shinlock. A skin with his titanium alloy dog eyes would suffice. Then recording everything in his brain, the complexity of it also made Chen Lane understand why those who specialize in deciphering secret manuals usually don't practice martial arts, because they simply don't have the spare energy. An hour later, Shen Lang had finished deciphering everything, and he also made his farewells to the elder sister and other. On the way back to the Count's mansion with Jee Mulan, Jee Mulan noticed the scent of another woman on her husband. Jin Lang became somewhat flustered, starting his evasive explanation. No, no, my lady, you're mistaken. That's the smell from the jade brick. Including Jee Mulan jumped onto another horse, leaving Chenlang to ride alone. Shenlan hurriedly explained, my lady, it's not my fault. That woman insisted on getting close to me, and even wanted to sit on my lap. I sternly stopped her. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jee Mulan snorted lightly, clearly not believing Shenlan's word. Seeing this, Shenlan started his performance. Ah, my lady, I might fall off if I ride alone. Seemingly convinced by Chenlin's censor. Or the Chen Milan could only reach out to hold Chenlin, and Chenlang took the opportunity to hold Jee Mulan in his arm. Then he started his sweet talk again. My lady, you are truly kind. In my heart, you will always be the only one. Other women are just like wildflowers by the roadside. I, Chenlang, would never pick them. At most, I'd accidentally brush past and catch a bit of their fragrance. Jee Mulan was charmed into blushing and dared not look at Chenlang. Such a guy, managing to make cheating sound so refined and elegant. And Sing Chenlang still clinging to her. Jee Mulan was about to ask Chenlang to leave, when Chenlang looked up at her and asked, my lady, have you bathed today? Having been on the road all day? Jee Mulan, of course, hadn't bathed, prompting Chenlang to display a look of distance. Jee Mulan quickly sniffed herself. I haven't bathed for just one day. How could I? Yes. Later at a later. Chenlang curiously asked Jee Mulan, my lady, why are we stopping? Here, Jee Mulan's face turned slightly red to bathe, so you won't disdain me, and so. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zhang Ji relentlessly relayed everything that had happened at the Su family, verbatim to his father. And shortly after, an envoy from the Hidden Origin Society, Chatena, came to visit. He told John Chan, as long as your son marries my cousin, she will bring a dowry of 10,000 gold coins, with no strings attached. However, Zhang Chong chose to refuse. We have a marriage agreement with the Su family and will not break it like. And he instructed his son to go back and comfort Su Changchan, tell her, Aryan family will neither break nor call off the engagement. The envoy from the Hidden Origin Society also said, you must hurry back. According to common belief, the time for someone to consider suicide is within 48 hours of a breakdown. After this period, even in despair, they won't think of dying. Zhang Ji was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreeing. Writing swiftly. Zhang Ji returned to the Su family by now. Upon seeing Zhang Ji, Su Shangqian immediately started apologizing. Zhang Ji comforted Su Changchan. Take it easy. It's all right. Don't think too much. Just rest. Well, Su Changchan was moved by his words. If the Zhang family wants to call off the engagement, I would understand. I will publicly declare that all faults lie with me. Zhang Ji shook his head. Don't be silly, darling. I wouldn't do that. Then he stroked through Chan Chan's head. Chan, don't worry about it. A good sleep will make it better. Immediately Su Changchan closed her eyes. Later, Zhang Ji went to visit Su Changchan's father. The patriarch of the Su family was also very emotional upon seeing Zhang Ji having not slept for days. He implicitly refused to admit defeat in his words, even contemplating reneging on the deal with the Western region merchant, while also promising Zhang Ji after taking down the mythical turtle count. He did not want any share of the profits from dividing the mythical turtle count assets, planning to sell everything to pursue an official position for Zhang Ji's father. Zhang Ji didn't say much, but advised his father-in-law to calm down and take his medicine. When the patriarch of the Su family took the medicine handed over by Shanj, he drank it in one go. Unexpectedly the next moment, he started bleeding from all orifices, and collapsed to the ground. Found. Stammering, the medicine was their poison. It then, perplexed, he asked Zhang Ji. Why, if you could divorce, why kill me, father-in-law? I could be widowed, but cannot break off the engagement. The Zhang family values integs. This statement made everything clear to the patriarch of the Su family. With his last bit of strength, he glared at Zhang Ji. You are even more ruthless than Chenlang. Before dying, the patriarch truly regretting having made ties with such a wolf as Zhang Cha. Then Zhang Ji took out a forged will, placed it in a safe, and returned to Su Changqian's room. He glanced at Su Changqi. Shannan don't get sack. Ultimately, didn't touch Su Changchan's pretty face. He silently said to her, Chanchan, you're so smart, so beautiful. I truly like. Sleep, change in. After you fall asleep, all troubles will vanish. After Jin Ji stepped outside, several figures and black doused the Su family's courtyard with a. The next moment, a great fire blazed up instant. And this fire, as Zhang Chong stated, was their way of not breaking the engage. Soon, Su Shangqian's cries for help could be heard from inside, but the door was locked, and Su Shangqian couldn't escape. In disbelief, she yelled, Husband, save me. It wasn't you who set the fire with. It's Why are you doing this? Zhang Ji, you're so cruel. Even more so than Chen Lang. I must have been blind. With an expressionless face. Zhang Ji motor, Changxian, life is too full of suffering, have a good sleep, and there will be no more pain. The great fire at the Su family's residence finally drew attention from the outside, and by the next day, news of the Su family's fire had spread throughout Mythical Turtles City, despite City Lord Lu personally leading hundreds of soldiers to fight the fire. In Zhang Ji making multiple attempts to rush into the flames, he was unable to save his fiancée. The patriarch of the Su family, Su Shenqian, and the third son of the Su family either committed suicide or were burned to death. The once great Su family was almost completely wiped out, leaving only the patriarch's blind old mother and a child under the age of 5. The forged suicide note by Shang-Chi pointed the finger of blame, etching Lang of the mythical turtle councilman. And Zhang Ji also held a grand funeral for the Sufim. The young child of the Su family was too young to endure, so Zhang Ji personally acted as a filial son, kneeling in front of the memorial hall. For every guest that arrived, he knelt down to pay his respect. Zhang Chong attended the Su family's funeral, and even acknowledged the mother of the Su family's patriarch as his adoptive mother, drawing astonishment from all. The unrest in Mythical Turtle City wasn't limited to the Sufim. The territory of the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion also saw the arrival of uninvited guests, who committed acts of burning, killing, and looting against the villager. They were immediately discovered by the Count's mansion's patrol and cavalry. Long before this man with a scar who had conflicts with Shenmue drew his sword and charged at the villain. Unexpectedly his full force strike was easily blocked, and under the mocking smile of the opponent, his sword shattered instant, and the man with the scar was sent from. Jean Sword Lady's expression immediately became serious. I didn't expect the gap to be this, facing the pirates emanating of brutal aura. Jean Sword Lady showed no fear, drawing her sword to prepare for back. This scene, however, caught the eye of the Pirate King Shosio, who took a liking to Jean Sword Lady's defiance. A stubborn woman. I like it. You're mine now. Now, seeing this, Jean Sword Lady's face was filled with disgust as she charged at Chak, who laughed heartily. Don't worry, I won't kill. Just as the two were less than 2 meters apart, a huge sword collided with Cho Xiao's curved blade fur. It turned out that the newcomer was changed. The top expert of Mythical Turtle Count, and also the deputy commander of the Count's mansion's private soldier. After the collision both parties stepped back, and Cho Xiao saw the Mythical Turtle Count himself coming forward. He immediately addressed the Mythical Turtle Count as his father-in-law. Father-in-law has arrived. Cho Xiao pays his respects to father-in-law. Where's my wife, Milan? Why isn't she here to greet me? Father Jean frowned, without responding, but questioned Cho Xiao. Why are you here now when the time is not yet? Xiu Xiao then took out a contract, indicating he was here for money. A total of 10,000 gold coins to be repaid over 30 years, with an annual repayment of 9,000 gold coins including principal and interest. This was agreed upon in the peace treaty between the previous Mythical Turtle Count and Furious Tide City. You're not going to deny this treaty between the previous Mythical Turtle Count's mansion and Furious Tide City. It turns out that the previous Mythical Turtle Count, wanting to emulate his ancestor Jinzhou when fighting pirates to expand his territory, ended up being with his army and fleet entirely annihilated by the Pirate King, subsequently due to relentless retaliations by the Pirate King. The previous Mythical Turtle Count, unable to withstand the pressure, signed the peace treaty with Furious Tide City, agreeing to compensate them with 10,000 gold coins. The compensation to the Pirate King, the massive debt to the Hidden Origin Society, and the maintenance of 3,000 private soldiers, put such a heavy burden without exploiting the people. If not for Father Jen's conservative and even rigid way of governance, it would have been impossible for the Mythical Turtle Council mansion to stabilize again over 20 years. However, under the new policy, the Mythical Turtle Council mansion once again found itself in a difficult situation. This year, Cho Xiao's arrival was 2 months earlier than usual. Just as Father Jean was suspecting whether the Pirate King might be collaborating with Zhang Cheng. Cho Xiao asked again, where's my wife, Jee Mulan? A few years ago, she lost a martial contest to me. According to our maritime rules, she's already my wife. Look at my chest, why isn't there a tattoo? This spot is reserved especially from Un. Although I've had hundreds, even thousands of women, not one has taken the place on my chest. Cho Xiao's tattoos are all portraits of women. In his reason for arriving 2 months early, was because he had already received news that the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion was on the brink of collapse. He feared that in 2 more months his wife would no longer be there and he couldn't bear to lose Jean Milana beauty without peril. Father Jean didn't want to hear any more. In ordered Jean Shuring to take action. Immediately Jean Shuring charged at Shosio on horseback. In the moment of their clash, Jen Shuring's giant sword BR. And he was wounded across the chest, while Shosio remained in skate, gaining the upper hand. However, his precious horse was killed by Ginger. which made Zhou Xiao laugh out loud and exciting. As the two faced off again. In the scene, it was revealed that Zhou Xiao already knew Jee Mulan had married Jean Lang. Aside from wanting to kill Jean Lang, he showed no other emotion. Now, seeing Jean Mulan was not present, he demanded Father Jean to pay up a medium. Late Father Jean restraining his aunt. Remember Chen Lang's words, Zhou Xiao could not die yet. He was a major asset against Zhang Chong, a treasure to help them escape the new policy. So he needed to be kept alive until the right moment to be eliminated. Therefore, Father Jean had 3,000 gold coins brought out to give to Cho Sihao, stating that the remaining 6,000 gold coins would be given when the contract expired. Chose out and not refuse. Before leaving, he casts a glance at Jean Swordland, then returned with his men. Meanwhile, by another lakeside, Jee Mulan was using her lap as a pillow for Shanlan, who began to explain the method to break the meteor from beyond the heaven. Jee Mulan sat up straight to listen attentive. Practitioners of the meteor from beyond the heavens sword technique must consume a special metallic powder daily derived from meteoric iron from beyond the heavens. Thus, their bodies contain a large amount of this special metal, creating a unique magnetic field when they release their inner strength and true energy. It carries a natural magnetism. Therefore, the meteor from beyond the heavens sword technique is like a tornado, the natural magnetism disrupting your sword movements. Within its range, you're instantly repelled by the temp. And with Tang Yan's decade-plus study of swordsmanship, his skill is profound. Unless your inner strength greatly exceeds Tang Yan's, there's no solution. Seeing Jee Mulan becoming more anxious as she lists, Shanlane's signal to relax, learning the method to break it won't take 2 hours. The secret of meteor from beyond the heavens is divided into light and dark. The front for the sword technique, the back for the method to break it. The solution is simple. A tornado is immensely powerful, but its eye is the safest place. The tornado storm of meteor from beyond the heavens also has an. Finding the eye breaks meteor from beyond the heavens, and crucially during the battle with Tanya you must use a wooden sword. Or Jean Malum looked astonished as she studied, and she understood what she was doing. This generation's Sword King wanted to kill his wife because once the method of breaking it was exposed, the dominance of the southern sea sword island would chrome. Jee Mulan's pretty face blushed with admiration as she looked at she. And then, unable to control herself, she kissed and went. After realizing what she had done, an embarrassed Jee Mulan quickly left. 3 days passed in a flat. And the Su family held their funeral after the burial of the head of the Su family and Su Changqing. Shang-Ji cried in sorrow until he fainted. Seeing this, the Su family's grandmother personally took out the marriage certificate, intending to return the dowry and cancel the marriage. But just then, a now wake Shang-Ji snatched the marriage certificate, and crawled to Su Chanshan's grave. I'm not safe, proclaiming. I bow to have an inner. Second bow to the high hall. The couple bows to each other. From now on, Chanshan is no longer my fiancée, but my officially wedded wife, for life, and for all eternity. With such a performance, everyone inside mythical Turtle City praised Zhang-Ji, as if Shang-Ji had truly become a man of deep love and loyalty in everyone's eye. Night at the Su family's tomb. 2 tomb robbers were digging up the grave of the head of the Sufum. But upon opening the cuff, and they were met with this, make for not a single burial item was found, leaving them extremely disappointed. It been cursing and swearing they left. At this moment, another figure approached the tomb of the head of the Sufum, put the body of the head of the Su family back into the coffin and covered, crying as she shoveled the sword. This person was Su Changchan, whom everyone thought was already dead. She swore a poisonous oath to avenge the Su family by any means necessary. In Su Chanshan's bedroom, there was a secret underground chamber used to hide important documents. The original document of the dye formula, given by Chen Lang, was also among them. After the incident with the Western region merch, Su Chanshan immediately suspected Chen Lang of playing tricks with the original document. So she went to carefully check the formula for the. Unexpectedly she saw written on the back of the formula, Zhang-Ji will kill you, although she did not understand why she had not seen these words before. For, Su Chanshan thought it was a divisive tactic by Chen Lang. Still, she stored food and water in the secret chain, not anticipating that Zhang-Ji would act so swiftly. The gentle words spoken beside the bed, and the fierce fire tormented Su Shangqian's heart, leaving her no chance to save her father. Su Changxian soaked her clothes with the water she had originally intended to drink, then used them to block the thick smoke seeping through the cracks. The fire burned for 2 full hours, and the air in the secret chamber gradually thinned. Fear and despair overwhelmed Su Changxian. In countless times she thought she would die then and then. Perhaps it was hatred that kept her going, not against Chen Ling, but against Zhang Chong. Zhang Ji, in herself. The Su family had become a burden in the Zhang family. Unconcerned about the reputation of being cruel, officials cared about the prestige of their moral conduct. Thus, they deliberately left a half-blind old man and a naive child alive to stage a drama of deep love and loyalty. Sukanchan, who escaped, witnessed this entire scene and was instantly engulfed by hate. After the Shang family dealt with the Su prefect Zhang Chong and the envoy in Wu Jin from the province of the Southern Journey arrived at the mythical Tural Count's mansion, they came to mediate the relationship between the mythical Tural Count and the Jin High Counts. Father Jin did not want to say much about Jin Chan's insincere kind. Shang Chan did not hide this either and took his leave. After all, his visit was just for sh. The horn signaling the strangulation of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion had officially sounded, starting from the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain. Tonight, the city of Mythical Turtle began its curfew. A team of people headed towards the Mythical Turtle's councilman, sent by the Soft. The entire Mythical Turtle Count's family knelt outside to welcome them. After a moment, a luxurious carriage stopped. In a person stepped up. Out. This person had significant status, being the sovereign's fourth prince, followed by the governor's Shurol of the province of the Southern Jur. Father Jin was completely surprised to solve our Mythical Turtle Count's mansion. They actually sent a print. The fourth prince glanced over the people of the Mythical Turtle, especially lingering on Jee Mulan for a while, then allowed to ride, and proceeded to the main hall of the councilman, loudly proclaiming, His Majesty decrees. Mythical Turtle Count, kneel to receive. The main point was to announce that the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain would be presided over entirely by the fourth prince. After scanning the cross, the fourth prince did not see Shen Lang present and asked, Where is Shen Lang? Isn't he the Mythical Turtle Count strategy? Just the eunuch, understanding his master's intent, then asked Father Jin, Mythical Turtle Count, why is your son in wash and Lang not in the? Here, Father Jin explained, Shen Lang is not feeling well. Fearing he might pass his illness to the fourth prince, he did not come out. Hearing this, the fourth prince hummed meaningfully, I am Governor Shu, or here only to listen, not to speak. You may say anything. The next moment, a few ancient books were presented by the Jin Hike, out as evidence that the Isle of Gold Mountain belonged to their Tang fiends. Then, looking towards the fourth prince, he requested him to administer justice. The fourth prince, not in an acknowledgement, the Tang family still understands their duty as subject. Then, turning to the Mythical Turtle Count. These ancient books indeed record that the Jin High Count owns the Isle of Gold Mountain, and it is reasonable and legal. Mythical Turtle Count. Do you have anything to say? Father Jin directly responded. We object. This immediately caused the fourth prince's displeasure, not providing any documents and just saying so. Do you not understand the rule? However, Jee Mulan also made a clear stance. A butcher slaughters a pig, yet expects the pig to perform well before dying. Please forgive us. We cannot do that. According to the laws of the kingdom, as a vassal, our family has the right to independent defense. Even if the feudal lord comes, he has no right to take over the council's mansion's defense. But it seems that the laws of our ancestors do not apply anymore after hundreds of years. The fourth Princess Eisnerode, he did not expect the confrontation to escalate so quickly. At this moment, Father Jin asked the Jin High Count Brother Tang, may we discuss this in a? You're hearing that the fourth prince did not decline. Jin High Count accepted the invitation. Unexpectedly inside the study they encountered. Shen Lang began by saying the Olive Gold Mountain has been protected by our Jin family's ancestor. Back then, it was the Jin Hierarchy himself who knelt and begged our ancestor Jin Zhou to send troops, promising to give the Isle of Gold Mountain to the Jin family after the success of their endeavor. We won't even discuss the life-saving grace our family has provided to yours for the moment. Why are you now relating on what was promised? These words turned Jin High Count's face extremely dark. Mark, Tang Yan's brother, Tang Yun, shamelessly retorted, is there any contract or evidence for giving the Isle of Gold Mountain to the Jin family 10 years of? Go. Originally there were 3 copies of this contract, one in Jin High Count's mansion, one with the sovereign, and another in the mythical Turiel Count's mansion. Unfortunately, the copy in the mythical Turiel Count's mansion went missing after the sudden death of the ancestor Jin Jin. Shan Lang responded, fine, we can leave these old matters aside. If the mythical Turtle Count's mansion falls under the new regime, wouldn't the fire eventually reach you too? Therefore, our two families should unite and assist each other. However, Tan Yun merely responded with better him than me. Shen Lang was surprised that this saying also existed in this world. He asked, looking very distressed, Jin Haikum, must we really fight each other to the day? Jeff, Jin High Count, stated outright, I, Tanglin, have always been loyal to my country and emperor. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Tang Yun laughed, Chen Lang. We understand your desire to survive. Your Jin family is already finished. Reluctantly, Shen Lang began to negotiate. Let's talk of the iron produced by the Isle of Gold Mountain every year. 60% will go to you and we'll keep 40%. Tang Yun merely chuckled light, then left the study with his father. Before they left, Shen Lang put on a very pleading demeanor to retain them after they had completely left. Shen Lang spat disdainfully. In fact, Shen Lang had been acting all along. That demeanor indeed misled Jane High Count and his party into thinking that Shi Enliven's reputation for being clever and resourceful was exaggerated, that he was merely a jumping CL. Their caution towards Shenlang dissipation. A moment later, Shenlang joined Father Jean in the main hall. The fourth prince glanced Stitch and One, then at Jane High Count and realized that the mediation had failed. So shall we proceed as per the usual tradition? Neither party had objection. Following this, the fourth prince read out the imperial decree. This time, to resolve the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute once and for all, the competition will permanently determine the ownership of the Isle of Gold Mountain. The dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain will consist of 3 battles. The first battle is a literary contest with questions set by the software. The second is a martial contest, a duel between 2 individuals. The final battle is a military contest, with each side deploying 10 men to battle until annihilation or surrender. However, the literary and martial contests must be personally undertaken by the direct descendants of the 2 families, with no replacements allowed to outsiders. The Jin family is bound to lose in both the literary and martial contests. Jin Mutsong and Jee Mulan are unlikely to match Tangyun and Tangyun. Thus, the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain seems a certain loss for the mythical Turtle Countsman. Following this, the mythical Turtle Count and Jin High Count each stamped the con, confirming the agreement is irrevocable. Meanwhile, in a village within the domain of the mythical Turtle Councilman, Su Changchan, who had suffered the destruction of her family, was now determined to seek revenge for her suffering. For this purpose, she would even seek help from Xin Lang, who she had looked down upon. However, as Su Changchan was heading to a village in the council maid, she sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, she heard some noise. Head and stealthily moved closer to investing. The scene before her eyes shocked. Horror. Pirates from Furious Tide City were throwing dead bodies into the well from which the villagers, with the goal of creating a plague. This would result in the death of thousands in the domain of the mythical Turtle Councilman. Su Changxian cursed these pirates as beasts, but knowing she was just a weak woman, she could not stop these pirates. She intended to leave an information, but accidentally stepped on a branch. Just when Su Changchan realized her mistake, the pirates had already surrounded her. Seeing that Su Changchan was a bee, they instantly became shown greedy, retro smiles as they approached. Horror. Su Changchan urgently questioned them, encountering a peerless beauty like me. Why not present me to your young master? Aren't you afraid of dying in an ugly M? The fat pirate leader grabbed Su Changchan by the neck and told her, we can just not tell the young master and kill you after. Reports, Su Changchan, are dude logically. Among you 15 pirates, there are 3 women. Are they going to sleep with me? Are they also willing to take this risk with you? Even if they don't act, do you dare guarantee others won't report? You, the leader, a hefty pirate, was intimidated by her words. Previously, someone had failed to present a beauty to their young master and was flayed alive upon the scuff. Reluctantly they decided to bring Su Changchan to their young master, forgoing their immediate desire. Su Changchan's mind raced, thinking, I haven't avenged my family yet. I cannot give up like this. Imagining how Chen Lang would handle such a situation, she quickly devised a point. She pretended to sprain her then collapsed to the ground, scattering a few gold coins she had on. The sight of gold made the pirate's eyes close. And a hefty leader quickly grabbed Su Changchan, demanding to know where she got so many gold coins. Su Changchan tearfully indicated, I am just a girl from a common wealthy family. The leader didn't buy it. Questioning, how could a girl from a common family have so many gold coins and wandering around during curve? Phew, then, placing a knife near Su Changxian's ear, he threatened, tell the truth, or I'll cut off your ear. Su Changchan, feigning terror, revealed her identity as the Miss of the Su. The leader, thinking she was lying, kicked her away, believing Su Changchan had perished in the fire at her family's. At this moment a female pirate vouched for Su Changxian, having seen her frequently during past transactions. The leader became even more excited, suspecting Su Changchan held a significance. It's a secret. Su Changchan, where were you headed in the middle of the night? Su Changchan, looking pitiful, said, I wanted to retrieve some money from a secret treasury hidden by the Su family. And then flee far away. Upon hearing the treasury contained approximately 30,000 gold coins, the leader's eyes widened. With that much gold, why would I continue being a pirate? He immediately told his comrades, with this money, we can retire and become landlords. Blinded by the promise of gold, the leader lost all interest in Su Changchan as a woman. Su Changchan, lead us to the secret treasury, or I will kill. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the dilapidated warehouse next to the burned-down Su family home. Su Changchan opened a secret passage, leading the pirates inside. Soon, they saw a few treasure chests, but upon opening them, found only a pitiful amount of gold coins. Furious, the hefty pirate grabbed Su Changchan, demanding, where are the 30,000 gold coins? Su Changchan pointed to a large porcelain jar, indicating that the gold coins were in some. Pirates hastily used a knife to try to smash the jar, only to find it incredibly hard. As they discussed how to break it open, Su Changchan took the opportunity to run away. The hefty pirate, picking up a large wooden stick, struck the porcelain junk. The next moment, agonizing screams echoed through the. This place was not a secret gold treasury, but where the Su family stored sulfuric acid due to the production process. The sulfuric acid, having been stored for a long time, was under high pressure inside the jar. The moment the pirates broke the jar, the container exploded. After escaping the cellar, Su Changchan quickly blocked the echo. It unmoved by their curses and scream. Once everything had quieted. And thinking I've killed people. Then, with a twisted smile. She said, I killed 5 pirates on my own. I escaped the trap by myself. After an unknown period, when Su Changchan emerged outside. Dawn had already broke. At that moment, her gaze was incredibly determined as she looked towards the direction of the mythical turtle councilman. Meanwhile, Shen Lang had made ample preparations for the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain. Starting with the literary contest, Jee Mulan was to compete with Tang Yil in drafting a policy essay and a party. Shen Lang searched the wisdom database for ancient masterpieces, preparing 19 potential topics for Jee Mulan and organizing 13 immoral poems for him to draw inspiration from, which was a tough challenge for Jee Mulan. However, considering the survival of the councilman Jee Mulan had no complaint. Jee Mulan's contest was not a major concern. The final aspect was the military contest. Analyzing the Count's mansion's 40 consecutive losses, Jee Lang identified the defeat's root cause in a significant gap in equipment. With Chen Lin's intervention, things were about to change. Utilizing metallurgy data, Shen Lin developed improved forging technique. The word blade in Jean Hui's hands was a product of Shen Lin's technological enhancement. Father Jean, astonished by the qual, noticed the significant difference in a test where Shen Lang's forged war blade was compared against one used by Jean Hike. The blade from Jean Hike out nearly broke while an armor plate Str. Rock by Father Jane split and. In contrast, armor forged with Shen Ling's improvements only sustained a minor scratch. Watch, leaving Father Gina stand. Fuck. Shen Lang had not spared any effort in his plans, intending first to use all resources to win the dispute over the Isle of Gold. His second step involved using Cliffwatch Island and the Hidden Origin Society to counterbalance each other. The third step was the Slaughter Pig strategy, turning Cliffwatch Island into bait and a trap to eliminate enemies coveting the Jean fan. The final step was the Stormy Wave strategy, aiming to defeat Zheng Chong and permanently neutralize the threat of the new regime. Shen Lang was contemplating how Jee Mulan would reward him. He was informed by the butler that Su Changchan requested to see and Shen Langsmer, so this woman didn't die after all. Su Changsan too stood before her enemy. Her once pampered body bore countless scars, but she seemed unfaithful. Upon meeting Shen Lang, she immediately informed him the wells and the villages within the territory have been poisoned by pirates intending to create a PL. Hearing this, Shen Lang ordered Jin Huai to lead experts to eliminate the pirate. It's identified which wells were poisoned and sealed them with lime before the Count's mansion allocates funds for new wells. Jee Mulan also joined the, leaving Su Changchan and Shen Wang alone. Su Changchan, someone uneasy. My warning saved many people in the council's mansion's territory. Shen Lang, you owe me a favor. Now, at that moment, Chen Lai suddenly addressed Su Changxian. Su Changxian, you've just killed someone. Having you, Su Changchan, looked shocked, unable to comprehend how she and Lane could. But Su Changchan didn't care. Instead, she gritted her teeth and said, I want to take revenge. To destroy Zhang Chong and Zhang Ji to make them die without a place to be buried. Can you do? Yes, but are you willing to pay any price? Any price? Seeing Su Changshan nod, Lei pinched Su Changshan's chin and asked her again, really any PR? I said, any price, Su Changshan replied firmly, slowly lifting her sku. However, Shen Lang turned his head and said, no, you're not since. Then what do you want? You haven't bathed for days and you still claim to be since. If you were truly earnest, you would have made yourself clean and fragrant long ago. An exasperated Su Changshan wanted to curse it in one way. But after teasing her, Shen Lang seriously told her, enough, I don't need you to do anything for me. I just need you to go to a place, to do one thing, to seduce some. And that someone is the daughter of the pirate king of Furious Tide City. The young lady of Furious Tide City. Shu ya. Hearing this, Su Changshan's pretty face turned pale. Isn't she the notorious killer who has slain men all over the world? But she's especially nice to women, especially beautiful and fragile one. Although she didn't understand what Shen Lang was up to, she liked men, so she refused Shen Lang. Shen Lang was speechless. Didn't you say you'd do anything for revenge? Su Kanxian shook her head even in seeking revenge. I need to stay alive. Furious Tide City will surely join the siege on the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Chiu Tianwei is in collusion with Zhang Cheng. If I go to Furious Tide City, wouldn't I be walking into a trap? Zhang Cheng and his allies have already spun a vast web over the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, and behind them the real power intent on destroying the Jin family is the sovereign. No matter how clever you are, it's like throwing eggs against a rock. You have unparalleled wisdom and should not be confined to this small place. You should be assisting someone with greater power. For example, the third prince, because Zhang Cheng is the crown prince's man. If we want to eliminate them, we can only seek refuge with the third prince. The third prince is now the sovereign's favorite son. If you are willing, I will go and offer myself to become his concubine then. You could become the third prince's advisor and I would act as his financier. Together we could become confidants of the third prince, ensuring a future of glory, wealth, and power. However, if you cannot bear it, I can be your concubine. However, Xinlang found Su Changxian too smelly. Changxian, your scent is too strong. I can hardly stand it. Angry Su Chanchan distanced herself from Xinlang. How about it? Come with me now, and let's seek refuge with the third prince to give. But Chen Lane refused without hesitation. Su Chanchan was puzzled. The mythical turtle city was about to fall, and Xinlang's actions would surely lead to his dismemberment by those people. Xinlang just smiled. I've only said one thing. I want to protect my family. Su Changchan was incredulous. Ridiculous. A person like you having feelings? Xinlang responded. Nonsense. Not to mention others. Just you and me. A couple for a night owes 100 days of grace. I still have feelings for you, but this statement made Su Chanchan's gaze murderous. If you really had feelings, would you let my family be destroyed? Freud, seeing Xinlang so resolute, knowing she couldn't sway him, she planned to leave. Next year at this time, I will offer sacrifices for you. After all, a couple for a night owes 100 days of grace. Xinlang called out to. Su Changchan was puzzled. What do you want to detain? Me, Xinlang looked reluctant to part. You, a frail woman, going to the third prince is like a lamb entering a tiger's den. I can't bear it. Su Changxian cursed at Xinlang. Pa, do you care about my life or death? Stop pretending to be reluctant. Xinlang suddenly became serious and countered Su Changchan. Do you think in the struggle for the Isle of Gold Mountain we are bound to lose? To this end, Xinlang and Su Changchan made a bet. If they win the conflict on the Isle of Gold Mountain, she would follow his plan to go to Furious Tide City and seduce Zhou. If he loses, they would together seek refuge with the third prince. Su Changchan hesitated, although there's no guarantee of Xinlang's character. His abilities are undeniable. Maybe he really has a way to turn the table. Su Changchan chose to trust in Lang once more. Shortly after, Jee Mulan came to Xinlang's study after taking a bee, informing him. All the pirates have been killed. All the poison has been burned. All the contaminated wells have been treated with lime and then sea. Unexpectedly, Jee Mulan suddenly asked about Jin Lang's delicate ex-wife. Where did your delicate ex-wife go? Her tone almost spilling with jealous. Xinlang replied with a smile. Su Changchan left. Jee Mulan countered, left? What did you do to Su Changchan? Pretending to be outraged. Xinlang responded, Jee Mulan, can't you trust me a bit? Am I that kind of person? Jee Mulan's cheeks blushed slightly as she kissed Xinlang, rewarding him for his fidelity. Yet Xinlang expressed regret. All my chastity, and I only get a kiss. Jee Mulan said, my lord, I want to kill Cho Xiao. This person is inhumane and deserves to die. Xinlang hugged Jee Mulan's waist. Soon. Very soon. Now Kyosio is still valuable and can't be killed, but his days are numbered. We won't let him die easy. But it does. Zhang Chong sent an invitation asking Xinlang to attend a banquet hosted by the fourth. Xinlang taking the invitation, remark only me, not inviting the low interest. Meanwhile, at the Shang family man. Zhang Chang signaled to his son tonight, the cousin of shooting you from the Hidden Origin Society, Miss Qi of the Qi family, will come. You should get close to her. The Qi family is known as the wealthy spice magnate. Besides agreeing, what puzzled Zhang Ji was the reason for inviting Xinlang. Zhang Chong explained it was to test and land. This made Zhang Ji even more puzzled. Isn't the mythical turtle count already doomed to lose in the Isle of Gold Mountain Con? Flip, Zhang Chong slightly shook his head, teaching Zhang Ji a lesson. There's no such thing as a sure win in this world. We should despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactic. Then he asked Zhang Ji to call his sister Zhang Chuanhua. When Zhang Chunhua arrived at the study, Zhang Ji immediately asked her, can you take Don Lane to know? Night, Zhang Chuanhua hands on her hips and full of confidence on her charming face. replied, "Father, what do you think?" Sink, Chong, somewhat speechless, simply stated, "Go take down Shan." Meanwhile, at the mythical Turtle City, Lord's Man, the venue for the banquet, Zhu Wending and his son, who had previously been tricked by Qin Lang, were preparing to attend the fourth prince's evening banquet. They planned to use the relationship with Xu Rong, the governor's distant relative, to propose marriage to Shan Chong, making it difficult for him to refuse. He warned his sons Yu Wen up before this. "You must not reveal our intentions because Zhang Chong is unaware of it. We will settle it with a single blow when the time comes." The cunning Zhu Wending had already thought about the benefits to be divided after the downfall of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Since Zhang Chong is the host, as long as we are married into the Zhang family, we can also partake and bite off a big piece of the profits from the court. At the same time, on his way to the B, Shen Lane spent 200 gold coins on a new outfit and reminded himself not to give anything away tonight, not letting Zhang Chong, that cunning old fox, sniff out the truth. Suddenly, she aligned her to guard, say, "Be careful, young master." When he regained his senses, he saw Shang Zhanghua already inside the carriage. "Shen Lang saved me, me tonight. Someone wants to ruin my life on happiness. Below with me, let's turn the raw rice into cooked rice." In reality, Zhang Chuanhua was testing Xinlan's reaction. If Xinlan showed excitement and was more frivolous than her, it would mean he was very confident about the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict. If Xinlang sat upright and seriously refused her, it would indicate that Xinlang was disguising his true feelings, and they should be what? Xinlang's reaction was to first free, then appear attracted by Shang Chuanhua's. This convinced Zhang Chuanhua that Xinlan had no plan for the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict. After all, the initial pause showed Xinlan was preoccupied and his dazed eyes indicated his despair. Now heating up again only shows he's attracted by my bee. At this moment, Chen Lang signaled Jin Huishi to keep driving. He was fine. Then he asked Zhang Chuanhua, "Miss Shang, what were you saying just now?" "Now, Shen Lang, save me, save me. Someone is about to ruin my life on happiness." Shen Lang said, "That's not right. Next one. Turn the raw rice into cooked rice." Shen Lang smiled and nodded, signaling Zhang Chuanhua. "All right, let's start." Then, the conversation heard inside scared Jin Wei to death. Was this something he was supposed to hear? When he heard Shen Lang asking if he heard anything, he quickly said, "No." Inside the carriage, Zhang Chuanhua stopped Shen Lang's advances, blushing and indicating this is on the main road. However, Shen Lang didn't listen and was about to kiss Shang Chuanhua. Shang Chuanhua was truly panicked, not expecting Shen Lang to actually go through it, but suddenly, Chen Lin stopped his move, causing Zhang Chaohua to be suspicious. "Young Master Shen, what's wrong?" Shen Lang said, "Miss Shang, haven't you always had a crush on me? Last time, you even wrote me a love poem and invited me to meet at the covered bridge. I was stopped by my wife as I was leaving and she beat me up." Zhang Chonghua looks surprised. "Is Jee Mulan that fierce?" "Yes, she's quick to hit and scold me just now. She almost broke my arm all because I accidentally miss." Zhang Chanhua began to comfort Shen Lang again and, with a flushed face, asked him, "Shen Lang, then do you like me?" Chen Lin nodded. "I do." Seeing this, Zhang Chunhua pressed further. "Then, do you want to be with me forever?" Chen Lin nodded twice. Zhang Chuanhua then placed in Lang's hand on her face. "How about you leave the mythical Turtle Count's mansion and become a son-in-law in my family? Not a live-in son-in-law, but a son-in-law, and my father will find you an excellent future that will not disappoint your town." However, Shen Lang refused to. Holding Zhang Chuanhua tight and saying, "I can't leave the mythical Turtle Count's mansion at the most dangerous time. Wouldn't that make me heartless and a scoundrel? I can't betray my wife." Hearing this, Zhang Chuanhua with a darkened face, asked Chen Lang, "Then what are you doing right now?" Chen Lang, with a look of deep affection, replied, "I love Jee Mulan, but I also love you. How about this? If there's a major upheaval in the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, I'll come to marry you then." Zhang Chenhua was utterly speechless. "Wow, so I'm just a backup." At this point, Chen Lang asked Zhang Chuanhua, "Chuanhua, have you ever heard the saying, it's not about lasting forever, but about having once possessed? Everything is past and gone, so we should enjoy the moment. If love is enduring, then it doesn't matter whether it's every day or occasionally. A single moment of meeting is worth more than countless others." Zhang Chuanhua was initially admiring Shen Lang's eloquent and beautiful poetry, but then Chen Lang wanted to turn the raw rice into cooked rice again. Shang Changhua felt helpless. "Such a talented scoundrel, I've never seen one like you before. Shen Lang, do you only want my body? If you had to choose between me and Jee Mulan, who would it be?" Shen Lang shook his head, clearly choosing Jee Mulan. Shang Zhanghua, puzzled, asked, "Why doesn't Jee Mulan mistreat you every day?" My wife may mistreat me 1,000 times, but I treat her as if it's first love. So, Chang Chunhua, I do like you, but I'm sorry, she came first. But who says love can only be singular? Have you ever seen a teapot that only has one teapot? He infantry caught this statement, led Zhang Chanhua to slap Chanel sight. Cursing him as a shameless scoundrel, I must have been blind to have fallen for. Then she ran out of the carriage without looking back. Jean Highway, pale-faced and trembling, said, "Young master, I swear I didn't see anything, and I won't talk nonsense when I get home." Jean Lang shook his head. "How can you say you didn't see any? It was clearly Zhang Chaohua who came to seduce me and then I firmly rejected her. I even got slapped." Hearing this, Jean Li nodded frantically. Satisfied with this, Shan Lang began to admire his own handsomeness. Meanwhile, in another part of the banquet hall, Zhang Chong saw his daughter return and asked how it went. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chonghua exploded in anger. "Stump jerk pervert, a ghost deserving of 1,000 cuts, to see him as to know he's the lowest of the..." Oh, seeing his daughter like this, Zhang Chong realized she had suffered a lot, but still inquired if she had managed to test and land. "If you don't like Shan Land, I won't force." However, Jiang Chuanhua shook her head. "It's not that I dislike him. Though he's a scoundrel, he's an enchanting." Then she turned and left to take a bee. Not long after, at the entrance to the Lord's mansion ban, when Zhang Chuanhua saw Shan Lang, she behaved like a properly. But as they brushed past each other, Shen Lang found a note in his hand. The note was a plea for help from Shan Cheng Huanhua, asking Chen Lang to stop Zhu Wenhua's marriage proposal. As the fourth princess banquet began to, Zhang Ji introduced the dignitary's presentation line, including the air of the peaceful stability councilman. Reading. Suddenly there was a commotion outside the guest of honor. The fourth prince had a rock, followed by Shan Chong and his entourage. Shan Lang glanced around and noticed the absence of Jin Hai Count and others, likely avoiding the event to prevent the impression of royal favoritism. However, he noticed Chiwe, the daughter of the spice magnate, standing beside Shan Chanhua, despite not being from a scholarly family. She exhibited more of a scholarly aura than the others, with a strong sense of cunning. Moments later, the banquet officially. While the host was introducing local delicacies to the fourth prince, Zhu Wenhua couldn't wait to confront Shen Lang. "Shen Lang, I heard that your mythical turtle count's mansion owes a lot to the Hidden Origin Society. A debt you can't repay in this life. Time. If the mythical turtle count's mansion falls, what will become of you, brother?" Shen Lang nonchalantly responded. "It's yet to be seen who will have the last laugh." "Brother Zhu, you speak too soon." Unbeknownst to Zhu Wenhua, his father was somewhat disappointed in him. Now is not the time to trouble Shen Wang, who was seen as, but to propose marriage to Shangchul to get a piece of the mythical turtle councilman. The next moment, Zhu Landing stood up, toasting Zhu Rong the governor, hinting at some. Although Zhu Lanting and Zhu Rong shared the same surname, they were distant relatives. Zhu Rong's willingness to facilitate the match was not because of their distant kinship, but due to Zhang Chuanhua's enchanting and potentially troublesome beauty. He feared losing control over Zhang Chong if Zhang Chuanhua married into the royal family. During the conversation he looked towards Zhu Wenhua. "Zhu Wenhua, I've heard of your talent. Why not seize this opportunity to recite a poem for everyone's enjoy?" Zhu Wenwu indicated he was ready, and his gaze shifted towards Zhang Chuanhua, showing that his poem was dedicated to. On the surface, Zhang Chunhua appeared expectant, but inside, she was cursing. "If this continues, I really will have to marry you when." Then Zhu Wenhua unfolded his fan and recited the poem he had written with great emotion. The Miss Qi of the Qi family was the first to applaud, praising the poem. Then, looking enviously at Zhang Chuanhua, she said, "The poem is truly beautiful. Sister Chuanhua, he is praising your virtues." Zhang Chuanhua could only respond awkwardly. However, after seeing her father also praise Yu Wen, she desperately looked towards Chen Lang. "Chen Lang, you scoundrel, won't you come and save me? You've taken so much advantage of me. Isn't it only right that you helped me?" Now, among those present, no one could openly stop Shirong's matchmaking. Some didn't want to offend Shirong, while others cared about their reputation and didn't want to be branded as villains. Like the fourth prince, only Sun Lang, being everyone's enemy here, didn't care about Shirong's opinion. Sun Lang then spoke up, questioning Xiao Wenhua. "Is there any point in praising the daughter of the Jin prefect like? Comparing her to the purest jade and vying with the orchids for fragrance? Don't you find that too exaggerate?" Yuan will look coldly at Shen Lang. "What do you mean by that, Shen Lang?" And Lang smiled and retorted. "I just dislike your exaggerated poetry in FL. We're all men here. Such groveling to women, elevating them beyond reason, is like inflating the price of meat when all men can no longer afford a wife. Not a single sickle fin is in A." And Xianchuan was ice-filled with blood upon hearing this. "Shen Lang, is this how you save me, by pushing me into a pit and then offering a hand to pull me out?" The fourth prince also scolded Shen Lang, inflating the price of meat. "Shen Lang, do you realize that with those words, all women will see you as an enemy? Is this the extent of your talent to produce such vile and lowly words? Just for that comment alone, you deserve a. Zhuwenhua, seeing the fourth prince scolding Shenlang, wore a look of smug mockery towards Chen. As for Zhu Wenhua, Shenlang really didn't want to say anything more. Idiot. Do you really think the fourth prince is helping you? He's just not wanting Zhu Rong to propose marriage for you. That's why he's deliberately adding fuel to the fire, highlighting these 4 words as extremely vul. Because such vulgar words are loved by the common folk. They'll become widely spread as slang, potentially turning into an idiom or proverb. By then, Zhu Wenhua, you'll become synonymous with a sycophant, and Zhang Zhanghua will become associated with. Therefore, Zhang Chuanhua looked at Shenlang with anger, being a talented woman herself. How could she not understand Shenlang's intention? As for the naive Zhu Wenhua, still challenging Shenlang. If you think my poem is not good, then please write one for Miss Zhang Chuanhua. I'd like to see how outstanding and dignified it is. Should lines certainly satisfy. However, this poem is not for Jean Champlov, but for Miss Chie. The involved Kai was completely bewildered. I don't know young master SH. Shane Lishan didn't care. Miss Chi may not know me, but I have been spiritually acquainted with you for a long time, effectively silencing Chi. You. This time Zhang Chuanhua spoke up. I actually want to hear young master Shin's Peng. Sister Chi is both beautiful and wise, a heavenly being, and no praise is too much for. Shan Lang then stepped forward, announcing his poem was titled to Chief. Shan Lang recited his poem The Su Family Seeks Noble Connections, visiting the powerful John, a gentleman with talent, yet lacks sincerity. Pity the flames that startle in the dead of night. No sight of Chan Chan, only ghostly spirits emerge. The poem had just been recited. Zhang Ji immediately stood up, all because the poem spoke of the Su family seeking wealth and status, and wanting to ally with the powerful and influential Zhang family. But Zhang Ji, despite his talents, lacked virtue, far from bringing wealth and glory to his family. This move invited disaster that led to their down. Shan Ji wanted to erupt in anger but found it inappropriate to do so. So he could only forcibly sit down, suppressing his feelings. Shen Lang's poem was a direct confrontation, clearly st. If Qiyu intends to marry Zhang Ji, consider first the tragic fate of the former Su Chang. Governor Shurong marveled at Shan Lang's prowess, but genius, using poetry as well. At this moment, Zhuwenhua was internally anxious, worried that Chen Lang had complicated matters. It was then his father stepped forward. He reported to the fourth prince about an issue. It was regarding a book Sh and Lang had written, Bombless Romantic Affairs. In it, a character, a concubine named Li Pinger, share a name with one of fourth prince's concubines. Thus, he felt Sh and Lang's book was an insult to the fourth prince, asking the fourth prince to punish. What Shillenting didn't know was the fourth prince had read Boundless Romantic Affairs and understood what was said, but in Yukingdom it was rare to be punished for one's words or writings, because once a minister seized upon some text as a pretext for attack, it could set a precedent leading to a plethora of literary cases, causing all scholars to live in fear. The fourth prince could not bear such a responsibility. In his zeal to punish him, Zhu Landing had also apprehended things. An, responsible for printing and selling Shenlang's work. Watching Dane Cien plead for Shenlang's. The fourth prince internally calculated if Shenlang were to be killed now and the mythical turtle count seized the opportunity to declare the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain null and void, that would be troublesome, but Deng Xian's death would be inconsequential. Not only would it not affect anything, it would also preserve the royal family's dig. Therefore, the fourth prince decided not to punish Shenlang. Instead, he planned to punish Deng Xian with 20 heavy beatings. However, at this moment, Zheng Chong stood up, indicating he had a night. That was to have Shenlian compose another poem, but this poem must defend Deng Xian. If the poem was well crafted, Deng Xian would be a. Hearing Zhang Chang's condition, the fourth prince was initially confused. Until Zhang Chong said, of course, this poem must not only defend Deng Xian, but also express your sentiments regarding the situation of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, especially since the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain is imminent. A decisive moment that will determine the fate of the Jin family is approaching. You must be. Move. Not only did the fourth prince understand, Shen Lang also felt a chill in his heart. He cursed Zhang Chong as an old fox. Poetry comes from the heart. It can reflect a person's emotions. In such haste, it's even harder to refine. It must come straight from the. But seeing Dane Xian's plea for help, Shen Lian couldn't remain indifferent. Yet the poem had to reflect his love for the Count's mansion and also display a pessimism about the future. Otherwise, it would give the game away. Shen Lang's deliberation lasted only a few seconds. He then verbally agreed. Jin Chan gestured for him to proceed. Shine Lane closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. Then he began to recite. In the late evening, the lamp is not bright. Alone, I appear at the grand feast. The setting sun is infinitely beautiful, but it's about to fall into dust. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chunhua was shocked and slightly opened her mouth. The poem not only matched the mood, but the use of the words for lamp appear. Not. In fall, wasn't it a homophone for Dang Sans and AS? The fourth prince internally marveled at the brilliance. He actually did it. Xinlang's poetic talent is a stun. Governor Zhurong felt the same. This poem perfectly conveys the situation Xinlang himself is in. At this point, Xinlang mentioned he was feeling unwell, saying they would meet again at the Isle of Gold Mountain in 4 days. With that he turned and left. What they couldn't see was that on the other side, Xinlang was already planning how to kill them in 4 days. After Qianlei left, the banquet continues. Shulanting began his probing, signaling to the fourth prince and others. The fall of the mythical Tural Count's mansion is imminent. We should take in talents like Xinlang into our residence. But the fourth prince slightly shook his head, saying his father did not like him, and thus ended the top. This came as a surprise to Zhulanting, who had been worried that Xinlang's talent might lead him to other influential figures, and that he might have to fear retribution. Now, with a single sentence about the sovereign's dislike, Xinlang is doing. Shortly after the banquet, within the Shang family's old main, Chun Chunghua was visibly furious. She thought the Shulanting father and son deserved to die, feeling her father was blind to want to marry her as you went. Seeing his daughter glaring at him, Zhang Chong felt helpless in his heart, lamenting that the situation is now completely different from before. The current situation has changed dramatically, with new policies sweeping away the old. Both the Northern Gardamarchy and Distant Gardamarchy, two major figures, have compromised the old mobility as leaderless. Already disunited, Zhu Landing's family is indeed no longer the best choice, so he also wanted his daughter to find another man she lives. Shang Changhua, unable to contain her anger, questioned her father. Do you think my heart is a toilet, allowing men to come and go as they please? I am unrestrained, but not promiscuous. Hearing this, Zhang Chan's face darkened as he covered his head. And Zhang Chuanhua seriously asked her father. Father, is Xinlang truly doomed? Zhang Chong shook his head. The sovereign's view of him cannot be changed. No one dares to employ him. Don't worry, your father will definitely find you a better man. Hearing this, Zhang Chuanhua looked sorrowful. Ah, none better than Chen Lian is interesting. You got me involved with him, and now the consequences have arrived. I fear even if I marry someone else, I'll still end up seeking him out for an. Zhang Chong resigned told Zhang Chonghua to stop being dramatic, and mentioned, Xinlang's behavior tonight was problem. Zhang Chonghua was puzzled. His last poem was a genuine expression of despair and desolate. However, Zhang Chong was referring to Xinlan's poem, but Xinlan's actions, he was too eager to save Dan Xian, a person facing certain death. How could he still be in the mood to save up others? Dang Xian was just his publisher. They were acquaintances without emotional ties. Facing his own end, Xinlang should have been extremely despondent. His sense is numbed. A natural instinct of human nature. A mental self-defense. Yet, he cared about the life and death of someone irrelevant. So Xinlang's behavior was very abnormal. Zhang Chuanhua, after listening, felt her father made a lot of sense. However, the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain is already without suspense. In the 3 contests of literature and martial arts, the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is bound to lose. There's no doubt about that, right? Shan Chung agreed with this point. So Shan Chunhua thought that Shan Lang had already considered his way out. Once the mythical Turtle Count's mansion falls, he would be activated. Then, father, will you be able to the spiritual Lang's life when the time comes? Shan Chong did not respond, leaving his intentions unclear. Meanwhile, Chen Lane returned to the mythical turtle councilman. Pretty, Shen Lang instantly opened his mouth, realizing Jee Mulan must have followed him. He immediately went behind Jee Mulan to massage her shoulders, never mentioning that Jee Mulan's action was to follow him. My lady, you are worried about my safety, so you've been protecting me in secret. You are so good to me. I am so. However, Jee Mulan just smiled and indicated, men occasionally going out to play their roles is understandable to me, as long as the heart is at home, as long as one does not stray in spirit. It's not considered. These words instantly match and Lang feel a chill down his mind. Thus, Shen Lang began his diversion tactic. My lady, I made a mistake. Today, Zhang Chong has been probing me, first sending Zhang Chonghua and then asking me to compose a poem. I handled everything without any mistakes, except for a small oversight that let Zhang Chong see some flaws. Jee Mulan's attention was successfully to. She looked at Shenlang seriously. If I were in danger, I would save you for. These words motion line D, holding Jee Mulan tightly in his arms. I feel the same because you are more important to me than myself. No one can replace your place in my. However, Jee Mulan whispered in Jee Langget's ear, then why does a teapot not match with just one teapot? Kuchen Lin tightened his grip on Jee Mulan's hand. Nonsense, my lady, I'm already doing my best to deal with you alone. How could I have the energy to bother with others? You really are overthink. Jee Mulan, satisfied, playfully scollaged in Lang as am. My lord, is it a problem that John Chong saw some flaws? Shun Lang indicated it was not a problem, but just in case we still need to make some arrangements. I hope no one will be targeted by my decisive act. However, at the Shang family's residence, they had already begun dividing up the spoils for after the fall of the mythical turtle councilman. Those present were essentially the main force against the mythical turtle count's mansion. For their own interests they also started to buy for sheep. Some wanted all of the mythical turtle count's months, others wanted all the salt feet, and still others wanted thousands of acres of fertile land. Land, among other things. If not satisfied, there was even a tendency to turn off. Zhang Chong watched the scene. He did not participate in the division because no matter how the spoils were divided, the mythical turtle count's fiefdom and army were the south, and Zhang Chong did not want treasures, nor properties. He only wanted a future, specifically the position of governor of the Glamour's Proof. The marriage between Shang Ji and Miss Qi of the Qi family was already a certainty, just waiting for the right moment to announce. Then, with the wealth of the Hidden Origin Society, the position of governor was almost guaranteed. So, as long as the mythical turtle count's mansion falls, Zhang Chong would rise to a new peak of P. Meanwhile, inside the mythical turtle count's man, the sound of Jean Mutazong's constant scribbling could be heard. Chen Lang had given him topics and poems, which he had copied hundreds of times. He had memorized what needed to be remembered. Yet despite this, Jean Mutazong was still afraid of losing the Tang Yuan and doing his family's fate. Chen Lang, hearing this, comforted him. Losing his normal winning would be strange. You don't have to worry about this, man. Shen Lang gave Jean Mutazong a bunch of porch, telling Jean Mutazong to take a good run. There wasn't much Lang could do for Jean Mutazong, but easing his mood was still pop. Soon after, inside Jean Mulan's bed, even someone as strong as Jean Mulan worried about losing to Tanian. Worried about what to do with Tanian didn't use meteor from beyond the heaven. Shen Lang pat at her head. Don't worry Mulan, follow my lead and you won't go. Initially because of Shenlai's tight embrace, Jean Mulan complained that it was uncomfortable asking Shenlai to loosen his script. Shenlai complied, but Jean Mulan then turned around and hugged Shenlai time. Rightly, anxiously asking him, my lord, everything is under your control, right? No matter what happens, you have a solution, so our family will definitely win, right? Seeing Jean Mulan in his vulnerable state, Shen Lang, with a smiley yet firm tone, responded to her in heaven and earth, across the seas into the wilderness. Only I am on B. Jean Mulan immediately wiped her tears and exclaimed, in 3 days, we will definitely annihilate them. Time swiftly advanced the 3 days later to demonstrate fairness. The contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain was set in the New River Hunting Grounds, a location unaffiliated with either the Jean or Tang fans. The decisive 3 contests that would determine the fate of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion were to unfold. Here, though nominally a hunting ground, it was actually a vast military. The competition between the 2 families attracted countless spectators, curious whether the mythical Turtle Count's mansion could survive. After all, from what was the mythical Turtle Count was undoubtedly doomed to defeat. Of course, there were also those who disliked Jean High Count, considering that during the ancestors of the Jean family, Jean High Count was merely a dog at this time. The referees here, and they were significant years, because for the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain, Shu Rong the governor could not serve as referee, nor could the 4th prince, who was to announce the sovereign's decree. The referees had to meet 3 criteria: highly virtuous and respected, top-tier nobility, and of a detached staff. These 3 were the former crown prince's grand tutor, the sovereign's uncle, and the head of Yu Kingdom's Ministry of War. Apart from the one still in office at the Ministry of War, the other 2 had long retired from politics, living their final years in peace, unable to refuse the sovereign's decree. Thus, they were present, but they were all of an age close to death. Everything else they could let go of, except their reputations. In short, this contest was to be absolutely fair, and the mythical Turtle Count's families respectfully greeted each other. Father Jean understood in his heart the sovereign deemed their Jean family unboundedly doomed to defeat and disdained to intervene. Subsequently, the rules of the contest were announced. Whether in martial or military battles, injuries and deaths were inevitable due to the dangerous nature of weapons, so signing a life and death agreement was required. In fact, the mythical Turtle Count and Jean High Count had clashed many times with numerous. Even the years of both families faced uncertain. 2 generations of heirs from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion died in contests, and Jean High Count's mansion had even lost 3 generations of young master. Since then, Jean High Count learned his lesson, specifically selecting someone within the family to train in martial arts. But this person could not be the heir. Thus, Tanian, obsessed with martial arts, emerged. His existence was initially just for the Isle of Gold Mountain contest, but now, with his exceptional martial skills, he would become the next Southern Seasward king. A Grandmaster of Yu Kingdom, the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain was no longer a concern for Tang Yan. In this moment, the sovereign's uncle presented the literary contest topics, personally chosen by the sovereign. Apart from the sovereign, no one knew what the topic were. Father Jean and another were called forward to inspect the seal, ensuring it wasn't. After verifying its condition, the box was kept by the three of them to be officially open only on the day of the literary content. Jin's high count was indifferent. Jean Mutson could not possibly be a match for his family's Tang. Meanwhile, Shen Lang activated his perspective eye, scanning the bee. He was slightly surprised. I gave Jean Mouton so many topics and not a single one was a man match, but no matter, your brother-in-law will soon help you draft a groundbreaking strategic essay, then a millennium-defining poem that will astonish everyone, including top scholar Tang Yilan, and shock ever. It's just that time is tight and you'll have to stay up late copying furiously. Again, after both parties confirmed, a quarter of an hour later, the first martial contest will begin. In just 2 minutes before the contest starts, Tang Yan was still curiously looking at a mosquito, simply because he had just failed to hit him. I think I need to study this carefully to see if I can figure something out. His brother, Tan Yun, lived incredulity's such an important match, and you're focused on a mosquito, but never mind. Jee Mulan won't be able to defeat him Anyway, at that moment, Jean Haikalt reminded Tanya, you can defeat Jee Mulan and cripple her martial arts. There are many important people interested in her. Also, absolutely do not damage her skin, or leave scars on her, as that would displace the important people. Would a wound as small as a hair be acceptable? Yes, to flat more than 2,000 times in a single breath, mosquitoes are indeed form. Time was up. It was Tang Yan's turn to enter the area. When Tang Yan arrived at the new river hunting grounds hall, Jee Mulan had already been waiting in the arena for a long time, and behind her sat people associated with the mythical turtle councilman. Behind Tanya were the nobles who showed they did not oppose the new policies and submitted to the. As for the other side, it was the neutral scene. Listening to Shang Ji and Chi Yu predicting the winner. Zhang Chuanhua scoffed disdainfully in her heart, very curious about what Chen Lian was playing. At this moment, Shen Lang's lips couldn't stop curving up. Jee Mulan, let these people truly witness your STR. With the sound of the first martial contest before. When Tang Yan saw Jee Mulan's, he understood why his father had instructed him not to harm Jee Mulan. Even he, who had no interest in women, was stunned by Jee Mulan's appearance. In the next moment, Tang Yan unleashed the meteor from Myanmar's heaven. A technique perfected over tens of millions of sword swings throughout the. Under his brother Tang Yan's expectant gain. Jee Mulanger or Woodens. Or to the astonishment of everyone. Jee Mulan's pupils dilated SL. For she had found the eye of the storm and meteor from beyond heavens, the soul FL. Her wooden sword easily penetrated the wind pressure, striking Tanayan directly. And in an instant, you're from beyond the heavens, was born. Broken. Antanian was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Jee Mulan had defeated Tangyan in seconds, leaving the arena in utter silence, an outcome no one had anticipated, and all the more shocking for being accomplished with a wooden sword. Suddenly, the dropping of a water cup broke the silence. Jean Heikel was trembling, unable to believe they had lost. The crowd too snapped back to reality. Their faces filled with disbelief. Tang Yan had been defeated by Jee Mulan and with a wooden, or Jeen Muan had been prepared to finish Tang. But upon seeing his days to EXP, she decided to spare him. Perhaps we won't be enemies in the future. And I'm also somewhat thrilled, the unbeatable Tang Yan was defeated by me. And all thanks to my husband, but then Jeen Mulan noticed him, apparently exchanging flirtatious looks with Shan Chan. Immediately, Jeen Mulan's killing intends. Average. However, 20 seconds earlier, Shin Lang had felt someone watching him. Turning around, he saw his John. Who even blew him a kid? Really flirting with me in front of every. Subnate Shin Lang felt someone else looking at him and the gaze was filled with a. Turning his head, he saw Jeen Mulan. Jeen Lane immediately knew he was in trouble. Realizing that Jeen Mulan had definitely seen that moment, he hurriedly began clapping and praising Jeen Mulan to cover up his own inner. At this time, Jeen High Count was truly sweating both. He had never considered the possibility of losing the first match in the contest for the Isle of Gold. Even wondered if Tanya had taken a liking to Jeen Mulan and thrown the man. That's impossible. Tang Yan had no place for women in his own. Although Tan Young was also sweating profusely, he still comforted his father. It's okay, it's a best of 3 contests. Losing one match doesn't mean any. Despite this reassurance, Jeen High Count's complexion was still. I admit everyone shocked and astonished reaction. Only Zhang Chong sensed something was terribly. And he also understood why Shen Lang had revealed flaws at the previous banquet. Today, Shen Lang was even flirting with Zhang Chuanhua without a hint of pessimism or despair. Bear, meaning he had absolute confidence in the remaining 2 content. On the other side, Jee Mulan's cousin, Su Jinting, was also restless. How could Jee Mulan defeat Tang? If the mythical Turtle Count's mansion doesn't fall, how can I appear before Jee Mulan as a savior? If you don't fall into dust, how can I see? I won't allow any man to succeed with a woman associated with it. With me. At this moment, Father Jin approached Jee Mulan with a smiling face. Though happy, he was not overly excited, as if all this was to be expected. After all, the contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain was assured of victory. Something Shenlang had mentioned no less than 500 times. And on the field, Tang had not yet recovered from his death. For 14 years. He had always been the one defeating his opponents in seconds, but today it was his turn to be defeated in such a manner. Tang Yan once asked his master when he could learn sword techniques beyond meteor from beyond the heavens. He vividly remembered his master's reply. When you have been defeated, then consider learning other sword techniques. So, Tang Yan was not unable to accept his defeat. I'm the contrary, he was incredibly excited. Aha, I lost. I actually lost. Losing his good to others, Tang Yan might seem over created, but in Chen Lang's eyes, a grandmaster was about to rise. Today's defeat would only make Tang Yan strong, yet Shen Lang was not concerned. For although Jee Mulan might not be a peerless genius, she had him by her side. She would surely become a top-notch master in the F. Beside them, the sovereign's uncle Ming Qi inquired, marvelous, absolutely marvelous Suation, what do you think? I don't understand martial arts. I saw it as a home. Mighty Duke as a grandmaster and top martial artist. What is your opinion? Do you want the truth? Of course, the truth. Who in this world could make you, Mighty Duke? Speak for. I've never been a fan of the meteor from beyond the heaven sword technique. All flash. No substance, but in the future realm of martial arts, Tang Yan will surely have a PL. At this moment, Ming Qi stood up, Mighty Duke. Your insights are profound. Found. Ning Qi then officially announced the first contest of the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute is over with the mythical Turtle Count's mansion Victoria. Prepare. Mythical Turtles Count's mansion and Jin High Count's mansion for the second and third battles tomorrow. However, after the first battle, I was wrong, I truly was. Please don't twist my hand. I still need to help Jin Mutsun with his essay. Or let's not fight here. Can we go home and discuss it slowly? Please don't twist my hand. I still need to help Jin Mutsun with his essay. Or let's not fight here. Can we go home and discuss it slowly? Please don't twist my hand. I still need to help Jin Mutsun with his essay. Or let's not fight here. Can we go home and discuss it slowly? Please, yeah, Jee Mulan just bent down to look at Chen Lang. I won't hit you. It's a Jin family rule. A woman should not strike her hook. Hearing this, Shen Liang breathes the sigh of relief. But Jee Mulan suddenly leaned closer to him. Then open her mind. In bitchin' lanes. This is a signaling this as his punishment. Scoundrel husband, you need to behave, understand, Shen Lane nodded PR. Then, Shen Lang accessed his brain's database, selecting an essay and a poem from the works of numerous literary giants to play drums. Next, he went to Jin Mudzong's room, seeing Jin Mudzong writing furiously. He couldn't help but marvel. This young man types over 10,000 words a day, terrifying indeed. He has the potential to become a great literary fatso. Stop copying the old stuff. Copy these new articles and poems instead. This is what will be on the test. Moro. Jin Maozong was visibly delighted, but upon seeing Shenlang's should land quickly interrupted and bitten by your sister. Your sister loves me deeply, so she bit deeply. Yet she couldn't bear to really hurt me, much less leave a scar, hence this perfect tooth mark on my face. Listening to Shen Lang's utterly nonsensical explanation, Chen Muzong was somewhat speechless. This is something you wouldn't understand. For someone like you, a homebody, apart from a dog, mill woman would bite you. These devastating words transformed Jin Mutson's sorrow and anger into power, and he began to copy friends. Tan Yun, you just wait, so you're the top scholar. Ha, and tomorrow's literary contest. I must defeat you. I'll make sure you all understand. Homebodies are not to be trifected with. Homebodies can defy the odds. Maybe then, some young lady will fall for me. Meanwhile, at Jin High Count's look, they had already assumed Jin Mutsun was bound to loop, so they shifted their focus to the military contest. Jin High Count was very confident about the military contest. Thanks to his superior iron ore and forging techniques, naturally overpowering the equipment of the mythical Turtle Councilman, Zhang Chong agreed. He even secretly learned that Jin High Count had developed a new forging tech. Yeah, that was still not enough. Defeating Shen Lang would not be that simple. Jin Haikout took Shangcheng to the armory where the war armors were stored, handing over a battle saber forged with the new technology for Shangcheng to inspire. This saber surprised Zhang Chong, being even better than the equipment of the nation's most elite troops. Then, Jin High Count brought out the best battle saber from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion for a compare. In a direct class, the mythical Turtle Count saber broke, while Jin High Count's saber only sustained nick. They then tested it against the mythical Turtle Count's mansion's on, cutting through it instantly with a single string. This was the source of Jin High Count's confidence. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Lang had already upgraded their equipment. The armor and sabers Jin High Count was using their generations behind the current version. Although Zhang Chong was unaware of these updates, he was still not at ease. To ensure no chance of failure, Zhang Chong asked Jin High Count to recruit additional experts from other nobles to be secretly mixed into their forces. Jin High Count was reluctant. Barlin troops at this time, the cost will be significant. Xinzhong immediately rebuked him for his short-sightedness. How significant can it be compared to the outcome of the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute? What is a little cost? Jin High Count. Do not deceive yourself. As long as victory is assured, your Jin High Count's mansion will not suffer a loss. But if the first battle scenario repeats, then you'll be in trouble with no other option. Jin High Count had to. But Shangcheng also wanted to inform Ningqi about this. Lian, moments later, at the residence of the Three Just. Zhang Chong told Ningqi about Jin Hai's plan to borrow groups. Ningqi was somewhat displaced. You shouldn't have told me this. I'm 78 this year. I don't want to tarnish my reputation at this least. After consulting with the other two judges, Ningqi informed Zhang Chong, fairness and justice must prevail since Jin High Count can borrow troops. Then the mythical Turtle's Count's mansion can also borrow troops. He also warned Zhang Chong. The military contest is settled this way. Don't think about favoritism or fraud in the literary contest. The essays produced will be announced to the world. We do not wish to tarnish our reputation. Shunchong respectfully nodded in agreeing. Subsequently, Jin High Count at the cost of 3 sea ships and 3,000 acres of land borrowed a total of 30 top military experts from the Northern Guard Marquis in peaceful stability. However, it wasn't Jin High Count's own land being offered, but the anticipated spoils from the downfall of the mythical Turtle Count's man. As Jin High Count was organizing his forces, Su Jianting approached him. I have 10 military newcomers wishing to gain some experience in Jin High Count's mansion's force. The conditions, none, just purely for the experience. Hearing this, Zhang Chong and the others were astounded. Distant Guard Marquis House is a leader among the old nobility, and also related by marriage to the mythical Turtle Count. You're not lending troops to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, but instead are kicking them while they're down. Distant Guard Marquis House has stooped the slow, while others demand immense benefits for lending troops. You're lending them for free. Zhang Chong did not refuse. Su Jinting merely smiled slightly. Upon seeing Jee Mulan, he decided she could only be. The next morning, due to the other, Ningqi announced that the military contest would proceed first, with the literary contest to be held indoors in the afternoon. As Father Jin was preparing to leave, Ningqi approached him, asking if he had any familiar friends within the hunting ground. Father Jin, puzzled by the question, related to Shen Lang upon returning. Shen Lang immediately understood Ningqi's hand. They should seek out experts from other nobles. Suspecting Jin Haikon had already broken the rule. Moments later, Shen Lang went to Jin Mulan's room, accidentally encountering her changing clothes. Shen Lian couldn't help but kiss Jin Mulan. Jin Mulan blushed and told Jin Lian to stop causing trouble. Annoying, don't delay me from changing my clothes. Jin Lian shook his head and told Jin Mulan, you don't need to change your clothes. You're going to the battlefield to participate in the military contest next. Jin Mulan was puzzled. I've already participated in one battle. I can't join another. The rules have already been broken by others, so you don't need to follow the meet. There, Jin Malin was furious. She had already prepared her formal attire, intending to dazzle everyone and assert her dominance with her appearance. But now she could only warrant and land. Then today, you're not allowed to look at other women, especially not to flirt with that vixen Zhang Chunghu. Seeing Jin Mulan getting ready to change into her arm, Shen Lang, grinning, took it and wanted to help Jin Mulan put it on only to be rejected by her. Shen Lang was immediately displaced. Why? Jin Mulan explained, if my legs go weak, how will I fight Li? This immediately cheered children laying up, so that's why it seems on too former. Meanwhile, at Father Jen's side, he had approached all the established nobles but failed to borrow even a single person. Father Jin was furious. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Don't they understand the principle of when the lips are gone? The teeth will be cold. Shan Lang signaled to Father Jin not to worry. Those guys are smart, but whether they're being too clever by half remains to be seen. It won't be long before those people are kneeling before you, crying out about the lips and the teeth. Next was preparing for the military contest. Originally, it involved cavalry charges, which were too bloody even for the sovereign to bear, leading to a switch to infantry combat. Thus, all the Jin family soldiers participating in the battle were solemn and prepared for sacrifice, believing they might not return, but fearless even in the face of death. Because of the need for secrecy, Shen Lang hadn't distributed the new armor and sabers to them, keeping them in the dark. Once they saw the actual new equip, their confidence so. With Jee Mulan's command, change equip, everyone uniformly began to don the new. Then, Shen Lang reminded Jee Mulan, be very careful, you must not sustain a single scratch on your body. Jee Mulan nodded at Shen Lang's work, and with a path from Shen Lang, it was returned to enter the F. and Jin High Council. Everyone was fully armed and ready. All ready. Jin High Counts. All were spirit. Shouting about crushing the mythical turtle councilman. However, as both sides took to the feet, Jin High Count was stunned to see the mythical Turtle Count's army's equip, which was completely different from before. Admiring Zhang Chang's decisiveness in terms of, if it weren't for the 40 experts we borrowed in our new forging technology, we might have been the ones cry. As the battle drums officially sound, Mingqi announced the star of the military content. The clash between the mythical Turtle Count's army and Jin High Count's force took everyone by surprise. What was expected to be a one-sided affair for Jin High turned on its head when their sabers broke upon striking the mythical Turtle Count shield. Conversely, the mythical Turtle Count's blade sliced through Jin High Count's arm. Not just Jin High Count's but also the mythical Turtle Count's army was in disbelief. Uninformed that their new equipment was so accountable attackings. Suit, and Jin High Count's forces couldn't breach the mythical Turtle Count's defense, rapidly losing numbers. This astonishing turn of events also dumbfounded Ning Qi and the other Judd. Jin High Call was in shock, unable to comprehend the magic behind the mythical Turtle Count's rapidly improved equipped. Shancheng marveled at Shanlin's uncanny abilities. Good at poetry, writing, dyeing, charming women, and now even metalworking. What is it that you can't do? Yeah, Jin High Count's breaking of rules by inserting 40 top warriors into their ranks did have an effect, preventing a total annihilation by the mythical Turtle Count's army, and even managing some retaliation. Meanwhile, in the midst of, Jee Mulan heard a familiar voice. She quickly advances and removed the man's mask, recognizing him as Su Tanin from the distant Garda Marquis' house. Jee Mulan's anger surged instantly. So it's you. What exactly is your Su family trying to do? On the other side, Chen Lang and Father Jin's gazes both turned towards Su Jin, while whispers of mockery reached Su Shanding's ears. After all, no one likes a traitor. Father Jin, suppressing his anger, ordered Su Jinting to go to Jin High Count's side, claiming him unworthy to sit with. However, Su Jinting denied having anything to do with the man. The battle on the field did not cease. The experts from Jin High Count's mansion were hesitant in their attacks on Jee Mulan. Remembering Jin High Count's instructions not to harm her, given the interest from significant figure. Recalling Shen Lang's words, Jee Mulan thought, we are not afraid to lose this military contest. So protect yourself well. If defeat is imminent, just consider lead, but Jee Mulan was unwilling to do so, preferring the fight to the end. Winning the military contest would mean outright victory for the. Knowing his daughter's temperament, Father Jin proposed a draw for the military content. Jin High Count disagree. The reality was that the mythical Turtle Count side had about 70 people remaining, while Jin High Count's forces had fewer than 20. Even with more experts, a direct confrontation would likely result in the mythical Turtle Count's victory, but Father Jin, worried about Jee Mulan and compassionate towards his soldiers, did not wish to continue the F. Despite this, Jin High Count still wanted to fight it out. Father Jin scoffed disdainfully of the remaining 20. How many are actually from your Jin High Count's man? Immediately, Father Jin declared, as long as the swords are raised, soldiers of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion will not attend. During this, those on the field raised their swords to Sid Malice's 5. Since they were not Jin High Count's men and had no reason to risk their life. With the situation resolved, Jee Mulan ceased her action. After further consultation, the 3 presiding judges agreed to a draw. Jin High Count was furious. I paid so much for the military contest only to end up with a draw. He knew, however, this was the best outcome. As long as Tanya and won, it would be 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw leading to a tiebreak. Then it would come down to a battle between the mythical Turtle Count and Jin High Count, confident in his martial prowess over the mythical Turtle Count. Jin High Count, albeit reluctantly, agreed to the draw in the military content. Subsequently, he expressed his gratitude to Dijon Chong. Without his foresight, they indeed would have lost. However, while everyone else seemed assured of their victory, Zhang Chong did not share the sentiment and chose not to voice his doubt, preferring the take as Li. After all, being the only sober person among the intoxicated can lead to isolation, and he did not wish to end up completely friendly. Upon returning to his residence, Zhang Chong pondered what he might have overlooked. Everyone believed Jee Mulan couldn't surpass Tang Yun, including his son, Jin Ji. The literary contest questions are sealed in a box. Melt only to the soft. How could Jin Mutsong have found a way to? Yeah, this question led Zhang Chong to recall Xilan's triumphs at the gambling house, sparking an unbelievable thought. Do you think it's possible that Xilan knew the literary contest questions in advance and prepared essays and poems for Jin Mutsu? Hearing his father speculate, Shang Ji was also taken aback. How could that be possible? Shaking his head at all the impossibility, Zhang Chong concluded there was only one end. He then asked Zhang Ji to call Zhang Chum. Shortly after her run, Shan Chum inquired, "Did you notice Shen Lang's expression at the end of the military content?" Zhang Chong recalled, when the mythical Tural Count proposed a draw to stop the battle, Shen Lang seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but then he frowns. Realizing something was amiss, Shan Cheng asked, "Is Jin Mulan a type to fear?" Zhang Chan, what tonight? Jin Mulan is not afraid of dying. Rising suddenly, Zhang Chong pieced everything together. If Jin Mulan isn't afraid of death, her behavior is problematic. Today's military contest was a matter of life and death for the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. She should have disregarded her own safe. But as soon as a draw was proposed, she complied and ceased attacking, showing no intention of fighting to the dead. Shang Chonghua also realized the issue. Does that mean Shen Lang has a contingency plan for the literary context? Chuan Chong nodded. Shen Lang must have known the literary contest questions in advance. Otherwise, Jin Mutsong couldn't possibly defeat Tang. Shen Zhen was expression hardened. "Father, I agree with your S." After confirming his suspicion, Shan Chong hurriedly went to Ning Qi's residence to share his conclusions. However, Ming Qi was sept. The seal and wax on the box haven't been tampered with. Is Shen Lang a deity? Then, to know the questions in advance. Thus, Ming Qi was not willing to change the questions based on Shan speculate. Yeah, Chong Chong did not give up after Li. He immediately sought out Jerome the Gov. Even though Jerome also doubted Zhang Chan's guess, the risk of losing was too great. But persuading Ning Qi would be challenging. Zhang Chong then proposed the sovereign surely prepared a backup set of questions sealed in an identical box. Your Excellency could accidentally damage the seal and wax under the guise of inspecting the questions. This way, for the sake of fairness and justice, Ming Qi would have to use the backup question. Zhurong was shocked by this bald eye, but agreed with Shan suggest. As the queen's brother, even if she was wrong accidentally damaged the box's seal, Ning Qi could at most rubberman him without placing bulls. Indeed, as Zhang Chong and Zhu Rong anticipated, after Zhu Rong broke the box by drop, he was a mono. Ming Qi had no choice but to switch to the backup question. Melling well that Zhang Chong must have been behind the SK. Seeing Zhang Chao kneeling out, Ming Qi approached, commenting profoundly, "Such a deep strategist you are." Shang Chong with his head on the ground respectfully admitted, "I am guilty." Ning Qi waved him off, signaling Jin Chan could sting. But Zhang Chong bowed deeply again without rise, repeating his admission of guilt. Ning Qi laughed and stay kneeling. By Ison Samyum Swallow. Once the Ministry of War's head, Mighty Duke, approached Jun Zhan Chong, praising Zhan Chong, "Well done." Shan Chong bowed once more. Witnessing this, Zhang Ji was thrilled. Mighty Duke holds significant sway over the position of governor in the glamorous province. Gaining his approval is excellent news. Under the flashing lightning and thunder, a torrential downpour trenched Changchang, yet he refused to stand up, even rejecting the umbrella offered by Shangjia. Zhangji, puzzled, asked, "Father, you did this for the sake of the reforms in the name royal family. Why do you mean yourself so?" Zhang Cheng scolded his son, naive. "If you argue about right and wrong with your lord, you'll never get it. But then, why aren't those from Jin High Count's side here suffering with that? Us." Chang Chong retorted. "How can you appear capable if your companions are not incompetent? Now go. Stop fussing. A day in the rain won't kill anyone." Meanwhile, inside the New River Hunting Grounds literary contest van. Due to the need for a quiet environment for the literary contest, besides the contestants and the counts from both sides, only the 3 judges were present. After the counts inspected the question buff, the contest began immediately. Ning Qi personally unsealed the buff and took out the questions, allowing both theirs to start reviewing them. The first essay question was on the ultimate virtue of rewards and punishments, and the second was to compose a poem with mythical turtle as the theme. Seeing the questions, Tang Yin was disdainful. "I am most proficient in these topics. Even if I took them to the imperial examination, I could secure the top scholar title again." However, Jin Mushan appeared terrified. "This is wrong. This isn't the two questions my brother-in-law told me about yesterday. Could he have miscalculated? Oh no. No, at that moment Jee Mulan felt as if the sky had fallen. My plan to defeat Tang Yun is ruined. I might even be crushed into dust by. I am Tang Yun, seeing Jee Mulan's panic. Felt contempt comparing literary skills with me. A top scholar to such a useless person is truly beneath me. Just as Jee Mulan was out of loss, he took a closer look at the questions. Wait a minute, I remember this. Isn't this one of the questions my brother-in-law anticipated? Shen Lang, aiming to grasp the sovereign's core interests, had input all known preferences, personality traits, and habits of the sovereign into his brain's database. The brain successfully created a model of the sovereign as clever, radical, and sparing in kind. One of the essay topics predicted by the brain was indeed the one presented, and the poetry topic was deduced from a deep analysis of the sovereign's view of the mythical turtle. At this revelation, Jee Mulan felt rejuvenated. Aha, I'm alive. I've come back to life. Brother-in-law, you almost scared me to death. Tang Yun, you just wait. This time, I'll crush you into death. Subsequently, Ningqi announced the literary contest would last for 3 hours, with everyone but the judges waiting outside. As the written examination began, Jee Mulan eagerly wrote down all the answers from his memory, while Tanya composed his responses with calm delivery. Ningqi, watching, sighed internally, poor kid. Even if you're clueless, you should pretend to ponder before stuff. Liaison has a mic for your client. Tang Yun sneered upon seeing Jee Mulan's fervent write, starting to write without even understanding the questions clearly. What a waste, but it doesn't matter. After all, victory is assured for the Tang family. However, within a quarter of an hour, Jee Mulan had finished writing the essay, or more accurately copy. Seeing this, Ningqi and Sua Shanmarki were incredulous. Finished the essay so quickly, it couldn't just be random scribbling. Tang Yun after spending an hour in thought before beginning to run. Right. Had already dismissed Jee Mulan is less than trash. Chen Lang, today you will witness the literary grace of Yu Kingdom's #1 imperial examination top scope. As he wrote, Tang Yun became increasingly immersed, amazed at his own ability to produce such a brilliant piece, feeling it was unparalleled in history, even admiring his own. After finishing, Tang Yun reviewed his essay 3 times. My God, did this perfect prose really come from? Then, adjusting his emotions, Tang Yun stood, bowed to the judges, and submitted his work on his way out, glancing at the still writing Jee Mulan. He remarked, waste, losing to me is your own. China. Jee Mulan continued to write his poetry meticulously, heeding Shen Lang's advice not to hand in his paper early to avoid arousing suspense. An hour later, he finally completed his poetry. Looking at his work, he felt immensely satisfied. Each word here has been crafted with my. So, noticing Tanya and had already left, he thought, that show-off is gone, then I can submit my paper. He then rose, bowed to the 3 judges, and dragging his weary body he left, his figure casting a particularly desolate show. After both participants had left, Ningqi stood up and announced the literary contest is over. The mythical turtle count and Jinhai count may enter the examination. Upon Ningqi's command for eunuchs responsible for copying in the 2 counts enter they. Paul, Ningqi asked the counts to select a unit to copy the essays and poems of both participants to ensure public transparency and fairness. The chosen eunuch first copied Tang's essay, admiring and respecting the work as he did. However, before even starting the copy, Jee Mulan's essay, just by reading it, he showed a surprised expression. Tang Lin, watching from the side, expected this reaction. It seems that the literary talent of this count of the mythical turtle has thoroughly disgusted this young. After copying, Jee Mulan and Tang Yan's original manuscripts were sealed for the judges to review later. The copied manuscripts were then given to the 3 judges for evaluating. Since Mighty Duke was a military man with less expertise in literature, Ningqi and Swashen Marquis took the lead in review, opening one of the essays. Swashen Marquis couldn't help but exclaim at its quality, suggesting it would excel even in the imperial examinations. The poetry also earned his praise. Ningqi, observing Sua Marquis' reactions. As soon, this must be Tang Yan's work. It seems the outcome is decided. Upon opening the other manuscript, Ningqi was stunned from the first paragraph. The simple yet powerful language made an impact, impressing and great. After reading the essay, he eagerly moved on to the poetry. Even Mighty Duke noticed Ningqi's reaction. Indeed, the phrase an old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles, and a dying hero's heart remains as ambitious as ever immediately resonated with Ningqi. This line, grand and thought-provoking, is truly remarkable. It surpasses mere excellence, reaching a level worthy of rever. Sua Xian then interrupted Ningqi's contemplation. Ningqi, you must see the essay I have. It's a stun. After exchanging manuscripts, Ningqi frowned upon reading. What is this? though it seems fluent and elegant at first glance. Compared to the previous one, it's rubbed. Accusations, upon reviewing the manuscript in his hands, was also shot. My god, this is a timeless masterpiece. A classic for the Eid. At Redanial 296 degrees Celsius it can support 75% of its population in HE objectives to the Vitalitarian system. How many electric machines? And couldn't help but praise it. For a military man with little interest in literature to commend it so highly speaks volumes about the poem's exceptional quality. However, the judges faced the dilemma because the style of the work clearly differed from Tang Yan's, and it was unlikely Jee Mulan could have produced such. After some consideration, Mighty Duke boldly speculated that Chen Lang was behind the submission. A notion Ning Qi agreed with, admiring Chen Lang's town. The bombless romantic affairs was impressive enough, and now such essays and poems such talent is wasted at the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Su Weishan remarked on the realization that Chen Lang had indeed anticipated the exam topics, as Zhang Chong had suspected. Mingqi concurred, this explains why Qin Mutsong could start writing a media. Mighty Duke questioned whether this amounted to cheating? It's not cheating. No one knew the questions beforehand, and it was indeed written by Jin Mutsong, was the consensus. Mingqi was conflicted clearly. Jin Mutsong is the W. But this will not only shock you kingdom, but also hand the Isle of Gold Mountain to the mythical Turtle Count, potentially against the sovereign's wishes. To rule Jin Mutsong as the loser, once these papers are made public, anyone literate can see the obvious disparity. This could tarnish not just our reputations, but label the sovereign as unjust. Moreover, if the sovereign can act against established nobles today, might he also cut royal allowances in the future, deciding to play the elder card before the sovereign. Mingqi aimed for a fair and just resolution of the literary content. They then have the sealed original manuscripts retrieved in computer. The superior work was attributed to Jin Mutsong, or rather, Jin Lane's handyman. Work, but Jin Mudzong's handwriting received praise. Swashan Marquis noted Jin Mudzong's writing lacked spirit and sharpness, but followed his father Jin with straightforward nature, predicting he would become a significant collider. With a deep breath Mingqi looked to the other judges. Then, let's settle the literary contest this way, and they agreed. We follow Prince Uncle's decision. Out the examination hall, despite the pouring rain, dozens to hundreds awaited the dramatic outcome, especially those flattering Jin High Count, hoping for crumbs from the mythical Turtle Count's mansions too. Feet, Jin High Count mockingly suggested to the mythical Turk. Aren't you going to change? Put on your Jin family's latest gear for the upcoming. Ignoring him, Tanglin's ridicule intensified. Does the mythical Turtle Count knows going to lose? And thus isn't bothering the chain range, despite Tanglin's provocations. The mythical Turtle Count remained calm, meditating with eyes closed, trusting in his son-in-law and son to secure victory. The literary contest was already beyond out, yet the mythical Turtle Count's silence only invited mockery from those around them. Jin Mutsong, on the verge of exploding with anger, still held back. Wait till the results are out. I'll make sure your faces. I may not be capable, but I have an incredible brother-in-law. Is copying from one's own family really considered cop? Being, suddenly, someone taunted, mythical Turtle Count. Don't be upset. After all, you haven't had control over the Isle of Gold Mountain for years. You should be used to it by now. This comment turned the mythical turtle's face action, and Jin Hui and others nearby were barely able to restrain themselves from retaliation. As tensions escalated, Prince Uncle Mingqi and the judges emerged to announce the result. Vaults. Stepping into the rain, they declared the winner of the literary contest for the Isle of Gold Mountain to SP. So the announcement's done everywhere. 1. Particularly Tang Lohan. How could his son, a top scholar, lose to a fool? The mythical Turtle Count, though smiling outwardly, silently relieved to wait from his. Amidst the shocked Jin Mutsong's tramp and yell cut through it. Where are you, Tanya? I told you I crushed you, I'd defeat you swiftly, and now I have. Tangdalin, drenched, approached Prince Uncle to question if there had been a mistake. Mingqi, understanding his disrespected, did not reprimand him but simply restated. Let me announce it again. In the third literary contest, Jin Mutsong wins. Tang Yun loses. Did everyone hear clearly this time? Tangdalin was devastated, realizing that Tang family's loss meant losing a significant portion of their wealth, and wondering how to sustain his private army with it. In a fit of rage, he accused the contest of being unfair and insinuated foul PL, pointing at Jin Mutsong. Everyone knows what Jin Mutsong is like. How could he possibly beat Tang Yun, the Imperial Examination's top SC? His comments incited the Tang family's followers to chant about injustice and suspected cheating as the situation descended into chaos. Mighty Duke's thunderous roar silenced the crowd, seeking but gas. Suddenly, no one dared to say another word in the present. Mingqi, seeing Jin Haikal daring to publicly question him, was also very annoyed. He immediately ordered to have the articles of Jee Mulan and Tang Yun posted for public display so that everyone could see for themselves whether there was any private cheating or not. Soon, the guards publicly display the arc. And instantly everyone crowded in front of the posting board. However, Jin High Count didn't even bother to look at it, insisting that Prince Uncle was cheating and he would not accept it. Ningqi, pointing at the public notice board, angrily said, Jin Mulan's article this time is far superior to Tang Yan's. It's clearly posted on the wall now. Anyone who has read a bit can see the difference. If you don't accept it, then go complain to the sovereign. I am ready to accompany you at any time. But Ningqi's face darkened. If anyone continues to make trouble now, don't blame me for the sharpness of my knife. If anyone dares to continue making trouble, take them down immediately. Upon this order, all Blackwater platform guards drew their swords and stood off, staring everyone present silly, and Jin High Count, seeing this, could only be angrily still. Meanwhile, inside Tang Yan's room, he was pretending to be carefree, holding a book, waiting for the news of his victim. Though he appeared to be reading, in reality he was fantasizing about the shocked expressions of the three dignitaries upon reviewing his strategies and poems. Firmly believing he would surely win the literary battle against Jee Mulan, and that the Tang family was certain to win the Isle of Gold Mountain to SP. But just then a servant rushed into the room and AP. Tang Yun, pretending, flipped the page of the book before casually scolding. What's the fuss about? It's just beating that useless Jee Mulan. What's there to make a fuss? However, the servant said with a trembling voice, Young master, you all. Tang Yan's gaze turned cold. How dare you joke about this? The servant quickly explained. Young master, it's true, you law. Tang Yun angrily stood up and closed the book. How could I possibly lose to Jee Mulan? This is absolutely a huge mistake. Sing Tang, and angry and disbelieving, the servant quickly knelt on the ground, urging him to see for himself at the scene. The two braved the rain to arrive at the posting bulls. He first carefully examined his own paper. Yes, it was indeed his own, but he couldn't understand why such an excellent work lost to Jee Mulan. However, when he saw Jee Mulan's articles and poems, he was completely shocked. They lacked fancy words, but had much deeper implications, and the poetry made him feel utterly ashamed. At that moment he fully admitted defeat, as did the entire Tang family, losing the Isle of Gold Mountain competition. Moreover, he could even foresee becoming the laughingstock of everyone from then on, such a talented top scholar to lose to a fat house. Jin Moot. Just then a bolt of lightning flashed and Tang Yun stood dumbfounded in the ring. The man, motionless until he heard the concerned inquiry of a servant beside him. He snapped back to reality, but the servant's kindness made him very embarrassed. He turned around, angrily telling the servant to scream. After the servant ran away, Tang Yun lowered his head, letting the merciless ice rain hit him. No, this can't be Jin Mulan's own work. It must be Shenlang. It must be being. Thinking this, Tang Yan opened his arms and roared crazily towards the sky, filled with resentment and pain. A gentleman must avenge his wrongs. Shenlang, you and I are irreconcilable. I will have you torn to pieces. The scene shifts to Shenlai's resting place. Shenlai, too, was pretending to read a book like Tang. At this moment, he showed that anointingly smug expression again. I just want to be a good-for-nothing son-in-law living off my wife, but you all forced me to show my unparalleled talent. How annoying. Just then, Jee Mulan ran in, rushed and excited. Brother-in-law, I won. I completely crushed Tang. Shenlang just took a sip of tea indifferently. So, you won, isn't that to be expected? However, Jee Mulan playfully scolded Shenlang for fooling him because the exam topic wasn't what he told him last night, but was the strategies and poems he had memorized before. Hearing this, Shenlang was so surprised he spit out his water. Jee Mulan still cluelessly asked, "What's wrong, brother-in-law?" Shenlang quickly covered up his embarrassment. What was today's top? Jee Mulan fought for a moment. It was the strategies and poems about the utmost and penal loyalty in the mythical turtle that you had me memorize. Shenlang was stunned. How could this be? I clearly used X-ray vision to see the exam topic. How could it suddenly change? He realized he had shown his hand in the military strategy game because he had made Mulan too conservative. After all, Jee Mulan, who has always regarded family, honors her life. Why would she fight so cautiously in this military game? Shanchon, your thoughts are indeed very profound. You sensed something was wrong in the second military game, so you had Jin Haikao borrow elite warriors, and then you sensed a crisis in the literary contest, prompting you to ask Ming Qi to change the exam top. You almost turned the tables. Thankfully the heavens were on my side. At this moment, Shenlang also felt a wave of fear inside, and Jee Mulan, seeing his brother-in-law's changing expressions, asked him what was wrong. Shenlang quickly laughed it off. Nothing. Nothing. I just think you did a splendid job this time. Onward Jee Mulan wanted to boast some more to his brother-in-law, but Shen Lang got up and walked outside, saying, "The real battle for the Isle of Gold Mountain has just begun. Next, we'll start with the Orchid Mountain Biscayne." The 3 battles for the Isle of Gold Mountain have ended, but the sky was still filled with lightning and thunder, and a heavy rain seemed not to stop. Inside the residence of the 3 dignitaries, Zhang Chong was still kneeling in the courtyard under the pouring rain, while Zhang Ji and Zhang Chonghua, unable to persuade their father, knelt behind the door. And Zhang Chong said, "Zhang Ji can stay here with me." "Zhang Chonghua, you go back," Zhang Chonghua immediately retorted. "I'm also a member of the Zhang family. How can I just stand by and watch if my father is suffering here?" Zhang Chong scolded you. "A girl dressed so thinly, getting soaked by the rain. What kind of decency is that?" Reminded by her father, Zhang Chuanhua realized she was soaked through, her clothes sticking to her body. Almost as if she was wearing nothing, she then ran towards the house. A moment later, hearing a thud behind him, Zhang Chong looked back to see Zhang Chanhua wrapped in a raincoat, continuing to kneel in the rain with her father. Zhang Chong was quite comforted by this. Unity in a family is the most important thing. Although his children have many faults, just the virtue of filial piety was enough to smooth over these faults in his. More than an hour later, the 3 dignitaries returned to their residence, and were stunned to see Zhang Chong and his children still kneeling in the courtyard. This is the heavy rain at the end of autumn. The Zhang family kneeling in this cold rain for hours must be suffering, especially the little girl, Zhang Chonghua. Also getting drained. Watched. Seeing this, Mingqi quickly walked up to Zhang Chong and said, "Zhang Chong, I am no longer angry. Please, get up and take your children back." However, Zhang Chong still refused to rise because he knew that he was not only seeking to appease Prince Uncle's anger, but also wanted to be punished for his own mistake. Seeing this, Mingqi sighed and said, "Zhang Chong, your guess is correct. Shen Lang might indeed have known me exam question, even though we switched to the backup questions." Jee Mulan still won the final battle. The mythical Turtle Count's mansion has won the final victory. Hearing this news, Zhang Chong was struck as if by lightning. His gong face twitched violently, and before he could SP, he blacked out and collapsed to the ground. Xiang Ji and Xiang Chuanhua were terrified and rushed to awaken their F. Mingqi, unable to bear seeing him lying in the rain, instructed them to quickly carry Jin Chong back inside the wreck. However, Zhang Chong soon regained consciousness on his own, but his complexion was ashen, and his lips were purple, looking utterly defeated. He regained his composure and simply said, "Thank you, Prince Uncle," and then continued to kneel rigidly without moving forward. The 3 dignitaries were shocked to receive such a blow and yet recover so quickly and regain his fighting spirit. We never imagined there could be such a resilient person in the world. Reluctantly, Ningqi had to lower his stance. "Lord Zhang Chong, I beg you, please stop kneeling. The wrong one is not you. It's me." Then he ordered his men to forcibly take him back to his residence. Not long after returning, Jin Heikang arrived with a group of people seeking to see Shan Chong, but was blocked by Shan Ji at the door. However, seeing their opportunity slipping away, they refused to give up and started shouting outside the door, demanding that Zhang Prefect come out to restore Justin. Seeing they couldn't stop these people from causing a commotion outside, Zhang Chanhua stepped out and said, "My father is indeed unwell. Let me convey a message to you. We have lost this round. Do not linger in battle. We must immediately move to the next round. Do not act rashly. Wait until I have carefully considered our next step." Everyone, upon hearing Zhang Chunhun's message, was at a loss and didn't know how to react. Then, before they could respond, Zhang Ji closed the door, telling them their father needed rest and asking them to come back another day. Seeing that Zhang Chong had completely given up on this round, Jin Haikang was also extremely annoyed. "Since you, Zhang Chong, won't come forward, then we will find our own solution." Meanwhile, at the mythical Turtles Council's mansion residence, everyone was raising their glasses in celebration of the victory. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the entire place, with everyone loudly proclaiming the son-in-law in the air is incredible. From now on, the Isle of Gold Mountain would belong to the mythical Turtle Councilman. In a study, the family of the mythical Turtle Count was holding a secret meeting. However, in the midst of their intense discussion, Shan Lang noticed that Jin Mutsong had already fallen asleep. "Fatso, what are you doing, brother-in-law? I find it boring to listen. Can I copy books here and dead?" Shen Lane was speechless. "You fat head. You just defeated top scholar Tang Yun, and you're still thinking about writing? Can't you aim for something higher?" But seeing his father-in-law's face about to explode with aim, Shen Lang could only wave his hand in agreement to his request. Watching Jin Mutsun leave happily, the 3 people present could only sign in turn. Then getting back to the matter at hand, Shen Lang said with a serious expression, "Although we seem to have won the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute, the real fight to the death is just beginning. Having secured this initial victory, we can now turn from defense to offense. The next step is the Cliff Watch Island strategy. We've won the Isle of Gold Mountain and everyone will think we'll deploy all our strategic resources here to maintain ownership, but we must not do so. We will neither station troops nor develop it. I want to turn the Isle of Gold Mountain into a meat grinder, draining every drop of the enemies. Of course, the enemy won't just sit around waiting to be slaughtered, and they're certainly plotting a sinister scheme right now. Indeed, just as Shenlang thought, Jin Haikon and others were secretly holding a meeting to counterattack the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. The first to suggest a plan was Orchid Mountain Visk, who wanted to use the heavy rain to flood the mythical Turtle Count's mansion and its lands. The flood would destroy fields and towns, resulting in countless deaths and a catastrophic blow to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Hearing Zhu Landing's suggestion, Jin Haikao was also very excited. You, Zhang Chong, keep saying not to act rashly, but should we wait for Shenlang to put the knife to our necks, then don't blame us for taking matters into our own hands and seeking revenge. Standing up, he continued, the mythical Turtle Count will have to divert all resources to disaster relief. By then, even Shenlang, no matter how cunning, won't be able to reverse the out. Peaceful Stability Count also voiced his full support. Given that Shenlang had caused the deaths of so many of his people, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity for revenge. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly said, by committing such an act against heaven and reason, won't we be harming our own verdict? Once the dam breaks, many people will die. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him indignantly. Struggle requires using any means necessary. How did such a naive person even make it into the tangle? And then sarcastically asked him, do any of the dead happen to be your family members? The man was frightened and hastily waved his hands to indicate. Now, Tang Moon sneered, since there aren't any. What do their lives or deaths have to do with you? Zhu Lanting then continued to explain this torrential rain is rare. A once-in-decades event, the dam breaking is a natural occurrence, and when the flood comes, it will be blocked by the mountains. At that time, only the mythical Turtle Count's mansion will be destroyed. There's absolutely no need for anyone to worry. After Zulanting finished, Jane High Count slammed the table. It's decided. Then, among them, only one person wanted to back out, Northern Guard Marquis Tu's son, Nandong Tang. After all, his father had joined this struggle to maintain military power and for the future of him and his elder brother. But now, things seem to be spiraling out of control in a bad direction. Of course, all these plans were already anticipated by Shenlang. When he analyzed the situation to the mythical turtle, the Count was immediately plunged into thought. If it's as Shenlang predicts, the casualties could be unimaginable. Shenlang continued, for this competition, we brought 800 elite troops from our mansion, leaving behind only women and the elderly. The other 2,000 private soldiers are leader. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the mythical Terrell Count was about to issue an order for Jee Mulan to lead Jin Shiring and Jin Huibok. However, Shenlang shook his head. Above the lands of the mythical Terrell Count's mansion are 3 dams impossible to defend against. Reinforcements would be too late. Our only option now is to take the initiative. He then pointed at the map. Father-in-law, here's the Orchid Mountain Viscount's mansion, situated in the valley. We need to strike first. First, our task is to destroy the dam above their estate, letting the floodwaters pour into their property. Once the water level above decreases, our mythical Turtle Count's mansion territory will be safe. The mythical Turtle Count hesitated after hearing this. As initiating a flood would result in casualties, this isn't the style of our mythical Turtle Count. Shenlang, seeing his father-in-law's concern, continued, don't worry, father-in-law. As long as the breach isn't too large, people in the valley will have enough time to escape. We just need to ensure the destruction of the Orchid Mountain Viscount's mansion. Submerging his cap, the mythical Turtle Count still trusted his son-in-law's jug. He then called for Jin Hui, instructing him to quickly return home, lead people to destroy the dam above the Orchid Mountain Viscount's estate, and repeatedly emphasized not to make the breach too large, to ensure the civilians had enough time to escape. Gabe Shenlang also instructed to have Shun 13 create a breach in the eastern Bitter Water Dam, which was uninhabited, to divert the floodwaters there, reducing the water level in the reservoir and securing the mythical Turtle Count's mansion land. Jin Hui was troubled at first. The dams were built with stone and would take a long time to dig through with just manpower, and the dams were guarded. Even if they could breach the defenses, it was unrealistic to open a gap before reinforcements arrive. Shenlang, aware of this, asked him, do you remember my 3rd secret chamber? Go find Little Bing for the keys to the 3rd chamber, then take out the box inside. Just make a small opening in the dam, insert the box, light the fuse, and the dam will be blown away. Also, have Shun 13 help you to test his loyalty. Jin Hui immediately accepted the instruct. Meanwhile, Jin Hai Count's secret meeting was still in progress. Tang Lohan decided to ensure no defectors within, requiring families involved to send experts to participants. Paint hearing this. Some hesitated, which could lead to disaster if exposed. At that moment, Peaceful Stability Count stepped forward. Anyone who knows about today and dares to back out won't be allowed to leave this room. Then turning to Orchid Mountain Viscount. You propose this so you leave the way. Orchid Mountain Viscount was taken aback, sensing trouble, but said, I can't just do this for nothing. And I, Jean Viscount coldly replied, Orchid Mountain Viscount, do you think after you crossed Chin Lang at the last banquet, he would let you off, recalling the incident at the banquet? Shu Lanting clenched his teeth and sighed, but then stated, I can do the job, but not for nothing. Hearing this, Jean Viscount immediately extended 2 fingers. I'll give you shares for 2 sea vessels. You buy the ships yourself, but you can join our trade routes and trade with other countries. Shu Lanting was overjoyed upon hearing this. Chen Viscount and pirates had always been engaged in highly profitable sea trade, which many people were eager to join. Now, by simply purchasing 2 ships, he could join the route and easily recoup his investment just a few trades. Shu Lanting then declared, all right, I'll lead this task. He then turned to Cho Xiao, the young master of Cho family. We might need to use your family's name again for this. At that moment, Cho Sihao, who was drinking flower wine, readily agreed. Yes, Shan Lang stole my woman and killed my people. I want to kill thousands of people. Tango and then reminded, we don't know when this heavy rain will stop. Once the water level drops, the destructive power of the flood will weaken, and we won't be able to completely submerge the mythical Turtle Count's mansion lands. If you land this count, you need to act quick. Chu Lanting clearly understood Tang Lulan's hint and started to mobilize after a simple acknowledge. Soon, all the noble families present sent out their best fighters, assembling hundreds of warriors, led by Zulanting and Chozio. They braved the heavy rain and hurriedly rode towards the mythical Turtle City to execute their plan under the cover of. At midnight within the mythical Turtle's councilman, Mulan was lying in bed, nestled in Shen Lang's arms, worried about the heavy casualties in the upcoming struggle. Shen Lang comforted her. No, the dead will all be our enemy. Please, move on. Then express her concern. What do we do then? Will there ever be an? Then, Shen Lang, propping himself up and looking at Mulan, reassured her, don't worry, there will be an end. Once we complete the 4th step of our strategy, we can push back the sovereign's will, and our family will be at peace. To ease Mulan's worries, Shen Lang then playfully wrapped his arm around her waist, his hands becoming restless. Mulan blushed. Her mind went blank and she thought, with her husband by her side, there was nothing more to worry about. Jean Hui rushed back to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion in the rain, found Jean Sword Lady, informed her of the outcome of the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute, and ordered increased patrols. Jean Sword Lady ordered 3 teams of 10-0 each to patrol and guard the 3 dams to the north. Jean Sword Lady immediately sensed the severity of the situation. Brother, is someone planning to destroy the dam and flood us? Jean, we responded. If you encounter enemies, just keep an eye on them. Don't engage unless absolutely necessary. Our elites are at the new river hunting ground. You'd be at a disadvantage if a fight breaks out. Jean Sword Lady warily asked, so we just let them destroy the dam, destroy our Sheen, we reassured her. Don't worry. Your brother-in-law is Welper. Jean Sword Lady, your brother-in-law is excellent, but he's too. Stop. Don't you dare speak ill of your brother-in-law or I won't talk to you for 3 days. Meanwhile, Shin 13 was in his room, contemplating his situation. Since arriving at the mythical Terrell Count's mansion months ago, Shin 13 felt as if he had been forgotten. He mumbled to himself. It's been months. I've been here for months. Did Shin Lang recruit me just to warn the bench? Am I? Shin 13, not town. On the other side. Shin 13's mother became good friends with Shin Lang's mother and Big Fool's stepmother, Mrs. They even started looking for a wife for Shin 13. Just then, Jean Wei functioned 13, and informed him of a task to be done. Shin 13 excitedly got ready to. They found Little Being and asked for the keys to the 3rd underground secret chain. When Little Being handed over the key, she warned them, close your eyes. Don't look at my arm. I am the master's woman. Jean Hui speech. 11. Sedition 1313. Have you ever thought about getting married? Look outside. With the master here, we won't find wives in the main engine. Jean Hui Engine 13 took 2 boxes from the secret chamber. Jean Hui warned, the boxes must not get wet. Don't open them. Just dig a hole and quickly put the boxes. If anyone intercepts, kill without hesitation. If you can't beat them, run for your life. If you really can't escape, light the fuse and die together. The boxes in your hands must not fall into anyone else's hands. Understood. And then the 2 split up and hurried to their respective task. Hours earlier, Zhu Lanting and Zhou Xiao gathered over 200 elite troops and headed to the Golden Sequence. The Golden Sequence Dam, the largest and longest dam in the New River Reservoir. Spans between two valleys. This dam witnessed the hard work and determination of the Jin clan leader, named Jin Su, who spent over 3 years and tens of thousands of man-hours to complete it. Standing on the mountaintop above the dam, Zhu Lanting looked down at the structure they were about to destroy, filled with jealousy and resentment. Why should the Jin clan be so much more prosperous than me? The more magnificent it is, the more spectacular it will be when I destroy it. As for the lowly people on your lands, blame their fate for being born as Jin subjects. Soon, your mythical Turtle Count's mansion lands will become a vast ocean, and the Jin family will be utterly ruined, and make the Jin family and Xinlang regret being our enemy. He then turned to his subordinates in order, sent out 300 warriors to clear nearby Jin outposts and patrol soldiers. The rest, take your tools and dig the dam with all your. Early the next morning in the new river hunting grounds martial arts hall. Today marks the significant day for the Isle of Gold Mountain ownership agreement. Mulan, dressed in a gorgeous gown and holding Xinlang's arm, made a grand entry. Her beauty overshadowing all present, captivating not only the men, but also astonishing the women. Xinlang felt a great sense of vanity thinking among all the noble ladies here. None can compare to my Mulam. Meanwhile, Xinlang noticed that Zhu Lanting and Zhou Xiao were missing from the hall's guests. Thinking, these people really are as unprincipled as I expected. To deal with such shameless foes, one must repay tooth for tooth, blood for. Ningqi suddenly commanded silence with a shout. Silence. He then announced, I declare the contest for the ownership of the Isle of Gold Mountain officially concludes. The contest was fair and just, the outcome is legitimate and effective. The final victor of the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute is the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, the Jin family. From today onwards the ownership of the Isle of Gold Mountain will permanently belong to the Jin. The warriors of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion cheered bull, while the opposing side was filled with curses, loudly claiming the contest was However, all resistance was futile. The next step was for both parties to sign the contract. The mythical turtle, Cal, quickly signed as in name while Jin High Count's hand trembled hesitating to sign. Our family has managed the Isle of Gold Mountain for decades, and now it falls into the Jin family's hand. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of all, Tangdelin had no choice but to sign. At this moment, seeing Tangdelin's dejected demeanor, Xinlang couldn't help but feel smug, thinking, Jin High Count, if you're not satisfied then keep F. Although Zhang Chong looked somewhat haggard, his resolute gaze was admirable when Zhang Chonghua. She quickly averted her gaze, leading Xinlang to think, this vixen really can't take a loss. She was all over me when winning, but now that I've won a small victory, she ignored. Made suddenly a sharp paint shot through Xinlang's waist, causing him to cry out in surprise. At this moment, Xinlang was in so much pain that tears were almost falling. Turning his head, he saw Milan's beautiful face still wearing a gentle smile, while yet her hand was executing another 180-degree rotation in his waist. The combination of her beautiful appearance and fierce strength made Xinlang almost fainted from the pain. However, for the sake of his life, in the next second, Xinlang actually kissed Mulan's lip. This move indeed were, as Mulan instinctively let go of her rip, but this was a public kiss, witnessed by all present, causing a stir among the. At this moment, Mulan was also blushing with shame, lowering her head. Seeing this, Ningqi shook his head helplessly. In such a setting, Xin Lang, you dare to take liberties with your wife? How does the mythical Turtle Count allow someone like you to survive under his walk? After the contract was signed, Zhang Chong came forward to congratulate the mythical Turtle Count. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Chong turned to bid farewell to Ningqi and the other dignitary. Ningqi surprisingly returned the gesture with a bow, saying, take care, Zhang Qiu. After Jin Chan left, Ningqi suddenly said to the mythical Turtle Count, I will soon return to the capital and report everything here to the sovereign. But I have a piece of advice for you. With the tide comes fortune, against it leads to ruin. Your family may have won this round, but it likely won't change the overall situation. There's still room to maneuver now, but once it comes to a head-on clash, disaster may fall. The mythical Turtle Count was taken aback upon hearing this, realizing Ningqi was looking out him. He then bowed deeply in thanks. The family's foundation is passed down from our ancestors. It cannot be destroyed in my hands. Better to be broken jade than intact tile. Thank you. Ningqi, upon seeing the mythical Turtle Count's lack of appreciation, could only say a word of, well. After that, the three elders no longer paid attention to anyone else and left. At this moment, Tang Yun, who was behind, revealed a smile that was not well-intentioned. Mythical Turtle Count. Just wait for the good news from your F. However, what Tang family didn't expect was, hours ago, Jin Wei had already arrived early at the Orchid Mountain Dam, then, taking advantage of the rainy night when no one was guarding. He quickly sneaked into the Orchid Mountain Dam sentry post. When he pushed open the gate of the sentry post, the scene in front of him stunned him. The room was a mess with the smell of alcohol overwhelming and several sentries were sprawled across the bed. Seeing this, Jin Hui drew a sword and approached the hungover center, quickly disposing of them one by one. Just as he was about to proceed with the next step, a noise behind him immediately put him on alert. He then dashed out like lightning, pinning the person behind him against the wall, only to discover it was a disheveled woman. Her hands were tied, her mouth was gaped, and her body was covered in wounds. Anyone could guess what this woman had just been through. Jin Hui looked fiercely at the dead bodies behind him and said, "These beasts truly deserve to." He then said to the pitiful woman in front of him, "I will release you, but don't think about running. Pretend you didn't see anything I do next. After it's over, I'll take you out. Your fate will be decided by someone else." However, the woman who had just been freed suddenly picked up a stone from her feet and like a madwoman charged in him. Jin Hui instinctively dodged to the side, only to realize the woman was smashing the stone onto the dead bodies on the ground, vending her inner hatred with each blow. Jin Hui, standing behind her, could understand the woman's angry feelings at this moment. So he did not stop. The woman continued until she had smashed the dead body's head into a pole. Then she stopped, panting heavily. Though her rage was vented, the physical harm she had suffered could never be a RA. Thinking this, the woman again raised the stone towards her own head. Jin Hwyk with quick reflexes, blocked it with his hand in front of her fore. And then, fearing she might seek death again, he knocked her out with a palm strike to the back of her N. Without further delay, he picked her up and took her out together. Thinking to himself, what a pitiful person. Moments later, he braved the rain to reach the top of the dam. After placing the woman aside, he began his operation. He energetically chiseled an opening in the dam, then stuffed the box given to him by Shan Lang into it. A crooked beam leads to skewed rafters. The Shu family's pack of beasts deserve to die. I, Jin Hwyk, am ridding the people of a menace. Thinking this, he resolutely lit the feet. Then, using his lightness skill, he picked up the woman and ran towards safety at the fastest. Just as they reached a safe distance, a huge explosion sounded from behind. The ground all around was taking. Jin Hui looked back only to see the Orchid Mountain Dam bursting into flames, stones flying into the sky. At that moment, the entire dam seemed to have been torn open by a giant, and the floodwater accumulated from the torrential rain burst forth like a wild beast, raging and spilling over. Watching the scene before him, Jin Weiston, he hadn't expected the secret weapon given by Shen Lang to be so terrifyingly powerful. A small box had destroyed the immensely sturdy dam. Meanwhile, inside the Viscount of Orchid Mountain's estate, the noise from the servants' outs. He looked outside, bleared, wondering why it was so noisy. The moment he opened the window, he was shocked into a cold sweat by the torrential floodwarn. The next second, he didn't care about his appearance and jumped straight out the window, being chased by the floodwaters at his sprinting speed. In just a moment, the flood had swept through the entire state and territory. The Xinyu landing once imagined of destroying the mythical Turtle Count's mansion and territory was now happening in his own state. Zhu and Tai now escaped to the mountain. Looked down at the floodwaters engulfing his family's century-old foundation in despair. The shock of this moment, causing him to emotionally collapse. Meanwhile, at the Golden Sequence Dam side, the torrential rain was already diminished. Shu Landing had just received the news. The mythical Turtle Count's mansion dammed sentry post was actually unattended. Why didn't the Jin family send someone a guard in such a torrential? But even with doubts, the torrential rain is about to stop with time pressing. Shu Lanting could not afford to think too much, and immediately arranged for the returning warriors to dig the dam to get. At this moment, Zhu Lanting kept urging everyone to hurry, but manpower could not compete with explosives. Even if 100 or so warriors exerted all their strength to smash the solid stripstones only cracked a shallow layer on the other side at the Bitter Water Dam. Shun 13 also successfully completed the blasting tap. But he was very annoyed along the way. Not a single obstacle, just like that the dam was easily blown open. How can I show off in front of Shan Lang? Will he still let me sit on the bench in the future? And such a huge vibration made Cho Xiao supervising the Golden Sequence Dam aware just as he was posted. A soldier shouted loudly, "Boss! The water level seems to be dropped." Hearing this, Jialanding by the side hurriedly looked towards the water surface. In the end, the flood peak indicator of the reservoir was revealed. Seeing the scene, Jialanding panicked. Even if the rain stops, the water level cannot drop so quickly, unless someone is releasing water else. At this moment he suddenly thought of a terribly possible scenario and couldn't help but pan. His body falling backwards. Fortunately, someone's support in him, having regained his composure. Zhu Lanting hastily gathered his troops to rush back. Cho Xiao grabbed him and asked, "Why leave? The water level is just dropping." Even if the dam is breached, the flood might not be fierce, but it can still flood the mythical Turtle Count's mansion domain. Right? Zhu Lanting was so anxious that he kept shaking his head. It's impossible now. It must be someone who has dug through the dam at a lower place to release the water. Next, the water level will drop below the dam. Relying on the valley alone is enough to stop it. It won't flood the mythical Turtle Count's mansion anymore. Having said that, without waiting for Kaioseo to continue asking, he led his men to rush towards his own manor at full SP. Beat. Along the way, he kept reassuring himself. It must be the bitter Waterlands dam that collapsed. That's why the water level dropped so quickly. My family's century-old foundation will definitely be alright. On the other side, the team from the Mythical Turtles Council's mansion was on their way back to the city of Mythical Turtle. Inside the carriage, the Mythical Turtle Count was asking Shenlang. Shenlang, do you think Lord Jinhai will smoothly hand over the Olive Gold Mountain to us? Shenlang expressed not at all. And moreover, I hope they don't hand it over so easily. The Mythical Turtle Count was puzzled. Shenlang explained this time, Jing Chong will surely persuade the Tang family to give up the Isle of Gold Mountain and also offer it to Cho Chenwei. You must know Cho Chenwei has always relied on trading with the Tang family to obtain weapons. Now with the opportunity to get his hands on the Isle of Gold Mountain, his greedy nature will definitely not let this chance pass. Once our Jin family settles on the Isle of Gold Mountain, we will clash with Chiyu Tianwei. At that time, if Jin family warriors are not a match for the Chiyu family pirates at sea, it will surely lead to a blood. Once we suffer a major defeat, losing various investment resources and strengths, the Hidden Origin Society will come to collect debts from us. By then, if the Sovereign awards Cliffwatch Island to the Hidden Origin Society, we will be left with. The Mythical Turtle Count was shocked after hearing Shenlai's analysis. If things really go as Shenlai suggests, then the Jin family will be completely. At this moment, Mulan was also confused. If the Isle of Gold Mountain is useless to the Jin family, then why did we go to all this effort to win the right to decide its fate in this battle? Hearing Mulan's question, Shenlang revealed a sly smile because we wanted Zhang Chong to make this move and we aim to take Zhou Tianwei off the board. Reward. You see, once the Isle of Gold Mountain is in our hands, Chao Tanwei will surely be drawn to it, then we'll strategically withdraw, allowing Chao Tanwei's forces to station there. Meanwhile, we will create a commercial miracle on Cliffwatch Island, making it an island with even greater benefits than the Isle of Gold Mountain. At that time, the greedy Chao Tanwei will definitely send his son to snatch it. When I slaughter his son, what do you think will happen? The Mythical Turtle Count immediately responded. Then Chiyu Tianwei will surely lead a large army to attack Cliffwatcha. Exactly. We want Zhou Tianwei to focus all his military power on attacking Cliffwatch Island. At that time, I will secretly make arrangements, turning Cliffwatch Island into a massive trap, making it so Zhou's forces can come but not really turn. By that time, Furious Tide City will become a powerless shell. Taking down Furious Tide City and seizing Thunderous Isle will be easy, and once Thunderous Isle is taken, the northern kingdom of Wu will, following the example of the UK kingdom, align with the mighty Duke. Show goodwill towards the Jin family. At that time, father-in-law, you can submit a petition to the sovereign, claiming the Jin family has eradicated pirates for the expansion of the UK kingdom's territory, and seized Thunderous Isle. What do you think the sovereign will decide? The Mythical Turtle Count said excitedly. Then the sovereign will surely confer upon me the title of Marquis, and past grievances will be forgotten. No longer mentioning the new policies. My Jin family will secure its foundation for centuries. Exactly, father-in-law, this is my complete strategy to resolve the family crisis once and for. After all, both were momentarily stunned by Shenlang's bold. At this moment, just thinking about it made the Mythical Turtle Count's blood boil. I never imagined my son-in-law would dare to use both the Isle of Gold Mountain and Cliffwatch Island. These critical islands, as bait to lure Zhou Tianwei, in exchange for tens of thousands of square kilometers of land, on the Thunderous Archipelago. This strategy of ruling the sea is indeed brilliant. At that moment Mulan suddenly asked, was sending Su Changchan to infiltrate Zhou Yu's side also a part of this chess game? Aimed at taking Furious Tide City, Shenlang nodded and said, exactly, now that we have won the struggle for the Isle of Gold Mountain, she should have gone to join Zhou Yu as we agreed before. I have high hopes for Su Changchan, although I know she can't be completely relied upon. I also hope she will keep her promise and not disappoint me. Her ex-husband. On the other side, next to the new river, there stood a humble farmhouse. This place was once the dwelling of Zhang Chong in his early years of destitution. Without any backing, he experienced the hardships of climbing the official ladder here, which made him adopt the habit of coming here whenever he faced looking at the turbulent waters of the new river outside the window to dissolve his inner troubles. But today, because of the matter with the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion, he returned here again. Could it be that Shen laying behind the Mythical Turtle Count is truly the stumbling block in my life? Zhang Chong felt unwilling inside. I, Zhang Chong, am like the waters of this new river. Even if the mythical turtle count's mansion is a stubborn rock, it ultimately cannot stop my overwhelming tide. One day, I will break it up. Part. Just then, Zhang Xuanhua came over with a bowl of medicinal soup and also kindly asked her father to move away from the window to avoid catching a cold. Old Zhang Chong took the medicinal soup, but his eyes were filled with guilt towards his daughter. For his own career, he made his daughter sacrifice her emotions. However, Zhang Chong shook her head, showing an indifferent attitude. Romantic love is just a pastime and leisure. What does it count for compared to fate? What is emotion but a breeding impulse? Ultimately, for that moment of shudder, John, who was still feeling melancholy, almost spat up the medicine he had just sipped upon hearing his daughter's words. Then, why ask? Now that Chen Lang has won the Isle of Gold Mountain, are we going to face an even worse situation? Shan Chong sighed helplessly, as long as the sovereign's determination for new policies remains unchanged. The crisis of the Jin family will never be resolved. You know, to eliminate the mythical turtle count's mansion, I could have used the mildest method, but now I am forced to shed more blood to ruin the mythical turtle counts. Moreover, this plan also involves cooperating with Zhou Tanwei. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I would never want to cooperate with such a beast. Chang Chunhua was shocked by the realization. So it's the Jin family who's actually in a predicament. This victory has made their situation even more perilous. Then she thought to herself, this could be a good thing. Once the mythical turtle count's mansion is completely destroyed, I can go and sleep with Chen Lian. Zhang Chong was speechless at Zhang Chong's comment. My daughter always manages to end conversations with such statements in front of her. Meanwhile, over the Grand Jin High Count's loud sounds of destruction could be heard. At this moment, Jin Heikel was venting his frustration over the loss at the Isle of Gold Mountain by destroying things inside his mansion. The guards outside, terrified, dared not make a sound, especially since in his rage, Father Tan had already killed for search. Just then, Zhang Chong appeared in the mansion, striding towards the interior, hearing footsteps behind him. Tango and swinging his great sword and cursing charged up. But when he saw it was Shan Chong, he stopped his sword just in time. Although dissatisfied with Shan Chang's actions, he had to suppress his anger because Shan Chong was a confidant of the. Shan Chong then stated, I've come to understand what Jin High Count plans to do next. Tangle and bluntly said, what does it matter if the mythical turtle count one is round? Even if I sign the contract, the idea of me handing over the Isle of Gold Mountain is ludicrous. Chris, Shan Cheng simply responded, what if the sovereign orders you to hand over the Isle of Gold Mountain? Would you still refute? Use, Jin High Count. I advise you to hand over the Isle of Gold Mountain to the mythical turtle count's mansion immediately, and all the facilities on the island must not be damaged. You have to transfer everything intact. To them. Tang Luan enraged, exclaimed, Zhang Prefect, have you lost your mind? Zhang Chongkongli continued explaining, if the Jin family gets the Isle of Gold Mountain intact, they will invest heavily in it. At that point, you should sign a secret contract with the pirate show Tianwei, giving him 70% of the Isle of Gold Mountain on the condition that he sends troops to capture it. When they both start a war, the sovereign, who intends to eliminate the Jin family, will not send a single soldier. That will be the moment of the Jin family's downfall. Tang Luan, hearing Zhang Chang's plan, could not help but laugh. Why should I hand over the island? What benefit does eliminating the Jin family br me? Even if I don't hand over the island, the Jin family will collapse in a year or two, and the Isle of Gold Mountain will still return to my hand. Seeing Tang Lu and so uncooperative, Zhang Chong stood up to give him one last chance. The Isle of Gold Mountain must be handed over in the shortest possible time. Tang Luan then confront Zhang Chong. Zhang Prefect, you, as the prefect of the New River, surely can't control the Jin High Count's mansion. Zhang Chang's expression darkened. If you refuse to hand over the island, then I have no choice but to report to the sovereign and force you to surrender it. The fist of the new policies can change direction and wipe out your Tang family first. After all, you are also part of the old nobility. Tangle One Fury grabbed Zhang Chong by the collar, raising his voice. You dare touch the Tang family? Just try. Try it, Shangshul, unfazed, coldly stated, Jin High Count, the sovereign's decree is about to be issued. If you have the courage to defy the order, try not submitting the island and see what happens. I want to see if your spine is as strong as Jin should be. Upon hearing Zhang Chang's words, Tang Luan was so frightened that he stepped back and sat down on a chair. See this, Zhang Chong continued to press. If I were you, Tang Lan, I would hand over the island before the sovereigns to career rives. This would demonstrate loyalty and cooperation with the sovereigns. Tang Un, whose backbone was certainly not as strong as James was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have betrayed the old nobility to join the sovereigns. Now, gritting his teeth while looking at Zhang Chong, he made the final compromise and agreed to hand over the Isle of Gold. Meanwhile, another scapegoat, Jilanding, was still frantically rushing, desperately running towards his estate, although he kept reassuring himself inwardly. The closer he got to his estate, the stronger the bad premonition. Now, spurring his horse on, he arrived at the foot of his estates. Unable to wait any longer, he abandoned his horse and climbed up using his lightness skill. After an enormous effort, he reached the top at the fastest speed, but when he looked towards his estate, the sight of vast waters left him. Done, he collapsed powerlessly to the ground. It's over. The Su family's century-old foundation is completely gone. Then, Zhu Landing burst into a roar. Shen Lang, Dan. And you, suddenly, a severe pain in his chest and a mouthful of fresh blood spew out. The next second, he fell headlong from the top of the. And one day after the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict ended, the carriage of the mythical Turo Count's mansion after a day of exhausting travel finally arrived at its destination in the evening. At this moment, the mythical Turo Count could no longer restrain his inner impulse and wanted to share the joy of victory with his wife. Jean Mutsung also hastened his steps, wanting to tell his mother that it was he who had turned the tide and won the Isle of Gold Mountain. However, as father and son rushed towards Lady Jean together, they were unexpectedly biped. Lady Jean went straight to Shen Lang, continuously praising him. The reason we won the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict is all thanks to my wonderful son and law. She did not forget to belittle her own husband and son. If it were up to these two, who knows how badly we would have lost. With those words, the father and son behind her were immediately embarrassed to the point of having no place to hide. Jean Mutsung was on the verge of tears. I clearly contributed the most this time. I spent the entire month desperately copying and memorizing books, just to gain my family's recognition. Seeing his wife so biased, the mythical turtle count couldn't help but sigh. While also sympathetically patting his son, "You've also worked." A moment later, in the study of the mythical turtle count's mansion, Jean Wicks and Jean 13 also came to report give back to Jean. The woman tied up behind them caught Shen Lang's attention. Jean Highway couldn't find a wife, so you took the opportunity to abduct one. In fact, Jean Li quickly explained and narrated the whole incident to Jean Li. Lang. Shen Lang was very annoyed after listening. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Su family warriors daring to commit such atrocities openly in the Century Post. It's utterly BR. Then, Shen Lang asked Jean Hui, "Did she see what you did?" Jean Hui couldn't hide it and admitted that the woman had seen everything. Shen Lang from deeply, this matter of gunpowder must not be exposed, in the act of blowing up the dam, if leaked, is punishable by death. After pondering for a moment, Shen Lang suddenly said, "Since this woman has seen our secret, we cannot leave any survivors. Anything we do must not bring fatal risk to our family." Jean Wei, upon hearing Shen Lang had murder's intentions, became anxious. He usually wouldn't disobey. Knelt down and banged his head on the floor, begging Shen Lang to spare the woman. Then, he turned his head and urged the woman to swear to the son-in-law that she would never speak of what she had seen. However, the woman was unyielding. She turned her head away without saying a word, refusing to look at them. Again, seeing this, Shen Lang also became interested in observing her. This woman has delicate skin and a proud character. Such a temperament must not come from an ordinary family. But why would a woman of noble birth go alone to the vicinity of Orchid Mountain Viscount's mansion? At this moment, Shen Lang noticed something unusual, and actually leaned over to the woman's chest to listen to her heartbeat. Indeed, the heartbeat is irregular. It seems her lips are purple, seemingly charming, but actually, it's a heart problem. This is a typical case of heart disease. Suddenly, an idea popped into Shen Lang's mind. He looked serious and asked, "Jean Huishi, do you like her?" The sudden question made Jean Huishi, and he quickly lowered his head, seeing that he didn't. Shen Lang stood up and said, "If you don't like her, then kill her." Hearing this, Jean Li was stunned in play. And then, tears streaming down his face, he kept kowtowing to Shen Lang, begging him to spare the woman's life for his life. The woman, seeing Jean Hui do so much for her, suddenly had a gentle look in her eyes. Seeing Jean Hui so unhelpful, Shen Lang was speechless, and simply turned around, saying, "Forget it, since you caused this trouble, you solve it, take her home and keep a close watch. If she runs away, you'll pay with your life." Jean Hui, seeing Shen Langerland, was immediately overjoyed, thanked his brother-in-law, and hurriedly went to untie the woman, making sure to explain, "Don't worry, I have a sister at home and you'll have a room to yourself. I absolutely won't step in." Sighed. Then, after turning the function Lang, he pushed the woman to leave. Shen Lang, seeing this, was inwardly frustrated. "You, Jean Hui, can't even handle a woman. What use is there in the count raised?" After the two left, Shen Lang looked at Shen 13. Seriously saying, "You've also worked hard on this mission when things quiet down. I'll personally instruct you in martial arts." Shun 13 internally rolled his eyes. Master, you can't even beat little Bing and you want to teach me martial arts? Please, stop bragging. Of course, he dared not say this out loud. After flattering Shenlang, Shun 13 also stood up too. At that moment, the mythical turtle count emerged from the back room and then said, Shenlang, we both might have thought of the same thing regarding this woman's identity. Despite being defiled, is Jean who we really qualify to marry her, given her special status? Status, Shenlang replied with a smile. Why not? This woman likely has had a heart condition since childhood, which caused her personality to be extreme. Her way of thinking is different from ordinary people. To not even glance at a man of my handsome and graceful demeanor shows she likes someone like Jean Hui, a silent, but deeply emotional type. The mythical turtle count was speechless. His son-in-law, truly, never misses a chance to boast about himself. Then, Shenlang suddenly asked, Father-in-law, Fadi is also 18 this year. Why hasn't his marriage been arranged? The mythical turtle count sighed helplessly. Actually, Jean Mutsong and the Shua family from the Martial Peace Count's mansion have a marriage agreement. Shenlang was surprised. The power of the Martial Peace Council's mansion is even greater than that of the mythical Turtle Council mansion. The Martial Peace Council's mansion has always been low-key, but they actually control many islands in the Southern Sea. Though they publicly claim to have only 2,000 private soldiers, they actually also control over 2,000 disciples of the Southern Sea Sword. The mythical turtle count told Shenlang. 100 years ago, our ancestor, Jin Zhou, was the master of the then Martial Peace Count, Shua Qinshe, and it was Jin Zhou who helped prop up the entire Shui family. Since then, our two families have been close, providing mutual aid for Cent. But 2 years ago, they suddenly became distant from us and stopped mentioning the marriage between Shueli and Jean Maotsong. Now they neither cancel the marriage nor proceed with it. Just dragging it on like. Hearing his father-in-law story, Shenlang felt disgusted. These so-called century-old allies really fly apart at the first sign of trouble before the sovereign's blade even falls. The Martial Peace Count has already hurried to distance themselves from the Jean family. Unreliable, completely unreliable. Then, Little Being hurriedly and flusteredly came to report, Su Changchan has come for a secret visit with you. Sir, seeing this, the mythical turtle count very wisely took Little Bing and left, knowing his son-in-law lacked some boundaries, and some things were better off on. Scene. Moments later, before Shenlang saw her, a fragrance of rouge and powder wafted. Then, Su Changchan, who had specially bathed and changed into plain clothes, appeared before she was. I'm so heartbroken. Su Changchan playfully retorted. Isn't that because I'm so lovesick for you that I can't sleep at night? So I lost. Wait, seizing the moment Shenlang asked, Su Changchan, does our previous agreement still stand? Su Changchan had no intention of breaking the agreement. My body, rather than being ruined by a man, might as well be taken by a woman. Then she threw the question back to Shenlang. How are you so sure that after I become Chou Yaoer's confidant? I won't be. Don't you want to sleep with me before I leave? To have me bear your child upon hearing this. Shenlang immediately feigned a sudden realization. You're right, if you got pregnant, it would indeed garner more sympathy from Chou Yaoer. He then began to calculate Su Changchan's ovulation period. Su Changchan was shocked. Holy Shenlang, are you actually serious? And how do you know my ovulations? At that moment, Shenlang dramatically threw himself onto the couch. Come on today, let yourself fully enjoy my body. Su Changxian silently extended her hand and firmly pinched Shenlang, giving him a taste of his own. Then, Su Changshan got up, saying, I'm leaving tonight, just wait for the... But as she walked to the door her steps slowed, expecting Shenlang to call her back for some last-minute advice. However, there was no call, no word from Shenlang issue. Left on the other hand in Zhang Chang's riverside residence, he was intently studying a map in front of him. I'll have Gold Mountain and the Thunder Asylum. The area of these islands is almost the size of New River County. In this Wallace land, Pirate King Chou Tianwei rules, creating a pirate paradise, Furious Tide City, truly the Lord of the Sea. But now, to thoroughly deal with the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, I must take this step and cooperate with Chou Tianwei. Since there's no other choice, might as well play a big, what the Jin Count achieved 100 years ago. I might be able to do a, well. He then looked towards Shang Chuanhua. Chuanhua, I need you to go to Furious Tide City. Hearing her father's plan, Zhang Qianhua was startled, wondering if her father intended to send her to Chou Tianwei. That east. Zhang Chong, seeing his daughter jump to such a conclusion, was speechless. Even if I'm ambitious, I wouldn't be so monstrous as to throw my own daughter into the fire. He then explained reluctantly, I just want you to meet Zhou Chenwei's daughter. Zhou Wei. Our. Zhang Chonghua was again shocked. Dad, you're not thinking of having me seduce that legendary female demon, are you? I may be good at seducing men, but I've never tried seducing women. Zhang Chong was speechless once more. He told Zhang Chaohua, once you meet Zhou Yao, you must establish a good relationship with her and become an indispensable person by herself. Sighed. Zhang Chuanhua let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I'm not being sent to seduce anyone. My charm has already been spent on Chen Lang. Switching targets might really not work out. Thus, Shang Prefect and Shen Lang's two female generals were about to engage in a battle of wits and charm. Meanwhile, suit change. Already on the ship and disguised. Student a corner listening to merchants enthusiastically discuss Furious Tide City's Mischo. Hour. According to these people's assessment, she was terrifying, especially brutal towards men. She had once skinned several pirates who insulted women and hung them on spear poles as a warning. Moreover, she had been waging war at sea for years, amassing countless pirates under her command, making even Chou Xiao, the young master, seem less influential than his sister. Hearing the merchant's assessments of Chou Xiaoyi, Su Chanshan thought to intimidate a scum like Chou Xiao. She must indeed be a dangerous and powerful femme fatale, but this is good. The stronger she is, the more likely my revenge will be successful. Just then, someone on the ship shouted, "Look, Furious Tide City's end." Sight. Looking up, a bustling city came into view. "Show your. Here I come. Shen Lang. I will fulfill our agreement. Wait for my news." Simultaneously, inside Shen Lang's residence of the mythical turtle councilman, Jin. He was lying on the bed, allowing Mulan to check the injury on his way. Face, seeing Mulan's smiling face. "Shen Lang, dear, how did you get this injury?" Shen Lang, fearing Mulan's smile, quickly replied, "Su Changchan tried to seduce me with her beauty. After being rejected, she got angry and twisted my waist hard." Hearing Shen Lang's words, Mulan's smile deepened, her disdain for the man before her growing. He really thinks I don't know anything. The day Su Chanshan came, I was eavesdropping outside the door and heard everything CL. Clearly, at that moment, Shen Lang suddenly said, "Wife, did you write scumbag on me somewhere?" Hearing Shen Lang's casual remarks, an infuriated Mulan pressed on his sore spot, causing Shen Lin to help in pain and quickly changed the subject. Wait, wife. Haven't you always been worried about Jean who ain't not finding a match? This time, your husband has really helped a lot. Mulan, interested upon hearing it was about Jean Hui, listened attentively as Shen Lang explained the whole situation. The scene shifts to Jean Hui's play. When the woman entered Jean Hui's room, the tidy arrangement and the many cats he kept surprised her. This man, capable of killing without blinking, seemed completely different from what she had expected. Suddenly, a shout came from outside, followed by Jean Sword Lady bursting in, leaving Jean Hui rambling. He quickly told Jean Sword Lady, "Sister, please take good care of this lady. I'll go get some food." He then hurried out, leaving Jean Sword Lady confused. Brother's reaction, it's like how the new recruits look when they see. When Jean Hui returned with snacks, he was again at a lot of the two women crying together. Jean Sword Lady was promising the woman, "Red Thread Sister, don't worry, I'll ask brother-in-law tomorrow to annihilate the Zhu family for your revenge." The next day, Jean Hui reported to Chen Wang, brother-in-law, "Wang Lian is dead." Shen Lang was also surprised. That fast? Jean Hui informed Shen Lang. Wang Lian didn't die from illness. He set his room on fire and burned himself too. Shen Lang fell silent. Wang Liang was someone who feared death, so his decisively tragic end was unexpected. Jean Hui then handed over a piece of broken tile, the last relic left by Wang Lian. Shen Lang examined the tile, and the characters on it, finding it strange that even a smart brain couldn't identify it. It was likely written in a moment of lucidity. He then handed the tile back to Jean Hui, instructing him to properly collect Wang Liang's ashes for burial along with the tile. Once everything was, Shen Lang began to move forward with his next plan, which involved gathering astronomical sums of gold coins for Cliff Watch Island. For this purpose, he visited a secret cave in the mountains he had specifically constructed. He also visited Wang Liang's grave, acknowledging, "Wang Liang, you helped me eliminate Lingera and struck a fatal blow to the peaceful Stability Count's mansion, disrupting the Salt Mountain leader of 1,000 households' attacks and harassment against us. Your merits and emirates are bound." Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from behind as that the mythical Turtle Count's son-in-law Shen Lang. Ahead the sudden appearance star-led Jean Huishi and Jean 13, who immediately drew their swords to protection. A man exuding a terrifying aura approached them, and as he got close, or even Jean Hui and 13, both skilled fighters, felt intim. When he reached them, he asked again, "Was it you who deciphered my meteor from me on the Heaven Sword Tech?" Meek hearing this, Shen Lang felt fear for the first time, but still answered bravely, "Yes, it was me at that moment." Xin Lang was internally painted. Realizing from the question that this man must be Li Chansho, one of the 6 great masters of the Yu Kingdom and the Southern Sea Sword King. Could it be that breaking his sword technique angered him? Knowing Li Chansho had dueled with Mo1's master Zhong Chao and Yen's struggle to soar, both ending in instant defeat. In rumors said this man killed even his own wife for the sake of mastering this. So at that moment, Li Chenqiu suddenly turned and began walking forward, signaling Xin Lang to follow. Follow him. Jin Wei and Shun 13, seeing this, drew their swords again to protection line, ready to lay down their lives if necessary. Wei Chenqiu spoke again. I've already spoken with the mythical Turtle Count. Just come. Of me. Shen Lang was startled. If Li Chenqiu wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. He wouldn't lie about such a trivial matter. He then ordered Jin Huishi and Shin 13 to return first, choosing to follow Li Chansho himself. Following Li Chansho's lead, Xin Lane boarded a dilapidated car. When Li Chenqiu climbed the board and down the coachman's rope, his appearance transformed into that of a weathered old man. Li Chenqiu then drove the carriage southward with Chen Langu. Tow. Throughout the journey, Li Chenqiu was like a robot meditating while she's laying. And even during the remembering the joyful times traveling south with Milan, Chen Lang, who was normally as lively as a husky, found himself bored to the brink of depression, finally understanding who Tang Yan got his personality from. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at Southern Sea Sword Island. Upon landing, Li Chanshu continued forward without a word, passing by a cliff. Shen Lang saw Tang Yan standing at the edge, sword in hand, lost in thought as if he were a statue. Just as Shen Lang wondered if Tang Yan was about to demonstrate some incredible sword technique, Tang Yan suddenly leaped from the cliff. Shocked, Shen Lang thought, wow, so the lineage of the Southern Seasward King, aside from their abstemious lifestyle and dangerous driving, also practices such an extreme method of training by jumping off cliff lifts. Soon, Wei Chenqiu LEDs in lane to a cave and entered without saying word. Following him into the cave, Shen Lang was overwhelmed by a foul smell that nauseated him. Li Chenqiu rushed to a barrier and tenderly called out a woman's name, wife. Your husband has AR, and I've brought someone with me. Wife, you don't have to seclude yourself anymore. Let's go out and live our lives. Xiao Chen was astonished. Was this the same cold and unmatched Sword King? His gentle voice was even more cloying than Shanlan's own. Suddenly, a hoarse and aged female voice came from inside. Get lost. If it weren't for you saving that wretch and bringing her home as our adopted daughter, how could our media from beyond the heavens technique have been stolen? I treated her so well, like my own daughter, and she still poisoned me, making me forget the contents of our sword manual. Li Chansho, and you even thought of betrothing her to Tang Yan. Haha, you're truly. Hearing this, Shen Lang understood that the woman behind the barrier was the Sword King's wife. It seemed that the rumors about Li Chanshu killing his wife to refine his swordsmanship were false, and clearly there was a deliberate plot against them. As Shen Lang had analyzed, the meteor from beyond the heavens technique was dual-natured, requiring both husband and wife to practice together. The loss of the manual meant the loss of the technique, explaining why the Sword King's wife secluded herself and why the Sword King disappeared from the martial world. Li Chenqiu, in a state of agitation, banged on the barrier. Life, you don't have to torture yourself with seclusion anymore. I've brought someone who has fully deciphered the manual. Our family's sword technique won't be long. Hearing that someone had deciphered their family's sword technique, the barrier slowly opened. In the dim light of the cave, a decaying hand emerged from behind the door, revealing a woman whose body was as rotten and using with pus as a tub. Wei Chenqiu then turned to Shenyang and Bayo. Shenyang master, I'm troubling you with this. Seeing the situation, Shenyang no longer hesitated and agreed to help. He was soon brought to Li Chan's house in the village of Li Chan's house. However, once he actually began transcribing, he started to feel overwhelmed internally. This is hundreds of pages of sword manual. Does Li Chansho want to work me to death? Suddenly, I really miss my brother and law. After 2 days and nights of relentless effort, the entire sword technique was finally restored. Li Chanqiu, trembling with excitement upon receiving the recovered, rushed out without even thanking Shin. When Li Qinchat's wife saw the man, she was moved to tears, deeply touched that their family's sword technique was truly restored. Li Chincho then hurriedly took this opportunity to persuade his wife to come home with him. Wife, don't live in this cave anymore. It's bad for your health. Hearing this request, Li Chansho's wife quickly retreated behind the barrier. Her consciousness had returned to normal, and naturally, she did not want her husband to see her in such a state. Li Chansho, seeing his wife upset, quickly left. Though he didn't manage to convince his wife to come home today, he was still happy, feeling that his wife's mood had improved significantly from before. Meanwhile, in a Shu family show, Julianting, who had been revived, looked gaunt and frenzied, rambling incoherently in a state of madness. My family's century-old foundation destroyed by S.H. Lang. Shu Wenhua beside him, roared, "Father! Let's report Shen Lang to the governor. We must make Shen Lang pay with his life." Shu Landing suddenly stood up, screaming, "How do we report? Do you have evidence? Since that beast has left me with nothing, I'll go to the Autumn Breeze Pavilion. I will spare no expense to kill Shum." Timeline. The Autumn Breeze Pavilion is the strongest assassin organization in the UK kingdom, any target they accept. Whether wealthy merchants or nobles die silently and without a TR. Not only is the Autumn Breeze Pavilion powerful, but its background is also very deep. Rumors link it with the Southern Seasword faction, the Schwa family, and even the Third Prince of Yu Kingdom. The next day Zhu Landing with a fierce momentum arrived at the Autumn Breeze Pavilion, and immediately asked loudly how much to kill the mythical Turtle Count's mansion son-in-law. However, the pavilion's manager directly refused. "We do not accept." Except, Shu Landing was shocked. "It's just a minor son-in-law. Why won't you take the job? Don't you know the mythical Turtle Council mansion is doomed?" the manager explained. "This Shen Lang is always protected by a team of warriors and 3 experts. The cost of killing him is too high, and the probability of failure is too great." Zhu Lanting quickly mentioned. "No, Shen Lang is not in the mythical Turtle Count's mansion now, but hundreds of miles away, along without any expert protection, only accompanied by an old." The manager squinted, truly no guards with him. Zhu Landing affirmed that he had people monitoring Shen Lang's journey and urged that now is the best opportunity to kill him. The manager's demeanor changed. "I can take the job, but it will be expensive." Zhu Landing asked how much and the manager pointed to the top of the list 10,000 gold coins. "Isn't this just our robbery?" Seeing Zhu Landing's outrage, the manager smirked. "No matter if it's too expensive, you're welcome to seek someone else." Zhu Landing, gritting his teeth, shouted, "I'll pay, but you must bring me his body. I want to play him, crush his bones to death." The manager, smiling, handed over an agreement. "As you wish. Here." At this moment, as Zhu Landing said, Shen Lang was being taken back to his mansion by Li Chen, who had changed his appearance. Sitting in the back of the carriage, Shen Lang couldn't help but ask, "Senior, did you ever find that adopted daughter of yours?" After a moment of silence, Li Chen, "Not it." Shen Lang continued to ask, "Then, why didn't you just kill her to avenge yourself?" Li Chenqiu sighed and told Shen Lang, "The girl is the daughter of the Schwa family." Yen struggled to soar. "Schwa, and the reason I can't kill her is that she holds the antidote for my wife's poison, which must be taken once a year. Otherwise, she will die. Moreover, Shui is about to become the third prince's calm. You buy." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang from deeply, "The Shu family is too vicious, letting their own daughter pretend to be an orphan to harm the Southern Seasword king. This century-old ally, no wonder they look down on our mythical turtle councilman. They have already found a powerful backer and want to completely sever ties with." Meanwhile, a few kilometers ahead, Zhu Lanting and the master of Autumn Breeze Pavilion had been lying in ambush for a long time. Seeing the scout return, Zhu Lanting hurriedly went up to inquire whether there were any experts with Chen Lang. The scout reported truthfully that there was only an old driver with Chen Lang, and the assassin confirmed that the driver's face did not match any known expert of the time. Hearing this, Zhou Lanting was overjoyed. "Chen Lang, today is your day of death. I will make you regret ever offending me, even in hell." At this moment the master said to Yu Landing, "Just wait here. In 1 hour, I will deliver Shen Lang's corpse. Do you then?" With an order, all the assassins mounted their horses and rushed out. At this moment, Zhu Lanting also mounted his horse, ready to follow. The master was startled. "You're going too? This is against the..." At this time, Zhu Lanting, unable to wait to see Shen Lang dead, roared at the master, "I'll pay extra. I want to personally be hedged." Lang. On the other side, Li Chanqiu and Chen Lang were chatting casually on their way. At that moment, Chen Lang suddenly remembered the evaluation of his martial arts talent by Grandmaster Zhong Chuk. "And right now, I am following a grandmaster who is even more formidable than him. Maybe he has already seen through my exceptional qualities, and will take me as his disciple." Thinking of this, Chen Lang couldn't help but ask, "Sword King Senior, could you please see if I have the talent for martial arts cultivation?" Li Chanqiu replied without hesitation, "Not suitable. You don't have the talent for martial." Then, Li Chinqiu added, "Your wife's martial arts talent is very high, but no matter how high, it can't compare to that big fool." I've never seen such having defined mirrored. Shen Lang was shocked. You actually know Big Fool. Zhongchuk brought him to see me. Shen Lang could already imagine the scene of Zhongchuk showing off Big Fool to the Sword King. Then, we change your side again. What's the use of being powerful in martial arts? The Emperor of the Great Flame Empire doesn't know martial arts, but still unified the world. Power is the strongest force in this world. Shen Lang then asked him, Senior, your disciple Tang Yan's martial arts talent is astonishing. Second only to Big Fool, right? Li Qinshu shook his head and said, No, there's another person whose martial arts talent is higher than Tang Yan's. Second only to Big, the daughter of Pirate King Cho Tianwei Choi. Our. Shen Lang was again shocked. Is this Cho you're that, eh? Amazing young Master Shen, if one day the mythical Turtle Count's mansion faces great danger, come to my southern sea sword island, I will surely save you. Life. After saying this, he turned back around and continued to drive the carriage without saying more. Shen Lang, after hearing this, was deeply moved. This Sword King really is a cold-faced, one-hearted. Suddenly, Li Qinshu sensed the hint of. Immediately after, assassins from the Autumn Breeze Pavilion jumped out from all directions, surrounding there. At that moment, a haughty laugh was heard from the side. Zhu Landing, accompanied by a few guards and assassins, was standing not far away, pointing at Shen Lang and shouting, Shen Lang, you didn't expect this. Did you? We meet. And again, at this moment, Shen Lang was initially stunned, then retorted sarcastically. Oh my, this Count Zhu Landing. How have you become so haggard in just a few days? Zhu Landing, seeing Shen Lang's feigned ignorance, trembled with rage and pointed at Shen Lang's nose, shouting, This is all you're doing. You breached the dam and flooded my family's centuries-old foundation. You really are Ruth. Seamless, seeing Zhu Landing pointing at him, Shen Lang quickly moved aside and said, This Count Zhu Landing, don't falsely accuse me. On that day, I was hundreds of miles away at the New River hunting ground. How could I have possibly breached your dam so quickly? After hearing this, Zhu Landing snorted coldly, Shen Lang, stop acting. Heaven has a road, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no gate, yet you insist on barging through. If you don't stay in your shell, who else but you is seeking death today? I will kill you. You. At this moment, the previously silently Qinshu spoke up, Autumn Breeze Pavilion, you actually accepted the job to assassinate the son and Vav of the Count's mansion. Aren't you breaking the rules? The master of the Autumn Breeze Pavilion disdainfully said, a mere son-in-law is as insignificant as an ant. What's wrong with killing him? You seem to be meddling too much. Oh. Man, hearing the name of the Autumn Breeze Pavilion, Shen Lang instinctively thought of the Schwa family and then said, So it's your master behind this who wants my life? The master laughed. Not exactly, but our master really dislikes you. For a small fry like you, being disliked means a dead end. Shen Lang frowned deeply after hearing this. Could it be not the Shu family, but the third prince? After all, his lackey Wenqing was killed by me. The third prince has a reason to dislike. At this point, Zhu Landing didn't want to listen to their nonsense anymore. He raised his sword and charged towards him. Lang, Li Qinshu, who didn't want to reveal his identity, had no choice but to stand up and draw his wooden sword. Seeing this sword, the master of the pavilion was suddenly shocked, a figure flashing through his mind. He hurriedly stopped Zhu Landing, who was almost upon them. Stop, everyone. Stop. May I ask if you are? Li Qinshu tore off his disguise and said coldly, I am the person you're thinking of, with the true identity of the Sword King Ruff. The assassins from the Autumn Breeze Pavilion were instantly terrified. The master pleaded, could we pretend that we have never seen each other? Today, but when he saw that the Sword King didn't respond and kept walking towards him, his mindset nearly collapsed. Li Qinshu, we are people of the Grandmaster Yen's struggle to soar, with the Martial Peace Count's mansion and the Third Prince as our backers. You can't kill me. However, this statement only intensified Li Qinshu's killing intent. Who do you think will know out here in the wilder? As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the master to continue, the Sword King pierced his nose. The moment he fell, everyone present was stunned. The assassins, coming back to their senses, scrambled to run away, but in the next second a lightning-like figure passed through, and the assassins were instantly splattered with blood. In the blink of an eye, all the assassins from the Autumn Breeze Pavilion were dead. Shen Lang was astounded and quickly asked the Sword King, Senior, was that your celestial fall sword play? So cool, I want to learn, but the Sword King only replied, was it necessary to use swordplay to kill these? People hearing Li Qinshu's words, Shen Lang admired him even more and immediately bowed to the Sword King, wanting to become his disciple and learn swordsmanship. However, Li Qinshu, without turning his head, said, don't waste your Time, Shenlang on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Damn, you're really bad at making conversations." Then, Shenlang jumped off the carriage and caught up with the Sword King, Sr. "Well, my wife really be that powerful in the future? Originally, it was impossible, but because of your presence, she will not only be as powerful as me in the future, but will even surpass." Shenlang, overjoyed by the Sword King's praise, cried with happiness, "Senior Sword King, you're really good at commerce." At this moment, Li Chanshu walked towards Zhu Lanting, although the guards attempted to resist. Their efforts were in. Li Chanshu's sword moved swiftly, killing all without even a hand of a sword flourish being visible. Zhu Lanting watched everything in terror. As the Sword King approached, he trembled and when the wooden sword was placed on Zhu Lanting's neck, he collapsed, kneeling before them, begging the Sword King to SP. However, Licencio sighed and told Shenlang, "I can't kill this man." Shenlang was stunned. "Why?" Li Chincho explained. Zhu Lanting hearing this was overjoyed. Yes. I am a banner of the sovereign's new policy. Who dares to kill me? Who do? Following this, Shenlang stepped forward and said, "No worries, it's Senior, you can't kill him, and I'll do it." Zhu Lanting was stunned. Young Master Shen, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I promise. I swear I'll never oppose you again." At this moment, all his dignity and arrogance were gone. He kept kowtowing to Shenlang, begging for his life. However, Shenlang took out a small bottle and taunted Zhu Lanting one last time. You are even worse than Tianhan. Such a lack of backbone really distresses the. After saying this, he pinched Zhu Lanting's mouth open and poured the liquid from the bottle and into it. Instantly, Zhu Lanting felt as if his mouth to his internal organs were being scorched by fire, enduring unbearable pain. This pain and his cries of agony lasted for a quarter of an hour before he finally died in a. Then, Shenlang began to personally arrange the scene. Li Chincho was puzzled. "You should know that if I had acted, even if you arranged the scene to look like a mutual fight, it wouldn't fool anyone." Shenlang explained, "For cases like this, everyone knows who did it, but there needs to be some explanation. Having a false answer is better than no answer at all. Otherwise, wouldn't it make things difficult for some people?" An hour later, the two continued their journey northward, and Shenlang started his verbal barrage. Again. "Senior, have you ever seen Choyor? I heard she's stunningly beautiful." Li Chinchu hesitated for a moment before saying, "I don't know how to describe." Shenlang quickly continued to ask, "I heard she likes women. Is that true?" The Sword King, not good at gossiping about others behind their backs, could only respond that he really did. No, but then Shenlang started gossiping about other things behind the Sword King's back. Finally, Huichancho simply meditated while driving the carriage, ignoring sh. Laying. No wonder he chose Tanyan as his disciple, because he doesn't like to talk. At the same time, the mythical Turtles Count's mansion also welcomed an uninvited. Yes, the legitimate daughter of the Martial Peace Count's mansion, Shueli, who was also the fiancée of Jean Mutzingen. Name. This time, Shueli's visit led the mythical Turtle Count to somewhat guess the intention of the Martial Peace Count's mansion, but the Jean family's hospitality was still without fault. However, Shueli's arrogant demeanor was quite off-putting. Upon her arrival, she skipped the basic curses and went straight to the point with the mythical Turtle Count. "I have come here to call off the engage." Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone in the mythical Turtle Count's mansion darkened. "What does your Schwepp family mean by this? So direct, calling off the engagement without even bothering to find an excuse. What do you take our Jean family?" Before seeing their reaction, Shueli casually performed a courtesy and said, "My parents have long wanted to call off the engagement but couldn't find a reason. And now that I've reached a marriageable age, I took the initiative to come here and end it. To avoid making it too embarrassing for both families, I request that the mythical Turtle Count personally come to our house to dissolve the marriage con." Chain Mudzon's face turned red with rage. His eyes bloodshot. Being called off the engagement was a humiliation he had never faced before. Shueli looked at Jean Mutzon with disdain and contempt in her eyes. "You think you, a waste-fat pig, are worthy of marrying me? Keep dreaming. It's like a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I, Shueli, am the adopted daughter of the kind consort, a genius noblewoman. My ideal partner is the son of the Westgard Marquis, the current martial champion. Any single hair of his is more noble than you. Jean Mutzon, you fat. That pick, the Shong family of the Westgardamarki mansion in Yuk Kingdom, ranks as the second oldest noble family, the second military giant, and a true. The Westgard border army of Yuk Kingdom, facing the state of Chu, almost entirely comes from the Westgard Grand Marshal Mansion, which is practically synonymous with the Westgard Marquis Mansion. The kind consort, coming from the Westgard Marquis Mansion, and also being the mother of the third prince, has the backing of the Jing family, which gives the third prince the confidence to contend with the crown prince. At this moment, Jee Mulan, holding back the rage about to burst forth, stood in front of Shuili, grinding his teeth and said, Shuili, remembered this. For chance can change in 30 years. My brother-in-law will definitely not let you them to meet up very soon. Off. The next second tears streamed down his face and he turned around and ran out. Jee Mulan was speechless. You threatened while crying and run away right after. It would have been better not to say anything at all. And Shuili didn't take Jee Mulan's words seriously. She directly gave a formal goodbye to the mythical turtle count, saying, I have to deliver the message so I will take my leave. Now, after saying this, she left the mythical turtle count's mansion without looking back. Jee Mulan watched Shuili leave without saying anything. She knew she'd like to cherish this little brother-in-law the most. It was okay for family members to bully Jee Mulan, but not for outsiders. It seems the Schwa family is in for some trouble. At the docks of Furious Tide City, Su Changchan had been waiting for days and finally saw Cho Yao returning from her ex. The dock was packed with people, making it difficult for Su Changchan to move. Suddenly someone shouted, Look, Miss Cho is coming. Out. When Su Changchan looked up, she was stunned by the figure in front. On the deck stood a tall, majestic, surrounded by numerous blood-stained sacks, her trophy. This woman, known as the female pirate and called the Blood, Cho Yao exuded an overwhelming press, especially with the twin swords on her back. Su Changchan was mesmerized, finding this woman incredibly attractive to the point where even she, a straight woman, was moved. As Cho Yao walked through the cross out, Su Changchan could feel her powerful aura even from a distance. Now, Su Changchan faced a dilemma because the real Cho Yao was nothing like she had imagined. How could she infiltrate Cho Yao's side and become an indispensable person? At that moment, a person who made handed Cho Yao were a secret. Upon opening it, it read, Daughter of New River Perfections. 2/4 of an hour later, at Cho Yao's residence for receiving guests, Zhang Chanhua, who had just seen Cho Yi, was also taken aback by the beauty and aura of the woman before. Chang Chunhua confidently said, Miss Cho, I have a plan to help you defeat Cho's out, become the young master of Furious Tide City within 6 months, ascend to the throne of Furious Tide City within 2 years, unify the Eastern Seas in 3 years, and achieve a marquise as a woman within 5 years. Zhang Chuanhua knew that as a strategist, it was crucial to be direct, impress the listener, and speak to their deepest desires before proceeding with the discussion. However, Choyer didn't play by the expected rules. Not interested, send the guest away. Zhang Chonhua was confusedly escorted out by the guard. Half an hour later, a maid announced that Su Changchan, the daughter of the dying family Su, requested an audio. Upon seeing Choyer, Su Changchan put on a pitiful and delicate demeanor, tears in her eyes. She recounted her hardships, then, she quickly crawled towards Choyer, confessing she was attracted to the general from the first glance and wished to stay by her side forever to serve. However, Cho Yao responded indifferently, I don't like. Then, Su Changchan was picked up by the guards, ready to be thrown out of the. In the next second, realizing her situation, Su Changchan struggled free from the guards and ran towards Cho Wai, kneeling before her and crying. General, I am really at my wit's end. Please save me. After speaking, she couldn't resist touching Cho Yao her sexy thigh, marveling at how the skin of this female demon was even better than her own. Oh. Cho Yao then said, I've heard about your situation. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I can take you in, but you'll have to live with the other women I've rescued. Su Changchan immediately thought this wouldn't do. Her goal was to become indispensable to Cho Yao. She then pitifully said, I've been terrified these past few days. Now I only feel safe by your side. General. Cho Yao asked, can you cook, wash clothes, serve tea, and pour water? Su Changchan quickly replied. I can learn all the. Please, Choyer was unimpressed. Everyone who stays by my side has some skills. What use do I have for you? Su Changchan. If you can do nothing. Su Changchan hurriedly said, my best skill is managing accounts. She thought if she could manage Cho Yao's accounts, she would definitely become her confidant. But Choyer poured cold water on her plans again. I only deal with killing and looting. There are no accounts to manage. Su Changchan was shot. No accounts to manage. Then where do all the treasures you loot every day go? But before she could ask, Cho Yao, who patiently said, since you're useless at everything, go sweep the. Following her words, 2 guards approached Su Changchan again, leaving her on the verge of tea. Moments later, Su Changchan, Broom and Han, appeared in the backyard. This is ridiculous. I came here to be a femme fatale, and now I've somehow become a jam. Looking around, she thought, wow, the competition for this position is fierce. There are more beautiful women sweeping here than in the sovereigns. At the main mansion of Furious Tides City today. Count Jinhai, Tanglin, fallen Zhang Chang's instructions, came to propose a marriage alliance with the pirate king Qiu Tianwei. Qiu Tianwei, as if he had heard the world's biggest joke, let out a terrifying laugh. Then his expression darkened as he said, "Why would a noble like you want to form a marriage alliance with a pirate like me?" Tang will not explain. "You are not just any pirate, but the ruler of order in these seas. Both the third prince and the crown prince are seeking your alliance. If you agree, you could be the future Marquis of Furious Top." Hearing this, Zhou Tanwei was naturally pleased, then asked, "Are you planning for my son to marry your daughter?" Count Jin Hai shook his head. "No, I want my son to marry your daughter." "Our?" Zhou Tanwei snorted coldly. "It would be easy if it were about my son getting married, but my daughter's marriage is not something I can date." Seeing this, Tang Lohan began to flatter. "Marquis of Furious Tides, marriages among nobility are usually decided by the pair. If you agree, I am willing to offer 50% of the Isle of Gold Mountain as a dowry." "What do you think?" Qiu Tianwei laughed out loud. "Count Jin Hai, have you forgotten? Your Olive Gold Mountain has already been lost to the Jin family." Tang Luan waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a contract. Even if I don't hand over the island, what can Jinsu do to me, but Marquis of Furious Tides? Although you are invincible at sea, you can't lay a finger on land, and now there is a rare opportunity. With the Isle of Gold Mountain, you can use it as a springboard to enter the land. Compared to the Jin family, the sovereign would definitely prefer you to be the island lord. Then, the Jin family's Cliffwatch Island would also be easily within your Zhou Chunwei asked, "Tell me how many troops do you need me to station on the Isle of Gold?" And seeing Qiu Tianwei's agreement, Tang Luan immediately said, 5,000 troops, because only that many can resist the mythical turtle Count's army, and the mining and production will still be completed by my family. Tang Luan was clear in his mind that Jin family doesn't know when they will fall, and I'm not going to listen to Zhang Cheng's words and hand over all the islands to Zhou Tian. However, Zhou Tanwei sneered. "I want 70%. Tang Moon's face changed as he shouted, "Marquis of Furious Tides, you are just dispatching troops to guard the island. Isn't half of the profits enough?" Zhou Chanwei then showed a terrifyingly greedy smile. "Count Jin Hai, if you don't agree, then I'll just wait for you to hand over the Isle of Gold Mountain, and then take the island myself. By then, I can take everything. As for the miners, don't forget, what Furious Tide City doesn't lack is SL." At this moment, Tang Luluan was grinding his teeth in frustration, but dared not express his anger. He then said, "Fine, 70% it is. Let's sign the contract." A barbaric pirate like Zhou Tianwei wouldn't sign any worthless agreement with him. As for the marriage alliance, he had only temporarily agreed to, but he was curious about which son Tanglun would have marry his daughter. When Tanglun mentioned it would be his heir Tangyun, Zhou Tianwei asked, "Doesn't he already have a betrothal?" "It can be an now old," Zhou Tianwei mocked. "It seems that you so-called nobles are only honest in words, but don't actually follow the rule." He then ordered all brothers, on my command, gather 5,000 men and prepare the ships. "We're heading to the Isle of Gold Mine." On the other side, Sword King Li Chinchio had a scorch and lying into the territory of New River County. "Senior, let's stay at the New River Official Inn tonight. No more sleeping in the carriage. I, the son-in-law, have money." Entering the inn, Shen Lang shouted, "I, Shen Lang, the son-in-law of the mythical Turul Count's mansion, demand the best room for myself, and this building shall not accommodate anyone else. Officials hurried to accommodate the arrival of God of Wealth, though Lucentio felt Shen Lang was being too ostentatious, which could easily bring trouble. However, Shen Lang was unconcerned, confident in his protection by the Southern Seasward King. As night fell, Chen Lane settled into the most luxurious room at the end, while Li Chinchou, disliking official residences, chose to sleep in the carriages. But just as Shen Lion fell asleep, a hearty woman's voice came from us. A groggy Shen Lang heard someone shouting, "Shen Lang, a mere son-in-law dares to occupy the best suite in the official end. I, Shweli, don't even regard the mythical Turtle Count highly, let alone a trivial son-and-law." When Chen Lang dressed in out of the room, saw a woman standing in the courtyard, ranting like a sh. True. He realized this was Jean Maozong's fiancée, who had sought him out before he could confront her, holding back his anger. Chen Lang, accompanied by Li Chinchou, approached Shweli and politely bowed. Shweli immediately showed a disgusted expression, cursing Shen Lang while gesturing for him to stay away from. This action thoroughly infuriated Chen Lang as this woman and, saying, he then patted Li Chinchou on the shoulder and said, "Coachman, let's go." As they passed by Shweli, she hurriedly jumped away as if touching them would infect her with a disease. At that moment Shen Lane activated his X-ray vision towards SHW. In an instant he had an idea. "Shweli, watch how I deal with you shortly after." Xin Lane checked into an ordinary. In his room, he set up an array of bottles and jars on the table. Soon, he found a bottle of castor oil extract. The entire castor plant is poisoned, and even touching its leaves can cause countless blisters to form on the skin, accompanied by unbearable edging, making one wish to peel off their flesh. The blisters would continuously break and regrow until the skin scabs over and peels off, revealing new skin, thus ending the. This substance would neither leave scars nor endanger life, making it perfect for dealing with short welly. Next, it was time for Shenlai to implement his plan. He went to the largest silk shop in the year, and spent a significant amount of money to have a pair of underwear identical to Shwelly's made in the shortest possible. Back at the end, Shenlang applied the castor leaves to the underwear and even sprinkled rose essence to mask the order. With everything ready, the question was how to deliver it without arousing suspicion. Suddenly, he turned to Li Chancho, who was drinking tea, Senior Sword King. You said you owed me a favor. Does that still stand? Without hesitation, the Sword King nodded. Shenlang then revealed a mischievous smile. Senior, can you help me switch Shwelly's underwear with this pair? That would be using your favor. Hearing Shenlang's request, Li Chancho spit out the water he was drinking. Is my favor as the Sword King so worthless? This promise could save your life at a critical moment. And you, Shenlang, are asking me the Sword King to do such a sneak act, seeing Li Chancho hesitate. Chen Lane immediately launched into his dramatic performance. Senior, I know this request puts you in a difficult position, but with Shwelly surrounded by skilled protectors, you're the only one who can accomplish this task, but it's okay if you refuse. After all, accompanying you to the south was entirely voluntary on my part. You don't need to feel you owe me anything. I will still do my best to treat your wife when we return. Don't feel. As for the maliciousness of this woman from the Schwa family, you know it well. Insulting me tonight is a minor matter, but I found out they came from the direction of mythical Turtle City, clearly for the purpose of calling off the engagement. This is nothing less than trampling on the dignity of my father-in-law's entire family. Just as Shenlang was about to continue, Li Chancho interrupted him. You've put it that way. Shenlang, it would indeed be unreasonable for me not to agree. Then, he used the hilt of his sword to pick up the under, and in the next second, vanished like a toast. Half an hour later, as Shenlang was reading, a damp pair of underwear landed on the table, picking up the underwear. Shen Lian couldn't help but admire the Sword King is really efficient. As for this pair of underwear, let's air it out and give it to Jin Musong as a gift. Having completed the mission, Li Chanchio felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, looking forward to a good night's sleep. Yeah, just as he dozed off, he drenched his wife slapped him fiercely, scolding him for engaging in such a despicable act and threatening to divorce him. This terrifying nightmare woke Lei Chinchou up instantly and he decided he had to send. Meanwhile, Su Chanshan, who Shan Lang had sent to infiltrate, was diligently sweeping with her broom at her workpost. Sweeping like this every day, I won't even get to see Cho Shower's face. Meanwhile, the pirate king Shotanwai was personally leading an army of 5,000, along with a fleet of ships towards the Isle of Gold Mountain. His ambition was grand to first swallow the Isle of Gold Mountain and then capture Cliff Watch Out. The next morning, the underworld thief Lei Chanshu, along with Chen Lang, had already set off on their return to the mythical turtle councilmate. Suddenly, they heard the sound of galloping horses from behind. Turning back, they saw the cavalry escorting Shwelly. The leading female guard shouted menacingly, "Out of the way, you main jeep." Horror. Then she hotly led the troops away, stirring up the that Shan Lang inadvertently breathes. Then he wondered, isn't this road leading to mythical Turtle City? Hasn't Shwelly already been there? Shwelly's troops made a surprising return, specifically to pass by Shenlangik. Again, with the lead guard repeating, "Out of the way, you mangy cur." Shen Lang was astonished. Are they insane? Did they really make a round trip just to tell me to get out of the way and to humiliate me by making me move aside? How does such a tyrannical woman manage to live? After humiliating Shen Lang, Shwelly and her entourage returned to the camp. Every night, Shwelly insisted on staying in the best room of the official ends, driving everyone else out of the court. 3 days passed quickly, and Shwelly once again wore the underwear prepared by Shen Lang, settling down for the night. In the middle of the night, Shwelly felt an indescribable discomfort in her dream. Suddenly waking up, she felt an intense. She quickly got up, lifted the culverts to check, and gasped at the sight of her. The next second, her screams echoed through the. In hearing the screams, her female guard rushed in to check on her mistress. Shwelly hurriedly dismissed her, claiming she had just had a night. However, Shwelly was now in a pain. And despite her arrogance, she wasn't foolish. I haven't done anything. How could I contract such a... This must not get out, or my future with the Jean family is. She decided to return to her family immediately to seek treatment from the female physician. Without a moment's delay, She ordered her horse ready for the return to Marshal Peace's city in the following days. Shweli was in so much pain that it was unbearable, not to mention riding a horse. Even sitting in a carriage was torture. She was in pain and itchy, but she had to endure it and dared not expose it. The journey was bumpy and she could not rest for several days in a row. By the time she arrived at Marshal Peace City, she was haggard and had lost more than 10 pounds. In front of the gate of Mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Lachinchio finally brought Shenlang back to the Mythical Turtle Count's mansion after exchanging a few polite war. He left Mythical Turtle City as quickly as possible, ignoring Shenlang's retention done. It seems I've been disliked by the sword. Just back in the mansion, Shenlang immediately heard the good news that Zhou Tanwei had led troops to Olive Gold Mountain. Then Shenlang asked the Mythical Turtle Count to quickly gather 2,000 soldiers to head to Olive Gold Mountain. But they were only to put on a show and not really Next, Shenlang started to plan other small schemes. Now it's time to initiate the Cliff Watch Island strategy. Su Changchan, you can't let me. Shenlang went to Jin Mutsong's study. Jin Mutsong, who was writing vigorously, was suddenly startled by the underwear thrown in front of him. Turning his head and seeing it was from his brother-in-law. He immediately expressed his thanks, but then he told Shenlang that he had already quit. How long have you quit? 17 hours. Shenlang cheekily leaned into Jin Mutsong's ear and said, these belong to Schwab. Welly, hearing the name Shweli, Jin Mutsong immediately jumped up excited. But the next second, he carefully asked Shenlang, brother-in-law. You didn't cuckold me. Did you? Shenlang really wanted to slap him to death. Do I look like someone who lacks women after the two joked around? Jin Mutsong turned back to writing. Brother-in-law, no more chatting. I need to start studying. Shanlian was puzzled by Jin Mutsong's sudden change of character and moved closer to Z. Aren't these the treatises and poems I gave him? The conflict overall of Gold Mountain is over. Why is he still copying these? Jin Mutsong replied with determination, brother-in-law, if I don't start putting in effort, I'll never get married. So, I plan to take the imperial examination. I want to pass the exam and become a scholar like Tang. Shenlang hurriedly advised him, you're going to inherit the council's mansion with all its wealth and luxury. Don't make life harder for yourself by choosing such a difficult path. However, Jin Mutsong explained, if I pass the imperial examination and become a scholar, surely some girls will see my talents and fall in love with me. Shenlang was dumbfounded by this unexpected response. People take the imperial exams to become officials and you're doing it for the girls. So, brother-in-law, please get me more articles. Ideally, 700 to 800 treatises and a few thousand poems. If I don't pass this time, I'll try the next. I refuse to believe I can't succeed even one. Why don't you use that determination to write your own articles? Brother-in-law, how can you say such silly things? How could someone as dumb as me produce any article? Count Jinhai personally visited the Mythical Turtle's councilman, Anjin, willingly handing over the Isle of Gold Mountain contract to the Mythical Turtle Count. 2 days later, the Earl of Mythical Turtle led 2,000 private soldiers, 200 metallurgists, 800 miners, and boarded dozens of ships to take over the Isle of Gold Mine. In Tangyun, the heir of Count Jinhai's mansion, personally accompanied them. On the deck, Shenlang and Tangyun began their respective performances. Shenlang, after complimenting Tangyun, said the Jin and Tang families have been allies for generations. Now that misunderstandings are cleared up, it's time for our families to let bygones be bygones. From now on, let's renew our friendship and unite as brotherly families. What do you say? Hearing Shenlang's words, Tang Yilan, despite his disdain, nodded in a gr. Then, Shenlang brought up his family's heir, Jin Mutsong, was unmarried, and the Tang family also had a daughter of marriageable age. He suggested using this opportunity to form a marriage alliance and continue the centuries-old friendship. Tang Yun was secretly delighted. Who doesn't know that Jin Mutsong and the legitimate daughter of the Marshal Peace Count Shu Eli had a marriage arrangement. But Shenlang's statement clearly indicated that the engagement was now designed to be a marriage alliance. I will convey this to my father once we return. At this moment, Jin Wei came over and said, we have arrived at the Isle of Gold. And Shenlang went to the bow and looked for. Not far away was the contested Alec Goldma. The Mythical Turtle Count ordered all craftsmen and miners to start preparations for formally taking over the Isle of Gold Mountain's mines and smelting please. As the ship's dock, all the workers began to disembark onto the up. Tang Yun was sneakily looking around, trying to spot where Chao Chan's pirates were hiding. Suddenly, a series of noisy shouts came from not far away, followed by thousands of pirates armed with machetes rushing down from the hill. The pirates was not Zhou Xiao, but Zhou Tanwei's adopted son, the fourth most notorious figure of Furious Tide City. How? Seeing this, the Tang family's warriors immediately drew their swords in preparation for battle. However, the arrogant Shohao did not take these warriors seriously and quickly dispatched one with a swing of his blade. Tang Yin with Xiao, wasn't it agreed that they would kill the warriors of the mythical turtle? Account, standing on the ship. Shen Lang feigned confusion. Tang Yin wasn't the Isle of Gold Mountain already handed over to the Jin family? Why are there so many pirates here? Tang Yun, standing on the shore, also pretended to be innocent, claiming he knew nothing about the situation and had not expected the pirate Shou Tianwei to be so despicable as to occupy the island. He then theatrically shouted at the pirates. This island has been transferred to the Jin family. You pirates! Leave at once. Shohao burst into laughter upon hearing this. You should know, nothing that falls into the Shou family's hands has ever been returned. The mythical turtle count upon hearing this became furious and demanded Shohao to summon Shou Tianwei for a conference. However, Shohao didn't take the mythical turtle count seriously, mocking him as a defeated subordinate of his adoptive father, unworthy of negotiating. Shen Lang, pretending to be forcefully restrained, said, Xiaohao, you pirates daring to brazenly seize the Isle of Gold Mountain is an act against the Yu Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of the sovereigns? Craft, Shohao provocatively replied, mythical turtle count, your sovereign would rather see you dead. If you're capable, leave your troops to fight us. When, in the Isle of Gold Mountain will belong to the Jinfax family. Seeing Shohao's despicable and shameless behavior, and with thousands of pirates behind him, the mythical turtle count and Shen Lang were infuriated yet powerful. At this moment, Shohao grabbed a miner, arrogantly shouting his thanks for the generous gift from the Jin family, claiming the several hundred soldiers, miners, and craftsmen as his own, mockingly thanking the Earl of Mythical Turtle. The mythical turtle count, shaking with anger and ready to retaliate, was interrupted by the sound of war drums. Realizing the danger, Shen Lang exclaimed. This is bad, that's the pirate fleet. It's a trap. We need to retreat quick. The mythical turtle count, setting aside as an immediately ordered set sail full speed back, but the ships were too slow. Shen Lang hurriedly called Jinwei, instructing him to throw useless items into the sea to lighten the ship. Instantly countless supplies and materials were tossed overboard. Xiaohao, standing on the shore, waved and laughed mockingly thanks to the mythical turtle count, not only manpower but also supplies. What a great benefactor in. Indeed, listening to Shohao's words, the mythical turtle count was so angry that his face turned red and he almost bit his back teeth to pieces. Unable to hold back any longer, he cursed. Yuchou family, wait, and I will report to the sovereign and have you eradicated after saying this. He spewed a mouthful of BL and collapsed, causing Shen Lang and others to panic and rush to help him into the as the ships of the mythical Turul Council mansion sailed away. Boisterous and raucous laughter echoed from the dock while Xiaohao was basking in his own approached. Seeing her, Shohao disdainfully said, Miss Jean, the mythical turtle count's mansion was utterly powerful. Zhan Chanho remains. Inside the cabin, the mythical turtle count was rinsing his mouth. Yes, everything including the spitting of blood was fake. Shen Lang came forward and complimented father-in-law. You're acting as a perv. However, the mythical turtle count shook his head, disliking deception the most. Although the workers left behind were only temporarily hired, he was still very concerned. Shen Lang comforted him, father-in-law, to make the act more convincing. Some sacrifices are necessary. The enemies will only make them do hard labor, and we can rescue them in just over a month. Moreover, father-in-law, you need to continue pretending to be sick. Even from your sick bed, you must keep submitting petitions to the sovereign, requesting him to dispatch troops to suppress these pirates. This news spread quickly throughout the UK in just a few days. Despite winning the Isle of Gold Mountain Con, after a change was retreated from the Isle of Gold Mountain, everyone felt that the Jin family was due. Upon returning home, the Earl of Mythical Turtle, Zhenhua, fell ill. From his sick bed, he wrote several memorials to the sovereign, each more pitiful and lamentable than the last. The sovereign, outwardly furious, immediately decreed a rebuke to Shou Tianwei, ordering him to withdraw from the Isle of Gold Mountain. However, after the decree was issued, Shou Tianwei simply ignored it, and the sovereign showed no further interest in pursuing Thus, the situation was left unresolved, and the mythical turtle count's mansion, having just won the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict, was once again in a precarious state, like a candle flickering in the wind. However, Zhang Chong didn't feel victorious. Instead, he sensed a significant problem with the defeat of the mythical turtle count's engine. At this time, an envoy from the Hidden Origin Society, Shooting You, came to visit with the purpose of formally demanding repayment of a colossal debt from 20 years ago. He presented a list detailing all the amounts to, including interest, demanding a one-time payment of 700,000 in debt. However, the mythical turtle count's mansion was facing a financial crisis, and the mythical turtle count was already weak, facing this enormous debt worse in his condition. Jee Mulan pleaded softly, Envoy Shu, over the past 20 years. We have repaid 1 million gold coins, doing our utmost. Currently, the total gold coins owned by my entire family do not exceed 20,000. It's impossible for us to come up with 700,000 gold coins. Jean Lane also lowered his pride to bow and implore shooting you, asking for a year's extension on behalf of the centuries-old friendship between the Hidden Origin Society and his family to make some preparations. However, shooting you still wore his deceptive smile. I sympathize with your family's plight, but I am powerless in this matter. Jee Mulan cried out, shooting you. Do you intend to drive us to death? Do you want to watch as my entire Jean family hangs themselves? Shooting you sneer, you have 1 month to repay the 700,000 gold coins according to the contract. Otherwise, our Hidden Origin Society will have no choice but to take back Cliffwatch Island, which you have more. We have already lost the Isle of Gold Mountain, and now you want to take Cliffwatch Island as well. I would rather die than hand over Cliffwatch Island. Facing Xin Lang's accusation, shooting you didn't deny it, but simply responded with a smile. The contract was clearly written. If we don't receive 700,000 in a month, it will be up to the sovereign to decide. However, Xin Lang, you've always been quite capable. Perhaps you really can gather this sum within a month. With that, he left amid their angry stares. After shooting you left, Jee Mulan sighed and released, seeing Mulan's perfect cooperation. Xin Lang couldn't help but embrace and kiss her. Ignoring his seriously ill father-in. Although they had fooled shooting you, Jee Mulan was still worried about gathering 700,000 gold coins in a month. Xin Lang mysteriously took Mulan's hand and said, Wife, let's make a bet if I can earn 700,000 gold coins within a month. Will you take the initiative? To sleep with me, he wrote these words in the palm of her. News of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion's financial crisis spread within the date, and the idle gossip reached a woman named Red Thread, who had been rescued by. Wait, everyone here is so kind. What if something happens to Jane Highway? She worried. At that moment, Jean Hui hurriedly came to her, Miss Red Thread, I will take you home. The son-in-law said a great disaster is looming over the Jean family, and we can't drag you down. Tell me where your home is. I'll take you back. You're innocent and shouldn't have to suffer with us. Red Thread, touched by Jean Hui's concern, asked Jean White, do you like me? Jane Hui blushed instantly, unable to utter a word. Red Thread, stepping closer. Ask you despise me for being tainted by others? Jean Hui hurriedly explained. No, your spirit in nature only makes me respect and admire you more. Seeing you as pure and more fall. At these words, Red Thread took Jean Hui's eyes. I'm not worthy of you. The son-in-law said you come from a noble family. I'm not your man. Before Jean Hui could refuse further, Red Thread pushed him into the room and then onto the bed. Jean Hui had unexpectedly experienced his wedding night before she. Meanwhile, Xin Lang was pondering his next moves in his room. Everything was proceeding according to plan, but the only crucial element missing was a response from Su Changchan, while considering whether he needed a backup. In the plan, Jean came to report that someone had come to collect the debt. Jean Lang was puzzled. Didn't the Hidden Origin Society just? Jean Jom clarified. It's not someone from the Hidden Origin Society, but the owner of the Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion, Lin Ma. He claims you own 1300 gold coins, principal and interesting. Shan Lang was baffled. When did I ever owe him money? Moreover, Lin Ma fled overnight when his son Lingwood died. Now that the Jean family has just encountered trouble, he immediately comes knocking. That's quite proactive of him. As soon as Xin Lang entered the living room, Lin Ma began his performance, loudly accusing Xin Lang of deceiving him out of 1,000 gold coins with a stolen die form. The official standing behind him appeared to be from the UK Kingdom Leading Bureau. Could it be that this guy filled the gap left by the Su family, hence his newfound confidence? Shan Lan politely inquired, Master Lin. Have you perhaps taken over Su Guanmian's business? Lin Ma did not deny it, stating he had indeed taken over Su Guanmian's position thanks to the favor of the Weaving Bureau official. However, Lin Ma is not interested in further discussion and demanded repayment, to avoid affecting his plans. Shen Lang decided not to entangle further with him, acknowledging that debt and instructing Jin Zhang to retrieve 1,300 gold coins from the treasury, settling the principal and interest in one go. Unexpectedly, Lin Ma became even more demanding, interrupting Shen Lang to claim that the mythical Turtle Count's mansion also owed him money, insisting on settling that as well. Shen Lang was shocked. When did the mythical Turtle Count's mansion ever owe you money? Lin Ma started calculating with an abacus. In the past, the mythical Turtle Count's mansion would supply silk seeds to both the Su and Lin families. This year, however, there were none. Therefore, the loss incurred by our family should be borne by the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, totaling 3,300 gold coins. Lianma's actions infuriated Chunlang to economically blockade the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. The Lin family had refused to accept the cocoons they provided. Now they are using this as an excuse to extort the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Just then, Xunlang's another enemy, Zhu Wanhua, burst in with officials, claiming he was suspected of murdering his father. This Count Zhu Lanting, and needed to be taken away for interrogation immediately. Seeing the officials in front of him, Xunlang began to analyze step by step with Zhu Wen's ability. If there wasn't a major figure backing him, it would be impossible to mobilize people from the Court of Judicial Review now that the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is on the verge of collapse. The sovereign would certainly not make an unnecessary move but would continue to bestow kindness and show mercy. And Zhu Rong, the governor, following the sovereign's lead, would have no reason to push the wall along with him. Thinking this, Xunlang was unconcerned. As long as it's not these two acting, then the others have no real power to harm. Xunlang negotiated again with Lin Ma, Master Lin. The mythical Turtle Count's mansion is currently in some difficulties. Could this money be delayed for a few days? In the case, seeing this, Lin Ma's expression turned cold. Paying debts is natural and right. I must get this money. Today, Xunlang, in a difficult position, said, please allow me 3 days to prepare. I can write you an IOU. How about I return 3,500 gold coins to you in 3 days? I'll give you 3 days. Holding the IOU written by Xunlang, Lin Ma mocked, you were so arrogant and unrestrained before. Did you ever think you would have such a miserable day? Then he turned and left. At this moment someone knocked on the table too. Juenyua, dressed in black official attire, was sitting on the side. He had now taken over Wang Liang's position, and became the chief clerk of mythical Turtle City. Now that you've settled your personal matters, come with us. Explain clearly how you killed my father. Xunlang Boden said, honorable officials, I don't know why, but I'm sweating profusely. To avoid being rude, please allow me to change my clothes. Zhu Wanhua sneered in this autumn and winter. Young Master Shen is actually sweating profusely. I'm afraid it's the cold sweat of guilt. After a while, Xunlang, with a dark expression, arrived in the study and called for Shen 13. He had intended to keep the peace and give Lin Ma some time, but now that Lin Ma dared to extort him, since he's so eager to die, I'll have to satisfy your 13. You go and take Lin Ma's worthless life without anyone noticing. Since he thinks he's so great, let's make his death a bit more unique, and it must not be traceable back to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Shen 13, known for his violent killings, isn't one to scheme. He didn't dare to ask questions. Only note they're asking Xunlang for clarification. Xunlang glanced at him and said, take a bucket of sulfuric acid. The Lin family's house has been deserted for a long time, and they lack servants. So the toilet must be very dirty. Sneak into the Lin household. Make the toilet unusable in any way possible by making it disgustingly dirty. Then add laxatives to their food to cause them all to have diarrhea. Since the toilet is unusable, they'll have to use the outhouse. If no one is cleaning the toilets, the outhouse will surely have accumulated a lot of waste and thus methane gas. You then pour the sulfuric acid into the outhouse to create a large amount of hydrogen gas. When they go to the outhouse, the hydrogen and methane gas will. Then you ignite the gas in the outhouse, causing a big explosion. This way, who would think it was done by me, the mythical Turtle Count's me. Also, before this, saw halfway through the planks of the outhouse so they fall in before causing the explosion. Such a unique death is definitely fitting for the arrogant lean mind. Now. After saying this, he ordered Shen 13 to get to work quickly while he prepared to deal with Shuenyua and the others out. However, Shen 13 remained kneeling on the ground, trembling and feeling numb all over, thankful in his heart that he had chosen to follow Xunlang with such a ruthless person in the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. It's unlikely their enemies would ever def them. Jin came to report that Zhu Wanhua and other officials were already waiting in the living room, growing in pain. Xunlang, upon hearing this, paid no attention and instead turned to ask Little Bing to bring his toolbox. A moment later, Little Bing carefully brought over a large box, knowing it contained the tool Xunlang used to harm others. It seemed someone was about to be on. It revealed dozens of sealed porcelain bottles of various sizes, all containing rare medicines and poise. Lei then picked one of the B and applied the green liquid inside to a skin. Little Bing puzzle asked, why would you apply this poison to your? Xunlang, while straightening his clothes, replied, the usual excuses won't work on those people outside. You'll see why I'm doing this in a moment. As they were speaking, Little Bing's expression changed and she let out a startled. Large red rashes had appeared on Jean Lang's neck and arms, frightening Little Bing, who thought it was small pups. Shan Lang told her, the liquid I applied is caterpillar secretion, which irritates the skin, resulting in rashes that resemble smallpox. Then, with a mist of a smile, Shan Lang wonged at Little Bing asking, are you? Guard unexpectedly. She, feeling pity, threw herself into Chen Lang's arms, exclaiming, I remember now, you applied this to my bottom while I was asleep last time. You're so naughty, but it really hurts. Why do you mistreat yourself like? Shan Lang comforted her, saying, Little B, unfazed by the disgusting rashes, went ahead and kissed Shen Lang on the neck. Shen Lang was stunned, thinking, this girl is becoming shameless. If she continues to seduce me like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. A moment later, Shen Lang changed his clothes and returned to the living room. Upon seeing him, Zhenhua began to interrogate him loudly. Where were you on the day my father was killed? Shen Lang, looking feverish with a flushed face, answered weakly that he was in South County at the time. Wang Chisa from the Court of Judicial Review commented, what a coincidence. This Count Zhu Lanting also died within the boundaries of South County. Seizing the moment, Zhu Wenhua shouted, now that the time and place match, what else do you have to? Shen Lang responded, feeling wrong, there are so many people who go to South County. Why am I suspected just because I passed by before he could finish? Zhu Wenhua requested, Lord Wang, this man Shen Lang is a major suspect. It would be best to take him to the capital and give him a thorough interrogation in the dungeons of the Court of Judicial View. Seeing that they were about to take Shen Lang away, Jee Mulan couldn't hold back any longer. She drew her sword, rushed into the hall, and yelled, whoever dares to touch my husband today, I will chop off his. Zhu was sneered, Jee Mulan. Do you also intend to obstruct the Court of Judicial Review's case handling? Meishu family did not bring a single soldier to arrest someone in your mythical turtle count's mansion. This is already the greatest respect we could show. You better not be ungrateful. Shan Lang stepped forward, took Mulan's hand, and said, wife, don't worry, how could I? A man who can't even trust a chicken possibly commit murder? I'll just go with them. I trust that the officials from the Court of Judicial Review will clear my name. After speaking, he voluntarily raised his hands, waiting for the guards to put him in check. But as his sleeves fell, the shocking rashes on his arms were exposed. Zhu Wenhua, who had been wondering why Shen Lang was so readily giving in, was taken aback upon seeing Shen Lang's arms. This is small pot. The guards, seeing this, dared not approach any further. Shen Lang took this opportunity to look even more pitiful. You asked why I went to South County. Unfortunately, I contracted smallpox. I heard that Dr. Zhang in the Valley of Splendor had cured smallpox before, so I went to seek treatment. Before Shen Lang could finish, all the officials, including Zhu Wenhua, backed away as if they had seen a ghost, keeping their distance, knowing that smallpox is a highly contagious disease that can spread through the air. These people, especially the officials from the Court of Judicial Review who came with intentions of capturing Shen Lang to gain merit, were not willing to risk their lives. As Shen Lang staggered towards them, claiming he would follow them to prove his innocence, they ran away until they were outside the councilman, where they finally caught their breath. However, Zhenhua, having calmed down, felt something was off. Knowing Shen Lang, he did not believe Shen Lang would contract smallpox. Yet all symptoms matched the disease. Despite his reluctance, Zhu won't have no choice but to leave. Back inside the count's mansion, Jee Mulan tightly embraced Shen Lang from me. Soon, Shen Lang felt a warm wetness on his back as Jee Mulan cried, moved by the pain her husband must be enduring. Shen Lang, who usually couldn't stand the slightest bit of pain, was now suffering from the burning rags. Trash. Shen Lang quickly turned around and softly comforted her. It's okay, wife, to protect our family. My father-in-law has to pretend to be sick in bed and take the medicine I prepare, losing over 10 pounds. Compared to him, this is nothing. Besides, all the hardships we endure are to protect our family's legacy for centuries to come. It's all worth it. The most important thing is, now that they all believe I have smallpox, if any officials from the Court of Judicial Review were to die from it, no one would be too surprised, right? Meanwhile, at Lin Ma's house, Lin Ma excitedly said how urgent Shen Lang used to be, and now he's as docile as a dog. Not only did he pay me 1,300 gold coins, but he also acknowledged the debt I fabricated. It's truly satisfying. Fine. Lord Lin disdainfully added, after all, Shen Lang comes from humble origins, even becoming a son-in-law of the Count's mansion can't change his low LY name. Moreover, the Hidden Origin Society has formally demanded repayment of the debt from the Jin family. With only 1 month to repay 700,000 gold coins, we might as well wait to collect the corpse of the mythical turtle. This. Lin Ma laughed and raised his glass as if he could already see the extinction of the mythical Turul Count's mansion, thrilled with excitement. Just then, Lin Ma suddenly felt a severe pain in his, followed by everyone present. Lin Ma, with a dark face, asked his wife. did you not watch the vegetables properly today? His wife, also clutching her stomach, began to doubt herself. Moments later, unable to bear it any longer, they all rushed to the outhouse. But as soon as they squat down, the planks under their feet broke. Lin Ma screamed as he fell into the suspect, followed by the others. At that moment, the concentration of methane and hydrogen gas in the suspect was very high. Suddenly, a torch was thrown in from outside the window. Just as Li Ma tried to shout, his mouth was filled with XC. The next second, a violent explosion occurred and the Lin family's outhouse was blown to ruins, burying the entire Lin family in this fiery cesspit disaster. Master. Meanwhile, the mythical Turul Count's mansion also welcomed an uninvited guest. The charming and handsome black man standing before them is Ningxin, the nephew of Lady Jean and the fifth son of the son of the. However, when he was born, a meteor struck the capital, causing death and injuries to hundreds. Coincidentally, his skin was as dark as charcoal, and he had a birthmark of stars on his chin, leading the sovereign to consider him an ominous sign and ordered him to be abandoned in the wilderness. Fortunately, he was protected by Lady Jen's family influence, allowing the young Mingjing to survive. This action caused the sovereign to develop a disdain for Supeep, leading to her departure from the capital soon after. Although Ning Xin grew up, his unique appearance and stutter made him even more disliked by the sovereign, who wouldn't see him even once a year. Despite this, the grateful ninja, upon hearing that the mythical Turtle Count's mansion was in trouble, immediately brought several boxes of money to support his and Lady Jean, deeply moved by the sight of the boxes. Mu Ninying was not favored by the sovereign and lived modestly. Yet, at a time when everyone seemed eager to kick the mythical Turtle Count's mansion while it was down, Mingjing spared no effort to help, showing immense loyalty and affection. Chen Lian, keen and intelligent, was aware of his mother-in-law's connection with this fifth prince. When he learned that Ningjing had come to offer help, he immediately went to the front hall to welcome him. After exchanging pleasantries, they sat down, but the prince, being introverted, found himself at a loss for work. Shen Lang was also speechless, finding Ning Zhang's lack of conversation skills awkward. I can't rudely start the conversation myself, this atmosphere is quite off. At that moment, Lady Jean couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness, my husband is unwell and unable to come and greet you, for which I am very sorry. Ming Zhang's face turned red, and he quickly responded. It's all right, I'll pay my respects to my uncle. Later, then Lady Jean spoke again, Your Highness. Although our family is in dire need of money, as your aunt, I cannot accept your money. Please take it back. Upon hearing Lady Jean's words, the usually reticent Name Jean's dark face instantly turned a shade of black and red, and his stutter worsened. And, you have saved my life. I must repay this debt. I have sought permission from my father to allow Jean Mutsong to study at the Imperial Academy. A decree from my father will arrive soon. Shen Lang was astonished. Not only is this fifth prince here to offer financial aid, but he's also looking to save Jean Mutsong's life. On the surface, it's about studying at the Imperial Academy, but in reality, it's about offering protection within the fifth prince's residence. Considering Ning Zhang's lack of favor with the sovereign, it's hard to imagine what it cost him to secure this lifeline from such a stingy and ungracious man as the G. King Ming Zhang, with his face burning red, had actually knelt outside the sovereign's palace for a day and a. Later, Ning Xing went to see the ailing mythical Turtle Count. Not wanting to disturb the Count's rest, he merely paid his respects as a junior before taking his. Before parting, Ming Xing mentioned an important matter. Young Master Shen, be wary of my elder brother, the Crown Prince. He has long coveted your wife and seems determined to have. However, upon hearing this, Shen Lane's expression changed. Crown Prince Ning Yi dares to covet my life. He then thanked the fifth prince with the bow. As time passed, the debt crisis of the mythical Turtle Count became increasingly severe. Not only officials and nobles from all regions, but also the common people whom the mythical Turtle Count had once wholeheartedly helped have forgotten past favors and joined in the rumor. The accusations pointed directly at Shen Lang, forcing the death of the leader of 1,000 households, Tianheng, extorting 5,000 gold coins from the brocade and embroidery pavilion's Lin Moth, defrauding Su Guanyin of tens of thousands of gold coins, and then causing the death of Su's entire family. All these funds were allegedly squandered by Chen Lang. The mythical Turtle Count's mansion was increasingly seen as filthy and shameless, which Chen Lang particularly. For a time, everyone in the Yukingham was calling for their punishment. Numerous imperial censors submitted petitions, earnestly requesting the sovereign to punish them. Finally, the sovereign decreed that if the mythical Turtle Count's mansion did not repay the debt on time, Cliffwatch Island pledged as collateral must be handed over to the hidden origins of. Upon hearing this news, Zhu Wenhua also burst into excited laughter. There are only 13 days left until the repayment deadline, and the entire province of the Southern Journey's taxes don't even amount to 700,000. Where can the Jean family find such a... It seems the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is doomed this time. Shen Lang, I'd like to see how you can turn this situation around. The next day, Shen Lang was leisurely drinking tea and reading in his study. Jee Mulan was angrily complaining about the old nobilities kicking them while they were down. She and her mother had been borrowing for a long time and had only managed to symbolically borrow 1,000 gold coins. Shen Lang, calm and collected, hugged Jee Mulan and softly said, "Short-sighted fools. Mulan, don't worry, your husband has a way to come up with the 700. Just then Jean Hui interrupted their moment. "My wife, Red Thread, requests an audience." Shen Lan was surprised. "Your wife, impressive. That was quick. We should find time for a wedding ceremony for you two to celebrate properly. Let her in." Moments later the proud Red Thread walked in and sat down directly in front of the Lang. Chen Huishi was shocked in his wife's attitude towards his master. He couldn't afford to offend his lord, but his wife demanded reverence too. This situation left Chen Huishi in a difficult position, not knowing what to do. Shen Lang, observing the couple, was speechless. "Jean Hui, how are you even more henpecked than I am? You're completely under your wife's storm, feeling helpless." Shen Lang had no choice but to help Jean Hui out of the situation, asking him to wait out. Side. Once Jean Hui left, Red Thread went straight to the point without wasting more. "Young Master Shen, I know you are aware of my identity. I had planned never to return home, but now that the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is in dire straits, I am willing to go back and ask my parents for help." Indeed, Shen Lang was aware of her true identity. She is the daughter of Shen Tua, the second in command of the Western Army of the Kingdom and the general of pacifying the West. Jing Red Thread, born with a frail body, making childbirth difficult, and known for her peculiar temper, she likely had a strained relationship with her family, hence her decision to leave home. That she would offer such assistance now speaks volumes of her care. Shan Lang Ben Balden thinks Miss Shang's nobility of spirit is fully appreciated. "You need not worry about the affairs of the council's mansion, please. Just enjoy your days here in the mansion with Jean." Weak. Red Thread looked at Shen Lang momentarily surprised, then asked again to confirm, "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Shen Lang smiled. "Yes, we really don't." Seeing this, Red Thread no longer insisted, stood up, performed a courtesy farewell, and left. When she walked out, Jean Hui had been waiting for a while. Seeing his wife's stern face, Jean Hui quickly approached to ask about the out. Once back at their place, Red Thread immediately pulled Jean Highway over and asked sharply, "Jean Hui, are you hiding something from me?" Hearing his wife's question, Jean Hui's eyes darted around, and after a long pause, he reluctantly said, "Red Thread, I'm sorry. There are some things that even if I die, I cannot disclose to any." He had expected Red Thread to be angry, but instead she threw herself into his arms. "If you won't tell, I won't ask. Your loyalty is your greatest force." After Red Thread left, Shen Lane stood at the window, realizing truly what it meant to see one's true character in dire town. Suddenly, Little Being burst into the room, shouting, "Young Master Shen, Miss Su Chan has sent a secret message." Holding the letter, Shen Lang felt nervous. "Su Chan, you better not discipline. Point me." But as he opened the envelope, a wave of grievances hit him. "I've been sweeping the backyard of Choyer for a month now. Can you believe there are dozens of women here? Pretty or the sovereign's harem fighting over a fallen and Leif." Shen Lian couldn't help but laugh at this point. It seems the hobbies of martial artists really are different from ordinary people. He continued reading, "Choyer is an impenetrable devil. She neither likes women nor men. She has personally killed men, not less than 5,000, maybe 3,000. Shen Lang gasped at this, feeling a chill down his. The letter went on, "The hierarchy here is strict and I'm just a lowly floor-sweeping maid. Overstepping bounds invites hostility from all women. I've only tried to approach Choya or a few times, only to be targeted by her personal maid, Green Ripples. If possible, I'd really like to kill her and take her place. Regarding Choyer, she's a terrifying yet naive demoness. Despite her martial prowess, she has no interest in power or wealth. It can be said, even you, Shen Lang, with your looks and brains are not a match for this perfect and domineering woman." At this point, Shen Lang was speechless. "What are you even saying? Su Chan? Have you been brainwashed by this demoness too?" But what came next piqued Shen Lang's in. "Chow Yao loves to hear stories. She has even listened to all of your boundless romantic affairs. However, the maid who told her those stories has been sent to clean the latrine. Shen Lang, Choyer is a super bookworm. Anyone who can tell a good story can stay by our side. If you want me to get close to her, then quickly write a bold and thrilling story that can blow away the heavens, earth, and air. And most importantly, it must be filled with freedom. Just don't write a love story. I don't want to be punished to clean the latrines." The letter abruptly ended. Here. Shen Lang fell silent for a moment, then began to think. It seems he needed to carefully select an exceptional novel for this demo. Shan Lang initially considered recommending the novel Battle Through the He, but worried it might not satisfy Cho Yao's taste. Suddenly he had a brainwave to blow away the heavens, earth, and air. It had to be none other than our Monkey King, Sun Wukong. He decided to copy out a version of the Monkey King's journey to obtain the script. Shan Lang picked up the secret letter again and gently toasted it over flame, revealing hidden text. This was the real content of the secret message. It described how Cho Yao often suffered from unstoppable nosebleeds and headaches, along with dizziness and double vision, sometimes even falling into coma. Illness, despite consulting numerous medical texts and doctors. No cause could be found. Shan Lang fell into thought again. This clearly sounds like symptoms of chronic poisoning, but her reactions are different from Princess Ning Luo's lead poisoning symptoms. Who could be poisoning her? Could it be her brother, Zhou Shao, aiming to seize her power at that moment? Little Bing came to report that Jin Hui had important news. His mission, as previously instructed by Shan Lang, was to secretly invite members of the Heavenly Paths as a. Knowing that the Heavenly Path Society's representatives had arrived, Shan Lang signaled Jin Hui to bring them to the underground chamber while he went to change his clothes. Shortly after. Shan Lang, dressed in lavish attire, appeared before the envoy from the Heavenly Passes Society. Seeing Shan Lang's luxurious clothes, one of the envoys, the bearded man, couldn't help but mock. Rumors say the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is financially ruined, yet the son in Shan Lang remains as extravagant as ever. Seeing is believing in. Indeed, Shan Lang didn't get angry, but instead, smilingly, invited the envoy to sit down, knowing well the cost of his attire was indeed high, but it was specifically worn for the Heavenly Path Society's on. The bearded man sat opposition Lang, but looked down upon him, insisting on speaking with the mythical Turtle Count himself. Shan Lang stated, "I have full authority over all affairs of the mythical Turtle Counts." The bearded man sarcastically replied, "Has the mythical Turtle Count's mansion really fallen to the point where Mayor's son-in-law calls the shots? Since you claim to have such authority, does that include selling the entire Count's mansion, Count? Castle?" Shan Lang was taken aback. "Who said we're selling the castle?" The bearded man tossed over a secret letter, stating, "The Count himself wrote to us, proposing a business deal worth several 100,000 gold coins. The only valuable assets the Jin family has now are this castle and those 30,000 acres of fertile land, right?" Shan Lang chuckled inwardly, thinking, these people really dare to dream. But it seems our plan to make them believe the Jin family is desperately trying to salvage what it can by selling off family assets has worked. Seeing Shan Lang's silence, the bearded man took it as an admission and began to calculate with an abacus. The Jin family's 30,000 acres are worth 90,000 gold coins, and the castle 200,000. This is the highest price we can offer. It might not be enough to pay off your debts, but it should be sufficient for you to start anew in another country. Hearing the bearded man's outrageous offer, Shan Lang interrupted. "We invited you here not to sell our family's ass." The bearded man, displeased, said, "The Heavenly Path Society is very busy. If you're not here to sell assets, then why seek us out?" Shan Lang clapped his hands, and Jin Hui came forward with a wooden box. "We've brought you here to sell this item. To you." The bearded man, upon opening the box and expecting nothing of significant value since he had seen countless was taken aback by what he found a modern crafted mirror. The clarity with which it reflected in his face was unparalleled by silver or crystal. Mirrors, excited by its potential as a major business opportunity, considering its clarity in life. Wait. He knew it would cause a financial storm once introduced to the market. Seeing the bearded man's reaction. Action. Shan Lang knew the time was right and asked, "How much do you think this mirror in your hands should sell for?" The bearded man suggested such a precious item would typically be auctioned to the highest bidder. Shan Lang smiled, "Auctioning won't make big money, we're targeting the retail market. Once this mirror hits the market, nobles will flock to it, setting an initial price of about 10 gold coins each. We can mass produce later, and even if the price drops, it won't go below 20 gold coins." At this point, the bearded man's attitude towards Shan Lang had taken a complete 180-degree turn. He humbly inquired about the cost of making the mirrors. When Shan Lang revealed that the cost was only 1 silver, the two envoys were utterly astounding. Shan Lang added, "Furthermore, with scale production, the cost can be further reduced to half a silver coin." Hearing Xuanlong's response, the envoys were completely blown away. With a cost of just half a silver coin and a selling price of 10 gold coins, the profit margin was unimaginable, either 2,000% or 4,000% profit. Considering this, the bearded man excitedly stood up. The Heavenly Path Society is willing to pay 10 gold coins per mirror to purchase the entire first batch. Shan Lang, however, responded calmly, "I'm willing to sell to you, but we have a limited number of craftsmen and the first batch consists of only 1,000 m. And the price I'm asking is not 10,000 gold coins, but 1. The bearded man was taken aback, thinking Shenlang must be out of his mind to ask for 1 million. You must be joking to demand such a price. Shenlang continued, don't be surprised. I'm not just selling mirrors, but also the entire manufacturing process. The only requirement is that you purchase the glass from us. With this, my asking price of 1 million gold coins isn't too high, is it? Besides, you've been constantly oppressed by the Hidden Origin Society, right? This industry is not just a money-making opportunity for you, but also a chance to defeat them and become the top merchant. The bearded man was now visibly shaken, seeing it as a great opportunity to distinguish himself. Seeing his reaction, Shenlang added fuel to the fire. If you're not interested, I might have to approach the Hidden Origin Society instead. Do you want to be under their thumb for another few decades? The bearded man realized that Shenlang was not the idle son-in-law as rumored, but a business genius. He stood up to inquire further, how do you plan to sell the glass? Shenlang smiled, I only ask for 5% of the profits from each mirror. What do you think? The bearded man pondered for a moment and then extended his hand. 1 million is outrageous. Equivalent to the province of the Southern Journey's 2 years of taxes, this exceeds my authority. I can offer 400,000. If that works, we can deliver the gold coins to your mansion right now. Shenlang, displeased internally, thought, your calculations are really something. 400,000 for my process. And then selling the mythical Turtle Count's mansion's assets to make up the 700,000 needed for the debt, right? The bearded man pressed on, with less than half a month left for the mythical Turtle Count's mansion to settle its debts. We are your only option. Don't miss it. He intended to corner Lang, who, with a dismissive wave of his hand, issued an order to leave. Enough, there's no point in continuing this conversation with someone so narrow-minded. In shorts. To squabble over such trivial matters in the face of a strategic opportunity is utterly foolish. No wonder you've been constantly suppressed by the hidden origins of the wealth this mirror could bring to the Heavenly Path Society is clear to you. I could have asked for more, but I didn't, because all I need is the 1 million to secure a strategic victory. Since we can't agree, let's end it here. Jean Hewitt, see the bearded man, insulted by such words, was furious. Don't forget, we're the only ones who can help you now. You'll regret it once I walk out the. However, at this moment, the other envoy who had been silent finally spoke up. Young Master Shin, I agreed, your turn. I'm Huang Tong from the Heavenly Path Society. Thank you for this strategic opportunity. You're right, even at a loss, we must seize it for the strategy alone. Not to mention the astronomical profits involved. However, we need to see the first batch of products and confirm that they can be mass-produced before we can start. Cooper Shenlang glanced at them, then signaled Jean Huey to lead them to the secret vault. Arriving at the vault, Jean Huey forcefully opened the door, and the dazzling light that followed once again shocked the two invo. Inside, mirrors of various sizes and shapes were arranged, and the light they reflected under the candlelight made the whole room as bright as day. Taking a stick from Jean Huey, Shenlang said, to prove how low the cost of these mirrors is, I don't need to take you to the workshop. I can show you right here. Before the end voice could reach out, Can Length struck the largest mirror in front of them. They rushed forward to stop him, fearing for the loss of what they saw as money. Shenlang paused his action and turned to say, then, within the next 10 days, you will deliver the money to the council mansion. Although Huang Tong was somewhat troubled by the time frame, he agreed and asked Shenlang to lay out all his conditions. Shenlang stated, I want 700,000 gold coins and 300,000 raw gold nuggets. The rougher, the better, as if they've just been smelted from the. Huang Tong was puzzled by the request for raw gold nuggets, but understood better than to ask questions about matters he shouldn't inquire into. Lastly, Shenlang emphasized, Huang Tong, this matter must not leak out in the slightest. When you deliver, it must be done quietly. Rest assured, young Master Shin, Huang Tong replied, there are only 5 elders in a Heavenly Path Society. Everything will be done according to your instructions, with no leaks whatsoever. However, the agreement was sealed with a handshake, a gesture of trust and commitment in such underground deals. Given the tight timeline, Huang Tong dared not delay any longer. Taking a sample of the mirror, he hurried back to convince all members of the Elders' Council of this once-century strategic opportunity. Meanwhile, in Jean Mutso's study, the fat man held the fountain pen prepared by Shenlang, beginning to showcase his legendary copings, with Shenlang dictating the story behind him. He wrote swiftly, marveling, brother-in-law's treasures are indeed plentiful. With this pen, my writing speed has tripled. Jean Mushan found the content of the book increasingly exciting as he copied it, growing more energized as he worked. After 2 days and 1 night, he finished the first segment, covering over 50,000 words and ending with the Monkey King being trapped under the Five Fingers Mountain. Shen Lang had intended to end the excerpt at the havoc in the Heavenly Palace, but feared Choyer might not tolerate such a cliffhanger and might end up killing Su Changchan in frustration, which would be counterproduced. He then carefully packaged the manuscript and handed it to a trusted spy, stressing the importance of delivering it directly to Su Changchan. The spy promised to ensure its safe delivery even at the cost of his life. Once the spy had left, Jean Moutzel approached Shen Lang, expressing his belief that this new book would surpass the popularity of Boundless Romantic Affairs. Shen Lang knew the book would be a hit, but had no intention of making it widely known. He explained to Jean Moutzel that the book was written for one person in particular, and success would be defined by its reception by that individual. Jean Moutzel, puzzled, asked to this crucial person. Was Shen Lang, with a serious tone, revealed that this individual was key to the survival of the Jean family, though currently in danger themselves. On the other side. After a long wait, Su Changchan finally received the manual. Script. Astounded by its compelling storyline, she was convinced it was tailor-made for Choyer and could outshine all Ri, securing her the coveted position of Choyao's personal maid. The next day, aboard Choyer headed to the hall to select a maid for story. Telling, as blood trickled from her nose, her attendant, Green Ripples, quickly offered a handkerchief, though such incidents seemed commonplace to Joey, who simply wiped it out. Away, settling down. She inquired about the day's storytellers. Green Ripples respectfully informed her that 4 people had come from forward, signaling them to enter. Storytelling was a fast track to advancement in a castle, but the mistress would tire of a story after 4 or 5 days, resulting in a storyteller's dissonance. Missile only I Green Ripples, Emmer true confident. This status allows Green Ripples to act as she pleases among the other women without fear of comp. After a while, including Su Changchan for women stood in the hall and Su Shanqian saw Choyer once again, stirring emotions in her. Choyer was lounging lazily in her chair, her striking figure making all other women seem ordinary by comparing. Harrison turning around. Su Changchan noticed the other 3 women also gazing at Choyer with adoring. Suddenly, she felt a malicious stare directed at her. Looking up, she saw Green Ripples looking down on her with the stain. Green bitch, just you wait. Once I stand beside Choyer, I'll make sure you're dead. Then Green Ripples announced the rules. Everyone must present a story summarized in 10 words. The most interesting stories will earn their tellers the right to. The story competition among the 4 women began with the first girl telling a story named The Tale of the Bandits Slayer, about a female hero who orphaned from a young age and raised by a martial arts master. Grows up to avenge her parents. Su Changchan found it overly simplistic and crude. Doubting Choyer would find it intriguing, having likely heard hundreds of similar tapes. It was the third woman's story that seemed to capture Choyer's interest, unsettling Su Changchan. Although Chen Lang's story was captivating, she worried the title wasn't sensational enough. Then, an idea struck her and she declared her story's title to be The Buddha Must Be Destroyed. This title immediately caught Choyer's attention. Su Changchan then outlined the story. Millennia ago, a stone egg was born from the heavens and earth. Years later, it split open to reveal a stone monkey. This monkey, naturally mischievous, not only learned the 72 transformations, but also used his abilities to challenge gods, annihilate Buddha, and fight the Jade. As her words ended, the mere synopsis had already deeply captivated Choyer. Green Ripples, sensing trouble, quickly tried to select the third girl to stay during Choyer's moment of distraction, urging the others to. However, before she could finish speaking, Choyer directly pointed to Su Changchan, indicating her desire to hear The Buddha Must Be Destroyed, despite her reluctance to let Su Changchan stay. Green Ripples could not defy her master's order and had to comply, leading the other 3 women to the wrong side. Out. Shortly after, incense was lit for Choyer, who preferred to listen to stories without others around. Thus, in the vast hall, only she and Su Changchan remain. Su Changchan, adjusting her emotions, began to tell the story in her constantly gauging Choyer's react. Shen Lang's writing is so profound. I'm really worried Choyer might not understand it. She thought, noticing Choyer's expressionless face. Oh no, did I actually guess right? Using the story given by Shen Lang, Su Changchan successfully captured Choyer's attention. To buy time, she deliberately slowed the pace of the story, but even the introduction had Choyer utterly fascinated, as if opening a door to a new world within her heart. Such a boundless and mysterious world is exactly what I've dreamed about. Thinking back on the stories I've heard before, I can't help but feel disdain. What even were those stories compared? This suddenly Choyer stood up, interrupting Su Changchan, suggesting they paused there for the day. Su Changchan, alarmed, quickly asked, was it not good? Choyer reassured her. I very much like this novel and intriguing story, and you've told it very well. It's precisely because it's so good that I need time to thoroughly reflect on this segment. Hearing Choyer's praise, Su Changchan was so overjoyed she nearly Then, Shoyawer inquired, how many chapters does this story have in total? Upon learning the story had 10 chapters, Shoyawer requested Su Changchan to stay by her side from that day forward, insisting on hearing the continuation of the story daily. Su Changchan was overjoyed, thinking, I've finally achieved my goal, but despite all my efforts, I couldn't stay by the demoness side. Yet, Chen Lang did it effortlessly with just a few thousand words. I can't help feeling somewhat res. At that moment, Shoyawer was no longer paying attention to her, instead walking straight to the viewing platform, her gaze for lonely fixed on the distance. She longed to explore the unknown world beyond her monotonous life, but was bound by the wait for someone whose identity she herself did not know, nor when they would arrive. All she could do was wait quietly. On the other hand, Shen Lang, catering to Shoyawer's demand, had his brother-in-law tirelessly working like a mule. After 5 days of fronted copying, Jin Mutsong finally produced a 50,000-word masterpiece with this. Su Changjian need not worry anymore. Now, we just await news from the Heavenly Paths. At the Heavenly Path Society headquarters, Wang Tong effortlessly gained the elders' approval by simply presenting them mirror. The cost he revealed left the elders in shock, followed by excited exclamations. Heaven has eyes. The Heavenly Path Society will finally have its 1 centimillennium chance to turn the tables. With this mirror, we have nothing to fear from the hidden origins of. Wang Tong added, the other party is willing to transfer the mirror-making technique to us, but the conditions are a bit tricky. They're asking for 1 million gold coins within 10 days, and now we only have 7 days. Uncertain then, the bald elder exclaimed decisively that the money must be provided in light of the strategic opportunity at hand. 1 million gold coins was insignificant. We must pay even if it's more to avoid any delay. The head elder immediately ordered Huang Tong to gather the gold coins locally, and then inquired if there were any other conditions from the other party. Wang Tong replied, their additional requirement is that the glass needed for the mirrors must be purchased from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, sold at 5% of the mirrors per. The elders frowned upon hearing this, not because they were unwilling to spend the money, but they didn't want to be at someone else's mercy. After a moment of contemplation, the head elder decided to have Huang Tong first gather and send the gold coins as a gesture of sincerity, and then negotiate the glass procurement issue with the other party. Wang Tong, understanding the urgency, accepted and managed to deliver several hundred carts filled with grain to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion on the day. This grand procession of grain carts attracted the attention of many onlikers, sparking rumors about the possible sale of the mansion and preparations for the. Suddenly, a brash man on horseback charged at one of the green carts, causing it in its contents to turn, revealing the grain out of the back. This act of sabotage was carried out by Zhang Ji, who wanted to verify the contents of the cards supposedly filled with. Unbeknownst to him, once the cards enter the counts, they were directed to a secluded courtyard where the guards began to dismantle the. Opening the cards' hidden compartments revealed dazzling gold coins. Shen Lang, witnessing the gold, admired the Heavenly Path Society's efficiency, noting their centuries-old dominance in trade, and their adeptness at concealing such a straightforward gold trend. Wang Tong approached Chen Lang with a piece of unprocessed gold, stating, young Master Shen, as per your request, 700,000 gold coins and 23,000 pounds of gold nuggets have been delivered. Shen Lang accepted the gold, remarking on its high purity as natural gold from the. Huang Tong added, the 300,000 gold coins should equal 21,000 pounds of gold, but due to the impurity of most nuggets, we've compensated with 23,000 pounds to ensure no loss on your part. Additionally, the gold coins are newly minted without any inscriptions, making their origins untraceable. Hearing Huang Tong's meticulous attention to detail, Chen Lian couldn't help but be impressed once more by the Heavenly Path Society's insight into human. He then turned to instruct Jin Huishi. We can proceed now. Jin Huishi, understanding him, follow the order and led a team to Cliff Watch Island. Noticing Wan Tom's hesitance, Shen Lang deduced that he was here to negotiate about the CL class. Smiling, Shen Lang invited Mr. Huang. Please follow me to my secret work shop. Shortly after, Chen Lang showed Huang Tong the mirror-making process, explaining it from start to finish. Wang Tong was completely won over, marveling. I never imagined the mirrors were simply made by coating glass with a thin layer of silver. The only challenge is ensuring the purity of the silver. Such a straightforward method directly netted 1 million. Chen Lang is truly a business genius. Shen Lang then handed Huang Tong the booklet, saying, this contains all the processes for making glass mirrors. It now belongs to the Heavenly Paths. Upon opening the booklet, Wang Tong couldn't help but admire the documentation of the production process is so thorough. Indeed, knowledge is wealth. The Heavenly Path Society exchanging 1 million for such an ally is absolutely worth it. Worth it. Then, Huang Tong spoke again, young Master Shen is truly chosen by heaven. As an elder of the Heavenly Path Society, I wish to form a strategic alliance with you. Shen Lang raised his hand. Congratulations to Elder Huang on your PR. The handshake between the two was not just a promise between individuals but a pledge of true alliance between the mythical Turtle Count's mansion and the Heavenly Path Society. Now Shen Lang knew what he had to do. He proposed a long tongue that the Heavenly Path Society only needs to purchase glass from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion for the next 5 years. Afterward, the glass-making process would be entirely transferred to the Heavenly Path Society. The only condition was that all future glass products would involve a 3% commission for the gene. Wang Tong had no objections and nodded in agreement, thereby officially sealing the deal between the two. With only 2 days left until the mythical Turtle Count's mansion needed to clear its, the mansion received an unexpected visitor, Shui Pan, the heir of the Martial Peace Count's mansion. He had come to break off his sister, Shui Li's engagement, using her secret illness as the reason. Hearing this, Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle sardonically. What secret illness? Isn't it just that something's wrong? In there, this inadvertent laugh caught Shuipan's attention, making Shen Lang quickly turn his head away and fainting indifferent. Ladies and gentlemen, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, 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 and without a second word threw the marriage contract into the fire. She then sternly told Shuipan, "Go back and tell your father that I hope the Su family does not regret their actions today." Shuipan, unfazed by Lady Jin's emotions and seeing the marriage contract burned, tore off his copy as well. He then pretentiously offered, "Madam Jests, I've heard that Lord Mythical Turtle is unwell, and I wish to visit on my father's behalf." Lady Jin flatly rejected him. "There's no need for a visit. It would only make my husband nauseous to see you. Please leave if there's nothing else." Shen Lang chained in, "Mother-in-law, it seems our ancestors really should have wiped out the Shu family completely, so we wouldn't have to deal with a pack of Envorites biting back at us now." Japan left without showing any visible reaction, simply bidding farewell before turning to. However, shortly after Shuipan's departure, another visitor arrived. Ming Jing, the younger brother of Sofron's sixth Prince Ning. Jin, Lady Jin, along with Jee Mulan and others, promptly went out to greet him. Unlike Jin was not known for his honesty and straightforwardness. In his sudden visit raised questions. Ming Jing's gaze drifted towards Jin Meng, inwardly remarking on her beauty. After everyone was seated, Lady Jin politely inquired about the purpose of Ming Jing's visit. Ming Jing pompously stated, "I heard my uncle is seriously ill, so I came to. I also heard that the mythical Turtle Count's mansion owes a huge debt that's due soon. To alleviate my aunt's stress, I've come to bill needs money." Lady Jin was startled by this. Everyone knew the sixth prince was notoriously selfish and greedy. A true miser who never parted with his money, is offered to donate money surely hit an ulterior motive. Then, Ning Jing shouted for his man to bring him the monarch. Following his command, dozens of guards entered, carrying chests, causing Lady Jin to exclaim at an amount. However, when Ning Jing ordered the chests to be, they were found to be filled with copper. Shen Lang activated his titanium alloy eyes and began calculating the number of copper coins using his intellect, though the chests seemed to contain hundreds of thousands of copper coins. When converted to silver, they amounted to only a few thousand, and in gold, merely a few hundred. "Ning Jing, you're really something. This isn't support. It's clearly adding insult to." Ning Jing Ninbot and Sen, "My palace's daily expenses are high, and I haven't saved much money. This is all I have. I hope my aunt won't find it too little." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang inwardly cursed. "You, the sixth prince, are famously greedy, exploiting your favor with the sovereign to amass wealth. And now you claim this is all you can offer. What's your real purpose here? Do you merely us?" Lady Jin managed to suppress her anger and said, "We do not accept charity without cost. The Jin family cannot accept such a grand gesture from the sixth prince. Please take these back." However, Ming Jing ignored her, continuing on his own agenda. I am related to my aunt, and I find a location of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion close to the sea with its pleasant scenery to be very appealing. Moreover, the castle's position atop a mountain offers an excellent vantage point overall. Soon, I will come of age, and I will ask my father to grant this place. At these words, Lady Jin's expression darkened. Her anger nearly reaching its peak, seeing their mother trembling with rage, Jee Mulan and Jean Lane quickly stepped into coma, which in Lane issuing a dismissal. Sixth Prince. My mother-in-law is not feeling well and cannot continue to entertain guests. Please, come back another day. Ming Jing, realizing his stay was unwelcome, arrogantly said. I'll come back the day after tomorrow before strutting off. Watching Ning Jin's harsher, Shen Lang smirked with deep significance. Such arrogance and presumptuousness from the sixth prince are truly detestable. Yet, if used correctly in the future, he could bring ruin to Dominic. Lady Jean, relieved to see Ning Jin gone, sat up straight, fuming. I never thought that waste would cover our castle, even daring to revel in our Ms. Shen Lang consoled her, mother-in-law, don't worry. I'll soon make a strong statement against these people, showing them that the Jin family is not to be trifled with. On the day before the mythical Turtle Count's mansion's accounts were to be settled, the seemingly fragile Miss Chiyu from the Chi family also came to visit Chen Lang. Barely seated, she adopted a sympathetic tone. Young Master Shen, did you know that Lin Ma's dead? Shen Lang calmly sipped his tea and responded, I'm aware, but his death has nothing to do with me. Chiyu continue. Now that both the Su and Lin family's silk industries have collapsed, and most farmers in the province of the southern journey rely on sire culture for their livelihood, the absence of buyers for the cocoons would spell does. My Chi family has decided to take over the workshops and the entire silk industry from the Su and Lin families to save these farmers. Additionally, aware of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion's urgent need for funds, my family is interested in purchasing the Jin family's primary field at a high price. Observing Chi's harmless facade, Shenlan couldn't help but think, becoming Zhang Ji's fiancé really has its perks. The Jin and Chi families had no prior connection, yet now they're reaching out to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion with a resigned gesture. Shen Lang thought we can't sell the land right now. Nor can we let her know we have a contingency plan. If this gets back to the prefect, it could spoil everything. It seems I have no choice but to put on an act with her again. The day of reckoning finally arrived, with gloomy weather setting the stage. Various powers, like vultures to Kyrian, gathered, ready for the Feast of Division. Many creditors of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, led by Prince Uncle Ming Chi, marched into the castle, signaling the drama's command. The mythical Turtle Count, despite his illness, came forward with his family to greet them. His pale, emaciated appearance suggested he might be blown away by a mere gust of his continuous coughing while greeting Prince Uncle Ming Chi was a harrowing sight. Upon witnessing this, Ming Chi felt conflicted, and said, I once warned you that winning the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute might not be in your best interest. You should have known when to stop. If you had listened to me, you wouldn't have ended up in this state. The mythical Turtle Count, through clenched teeth, responded, James Wood is grateful for Prince Uncle's advice, but I'd rather be shattered jade than intact tile. He then mustered all his strength to shout today to all present, whatever knife you wish to thrust at the Jin family, go ahead. I, Janeswa, will not back down as the mythical Turtle Counts from Declaration Res. Insistinated, Ming Chi's expression grew solemn, and the eager creditors behind him seemed ready to pounce. Since the mythical Turtle Count has put it so bluntly, don't blame us for being ruthless later on. Shen Lang, standing behind the mythical Turtle Count, silently praised his father-in-law's acting skills. Thinking, father-in-law is getting better at this. Just hold on a little longer. Our counterattack is imminent. Soon, everyone took their seats, with Mingchi Prince Uncle presiding over the proceedings. Xiao Rong, the governor, and significant figures like the sixth Prince Mingchi Ing acted as witness. Faces the mythical Turtle Count's family and the CRE. In the first round, Shooting You presented a debt note from the previous mythical Turtle Count for borrowing funds to fight the pirate king Chao Tianwei, asking if the current count acknowledged the stat. The mythical Turtle Count openly admitted to it. Shooting You then stated, including interest, this contract amounts to 1.7 million gold coins. The mythical Turtle Count has paid back 1 million over the past 20 years, leaving a remaining debt of 700,000 gold coins. The deadline is now arrived, but a month ago, your son in Washington Lang mentioned that your family could no longer afford to repay. Is that correct? Sin Lang confirms. This and the mythical Turtle Count, unable to contain himself any longer, broke into violent coughing. Lady Jean rushed to his side, exclaiming, when she noticed his handkerchief soaked with fresh blood. Xu Rong, the governor, silently observed the scene, pondering. It seems the mythical Turtle Count's days are numbered. If he falls, the Jin family might be finished. However, shooting you was relentless. Continuing this contract was secured with Cliffwatch Island as collateral. Since your family cannot repay the debt, as per the sovereign's decree communicated by Ning Chi Prince Uncle, our Hidden Origin Society will reclaim Cliffwatch Island. If there are no objectives, please, mythical turtles count. Sign here. The Hidden Origin Society will ask the governor to deploy troops to take over Cliffwatch. Here in shooting use words, the mythical Turiel count caught violent. Again and then. Fainted, seizing the moment, shooting you added fuel to the fire. Even if the mythical turtle count is unable to sign, the contract is here. Mingchi Prince Uncle is here. The minister is here. It can be enforced. Lady Jean was furious. I'm curious, shooting you. Don't think we don't know why all of my father-in-law's military deployments were known to Chiu Tianwei. It was your Hidden Origin Society that leaked the information to him, leading to our complete defeat, an elder from the Hidden Origin Society retorted. Madam Su, do not make baseless accusation. Words of consequence. This only angered Lady Jean further. To hear such shameless words from an elder of the Hidden Origin Society truly enlightens me. Pei as she was about to continue her bottle, Shun Lane quickly intervened, asking her to rest with her husband, and leave the rest to him. Lady Jean silently handed over the family seal to Shun. In line, seeing this. Shooting you internally scoffed, the Jean family now relies on such a minor son-in-law. No wonder it's about to fall. After Jean Hui and Jean Zhong escorted Lady Jean and the mythical turtle count away, Shen Lang took the seal and sat down. Gentlemen, from now on, I will fully represent my father-in-law in negotiations with all of you. Shooting you, displaying a disdainful attitude, tapped on the table. There's nothing to discuss. Sign, unable to contain his greed, shooting you pressed. Sun and Lotion, there's no need to play dumb. If your Jean family wishes to maintain dignity, sign this transfer agreement. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to ask the governor to send troops to the island and forcibly you. Shen Lang, pretending to panic, agreed to sign, then I should sign. It would be rude not to accept such general. However, his hand holding the pen hesitated to make the mark. The hall was silent with all the creditors eagerly watching Shanling pen, internally urging him to hurry up and sign. Why the hell don't you? Suddenly, Shen Lang set the pen down and said, not only the Hidden Origin Society's here to collect bets today. If there are any other contracts, bring them all out. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders of the Hidden Origin Society were all stunned. Shen Lang, that's quite the bold statement you have there. Just our family's debt. Eugene family can't even pay it off. And you want everyone to chip in, you must be out of your mind, seeing that everyone was indifferent. Shen Lang spoke up again to urge. Are there any other creditors? Come out. At this moment, the heir of the peaceful stability count's mansion, Wu Yuanhua, stood up holding a promissory note. He said, this is the debt of the owner of the brocade and embroidery pavilion, Lin Ma. Though he is dead, the debt does not vanish with him, as a relative by marriage of the Lin family. I have the right to reclaim it. Do you, Mr. Shin, acknowledge the? Shen Lang with a disdainful gesture said, of course, I acknowledge it. Isn't it just 3,500 gold coins? Who else has that? Hurry up and bring them out. Then Cho Xiao also stood up and said, 20 years ago, Jin Yu attacked our Cho family and was utterly defeated to seek peace. They signed a ceasefire agreement with us, agreeing to pay 9,000 gold coins. Year. Though this year is the last, your family might not live past this month, might as well settle it all. After finishing, his gaze turned to Jee Mulan on the aside. What a pity, such a beauty. If the Crown Prince hadn't set his sights on her, I would have taken her for myself no matter what. At this moment, Shen Lane still showed an indifferent attitude. 9,000 gold coins, right? Acknowledge? Of course, I acknowledge. Who else? A moment later, the heir of the Martial Peace Count's mansion, Schweppen, also joined in. Mr. Shin, 20 years ago, when the Jin family attacked the Chio family and lost. They wanted to provide compensation to the army, but had no money. My Schwepp family voluntarily set 30,000 gold coins, charged at the lowest interest rate by the Hidden Origin Society, making it a total of 51,000 gold coins with interest, but due to the relationship at that time, no contract was signed. I wonder if the Jin family acknowledges this account now. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's expression immediately turned sour. At that time, the money sent by the Schwa family was said to be given, not lent. If it comes to an argument, Everything of the martial peace counts mentioned, and the southern sea sword faction was provided by the Jin ancestors, but this amount of money is not even 1-10,000th of the Jin family's kindness towards the Schwa family. In such a situation now, you even come to kick us when we're down. Alright, just wait. Shooting you coldly looked at Chen Lang. In just a short time, your Jin family's debt has increased by 63,500 gold coins. I'd like to see how you, Chen Lang, will pay off. Suddenly, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue also stood up and said, I have more here. It's the end of the year now, and your mythical Turtle Count's mansion taxes have not yet been submitted to the National Treasury. Currently, including the penalty, the total is 27,000 gold coins. Indeed, the UK has various projects every year, requiring old nobility to mobilize peasants for labor. It's impossible to send people from thousands of miles away to work, so the sovereign requires the nobles to convert it into money. But in these decades, the peasants' money has never been fixed, and most nobles choose to ignore it without submitting any. Only Genjua, with his straightforward character, has been clear about it every year. However, this has become an excuse, being accused by the Ministry of Revenue of not paying enough. It seems you bunch of scoundrels really want to force to sell assets in good fields, Chen Lang coldly said to them, no problem, I acknowledge all these. Is there anything else? Shooting you pointed at it in line and coldly said, stop pretending, sign quickly, we are still waiting to take over Cliff Watch Island. Schweppen and Cho Cao also mocked in land. If the remaining 10,000 gold coins cannot be produced, the Jean's word lady and 10,000 acres of fertile land can be used to settle the account. At this time, everyone's gaze was filled with mockery and cruelty. Your Jean family is completely finished this time. 800,000 gold coins is the tax of 2 provinces of the southern journey. Even if a god came now, he couldn't help your mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Shooting you said coldly. Chen Lang, you better sign quickly. We don't have time to waste here. With you, looking at the faces of these people, Chen Lin suddenly slowly stood up, letting out a cold, mocking laugh. Then, laughing wildly, tore up the agreement in front of him. He then tore off the black coat he was wearing, revealing the luxurious brocade robe underneath. Shooting his face changed dramatically. Chen Lang, have you gone mad? How dare you tear up the debt con? Shen Lang raised the black robe in his hand and waved it, shooting you. I signed your mother's agreement. You think 800,000 gold coins will make the Jean family sell off assets? On. Then he pointed at the others and cursed. All of you bastards, stand properly. My Jean family won't be short of 800,000. For you after a loud shout open. The gate as his words fell, the ceiling suddenly cracked, and a dazzling golden light enveloped the entire hall. The next second, gold coins poured down like a torrential rain, shocking everyone present with this splendid scene. If you ask if it hurts to be hit by gold coins, of course it does, but they didn't care. Letting the gold coins pelt their bodies, but Jee Mulan and Chen Lang didn't want to be hit. They were prepared, immediately holding up a wooden umbrella, though each gold coin only weighs 35 grams, when they fell onto the table like a small mountain, the actual weight immediately crushed the table. Moments after the last gold coin felt, everyone present was still in a dreamlike state, unable to believe what they saw. Is this really 800,000 gold coins? How did Chen Liang manage to gather this amount of money and month? Looking at the expressions of everyone present, Chen Lang felt incredibly pleased inside. This grand show of arrogance made him thrill to every single hair on his body. He disdainfully said to everyone in front of him, ladies and gentlemen, these gold coins here are definitely more than 800,000. We're too lazy to deliver them to you, so just count and take them away yourselves. Whatever is extra, consider it a gift from the Jean family. Is it just these few 100,000 gold coins? You've mobilized the imperial censors and manipulated public opinion, making it seem like our mythical Turtle Count's mansion is on the brink of death. Was that really necessary? Is this all the ambition you're going to have? You have, at this moment, Shooting you trembled as he looked at the gold coins in his hand. What do you mean by just a few 100,000 gold coins? In the past, these gold coins could hire 3,000 warriors, recruit 5,000 civilian soldiers, and even hire a fleet with hundreds of warships. But now, Chen Lang can use these 800,000 gold coins to overwhelm them, burning the right to boast on ch. Then, Shen Lang continued to boast. People outside say that I spend 300 gold coins on a single piece of clothing, that I need 10 fish for a meal. That's simply unjust to me. Look at my clothes. None of them are worth less than 500 gold coins. I need tens of thousands of fish for a meal because I consume over half a pound of caviar at once. City. Our mythical turtle count's mansion has plenty of money, not just 800,000. Even 1 million, 2 million, I can afford it. Such rumors simply lower our status. After finishing, he turned to the dignitaries, Prince Uncle, the governor, imperial censor. Today you have all witnessed that. My mythical turtle's council mansion has cleared all debts. I ask the dignitaries to acknowledge the debt clearance of my mythical turtle's councils. Mention then, Shenlang walked up to Ningxi Prince Uncle and bowed Prince Uncle today with you as my witness, as my mythical turtle count's mansion cleared all debts to the Hidden Origin Society and everyone present. After this, the Hidden Origin Society and others no longer have the right to force us to hand over Cliffwatch Island, right? Ningxi Prince Uncle coughed lightly and announced, from today onwards, the ownership of Cliffwatch Island will permanently belong to the Jin family. After speaking, he looked at Shenlai again. Last time, I just thought this young man was quite talented, but this time, his method of turning the situation around is truly a. At this moment, Shenlang said, shooting you, now that our debts are settled, stop coveting my family's treasure island. That's a golden island, after all. Saying this, he pretended to realize he had let something slip and quickly covered his mouth. Alright, I'm very busy, so I won't keep you all any. He then left with Jee Mulan and his brother-in-law, Strider, away. The only one left silent at the side was the sixth prince, whose eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, deliberately ignoring me in public. Well done, Shenlang, you, a mere son-in-law. They're not to take me the sixth prince, sir. The dignitaries watched as Shenlang and the others left, then also stood up to leave, leaving only the Hidden Origin Society and others looking at each other. And the gold scattered all over the floor. At this time, Shooting You said, everyone, please take your share. I'm about to have people count and load the gold. We want to all about to Shooting You, indicating that he was giving up his claim to the debt, and seeing this, Schweppen also left. They weren't here for the money. Now that the Jin family was unharmed and then even slapped everyone's face, there was no point in staying. Shooting You approached Zhou Xiao and said, young master of the city, please take back your 9,000 gold coins. Zhou Xiao bent down to pick up a gold coin and suddenly said, did you notice the rough craftsmanship of these gold coins? In the absence of any marks or text, it seems like they are newly minted coins, and this gold bullion seems to have been recently smelted, not yet having undergone the final purification. Remember what Shenlang said before he left? Golden Island, the reason he was so desperate to keep Cliffwatch Island, is there a mythical turtle count with nearly 2,000 or 3,000 private soldiers, dares to hide such a tremendous wealth? Aren't they afraid of being wiped out? After finishing, he no longer paid attention to Shooting You. Nor did he take the 9,000 gold coins and walked out laughing. At this moment in Zhou Zhao's heart, the seed of greed had already sprouted. What's 9,000 gold coins? He was after the island filled with gold lines. Watching Zhou Zhao's departing figure, Shooting You suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Trouble is brewing. This is going to lead to trouble. Meanwhile, inside the mythical Turtle City Lord's mansion, numerous dignitaries had already set up a victory feast, eagerly awaiting the news of the mythical Turtle Count's mansions down. Some were even planning the uses for the 10,000 acres of land. At this time, Wu Wenhua walked in from the main entrance and all the seated dignitaries swarmed up to him. However, facing the clamor of these people, Wu Wenhua, who was already depressed, became even more irritable. He raised his hand to silence everyone. Said, stop dreaming. Lost. Shenlang didn't bring out 700,000 gold coins. It was 800,000. Not only that, he turned these gold coins into a golden rain that fell on our heads, humiliating us thoroughly. Upon hearing this, the room fell. Then someone expressed skepticism, thinking that Wu Yuanhua was joking. Shenlang isn't a god. How could he possibly come up with 800,000 gold coins in war? 1 month, at this point, Wu Wenhua could no longer suppress the emotions inside him and yelled, do you think I'm in the mood to joke? Go back and prepare. Something big is about to happen. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to everyone, turned around and walked straight towards the exit. Meanwhile, inside the Jin High Count's mansion, Tang Lian and his son Tang Yun were still completely unaware, toasting and drinking in the courtyard, discussing how the mythical Turtle Count's mansion would be destroyed. Tang Lian said excitedly, our century-old enemy is finally going to be finished. When Zhenizhou suddenly appeared, he shocked the world. So what? Now he's still ruined by Zhenizhou. This mediocre person. If Zhenizhou knew everything that's happening now, he'd probably be so angry he'd jump out of his grave. At this moment, Tang Yun reminded his father, we're managing the Cliffwatch Island iron mine for the Hidden Origin Society and taking 30% of the net profits. Although we also manage the salt fields and take half of the earnings, we have to submit 70% of those profits to the Hidden Origin Society, and 70% of the Isle of Gold Mountain also goes to Chiu Tianwei, comparing the effort in returns. Our family is actually at a level. Tango in the left loudly after hearing this. Although our family is at a loss, the mythical turtle count is completely ruined. To bring down the Jin family at such a cost, I'm willing. I accept this loss. At this moment, Cho Sie walked in with a gloomy face. Tang Lohan excitedly asked if he had brought good news. Cho Sie coldly said, Tang Lohan, don't be too pleased with yourself. The Jin family hasn't been destroyed. That pretty boy didn't bring out 700,000, but 800,000, and I'm sure his family must have more gold. Hearing this news, Tangle and trembled as if struck by lightning. How? How is this possible? That's 700,000 gold points. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Tang Wan frantically asked Cho Xiao, if Shen Lian could bring out this money, why would the mythical turtle count be so destitute? Why would Su Pei borrowing money everywhere and become the laughingstock of the world? Cho Xiao could only tell him, all that the Jin family did was an act. They performed a grand conspiracy play for everyone. Hearing this, Tang Lohan's heart completely collapsed, and the dizziness from the alcohol made him fall heavily to the ground. Then he managed to squeeze out a voice. I've given the economic lifeline of my Tang family, the Isle of Gold Mountain, to you, the Chio family, for nothing. After giving so much, you're telling me now that the Jin family is safe and sound. What does that make my Tang family? Doesn't that make me Tanglin a laughingstock in the eyes of the world? This blow caused Tanglin's chest to suddenly tighten. In the next second, a mouthful of fresh blood spurred it out while the entire mythical turtle city was in chaos. Zhang Chong had already disappeared from everyone's sight for a long time. He remained silent when others attacked the Jin family. When others demanded the Jin family hand over Cliffwatch Island, he made no statement, as if he had become invisible. The only thing he did was to report to the sovereign more than a month ago that he was seriously ill and needed several months of rest. He seemed to have gone from a Starview kingdom to a person who had fallen on hard times in the mouths of others. Miss Chiwei appeared outside the Jin family's old house, and at that time two people were casually talking about the news of Jin Chong being defeated by Jin family's son. Law, he never recovered after that incident. In the Jin High Count boldly gave away the Isle of Gold Mountain just to put the Jin family in a desperate situation, listening to the discussions from outside. He used face screw increasingly ugly, entering the house. She went straight to Shang Chan's bedside, and then respectfully informed him. Xin Lang brought out 800,000 gold coins. He is one. Again. Hearing this, Zhang Chong suddenly sat up from the bed. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Possible. Suddenly, a sharp pain on his forehead made him instinctively cover his forehead. Unexpectedly, Shen Lang's cunning had exceeded his own understanding of him. What exactly happened? Month. Chi Yu was also baffled about this matter, because not just her. Everyone was clueless about how Shen Lang managed to do it. Moments later, Zhang Ji returned to his father's room, completely unable to hide the shock in his heart. Shen Lang really brought out 800,000 gold coins, just as his father had predicted. He had planned everything well before the dispute over the Isle of Gold Mountain, playing everyone in the palm of his hand. Admiring Shen Lang's cunning, Zhang Chong had to admire, thinking 3 even 4 steps ahead. Facing such a formidable opponent in my life is truly a great pleasure. Then Zhang Chong spoke again. If I'm not mistaken, Zhou Xiao's end is near, and it will be a miserable one. Given Shen Lang's character, Zhou Xiao has repeatedly framed the council's mansion, and Shen Lang's lack of retaliation is definitely not normal. And next, he surely has a big net waiting for countless people to fall into. Who knows how many will perish in his grand scheme. Right now, I've already heard the drums of war sounding, seeing the downfall of Cho Tianwei's maritime empire in the destruction of the 10-year-old Tang family. John Ji, get ready. The battle is about to. This time, Shen Lang will definitely eliminate all these families opposing him in one fell swoop. But we will not only not stop him, we will cooperate with him, using him to clear all obstacles for the sovereign's new power. Aussies. Then he told John. Oh, by the way, let me tell you, Su Chanchan is not dead. Hearing this, Zhang Ji's face changed dramatically. How is that possible? That night, I clearly heard that Su Changchan was burned to death. Her own. Shanqiu looked at his son and asked, did you see her body with your own eyes? Shang Ji was stunned. After the fire was extinguished that night, I went to check. Indeed, I did not see another body's trace. I thought it had been turned to ash by the fire. Zhang Chong continued, I've sent someone to inspect the ruins of the Su family. There was a secret room in Su Shanqian's room, and it stored buckets of water. And if I'm not mistaken, she is now in league with Chen Lang. Hearing this, Zhang Ji was shocked. Then I will find a way to kill him. Now. Zheng Chong shook his head as far as I know. Now, Su Shanqian has already infiltrated Choyao's side. This must also be Shen Lang's idea. Since she has become Shen Lang's secret agent, we should cooperate with him. Otherwise, with Choyao regarding Furious Tide City, who could take it down? Meanwhile, the news of Chen Lang raising 800,000 gold coins and raining gold coins on the dignitaries in his mansion quickly shocked the world, becoming a hot topic for under the analysis of various experts. News soon spread that the mythical Turtle Count's mansion had discovered a gold mine. After all, raising 800,000 gold coins in a month is something not even the wealthiest merchants or the sovereign could have. Let alone the fact that the Jin family now guards Cliffwatch Island, forbidding anyone from approaching. This move made people even more convinced that Cliffwatch Island indeed had a goal. The scene shifts to the garden of the Mythical Turtles Council mansion, where the now debt-free Mythical Turtle Count no longer feigns illness, regaining his usual complexion. Lady Jean, seeing her husband rejuvenated by her son and lost weight, lost medicine without any side effects, and even more, was very tempted and hurriedly asked Chen Lang if she could also take it. Hearing this, Chen Lang immediately showed a shocked expression. My heart. Heavens, Madam Mother-in-law, is there any woman in the world with a better figure than yours? Adding a little would mean overweight, losing a little would mean too thin, with such a figure. Do you still need to lose weight? Aren't you leaving no room for other women and world? Lady Jean was already delighted in her heart and turned to teach the Mythical Turtle Count. This straightforward man, you should learn something. Seeing this, the Mythical Turtle Count quickly changed the subject. We're getting off topic. Shen Lang, let's talk about the next plan. Shen Lang, seeing this, also put away his playful expression and said seriously, Father-in-law, with the great battle approaching, we need to proceed with our plan to recruit aggressively, expanding the army by 2. The Mythical Turtle Count asked after a moment of silence, should we recruit from outside or from within our territory? The wandering warriors outside have high combat capabilities, but low loyalty, while we can only select some militia from within our domain, which might not be sufficient in terms of combat effectiveness. Shen Lang laughed, no worries, though we speak of a great war. We're essentially just deploying troops on the island for show. It's more about cunning and strife, strategy, defeating the enemy with intelligence. We only need to recruit and complete the expansion within 3 days. Father-in-law, you will then lead 4,000 troops to station on Cliffwatch Island, leaving only 10,000 troops in the middle of the city. Mention. Additionally, Elder Huang from the Heavenly Path Society has unconditionally supported us with 10,000 gold coins 2 days ago. I will use this 400,000 gold coins, and we will spend 400,000 gold coins to decorate this island of gold. Transform all the previous iron mines into gold mines. We must make everyone believe that we have shifted our strategic focus to Cliffwatch Island, even expressing the will to abandon our land and castle, but not Cliffwatch. The Mythical Turtle Count nodded repeatedly. I will set off immediately after we complete the expansion in 3 days. He then couldn't help but sigh. If I weren't an insider, I would definitely believe that Cliffwatch Island has discovered a huge gold mine. Knowing Cho Sio and Tang Lun, they will surely be convinced. This plan really has deceived everyone in the world. However, Shen Lang shook his head. There is one person who will not be fooled, and with his intelligence, he must have seen through this plan long ago. Have you noticed, Zhang Chong has been absent for several months? He claims to be recuperating at home, which is the biggest abnormal. The Mythical Turtle Count was shocked. Our strategy is flawless. How could he possibly see through it? Shen Lang explained, a truly astute player won't be bothered by your feints. He will directly grasp your true intention. Seeing through your ultimate goal, if I'm not mistaken, our prefect wants to use this chess game to eliminate 3 major forces to establish his century-long legacy. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Zhang Chong wants to be that fisherman who laughs last. Shen Lang's analysis was spot on. For others, this chess game might seem complicated and confusing, but for him and Zhang Chong, it's almost like playing an open game. Then, turning the conversation, Shen Lang once again looked at Mulan, instructing her to complete the recruitment task as soon as possible. Upon receiving the instructions, Mulan reluctantly got up to leave, but her mind was still on the promise made in the round room which in Langwei. Before thinking of this, she stopped, turned back, and asked Shen Lang. Husband, do you remember the bet you made with me? Shen Lang looked at Jee Mulan with a puzzled face. What bet? Mulan was speechless. This big blockhead, he actually forgot such an important thing, but since their parents were present, she could only leave him. Her face flushed with irritation. However, in this household, Jee Mulan wasn't the only one feeling in. At that moment, little Bing couldn't help but complain inwardly. Miss, you can't always hesitate. If you don't make a move, when will I ever get the chance to act on my feelings for the young master? This is going to kill me. Gold mines appear on Cliff Watch. The most anxious, of course, was Jean High County. Hang Lin. At this moment, he was having people study the gold from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. He didn't believe that these golds were mined from Cliffwatch Island, but from another perspective, he was actually just. When the alchemist confirmed that this was gold just unearthed not long ago, Tang Lalan's face changed drastically. How could this be? Cliffwatch Island has been mined for hundreds of years, and no gold mine was ever discovered. The alchemist hurriedly explained, most gold mines are hidden deep underground, and gold mines are often discovered by. Here's a chance. Hearing this, Tang will uncover the Cliffwatch Island even more, but he feared this Wishing Lang's plot. Truly frightened by this little beast, then Tango and bellowed, send more people to investigate. Try all means to probe the truth to confirm the authenticity of this goal. At this time, Tang Yan said, now the Jin family's defenses are extremely tight. The spies sent are gone without return, and they are also expanding their army, focusing their main force on Cliffwatch. At this moment Tang Luan looked towards Tanzone, asking where his elder brother Tang Yan was. The only one capable of infiltrating Cliffwatch Island now was his martial full son. However, Tanzone, faced with his father's question, hesitated to speak, seeing Tang Luan about to explode. In anger, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Father, elder brother said he will not come. He doesn't have the time. And also said not to look for him in the future, to not disturb him learning the new swords. Here in Tan's own words, Tangle, and became furious. This miscreant has gone mad following Li Chincho. This son of mine is truly raised in vain. After saying this, he ordered someone to prepare the carriage. It was necessary for him to visit Zhang Chong in mythical Turtle City tonight. That evening, Tanglin rushed to the Shang family's old mentioned, faced with Tanglin's sudden visit. Zhang Chong was not surprised inside, but still showed great shock. However, seeing that Zhang Chong was truly recuperating in bed, Tanglin couldn't help but look down on him a bit. But then he thought, is he, the mythical Turtle Count, pretending to be sick? You, Zhang Chong, wouldn't be pretending as well, right? Then he jokingly said, Mr. Prefect, at this time, you still have the interest to lie sick and bad. Zhang Chong expressed helplessness. I've reached my limits. There's nothing more I can do. Tang Wolin, the satisfied, said, if Prefect has other concerns, I won't. I came today to inquire about something. What do you think about the gold mine suddenly discovered on Cliffwatch Island? Is it real or fake? Zhang Chong suggested. Xin Lang is too cunning, but this time it's too coincidental. It's very likely he made a huge deal with someone, exchanging for gold, perhaps with the heavenly paths as. Here in Zhang Chuan's analysis, Tang Lunmok, what kind of deal could possibly earn 800,000 all at once? The Qi family, being the Spice Kings, are wealthy enough to rival nations, yet they only earn around 10,000 gold coins a year, unless someone loots like Zhou Tianwei. How could they earn so much? If there really is a gold mine on Cliffwatch Island, now would be the Jin family's most vulnerable time. Once they complete their military expansion, attacking them would be difficult, but the island's defenses are too strong. No one can get close to verify the. After hearing Tang Luan, Zhang Chong simply lowered his head and said, there is someone who, even if he went to Cliffwatch Island, the Jin family wouldn't dare kill. He then fell silent. Tang Lun stood there pondering Zhang Chang's words, then suddenly thought of Chosen. Right. If Zhou Shao led 20 or 30,000 pirates to Cliffwatch Island, the Jin family indeed wouldn't dare to kill. With this thought, Tang Luluan didn't stay any longer. Leaving with Prefect, please take care of your health. As he left, Zhang Chong smiled meaningfully, Xin Lang, I've delivered Zhou Shao right to your door. In Furious Tide City, a sandalwood incense was lit again, as the story of the Buddha must be destroyed, unfolded. Zhou became more and more intoxicated daily, wishing she could tie Su Chan by her side to tell her stories every day, especially when she heard about the Monkey King causing havoc in the heavens, proclaiming himself as the great sage equal to heaven. She listened with even more fervor. Now in her heart, this Monkey King is the true hero who fears no authority, daring to sweep away all injustices and the world. When she heard Su Chan say, the Monkey King was suppressed under the Five Fingers Mountain, she empathetically said, am I not also suppressed under the Five Fingers Mountain? Su Chan was suddenly stunned. Why would she say such a thing? You, Zhou Yaoer, with such dominating presence. Now apart from a few grandmasters who can compete with you, who else is your opponent? Who else can sub I'm going to get a little bit of 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 a little bit of. To her, seizing this opportunity, Su Changchan empathetically asked her, "Why not leave if you feel so suppressed?" Choyur did not answer, simply asking her to continue the story. Su Changchan naturally did not dare to keep. When the story reached Tang Sanzang rescuing the Monkey King and going to the west to fetch the scriptures together, Choyur actually showed the longing look of a girl. Then she stood up and looked up window, wishing she could go to the ends of the sea like the Monkey King, wondering if it was as mysterious as in the story, but she couldn't leave. It seemed like she had an obsession, like a padlock trapping her here. At this moment, Su Changxian, looking at Cho Yaoer's lonely figure, somehow felt a bit intoxicated in her heart. She was too beautiful and too strong. The charm she radiated was simply breathable. Taking. Suddenly, Cho Yaoer felt a warm flow in her nostrils, followed by 2 streams of fresh red. Her brain also felt dizzy, rushing to her head. The next second, everything went black and she collapsed straight down. Su Changshan screamed in shock at the scene, hurriedly calling for help, but Cho Yaoer never woke up. Cho Yaoer's condition worsened and all the doctors brought by Cho Tanwei could not find the cause of illness. In anger, he even killed many doctors to stop this slaughter and to save Cho Yaoer. An anxious Su Changchan had no choice but to write a secret letter seeking help from SH. When Shen Lang saw the content of Su Changchan's play, his instinctive reaction was, "This woman actually wants me to go to Furious Tide City to save Cho Yaoer. Could it be a traitor's plot too? Her maid?" But then he thought, it's unlikely. After all, Cho Yaoer is too hard to approach. Su Changshan couldn't possibly become her confidant just because of a story. Moreover, before the Shang father and son's death, she would not betray me, burning the secret letter in his hand. Shen Lang hesitated, taking down Furious Tight City. Cho Yaoer played a key role. She absolutely must not die, but going there is too risky. After a long moment, Shen Lang still decided to go. As for safety, he planned to seek help from the Heavenly Path Society again. After all, he is now an important partner of the Heavenly Path Society. A moment later, a woman with a peculiar appearance came the foreshad. "Wang Tong, she and Wang Tong," she asked with embarrassment, "who might this lady be?" Wang Tong introduced, "She is my sister, Wang Feng, she and Wang Tong, she and Wang Tong, you really are generous. To build relationships, you even brought out your own sister." Wang Tong, she and Wang Tong's suspicion, then said, "Mr. Xian, though my sister's appearance is ordinary, her martial skills are exceptional. Please rest in peace." The shirt. Hearing this, Shen Lang, skeptical, activated his tire metal and scanned Huang Feng. Indeed, although the woman's appearance is unattractive, her lineage is extraordinary, probably only slightly inferior to the martial full tank. Well, ugly is safer, I guess. Thinking this, he thanked Twang Tong and asked his sister to get ready, preparing to leave once he was ready. Twang Tong again instructed his sister to comply with any request Shen Lang had along the way. Half an hour later, a sudden figure startled Wan Feng. She saw a woman of stunning beauty and impressive figure carrying a box walking out from the house. The woman, seeing Huang Feng staring, hurried her along, really making a fuss over nothing. "Let's go." Hearing the woman's voice sounded like a man's, Wan Feng realized it was actually lying. On the way to the dock, Shen Lang started bantering again. "Miss Wang, your brother said you're even better than my wife Mon. In the younger generation of you kingdom's masters, where do you rank?" Wan Feng replied, "I am indeed better than Jee Mulan, but I don't rank among you kingdom's masters." Ji Lang was surprised, not even ranked. "Then who is the number 1 master in you kingdom? You at? Isn't Shu Hongshu at the son of Shu Rol? General Shu Lin sought a marriage with Mon for him? Isn't Shu Hongshu a scholar? He is accomplished in both literature and martial arts. His teacher is Wachi. Wachi is the honorary pavilion master of Skies and Sea Pavilion. The founder of Skies and Sea Pavilion was the SW family, and Switchy is the heir of the Zhuo family, but he roams the world all year round, mostly sailing on the sea, hence he is known as the honorary pavilion master. He roams the seas because of Cho Yaoer's master, Luozu, who is said to be the most beautiful woman in the world. Switchy roams the seas for her, giving up Skies and CP. Submission line asked, "Do you think Suchi and Luozu have slept together?" Such a vulgar question. made Huang Feng roll her eyes, but she still answered. No, Suchi loves Luozu, but Luozu only sees Suchi as a confidant. Their relationship is very pure. It's not as dirty as you. There's no such thing as pure relationships between men and women. It's either he can't get her, or he's not capable, listening to Shanlang spouting nonsense. Wang Feng was almost furious. Damn, I really want to beat him up, but my brother in SH. Not to oppose any of Master Shin's requests. Then, all the way, it was just Shanlang babbling now. On stop. Wang Feng no longer spoke. She was really afraid she couldn't restrain herself from hitting. The next morning, the two arrived at the Radiant Valor County dock. Even though Shanlang covered his face with a veil, he still attracted the attention of countless men. After boarding the ship, a man called the White Jade Gentleman came to him. On him but was mercilessly kicked away by Huang Feng. Seeing their master being attacked, the subordinates of the White Jade Gentleman swarmed towards Huang Feng. As one thing shadowless kick flew out, all the subordinates were not down in Shanlang in the cabin protected by Huang. A long fall, applying a face mask, and beautifully went to sleep for beauty. Rest. After a day's journey at sea, he and Huang Feng finally arrived at Furious Tide City, looking at the castle in front of the city. Of him, Shanlang couldn't help feeling a bit suffocated. Such a castle with a defense as strong as a turtle shell. Even with 10,000 men, it would be difficult to take it down. And originally Jean Yukil led tens of thousands of troops and couldn't deal with Cho Tinwei. Now that the defenses have been strengthened, we can't attack forcefully but must rely on wit. Meanwhile inside the castle, Cho Yao weakly lay on a couch, surrounded by 3 maids taking care of her. Today she had vomited blood 3 times. Already. Yet, even so, she sent everyone away, then had someone call Su Changchan to continue telling her stories. A moment later, Su Changchan hurried over, but when she saw Choyur, she was genuinely shocked. She hadn't expected Choyur to be so ill, yet still obsessed with her stories. At this moment Choyur's eyes were full of bloodshot, and her eyelids and lips had turned dark purple, but she didn't waste words, just asked Su Changchan to continue with the story. Seeing Choyur's condition, Su Changchan was very worried. So many doctors have not found the cause of the illness. I can only place my hopes on Xinlin. Now soon the new chapter of the journey to the west was finished and Choyur's body could no longer hold up, slowly lying down. The dizziness that made the world spin forced her to close her eyes. Then she instructed Su Changchan to definitely wake her up before dawn. Su Changchan, puzzled, asked her, "Is there something important?" Unexpectedly, Choyur told her, "I have arranged to duel." Hearing this, Su Changchan was shocked, then hurriedly tried to stop her from this mad act. Knowing that, Choyur now could hardly even stand. How could she duel with anyone? But Choyur told her, "Tonight I am a duel with Shu Hong Shui, and this appointment was made several years ago." Seeing Choyur so determined, she was also in a difficult position because with her current status, let alone finding a doctor for Choyur, she wasn't even qualified to speak some words, but for the sake of this stubborn woman, she was willing to take a risk. "General, I know someone who might be able to cure your illness. Can I let him come to me?" "See you." A moment later, having received Choyur's permission, Su Changchan turned around and ran towards the palace gate. She couldn't afford to delay even a second, hoping Xinlang would arrive at the agreed place on time. However, behind her, Green Ripples was watching her with a venomous gaze, fixated on her. The anxious Su Changchan didn't realize the danger, approaching her step by step. Seeing the figure standing at the secret base not far away, Su Changchan knew Xinlang had arrived, hurrying even and more. At the door, she didn't even greet the two people rushing into the house, pushing the door open forcefully, calling out Xinlang's name, telling him to hurry back to the castle with her. However, before she could finish, she was startled into exclaiming by the scene before her. Because, where was the scoundrel Xinlang's figure? Only a beauty was greeting her. If not for the deep male voice breaking the beauty, Su Changchan would hardly believe her eyes. You, Xinlang, disguising as a woman is one thing. But to be so beautiful, how do you expect us women to be? The field. Seeing Su Changchan stare, and then Xinlang directly leaned close to her face. Could it be you're smitten with me? Su Changchan? Annoyed and embarrassed. Just shut up. You've ruined your own image. But Xinlang, not caring about her words, even struck a charming pose, saying, I, Xinlang, in this vast world, whether as a man or a woman, am a matched. Suddenly, Su Changxian appeared in front of him with a flash, carefully examined him. Xinlang, you're amazing. You're disguised as a woman has no flaws. Choyur doesn't like men approaching her. You're disguised as perfect, but you must not speak or you'll give yourself away. We must not delay. Let's hurry to save Cho. Our rumors in the inland describe Shou Yaoer as a ferocious demoness. Legend has she's 8 feet tall, with a waist circumference also of 8 feet, a vicious murder of many. However, Xin Lang, who had prepared himself mentally, was shocked by her perfect image the moment he saw her figure. Her appearance could instantly shatter a man's heart. Suddenly he felt an unusual sensation below his abdomen. This was not good to alleviate the abnormality in his body. Xilin hurriedly imagined Huang Feng's face. In that moment, Xin Lang's fire was extinguished. At this moment, he sighed in relief, thank goodness for Huang Feng, the fire extinguisher. Otherwise, I'd be. Then Green Ripples came over with a gloomy face asking Su Chan in a sharp and harsh tone. Is this the doctor you brought without waiting for a reply? She yelled like a shrew. You're obviously a fraud. The master's illness. Not even the most famous doctors can cure. Where? You then, Xin Lang looked at the woman before him. Seems like this is the bitch Su Chan mentioned, but I don't have time for her today. I'll settle the score with her later. Thinking this, Xin Lang ignored Green Ripples, starting to use his X-ray vision to scan and show Yaoer's entire body. However, the scan's results show this demoness has a ruptured brain vessel. A normal person would have died 800 times over. How is she still alive? Seeing Xin Lang in a daze, Su Changshan quickly wrote a note and passed it to him, asking if he could, because Green Ripples was there. Shen Lian couldn't speak, so they had to communicate through but then he wrote another line asking Chou Yao to remove her clueless clothes. Su Changshan, upon reading this, wished she could kill Xin Lang with her glare. What are you trying to do? You scoundrel, don't drag me down with you if you want to die. Seeing Su Changshan misunderstood, he had to write another line. I need to see her full body petite. Although the reason was valid, Su Changshan still feared Xin Lang might take the opportunity to be a rogue, so she warned him softly. You filthy rogue. You're not really trying to take advantage. Are you? She could turn you into men's meat with a single slap. How will you treat her then? Xin Lang, seeing he couldn't convince her, could only whisper back, this is a necessary examination. Hurry up and help her on. Stress. Xian Lang's unusually serious expression, even though Su Changshan had a million chu. She had no choice but to trust him at the moment. Approaching the bed, Su Changshan gently lifted Chou Yao's body. Then whispered to her. General, the doctor needs to undo your clothes for the exam. Chou Yao in a semi-conscious state just uttered a hum without even opening her up. Seeing this, Su Changshan sighed in relief, thinking she was indeed over. Thinking. Then, the two of them clumsily began to undress Chou Yaoer. But when Chen Lang saw Chou Yaoer's naked body, he was first. The next second. One float from his nose. Damn, Chou Yaoer's naked body is simply world-class perfection. Even on Earth, you couldn't find a second woman with such a perfect body. Not good, my body is reacting again. Xin Lang then frantically slapped his own face, but it was all in vain. The image of Chou Yaoer's body, indelible from his mind, made his nose bleed uncontrolled. Rollably. Helplessly, he had to resort to his last resort, imagining a group of Huangfeng surround. After some struggle, Xin Lang finally comes down. Alright, now we can officially start working, but as a doctor, he stood at the pinnacle of morality at this moment. Only seeing Chou Yaoer as a patient, thoroughly examining her body with full concentration. Green Ripples, on the other hand, was very dissatisfied with Chen Lin's examination, scowling throughout. After a 2-hour examination, Chen Lin quickly wrote down the diagnosis issues on paper. Seeing the examination was over, Green Ripples started fussing, wanting to rush away. Su Changshan narrated the issues to Chou Yaoer. General, do you only feel dizzy and nauseous when you open your eyes and occasionally suffer from headaches? Feeling like blood is rushing to your head? Chou Yaoer was done, then nodded and said, I indeed had aches before, almost fainting, but I suppressed it with true int. This doctor is truly remarkable. You are the only one who has accurately identified my condition. Vision, seeing her so nonchalantly, Xin Lang was shocked. What kind of monster are you, Chou Yaoer? To be able to suppress exploding blood vessels with true energy, if it were an ordinary person, their blood pressure would have burst long ago. But now, all signs from Chou Yaoer seem to be caused by poisoning, recalling the time Princess Ning Luo sought him out. She was just suffering from lead poisoning. Whereas Chou Yaoer now is poisoned with a variety of heavy metals. After pondering for a moment, Xin Lang had Su Changshan relay a message, please. General, clear the. Hearing such words, Green Ripples was furious on the spot. You two frauds, trying to deceive the general with tricks and swords. Out. However, before her words could settle, Choyar, straining to open her bloodshot eyes, rebuked Green Ripples. Step back with Choyar's command. Green Ripples dared not continue her antics, and even with reluctance filling her heart, she could only bite her tongue and step out. Side. After Green Ripples left, the two helped Choyar get dressed. Ventian Lang wrote on the page, "The general has been pulled." What poison? Shen Lian continued writing for Su Changchan too. 8. You are suffering from heavy metal poisoning. Normally, it's not noticeable. This kind of poison accumulates in the bloodstream over time, building up to a lethal level eventually. Your body, General, is unlike any humans. An ordinary person would have succumbed to such a high level of heavy metal poisoning. Their body decaying beyond recognition, dead 180 times over. But for some reason, your skin remains smooth and radiant. Recalling Princess Ning Luo, who was poisoned due to the use of lead-containing utensils. The level of heavy metals in Shou Yaoer was so outrageous it seemed as if someone had been directly pouring them into her mouth. How is this a? Puzzled, Shen Lang's gaze suddenly fell on the food beside her. In an instant, he understood how the poison was admitted. Then he wrote on the paper again. If I'm not mistaken, the poison must have been in the food. Su Chanshan, seeing this message, was shocked. Impossible. The food the general consumes daily is tasted by me in Green Ripples. I haven't felt them. Well. Shen Lang continued writing, this type of poison doesn't cause immediate harm if ingested in small amounts. But long-term consumption will show AF. He then looked at Choya again, wondering how the perpetrator managed to incorporate such a large dosage of various heavy metals into Choya's food. After much thought, he suddenly realized how the poisoning was done. With salt, there's an industrial salt known as heavy metal salt, which inherently contains various heavy metals, and is therefore prohibited for construction. With this in mind, he immediately wrote down his thoughts. After reading it, Su Changchan understood Shen Lang's reasoning and immediately sent someone to fetch the salt from the kitchen. Moments later, Shen Lang used his smart brain in conjunction with X-ray vision to scan and analyze the salt presented for him. However, to his surprise, both the composition and taste are indistinguishable from normal table salt. Could it be that my analysis was missed? And doubts. He wrote the question on a piece of paper, asking the guard, is this the salt the general usually consumes? The guard confidently replied, this salt is exclusively used by our man. Here's the guard's response. Shen Lang fell into deep thought again. At this moment, Zhou Yao or Weekly spoke up. Bring it here. Let me take. However, the moment she put the salt in her mouth, her eyes widened. No, this isn't the salt I usually eat. The salt I consume has a complex taste, which I like. Shen Lang was speechless. You could get addicted to the taste of heavy metal salt. You, Choyar, are indeed not like ordinary people. Su Shanqian then realized if the salt brought by the guard was exclusively for Choyar, it means the salt she usually consumed was brought into the kitchen by the cooker's self. Thinking this, Su Changchan hurriedly ordered the guards to capture the cook. However, they were a step too late. The guards only brought back a new, young cook, while the original cook had already disappeared without a drink. At this moment the young cook was kneeling on the ground, trembling, crying bitterly while expressing her admiration for Choyar, swearing her absolute loyalty. To prove her loyalty and innocence, the young cook rushed towards a stone wall just as she was about to hit it. Shou Yalher's hand block. Feeling the loyalty from the young cook through the force of the impact, which could only be released with a resolved die. Choyar, stroking the young cook's head, said, I know, I was wondering why the taste of the meals recently became bland and unibit. Then with a frown, Shou Yao ordered the guards to bring in Green Room. Green Ripples entered soon after, only to be confronted by Su Changxian, who demanded to know where the previous cook had gone. Green Ripples retorted defiantly. Who do you think you are to question? But the next second, Shou Yaoer's cold voice, Commandant Cancer, seen her master anger. Green Ripples quickly replied, 3 days ago, the original cook, Shu Shu, said her daughter was giving birth, and she needed to go home to care for her. Shou Yaoer, without paying further attention to Green Ripples, turn and order the guards, immediately search for Shu Shu's whereabouts. She must be brought back to the... After the guards left with the young cook, Su Changchan felt uneasy. Choyar fell ill and fainted 3 days ago. Exactly when the cook left, searching for her now might be too late. With this thought, Su Changchan expressed her concerns to Choyar. Master, if nothing unexpected happened, Shu Shu might already be dead. Within half an hour, the guards hurried back. The boarding master, both Shu Shu's and her daughter's homes are empty and her daughter's house has been burned to ashes. So Shinchan was shocked, although she had suspected the cook might be silenced. She hadn't anticipated such swift action. She immediately demanded, "Who exactly wants to harm the general?" The guard suggested, "Such brazen actions under our noses can only be attributed to young Master Kyosio. He has always seen the master as his biggest rival." At this point the female guards insisted on seeking justice from Lord Chao Tanwei for their man. However, Choyar sighed and said, "Let it go, let's end this matter here." The guards were perplexed by Choyar's decision. How can we just let it go when the young master has gone too far? Choyar remained silent. What could she do with Cho Sire's indeed behind this? She could be ruthless to others, but Cho Sire's her brother. With that thought Choyar wished to no longer dwell on matter, asking everyone butch and laying in Sushan Chantal. Green Ripples, who had been silent, frowned upon hearing Cho Yaoer's command to leave as well. Giving them a SC. And look before turning to leave. Once everyone has BLO left. Su Changchan anxiously said, "General, you may see Cho Xiao as a brother, but he sees you as a thorn in his side. If we let this go, he will harm you again." Cho Yaoer interrupted her. "Stop then." Turning to Shan Lang, she said, "Doctor, I don't care if I live or die, but I have an important duel to attend in a few hours. But now I can't move my true energy or my blood vessels might burst, and if I open my eyes I'll feel dizzy and vomit violently. Do you have a way to make me feel a bit better? Just enough to stand up. That's all I need to fight." Hearing Cho Yaoer's request, Shen Lang was astonished. "Are you mad? Your body is in this condition. And you still want to duel?" He had suit, Chanchan really is concerned. Wanting to know who the duel was with that made Cho Yaoer willing to risk her life at this moment. Cho Yaoer's face showed longing as she slowly said, "The top young master of Yu Kingdom, the pride of heaven, Zhu Hongxin." Shan Lang was stunned upon hearing the name. Again, him, how formidable is this Shu Hongshu at? That Shoyer would disregard her own safety to meet him. Then Shoyer continued, "Doctor, if it's possible, please proceed with the treatment. If there's no hope, I'll ensure you're rewarded handsomely and safely escorted out of the castle." Hearing this, Shen Lang's brain began to work rapidly. Shoyer's blood pressure has exceeded human limits. Her blood vessels could rupture at any moment, leading to severe cerebral hemorrhage and immediate death. Additionally, there's a hematoma beneath her duramotor, compressing part of her brain nerves, which is why she can't stand up. Any other doctor might find her beyond help, but Choyer, it seems today I, Shen Lang, will perform the most insane surgery in my history on you. Thinking this, he simply wrote 2 words on the paper, "Can cure." Then he instructed Su Changchan to light the sleeping incense. Next, I was Shen Lang's turn to showcase his exquisite medical skill. Meanwhile, in Furious Tide City, within Cho Zhao's, a symphony of life harmoniously wafted through the year, but unexpectedly, the one completing this fervent encounter with Cho Xiao was Cho Zhao's most trusted personal maid. Bitch Green. At this moment, Joe, say, I'll sat up and ask. Little lunch. Have you completed the task I gave you? Green Ripples hurriedly smiled in agreement. Done. The sleeping incense has been switched. Cho Cao smirked upon hearing this. This is a valuable item I spend a lot of money on. Once I've had my way with Choyer, I'll reward you, General. Green Ripples quickly stepped forward. My lord, about taking me as your concubine. Does that still stand? Cho's how laughless, obviously. Ha, of course, it counts. You little bee. From mine drifted back to many years ago when a young Green Ripples witnessed pirates brutally murdering her parents. And those beasts even refused to spare her, a child, just when she was about to suffer a cruel fate. Choyao appeared like a savior before ever. The pirates on the ship, upon seeing Choyer, fell to the ground in terror, unable to with a swing of Chow Yaoer's. The next second, the pirates were decapitated. When Choyer gently extended her hand to the young Green Room, in her eyes, Choyer was like a goddess surrounded by a holy light, illuminating her soon-to-be dim. Later, Green Ripples thought about clinging to Choyer's light to climb out of the dark abyss of losing her parents, wishing to become Choyer's real family. However, after getting to know her, Green Ripples realized how unattainably perfect Choyer was, truly like a goddess high above, using her warm light to dispel the darkness around all the unfortunate women, but never investing more emotion and attention in any way. Facing reality, Green Ripples once again stepped into the shadow's edge. It's like when you chase something for too long without ever obtaining it. Resentment begins to. And it was then that Cho Xiao appeared before her. This beast violated her in the most brutal way, making her wish for death. That was when Green Ripples turned completely dark. In her mind, if she couldn't have Cho Yaoer's affection, then by relying on Cho Xiao, she might become the mistress of Furious Tide City. Back to the present, Green Ripples lazily lay in Cho Xiao's arms and said, "My lord, that Shu Shu is already in her 30s with 2 children. Can you really sleep with With that, Kyosia was taken aback after hearing this. I've never touched that one. My lord, there's no need to pretend in front of me. Aren't you the one who killed? However, as her words fell, Josiao fiercely slapped her, realizing she had misspoken and ignoring the pain on her face. Green ripples crawled to Cho Zhou, begging for his forgiveness. That Cho Xiao, relentless, grabbed her and kicked her in the ass. Then, crouching down, he grabbed Green Ripples by the hair and demanded, "Winch, explain what happened with the cooks." To save her life. Green Ripples clung to Cho Xiao's legs, telling him that Cook Susu had poisoned Choyur, but now the person had vanished without a trace. Here, in this, Cho Xiao flew into a rage that winched their Depoison. Sister. All of her body torn to pieces and her bones ground to dust. Green Ripples was stunned by Cho Xiao's sudden display of affection for Cho Yao. When did the young master start caring so much for Cho Yao? Our. Then, Cho Xiao yanked Green Ripples up and demanded fiercely, "Is Cho Yao all right now? Is her body harmed?" Green Ripples cautiously replied, "Not only is Cho Yao's body unharmed, but it has also become even more radiant and..." Relieved by this response, Sel then burst into laughter. "That's good. As long as her face and body are fine." Josai Allegan showed his greedy and sinister expression, saying, "Of course, I hope Choyur dies, but not before I've had my way with her 100 times. Then she can." Indeed, hearing Cho's words, Green Ripples quickly said, "My lord, Cho Yao really likes the scent of the incense you sent. She lights it every night, but her unique constitution prevented the reaction. Now, the doctor has diagnosed her as deeply poisoned and very weak. If you go tonight, you'll surely succeed." Hearing that a doctor was treating Cho Yaoer, Josiao flew into a rage again, grabbing Green Ripples by the clothes to inquire if the doctor had touched Cho Yaoer's body. For her own safety, Green Ripples quickly claimed the doctor was a woman and also a great beauty. Hearing Green Ripples' response, Cho Cao could no longer restrain his intellectual. One Cho Yaoer was already irresistible, and now there were Su Chan Chan and a beautiful doctor as well. Thrilled by the prospect of hitting 3 birds with one, he could hardly contain himself and headed for the door. However, just as he stepped outside, he happened to run into a trusted servant of Cho Tianwei coming to fetch him, but Xiao Xiao, consumed by lust, had no interest in seeing his F. "Ah, so annoying. Can it wait an hour or two? I have urgent business," but the servant insisted. "No, the master demands you come now." Despite his reluctance, Cho Xiao had no choice but to comply. Albeit grud. Meanwhile, Su Changqian had already lit the sleeping insides of the room. Since Lane was formulating a treatment plan, the poison inside Choyur can't be expelled in a short time. For now, we can only try to lower her blood pressure. But without any antihypertensive drugs available in this world, the only option is bloodletting to reduce her blood pressure, then proceed to remove the subdural hematoma. Thankfully, it's subdural. An intracranial hematoma would be untreatable here, as skull surgery is impossible in this. Next, we'll drill a hole in the skull to drain the hematoma. Fortunately, Cho Yaoer's extraordinary physique means there's no worry about wound end. Shen Lang then took out a steel needle, the tool he would use to pierce the skull. The biggest challenge in modern medicine for this procedure is locating the hemat. But for Shen Lang, with his X-ray vision, this wasn't the main issue. His main concern was his own lack of strength. Fearing he couldn't penetrate Cho Yao's skull, the solution was to let her do it herself. He quickly handed the written treatment plan to Su Changqian. Reading Shen Lang's instructions, Su Changqian was terrified. The procedure involving bloodletting and piercing seemed like Su. But as she didn't understand, she could only relay the content to Choyur as written, expecting Choyur to be outraged by such a fantastical treatment method. She was merely met with a calm response. "Do as you say." "Let's be." Again, Su Changqian was speechless. Truly, 2 lunatics paired up. Then, turning to look at Chen Liaying holding the steel needle, she could only pray that he knew what he was doing next. Shen Lian found Cho Yao's vein and pierced directly in to it, immediately causing blood to spring out. Shocked by the forceful spray of blood, Chen Lin was stunned. Zhou Yao's blood pressure was indeed A. Su Changqian, witnessing this frightening scene, felt dizzy. Her body, almost giving way before she and Lane quickly caught her. But Su Changqian's feverish body made Shen Lang wonder, is Su Changqian? As the blood drained, Choyur sighed deeply. "Feels so good." Hearing Choyur's voice, Shen Lang turned to look. Startled by the color of the blood she shed. The small basin of blood appeared red, but from other angles, it refracted different lights, perhaps caused by heavy metal. Once enough blood had been let, Shen Lang removed the needle and stopped the bleeding. Now, Choyur could stagger to her feet, sign again. Comfortable. I haven't felt this good in a long time. Next was the skull puncture. Su Changchan was showing signs of restlessness, likely due to Chou Zhaozin's. Shen Lang then showed Chou Yao the next step of the plan, requiring her to perform it under his gu. With everything ready, Chou Yao held the steel needle. Shen Lang parted her hair to find the right spot, and by the count of 4 from Su Changchan, Chou Yao had already pierced her. The action shocked them both. This woman is truly decisive, as ruthless to herself as she is to other. Spin, Shen Lang activated his X-ray vision to check Chou Yao's. Amazing. The angle of the needle is perfect. Truly a topic. Next, Shen Lang removed the steel needle and inserted a disinfected tube into the tube. Normally, salutetified hematomas are diluted with saline before being drained. Bu Chenlang made a bold decision to have Suckenchan suck it out. As Su Changchan, trembling, stepped forward, Chou Yao stopped her with a wave of her hand. No need, I'll do it myself. After saying that, she sat cross-legged, began to circulate her true energy within her body. As the true energy flowed with a sudden, a piece of solidified hematoma was ejected straight from the tube. The moment the hematoma hit the ground, the two onlookers were once again stunned, so true energy could be used in such a way. Then, Shen Lang used his X-ray vision to skin Chou Yao's skull again. Amazing. The hematoma was cleared so cleanly. This surgery was a perfect success. Chou Yao's condition had greatly improved. Removing the steel tube from her head, she said, "Your medical skills are indeed superb. Now that you've cured me, speak of your own." Internally, Shen Lang screamed, "I want Furious Tide City," but outwardly he could only gesture that he wanted nothing. Seeing this, Chou Yao gave him an approving look and said, "I owe you a favor. Whatever you need in the future, just ask, and I will OBL." This phrase sounded familiar, suddenly recalling Li Qinzhou had once said something similar. It seems this is a common promise among the powerful. Suddenly Zhou Yao began to remove her clothes, leaving the two onlookers in a state of shock. Damn, Zhou Yao is changing her clothes and public. In his mind, Shen Lang desperately thought, Wang Feng is coming to sleep with me. Wang Feng is coming to sleep with me, yet his nosebleed couldn't be stopped. Damn, as my taste really becomes so poor. By then, Chou Yao had already changed into a suit of, "Stay here, don't leave. I'll be back shortly. Though there's also a chance I won't return. See this." Shen Lang was alarmed. "Big sister, you've just had surgery. Your wound isn't even bandaged yet, and you've lost over 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood. Do you no longer care for your life?" Su Changchan also ran to Chou Yao's side, pleading, "General, your body hasn't recovered yet. Can't this duel be postponed?" Chen Liang was speechless. Su Changchan, with that tone, "Have you truly fallen for this demo? Mono Chou Yao turned around with authority. How can I miss a battle of life and death? Tonight I will likely. But what joy is there in living, and what fear and dying? However, for some reason, why do I feel so strange after the treatment? Could it be a side of effect after Chou Yao left?" Shen Lang breathed the sigh of relief, finally rel. But at the same time, the incense in the room began to take effect, although Su Changchan verbally distanced in Lane's physical rear action for some reason, her mind oddly anticipated being with she. Such a reaction was not normal. Su Changchan quickly made an excuse to take a shower, either to escape. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she turned and shouted at him, "And I warn you, if you dare to peek, I'll gouge out your eyes. My martial arts may be poor, but I have more than enough skill to deal with you." Watching Su Changchan run off for no apparent reason, Shen Lang finally noticed something was off. "Wait, it's so cold. Why do I feel so internally hot and rest?" Meanwhile, inside the main castle of Furious Tide City, Zhou Tianwei and Zhou Xiao were plotting with Jin Hai Count Tanglin. Zhou Tianwei, with a gleam of greed in his eyes, asked Tanglin, "Are you sure there are gold mines on Cliff Watcher Island?" Tanglian replied gravely. "How else could the mythical turtle count produce 800,000 gold coins in such a short time? Who else could do that? Moreover, many of these coins are freshly minted. With their emphasis on Cliff Watch Island, what other explanation could there be besides discovering a gold mine?" Hearing Tanglin's analysis, Zhou Tianwei still felt the coincidence too great. Why did the gold mine appear now and not earlier or later? Tanglun was unconcerned. Perhaps the gold mine was discovered long ago and has been mined for a while. It's just that Shen Lang waited until the debt repayment deadline to flaunt all the gold coins, hitting everyone in the F. But Zhou Tianwei remained skeptical. Such actions might be something a frivolous person like Shen Lang would do, but the mythical turtle count wouldn't agree. That stubborn old turtle would think such actions would bring disaster to the Jin family. At this moment, Cho Sieo spoke up, "Father, I think there's another possibility. The Jin family has always wanted to conceal the gold mine on Cliffwatch Island, but due to the tight timeline and inability to gather sufficient funds, they had no choice but to use the gold from the island. Moreover, even refining 800,000 gold coins wouldn't be easy, so many of these coins were not fully minted. In the days leading up to the repayment, carts were seen delivering grain to the mansion, most likely loaded with a large amount of gold. If I'm not mistaken, these carts landed at the Jin family's dock, but were intentionally first taken west before being brought back to the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, giving the impression they came from the west." Hearing Cho Zhao's analysis, Tang Luan began to offer his strategy. "In that case, we might as well seize the island under the guise of pirates, then kill everyone on the island. If the sovereign is displeased, I'll negotiate with the crown prince. We can share a portion of the island's gold with him in." Qiu Tianwei, hearing about sharing the gold mine, was naturally reluctant, but knowing he couldn't proceed without the support of the sovereign and the crown prince, he asked Tang Lohan how much they would have to give up. Tang Lohan said without hesitation, "We'll use a quarter of the gold mine to ensure the sovereign doesn't send troops to retake Cliffwatch Island, given that the mythical Terrell Count is desperately spending money to expand his army with an additional 5,000 troops and 3,000 militia recruited. The sovereign has long been dissatisfied with this. Our confrontation with the Jin family will be worried free. However, the mythical Turtle Count is increasing his forces daily, and in a month, the garrison on Cliffwatch Island could exceed 4,000 plus 3,000 militia and tens of thousands of laborers will need at least 2 to 3 times the number of soldiers to take it down." Hearing this, Cho Tanwei was startled. "So, we need at least 20,000 soldiers to smoothly take Cliffwatch Thailand," Tang will noted and continue. "The Tang family is willing to contribute 3,000 soldiers. After seizing Cliffwatch Island, I only ask for 15% of the shire." Cho Tanwei sneered. Even 15% is no small sum. Seeing Cho Tanwei still hesitating, Tangle Win became increasingly anxious. "Furious Tides Marquis, please make a decision quickly. Not to mention the defense of Cliffwatch Island strengthens by the day. This fat piece is currently only to be shared among us, the Crown Prince. In the future, who knows how many bid players will come to share the feast." Cho Tianwei remained silent, not because he disagreed with Tang Luan's argument, just mobilizing 20,000 troops at once would nearly deplete my forces. What if there's no gold mine on Cliffwatch Island, and it's all Shenlang's scheme? Thinking this, he stood up and said, "Jin High Count, you must confirm for me whether there truly is a gold mine on Cliffwatch Island. Otherwise, I won't deploy troops right." Hearing Cho Chanwei's demand, Tang Lun sighed, "The entire Cliffwatch Island is heavily guarded now. Dozens of my scouts have gone and not returned. They don't hesitate to kill her men." At this moment, Cho Seo stood up. "Let me handle this. Behind me are the tens of thousands of pirates of Furious Tide City. My father's backing. The Jin family wouldn't dare harm a hair on my head. Shenlang seeks revenge for the slightest grievance. Everyone who has offended him has been dealt with, except for me. When I insulted Jee Mulan, he didn't dare make a sound. Even when I had someone poison their well to spread disease, Shenlang didn't dare to react. When Zhu Lanting and I planned to flood the Jin family's lands, only Zhu Lanting died while I remained unscathed. What does this?" Rolled up, then he bowed and added. "It shows that Shenlang is a classic bully who fears the strong. When facing true power, he can only stand by idly, naturally not daring to harm a hair on young Master Cho's." Yeah, Qiu Tianwei was quite pleased with this assessment and immediately ordered Cho Xiao to lead troops the next day to invest the gate on the other side. Shou Yao about to go into battle. Also noticed something wrong with her body. "Something's off. Why is my body so unbearably hot? Did the doctor drug me? No, it couldn't be her." Then she thought of the burning incense. Could someone have tampered with it? Instantly angered by the thought. She wouldn't be mad if someone wanted to kill her, but the idea of being violated was serious. Remembering her appointment with Shu Home, she immediately summoned several guards, gather a squad to guard outside. Room protects Su Chanchan and the doctor. If any man tries to enter, kill without hesitating. Then she circulated her true energy to suppress the heat in her body. However, once desire surged, how could it be suppressed? Reluctantly she took out a dagger and slashed her arm, watching the blood flow out, feeling much relieved. The method taught by the doctor really works. Seeing that everything was temporarily resolved, Zhou Yu immediately rode her horse to the appointed location. She had to end the battle quickly, or Su Chanshan and the doctor would be in danger. A quarter hour later, Zhou Yu arrived at the eastern beach of Fundress. In the person sitting cross-legged before her was the pride of heaven, Shen Honghu. As he opened his eyes, it was clear his attractiveness was on par with Shenlang's. While Shenlang had a gentle beauty, Shu Honghu exuded an endless masculine charm. Shu Hongshu stood up slowly and said, "Show yo work, long time no. Hope all is well. Your teacher asked me when you would leave Furious Tide City to adventure with her to the other side of the sea." Show Yer shook her head. "I don't know yet. The person I'm waiting for hasn't appeared." "Where's your sister, name Han? Wasn't she supposed to come?" "The princess didn't come because she's with teachers with Chi on an island overseas." Excavating ancient inscriptions, Shoyer continued, "She was supposed to duel with me this time. Instead, she sent you and didn't even show her face. She will explain, Princess Ninghan is stronger than me. If I win, she wins by extension. If I lose, she can still step in. After all, the princess doesn't like to fight. Show why our left. With her martial skills so high, if she doesn't fight, what's the point of life?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, the fire within her surged out again, feeling something was wrong. Zhou Yaoer wasted no more words and immediately went into battle mode. She couldn't hold on much longer and needed to end the battle. Quickly, Su Hongshu naturally noticed her condition. "Zhou Yao, your heartbeat is fast and you're losing energy and blood. Are you injured?" But Zhou Yaoer ignored his question, drawing her ghost blade and attacking him. "Enough talk, let's get started." Seeing Zhou Yao relaunch the attack, Su Hongshui also bowed and entered battle mode. The next second, both appeared in front of each other like teleport, their swords clashing in an instant, gathering energy and emitting a dazzling light. The next moment it exploded like two stars, and when everything's settled, a giant crater had formed where the stood by then. Zhou Yer was bleeding from 7 orifices. While Zhu Hengshuo was also trembling, his right hand bleeding profusely. In that moment, both said almost simultaneously, "I lost." "Show you our roar." "Shut up. I lost. You can leave." Shu Hanshua shook his head. "It's me who lost. With that one strike, I've pushed my strength to the limit, but not only did you not use your full force, you also fought with injury. Show y'all didn't turn back just. Let's go. Care then with the leaf." Finished, feeling Shu Hongshu presents to appear. Zhou Yaoer could no longer support her body, collapsing heavily to the ground. The battle with Su Hongxiu had drained all her. Now, she couldn't suppress it anymore. Feeling her consciousness burning away, she knew she had to hurry back. Only the female doctor could save her now. Using all her strength, she climbed onto her mount and instinctively raised tone. Meanwhile, inside Zhou Yaoer's castle, the situation was also grim. Shen Lang realized their incense had been tampered with. He couldn't stand up at all and could only shout for Su Changchan to extinguish the insides. However, all he got was Su Shanqian's faint refusal. "I won't go out. You'll bully me if I do. You extinguish it yourself." Shen Lang could only struggle towards the incense burner, but it seemed the incense also contained paralyzing. Before he could move, his consciousness began the blur. In the next second he passed out. Meanwhile, after his secret talk with Zhou Tianwei, Zhou Xiao, unable to wait, rushed to the outside of Zhou Zhao's castle. However, several guards at the door drew their swords to see this. Zhou Xiao slapped one across the fence. "Face. Do you not have eyes? I am the young master of Furious Tide City. This entire castle is mine, and yet you dare to stop me." But the guards did not recognize the scum that Zhou Xiao was as their master, directly responding, "Sorry, our only master is Zhou Xiao. Our." Hearing this, Zhou Xiao is furious. So Zhou Yao are relying on having over 10,000 people under her. Now even her men dare to stand above me. The legitimate young master, how can I tolerate this? He then drew his saber and roared. "Don't forget this castle belongs to my family. Even Zhou Yaoer's life is owed to my family. If it weren't for my father's help, she wouldn't be alive today. Step aside and meet immediately." Seeing his stance, the guards formed a human wall in front of him. "Young Master Zhou Xiao, please leave, or we will be forced to take lethal action." Zhou Xiao sneered, raising his saber and charging forward. "You forced my hand." After swinging his, he managed to severely injure 3 Gu arts. Zhou Zhao's compatibility, though not as strong as Zhou Yaoer's, was above Jin, allowing him to quickly overpower the gun. He arrogantly declared, "With just you few trying to stop me, you're overestimating yourself." Faced with Cho Sieo, a ruthless scoundrel, the lead guard no longer held back, leading the remaining guards in a charge towards Cho Sieo. See the guards so enraged, Cho Si. Excited, meeting their attack with his saber, striking with lethal force. Now, only the lead guard could still contend with Cho Sieo from moment, seeing less than 10 comrades left. The lead guard became desperate, fearing I can't hold off this beast, but even in death, I cannot let him enter my master room. With this thought, the lead guard ordered the few remaining guards to attack Cho Sieo. Facing their relentless assault, Kaya Xiao struggled to defend. Have these people gone mad, trying to exchange injuries with me? Do they want my life? Suddenly Cho Sieo felt intense pain in his back as a guard managed to and reached Cho Sieo, turned and split the guard's sword in two, then, like a madman, slashed fiercely at the go. Their speed and brutality, leaving no chance for them to fight back. Eventually, he pressed his blade against the lead guard's neck, pinning her against the wall. Now, just a bit of force, and your head will part from your body, while you continue to obstruct. The lead guard glared at Cho Sieo. Cho Sieo. If you want to enter my master's room, you'll have to step over my dead body. Cho Sieo sneered. Since you wish to die, I'll just as he was about to strike. A gold coin hit his hand, the force causing him to drop his saber. Feeling panicked, he roared, clutching his injured hand. Who dares ruin my PL? But upon seeing the person before him, fear flashed in his eyes. A tall, imposing figure emerged from the darkness, none other than showing our. Cho Xiao, terrified, thought, shouldn't she be affected by my incense in her room? Confused, he asked Cho Xiao, why aren't you in your room at this hour? Where have you been? Cho Xiao coldly responded. I went to duel with Su Hongxiu. Cho Xiao, duel, wasn't Cho Xiao poisoned since she returned unharmed? Does that mean Su Hongxiu lost? Could the incense have had no effect on her? The lead guard came forward to admit fault. Master, forgive us for our incompetence. This beast injured 7 of our sisters. Cho Yor immediately ordered. Heal them at all cost. Watch the guards leave. Cho Sihao trembled with rage. Cho Yor, by dismissing these guards. What does it show? It proves you never took me, Cho Sihao. Seriously. At all. Suddenly, Cho Yer swung her blade towards Cho Xiao. Cho Xiao, I've tolerated you because you're my brother. But now that you dare to harm my people, I cannot forgive you this time. As the ghost blade descended, Kaya Xiao dodged in time, letting the blade strike the ground with a loud no. All of Cho Xiao's defiance dissipated. He just wanted to flee, but he was still not willing to give up. Cho Yao, you wait for me. Furious Tight City belongs to me. One day, I will make you beg for death in a blink of an eye. Cho Sieo had run off. Gone. Cho Yer could no longer hold herself up. She was almost unable to stand, having used her last bit of strength to scare Kyoja away. Now her face flushed. She gasped for air. She needed to see the doctor. Only he could see her. Using her last bit of energy, she staggered back to her room, but the room was filled with smoke, and she could only see a figure twisting in pain on the ground. Brown, Cho Yaoer hurried to help the figure dressed as a woman, but the hem of Shinlai's skirt. Cho Yaoer was shocked. This doctor is actually a. However, the incense in the room also unsettled Cho Yaoer's mind, looking at Shinlai's perfect face, under the influence of the incense, even though she kept telling herself not to cross the. She ultimately couldn't resist and kissed him. Having tasted sweetness, Cho Yaoer no longer hid her desires, casting aside her. Kissed him. Having tasted sweetness, Cho Yaoer no longer hid her desires, casting aside her. And then pressing Shen laying beneath her on the bed as passion ignited between them. The lead guard who had come to fulfill her duty was at a loss upon witnessing the scene. Meanwhile, not far from the castle on the sea, the surging waves violently crashed against the rocks. The sound of the waves and the voices of Cho Yer and Shen Lang, like a symphony, rose and fell as if to release years of suppression in one breath. The lead guard immediately organized all guards to start training. Their shouts covering the sounds from there. Master, this is all we can do. Please freely express yourself. Yet far away in the mythical Turtle City, preparing for battle. Jee Mulan was oblivious, still longing for her unworthy husband. Upon entering the hall, she eagerly asked where young Master Shen was. Little Bing could only honestly reveal. Young Master Shen has been out for several days and hasn't said where she went. Jee Mulan turned to find Jean Mutson, knowing that Jean Lane would tell her brother-in-law about any personal matters. At that moment, Jean Mutson was in a study, diligently writing. Jean Mulan, puzzled, asked, "Why are you still copying books when your brother-in-law is not home?" Jean Mutson smiled and told Mulan. With brother-in-law away, the story has no continuation, so I can only copy what's been written before to satisfy myself. Reframing at the manuscript, Jee Mulan said, brother-in-law mentioned the bull demon king was cuckolded at, but I don't see it. Jee Mulan, feeling anxious, impatiently asked where Shanlan had gone. Brother-in-law went to Furious Tides. Upon hearing this, Jee Mulan became unsettled. Furious Tide City is such a dangerous place. What is my husband doing there? Who's with him to protect him? Jee Mulan reassured her with a smile. Brother-in-law's arranged for a female bodyguard to protect himself. This made Jee Mulan even more anxious. What does this female bodyguard look like? Seeing his sister so agitated, Jee Mulan hurriedly explained, brother-in-law said she's uglier than me, which I think is quite good. Jee Mulan glanced at her brother, feeling somewhat relieved internally. However, she was still curious what could make her fragile husband venture to Furious Tide City. Jee Mulan said, Su Changchan sent a secret message saying Cho Yao suddenly fell ill and was in critical condition. So brother-in-law went to say her. Hearing it was to save Cho Yao, Mulan felt a twinge in her heart. Still, she reminded herself, though her husband might be a scoundrel, she trusted Cho Yao's character. She wanted to go find Shanlang, but burdened with important duties. She could only pray her husband wouldn't encounter any day. Meanwhile, inside the main castle of Furious Tide City, Cho Xiao, furious, confronted Cho Tianwei. Father, how long will you tolerate Cho Yao? She's not your biological daughter. Yet now she commands over 10,000 pirates. If we don't act, Furious Tide City will soon swear allegiance. However, Cho Tianwei completely ignored his foolish son's ranting. He knew Cho Yao too well. Anyone might covet the lordship of Furious Tide City, but she wouldn't. Focused on the map before him, his concern was only for Cliffwatch Island, the island of gold. Suddenly, Cho Xiao shouted, Father, people change. You must find a way to cripple Cho Yao's martial arts. It was then Cho Tianwei realized his foolish son had provoked Cho Yao, erupting in anger. Fool, don't think I don't know what you're up to. If it weren't for my sake, she would have killed you. Now, set off for Cliffwatch Island immediately, or if she comes asking for you, I won't be able to protect you. Cho Xiao, confused, asked, who really is the master of Furious Tides City? Cho Tianwei explained, currently, Cho Hao is defending the Isle of Gold Mountain, and I am about to lead a large army to attack Cliffwatch Island. The most suitable person to protect Furious Tide City is Cho Yao. As long as she is there, there is absolutely no need to worry about the rear catching fire. Hearing his father's words, Cho Xiao fell silent. Even if he was reluctant, he had to admit that the pirates of Furious Tide City only reluctantly recognized Cho Tianwei as their leader. Who knows how many pirates are eyeing the position of the main fortress? If it weren't for Cho Yao's presence, they would have rebelled long ago. You go to Cliffwatch Island to investigate. You must see the gold mine with your own eyes. Once the existence of the gold mine is confirmed, negotiations should start with the mythical turtle count, Ancient Wang. As long as they agree to give up half of the gold mine, we will not only refrain from attacking Cliffwatch Island, but also send troops to protect them. Cho Xiaowostun, doesn't this amount to betraying Tangolin, Cho Tianwei? We are pirates. What credibility do we have? Collaborating with Tangolin might give us a 60% share, but casualties are inevitable. But if we reach an agreement with the mythical turtle count, getting 50% without a fight, what's wrong with that? Kill Shanlang later on, and after you marry Jee Mulan, won't the entire Cliffwatch Island be ours? Hearing his father's words, a wicked smirk appeared on Cho Xiao's face. Then, urged by Cho Tianwei, Cho Xiao ran out without looking back. Seeing his son leave, Cho Tianwei planned to visit Cho Yao. He now very much wanted to meet the female doctor who cured Cho Yao. Such a capable woman, if she could be persuaded to stay, would surely be a good thing. Overnight, time flew by. Furious Tide City welcome menu. Day. A ray of morning sunlight through the window landed on Shanlang. Having just woken up, he felt a splitting headache, as if every bone in his body was about to fall apart. Looking at his body covered in wounds, Shanlang felt like crying without tears. My God, what terrible thing did I go through last night? But when he remembered Cho Yao's perfect face from last night, he felt somewhat comfortable deep in. Suddenly, he bolted upright, facing a terrible problem. Cho Yao dislikes men touching her. After what happened last night, though he didn't know why he was still alive, he needed to run away and meet. Then, using all his strength, he trembled and got out of bed just as he was hurrying to the door, leaning on the wall. He ran into Su Changchan, who was also trembling. At that moment, Su Chanchan had dark circles under her bloodshot eyes, 2 streams of snot hanging down, looking like she was about to collapse. A phrase that last night was just a dream. Shenlang immediately pointed at Su Chanchan and asked, "Why do you also look like a ghost? Did we do something last night?" Su Chanchan exploded in anger. "Go dream on." After saying that, she sneezed violently. Shenlang then realized it seems Su Changxian took a cold bath all night to suppress her desires, feeling sorry for her for a moment. "Ah, you've had a tough time hearing this." Su Changxian was so angry she cursed. "Say that again and I'll, after more Funic. Gone." At this, Su Chanchan showed a mischievous smile. "The general is currently meeting Cho Chanwei. He seems to have taken a liking to you and wants to take you into his house. He is asking the general for you right now." Shenlang was shocked. "Damn. Am I really going to be doomed at the Cho family? Today?" Earlier in the castle hall, Cho Tianwei learned that a beautiful physician had cured Cho Yao. He immediately went to Cho Yao's castle. Of course, Cho Tianwei wouldn't directly ask for her. He first expressed his concern about Cho Yao's illness and promised to dig 3 feet into the ground to find the person who poisoned her and let her deal with them. However, facing Cho Tianwei's concern, Cho Yao were seen indifferent, merely responding with a life. Him. Seeing Cho Yao's cold attitude towards himself, Cho Tianwei was very dissatisfied but still suppressed his anger and told her, "I am about to lead troops into battle. The safety of Furious Tide City will be in your hands." But even with such a significant matter, Cho Yao only responded with a hum again. For her, if she couldn't even protect the city, that would be utterly ridiculous. Her thoughts were entirely on the stone left. Last night, seeing Cho Yao's absent-mindedness, Cho Tianwei lost his patience and directly said, "I heard that a highly skilled female physician came here and cured your serious illness." Hearing Cho Tianwei mention Shenlang, Cho Yao was suddenly shocked. "Foster father, how do you know about this female physician? Position." Scene chilly hours. Reaction. Green Ripples stepped forward and said, "Miss, the matter of you being poisoned concerns your life and safety. I felt it necessary to report to the Lord. We must investigate thoroughly, so I mentioned the female physician as well." After hearing Green Ripple's explanation, Cho Yao calmly looked at her without saying much, but at this moment, in Green Ripple's view, Cho Yao did not get angry because she had the Lord's support, which is why she didn't dare to touch her. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to retaliate against Su Chanchan? Changing her usually respectful attitude towards Cho Yao, Green Ripples arrogantly said, "Miss, that Su Chanchan is the daughter-in-law of New River Prefect Shang Chong. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? How did she appear? So coincidentally, find you, and even stay by your side." At this moment, Cho Tianwei spoke again. I've been battling at sea for years and naturally have sustained some internal injuries. How about you let me have this female position?" Shoya shook her head and directly refused. "You can have someone else, but not this." Cho Tianwei felt a surge of anger. "Am I not your adoptive father and the Lord of Furious Tide City? You, Cho Yao, dared to refuse. Use me," but he continued to negotiate with her on the surface. Having such a skilled physician under my command would surely benefit everyone. Of course, you could still call on her whenever you need treatment." However, Shoya still, with an expressionless face. Other descendants that shocked everyone, this female physician has already slept with me. Green Ripples looked at her incredulously. This physician is a woman. Does the general really like women? Cho Tianwei was even more surprised. His eyelids twitching, awkwardly laughing as he said, "Since it's like this, let's pretend I never said anything today, but since you won't let me take her away, at least let me have a look at her, right?" "Yeah, show you're still outright refu." With that, Cho Tianwei's anger reached its peak. "What, I can't even have a look at her if I can't take her away for the first time." Cho Yao explained, "Last night was too crazy. Her face and body are severely injured, so it's not suitable for her to see anyone." After hearing this, Cho Tianwei fell silent. "Your martial arts are extraordinary. You didn't kill her, did you? You could only cough twice as a sign of comp." Then he changed the subject. "I've heard about the deeds of that beast, Kaias Yao. Last night, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but the wretch fled quickly and has already left the sea. When he returns, I will capture him and let you deal with him." Knowing her own adoptive father wouldn't truly act against his own son, Shoya naturally understood this principle. This Zhou Shao is still my brother after all. Let's forget it this time, but if there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Since the conversation was going nowhere and he couldn't gain an advantage, Zhou Tanwei no longer stayed, making the excuse of having matters to attend to. And then he got up and left at this moment, seeing that Zhou Tianwei did not take her with him. Green Ripples hurriedly reverted to her previous flattering manner, kneeling by Chou Yao's side, inquiring about what exactly happened last night. Then she even put on a sorrowful and self-blaming facade, lamenting that she should have stayed by her master's side. Seeing Green Ripples' contrived behavior, Chou Yao instantly felt a sense of aversion, but also indifferently said, "Green Ripples, with me." A moment later, the two arrived at the bedroom. At this time, Shenlang was still in tattered clothes, sitting on the bed with Su Chanchan, inadequately clothed. Seeing Chou Yao enter, Shenlang panicked. Chou Yao wouldn't really agree to send me to her father as a concubine. She, Chou Yao, sat next to Shenlang and began. Someone here colluded with Chou Xiao and drugged the incense lab. Last night, hearing this news, Green Ripples immediately pretended to be shocked, saying who would dare to act against the general. The next second, she pointed at Su Chanchan and shouted, "It must be you, you wretch. Speak up, when did you collude with young Master Chou Xiao and poison the general?" "Right, you were the one who went to buy these incenses. The shop where you bought the incense must have a problem." After finishing, she once again knelt by Chou Yao's side, indignantly saying, "Su Chanchan must be punished, this matter must be thoroughly invested." Watching this bitch's performance, Su Chanchan was so angry she gritted her teeth. The place where the incense was bought was recommended by this bitch. And now she even tries to frame me. At this moment, the bitch pointed at Su Chanchan and sternly said, "Master, this wretch Su Chanchan lurking by your side definitely has ulterior motives. A severe interrogation will surely make her confess." Su Chanchan also became angry, took out the incense, and retorted, "Green Ripples, don't slander me here. The places where the incense was bought were all recommended by you. And it was clearly tampered with after being bought." Green Ripples scoffed. "You say the incense was switched. Do you have evidence?" "I have been following our master for many years, and these problems only started after you arrived. Are you trying to frame me? I think you deliberately swapped the incense. Then brought in a physician disguised as a woman, all to take our master's chastity." After saying this, she ran back to Chou Yao's side, earnestly saying, "Master, only we know about this. Why not just kill these two right now? That way, it's as if this never happened." Chou Yao just quietly watched her performance. When did this once innocent girl become such a liar, ruthless and cold-hearted? Finally, Shenlang spoke up, "Green Ripples, you're the one colluding with Kiosio. Aren't you?" Green Ripples, caught in fear, demanded Shenlang provide evidence of her collusion with Chaos Yao. Shenlang calmly lifted her collar, pointing to the marks on her neck, and asked, "How did you get these marks?" Seeing this, Green Ripple swatted Shenlang's hand away, nervously saying, "This is from mosquito bites. I accidentally scratched them." Shenlang activated his titanium alloy eyes, scanned Green Ripple's body, and then mocked, "Are the words on your buttocks also self-inflicted?" Green Ripples trembled inside. "Don't talk nonsense. What words on my buttocks?" "Master, I'll call someone to tie up this pair of scoundrels right now." But before she could finish, Chou Yao spoke off. "Green Ripples, remove your skirt. Let's see and know for sure." At this moment, Green Ripples, not knowing what to do, stood frozen in place, unable to move. Suddenly two guards sprang from behind and grabbed Green Ripples, causing her to panic. Then, taking advantage of their unpreparedness, she turned and ran towards the outside, believing that as long as she could reach Zhou Tianwei, he could save her life. However, the two guards were not to be underestimated and immediately tackled her, causing her to fall flat on her face. Then they lifted her skirt, and it, indeed, there were words engraved. "Wench. See me." Shocking words. Su Chanchan quickly stepped forward and scolded it. "You and Chou see how sure know how to play. What do you have to say? Say now." Green Ripples, seeing her scheme exposed, hurriedly crawled to Chou Yao, kneeling and begging pitifully, "Master, it was all young Master Chou Xiao who forced me. He raped me and forced me to swap your incense. It was all as instructing." However, listening to Green Ripple's pleas, Chou Yao felt nothing but disgust in her heart. She remained silent until the guards took her way. At this moment, Green Ripple stopped begging, with tears of rage. She shouted, "Chou Yao, this is all your fault. I desperately tried to please you, to get close you just so you would publicly acknowledge me as your sworn sister. Was that so hard for you? Why should I have to be your slave for life? If you saved me initially, why couldn't you save me all the way? As she spoke, green ripples collapsed to the ground, but she still muttered, chose to see outward with me, but he also promised to take me as his concubine. I just wanted to be one of the mistresses of this castle. What's wrong with that? I just didn't want to be a lowly servant for life like them. At this moment, Choyer stood up and walked over to Green. In that instant, green ripples seemed to see hope. Again. She crawled to Choyer and hugged her legs. Master, as long as you accept me as your sworn sister, I will be utterly loyal to you. I will go to the Lord and expose all of young Master Chosho's plots, ensuring he is severely punished. However, Choyer still did not speak, only gently stroking Green Ripple's forehead with her hand. With a trembling voice, Green Ripples asked her master, "Have you forg me?" However, the next second, Choyer's hand lightly patted, and with a snap, Green Ripple's body went limp. Suddenly, the entire room fell. Through his X-ray vision, Shenlane discovered that Green Ripple's brain had been turned into mush. Too terrifying, it seems that although Choyer does not kill women, she is absolutely ruthless towards TR. With the death of the traitor Green Ripples, the matter of the switched incense also came to an end. After instructing the guards to clean up the body, Choyer turned and walked towards Shenlane and the others. At this moment, Su Changchan was extremely nervous, having just witnessed Choyer's treatment of the traitor. And now, Shenlane, who was disguised as a woman, was brought in by her, not to mention what happened between them last night. What would her own fate be? Thinking this, Su Changchan, intending to be candid in hopes of leniency, thought to explain to Choyer first. But before she could speak, Choyer stopped her. You don't need to explain to me. I don't want to hear it. I don't care who you are or what your purpose is in lurking around me. I'm not interested in these. Then she looked at Shenlane. The Buddha must be destroyed. That Su Changchan talked about. Was it written by you? Shenlane was initially, then nodded yes I. She wrote it. Choyer's eyes showed admiration as she said, to write such a masterpiece indicates you have another world in your mind. That's truly remarkable. Then she turned around, brought over a wooden box, opened it to reveal it was full of gold coins, and then said to Shenlane, I won't kill you, take these gold coins in. Leave. Shenlane looked at Choyer with a deadpan expression. Is this supposed to compensate for the physical and mental harm done to me? Choyer did not deny it. Last night was indeed very pleasant, so your statement is not wrong. After finishing, she looked at Su Changchan, since you were in lead with him. You should leave with him as well. Whatever your motives and schemes are, they won't succeed. I don't want to see you again. Su Changchan's face changed dramatically after hearing this. I absolutely cannot leave. Taking down Choyer Furious Tide City is crucial for to avenge my family. I must complete the task in laying a son to me. Thinking this, Su Changchan suddenly fell to her knees in front of Choyer, then said through gritted teeth, Master, please don't send me away. I did all this just to avenge my family. Saying this, she cried and pointed at Shenlane. This man, Shenlane, although a scoundrel and a villain, has the capability to help me take revenge on my fiancée, Zhang Ji. That's why I agreed to help him and infiltrate your side, but he is also my enemy, the one who destroyed my family's legacy. He thought you liked women, so he had me calm to seduce you, but I didn't manage to seduce you. Instead, I fell for your charm. Listening to Su Changxian's words, Shenlane was dumbfounded. Damn, big sister, do you really want me dead? Why spill it? Everything, Su Changchan continued with tears. Master, if you insist on sending me away to returnation laying side rather than live in darkness, I'd rather die. After saying this, she actually got up and rushed towards the stone wall. Seeing this, Choyer simply raised her hand and flipped Su Change hands and away. Seeing herself saved, Su Changchan was overjoyed inside. There's hope since Choyer saved me. That means she was moved by my words. Seizing the opportunity, Su Changchan hugged Choyer's legs again. This Shenlane is my ex-husband. He and Zhang Ji, one destroyed my family's legacy, and the other killed my entire family. I have a reconcilable vendetta against both, because they had a falling out. Following the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I colluded with Shenlane. Now that Shenlane can no longer help me with my revenge, it's better to get rid of him. Hearing Su Changchan's words, Shenlane immediately panicked. Su Changchan, don't talk nonsense. Sense. At this moment, Choyer finally spoke up. Someone take this man away. SRWWD fell. Two guards immediately came forward and seized Shenlane, ignoring his explanation. Choyer approached and said, since he likes to dress as a woman, dress him up again and then send him away from Thunderous Isle. He is not allowed to set foot on the island ever again. Again, struggling, Shenlane suddenly said, "General, may I take a bath before?" Believing this unexpected request may show Yao or pause sharply, but Cyan Shenlang's injured state. She agreed to his request and then said, "Although I don't know your true purpose in approaching me, I am still grateful that you saved me. Also, I'm sorry for the harm done to you last night. This box of gold coins is merely compensation for me and I still owe you for saving my life. If you ever need to be repaid, send someone to find me, but if your request involves harming my adoptive father, I will not agree. After all, if he hadn't saved me 20 years ago, I would have died at sea long ago." After saying this, Shoya will no longer pay attention to him and watch out. See this. Su Changchan hurriedly followed, watching the tool. Believe. Shenlang felt speechless. Su Changchan, you've really turned into AS. A moment later, Shenlang was grimacing in the bath, reflecting on the progress of his plan, which was indeed risky. If Zhou Xiao hadn't switched the incense, my identity wouldn't have been exposed. Luckily, Su Changqi cleverly stayed. Although she is still fixated on seeking revenge against the Zhang family, she won't betray me for now, but it's hard to say if her obsession with Zhou Yaoyer might lead to changes in future. Suddenly, Shenlang thought about last night. Although there were unexpected events on this trip, there were gains. It's just a pity that my first time was with Zhou Yaoyer. Thinking of this, the image of Jee Mulan appeared in Shenlang's mind. Damn, if Jee Mulan finds out about this, will I be beaten? Death. Meanwhile, far away in mythical Turtle City, Jee Mulan seemed to have a premonition constantly SN. Amazing. She didn't know why, but she felt something bad had happened to her husband. However, amidst her worries, she noticed nothing. On the other side, the Count of Mythical Turtle was busy every day, dispatching troops and laborers to Cliffwatch Island as Persian lanes request their ally. Wang Tong also lent his full support, transporting a large amount of materials to aid in the construction of Cliffwatch Island. At this moment, the massive operation, even the Count of Mythical Turtle himself felt, as if he was truly guarding a gold mine on Cliffwatch Island. Madame Jean also marveled at her son-in-law's wisdom and boldness. Only such a grand gesture could make those cunning folks believe there's really a gold mine on Cliffwatch. Now, the Count of Mythical Turtle was leading the last troop to Cliffwatch Island. Although Madame Jean was joking and laughing with the Count on the surface, she was somewhat sentimental inside. The cow comforted his delicate wife. "Madam, rest assured. Shenlang and I will be fine. Our good son-in-law has set a trap on the island as soon as the enemies land. The only thing awaiting them is a..." At the end, speaking of Shenlang, Madame Jean became worried again. After all, her gentle son-in-law was not skilled in martial arts, and it was really worrisome for him to go out alone. The Count of Mythical Turtle laughed heartily, with Shenlang's intelligence. He is only in the position to harm others. The person who could harm him probably hasn't been born yet. After repeating his advice for his wife to stay safe and take care of herself. Under Madame Jean's gaze, the Count of Mythical Turtle mounted his high horse, leading thousands of elite warriors, marched majestically towards the dock. With this, the grand drum of Shenlang's Golden Island is about to reach its climax. Next, we just wait for those greedy fools to walk into the trap. Shenlai's one-night stand with Choyer is about to be exposed. How will our poor Jee Mulan? At this moment, the sea ship carrying Shan Lang and Huang Fong is about to arrive at the Radiant Valor County dock inside the cabin. Shen Lang is very anxious. He is about to return home. He does not want Jee Mulan to know about his INF. At this moment he desperately rehearses his facial expressions. When I see Jee Mulan later, I must not let her see any loss. After getting off the ship, I need to hurry back to the carriage and change my clothes to cover the scars on my body after a few days. When the bite marks on my body disappear, this matter will also pass. For his and Mulan's future happiness, Shen Lang decides to bring out his lifetime acting skills to hide everything in front of Jee Mulan. In his opinion, as long as Jee Mulan is not Satan, this well-intentioned why must be. He told, however, at the moment of approaching the dock, Shen Lang was stunned. At this time, he saw Jee Mulan standing on the dock, anxiously waiting for the sea ship to dock. This is not a coincidence, but Jee Mulan, unable to restrain her inner worries, was preparing to board the ship to Furious Tide City to find Lane when he saw his husband returning safely. At that moment, all the grievances suppressed in her heart instantly filled her up. The next second, she ran forward and hugged and linked tightly. The worries and fears of many days can finally be put down at this moment. Although she does not know why Shen Lang was dressed as a woman, as long as her husband can return safely, it is good. Shen Lang looks at Jee Mulan and his arms. He had never thought that this always strong woman would shed tears for his safety. And at this moment, all the lies he had prepared earlier, he couldn't utter a single word. Baby, I'm sorry, I was with another woman. Hearing the words coming out of Xinlai's mouth, Jee Mulan stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, inside the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Madame Jean had shed her luxurious clothes and changed into the vigorous attire of her youth. It's known that Madame Jean had high martial skills in her youth. Jee Mulan inherited her martial talent. If it weren't for the mythical Turtle Count being a doting husband, reluctant to let his wife get hurt, she might well have been a martial arts grandmaster by now. Now that her husband has gone to war for the family, she will not sit idly by. She will protect their home and her husband's. Instead, at this moment, a court carriage arrived outside the mythical Turtle Council. The visitor was the sovereign's confidant. Unicorn, he spoke in a sissy tone. The sovereign decrees. Mythical Turtle Count Genjua, come forth. To greet, however, as his words fell, the ones who came out from the main gate were Madame Jean in her vigorous attire, and the young master Jean Mutsun. In this otaku was still immersed in the story, unable to extricate himself, his whole being in a state of distraction, so absorbed in copying that he was unaware of being all over his mouth and hands. Unicorn was taken aback by their appearance. Not to mention Madame Jin's attire. Just looking at Jean Mutsun, he showed a face of disdain. I had heard that the young master of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion was useless, but the fatty before me is simply. After a moment, Unicorn steadied his emotions and spoke, is the mythical Turtle Count's mansion disrespecting us? This is the sovereign's imperial edict. Why isn't the mythical Turtle Count here to receive? See that. Madame Jean hurriedly explained, my husband has gone to Cliffwatch Island and is not at home now. I hope you will not take offense. Upon hearing that the mythical Turtle Count had gone to Cliffwatch Island, Unicorn's eyes widened. There are rumors everywhere now that there's a large gold mine on Cliffwatch Island. Now that even the mythical Turtle Count has personally gone to guard it, it seems this matter is gonna. Firm, realizing his slip of composure, Unicorn hurriedly continued, since the mythical Turtle Count is not here, I will not enter the mansion, let the young master Jean Mutsun come forth to receive the decree. Madame Jean quickly now. However, the clueless Jean Mutsun was still lost in thoughts about the subsequent story, completely unaware of what was happening. Seeing Jean Mutsun's lack of respect, an irritated eunuch Wong shouted into his ear in a high-pitched voice. Young master Jean Mutsun, do you dare to ignore me? Are you dissatisfied with me? Only then did Jean Mutsun snap back to reality, asking in confusion. Ah, what is it over? Seeing Jean Mutsun's bewildered look, Unicorn also felt helpless. Why am I even bothering with idiot? He then demanded Jean Mutsun kneel again to receive the decree, seeing that he was supposed to receive the decree. Jean Mutsun panicked. Shouldn't I be invisible in everyone's eyes? Why am I receiving a decree with my brother-in-law not home? Should I even accept it? Madame Jean, seeing your son's foolishness, was nearly driven to rage. Scolding sharply, will you kneel down? Already hearing his mother's command, Jean Mutsun finally reacted and hurriedly now bound. Unicorn continued to decree the sovereign orders. That within 3 days, the young master of the mythical Turtle Council mansion, Jean Mutsun, must go to the Imperial Academy for study without any delay. Jean Mutsun was bewildered. Why does the sovereign want me to study at the Imperial Academy? And within 3 days? Where is my brother-in-law? I need to ask him. First, Jean Mutsun stood up, shakily taking the decree from Unicorn's hands, thinking, should I pretend to be sick, delay for a few days, and wait for my brother-in-law to come back and decide? However, the next second, Unicorn turned to him and said, young master, prepare yourself within 3 days, accompany me, and I will personally escort you to the capital. Jean Mutsun was shocked upon hearing this. What? Go with you, without waiting for Jean Mutsun to retort. Unicorn coldly said again, then, I will wait for you at the mythical Turtle Count's. After saying this, he left with 4 guards, leaving the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. After they were gone, Jean Mutsun dared to ask his mother with a mournful face what to do. Madame Jean could only comfort her son. Don't cry. Your brother-in-law will be back soon. He will surely have a son. At this moment, Xinlang's carriage was indeed rushing back to the mansion throughout the journey. Xinlang was holding Mulan, continuously apologizing to her. Baby, I'm sorry, baby, your husband is truly wrong. Mulan, as if she had lost her soul, could not say a word, just blankly staring. Head. After a while, Mulan finally covered her face and began to cry loudly. The treasure she cherished was taken by someone else. She hated herself for not letting go of that damned prider. Earlier, hearing Mulan's crying, the driver, Wang Fong, also sighed, it's good to cry it out, but the crying also made her heart flutter. All men are no good. I will stay away from men in the future and never marry inside the carriage. Mulan pushed and lying down on the seat, tears falling like broken pearls, unstoppably streaming from her eyes. Sobbing, she asked Shenlang, "Who is that woman?" "It's not Su Chan, is it?" Seeing Milan's pain, Shenlang's heart was breaking, but he could only tell the truth to Milan. "That woman is choking. Our." Mulan, trembling, asked him, "It must have been Shoei Hour who forced you, right?" "It must be so." In her heart, she always believed that she and her husband loved each other, and at this moment, she saw in Shenlang's eyes the deep love and guilt he felt for her. The next second, she kissed Lane's lips, feeling the tenderness of regaining what was lost. Then, she tore open Shenlang's clothes, seeing the scars on her body. Mulan once again confirmed that her husband was also victim. At this moment, she no longer wanted to suppress her feelings and pushed in laying down. The driver, Wang Feng, was shocked. The miss of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion is so wild doing this on the main road. Returning from Furious Tide City, Shenlang, after a night of passion with Milan. Finally reconciled as before, soon, they returned to the mythical Turtle Count. As soon as they arrived home, Jee Mulan ran to tell them about the sovereign wanting him to study at the Imperial Academy. Hearing this, Shenlan couldn't help but find it amusing. Previously, Prince Ningxing had knelt in front of the sovereign for a whole day and night before the sovereign reluctantly agreed to let Jee Mulan enter the capital for studies. Leaving a route for the Jin family hasn't been finalized yet. Now, with rumors of the Jin family discovering a gold mine, they immediately call for Jee Mulan to study to be a hostage, but until the reign over the sea strategy succeeds, the Jin family has no standing to bargain with the sovereign. Only after capturing Furious Tide City and Thunder Asylum, while they have the strength to confront the sovereign, but if Jee Mulan doesn't go, the sovereign will surely become suspicious, and this could jeopardize the plan. Just as Shenlang began to think of strategies, Jee Mulan suddenly stood up and said, "That brother-in-law, let me go to the capital." Madame Jean instantly got angry upon hearing this. "No, Jee Mulan, you are too naive by nature. Going to such a complex place as the capital. Won't you be bullied to death?" However, Shenlang, on the side, deeply appreciated Jee Mulan's decision. "Finally, my brother-in-law is willing to take responsibility." At this time, Jee Mulan took his mother's hand and said, "Mother, if I don't go, it would be to find the Imperial Eid, which could bring disaster to our family. You have protected me under your wings since I was young. Now that I have grown up, I can also contribute to this family. Moreover, whenever there is anything important at home, brother-in-law always lets me listen in. Learn. Now, brother-in-law's plan has reached a critical moment, and there must not be any slip-ups. I admit I am a bit slow, and cannot help much in other areas. But going to the Imperial Academy is the greatest contribution I can make to the family." At this point, he looked towards Shenlang. "Brother-in-law, after this battle is over, you will definitely come to the capital to take me back, right?" Hearing Jee Mulan's words, Shenlang was also stunned. He hadn't expected such a big change in his brother-in-law in just a few days. "Big guy, are you sure? The capital is not like home. If someone bullies you, we can't protect you. Everything will have to be dealt with by you." Jee Mulan said with a determined look, "I have already thought it through, although I was indeed very scared at first. After careful consideration, I know I must choose this path." At this moment, Madame Jean, listening to her son's words from behind, couldn't help but have tears well up again. "This son has never left my side. Although a boy must go out and experience the world as he grows, Jee Mulan is too naive. I really can't let go of him. My heart." At this moment, Jee Mulan came over to wipe her mother's tears. "Mother, don't worry, your son-in-law will make sure everything is arranged properly for my brother. Let's go out for a walk and let my husband talk with my brother." Madame Jean had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Then, Jee Mulan took out a bundle of manuscripts and said, "Brother-in-law, while you were away, I wrote a continuation of the story you made for Choyor. Please take a look and see what you've got. Think." After Shenlang had read the manuscript for half an hour, he couldn't help but express his admiration. "I didn't expect this otaku could write the emotional content so well. Not only does he vividly describe the process of fighting demons, but he also interweaves the plot with deities coming to the rescue in such a thrilling manner. It's varying, engaging, but he also veer off the main plot. If the story continues this way, they'll end up fighting in the Heavenly Palace again. Then how will they continue on their journey to obtain the scriptures?" Jee Mulan, seeing Shenlang's expression, was also very nervous. "How is it, brother-in-law?" Seeing this, Shenlang did not skimp on his praise, saying it was indeed exciting and Encouraged. Jee Mulan excitedly said, "Brother-in-law, I plan to make a name for myself in the Imperial Academy by writing books, continuing this journey of a monkey to obtain the scriptures. What do you think?" However, Shen Lang countered him. "What you wrote is good, but it's not suitable for continuing this book. You've made the storyline too vengeful, and the emotions are too in." Hearing Shen Lai's critique, Jee Mulan immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, very dejected. "Brother-in-law, do you think my writing is not good?" Shen Lang smiled. "Of course, it's good, but it's more suited for another work. Come, let me orally give you the first chapter." After saying that, he sat down. "This first chapter will be over 60,000 words. You don't need to write it down. Just listen carefully to the details." Hearing his brother-in-law's request, Jee Mulan instantly turned into a good listener, sitting down to seriously listen to the story. As Shen Lang narrated, the first chapter of the new story officially began, looking at the testing magic steel which shone brightly, even somewhat dazzlingly with 5 large characters. Power level 3, the youth showed no expression but a self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Indeed, this is the new story Shen Lang brought to Jee Mulan, Battle Through the Heavens. Following the plot led by Shen Lang, Jee Mulan was completely ca. This story was truly fascinating. When it came to Nalan Yanrun's annulment, Jee Mulan felt as if he saw the scene when Shueli came to the council mansion to an older engagement, immediately grinding his teeth in anger, but he also understood. The saying my brother-in-law told me 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, do not bully the young and poor, originally comes from this book. After several hours of oral narration by Shen Lang, the first chapter of the story finally came to an end. Then, Shen Lang asked Jee Mulan seriously again. "Big guy, are you sure you want to continue this story in the Imperial Academy?" Jee Mulan immediately responded decisively, "In this lifetime, even if I do nothing else, I must continue this book to the end." Shen Lang reminded him again, "If you can complete this work, you will definitely become famous in the future. Not only will you be popular in the Imperial Academy, but your name will also spread throughout the capital. However, this reputation might not be good. People might curse you for writing a highly toxic work, even considering you ashamed to the Imperial Academy. Does that not matter to you?" Hearing about becoming famous, Jee Mulan got even more excited. "It doesn't matter if it's a good reputation or a bad one. As long as I become famous, that's fine. Then, I'll be able to make friends through it. And if I can also find a wife, that would be even better." Shen Lang smiled and continued, "Finding a wife, maybe not, but you will make many friends who are poor students. Those top students who pass the exams with high scores, they probably wouldn't want to associate with you." Jee Mulan dismissively said, "It doesn't matter. After all, I'm also a poor student. Brother-in-law, please quickly outline the story and character descriptions for me. I'll think about the content on my way to the capital so I can start writing as soon as I arrive at the Imperial Academy." Seeing his brother-in-law so determined, Shen Lang didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately began to utilize the content in his mind, organizing and writing out the outline for the first 1,000,000 words of Battle Through the Heavens. After a while, Jee Mulan, treating the scroll as a treasured possession, huddled to his chest, promising Shen Lang with determination, "I will not let you down, brother-in-law." However, the silly seriousness lasted only 3 seconds before he blurted out, "Brother-in-law, when my new book is published, can I change the title to Boundless Romantic Affairs, Battle Through the Heavens?" Hearing this, Shen Lang got angry on the spot. "The book isn't even written yet, and you're thinking about writing on the coattails of popularity, is that how you plan to do it?" But the next second, Shen Lang realized, "Are you planning to add adult content into it?" At this moment, Jee Mulan suddenly showed a mischievous grin and said, "Brother-in-law, with so many beauties in this story, wouldn't it be a pity not to include some adult content?" Shen Lang was speechless, but it seemed his brother-in-law wasn't entirely wrong. He could only say, "You can add them, but not too much, and it must not disrupt the main storyline of the book." With his brother-in-law's support, Jee Mulan, at this moment, put all fear of going to the Imperial Academy aside. Even looking forward to the writing journey ahead, they stayed up all night. Shen Lang and his brother-in-law spent the whole night discussing the work. Madame Qing wanted to spend some time with her son before he left, but seeing the enthusiastic discussion between him and she didn't want to interrupt. It seems the boy is closer to his brother-in-law, but that's good. He can learn some skills from Shen Lang. One day, it might even save his life. At this moment in the water surrounding Cliff Watch Island, suddenly 10 pirate ships appeared, Jean scurrying upon seeing this. immediately issued a loud warning: this is the Jin family's maritime territory. No ships are allowed to approach, or they will be killed without mercy. However, at that moment, a burst of laughter came from the leading pyro. Qiu Xiao stood on the deck, arrogantly saying, "You really are jokers. Not to mention this being your Jin family's territory. As long as the Qiu family desires it, the entire sea area belongs to the Qiu family." Seeing Qiu Xiao so bold, Jin Cheng immediately ordered the Jin family's warships to attack Qiu Xiao's pirate ship. Upon seeing this, Shou Ci will laugh again. "You dare call those broken ships warships, truly overestimating yourselves. Today, let me show you a real warship." After saying this, Kyosio shouted orders to his crew. "All pirates prepare for battle." As his voice fell, the pirates loaded all their crossbows and aimed at the Jin family's war ships. Jin Shiriying knew well that the Jin family ships were no match. With just an order from Shouzo to fire the arrows, the Jin side would undoubtedly be annihilated. Reluctantly, he had to let Qiu Xiao's ship pass. Thus, Qiu Xiao led the 10 warships majestically into the dock of Cliffwatch Island. The battle for Cliffwatch Island, also known as Golden Island, was about to reach its climax under Shen Lang's arrangement. In this idiot, Qiu Xiao, who thinks with his lower half, still believed it was the mythical turtle count's fear of him that allowed him access to the island. As soon as he arrived on the island, he dragged his large sword, boasting for the mythical turtle count and Shen Lang to come see him, unaware that the mythical turtle count had been observing them from the shadows for a long time. Shen Lang really is prophetic. This big fish, Chaos Yao, has indeed taken the bait. Not only has he come himself, but he has also brought several thousand pirates and 10 large war ships. According to the plan, these warships are naturally to be all seized, but for these thousands of pirates, do we really follow Shanlin's instructions to behead them all and then send them to Chot? Can't wait, seeing the arrogant Qiu Xiao in front of him. The mythical turtle count didn't say much, indirectly walked out. Upon seeing him, Qiu Xiao immediately asked, "Shinzhou, I heard that your Cliffwatch Island has struck gold. Aren't you going to show me quickly?" The mythical turtle count didn't respond to the question, but changed the subject. "Since young Master Qiu has come, let's not hurry to see the gold mine just yet. You've also been through a long voyage. You must be tired. Why not rest first?" After saying this, he ordered Jin Shiring to take them to the newly built barracks for rest. Shou Cao, seeing the mythical turtle count's ingratiating manner, felt very pleased with myself, with my father and thousands of pirates backing me. The Jin family can only try to curry favor with me. The mythical turtle count wouldn't dare harm a hero. My head. A moment later, they arrived at the rest area, seeing the well-equipped facilities. Chaos Yao immediately claimed them. "Brothers, this is the barracks that the mythical turtle count specially built for us. Aren't you going to thank the count for his kindness?" As Qiu Cao finished speaking, all the pirates started to go wild. At this moment, Jin Shiring and 2 guards, seeing the greedy faces of the pirates, wished they could kill them immediately. But Jin Shiring knew the count had other plans. To avoid alarming them prematurely, he still advised to hold back their anger and then left the place with the 2 guards. However, to Qiu Xiao, all these actions by the mythical turtle count were seen as signs of fear. Thus, his behavior afterwards became even more outrageous. Pushing his luck further, not only did he demand the count to bring Jee Mulan here to accompany him in drinking, he even specifically requested to have Jin Sword Lady as a gift to him, pretending to be casual. He then went to the construction site on the island. Seeing such large scale, Kyosio became even more convinced of the gold mine on the island. The expenditure of such a large amount of money and grain for dock construction and castle building, almost moving the entire council mansion to Cliffwatch Island, clearly indicates there's a gold mine on this island. But the mythical turtle count has been very accommodating to my demands. Except when it comes to visiting the mine, he strongly obstructs it. Now is not the time to break with him, so I need to think of another plan. Early the next day, the miners began to enter the mine to start work on after another. Among these miners, Qiu Xiao had deliberately disguised himself to blend in. Upon entering the mine, he was stunned by the scene before him. He saw a huge mine pit that seemed bottomless, with an estimated diameter of 1 to 200 meters. Around the bottom of the pit, numerous houses had been constructed. Qiu Xiaohu continued to follow deeper into the mine, where the security became increasingly strict. Each miner had to enter by showing attack. Fortunately, Qiu Xiaohu had already eliminated the original owner of the attack, allowing him to blend into safely. He then began to check the houses one by one. When he pushed open the first door, the glittering gold nearly BL and him. Holy shit, there's so much gold sand piled up here, at least tens of thousands of pounds by estimate. And there are also dozens of boxes of gold bars, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He opened another door. This room had a setup that diverted the island's river along with its sediment inside. The workers were proficiently washing the gold sand from the settlement, but the gold content in this settlement was incredibly high. Almost half of the settlement was gold sand. In just a moment, another pile of gold sand was At this moment, Cho Sihao was so excited he could hardly breathe. No wonder the mythical Turlcounts mansion could easily pay off 800,000 with such a large gold mine. Another 10 times 800,000 could easily be produced. Now, my Cho family is going to be rich. Forget about just taking 50%. This entire gold mine will belong to the Cho family. All mine, Cho. Shouts, early in the morning at the mythical Turtlecounts mansion, a mysterious guest. This person was a trusted unit of Prince named Jin, sent especially because he was worried about Jin Maotsong's safety on his journey to the capital. Madame Jin was very touched by this gesture, and immediately wanted to prepare some special gifts to send back with the eunuch to Prince Ningjin. The eunuch initially tried to decline, but couldn't resist Madame Jin's insistence and agreed. A moment later, several large boxes of gifts arranged by Shunlang were presented. Here, besides common items like silk and swords, there were also many of Shunlang specially made shampoos, soaps, perfumes, and facial masks. Of course, these were gifts Shunlang prepared for Prince Ningzhang's wife. As it has been said since ancient times, to build a relationship, one must first win over the significant and other. Although the eunuch didn't know what these items Chen Lang was sending were, given the relationship between his master and the mythical Turtlecounts mansion, the prepared items would not be ordinary. He immediately thanked Madame Chen on behalf of his master. At this time, Shen Lane stepped forward and asked, "May I ask, eunuch, has Prince Ningjing been having a difficult time?" Recently, the eunuch told Chen Lang that ever since Prince Ningjing had helped the mythical Turtlecounts mansion in their time of need, and especially after Chen Lang's 800,000 gold coins embarrassed many, everything had caused the sovereign to fly into a rage. He even suspected that Ningjing was colluding with the mythical Turtlecounts mansion to sabotage the new policies. Not only was Ningjing scolded and forced to kneel many times, but for some baseless accusations, a column of Ningjing's mansion was removed as a warning. And so, when Ningjing learned that the sovereign had allowed Jin Maotsun to study at the Imperial Academy, he did not hesitate to help, all to preserve the last branch of the Jin family. At this point, the eunuch sighed, "My master asks for nothing for himself, but has suffered countless injustices. He may think nothing of it, but we serve and feel indignant on our master's behalf." Shen Lang didn't say much, but expressed his gratitude with a simple phrase. "Thank you for His Highness' concern. One day, I will personally go to thank his." The eunuch, being a wise man, understood Shen Lane's intention. Cliffwatch Island is facing turbulent times. "Please be extra cautious, mythical Count," Shen Lang inquired. "Has someone been lobbying in the capital?" The eunuch nodded, "and not just one group. They have long coveted the gold mine on your island. Now, they can hardly restrain themselves any longer." After hearing this, Shen Lang again expressed his thanks to the eunuch for the warning, understanding in his heart that he needed to accelerate his strategic plans. Soon, it was time to part ways. Everyone in the family came outside the mansion to see off Jin Maotsun. Madame Jin was nearly crying her eyes out, and Jee Mulan had to keep wiping her mother's tears. At this moment, the bored eunuch Wang began to tease the trusted unit of Prince Nanjin. "His Highness the Fifth Prince really is warm-hearted, but isn't it a bit late to start cooking when it's already mealtime?" However, his words coincidentally overheard by Xin Lang spark a response. Well. Are you insinuating that Nanjin is colluding with my Jin family with ambitions of usurpation? Alright, since you like to joke so much, let me join the fun. Then he quietly whispered into Eunuch Wang's ear. "Eunuch Wang, what do you mean by that? Are you cursing the sovereign?" Eunuch Wang, hearing Shen Lang's words, quickly retorted, "You, a mere son-in-law, should not make unfounded accusations." "I definitely did not." "That." Shen Lang laughed. "Then what do you mean by it's almost mealtime? Are you perhaps referring to the crown prince? At this moment the sovereign is at the peak of his reign. Yet you say it's almost mealtime. This clearly sounds like a curse against the sovereign. Since you claim you didn't mean that, let's report this statement to His Majesty. Whether or not it's believed, the sovereign himself will decide. Don't you agree?" At this moment, Eunuch Wang's face had turned from pale to ashen with fright. He knew well that if these words reached the sovereign's ears, though he might not be dismissed or put to death, being beaten and kneeling for hours would be inevitable. The rumors about Shanlang being as heartless as a venomous snake seemed to be true. He truly is someone who should not and cannot be provoked. Eunuch Wang dared not speak anymore in front of Sh. Lang. "Has Telly had someone call for Jin Maotsung to get into the carriage?" leave. Watching the official carriage depart, Jee Mulan felt very upset and Madame Jean was crying so hard she could hardly catch her breath. Jin Lang was also saddened, but his sorrow was used to be about eating, sleeping, and teasing Fadi. Now that Fadi is gone, there's no one left to see his mother-in-law in a day. Shin Lane quickly went forward to comfort her. I will personally go to the capital to bring the brother-in-law back. Early the next morning, Shin Lang also prepared to set off. He and Jee Mulan, standing outside the Count's mansion, found it hard to part, but the final phase of the Cliff Watch Island strategy had to be executed by Shin Lang. He softly said, "Wife, all matters of a home are entrusted to you and mother-in-law. Your father and I will surely solve all problems quickly and return with victory." After speaking, he departed towards Cliff Watch Island with Huang Fong under Jee Mulan's watchful gaze. By evening, Shin Lang arrived at Cliff Watch Island. Upon landing, he quickly went to the mythical turtle's room, father-in-law. When I passed by the newly built barracks, I saw several pirates. As Cho Xiao arrived, the mythical turtle's count informed Shin Lang. Cho Xiao arrived on the island a few days ago. He has been acting arrogantly, causing widespread anger, but I followed your plan and let Cho Xiao into the mine. After seeing the gold, he has already sent more than a dozen pirates to report back to Furious Tide City. I believe Cho Tanwei will act soon. Upon hearing this, Shin Lai immediately showed a sly smile. Father-in-law, tonight, we shall host a banquet for Cho Xiao. Now that the potty is fattened, it's time for the sloth. At this moment, Cho Tianwei, belated by the information Cho Xiao had gathered about the gold mine on Cliffwater Island, could hardly believe the content of the message. The Jean family has really developed such a massive gold mine. However, after calming his excitement, Cho Tianwei sensed something amiss. A normal gold mine can only extract up to 50,000 gold coins a year. But now, the Jean family has extracted over 1 million gold coins in just a few months. Such high output really is hard to feel at with. After much thought, Cho Tianwei immediately ordered his alchemist, Master Zhang, to be brought to him. A short while later, having learned the full story, Master Jean began to carefully examine the gold from the mine. Seeing that the Taoist priest remained silent, Cho Tianwei, standing by, was visibly impatient. Master Zhang, you understand the situation now, based on your observation. Is there anything wrong with the gold mine the Jean family is mining? Could there be any deception? Master Zhang shook his head and said, based on my years of experience, there's nothing wrong with this gold mine. After speaking, Master Zhang stood up and bowed to Chiu Tianwei, saying, "Congratulations, my king, based on my experience in judging by this material. The gold mine on Cliffwatch Island is not merely an ordinary gold mine. It is an ancient gold vein." Upon hearing the term ancient gold vein, Chao Tinwei's body jolted sharply. The so-called ancient gold vein refers to a gold reserve left by an ancient emperor. At some point in time, the world underwent significant changes, transforming the entire land and ocean. And during this period, the earth generated temperatures high enough to melt everything. The gold left behind formed a river of gold underground, flowing everywhere, scattering over this island, creating a gold vein. It can be said that once a gold vein is discovered, it's no different from picking up gold from the ground. After hearing the Taoist's explanation, Chao Tinwei still harbored some doubts. Everyone knows that Jean family's son-in-law, Shin Lang, is cunning and ruthless. He suspected all this might just be an act, but looking around the entire world, how many forces could produce so much gold? Currently, the Hidden Origin Society certainly wouldn't help him. And even the Heavenly Path Society ranks second in wealth, without a huge interest, wouldn't take such a big risk to produce such a large sum of money for a mere son-in-law to play a no-win scenario. Thinking this, he turned to Master Zhang and asked, based on your experience, how much reserve do you estimate this gold vein to have? Master Zhang told Shadi and White, 30 years ago, the Great Qing Kingdom extracted an ancient gold vein. 20-odd years ago, the Great Flame Empire mobilized 1.3 million elite troops to invade the Great Shan Kingdom. All expenses of the Great Flame Empire were paid by the Great Kingdom, Master. Now that you hold the Isle of Gold Mountain in your hands, and with the reappearance of an ancient gold vein on Cliffwatch Island, isn't this a sign that your dominance is about to be a? At this moment, Cho Tanwei, hearing the Taoist's words, felt more and more excited in a. The next second, he summoned a shadow. Guards, go and send a message to the mythical Turtle Count, demanding he hand over 80% of the gold mine on the island, and the pirates from Furious Tide City must also station on Cliffwatch Island to participate in the mining of the gold mine. Should he refuse, I will gather tens of thousands of troops and completely erase the Jean family from the world as night falls. In the Cliffwatch Island garrison, the loud laughter of pirates fills the island. These fellows drinking and eating meat in the camp are having a great time, having lost all sense of vigilance they had upon arrival. In their minds, the mythical turtle count and his soldiers are tooped. Cowardly, the pirates have stolen the soldiers' food, wine, and meat, driving them out of the barracks, and the mythical turtle count doesn't dare make a sound. Outside the camp, a bone-chilling wind blows. The soldiers of the mythical turtle count's mansion can only sit huddled on a hilltop, eating coarse grains, and drinking plain water, listening to the taunting laughter from inside the camp. The contrast is truly unbearable. At this time, a few drunk pirates wander out of the barracks and shout at the count's mansion soldiers. Your mythical turtle count is so cowardly, truly a disgrace to his ancestors. You brothers, following such a coward, what's the point? Might as well join us pirates for some real fun. These nobles are all bullies who fear the heart. Tonight, Chaos Yao, our young master, is being invited by the mythical turtle count for drinks. Who knows? To please our young master, the mythical turtle count might even offer Shin Lion to accompany him for the night. The soldiers, listening to the taunts of these beasts, are all grinding their teeth in anger, but they know they must not let a moment of anger ruin the young master's plan. So they can only forcefully swallow this bitter pill. Meanwhile, inside the mythical turtle count's receptor, he and Shen Lang are hosting a banquet for Kyosio. Although Kyosio is usually arrogant and domineering, he is incredibly suspicious and cunning at heart. For this banquet, he brought his own food, not touching any of the wine and meat prepared by the mythical turtle count. Cho Cao even cautiously controls his alcohol intake. Always maintaining a sober state, Shin Lai understands. Cho Cao fears we might drug him. He wants to remain, always ready to defend. At this moment, Chaos Yao, looking to satisfy, directly asks Shan Lang. Shan Lang. I've been on Cliffwatch Island for so long, and you've refused to show yourself. Do you not take me seriously? Seriously, Shin Lang had no choice but to reluctantly open his clothing to explain. Young master, please calm your anger. I was severely injured by a tigress recently and couldn't even get out of bed. When I learned you were on Cliffwatch Island, I forced myself to come here. Cho Sihao stepped forward, looking at Chen Lian's scars. Puzzled. Is this Jee Mulan's doing? Chen Lian dressed himself and shook his head. It's the handiwork of another female tyranness. Saurus. Hearing this, Cho Sihao burst into laughter. Well done, Shen Lang. I didn't expect that failing to get Jee Mulan. You'd be so desperate as to find such a rough wild woman outside. At this moment, Shen Lang retorted with fine anger. Young Marquis. Our Jin family has treated your Cho family with respect. I can tolerate your rudeness towards me, but could you please discipline your pirates? Stop challenging our patience again and again. Hearing Shen Lang refer to him as young Marquis, Cho Sihao is momentarily stunned by an undeniable joy. It seems the Jin family is aware that my father is about to become the Furious Tides Marquis. No wonder this little wretch, Shen Lang, is all kinds of respectful and flattering towards me, daring not to overstep. Thinking this, Cho Xiao became even more arrogant. If you can't tolerate it, just take action. We can have another great battle like the 120 years ago. Hearing Cho Xiao's words, the mythical turtle count hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. These are matters of the past. Why bring them up again? Young Master Cho Xiao, seeing the mythical turtle count acting so cowardly, Xiao laughed even more wildly. Mythical turtle count, 20 years ago, was the weakest time for my Xiao family. Yet your father, Jinyu, led more than 10,000 troops to attack my Thunderous Isle. Unfortunately, in the end, his entire army was wiped out. Now, your Jin family's military strength is less than 1-3 RD of that, while our Chio family has expanded several times over, with such a gap. What grounds do you have to negotiate terms with me? Don't forget your situation. If we lead 30,000 troops to attack the Jin family, who would dare help you? Those nobles who are like turtles shrinking their heads, or would the sovereign help you? At these words, the mythical turtle count in Shen Lai's faces turned ashen, mumbling peace is most precious. Seeing their reaction, Zhou Ziax entered and said, You want peace? That's not impossible, but it depends on the sincerity of the Jin family. Shen Lang, pale, looked up at Zhou Xiaoyang, young Marquis, to prove our sincerity. Our Jin family is willing to offer 20,000 gold coins to the Zhou family every year. Without charge, do you think that's exciting? Acceptable. Hearing this figure, Zhou Chao instantly flew into rage, throwing his wine cup violently at Chen Lang. Wang Feng, quick to react, blocked it, saving Chen Lang from the Shan Lang, seeing the line cup embedded in the wall panel, was covered in cold sweat. Such a beast. His actions are really ruthless. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao, face full of anger, yelled, "Your Jin family offers 20,000 gold coins a year. Are you treating me like a beggar?" At this moment, Shenlang glanced at his father-in-law, but the mythical turtle count lowered his eyelids, gently shaking his head. Shenlang immediately understood. It seems my father-in-law believes that even deploying the Jin family's 3 top experts, it would be hard to take down Zhou Xiao, and with thousands of pirates outside, our military power simply cannot compete. Thus, Shenlang quickly put on a smiling face to appease Kyosio, indicating that everything could be discussed again. Then, he had a servant fetch a new wine cup for Chaos. Kyosio directly refused. "Milniad, I brought several with me." Shenlang jokingly asked, "Why so suspicious?" "Yell Marquis, with furious Tide City, and tens of thousands of troops behind you. How could we dare harm you?" Josiao poured himself a glass of his own wine and said directly, "You, Shenlang, are famously cunning and ruthless. I'd better be careful." Then, Shenlang instructed the servants to prepare various rare delicacies. "This is caviar, very rare and valuable. Quickly take some to the young Marquis." "No thanks. I dare not eat." He cut a slice of his own meat and put it in his mouth, continuing, "Shenlang, don't waste your effort. I've humiliated Jee Mulan, poison your Jin family as well. I've done all this, and I know you hate me thoroughly. Yet, even so, you wouldn't dare touch a harem. My head. Also, you said 20,000 gold coins a year. Do you take me for a fool? Do you really think I don't know that there's a large gold mine on Cliffwatch Island? So there's no negotiation here. Only a declaration. Wait, the Chio family want 80% of the gold mine on Cliffwatch Island, and we will also station troops and mine it ourselves." Hearing this, Shenlang stood up excitedly and shouted, "Young Master Chill, you're being too excessive. Even if we have a gold mine on the island, do you really think you can just take 80%? Isn't that asking for too much?" Zhou Xiao, looking at Shenlang's frustration, laughed triumphantly. "I didn't come here to negotiate with you. I'm just informing you, either agree, or let my tens of thousands of troops storm Cliffwatch Island and completely annihilate the Jin family. Also, each of my brothers can't live without a woman, mythical turtle count, within 5 days. You must send us 500 beautiful women. Most importantly, that Jin sword lady must be brought to me. I want to have my way with her in front of Shenlang, faced with the extremely arrogant Kyosio. The mythical turtle count and Shenlang were so enraged they trembled, wishing they could immediately tear the scoundrel to pieces. Suddenly, Josiao felt the room become unbearably hot, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Assuming the charcoal fire was simply too strong and he thought about leaving at this moment, Shenlang hurriedly stopped him. Speaking almost pleadingly, "Young Marquis, please don't rush off. Let's talk it over. Again, since it's a partnership, how about we split it 50 to 50? If you agree, we are willing to offer 200,000 gold immediately as a token of our sincerity." Zhou Xiao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but his greed wouldn't allow him to settle for just 200,000 gold. "Shenlang, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. A 30 to 70 split plus 500,000 and gold." Hearing Zhou Xiao's words, Shenlang's expression changed. "Young Marquis, isn't that demand a bit too much? Besides, we can't produce that much gold at once." However, Zhou Xiao didn't give them a chance to refuse. "You have the time it takes an incense stick to burn to consider. If you don't agree, then wait for my father to gather a large army and attack Cliffwatch Island." Seeing this, Shenlang, scared, kept waving his hands. All right, young Marquis, just wait a moment. Let us just." The 2 Jin family members start to discuss. Xiao Sa sat down again, waiting for their decision, but the heat in the room seemed to grow even more intense, and the sweat on his body made him feel even hotter. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from the side. Shosio turned to look and saw the servant who had been serving him had knocked over a water jug, and she was soaked, her clothes cleaning tightly. Body. That's when he realized the servant was actually a woman. At this sight, Zhou Xiao's inner fire exploded. "Well, Shenlang, you dare to see me, saying there were no women on the island. This girl must be specifically brought here to entertain yourself," he said, "then let your sleep in the woman to the ground, starting to rip off her clothes. Shenlang, I'll give you the time of 1 more incense stick. When I'm done, you'd better have a perfect dance. Answer for me," he said, picking up the woman's undergarment, taking a deep sniff. Delicious, truly delicious. Behind him, Shenlang was now trembling on control. Unable to suppress the ecstasy in his heart. "Zhou Xiao, you're finally going to die then." He exchanged glances with the mythical turtle count. Shenlang had devised 7 or 8 plans to drug Zhou Xiao, never expecting it would be this most despicable trick with the undergarment that worked. What Zhou Xiao didn't know was that the woman beneath him was just a prostitute that Shen Lang had brought for a brothel. At this moment, the drug in Zhou Xiao's body began to take effect. He felt his brain become delusional and his body seemed to float unconsciously, trollably. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter. Shen Lang, listen well, not only must you bring Jean Sword Lady to me, but I also want Jee Mulan. I will ravage them brutally in front of you. However, before his words could fully land, the mythical Tarot Count, like lightning, appeared behind him. The next second, the mythical Tarot Count struck Zhou Xiao's neck. With a snap, his cervical vertebrae completely broke as Zhou Xiao fell. Everything below his neck was paralyzed. Under normal circumstances, the mythical turtle count would never get close to Zhou. But this scum, greedy and poisoned by the drug Shen Lang had administered, was now like a lamb to the slaughter, easily taken down by the mythical tur. At that moment, pirates guarding outside the door, hearing the noise inside, began to bang on the door. The next second, with a bang, a burly pirate kicked the door. Were open, but as they saw the scene before them, they were instantly firefight. They saw Shen Lang with a cold gaze, sitting atop Zhou Xiao. A dagger pressed against his neck, and coldly said to the pirates, "Take one step forward and prepare to collect your young master's corpse." At that moment, Jin Shiriying rushed in with his soldiers, and the pirates realized they had fallen into a trap. Shen Lang then grabbed Zhou Xiao's head. Whisper in his ear. "If you don't want to die, have your men retreat to the courtyard of outside." The leading pirate fiercely warns in Lang. "You better release our young master quickly. Otherwise, once our main force arrives, we will annihilate all of you." Shen Lang, with a sinister look at the bald pirate, increased the pressure of his hand. "Is that so? Let's see who dies first." Then the Kyosio Benatham shouted at the pirates. "Idiots, get out. All of you retreat to the courtyard." Although the bald pirate did not understand what exactly had happened to their young master or why he was under Shen Lang's control for their young master's safety, he could only compromise reluctantly. He then turned and led the pirates up of the room. I'm aware that Shen Lang had already stationed archers around the courtyard on the hills. Thousands of archers released their arrows at once upon command, and a dense shower of arrows fell on the pirates in the courtyard like rain, with the night's poor visibility. By the time the pirates saw the arrows, it was too late to dodge. Those near the door who attempted to flee back inside found Shinsharing had already locked the door, and all soldiers were blocking it. In an instant, thousands of arrows pierced through the bodies of more than 100 pirates. Now, in the courtyard, only the cries of dying pirates remained. Meanwhile, in the military camp below the hill, the remaining 2,000 pirates were still drinking and eating meat, mocking Shen languages. Wildly, suddenly, one pirate seemed to hear the sound of fighting from the hilltop. The pirates hurriedly rushed up to check, seeing the sky above the hilltop ablaze with fire. At this sight, the pirates immediately panicked as the mythical turtle Kalgan mad during to lay hands on our young master. After saying that, they gathered all the pirates and charged towards the mountain. Seeing the timing was right, Jin Shiring immediately ordered the release of rolling logs and folders, instantly causing many pirates to suffer injuries or death. Seeing this, the pirate leaders immediately changed their strategy, allowing the portion of their elite warriors to disperse and climb up the stone walls. Jin Shiring, observing these pirates, had to admit Zhou Xiao's direct troops are indeed very formidable. Not only are they strong in combat, but also brave, fearless of death. But even if they are formidable, my Jin soldiers are not vegetarians. He then ordered again, continue firing arrows. Don't stop the boulders and rolling. The dark night, lit only by the faint light of torches, made it hard to see clearly, but the screams of numerous pirates hit by the rolling logs and boulders and falling down the mountain could be heard. Suddenly, I hand-grabbed the edge of it. Cliff. In the next second, a pirate leaped up, swinging his sword and directly injuring a council mansion soldier. Then several more pirates climbed up. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly formed ranks and raised their shields for the defense. Meanwhile, the mythical turtle Count Engine Lang, watching from behind, were also shocked by the pirates' strength. Keep in mind, they're in a drunken state and it's night combat. Under normal circumstances, the mythical turtle Count's mansion's military power might really not be enough for these pirates, but well, Chen Lane said with a sly smile on his lips. The next second, one of the pirates suddenly felt a severe stomach pain, followed by a second and third. The group of pirates began clutching their stomachs in discomfort. Shenuriang seized this opportunity and led his soldiers in a direct attack. Yes, it was Shen Lang who had someone laced the pirates' drinks with laxatives. Letting them steal food and drink for days on end was to lower their guard. And tonight, they finally tasted his specially prepared lax. Exit under Xinlang's command. The soldiers of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion easily dealt with the 2,000+ pirates under Xiao. After a night of fighting, Cliffwatch Island welcomed the first rays of the rising sun from the east. Xiao also slowly opened his eyes, gradually regaining consciousness. Suffering from a splitting headache, he completely forgot what had happened the night before. At this moment, still irritable, had not yet noticed the abnormality in his body. Someone bring me this baton. I need to wash up. I need to get dressed. Where is everyone? Why so slow? Looks like I'll have to use the knife. Again. As he instinctively tried to sit up, he was horrified to find he couldn't feel his hands. More precisely, he had no sensation at all below his neck, just as he was trying to recall the events of the previous night. Xinlan directly pushed the door open and strode in. Kaiomu, young master, you're awake. Would you like me to prepare some breakfast? For you. Cho Si Awa stun. What's this Cho Mo? What are you? Up to now, Xinlang, smiling, sat next to Cho Xiao, then, looking at his bewildered face, slowly lifted the quilt. Young Master Cho, how could you not know your new name? Without the bird, aren't you just moved? Wood, as Xinlang's words fell. Kayasi out is covered. The most vital part of a man was missing from body. The next second a scream like that of a slaughtered pig erupted. Xinlang, you scoundrel, what have you done to me? Someone come here, or have all useless ones gone? Watching Cho Xiao's furious face, Xinlan calmly had someone bring in a blood-stained sack and then asked with a smile, young Marquis, where you call for them? As Xinlan spoke, thousands of pirate heads rolled out of the sack. Young Master Cho, you had too many underlings. This room couldn't fit them all, so I had to reduce their volume a bit to bring them here. But rest assured, all 2,000 pirates are here. Not one more. Not one less. Cho Sihao looked in horror at the pile of heads before him. Have you gone mad? Mythical Turtle Count. You dare massacre like this? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from over 30,000 pirates of Furious Tide City? Aren't you afraid my father will exterminate the family at this? Xinlang pulled up a chair in front of the bed, saying, young Marquis, there are two things you must know. First, there is no gold mine on Cliffwatch Island. This gold was provided by the Heavenly Path Society. I simply melted it down, mixed it into the soil to deceive you. Kyoja was stunned. How can there be no gold mine? The Heavenly Path Society isn't foolish. Why would they give you Xinlang millions of gold? Faced with Cho Xiao's questioning, Xinlang merely produced a mirror and said, do you think this mirror, which costs less than 1 silver coin, is worth 1 million gold coins? At the sight of the mirror, Chaos Yao finally realized the truth. He was arrogant, but not foolish. Such a clear and bright mirror. Its value definitely exceeded 1 million gold coins. Mel wonder the Heavenly Path Society was willing to provide such a massive amount of gold. Then Xinlang leaned closer to whisper in Cho Xiao's ear. The second thing, aren't you curious who left those bite marks on me? That was the handiwork of your beloved sister, Cho Yao. She tormented me for 2 whole hours, though it was agonizing. It was also X. Of course, it wasn't my intention, and indeed I went there to treat her, just didn't expect you, a brute, to drug your own sister. Unfortunately, you just missed your chance and instead helped me. So, in this way, I really should thank you. Hearing these words, Kyoja was on the verge of breaking. I'm taking down, biting towards and laying. I'll kill you. I swear the Jin family will be bare with you. Faced with Cho Xiao's threats, Xin Lian remained indifferent, continuing to strike at his heart. Cho Xiao, almost everyone who has directly offended me in this world has died. But do you know why I haven't killed you? Because I want to lure your father. Cho Tian. Anyway, here, Xinlang's face was no longer mocking, but sinister as he said, did you think we were genuinely trying to please you these days? That was just a trap to let you lower your guard. Similarly, I've created an even more perfect trap for your father and the main force of Furious Tide City's pirates. This time, I will exterminate your Chio family, avenging the Jin family from 20 years ago. Not only that, I'll also eliminate all the pirates of Furious Tide City in one fell swoop and take over Thunder. Exile. Upon hearing this, Cho Ciel felt a chill down his spine, finally realizing the extent of Xinlang's terror. He hadn't imagined Xinlang could lay such an elaborate conspiracy. When did he start planning? Was it from the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute? No, it must have started from the time he wrote Boundless Romantic Affairs. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? Xinlang, are you human or ghost? No, I can't die. Even if emasculated and paralyzed in bed, he couldn't die because only by living could he seek revenge against. With this thought, he drastically changed his arrogant demeanor, desperately trying to police in line. Xin Lang, please don't kill me. You can let your enemy witness you annihilating tens of thousands of pirates and taking down Furious Tide City. Plus, I know where my family's treasure is, so you definitely can't. Killmate Xin Lang, seeing Zhou Zhao's psychophantic behavior, couldn't help but show a playful smile. The will to live is indeed strong, even castrated and paralyzed to this extent. You still think about surviving. He then said, Zhou Zhao, brother, you're quite clever. You make a good point. So I'll give you a chance to live. You better grasp it well. After speaking, he pointed to a figure outside the door. Look who I've brought. For you. At that moment, standing at the door was Jean Sword Lady, dressed in battle attire, looking valiant. Xin Lang looked at Zhou Zhao with a sinister smile. Young Master Zhou, see how good I am to you. You said last night you wanted to sleep with her. And today I brought her to you. Zhou Zhao, seeing Xin Lang's malicious smile, instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Again. Then, Xin Lang silently lit an incense stick. Young Master Chiu, if you can crawl to Jean Sword Lady's feet and kiss the sole of her shoe before this incense stick burns out, I won't kill you. Show Southeast how is dumb. Found it. Xin Lang, stop joking, my lens can't move. How am I supposed to? There, Xin Lang sarcastically replied, your hands and feet may not move, but you still have teeth. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhao's inner world exploded. Xin Lang, you scoundrel, why don't you come and demonstrate how to crawl with teeth for me? But this complaint, he dared only keep within his heart. Then, a scene that defied everyone's expectations occurred. Qiao Xiao actually started moving forward by dragging his body with his teeth. Saint Zhou see how moving forward like a drip in warm. Xin Lang couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, Zhou Xiao, you're truly a miracle. You actually managed to crawl using your teeth. It's simply unbelievable. At this moment, Zhou Xiao was crawling forward driven entirely by his hatred. Even if his face was covered in blood, he was determined to complete the task and live. He wanted revenge. He wanted Xin Lang to suffer a terrible fate. The time it took for an incense stick to burn quickly passed, and finally Chaos Yao through sheer will reached the feet of Jean Sword Lady. By then, he was gasping heavily, his mouth so painful he could hardly speak. Seeing this, Xin Lai couldn't help but applaud. Remarkable, Zhou Zhao, you're truly amazing. You've created a... With a muffled voice, Qiao Xiao asked Chen Lang. Chen Lang, can I live now? Chen Lang laughed, of course. I keep my word. I won't kill you, but just because I won't kill you, doesn't mean other won't. Before his words could fade, Jean Sword Lady had already raised her, and in Zhou Zhao's horror, she fiercely stabbed through his heart. A second strike followed, instantly decapitating Qiao Xia. The pirate prince thus meant is in. Xin Lang stepped forward, picked up Zhou Zhao's head, still wide-eyed death, and handed it to a pirate standing by. This man was an emissary from Chou Tanwei, sent for negotiations. He had not expected, upon arriving on the island, to see Zhou Zhao crawling on the ground. Xin Lang, with a challenging tone, said, brother, please restrain your grief. Take your young master's head and these 2,000 heads back, deliver them to the Pirate King, and don't forget to tell the Pirate King his beloved son died in a rest. Watching Xin Lang's arrogant demeanor, the emissary holding Zhou Zhao's head, felt angry. Dared not exp. For us, he couldn't understand. Why should Lane dare to kill their young master? Did he not fear the Pirate King's wrath, annihilating the Jean family? After the pirate emissary left, Xin Lang turned and thanked Jean Sword Lady with a bow. Being Xin Lang's little fan, Sword Lady blushed at seeing such gentlemanly behavior from young Matt, and then, with a shy voice, said, anger. By then, Jean Hui, having arranged everything, hurried over. It had been a long time since he'd seen his wife, and he wanted to check if everything was fine at home. However, her heart fluttered with the first stirrings of love. Only had eyes for young Master Shin, completely ignoring her brother's presence. She merely said to young Master Shin, there's nothing for me here. So I'll be going. Poor Jean Hwyk, watching his sister leave, could only mutter in his heart, pretty boys are no good. Even though he said it in his heart, he instinctively covered his mouth, afraid his petty and narrow-minded master might have mind reading a bill. Half an hour later, the mythical turtle Count Injin Lane arrived at the mine pit on the mountainside. When Cho first saw this pit, he thought it was dug from mining gold. Little did he know it was Xin Lang's final trap for Cho Team Wei. Looking at this nearly completed grand project, Xin Lang slowly said, my dear father-in-law, the new year is almost a. The mythical turtle Count sighed as well. Yes, in 3 days it'll be New Year. In the past, I dreaded the Spring Festival the most because we are nobles. Every festival required extravagant spending. If you don't do it, people will talk behind your back. Saying the Jin family is stingy, surely a sign of our family's decline. Shenlan understood his father-in-law's situation well. Many times. What the country emphasizes is morale. The royal family and the nobles below are the same. It's like in modern society's companies where face and appearances are matter. Then the mythical turtle count continued this year, though we no longer need to keep up appearances. It's a pity our family might not be able to reunite. Xinlang, why don't you go back for a visit, have the New Year's Eve dinner with your parents, your mother-in-law, and Mulan? Xinlang shook his head. No, father-in-law, we can't celebrate this year, and neither can our enemies. The most critical moment is upon us. We cannot afford to be careless, or make any mistakes. Stakes. Hearing this, the mythical turtle count gave Xinlang a look of appreciation and determination. Good son-in-law. I wasn't wrong about you. Then let's fight shoulder to shoulder. Father and son, the shame left by your grandfather, will be avenged by you, his grandson-in-law. After this battle, our mythical turtle count's mansion will rise. Again. Meanwhile, in a luxurious residence in New River City, a heavy snowfall covered the entire courtyard, turning it into a scenic beauty as if born from the cold inside. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in fox fur delicately complained about the winter chill. She was the crown prince's favorite concubine kept outside the palace. Jialian, her other identity, was Jee Mulan's senior sister from the same martial sect. Another person inside was Jin Count Anolan. Currently reporting to Xiaoyan about the gold mine news show Xiao had discovered on Cliff Watch. Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Jin Haikao. Are you serious? Is there really a gold mine on Cliff White? Thailand. Tang Wen hurriedly took out the copy of the letter Cho Xiao wrote to Cho Chanwei, and handed it to Xiao. After reading it, Xiaoyan frowned. Gold mines aren't supposed to be like this. Tang On laughed, right? An ordinary gold mine indeed wouldn't have so much gold sand visible in the mine soil. Nor would it have so many gold nuggets, unless it's an ancient gold vein. She had heard of ancient gold veins, but those were rare and not easily found. However, if the Jin family could produce so much gold, even if it wasn't an ancient gold vein, it must be much larger than a normal gold mine. Then, leaning lazily back in her chair, she asked. So, tell me, Jin High Count, what do you plan to do? Next, seeing an opportunity to continue, Tang Luan promptly bowed. I wish to ally with Chiu Tianwei to take down Cliffwatch Island, but Chiu Tianwei fears the sovereign's wrath, hence hesitates. Currently, the crown prince assists the sovereign with state affairs, a task most arduous. I hold the utmost admiration for the crown prince. Therefore, I wish to offer 25% of the gold mines yield annually to the crown prince after a season cliff watch. Shaolin, still somewhat doubtful, continued, wouldn't letting a pirate occupy your kingdom territory indefinitely diminish the sovereign's authority, Tang Luan added. Please rest assured, after we capture Cliff Watch Island, we will annihilate all members of the Jin family, except for the young master Jin Mutsong. At that time, Jin Mutsong will become the new mythical turtle count, then we will arrange a mirror to the world. For him. Hearing this, Jialian smiled, so you plan to marry your daughter to Jin Mutsong and have your son marry Cho Yaoer. In this way, everything of the mythical turtle count's mansion will become the private property of your two families. Right? Jin High Count didn't answer directly, but bowed deeply. I am forever a follower of the crown prince. In Cho Tianwei holds the crown prince in high regard. At any time, I will always stand by the crown prince. Prince, Zhao Yan, having heard such flattery many times before, didn't take it seriously and stood up to ask. So how many troops do you plan to deploy? Tang Luan replied, the allied forces of both families should be around 30. Xiaoyin, upon hearing this, no longer hit or greet, directly saying, after the success, directly transport 30,000 pounds of gold from the island. To me. Tang Lian was startled internally. The island's reserves are only around 50,000 pounds of gold. This woman really has alliance apps. Despite even though he was unwilling, he dared not show it on his face and could only respectfully agree to Xiaoyan's terms. Then he asked, and what about Jee Mulan? Do you want her dead or life? At the mention of Jee Mulan, Zhao Yan showed a malicious expression. The crown prince wants her, then she must be alive. But remember, when the time comes, cripple her martial arts, sever her meridians so she can move and scream. After sending Tang Luan away, Xiao Yan immediately ordered her servants to send an invitation to Jin Mo. Not until everything was arranged did Zhao Yan show a meaningful smile. Touching the branches of a plum tree, she murmured. Sister Milan, when we both followed Master Zhong Chuk, my family faced a catastrophe while you remained disdained. Now with the Jin family on the brink of collapse, not only have I risen again, but I can also control your fate, Jee Mulan. At that moment, a plum bridge snapped, looking at the plum blossom in her hand. Jialian chuckled, such twists of fate are quite interesting, aren't they? Meanwhile, in furious times, city. Zhou Tianwei stood atop his castle, overlooking his city. Was the pirate king truly loyal to the crown prince, as Tangolin said? Of course not. He was the pirate king with tens of thousands of pirates under his command. A mere furious tides marquis couldn't satisfy his ambition. He saw a greater empire to establish a colossal foundation for the Zhou family for centuries. And now, the ancient gold vein on Cliffwatch Island was his opera. The great Jin kingdom rose through an ancient gold vein, now standing as the strongest among nations under the Great Flame Empire with a new ancient gold vein too. Discovered. Zhou Tianwei believed he could achieve this. But now, with the new year approaching, let the Jin family's lambs enjoy their last. In another part of Zhou Yaoer's castle, Su Chan carefully asked her master, "Are you sure you no longer wish to listen to Journey of the Monkey to obtain the script?" Pictures. Zhou Yaoer shook her head. Ever since she found out that Chen Lane had written the book, she no longer lists. Into it, suddenly. A rapid series of belt holes sounded from the distant docks, followed by a warship sailing from the direction of Cliffwatch Island towards Furious Tide City. Standing on the pier, Zhou Yaoer and her companions noticed something unusual. It's normal for the lighthouse belt to rain, but such urgent tolling signifies that something bad is happened. As the warship approached, everyone could clearly see the situation up the ship. The deck was densely packed with human heads, and the Pirate King's emissary stood in the middle, specifically holding a head in it. His hand. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "That's Zhou Zhao's head." The emissary had failed in negotiations, returning to Furious Tide City with the heads of Zhou Xiao in 2000. In a state of panic, Zhou Tianwei's closed. For that. Immediately informed his master of the news. Upon hearing of his beloved son's death, Zhou Tianwei was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. How is it possible to see the truth? Possible, my son was highly skilled in martial arts, and he was accompanied by thousands of pirates. How could he have died? Even if Shen Lang went mad, the mythical turtle count couldn't possibly follow suit. Without further time to ponder, he hurried to Furious Tights, by then already sealed off by P. The scattered heads created a terrifying scene at the dock, seeing Zhou Zhao's head in the MS series hands. Zhou Tianwei's whole body trembled. This was his only son, his only heir, recalling the battle with the Jin family 20 years ago. Though he won, he was severely injured, resulting in a permanent loss of fertility, despite retaining male functions. Now, his only lineage was cut off by the Jin family. New grief compounded with old. Zhou Tianwei's heart was like a long-suppressed volcano, ready to erupt. Then, the emissary conveyed Shen Lang's message. "Master, Shen Lang asked me to convey his condolences. He said your son did not die a peaceful death," and then recounted the entire process of how Shen Lang tortured Chiu. Seattle upon hearing the invoice. Narrative. Zhou Tianwei clenched his back teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Even with his mouth full of blood, his grief over losing his son was UND. At this moment Zhou Tianwei's face was contorted with rage, bursting forth. "I will summon all the armies, all the allies, to wage war on the mythical turtle councils. I will have Shen Lang cut into 1,000 pieces to play and skin every member of the Jin family, making them pay with their lives for my son's death on the other side at the mythical turtle council." Mention, Zhao Yan's unit had also delivered his master's invitation to the council. Mention. Jee Mulan, holding the unexpected invitation in her hands, couldn't help feeling puzzled and somewhat repelled. Although Zhao Yan was her senior sister, she was also the daughter of the Shua family from the Peace Pavilion Council Mansion, favored because of her family background. This always gave her a sense of superiority in front of Jee Mulan. Back then, the Lord of Peace Pavilion, Shua Guangbu, was always active in the court, his position being the general in charge of pacifying the south. A position now held by Shua Guangbu, Lin. However, a few years ago, for reasons unknown, the Shua family fell from grace overnight. Shua Guangbu committed suicide, and the Shua family was stripped of their titles and lands, with all descendants banned from serving in office ever again. This mysterious change plunged Xiao Yan from the status of a noble daughter to the dust overnight. Yet 3 years after this upheaval, Zhao Yan re-emerged, not only standing by the crown prince's side, but also becoming his consort. Moreover, with her favor, it seemed as if the ban on the Shua family had been lifted. Although their titles were not restored, 2 members of the Shua family had successfully passed the imperial examinations. Still, the downfall of the Shua family was indeed connected to the Great Flame Empire, and thus became a taboo subject in the court, one that was avoided in disguise. Discussions. Of course, the specifics of what happened were beyond the comprehension of those at the level of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, so Jee Mulan knew only this much. Even with Zhao Yan's current status, Jee Mulan had no desire to meet her. Just by looking at the smug face of her trusted servant, you can tell she's someone who looks down on others. Zhao Yan always had an air of superiority. Jee Mulan thought, now with the crown prince's support, she must be planning to flaunt her status again. With that thought, Jee Mulan flatly rejected the INV. The unit was stunned, not expecting Jee Mulan to disregard his master so boldly. He then spoke with displeasure, Miss Jee Mulan. My master's invitation is something even the prefect of an ordinary county would dream of receiving. You should not be so grateful. Mulan impatiently looked at the eunuch, finding that everyone from the crown prince's residence seemed to share the same attitude, even an eunuch looked down on people. She wondered where their sense of superiority came from. With that thought, Jee Mulan decided not to waste any more time. She turned around and left a message, sorry, I don't have time. Little Bing, please see the guest out. Then she coolly walked. The eunuch was left trembling with anger. Look at you. Jee Mulan, just a daughter from a count's mansion, daring to refuse someone from the crown prince's residence. You are truly but your Jin family's disaster is not far off. Let's see how long you can be proud. He laughed as he left. Little Bing, watching the eunuch leave, couldn't help but make a face behind his back. Stupid eunuch, you're the one who's going to face disaster soon. Dare to curse our count's mansion. Be careful or our young master Shin will bring calamity to your whole family. Time flies, and the new year arrives in the military camp on Cliff Watch Island after can be heard. Although Shen Lang is also spending the new year on the island, he doesn't indulge in public celebrations, choosing instead to drink and chat with Shin 13 in his room. Also to check in on his subordinate, 13, I heard your mother set you up with someone. How do you feel about her? Shen 13, accustomed to Shen Lang's gossipy nature, reluctantly shared his thoughts to have a peaceful new year. She looks fine, but her lips are too thin. The old master consulted face reading and said she's likely mean-spirited, so I don't like her. Shen Lang jokingly responded, if you don't like her, then don't force it. Once this is over, I'll have my mother-in-law introduce you to someone with thicker lips. Seems like you know your stuff. According to face reading, if the upper lip is thick, Shin 13 was speechless. My master, why always head towards such top? But remember, no matter how beautiful a woman is, never grovel. Grovelers have no future. Look at Jin Hui in front of his wife. I can't stand it. Unbeknownst to them, Jin Hui was standing outside at that moment. He initially came to offer Jin Lang a toast, but hearing his master speaking ill of him, he dared not enter. He couldn't let Jin Lang know he overheard the gossip, or he would be re-ended. Inside the room, 13 was still silently enduring his master's incessant chatter after drinking. He couldn't understand why someone as wise and brilliant seemed to become so gossip-minded and vulgar when drunk after a while. Jin Hui, pretending to be in hurry, entered with a jug of wine. Young Master Shin, I've come to offer you a host. Shen Lang glanced at him and asked, Jin Hui, you didn't hear me speaking ill of you just now. Did you? Jin Hui quickly responded. Young Master Shin is a paragon of virtue. How could you speak ill of me behind my back? Every word you say to me is an encouragement from life. Hearing this, Shen Lang turned to Shin 13. Did you hear that? He even heard me speaking ill of him, or he wouldn't be flattering me like this. Seeing this, Shin Hui was almost spitting blood. Master, can't you let me have a peaceful? In his nervousness, Jin Hui hurriedly expressed his loyalty to Chen Lang, who then smiled without saying anything and turned to bring out a box containing perfume, soap, and shampoo. This is your New Year's bonus, you bootlicker. Take it to please her wife. Janelle was stunned, then touched deeply. These are premium items only available to the ladies and madam of the mansion, personally made by young Master Shant, not even purchasable with money. Moved nearly to tears, Jin Hui continuously expressed his loyalty to Chen Lang, who scoffed, look at how spineless you are. You should learn. For me, though my wife is highly skilled in martial arts, in my presence, she wouldn't dare defy me. I tell her to go east, and she wouldn't dare go west. If I scold her, she wouldn't dare retaliate. A woman must be disciplined, or else it's chaos within 3 days. However, as soon as his words fell, a beautiful figure walked through the door. Jee Mulan, with a half-smiling, half-serious expression, approached Jin Lang. Husband, I've only heard of the saying, a man left unchecked will cause chaos within 3 days. Seeing this, Jin Hui and Chan 13, without saying a word, silently waved their hands at their formidable young master Shen, showing an expression of wishing him walk, and then quickly made their escape. Shen Lang, seeing his two betrayers leave, quickly put on a pitiful look and said, "Wife, I've missed you so much, we've been apart for exactly 74 hours. I was just showing off in front of them, if you're upset, feel free to hit me. I promise I won't make a sound." Mulan lived in him speechlessly, thinking to herself how this cunning man had figured she wouldn't bear to hit him. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Lang embraced on, kissing her passionately, letting all the longing and desire of the past days meld into the sky kiss. After the impassioned embrace, Mulan's face blushed, but she too had missed Tranalang. Otherwise, she wouldn't have traveled several hours on New Year's Eve to see this unfaith man. Suddenly Mulan remembered the wounds on Chenlang's body. To which Chenlang assured her they've already scabbed over. It's no big deal, but Mulan was adamant and not continuing. That's still not okay. We have to wait until the scabs have completely fallen off. Otherwise, you'll start howling again. Reluctantly, Shen Lang had to suppress his urge, spending half an hour in tender proximity with Mon before she left to return home, weary from the journey. As fireworks lit up the island sky, New Year's Eve came to an end. Now, on the 4th day of the first lunar month, all the pirates in Furious Tide City were on alert. Within Cho Tanwei's mansion, his foster son, Cho Hao, after learning of Cho Zhao's death, returned from the Isle of Gold Mountain to Furious Tide City, volunteering to lead troops against Cliff Watch Island. Cho Tanwei, upon hearing Cho Hao's proposition, immediately scolded him, "Cliff Watch Island is not your concern. You know, the Isle of Gold Mountain, rich in iron ore, is of utmost importance to us and cannot be neglected. As the main general, how can you abandon your post?" For some reason, Cho Haolin's sister non-participating in this revenge battle due to his brotherly bond with Cho's Yao. Seeing Cho Hao's defiance, Cho Tianwei became very angry and scolded. "This is the last time I'm telling you, go back. Garger all of Gold Mountain and return there now." After saying this, he turned away and refused to listen to any more police. Seeing Cho Chanwei's determinate attitude, show how he had no choice but to comply with tears in his eyes and a reluctant heart, returning to the Isle of Gold Mountain. Unexpectedly, someone was already waiting in a secret room in Shou Hao camp. Shang Chuanweinl's voice, both soft and mocking, said, "Looking at your expression, it seems you've returned without success. Now you see, the Lord of Furious Tide City does not allow you to participate in the Battle of Cliff Watch Island, but this is your only chance to rise to power. Perhaps we could." Before she could finish, Chiu Haolin erupted. "Miss Shang, my adoptive father's orders were clear. To guard the Isle of Gold Mountain. If I disobey and make a wrong move, it would be catastrophic. Everyone knows that the Jin family's main forces are defending Cliff Watch Island, and yet you tell me Chen Lang's target is Furious Tide City. How can I believe that?" Shang Chuanweinl looked at him and smiled. "If I came to you, I'm absolutely certain of my information. The opportunity one brings to you is yours to believe or not. If this succeeds, you will be the future Furious Tide's marquis. This is not only a promise from my father, but also from Jerome, the governor. If you don't believe me now, it's not too late to believe when a situation becomes a problem. Clear, but I still advise you, General, it's always good to be prepared." Time flew, and it was already the 13th day of the first month, at House Slow located 200 miles north of mythical Turlcounts. The mansion, Prefect Zhang, dressed in military attire, stood before a map, analyzing the strategic plan for the battle. When he mentioned, Cliff Watch Island is a trap set by Shen Lang, whose real aim is Furious Tide City. The 5 generals present were shocked. They couldn't believe that Chen Lang, a mere son-in-law, could shake mythical Turtle Count into investing such a huge cost in a trap to target Chiu Tianwei. They were even more astonished by his ambition, aiming to take down Furious Tide City with his own strength. Zhang Cheng continued, "This time, mythical Terrell Count will surely deploy all elite soldiers to Furious Tide City, and Xin Lang's plan will also prompt Zhou Tianwei to lead a massive army to attack Cliff Watch Island. At that time, the city's defense, under Zhou Yao's command, will not exceed 3,000 troops. A fierce battle between Xin Lang and Zhou Yao is inevitable. Although no one can breach the main castle with Zhou Yawar defending, I believe that with Shen Lang's intelligence, he must have already pinpointed Zhou Yawar's weakness and prepared everything, waiting to deliver the. Once the Jin family takes down Furious Tide City, the new policy in New River will completely fail, allowing them to rise again amidst the crisis. With the nest overturned, none of us will be spared, but this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A chance for us to be the mantis catching the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. You, several thousand elite troops, must disperse and head to Gold Mountain Island first. under the guise of supporting the pirate forces, then proceed to Furious Tide City. Then, we will annihilate both the Jin and Chao families, restoring peace to the eastern seas and seized under a sail for our. The day when you will all be honored and promoted is within reach. With Zhang Chang's words boosting there. The generals raised their bowls to drink the wine symbolizing their impending victory, then smashed their bowls with the term. Generals begin preparing for battle. Moments later, led by Sean, the generals went to the military training grounds viewing platform overseeing the 6,000 elite troops of New River County below, despite the freezing outdoor conditions. The troops stood fully armored and then Zhang Chong issued the command, all generals to your ships. Sail. 2 hours later, 20 warships set off towards Isle of Gold Mountain. They needed to quickly coordinate with Chao Hao, then change their outfits on the island and proceed to Furious Tide City under the name of Chao Hao. Arm 8. Meanwhile, Shen Lang was also making moves. He led all the masters of mythical Tural Count's mansion on an inconspicuous cargo ship towards various types city to execute his plan undetected over the past month and a half. He had already transported over 2,000 elite troops to Furious Tide City in batches using cargo ships, positioning them at various strategic locations. The nation's Jin Wei approached Chen Lang and asked, "Young Master Chen, leaving Count alone with 2,000 new recruits to defend Cliffwatch Island against Chao Tanwai's 30,000 troops? Issues?" Shen Lang confidently reassured. "Don't worry, it will be fine. With me here, they won't even have a chance for a head-on conference." Shane Shiring also expressed his concerns. "Young Master Shen, I don't mean to doubt you, but attacking the fortress of Furious Tide City, which is already difficult to conquer, and now with Chou Yaoren in charge. Even with 20,000 elite troops, it won't be easy. Now that all our elite troops and masters are here, failure would mean the end for mythical Turtle Count's mansion." Before Shenlian could respond, Divine Healer and Zaishir approached. "Young Master Shen, the person you requested is here." Upon hearing in Zai Shirshi's words, Shenlang immediately instructed Jean Huix and Jean Shirin to step CM Graniculo. After, a figure in a black cloak approached Shanlan and reported, "Young Master Shen, I have completed the investigation on who was behind poisoning Zhou Yao. As you suspected, it was him." The person reporting to Shanlan was none other than Anze Tian, Zhou Tianwei's alchemist, who was also the elder brother of Anze Shi. Their father had died at the hands of Zhou Tianwei during the battle 20 years ago. Anze Tian continued, "The preparations Young Master Shen assigned to me are all set. Unfortunately, although I've been undercover by Chiu Tianwei's side for over a decade, I never found the opportunity to avenge our father, nor have I managed to become one of his trusted insiders, so I might not be able to assist you much." Shen Lang reassured him with a smile. "Don't worry. As long as you complete the task I've given you, you'll be the greatest hero of the Jin family." Meanwhile, Tang Lohan's mansion was also gearing up for battle. The 3,000 private soldiers of the Tang family were arrayed neatly on the beach at Tang Owen's command. Blacks. Dozens of Chou family flags were suddenly displayed. Conducting open warfare as nobles within the country would inevitably provoke the sovereign's intervention, but if they operated under the guise of pirates, there would be no concern. Then, Tang Luan began to stir his troops with promises of wealth. "Gentlemen, an ancient gold vein has been discovered on Cliffwatch Island. Currently, the Jin family has only 4,000 troops guarding it. While we have a coalition of 30,000, this battle will be a. After our victory, each soldier will receive 20 gold coins, and for every member of the Jin family you kill, you'll earn an additional 15 gold coins. The time has come for you to enrich yourselves. Let's flatten Cliffwatch Island with our valor." His words ignited the fire within the Tang family's private an army. Jin High Count revealed a sinister smile. "Shen Lang, Jin Shua, your days of comfort are over. Wait for the Tang family to annihilate your clan." Under the leadership of the Tang family's eldest son, Tang Zone, these soldiers will head to the eastern seas to meet with Chao Tanwei's pirate armada and together proceed to Cliffwatch. Meanwhile, on the coast of Furious Tide City, hundreds of various pirate ships flying the Chill family's flags gathered at the Furious Tide City port. The sight was seemingly endless, standing on the dock's high platform. Chou Tanwei couldn't help feeling proud as he observed the massive fleet. This scene is much larger than the battle against Qin Yukon 20 years ago. Back then, I only had over 5,000 pirates under my command, but now I can summon an army of 30,000 with a simple wave of my hand. As long as we take Cliffwatch Island, the Chou's Germany will truly become a legacy lasting hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Only, my poor son Chou Cao will no longer see that glorious moment, but fortunately, my alchemist in Zaishan. I don't know where he got the medicine from, but it has allowed me to show my prowess again and made a woman by my side pregnant. As long as I can have children, I won't worry about having no successor." Then he turned to look at Cho Yaor beside him, feeling a sense of regret in his heart. I originally intended to raise Cho Yaor and then make her my woman, but unexpectedly she has grown into a rebellious and ruthless woman. Otherwise, with the offspring produced by me and her, we would surely have a domineering king, or lord. Resigned, Shou Tenwei cheered himself up and shouted loudly. Open all the chests. As his words fell, chest after chest of gleaming gold coins were revealed to all the pirates present. Brothers, here is 350,000 gold coins of starting funds for everyone. Today, we will break the old system and distribute it to everyone right now. Right now, upon hearing these words, the pirates were instantly stirred up. Then, Shou Tianwei continued to incite the greed of these pirates. Brothers, these are just appetizers. I'm Cliff Watch Island. There are 10,000 pounds of gold. Information for which my son Shou shall paid with his life, but the Jin family are defeated foes, do not deserve this gold. It should belong to our pirate clan, brothers. Let's take up our swords, conquer Cliff Watch Island, kill all the Jin men, take their women, and reclaim the gold that rightfully belongs to them. To us. As his words ended, the pirates, already lured by the gold on Cliff Watch Island, became even more spirited with cries of battle. Blackoing, seeing the moment right, Shou Tenwei gave a sweeping order, all pirates to your positions. That off. Instantly, more than 10 warships boldly made their way towards Cliffwatch. On the dock. Shou Yer looked on with disdain at the scene. For her, these pirates were scum, but as they were her adoptive father's men, she could not kill them, owing to her gratitude for his life-saving grace and upbringing. If not for this, she would have long fled far away with her 2,000 directs of bow coordinates. At this moment, Shou Tanwei approached her and asked, Yar, will these 3,000 warriors be enough for you to manage Furious Tide City? Shou Yar, expressionless, simply replied with 2 words. Too many. Seeing her attitude, Shou Tianwei could only laugh awkwardly, admitting he had been overly concerned. Then Shou Yao suddenly said to him, adopt a father after you return triumphant from this great battle. Leave. Hearing this, Shou Tianwei frowned and then turned, waving his hand, let's boast. Return. He definitely could not agree to this request. Even if he could not have Cho Yaor as a person, he absolutely could not allow her to leave. Then he boarded the largest warship Cliff Watch Island. Here we come. Furious Tide City. Wait for my triumphant return. Shou Yao watched the departing warships, understanding her adoptive father's intentions. Yet her mind was made up about leaving. With this thought, she turned and led her subordinates towards the governor's mansion. Once back, Shou Yer began arranging for her guards to bolster the deaf, with orders that no one could enter or leave the castle without her. For some reason she felt Shenlang might have plans for Furious Tide City even if Shou Tianwei hadn't anticipated Shenlang's sudden attack on Furious Tide City. Her instinct as a woman convinced her that Shenlang wouldn't indeed come. Moreover, touching her stomach gently, she noted her menstrual cycle had yet to commence this month. Even if there was a child, she hoaxing her tongue, wouldn't come, but if he did, she would have no choice but to let him die here. After setting up all the defenses for Furious Tide City, it was already afternoon. Su Changchan, who was accompanying Shou Yer, suddenly asked, General, do you like children, caught off guard, Shou Yao or counterass? Have you been observing my menstrual cycle? Noticing that I haven't had it this month, it's been almost a month since that night. Do you also think I might be pregnant? Su Changchan hurriedly explained. Shenlang mentioned that due to the high levels of heavy metals in your body, it would be difficult for you to conceive. Moreover, since the last bloodletting treatment, you've done it twice more by yourself, which could affect your menstrual cycle. So, it's normal if it hasn't come, but General, do you really think Shenlang will lead troops to attack Furious Type City? Upon hearing the question, Shou Yer stared at Su Shanqian and then said, Shenlang will come. He will definitely lead Jin's elite soldiers to see his Furious Tide City. Su Changchan was shocked. The Jin family's elite warriors barely number over 2,000 to think they can capture Furious Tide City is simply ludicrous. Shou Yer looked at her coldly, so he's pinned his hopes on you, wanting you to find an opportunity to poison me or create chaos among my people. That right? Hearing Chou Yao's analysis, Su Changchan was on the verge of tears, swearing to have her loyalty to Chou Yao, but since she was indeed sent by Shenlang, she had no way to defend her. Yourself. Shou Yao or continue. I won't kill you, but to avoid suspicion, I'll have someone prepare a room for you, and you must not leave it under any circumstances, or you will be executed. Without considering Su Shanqian's explanation, Shou Yer had her taken away and placed under house arrest. Then she ordered for Enzikian to be brought to her for a medical exam, and they, however, as Enzikian was about to take her pulse, she calmly requested, please check if I'm pregnant, and Zakin was almost speechless. Shocked, though surprised, he composed himself and seriously took her pulse, never imagining that the man involved with Choyer could be his true master. Line. After a moment, Anzakian respectfully said, General, your pulse is extremely erratic and complex. With my limited medical knowledge, I really can't make a diagnosis. Shou Yao noted and then ordered, take this doctor and confine him just like Su Changchan, not to leave the room under any circumstances. And Zichen with Xiao, has my identity been exposed? Exposed. With confusion he still voiced his doubts, Miss. Why? Shou Yao, unaware of Anzakian's true identity, simply sensed that there was no gold mine on Cliffwatch Island. Yet this doctor had been persuading her adoptive father that there was an ancient gold vein, hence the suspicion. Choyer said, you've been treating me for years, and never before have you behaved as fearfully as you did today. Clearly, you know something, which is why you're acting so Normally, at this point, Anzakian still wanted to defend himself, but Shou Yao had no interest in listening and simply ordered him to be placed under house arrest. As night fell, the snowflakes drifting in the sky adorned the sea like scattered stars. The 30,000 pirates under the Sea Pirate King Chao Tianwei and the 3,000 private soldiers of the Tang family had, after a day's journey, finally converged near Cliffwater Island. It was evident from the sporadic lights on the island that the island's defenders had spotted the approaching enemies and were working overnight to fortify their defense fences. Early the next day, with the snow still showing no signs of stopping, Chou Tianwei stood at the bow of his ship and commanded, prepared the pirate army for landing. We must annihilate everyone on the island and seize Cliffwatch Island. As his words echoed, the tens of thousands of pirates aboard the ships once again erupted in fervor, eager to raid the island and seize the gold. At this moment on the island, the forces led by the mythical Turtle Count appeared to number in the thousands, yet only about 500 were truly fit for service. After all, Xinlang had taken almost all the elite troops to Furious Tide City, leaving behind only recruits who had just joined and had no actual combatics. As the pirates drew closer, the recruits on the island began to grow nervous. The veteran captain looked at a recruit trembling like a SIV next to him and couldn't help but mock, what a cowardly disappointment. You're tall, but you have the courage of a chicken. After saying this, he grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. However, the more he chewed, the more wrong the taste became. Why is the snow salty? At that moment, the cowardly recruit cautiously said, Captain, I just urinated there. Hearing this, the furious veteran captain stood up to beat him while those around burst into laughter, easing the tense ap. The mythical Turtle Count also took this opportunity to encourage the recruits, lads, don't be afraid or panic. As long as you do what we've taught you, there won't be any problems. Besides, we've rehearsed dozens of times these days. Just treat this real combat as one of our drills. Just then, a lookout on the watchtower shouted, the enemy is 3 miles, 2 miles from the island. Yeah, when they were just away. The pirates couldn't wait any longer and jumped off their ships, plunging into the icy seawater. Numerous frenzied pirates shouted as they rushed toward the shore. Brothers, attack. The countless gold on the island is first come, first served. Tanzone, on the ship, watched the pirates, who were more interested in treasure than their own lives, disdain in his heart. What a bunch of madmen, aren't they afraid of freezing to death by jumping into the sea in such cold weather? The mythical Turtle Count, seeing this, fearlessly ordered the troops to set up the first line of defense. At his command, fire the arrows. However, the performance of these novices in real combat left much to be desired. With the enemy 200 meters away, the recruits' arrows fell short, barely reaching a few dozen meters, and landed on the beach near them, causing zero damage to the enemy. This lackluster display of combat power immediately became the subject of mockery by the pirates. These trash have shorter range the situation further fueled the pirates' raiding impulse, and they charged towards the defense line with machetes in hand. Seeing the pirates drawing closer, the mythical Turtle Count ordered a second round of attack. This time, they managed to cause single-digit casualties among the pirates. However, their aim was so poor that they hardly hit any vital spots for these battle-hardened pirates. Such arrow wounds were virtually negligible unless vital spots were hit. Some crazed pirates even pulled the arrows out of their arms with their bare hands and continued to charge at the soldiers' defense line with ferocious faces. The recruits, having never seen such a spectacle, were immediately terrified. One of them shouted help, run, and turned to flee towards the rear. The rest of the recruits, coming to their senses, also ran and back. Seeing this, the mythical Turtle Count was furious and drew his great sword, roaring, none of you are allowed to retreat. Deserters will be executed on the spot. With that, he directly killed 2 people nearby. Of course, these weren't real soldiers. The reason for this act was merely to make the play more convincing, letting the pirates think that the soldiers of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion were cowardly and afraid. Death then, the mythical Turtle Count, with a look of reluctance, glanced back at the approaching pirates and waved his hand, shouting, "Fall back to the mines. We must defend the gold at all." When the pirates nearby heard the mythical Turtle Count mention gold, they became excited. Seeing how weak the Kim soldiers were made the pirates chase after them even more. However, this entire setup raised doubts in Chiu Tianwei, who had been watching from a higher vantage point. He then asked Tanzong, "Are the Jin soldiers really this feeble?" Tanzong was also puzzled. After the clash at the Isle of Gold Mountain, the Jin soldiers should be even stronger than our Tang family troops. This deep in Chao Tinwei's suspicions. If they are stronger than the Tang family, why did they collapse at the slightest touch? Could there be some trickery involved? At that moment, the mythical Turtle Count also changed his strategy. He suddenly roared, "Leave 500 men with me to cover the retreat of the main force." As his voice fell, Jin's 500 elite instantly formed an iron defense line. Their morale fully charged, unlike before, this time with the resonant sound of bow strings. Each arrow shot out was fierce, with hardly any. They moved fluidly, drawing and releasing arrows within 3 seconds. Though there were only 500 elites, they were more effective than the previous thousands of recruits. This was the true strength of the Jin. Lit quickly in just over 10 minutes. The pirates on the beach suffered heavy casualties, numbering in a. This powerful scene was also fully witnessed by Chou Tianwei. Just one breath to shoot a heavy arrow, and in 10 breaths, you've killed hundreds of my men. But what of it? I have tens of thousands of pirates. You may have the upper hand in ranged combat, but can you handle closely combat? Finally, the first wave of thousands of pirates broke through the defense line, and the 500 elite warriors neatly drew their swords for defense. Then, with a crisp shout of attack, the Battle of Cliffwatch Island officially began. However, when the pirates swam their first sword, they immediately noticed the strength of the Kim's equipment. The pirate swords broke upon impact, and their strikes left only marks on the armor, shocking the group of pirates. Yet after their initial astonishment, all the pirates' faces turned fierce again, and they collectively focused their efforts to strike at the Jin's warriors. Chiu Tianwei, witnessing all this, couldn't help but be amazed to think that 500 soldiers relying solely on their advantageous position could withstand the attack of 2,000 pirates. The Jin's elite are indeed formidable. At this moment, Tanzong said, "This is the true strength of the Jin soldiers." The mythical Turtle Count expanded too quickly and recruited too many new troops who are not only useless in actual combat but can also ruin everything. Fortunately, he does not have many elite troops at the moment, so taking them down is still feasible. On the other side, the mythical Turtle Count, watching his 500 elite soldiers battling against thousands of pirates and managing to hold their own, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, true combat power is only shown on the battlefield. It seems that a strategy focusing on elite troops is correct. Numbers are used. However, no matter how formidable the 500 elite troops were, their strength was ultimately limited. As more and more pirates swarmed in, they soon surrounded them. Jin, seeing this, immediately reported the situation to the mythical Turtle Count, who acted according to plan without hesitation, choosing to break through and retreat to the mines. Upon receiving the order, the more than 400 elite troops immediately changed formation and began to break out. Soon, after losing a few dozen lives, the mythical Turtle Count and his soldiers successfully broke through. Seeing this from a distance, Tanzong's eye showed a hint of mockery. A siege by more than 3,000 pirates was resisted for less than a quarter of an hour before being broken by a few hundred men. These pirates lacked discipline, thus, facing a regular army. No matter how brave they are, they stand no chance. If it were my Tang family army, it would not be so easily defeated. Chou Tianwei also began to reflect. I had thought that the naval battle I won 20 years ago with 5,000 pirates was because the Jin's army was weak. Only after today's battle did I realize that the Jin soldiers are simply not skilled in naval warfare. After taking Cliffwatch Island, I must also properly train my pirates to become a regular army. Thinking this, Chou Tianwei raised his great sword and shouted, "All pirates! Ranks!" This sudden command made the pirates who were in the heat of battle, POS abruptly, leading to extreme dissatisfaction among some of them. Why stop? I still want to loot the gold. At the moment, if it weren't for some undercover warriors from the Tang family keeping order, it's very likely that the pirates would have fought over the gold. Even so, getting 30,000 pirates to form ranks took more than an hour to assemble 6 successfully. Seeing his pirates rush in such a disorder manner, Chou Tianwei frowned, but now is not the time to train the forces. Eliminating the Jin family and taking over the mine was the prime priority. Half an hour later, the pirates finally arrived at the mine. However, what they saw shocked them. Such a vast and bottomless pit was something they had never seen before, though Cho Tanwei was also astonished. He steadied his mindset and went forward to observe the terrain. Below, he saw that the mythical Turtle Count's army of over 4,000 was hiding in the caves on the mine shafts. And outside the caves, there were piles of gold sand, barely visible under the snout. Cho Tanwei turned to Tanzone and said, "It seems the mythical Turtle Count intends to hold out at the bottom of the mine. However, this place is easy to defend, but hard to attack, which could be troublesome, but Tanzone believed there's only one way out of the pit. The mythical Turtle Count and his men guarding here are merely waiting for their demise." At this moment the pirates nearby also stretched their necks to look down, although they did not see gold bricks or nuggets. They saw gold sand shining through the snow-covered sand. Just then, a young pirate came running with a handful of gold sand to show off his achievement. "Master, this is the mine sand I risked my life to get. Please take a look." When Cho Tanwei picked up the gold sand, he was completely shocked. "My God, I have never seen mine soil with such a high gold content. This must be an ancient gold vein. Ordinary gold mines do not produce so much gold sand. If extracted, this could amount to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of pounds of gold." Tanzone, of course, also saw the high-quality mine soil and could hardly contain his excitement, wanting to lead his troops directly into the mine to annihilate the Jin family and seize this ancient gold vein. However, the more experienced Chiu Tianwei calmed down upon seeing the huge pit, sensing something unusual. "No, we just need to lay siege without attacking. There's only one exit right now. The ancient gold vein cannot escape and neither can these thousands of people, no matter what they do. Xin Lang is a vicious and cunning beast. What if he has set traps below this giant pit?" Although Tanzone felt Chiu Tianwei was being overly cautious. Even his father feared this pirate king, so he could only comply with silent ender. At this time, Chiu Tianwei walked to the edge of the mine, looking down at the mythical Turtle Count. "Eye to eye, mythical Turtle Count, we will be guarding you from above, without food and fresh water. Let's see how long you can last down there." Half a day later, the Jin soldiers below seemed to be getting anxious. Jin Shiring, looking up at the pirates, asked the mythical Turtle Count, "Master, what do we do if Cho Tanwei's army just guards the mine entrance and doesn't come down?" The mythical Turtle Count remained calm. "Don't worry, as long as we follow Xin Lang's plan step by step, these pirates will definitely fall into the trap." So far, all of Cho Tanwei's actions have matched Xin Lang's predictions. Trust him, he will not be wrong. Indeed, Xin Lang has never lost a psychological battle. As long as Cho Tanwei is greedy enough, he will fall into the trap and it won't be long wait. On the other side, Chen Lang arrived at Furious Tides today. With Cho Tianwei taking away the pirate army and Cho Yao were only guarding the castle, the streets were filled with looting and violence. Even though still doing business had bodyguards standing at the entrance, and those who couldn't afford bodyguards didn't dare leave their homes, Furious Tide City had completely fallen into. A moment later, Xin Lang and a few others arrived at the Jane family stronghold in Furious Time City. Upon entering, Xin Lang immediately ordered, without a moment's rest, to assemble all personnel hidden within the city to start preparing to attack the main government building of Furious Times City. Meanwhile, on Cliffwatch Island, the Alliance's two leaders were arguing due to a difference in opinion. Cho Tan was overly cautious and careful attitude frustrated Tan. He couldn't understand why such a renowned pirate king was acting so cowardly, especially when a tremendous fortune was right in front of him, yet he refused to agree to attack in one fell swoop. At the same time, several pirate leaders who also didn't understand Chio Tianwei's actions gathered to discuss the matter. One hot-headed pirate said, "Brothers, there are mountains of gold sand beneath us. Why won't the boss let us go down and kill? Do you think he has other plans? Is he afraid we'll steal the gold? Maybe he wants to starve the Turtle Count's army to death, and then secretly send his trusted experts to take all the gold. When we rush down, he'll say the Turtle Count had already transported the gold away." At these words, everyone got angry, fueled by alcohol, and shouted, "We're here to get rich. The king can't block our way. A wealth." This shout sobered up the others, who were well aware that if these words reached Cho Tanwei's ears, they would be dead. Then, the hot-headed pirate suddenly added, "The Demoness isn't here. Where you guys? Silent." The next second, they realized, why are we afraid of the Chio family? Isn't it because of Chio Yor, the invincible general? Since the Demoness isn't here, let's send a representative to talk to the boss about attacking the G family. Then everyone looked at the hot-headed pirate brother. "Among us, you're the best. You should go talk to the boss. We'll support you from On the side, moments later, this hothead actually ran to Chao Tianwei and started to persuade him, "Boss. Although we are besieging the mythical Turtle Count's troops, our own supplies are almost with our forces now 10 times greater than the mythical Turtle Count's and under your wise and brave leadership. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to take them down?" Chou Chanwei, after listening, did not speak, but just quietly watched the hothead continue. "Boss, with just one command from you, it wouldn't take an hour for us to annihilate all 4,000 of the mythical Turtle Count's troops. Please don't hesitate any longer." Then Chou Chanwei stood up and walked over to the sea. "The fool. Are you suggesting that I am holding off the attack to hoard the gold for myself? And that since the demonist Choyer is not here, everyone should not fear me, the Pirate King?" Too much hearing this, the hothead immediately broke into a sweat. "Damn it. Which cursed traitor sold me out? Where's the pirate's honor?" Before he could unravel his doubts, Chou Tenwei shouted angrily, "This man has disturbed her military heart. Take him out and behead him." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 guards grabbed him. No matter how much he begged for mercy, it was of no use. Soon, a crisp sound echoed outside the camp and the hothead was the camp. A scene that turned the faces of several pirate leaders on sight pale with fear. Then, Chou Tanwei slowly turned around and coldly warned everyone, "From now on, if anyone dares to question my military orders, this will be their fate." The pirates, scared nearly to the point of wetting themselves, all nodded in agreement, daring not to voice any more ABD. Of course, Chou Tanwei knew that although he had temporarily suppressed the opinions of these pirate leaders, their greed for gold could not be suppressed. He needed to find a way to divert their attention. Starting the next day, Chou Chanwei ordered the pirates to launch verbal attacks and used provocative tactics against the family. These pirates, naturally vulgar, were shameless in their insults, directly targeting everyone in the mine pit, insulting the entire family of the mythical Count. Hearing such indecent abuse, the Jin soldiers were nearly exploding with anger, especially Jean Jones, who, upon hearing the insults directed in his goddess, Jee Mulan, was furious and ready to charge out and teach these scoundrels. The mythical Turtle Count was also furious. He had always treasured Lady Jean as a jewel in his life, but today she was defiled by these filthy pirates. He wished he could tear them to pieces immediately. However, he restrained his anger, understanding that impatience could spoil greater plans. Seeing that verbal provocation was ineffective, Chou Tanwei started an even more twisted scheme. He ordered some handsome young men from the ship, dressed them in the clothes of Xinlang, Jee Mulan, and Lady Jean, and began role-playing. Then he tied them with ropes, making them crawl on the ground like dogs, and eventually escalated to more extreme acts of role-playing abuse. Watching all this unfold, he was so angry that he almost twisted his face in rage, nearly crushing his back teeth. He couldn't understand how these pirates could insult the Jean family to such an extent and why the master still chose to endure. Unexpectedly, the next day, the pirates tied up the young man playing Xinlang to a pole and executed him by dismemberment. Watching these blood-soaked pirates with ferocious expressions was chilling. They could no longer be called human. They were more like a group of perverted demons. Suddenly, a young pirate pointed down into the pit and shouted, "Boss, the Jean family soldiers have disappeared." Chou Tanwei was shocked and quickly pushed through the crowd towards the mine entrance, but when he saw the empty pit he was stunned. Not only was there not a single person left, but even the temporary buildings had been dismantled. All that was left was the countless gold, sand, and ore at the bottom of the pit. What's going on? There's only this one exit. Where could the mythical Turtle Count and his 4,000 people have gone? Something's not right. People can't just disappear. This must be a plot by. Suddenly, he noticed the pirates around him as if possessed, greedily staring at the exposed gold sand in the pit and laughing for a while, foolishly. At that moment, a pirate from some squad roared, "Brothers, there's no one left below. The gold is up for grabs." Upon hearing this, a large number of pirates rushed towards the bottom of the mine, ignoring any orders from Chiu Tianwei. Seeing the situation completely out of control and knowing he couldn't manage the subordinates of other pirate leaders, he was forced to restrain his own 10,000 direct troops from descending. He was certain the mysterious disappearance of the Jin's 4,000 troops was a trap and couldn't risk it at the Tang family's camp above. Anxious warriors filled the area, all closely watching the pirates scrambling for gold below. Uncertain what to do. Eventually, someone couldn't resist and went to ask Tan's own general, "Are we just going to watch these pirates take off?" The gold, Tan's own, was also in turmoil. He could tell there was something off about the situation below, and that rashly charging down might walk into a trap. However, not participating meant watching the greedy pirates take all the gold, possibly leaving nothing for them. By this time, the pirates who ran down first had begun stripping off their clothes, desperately filling them with mine soil, unaware that the soil, which seemed to be all gold sand, actually contained only a small amount of gold dust. Most of it was brass. Hearing the unceasing sounds of the excitement, Tanzan couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "All troops charge! Take the gold!" The moment he shouted, 3,000 tame private soldiers surged down like a flood, joining the gold. Meanwhile, Cho Tanwei's direct troops stood behind, watching their comrades seizing what seemed like hundreds of thousands in gold, feeling unbearably agitated. Eventually they couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "Boss! Stop hesitating. If we don't act now, all the gold will be gone." However, Cho Tanwei still refused to give the go-ahead. He was tempted by the gold and wanted it, but the sudden disappearance of people was too suspicious, clearly a trap. Seeing Cho Tanwei remain silent, several old pirates from his direct lineage lost their patience and charged down. When others saw someone taking the lead, the rest of the pirates followed suit, leading to the complete disintegration of Cho Tanwei's direct forces, and indeed there were no traps set below. But now, in the eyes of these pirates, there was no sense of comradeship or brotherly loyalty, and they soon began to fight each other. Cho Tianwei, watching the scene unfold, thought to himself, "I have to go down now. After returning, a massive purge is now necessary." Then he rushed to a high platform and shouted, "All guards of the city lord's mansion, come out and maintain order. All the gold seized by anyone must be handed over for a unified distribution according to proportion. Anyone found hiding gold will be executed without mercy." Soon, under the suppression led by Cho Tanwei himself and his guards, order was finally restored among the over 30,000 pirates. After everything settled down, he walked to the pile of gold and looked around as expected. No traps or ambushes. "It seems I overestimated line." He then picked up a handful of mine soil, examining the gold sand within a smug expression on his face. "With this ancient gold vein, the Chio family will rise. Mythical Turiel Count. Don't think you can escape with your troops through the secret tunnel. As long as you are on this island, I will ensure the extermination of the Jin family and vengeance from by Sunday." Just then, a series of explosions sounded from above the mine, followed by flying debris hitting the people below. This sudden event caused all the pirates in the pit to panic. "Where's the explosion coming from? Where's the explosion?" Seeing this, Cho Tanwei immediately gathered all pirates to prepare for defense and enter command that mode. Soon, a pirate came to inform Cho Tanwei. "The explosion has destroyed all the pathways leading up." Cho Tanwei seemed unsurprised by this news. As expected, it was a trap, but so what? How can your mere 4,000 Jin forces withstand my 30,000? But before he could devise a counter, another explosion occurred above the mine, and this time a huge hole was blasted at the mine entrance. Torrential seawater burst through the hole, and like a waterfall poured into the mine mixed with the debris. At this moment the pirates were in complete panic. The sea was at least a mile away. How could water have? It turns out Shen Lang had already designed his secret tunnel inside the pit when the pirates lowered their guard. The mythical turtle count led his troops out of the tunnel and sealed it with stone. Once the pirates stepped into the trap, explosives buried in advance were detonated, destroying the stairs and turning the mine into a giant container. As for the seawater, a tunnel had already been dug, simply covered by a thin layer of stone. The mythical turtle count's roar echoed from above of the pit. "Cho Tianwei, it's over for you. Today marks the end for you, beasts." Hearing this, the pirates realized that Jin's soldiers had surrounded the pit's entrance. As the water level rose, countless pirates began climbing higher, some even trying to scale the icy walls. However, the cold had frozen the walls, and with Jin soldiers throwing stones and shooting arrows from above, those attempting to climb fell back down. Cho Tanwei was furious. "Shen Lang, you're truly ruthless. Such a scheme could not have been thought up by the mythical turtle count. It was you, deaf. Finally you." On the other hand, Tanzon was still in shock. So Chio Tianwei's earlier obstruction was not out of cowardice, but because this sly old fox really sensed the danger. "Shen Lang, to get rid of us, you've gone to great lengths." Ruthless. Suddenly, a mouthful of cold, salty seawater woke Tanzon up. "I can't die here. I have to return to the Tang family alive. Only by surviving can I seek revenge." With that thought, he dived underwater, quickly shedding his armor to lighten himself and prevent sinking. Using his inner strength, he leapt from the water, grabbing onto the cliff's edges to climb rapidly. Tan's own martial skills were superior, but his agile movements also drew the shooter's attention from above, and dozens of arrows and stones were hurt at him. Even though Tan's own was battered and bruised, he refused to give up, driven by a deep and hatred. Finally, he reached the edge of the mind entrance, only to find the mythical turtle count waiting for him with a sword, signaling the of his hope he had forgotten about the thousands of enemies above. Once pulled up, he knelt before the mythical turtle count, begging for mercy. The mythical turtle count signaled Jin, who restrained Tan's own from behind. The next second, the mythical turtle count disabled Tan's own's martial arts mouth, followed by stuffing his mouth with sand to staunch the bleeding, preventing him from dying of blood. This act was specially left for Shenlang by Jane Jones. Although young Master Shen hadn't specified keeping Tanzan alive, given Shenlang's character, sparing him might prove useful. Meanwhile, as the water level in the mine continued to rise, Zhou Tianwei seemed to sense hope for a counterattack. He then turned around and loudly reassured his forces, "All pirates, stop wasting your energy. As long as the water keeps pouring in, we'll soon float up." Hearing this, all the pirates also realized, right, we're pirates. How could we possibly be afraid of drowning? Shenlang is truly foolish to think he could drown us with water. However, amidst their shot in Florida, laughter, a thunderous noise sounded, and the next second the flow of water from the exit gradually ceased. Seeing the water level no longer rising, the pirates who were just mocking now looked stunned. Did that explosion just now block the water outlet? After a while, one of the pirates came to his senses and began cursing upwards. "Shenlang, damn your mother, damn your mother." Zhou Tianwei was also stunned. The questioning voices of his subordinates continuously reached his ears. "Boss, we may not drown. But if we keep soaking in such cold weather, we won't drown, but we'll freeze to death." This comment also awakens Zhou Tianwei. "Right, we can't keep soaking here. Since we're facing death either way, we might as well go all out." Thinking this, Zhou Tianwei turned around and roared, "Everyone, cover me. Those with the highest combat abilities, follow me and climb up. We'll carve a blood." The bloody path, following his shout, Zhou Tianwei was the first to leap onto the rock wall, leading the CL up. We're seeing this. The mythical turtle count immediately ordered his men to shoot arrows and throw stones at them as the experts around Zhou Tianwei were picked off one by one. Fear appeared on his face for the first time. "Damn, at this rate, we might all be killed before we even reach the top." Embracing a Diordai attitude, Zhou Tianwei shouted, "All pirates, listen up, our way out is right in front of us. Let's all charge together and annihilate the Jin family." Under Zhou Tianwei's command, 30,000 pirates densely packed like countless ants, frantically climbed up the rock wall. This shocking sight made the Jin soldiers above feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. As more and more pirates climbed up, the Jin archers began struggling to keep up with their rate of arrow fire. Seeing this, everyone simply started to hailstone down. With the fall of large rocks, countless pirates screamed in pain. Some even being smashed to pieces, but they continued to desperate climb. As a portion of the pirates nearly made it up, a few new soldiers started to falter. Jin Zheng approached the mythical turtle count and said, "Master, the sulfuric acid is ready." Without hesitation, the mythical turtle count as the command was given, all Jin soldiers lifted jugs of concentrated sulfuric acid and poured them down the rock wall. The pirates at the forefront, upon contact with the sulfuric acid, experienced their skin being instantly corroded, accompanied by burning pain and the pungent smell of decaying flesh, causing them to involuntarily let go. The pirates who had barely made it up fell back down. "This!" Zhou Tianwei shouted in desperation. "Don't come down. Keep climbing. Everyone keeps climbing." However, climbing a wall soaked in sulfuric acid was something only a fool would do, and the burned pirates began jumping down, preferring the risk of freezing in the seawater over containing to with the wall of sulfuric acid above and the chilling seawater below. The pirates were in agony, some even begging for the mythical turtle count's mercy to save their lives. The Jin warriors, witnessing this dreadful scene, began to waver internally. "Are we being too cruel?" Seeing this, Jin Zhang roared, "Brothers, are you sympathizing with them? But what about the children they've killed? The innocent women they violated? Who sympathizes with them? These pirates have committed countless atrocities and are worse than beasts. They don't deserve sympathy. They are more than deserving of death. Understand, then." The mythical turtle count stepped forward. "You don't need to blame yourselves. By killing these pirates today, countless families will be spared from disaster. Eliminating these scum is carrying out justice on behalf of heaven." It's a virtuous deed. Continue firing arrows and throwing stones. Stones. This time the soldiers held no reservations. Huge rocks filled with the soldiers' seething hatred rained down like a storm as time passed. Soon there was no movement below. Those pirates who hadn't been killed by the rocks succumbed to exhaustion and froze to death in the water. Thus, the combined 30,000 forces of Cho Tianwei and the Tang family were completely annihilated. Cho Tianwei would have been hiding in a crevice of the rock wall, felt his scalp tingle witnessing the scene. Enveiled by the stench of death, his heart sank into unprecedented despair. I am the great pirate king, the overlord of the eastern seas. Yet now, my entire force has been eradicated by that vermin Shenlang. It's all over. I've lost everything. Suddenly, Cho Tianwei saw a stream of yellow liquid from above, followed by Jin Zhong's voice. These pirates committed countless evils in life. Their souls are filthy. Let's all pour some yellow soup on them for purification to ease their passage. Upon hearing this, all Jin soldiers burst into laughter and followed Jin Zhong, led, adding their own yellow soup to the sea of corpses as a final send-off for the pirates. The mythical turtle counts there at Jin Zhong's, thinking this man has always been reserved and proper. Policy becomes so bold today. Little did he know. Jin was also conflicted. This task was secretly assigned by young Master Shen. I wanted to refuse, but I just didn't have to. Courage, unable to bear seeing his pirates further humiliated. Cho Tianwei shouted, mythical turtle count. Why doesn't that vermin Qin Lang show himself? The mythical turtle count didn't hide the truth and approached to inform him. Shen Lang has already led his elite troops to attack Furious Ta City. Hearing this, Cho Tianwei laughed as if he'd heard the greatest joke. Do you know? Furious Tide City is currently guarded by my adopted daughter, Cho Yor. Not even gods could breach it. Let alone that pretty boy Shen Lang. You're utterly delusional. The mythical turtle count didn't respond. He was well aware of Cho Yor's capabilities, but trusted that if Shen Lang was confident, his son-in-law would surely capture Furious Tide City. Then, Cho Tianwei continued to ask, mythical turtle count, tell me, is this ancient gold vein real? Or fake? Of course. It's fake. The mythical turtle count revealed the truth to Chiu Tianwei now that everything had come to light. These gold blocks and sands were forged from 400,000 gold coins and 10,000 brass coins. All to lure you in the trap. Hearing this, Cho Tianwei roared, almost breaking down. Where did you get all these gold coins? This is all Shen Lang's conspiracy, isn't it? The mythical turtle count didn't answer directly, but coldly asked. Cho Tianwei. Do you remember the battle between my father and your Cho clan 20 years ago? Why did my Jin family get completely annihilated? Hearing this, Cho Tianwei laughed and said, that's because the Hidden Origin Society had already betrayed you. Even your ally, the Martial Peace Count Shua, sold your military plans to me and planted a large number of spies in your father's army. They destroyed your warships at a critical moment and led them into the trap I at its seat. Realizing something, Cho Tianwei said, all these experiences, isn't this the same trap I set for Jin Yu Count back in the day? My entire force is annihilated just like theirs was. Is this my rage? Now, I refuse to accept this. I won't resign myself to fate. Suddenly, Cho Tianwei roared like a mad lion and, with a burst of strength, fiercely climbed up the cliff. Changed what? If you are a man, face me in a one-on-one duel to the death. However, he was overthinking it. Several soldiers immediately grabbed jugs of sulfuric acid and poured them down in buckets. Cho Tianwei was stunned for a moment, and before he could dodge, the acid had already been poured onto his face. Following Cho Tianwei's dreams, several flaming arrows struck his body. The combination of the flesh-corroding acid and the arrows set him aflame, causing smoke to rise from his entire body. Yet he still clung to the rock wall, refusing to let go. At that moment the mythical turtle count personally dumped the basin of, I changed what I am honest but not stupid. You're already a dead man. Why would I need to duel you since you're so stubborn? I'll personally see. E-Wolf, the moment the grease was poured, Shotenwei instantly turned into a fireball and started burning, holding on to his resentment and anger. He finally let go and fell into the sea of corpses. From that moment on, Cho Tianwei could only lead his pirates in another world, continuing his reign as the pirate. Afterward, the mythical turtle count's gaze turned towards the distance. With the Chio family's flag now fallen, Shen Lang, how far is your battle for Furious Tide City? On the other side, inside the Tang family estate, Tang Lian was both excited and anxious at this moment. He could hardly wait to see the scene of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion being destroyed. By that time, the beautiful Jee Mulan would be deprived of her martial arts skills and become a plaything for the crown prince. Su Peep would die of a broken heart due to the death of the mythical Turtle Count, and that little beast Chin Lang would be torn to pieces by Count. As people thinking of these exciting scenes, Jin Hai Count could hardly suppress his at this moment, the heir of distant guard Marquis, Su Jiantang, actually took the initiative to visit Jin Hai Count. Although Tangle Lin had also betrayed the old noble alliance, he still looked down on families like the Su family that were disloyal and unfaithful. Su young master, you came here today. Could it be that you have also set your sights on the gold veins of Cliff Watch Island? However, Su Jiantang laughed and said, rest assured, Jin Hai Count. My Su family is not so short-sighted. I came here today just to ask you to pass a message. Tangle and was startled. Not for the gold veins, but to pass a message. What does the Su family mean by this? Su Jiantang laughed and said, as you know, Jin Hai Count, the main force of the mythical Turtle Count is currently on Cliff Watch Island, but the current situation is unstable, and their territorial defense is inadequate. I fear that bandits might emerge. Given my status, it's not suitable for me to come forward and advise. Why don't you go and remind Miss Jee Mulan? Upon hearing this, Tanglin was greatly shocked. Damn, aren't you clearly reminding me that the Jin family is now sure of troops, allowing me to wreak havoc? Soupy pays your own aunt? And Jee Mulan once had a marriage contract with you. Your Su family's repeated ruthless actions are really quite. Then, Su Jiantang continued. Jin Hai Count, you are a genius in using troops. During the last conflict over the Isle of Gold Mountain, my 10 experts made significant progress while trying out in your army. This time, I have brought 50 more experts, and was wondering if they could train under your command for a month. As the voice fell outside the door stood 50 warriors in need order. Seeing this, Jin Hai Count couldn't help but be overjoyed inside. Your Su family not only brings news for me to act as bandits and ravage the Jin family's territory, but also willingly supports me with 50 experts without any cost. You really are ruthless and venomous. Thinking this, Tanglian turned his head and smiled. Since Su young master is so generous, then I will keep these experts and train them well. After Su Jiantang left, Tanglian approached to observe these dozens of warriors, and made an unexpected discovery. These people with eyes cold as killing machines were all from the western regions, and moreover they were death soldiers, explicitly forbidden by the sovereign to be kept. Facing this group of people, Jin Hai Count couldn't help but become suspicious of the Su family. His distant guard Morky planning something big, but now is not the time to think about it. He immediately summoned his other 3 sons, instructing them to lead 200 warriors and the 50 experts from the Su family to pretend to be bandits, and go to the Jin family's territory to cause destruction. Tanglin said fiercely, now that the Jin family's territory is short of troops, you can kill and set fires as you please, without regard for anyone. Understood. Once everything was arranged and his sons departed, Tanglin began to worry about his eldest son, Tanzan. Now several days have passed since we set out to attack Cliff Watch Island. The battle might have already ended. Cho Tan Wei is cunning. If I am not present, Tanzon will surely be at a disadvantage when it comes to dividing the gold veins. Thinking this, Tan will immediately order, set off for Cliff Watch Island. Right now. However, as their ship passed by Olive Gold Mountain, they noticed several pirate ships, also heading in the same direction. Tang Lohan, watching from the deck, was puzzled. This is Chio House Fleet Station at Olive Gold Mountain. Why are they not defending Olive Gold Mountain, but heading towards Cliff White Island? Suddenly a familiar figure appeared in the spyglasses that Pre-F. Zhang Tangluo and Fadi had seen wrong and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Wasn't Zhang Chong recuperating at home? How could he? The Pierrier, when he looked through the spike, left again. He found that Zhang Chong was not on the opposite deck. It seems I really did have a vision error. That Zhang Chong is just a man of great ambition, but little talent. After losing the Isle of Gold Mountain dispute, he fell ill and never recovered. What is so-called eminent official? Simply a reputation without substance. This time, the great merit of destroying the mythical Turtle Count's mansion must belong to me. Tang Luan, and you, Zhang Chong, your career is over. Little did Tanglin know he had not seen incorrectly. Zhang Chong, upon seeing Tanglin's ship, immediately went into the cabin. At this moment, Zhang Chong sighed and said it seems Cho Tianwei might have lost the battle, and it's very likely he's already dead. Zhang Chong was shocked. Father, did you send someone to infiltrate Cliff Watch Island for reconnaissance? Zhang Chong looked at his daughter and shook his head. If the Cho Tanwei's army had already taken Cliff Watch Island, they would have been eager to call miners from out of Gold Mountain by now. Why haven't we heard any news until now? In this Tangwan either wants to go to the island to see the death of the mythical turtle count with his own eyes, or he's worried that Cho Tanwei will disadvantage Tan's own when dividing the gold veins, but I really can't imagine how Shanlang managed to capture all 30,000 pirates in one go. At this time, Zhang Chong will remind him, "Father, there's no need to rack your brains over these things. Once everything is over, it will all be clear. It isn't our current target Furious Tide City." After hearing this, Zhang Chong turned his head and said, "I've already sent your brother with 6,000 elite troops to lay in wait at Furious Tide City. Right now, the fate of our three families, and even the success or failure of the new policies of the UK, all hinge on the Battle of Furious Tide City. The mantis talks to the cicada, I'm aware of the Oreo behind. It's just that I don't know if this Oreo can successfully accomplish a great feat." At this moment, Zhang Chuanhua suddenly said with a mixture of regret and resolve, "Father, it's my failure for not capturing Zhouyor. For not smoothly completing your plan for Furious Tide City. You didn't capture Zhouyor, but you captured Zhouhao, which is already a great achievement. Chuanhua, you didn't suffer any loss, did you? My S has already been sold to Shou Hao." Shangchan was immediately faced with a deadpan expression upon him. By entering this, Shang Chengwath changed the subject. "Zhou only likes men. Even if I wanted to sell this but wouldn't be sellable. Besides, he's not Shenlang. Why would I sell my butt to him?" Shanchang was speechless. His daughter had started talking nonsense again. Helplessly, he could only suppress his frustration and not scold her. Otherwise, it would only encourage her more. After a while, Shang Chanhua felt that her father's lack of response was quite boring, so she asked seriously, "Father, where are we going to?" Next, Zhang Chong sneered. "This time, I have emptied all the garrison troops of the Lord Mansions in New River County, except for those in mythical Turtle City, and together with Chouhao's 3,000 pirates, a total of 6,000 soldiers are heading to Furious Times. To aim for the high. One must secure the middle to plan for the middle. One must control the low silently and stealthily. That's how to strike with the force of thunder." Meanwhile, in Furious Tide City, Shenlang, having gathered all of the Jin family's elite forces, took Zhou Tanwei's castle with the speed of lightning, and Zhang Ji led 6,000 official troops to occupy the western castle just quickly. From this point, Furious Tide City entered a three-way state. Although Shenlang had anticipated this situation, when it actually happened, he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim at Prefect Jane's brilliance to be able to keep such a calm demeanor in fine illness for months, then stab in the back at the critical moment. Shenlang began to analyze the situation with Jin Hui and Jin Juri, and currently, our forces are the weakest among the three powers. The main castle defended by Zhouyor with 3,000 warriors is in. And that Zhang Ji is just waiting in the western castle, waiting for me and Zhou Yair to fight until both sides are injured. Then he'll strike from behind to reap the benefits of the fisherman. This situation is indeed quite tricky. Suddenly Shenlang's face revealed a sly smile. Jin Shuring was somewhat puzzled. After all, they were up against the invincible Demonis. Zhou Yaoer, he had already resigned himself to a dour-eyed attitude towards this battle. Yet young Master Shin's unsettling smile somehow reignited a flicker of heart's hope in him, and then, for the next 3 days, Furious Tide City remained as calm as usual, until the fourth day when Shenlang suddenly ordered the gathering of all soldiers in preparation for attacking the main castle, although the Jin family's troops were filled with doubts. A military order is as heavy as mountain. 2,000 elite troops could only march to the main castle with a door-down spirit. This news quickly reached Zhang Ji's ears. "General, should we also dispatch troops?" Zhang Ji decisively refused. Just as Shanlan had said, Zhang Ji wanted to take advantage of the moment when Zhouyor and he were fighting to the death to seize the main castle. But now, Shanlan's 2,000 troops against Zhouyor were obviously in a losing position. Zhang Ji immediately ordered all troops to be battle-ready. He had to seize the best moment to strike at an time. Meanwhile, atop the main castle, Zhouyor had long been waiting. She looked down coldly and said, "Shenlang, I had already warned you not to show up in Furious Tide again, but since you've come, you might as well start the each." Hearing this, Shenlang took a deep breath and closed his eyes. This woman, though formidable, had once shared a night with me, but what of it? Even if I've slept with her, she's still a stranger, isn't she? I can only care about the people I love. The strangers I've slept with can die. All soldiers, unlike command, begin the attack at Shenlai's command. Several catapults were pushed forward by the soldiers behind him, while Zhou Yaoer stood on top of the city wall, coldly watching the enemy forces outside. Her eyes showing no fear at all. Seeing this, Shenlang also greatly admired Zhou Yaoer's courage. It's just a pity she is Zhou Tanwei's daughter, an enemy of a Jin family. Therefore, she I was about to order the stone throwing. Suddenly, Su Chanchan, with a loud shout, rushed out onto the city wall and stood in front of Cho Yor. Shen Lang, you can't kill her. Cho Yor is pregnant. She already carries child. At these words, Shen Lang was completely dumb. Found it. Near Cliffwatch Island, Jean Viscount Tanglin's ship was gradually approaching. At this moment, he looked at the inconspicuous little island before him, excited beyond measure. In his view, even 1/10 of the gold veins on the island could make the Tang family rise to prominence. Suddenly, a loud whistle of a ship was heard, not far away. Looking over, several pirate warships were approaching them. After identifying them themselves, a few pirates responsible for patrolling the sea boarded Tanglon's flagship and performed a noble salute to Tanglon. The man with a disdainful gaze and an air of superiority was named Tang 9. Naturally, Tang Lun's 9. At this moment he disdainfully glanced at the men before throwing a few gold coins on the deck. The pirates, seeing this, rushed to grab the gold coins like dogs seeing bones. One of the pirates even shamelessly asked Tang 9 for some wine. Tang 9, looking at these beggars like pirates, felt a wave of disdain, but since there was still a collaboration between them, he still ordered someone to bring them a few barrels of wine. As the pirates were moving wine, Tanglin came out, and the pirates quickly knelt down to greet him, seeing them so sensibly paying their respects. Tangluan was pleased, and immediately had a bag of gold coins to own to them. Then he sat down to inquire about the situation on the island. Unfortunately, these pirates were just left by Cho Tianwei to patrol and guard the area and knew nothing about the situation on the island. They only knew that there had been fighting sounds all over the island a few days ago, but from yesterday onwards, there were no sounds of battle. Perhaps the fight was over, and they were dividing the gold. After saying this, they even pointed out the direction where Chiu Tianwei's camp was located on the island for 10 Bangaluan. After hearing this, Tanglin picked up his spot glass and observed in the direction pointed for a long while before he saw Cho Ten was camped next to the Jean family's mind. Putting down the spyglass, Tanglin couldn't wait to order his men to arrange for landing on the island. At that moment, one of the pirates obsequiously suggested to Tanglin that they wanted to follow and land on the island together. Tanglin, of course, understood the pirates' desire to share in the spoils, and readily agreed to their request. Soon, Tang Will and lead 200 guards to land on the island and marched majestically towards the direction of the mind. Walking on the wide and flat road, Tang Luan's seventh son, Tang 7, Matu would have thought that the Jean family, lacking in other skills, are actually quite good at building roads. They've made this forsaken place so smooth. Tang Luan laughed heartily upon hearing this, then turned to his sons and said, no matter how well it's built, it now belongs to our Tang family. The mythical turtle count's downfall can only be attributed to their family not being populous enough, passing down the tradition of marrying only one wife. Such a large family has regrettably dwindled to only leaving behind an idiot Jean Mutsong. It's truly laughable. At this moment, Tang 9 cautiously asked from behind. Father, I heard you're planning to marry 13 to Jean Mutsong, but she was fostered in our family after Uncle's death. Wasn't she? Before he could finish, Tang Long glared at him. Isn't that good? It's more controllable this way. Tang 9 hesitated slightly before telling Tang Lan, Father, I've already slept with 13 to his surprise. Tang Luan was delighted. No problem. Continue sleeping with her. It would be best if you could freely give him a son after she marries Jean Mutsong. Tang 9, who was initially worried his father would be angry, became excited upon hearing this. Alright then, the Jean family will belong to his Tangs from now on. As they spoke, Tang Luan also led the troops to Cho Tianwei's camp by the mine, seeing the densely packed empty Tang Luan began a show for Chiu Chanwei, Furious Tide's marquee. I am here. How come everyone is sleeping inside the camp during broad daylight and no one is guarding the gate? After shouting for a long time with no response, he thought Cho Tianwei was in the mine and didn't hear him, so he kept shouting while walking towards the mine pit. Unexpectedly, just as he reached the center of the camp, suddenly the Jean family soldiers who had been ambushing in the tents on both sides for a long time rushed out and search. In the blink of an eye, Tang Lion and his 200 guards were completely around it. Seeing this scene, Tang Luan was dumbfounded, being ambushed by Jean family soldiers within the Chio camp. It was clear what it happened, but that was Cho Tanwei's formidable army of 30,000 pirates known for their ruthlessness. Along with my son Tan Zon and 3,000 private soldiers, where did they all go? Could they all have been dealt with by Jen Joa? No, that's impossible. I must be hallucinating. At this moment, the mythical turtle count came out, greeting nonchalantly. Jin High Count, long time no see. You've been seeing Genjua at that moment. Tang Luan was terrified. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Why is he standing here? Perfectly fine. What happened? The mythical Tural Count, seeing Tanglin's reaction, wasn't surprised. The arrival of Brother Tang is indeed a pleasant surprise. It seems the next two big problems can now be resolved. At this point Tang Luluan finally reacted, screaming, Jin Jue, what have you done to my son? Where is Cho Tianla? Where is the grand army of 30,000? The mythical turtle cow calmly had the soldiers make way. Don't worry cousin, your son and Cho Tianwei, they're all floating down there. You might want to see for yourself, but if you're here to collect their bodies, I'm sorry to say, they're all frozen now. You'll probably have to wait until spring for them to thaw. Tang Lohan was complete. Least on coming to us. He rushed to the edge of the mine pit, but when he saw the scene inside the pit, his mind went blank. The entire pit was densely packed with frozen bodies. The horrific sight completely broke. Who collapsed to the ground? Can't be, this must all be fake. Wait, there are no Tang family soldiers here, right? Change what? Don't think you can fool me. Where have you hidden my son and the Tang family soldiers? The mythical turtle count coldly looked at him. Tang Lohan, there's no need to search. Your Tang family soldiers wearing such heavy armor have already sunk to the bottom. Hearing this, Tamelin was stunned in place. He wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound, wanted to cry, but could only desperately claw at the ground. How could they just die like that? There were more than 30,000 and people. Suddenly, it seemed he thought something. Immediately turning his head with his bloodied fingers pointing at the mythical turtle count. It's in length, right? This is all Shenlang's conspiracy, isn't it? The mythical turtle count didn't deny it. Correct. This was a death trap Shenlang set for Chiu Tianwei. There was no ancient gold vein. Everything was an illusion. I just didn't expect that you, Jin High Count, would also be so eager to come to your demise. Hearing this, tears finally welled up in Tanglin's eyes. He had lost completely. Once again, and all of this isn't it because of my greed. Zhang Chong had warned me, Shenlang is a heartless person. This gold vein must have problems, but I still arrogantly fell into Shenlang's trap. My greed has completely destroyed the Tang family. I, Tang Luan, have let down the ancestors of the Tang family. As his voice fell, Tangling let out a desperate and unwilling howl to the heavens. Ancestors, I have failed you. I have failed you. The next second, he heavily felt the ground. Tangling's sons, seeing their father fall, rushed up, but were stopped by the soldiers. Jean Jones went up to check. Tang Loin was still alive. Meanwhile, in Furious Tide City, just as Shun Lang was about to order an attack on Shu Yor, Su Shanqian rushed out to stop him, crying and telling Shun Lang that Shu Yor was pregnant with child. This massive revelation almost made all the Jin family soldiers' job. Even the several loyal servants behind Shanlan were both shocked and speechless towards their young men. Master Shen, Jane who even broke out in a cold sweat for young Master Shen. Even Shoyor, this demoness has been dealt with by young Master Shen. Impressive, truly impressive, but this should count as infidel, right? After a moment, Shen Lang finally recovered from his shock, slowly speaking. Su Changxian, you say Shoyor shouldn't die. Should I? Shen Lang? Die then? Should my 2,000 brothers? Do you realize that Zhang Ji's thousands of troops are not far behind us, ready to rush up and wipe us out at any moment? If I can't take Furious Tide City, my Jin family is finished. Do you understand? Su Chan, I knew you were won over by Cho Yao, that you truly stand on her side, but it doesn't matter anymore, none of it does. We were always mortal enemies. He then no longer hesitated and ordered the stone attack to be prepared. It again. Seeing this, Su Chan was already in tears. Of course, she knew the current situation and that she couldn't change in Lang's decision, but the child in Shoyor's womb is innocent. Thinking this, she suddenly turned around, knelt down, and hugged Cho Yao's legs, pleading, General, please talk to Shen Lang. Will you? He really will kill you. I don't want you to die. Nor do I want the child in your womb to die. You say you don't love the child, but that's because you haven't seen him. Haven't felt him. As time goes by, you will accept and love as child. However, these words didn't move Choyawar. She still spoke with a cold and firm tone. Thank you for your concern, but death is not something I fear. I can feel Shen Lang's intention to kill. I swear to defend Furious Tide City from my adoptive father. And Matt, hearing such words, Su Chan, to spirit. Then she got up, shouting as she ran towards the edge of the city wall. If you all insist on killing each other, then there's no hope for my revenge. Might as well die right in front of you. It quick the next second she actually jumped off the 20-some-meter-high city wall intending to use her death to shake Choi. However, in a swift moment, Cho Yao reached out and grabbed her clothes. In Cho Yao's heart, she might not care about anyone's life or death, but she couldn't accept someone dying for her. At this moment, Su Changxian, hanging in midair, cried and cursed. Shen Lang, are you even a man? You already have a child with Cho Yao. Won't you talk? Properly, I fuck, she was the one who came onto me. I'm the victim here, fine, come on then, you come do as you fuck. Police. Hearing Shu Chanchan's words left in line speechless. This woman is really shameless. Helplessly, he could only grumble as he walked towards the city gate alone. Fine, I'll come in and talk peace with you by myself. Just me alone. Kill her as you wish. If we can't talk it out, then we fight. We kill Shin 13 and Jean, who he hurried forward to stop him. But Shin Lane simply said, don't worry about me. At this point, we must make a quick decision. I no longer have the luxury of choice. Having said that, he walked straight towards the wooden box lowered by Ch. Hour. The next second he was pulled up as if by an elevator. Cho Yao's strength was truly formidable. A large wooden box plus Shan Lane's height of 1.8 meters. She easily pulled him up the more than 20 meters high city wall by yourself. Standing on the wall, Shen Lang, though still imposing, was actually very worried inside. I came here alone. What if Cho Yao suddenly decides to kill me? At this moment, Su Chanchan couldn't help but step forward and started arguing with Chen Lang. Although her words were harsh, this actually eased Chen Lang's inner tension after about a verbal sparring. Shen Lang activated his X-ray vision towards Chili Hour's abdomen. Indeed, a tiny embryo is growing in her womb. Seeing this, Shen Lang was thoroughly dismayed. Your blood, Cho Yao, is full of heavy metals, and you frequently let blood. How could you still get pregnant from me so easily? And more so, the embryo is growing healthily? Should I praise my own prowess? Or is it your Cho family's lineage? That's incredibly formidable. After calming his emotions, Shen Lang looked towards Cho Yao. Let's not talk about this child for now. To be honest with you, when I was treating you, I had already tampered with your body. I can take your life at any moment. Shen Lang wasn't lying about it. During the treatment, he had implanted several extremely small particles inside Cho Yao. These particles were deadly cyanide extracted from a large amount of almonds, encased in a very thin metallic shell to create poison pills. On the catapult, the ammunition was made from meteorite magnet powder. Once Cho Yao shattered them, the powder would adhere to her body surface. Cho Yao would definitely try to break free at that moment, causing true energy to burst forth from every part of her body. The thin metal balls would be squeezed by true energy and attracted by the magnets, causing the metal balls to crack and the cyanide inside to enter the bloodstream in just a few seconds. Cho Yao would be dead. By then, although the alchemist in Zykian didn't hold a high position in the Lord's castle, being an old man by Chiu Tianwei's side, he had seniority and credibility. Without a leader, he could collaborate with Shen Lang from inside and outside to take the castle, but at this moment Shen Lang found himself in a dilemma. He had anticipated the Shang family would make a move, but Zhou Yao's pregnancy was truly unexpected. So a better option has presented itself to me. I am really pregnant. Yes, whose fault is that? I'd bear no responsibility for this. The victim, Cho Yao, seeing Shen Lang's attitude, directly said, though I'm pregnant, I don't need you to take responsibility. It's only been over a month and hasn't taken form yet, just pretend it doesn't exist. Shen Lang, hearing this, replied even more unhappily. Just shut up, it was you who with me, leaving me covered in bruises and hurting my wife's feelings. Now, you're even pregnant, do you still intend to keep this child? Cho Yao didn't continue the topic, but simply said, I'll send you down. Let's start the battle. Seeing this, Su Changchan desperately stood in front of Cho Yao. General, can this matter really not be resolved peacefully? I don't understand why you remain loyal to Cho Chanwei, who was utter evil. Cho Yao told her, if it weren't for Cho Chanwei's rescue in my childhood, I would have died at sea long ago. Therefore, I must repay this nurturing kindness, but Su Chanshan didn't see it that way. She knew that the foundation of the Cho family was built by Cho Yao herself. Through battles in the north and south, this nurturing kindness should have been repaid long ago. Yet Cho Yao shook her head. No, the adoptive father saved me, so I owe him my life. If I can survive today's battle and keep Furious Tide City for him, then I will leave in wonder. far away. At this moment, Shen Lang spoke up from behind her, "You don't need to repay him anymore because Zhou Tanwei is already dead." Zhou Yao were trembled, but she still turned back to tell them, "Even if Zhou Tanwei is dead, I must keep Furious Tide City for him. At worst, I can hand the city over to Zhou Hao in the future, fulfilling my promise. Shen Lang, you may leave. Fate is in the hands of the heavens. Let's continue the battle." Facing Zhou Yao's thoughts, Shen Lang immediately scolded. "Are you out of your mind? You fool! Woman, do you not realize that you no longer owe Zhou Tianwei anything? Do you know the cook who poisoned you with salt was instigated by your so-called adoptive father, Zhou?" Tianwei, hearing this, Shiliaoer was shocked. Look at that bait. Seeing her disbelief, Shen Lang had no choice but to continue explaining. "Zhou Tanwei never considered you as a daughter. He wanted you to be his woman, but now you've become so powerful that not only are all the pirates and is so afraid of you, but even he has started to fear you. Your prestige has long surpassed his, making him appear dull and come back. Comparison, and making Zhou Shao look like a wasteroel who only ruins women. Therefore, you cannot stay. Must die." Hearing Shen Lang's words, Zhou Yu's expression drastically changed. She had indeed felt that her adoptive father's gaze towards her was strange, but she had not thought in that direction. The idea that her adoptive father wanted to kill her was utterly beyond her expect. At this moment, Zhou Yao, filled with a murderous aura, asked Shen Lang, "Do you have any evidence to prove he's dead?" "Things," Shen Lang informed her. "The cook, Shu Shu, is now in a secret room underneath the Lord's mansion. You need to release Enzai Qin, and he can lead you to her." Zhou Yu, puzzled, asked, "Why wouldn't my adoptive father just silence such an insignificant woman?" Shen Lang smiled. "Ah, it's because the cook got pregnant, and Zhou Tanwei thought the child was his. But actually, it's Enzi." Like in moments later, the cook, Shu Shu, was brought up to the city. Zhou Yora asked, "Did my adoptive father instruct you to poison me with salt?" "Yes. Zhou Tanwei commanded me to kill you by using poison salt in your food, starting 2 years ago." Seeing this, Chen Lian confidently smiled. "There, everything's out in the open." Meanwhile, back on Cliffwatch Island, after fainting for several hours from the shock, Tanglin finally regained consciousness. He felt drained and listless, chilled to the bone despite being covered in several thick blankets, as cold as if he had been dropped into an eye cellar. "Tanglin brother, are you awake?" This sudden voice made him sit up sharply, but upon seeing the mythical turtle count, calmly sitting the bed, he remembered everything. The Tang family had lost. Not to Zhenjoa, but to that heartless son-in-law, Shen Lang. With this realization, he mustered his last bit of dignity and said, "Zhenjoa, just kill me, considering we're both from old noble families. Please let me die with some dignity." However, the mythical turtle count simply shook his head. "Tanglin, I won't kill you or your 2 sons, but you'll have to do something for me." Tanglin, startled, then looked towards the mythical turtle count. "What is it?" The mythical turtle count continued. "It's simple. There's still a group of pirates at sea that I need to eliminate. They're surely thinking of landing to divide the goal. Lower the ashore. Of course, this task requires your personal attention while your 2 sons will stay with me, Tanglo, inside, to cut the grass and remove the roots." To prevent future troubles, he clearly understood the mythical turtle count's intentions, but for the sake of the Tang family, he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. An hour later, the pirates were lured by Tangluan onto the island. At this moment, half a step into the Grim Reapers embraced the pirates. Still wholeheartedly thanked Jin High Count. Unaware of Tangluan anomaly. "Fellow brothers, the gold left for you by the Pirate King is just ahead. Inside the smelting workshop, everyone grab your gold and hurry back to patrol the seas." Moments later, the pirates arrived at the wooden workshop and the neatly stacked piles of gold bricks instantly made their eyes shine. Subsequently, they couldn't wait to pounce towards the gold bricks for these greedy pirates. How could they possibly be satisfied with just 1 piece each? In no time, pirates who didn't get gold drew their sabers. Suddenly, the workshop was embroiled and conflict, then a series of knocks from outside was heard. A pirate near the door finally noticed something was amiss. "How come the door?" Laura's law. At this moment, Jin family soldiers were seen securing the entire workshop with armor, then hundreds of flaming arrows shot towards the next second, with a loud boom, the workshop was engulfed in flames. Only then did the pirates inside realize it was a trap, seeing the fierce flames. Everyone panicked. At this moment, the pirates cursed frantically, desperately trying to break the wooden walls with their knives and bodies. But when they saw the armor covering from outside, all hope was lost as the fire grew. The curses and police for help inside gradually faded away in just about 10 minutes. These remaining pirates were burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Atop the hill, Tang Lohan, looking at the rising smoke, asked the mythical turtle count. I've done what you asked. Can you let my sons end? Go now. The mythical turtle count turn and set. Not so fast. There's one last thing you need to do for me. After hearing this, Tang Lohan gritted his teeth and said, now that these over 100 warships also belong to your Jin family, what more do you want? Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew and choking yourself to death? However, Changehua didn't respond, simply giving a look that said, you know what I mean without me having to say it. Seeing this, Tang Lohan immediately understood you intend to use me to impersonate Cho Chanwei's pirates to help you recapture the Olive Go Old Mountain. On the other hand, the mythical Turul Count and Shen Lang had been away from the Count's mansion for nearly a month during these 20+ days. Jee Mulan was exhausted to the extreme. Now, the entire defense of the Count's mansion rested on her own, and only 1,000 family private soldiers remained in the mansion. For safety, she took matters into her own hands, sleeping no more than 3 hours a day, even so to not disappoint her husband upon a sudden return. She would use these 3 hours to wash herself thoroughly, even going as far as to sleep in the bathtub to sleep. Save time. Physical exhaustion was one thing, but mental fatigue was key. Her father led 4,000 troops against Cho Chanwei's 30,000-strong army, and her husband also led only 2,000 troops to seize furious Tide City. Both fronts were perilous ventures, extremely dangerous. Yet, to this moment, there had been no news, which naturally made her anxious, especially considering the last time her husband returned. Not only was he physically violated, but also severely injured. Jee Mulan was infuriated. Cho Yaor, you shameless woman, better not harbor any thoughts towards my husband this time. Someday, I, Jee Mulan, will surely tear you to pieces. Pieces as these thoughts overwhelm her, sleeping is hit. In a moment, Jee Mulan, asleep. Little Bing felt deeply sorry to see your mistress so exhausted. Only hoping that the Count and young Master Shun could return victor. As soon as the lady of the Jin household was kneeling in front of the incest hall, praying for the mythical turtle Count and Shen Lang to show her sincerity and ask the ancestors to protect the two men who had gone to the front lines. The lady had neither eaten nor drunk, kneeling devoutly for several hours, days. Just then, a frantic messenger's voice came from the front of a hall. Lady, miss. There's enemy movement on our lands. Jin Sword Lady has returned. Injured. Upon hearing this, the lady of the Jin family immediately drew her sword and rushed outside, while Mulan also quickly let her troops follow in closely behind her mother. At this moment they saw Jin's Sword Lady covered in wounds, struggling towards them in a wretched state. Lady, miss. For some reason, a large group of bandits bearing the Kutuan flag appear on her lands. Hearing the name Kutuhuan, the lady and Mulan were shocked. Kutuhuan is a notorious bandit from the province of the southern journey known for his ruthless and evil deeds, with hundreds of wicked followers under his command. Moreover, he is shrouded in mystery, with no one having seen his true face. At this point, Jin Sword Lady, who had pushed herself to return, finally collapsed from exhaustion. Mulan quickly went forward to check her injuries, but curiously all the wounds, though appearing severe, were precisely avoided vital areas. The lady immediately ordered someone to fetch doctrine to treat her injuries. Catching her breath, Jin Sword Lady continued recounting her ordeal. Just now, while leading a cavalry patrol on her lands, we encountered a group of bandits mercilessly chasing down civilians. Without a second thought, I led my troops to fight them. Unfortunately, they outnumbered us, and only I managed to break through a comeback and report. But miss, they could have killed me directly, yet they let me break through a comeback and report. I suspect this act was deceitful. Doctrine, who had arrived, also chimed in. Though Kuchulan is abandoned, he has never appeared in New River County before. I also think this is a diversion, someone impersonating Kuchulan to learn you out. Hearing both analyses, Mulan was torn. She didn't know whether she should personally lead troops to rescue the civilians on her lands, or stay and defend the council's mansion, sending out a cavalry troop to engage, but not directly confront them. Mulan found herself in a dilemma. Leaving the castle now would play into the enemy's hands. But if she didn't go to the rescue, many of the Jin family's people could die or be injured. We must save them. We have to save them. Having made up her mind, Jin Mulan immediately decided she must dispatch troops to rescue her people. Otherwise, what right would the Jin family have to be the lords of the land? She then turned to the lady of the Jin family and asked, Mother, do you still remember the sword techniques of the suit? Family, I am going to lead 300 cavalry to save our people. Leaving you with 700 troops, is that enough to defend the council mansion? The lady of the Jin family immediately assured her. Even if I have forgotten, once I fight for my life, I will naturally remember. Do not worry, with my strength, I am sure to defend the Jin families. Castle. Suddenly Shenlang's brother Shinjin, wearing armor, rushed over shouting, "Sister-in-law, don't go, I want to go with you to fight the enemy." Since the Shenzhen family moved into the council's mansion, Shenzhen had been practicing martial arts under the guidance of several Jin family experts. Now that his own family was in trouble, Shenzhen would not have a way, but Mulan directly refused him, telling him to stay at home and protect their parents. Shinjin was not convinced. "I've been practicing martial arts for over half a year. Why can't I join the battle?" However, despite his frustration, Mulan no longer paid him any attention. Although she understood Xian's desire to protect his family, going to war was not child play. If anything happened to her brother-in-law, she wouldn't be able to explain it to her husband. Moments later, 300 cavalry were all a, and Mulan was ready to depart on her horse once more. Suddenly, Jean's sword lady would just bandage her wounds, rushed out. "Miss, please let me join you. Battle." Mulan was about to refuse, but Jean's sword lady cut her off. "Please rest assured, Mississippi. My injuries are not. I witnessed our brothers being killed by those beasts with my own eyes. If I do not go to this battle and take revenge with my own hands, I will be restless for the rest of my life." Seeing her determination, Mulan no longer tried to stop her. "Dear sister, then let us go together and leave none of them to me." Standing. After speaking, Jean Mulan gave the order and all the cavalry follows her, rushing out of the city gates. At this time, the setting sun cast its last light over the dense forest in the valley, creating a stunningly beautiful scene. In this scene, a group of people in black lay in ambush on the trees along the path. Jee Mulan and her troops were bombed. The take. They quietly watched as Jean Mulan led her team speeding past them. The leader of this group was none other than Jean Mulan's cousin, Su Janting. At that moment, you watched Jean Mulan with a complex gaze. This woman was supposed to become my wife, but unfortunately, she ended up with that bastard Shinlang. But no matter, soon you will become a widow. Moreover, the crown prince has taken a liking to you. If I can't have you, then you shall become a stepping stone for the soup family. As night quickly fell. Seeing that his plan to draw the tiger away from the mountain had succeeded, Su Jinting began to implement his next. He looked towards the brightly lit count's mansion atop the hill. "This operation has my father's command. At any cost, we must seize that item. I hope you will hand it over to me willingly when you see me." Then putting on his mask, he ordered in his battle, "Spare no one, even if it's Supeep, anyone who resists, kill without mercy." With that, he led over 100 skilled men in black towards the count's mansion. Meanwhile, several months, the martial fanatic Tanyan, mounted on a horse, stood at a crossroads, lost in thought. Behind him on the ground lay a sprawl of bodies. After losing to Jean Mulan, he had returned to Southern Sea's Sword Island with his masterly Chinchot to learn a new sword technique. This technique was hidden within a jade stone, and even Li Chinchot himself would need 10 years to do it. He coded. If anyone wished to decipher it in a shorter time, there was only one person capable of doing so, and that person was Shenlang. At this moment, Tang Yan helplessly looked at the cryptic map his master had drawn, since entering the territory of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Not only were the roads difficult to recognize, but he also encountered 3 groups of bandits. What he didn't know was that there were originally more than a dozen groups of robbers. However, after he swiftly defeated the first 3 groups, the remaining bandits were too scared to appear. Tang Yan, looking at the 3-way crossroad in front of him, sighed and muttered to himself. My master could have led the way himself, but he stubbornly refused. I really don't understand what's so fearsome about the mythical Turtle Count's mention, but my master had instructed if faced with 2 paths, take the right, if 3, choose the middle. So I'll follow my master's advice and take the middle. This time, Tang Yan finally chose the correct path. Unaware that his unexpected appearance, the martial fanatic Tang Yan, would change the fate of the Jin family at this moment. Earlier, in Furious Tide City, Joey Hours Castle. Miss, I'm very grateful that you saved me once. Now, to commit such an ungrateful act, I'm worse than a beast, but my children's lives are in Chao Chanwei's hands. If I don't comply, they will die. Chou Yaoer shook her head. You were forced, so I won't blame you, but you need to tell me, why did you suddenly disappear? And why did you stop poisoning me? Shu Shu told Chou Yaoer because I got pregnant, and because Chou Chanwei was attacking the Jin family's Cliffwatch Island, while Furious Tide City needed you to defend it, so they temporarily stopped me from poisoning. Listening to you. Hearing Shu Shu's answer, Zhou Yaoer's heart was in turmoil. All these years, I've loyally conquered countless cities for my adoptive father. Yet now, he actually wants to kill me. Shen Lang was right. Qiu Tianwei. I no longer owe you my life. The debt between us is settled. Thinking this, she took a deep breath as if letting go of all burdens. Then she looked towards Shan Lang. Shan Lang, this castle and the entire Furious Tide City are yours now. I'm taking my people to wander far away. From this day forward, we part ways and, definitely, in the pitch-black night, a village within the territory of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion was ablaze. Fire. At this time, soldiers from the Tang and Su families, disguised as Kutuan bandits, were carrying out a frenzy of slaughter in the village. The cries and pleas for help stimulated the inner beasts of these men, unleashing the demons deep within their hearts as they threw their toys. The court. Fire. They felt an unspeakable delight. Countless survivors from the Jin family, watching their homes burn and their relatives brutally killed, were overwhelmed by helplessness and despair, plunging them into endless sphere. Laughing amidst the flames, one of the fake bandits said, "Do you wretches feel desperate? Still hoping for the Jin family to save you? Forget it, the Jin family is about to be finished. How could they care for you now?" However, before he could finish, the ground trembled violently, looking towards the source. They saw a group of warriors on tall horses charging towards them through the dark night. Leading them was the valiant General Jee Mulan herself. She led 300 cavalry, wielding long spears, and shouted, "Kill all these." The villagers, upon seeing Jee Mulan, burst into tears of joy. Their lord had come to save them. Also proving that the Jin family had not in them faced with the arrival of Mulan and the cavalry. Tang 4 was not intimidated but showed disdain and scorn from his eyes. "Jin Mulan, you dare to come? Since you're so eager to seek death, let's see how you fare against these 50 expert warriors from the western regions supported by the Su family." With this thought, Tang 4 brandished his sword and shouted loudly, "Everyone, mount up and prepare for battle. Today, let's show them whether the Jin family's cavalry is strong or if Kutu and his." After speaking, he lent his team of full speed towards the Jin family. In moments, the two forces clashed, colliding and battling fear. Jee Mulan went straight. For though Jee Mulan's swordsmanship might not be the top among the younger generation against Tang 4, she was more than capable. Seeing Tang 4 at a disadvantage, Tang 5 and Tang 7 also joined the fight, facing this shameless 3-on-1 tactic. Even Jee Mulan, strong as she was, found herself restrained for a moment on the other side. Although the Jin family cavalry had the advantage in numbers and equipment, facing the Tang family's elite masters and the Su family's warriors from the western regions, they ultimately fell into dis. As the Jin family cavalry began to fall one by one, the Tang family masters also started attacking towards Jee Mulan's position. Now surrounded by the 3 Tang brothers and seeing more enemies approach, Jee Mulan gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Seeing this, the villagers nearby became anxious. "We can't just watch our lord be bullied by these scoundrels. Let's rush in and fight them." As soon as the words were spoken, people of all ages grabbed their shovels and hoes and rushed towards Jee Mulan. Side. Jee Mulan was shocked and hurriedly shouted to stop them from getting closer. However, this moment of distraction gave Tang for the opportunity strike, aiming his sword directly at Mulan's face. Mulan couldn't dodge in time, and her helmet was knocked to the ground. The ordinary villagers powerless against the experts were instantly killed. These beasts didn't even spare the flame villagers, leaving a trail of bodies and their wake. "See this. Mulan, word, and anger and grief beasts. You're seeking death." Her spear movements became even more fierce, thrusting directly towards Tangforge. But the next second, a Western region's expert appeared behind me, unexpectedly striking her back with a stone hammer. Jin Sword Lady, senior lady injured, immediately called for a dozen cavalry to assist. Even in her, Jee Mulan showed no fear. She had to ensure the villagers' safety and bring back the remaining soldiers. She wouldn't admit defeat, ready to fight to the death to protect the Jin family. On her, just as she braced for a final, the sound of galloping hooves approached. Their leader also wore a mask with the car. Dr. Ku. Everyone was shocked, wondering if these were the real Kutu and B. Seeing as the skies exposed, Tang For quickly gathered as meant to flee the real Kutuan. Snorted coldly under his mask, thinking of running. "Let's see if you can escape." With that, he drew his long sword and charged into the fray, leaving no one alive in his path, striking like lightning. He quickly caught up to 10-4 Kutu and didn't give him a chance react, decapitating him in the blink of an eye. This scene left Jee Mulan utterly astounded, yet to confirm the identity of the person. For her. Jee Mulan approached with courtesy to express her gratitude. Thank you for your help. From the mythical Terrell Count's mansion with such skills, you must indeed be the real cut. Kutuhuan nodded. I came here because I heard someone was impersonating me to kill the innocent and tarnished my reputation. I, Kutuhuan, have always only killed the wicked to carry out justice. Such actions cannot be taught. Allah rated. Jee Mulan hearing this, bowed again and said, Mr. Ku, your assistance this time will be remembered by the Jee family. If you ever need help in the future, please send someone to inform us. The Jee family will spare no effort to assist. A hearty laugh came from beneath Kutun's mask. How could we, lowly folks, dare to associate with the mythical turtle counts? Mention, I shall take my leave now. Farewell, then he turned and left with his followers, departing with style. Watching Kutuan leave, Jee Mulan couldn't help but sigh. How can such a hero who punishes evil and promotes good be misrepresented as a thoroughly wicked person the day before in Furious Tide City? After learning of all Chiu Tianwei's schemes, Xiuyur decided to leave the Thunderous Isle which had confined her for 20 years and handed over Furious Tide City to Shan Lang. However, as she turned to leave, Shan Lang appeared before her. Xiuyur, you may leave, but what about my child? After carrying, Xiuyur coldly responded, if this child is born safely, then among the many experienced women by my side, raising a child will surely be more than manageable. After hearing this, Shan Lang felt conflicted. He believed Xiuyur would ensure the child's safe growth, hoping it would be a girl. If it were a boy, growing up with such a formidable mother and surrounded by women, such an environment might impact the child's physical health. Now that Xiuyur was willing to keep the child and for the child's safe birth, Shan Lang proposed removing the metallic poison beads hidden inside her. Although the child was illegitimate, it was still as flesh and blood. Shan Lang quickly extracted 5 poison and beads, looking at these tiny grains, hardly a millimeter in size. It was hard to believe their toxicity could be so potent. He then handed the poison pills to Enzikian for safekeeping, stressing not to break them as just one could be fatal. Xiuyur, hearing his words, immediately sat up. Shan Lang, to be as venomous as you are is true rare. She then prepared to leave with her people, but Elaine stopped her again. You can't go yet. John G. 6,000 troops are waiting for me. You need to help me to feed him. Xiuyur, puzzled, looked at Shan Lang. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Facing the question, should Lane unexpectedly resorted to being shameless? Because you, Xiuyur, were cured by me. You said you owed me a favor. Besides, you assaulted me. Shouldn't you compensate then? Shan Lang smiled slightly. It's simple. Just help me put on a show. Pretend our negotiations broke down. Then I launch an attack on you. You die in the onslaught of rocks. And we storm the city gates, fighting with your troops. That way, Zhang Ji will be fooled into ambushing me from behind. Then, we can join forces to him. Hearing Shan Lang's plan, Zhou Yao's face was full of disdain. So troublesome, can't fight but still insists on fighting. Shan Lang, who even gave you the courage? Reluctantly not wanting to owe this pretty boy a favor, she finally said. No need for such trouble. I'll just directly leave my troops and eliminate Shan Lang. Shan Lang shouted back, are you out of your mind? Aren't your soldiers' lives valuable? A little inconvenience can reduce casualties. You know, listening to Shan Lang's lecture, Xiuyur was nearly driven insane. At this moment, she really wanted to kill him, suppressing her inner rage. Xiuyur grabbed Shan Lang and quickly walked up outside, as if staying another second would make her lose control and dismember Shan Lang. When they stood atop the city gate again, Shan Lang screamed in terror. He was being dangled over the city wall by his collar. Jin Hui and others were shocked. Oh no, young Master Shan is in danger. However, the next second, Xiuyur threw Shan Lang down. Shan Lang was stunned. Damn it, big sister. That's like falling from the 5th floor. Do you really want me dead? Jin Sharing and the others were scared witless, sprinting over at the speed of a 100-meter dash. Just as Shan Lang was about to hit the ground, Qin Sharing leaped up to catch their young master. Shan Lang, still trembling after landing, cursed Xiuyur furiously in his heart. My wife was right, you deserve to be slashed 1,000 times. Then, he turned around angrily and shouted, prepare the catapults. We're going. War. As his words fell, all soldiers immediately got the catapult. Your end. Catapults ready, fire. As the words were spoken, several meteorite magnet boulders were hurled towards Xiuyur from A buff, yet she was neither hurried nor slow. She waved her ghost blade, effortlessly shattering them all. Due to the high metallic content in Shoyuar body, countless magnet powder immediately enveloped her to cooperate with Shinlang's performance. Shoyuar dramatically fell backwards, her massive form crashing down heavily. Seeing this, Shinlang was extremely irritated. Are you out of your mind, woman? Is your brain made of muscles? Couldn't you at least spit some blood and fall slowly? If you get hurt, it's one thing. But what about my child city? At that moment, with a loud bang, the castle gates were forcefully smashed down from the inside. Seeing this, the Jin family's 2,000 elite troops, led by Chen Lang, charged into the castle. As Chen Lang and the Jin elites were breaching the gates, Shangji scouts, one after another, hurriedly relayed the current situation to Shang. General Shen Lang and Shoyuar have broken off negotiations and the assault has begun. His catapults launched iron balls that killed Shoyuar. Shen Lang's troops have entered the Lord's Mansion. Hearing the shocking news, Zhang Ji was numbed. He hadn't expected Chen Lang to actually kill Shoyuar as his father predicted. He was grateful for his father's foresight and predicting this scenario. Thank goodness my father instructed me to bring troops for rearguard action. Otherwise, if Furious Tide City falls into Shen Lang's hands, it means the end of the new policy and my father's political career. But in Lang, even if you've killed the Demoness and stormed the mansion, what then? In the end, I, the Siskin, will still dev. I will not allow you to take your life. Shen Lang, Furious Tide City will ultimately be mine. Today, I, Zhang Ji, will achieve this unprecedented feat. Thinking this, he stood up from his seat and loudly declared, "Brothers, the moment for us to make our mark has arrived. Gather all the soldiers and let us stone the Lord's mansion together." As his words fell, the generals were invigorated. They then rushed out of the fortress, assembling their 6,000 elite troops and headed towards the Lord's mansion. Battle. In the early hours of the next day, the Su family's covert guards also began their assault on the mythical turtle count mentioned. Their agile movements seemed to deliberately create noise, drawing the attention of the Jin family guards on patrol. The leader of the new guards, Jin Cia, upon seeing this, hurriedly gathered all the guards to ready their bows for battle. They quickly found their positions and under Jin Cia's command launched a volley of arrows at the enemy. Hundreds of arrows rained down like a shower, piercing the bodies of the enemies and slowing their. However, outside the city walls, although the Su family's covert guards were bloodily slain, Su Jending's figure was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, this assault was his tactic of creating a diversion, aimed at concentrating the council's mansion's attention on the elsewhere. At this time, he, leading a dozen trusted men, was in the weeds behind the council's mansion's castle, searching for a secret passage into the residence, referred to as a secret passage. It was actually just an abandoned sewer, known to him from childhood games of hide and seek with Jee Mulan and others. With the Jin family's main forces engaged in repelling the external attack, this moment provided an excellent opportunity for info. Without further ado, Su Jinting and his men easily snuck into the interior of the Count's mentioned. Soon they arrived at their target location, the Count's mansions. He then ordered the guards behind him. Stay here on watch. If anyone approaches, regardless of gender, kill without hesitation. After giving his command, he quickly entered the room, alone. However, as he faced tens of thousands of books, he fell into contemplation. Searching through so many books one by one would take forever. Thinking this, he ordered those outside. Leave 2 to keep watch. The rest come in. Look for a wooden box with no. However, the library of the Count's mansion was just too large. After searching both the upper and lower floors without success, Su Jinting recalled there might be an underground library. He led his men to the entrance of the base of the level. As he approached the iron door, he sensed someone in the inside. Instantly, alert! Su chanting, hit the door forcefully, breaking open the heavy iron door. Surprisingly, after a quick scan, aside from neatly arranged original Jade secret texts, there wasn't even a mouse inside. Just as his men were about to enter, Su Jinting gestured for the wait, then closed his eyes to use his breath to sense the surroundings. He found a thick-walled secret room and detected a non-martial woman hidden in the room. Side. After scouting, he turned and gestured for 4 experts to prepare for a direct attack, with the remainder ambushing from the. Suddenly, the wall was blasted open and a terrified girl screaming. In that moment Little Bing's chest launched countless fine needles, shooting forward and instantly turning the few front-line attackers into a pin in cushion when the needle rain ceased. The hitmen fell lifeless. Su Chanting was shocked. What kind of poison needle is this? Lethal, as Su Jinting cautiously looked inside. His eyes suddenly brightened. The trembling, beautiful person holding the strange weapon was none other than Little Bing, whom he hadn't seen for years. It turned out that Little Bang, deeply trusted by Shen Lang, had been appointed as the keeper of the secret room. With enemies attacking that night, she could have stayed in the hall with the lady for safety, but considering her duty, she went to the secret room to destroy all of Shen Lang's experimental records to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. Unexpectedly, she was discovered by Su Chanting after burning them, and before she could turn, Su Hentang put away his sword and approached Little Bing, asking, "What are you doing here?" After all, if he hadn't torn up the marriage contract back then, this beauty might have become woman, but before Little Bing could answer, Su Jinting noticed the freshly burned Ash's neck. To her, his rage exploded, abandoning his previous gentle demeanor. "What were you just burning?" Facing the blade pressed against her neck, Little Bing, though crying from fear, still clenched her teeth, refusing to utter a word about young Master Shin. Secrets, thinking that she was about to die without having consummated her relationship with young Master Shin, filled Little Bing with such regret that she cried even harder. Su Jinting, seeing the pitiful Little Bing, softened his heart. Perhaps she really doesn't know anything. He withdrew his sword, and also took the strange weapon from Little Bing's hands. This girl might still be useful later on. It's more important to quickly find what my father is looking for. He then continued to direct his men to search for the wooden box, despite damaging all the jade. They still found nothing. Su Jinting frowned. Where exactly could the mythical turtle count have hidden this important item after an unsuccessful search? Su Jinting, dragging Little Bing, threatened Mrs. Jean as a bargain. Chat. This all started over a secret letter for more than 20 years ago. At that time, the situation in the Yu Kingdom was unprecedentedly complex, with external wars raging between Wu and Yu and internal strife for succession among the princes. Although Ning Yuanxian was established as the crown prince with the support of his family, his older brother Ning Yuanwu, due to his notable military achievements, gained the support of many military generals, thus harboring ambitions to use the throne. Because of the great war between Wu and Yu, Ning Yuanwu, who was a leading general, controlled a large portion of the Yu Kingdom's military forces. Seeing that the eldest prince was about to win, the distant guard Marquis Su family decided to defect to Ming Yuanwu and pledge loyal to him. To add an extra layer of security, the Su family sent a secret letter to the mythical turtle, Count Jinue, despite the cryptic content of the letter. It was clear that the Su family intended to persuade the Jin family to join them in supporting Ming Yuanwu. However, Count Jinue not only flatly refused, but also made it clear that he would never involve himself in the struggle for succession. Just when everyone thought Ning Yuanwu was about to win the succession battle, the mighty Duke unexpectedly led an army of 10,000 betraying Wu to support the Yu Kingdom with the territories of 3 counties, clearly siding with Crown Prince Ning Yuanxian. From that moment on, the mighty Duke became his biggest political ally, pushing Ning Yuanwu into a corner from which there was no return. Consequently, Crown Prince Ning Yuanxian made a miraculous comeback, winning the succession battle and becoming the current emperor. One of his first acts after ascending to the throne was to purge the loyalists and generals of Ning Yuanwu. Upon hearing the news, the Su family, in an attempt to retrieve the secret letter, not only reached out to the Jin family but also arranged a marriage between the newly born Su Jinting and Jin Jinting. Milan. However, 8 years ago, when the two families were preparing to fulfill the marriage agreement, the Sunan Marquis suddenly demanded the letter from Count. The upright change was stated that he had burned it years ago in front of his wife, Pei Pei. Naturally, Sunan did not believe him, leading to a major disagreement that night, resulting in the cancellation of the marriage agreement. Today, during a crisis at the mythical Turtles Council Mansion, Su Jinting, accompanied by over a dozen experts dressed in black and wearing masks, pushed Little Bane into the council's man. The intrusion caused immediate chaos among everyone present, including Mrs. Jean Supi, who was surprised. The Count's mansion is guarded all around. How did these people get in? However, upon recognizing the man holding Little Bing, black, she immediately realized that everything. Isn't this my cousin's son, Su Jintang? Mrs. Jean was immediately furious. Well done, Su Jintang. No wonder these people were able to sneak in undetected. Every time my Jean family faces difficulties, your Su family kicks us when we're down. You really are a fine maternal family. The more she thought about it, the angrier Mrs. Being got, and she immediately wanted to confront him. However, before she could even call out his name, Su Jinting drew a sword to warn her not to make sound. Seeing this, Su Peppa had no choice but to suppress her anger and ask her to voice. Su Jinting, what is your purpose in targeting my Jean family time and again? Su Jinting snorted coldly. What do we want? You should be well aware. Where have you hidden the secret letter that my grandfather sent to your family years ago? Hearing this, Su Pepe was shocked. She hadn't expected that her own maternal family still didn't believe that the letter had been destroyed by her husband. Seeing her stunned, Su Chanting directly placed his sword against Little Bing's neck and threatened. Madam, if you do not hand over that item, I will kill this girl and let everyone here accompany you. Death. Seeing the sword about to harm Little Bing, Mrs. Jean had no choice but to agree to his. Months later, Mrs. Jean came and holding a long wooden box. Su Chanting's eyes lit up. This is the box. No doubt about it. The Jean family really didn't burn the letter. After all, once Mrs. Jean handed over the box, Su Chanting hurriedly opened to check. This is indeed my grandfather, Su Jian's handwriting. However, he didn't know that the real secret letter had indeed been destroyed. This letter was a fake, made by Xin Lang from cutouts of Su Jian's writings, intended for use against the Su family in the future. At this moment, Su Peipei spoke up, now that you have got what you wanted, please release Little Bing and leave this place. The Count's mansion will never welcome you. However, Su Jianting handed Little Bang over to his subordinates and set the wooden box on fire before coldly saying, your Jean family really is cunning and deceitful, but now that you, Su Peipei, know so much, do you think you can still live upon hearing these words? Several veteran generals, led by Anzashi, immediately drew their swords and stood in front of Su Pipe. The next second, both sides engaged in fierce combat. At this moment Mrs. Jean, watching everything unfold, felt an overwhelming sense of grief and anger. This is my own nephew, my maternal family really wants to put me to death. Tears filled Su Pei's eyes as she mixed grief with indignation. Su Pei's, just you wait. From now on, Su Pei's, will have nothing to do with the Su Pei's. When Xin Lang returns, he will surely exterminate your entire clan. Thinking this, she suddenly drew her long sword and without a word, stabbed at Su Chanting, initiating a battle. Surprisingly, Su Pepe, who hadn't wielded a sword in over a decade, hadn't lost her skill and was evenly matched with Su Gentang. Little Bing, though scared, didn't run away and even wanted to contribute her strength to the fight. Senior's still there. Su Peep quickly shouted for leave. At that moment, Little Bing took the opportunity to draw a second rainstorm of hidden blades and shot at Sudge. Two of the Su family's experts instinctively blocked it for Su Jianting. Seeing his men kill, Su Jianting was furious and continued to fight with Su Peep while shouting kill that girl. Several men in black charged at Little Bang. Seeing this, Su Peep was shocked and immediately went to re. But this moment of distraction allowed Su Jianting to severely. Just then two men in black reached Little Bang, but unexpectedly, she drew a third hidden weapon and shot at the two men, instantly killing them with the third rainstorm pair. Blossom, seeing this, Su Jianting flew into a rage. Damn, how many hidden weapons do you have? You poised in his girl. Kill all the Jean family. Every single one, young and old. The Su family's experts, ruthless and far more powerful, quickly overwhelmed the Jean family's inexperienced and old soldiers in a Count's mansion hall, causing numerous casualties. Watching this bloody slaughter, Su Chanting laughed psychotically under his mask, even thinking of abducting Little Bing after clearing out the Jeep family. However, in the next second, a figure suddenly appeared. For him, realizing who it was, Su Jean was shocked. Isn't that Tang Yen? How did he get here? At that moment Tang Yen looked at him and asked, I think I know you. Are you Su Chanting? What happened here? After saying that, he turned his head towards the hall. This isn't right. Why are you slaughtering the elderly and children here? Just as Tang Yen finished speaking, Su Jianting panicked, thinking that this martial fanatic might intend to help the J family. However, before he could stop him, Tang Yen had already drawn the sword from his back. Then a familiar scene unfolded. Tang Yen, with lightning-fast movements, took down several of the Su family's experts in just a breath time, instantly changing the course of the battle. Seeing this, Su Jianting was shocked and decisively ordered the remaining subordinates to retreat. This martial fanatic is too strong. I don't want to die here. Anyway, the thing we wanted has already been burned, and the Jean family is already on the decline. There's no need for me to linger in battle. Watching the black cloth people flee into Surrey, Tang Yen did not pursue them. Meanwhile, Su Peep, gasping for breath, looked at the body strewn across the partake. These were faithful servants who were like family to her. Su Jinting, Su Nan, the entire distant guard Marquis household. Just you wait. This deep vengeance will be repaid in blood when my sunshine languid turns. The timeline shifts to the day before. At sea, where the mythical Turtle Count, along with Jin High Count, is sailing on Chao Tianwei ship towards the Isle of Gold Mountain. The mythical Turtle Count is well aware that the real battle determining the fate of the Jin family isn't at Cliffwatch Island, but at Furious Tide City. The journey to the Isle of Gold Mountain is just a sight. Mission, then Tanglin approached, smiling. Brother Genjua, you have already achieved a great victory. Why then do I not see a smile on your face along the way? The mythical Turtle Count did not respond. His mind was constantly worried about Shenlang's safety, and the battle at Furious Tide City. Knowing that the dangerous Choyer was stationed there, the stakes were incredibly high. If Shenlang wins, the future for the Jin family will be smooth sailing. However, if Shenlang loses, all their efforts would have been in vain. Shenlang won't continue to flatter. I never expected Brother Genjua to put aside past grievances, and our family's hatred, giving me Tang a way out. Had it been someone else, I fear I would have been dead beyond dead. This favor, I Tang, will definitely remember in my heart. The mythical Turtle Count shook his head. Cousin, you are mistaken. The grievances and grudges are between our ancestors. We had no choice in the matter. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? Upon hearing this, Tang Lian immediately put on a smile and lavishly praised the mythical Turtle Count, appearing to admire him greatly. However, internally, he was grinding his teeth in hatred, harboring deep resentment, without a shred of gratitude towards the mythical turtle Count. Nevertheless, Jeans indeed harbored no thoughts of killing towards the Tang family. After all, he only truly despised two families, the distant Guard Marquis So family, and the Martial Peacecount Shua family. These were the Jin family's in-laws and allies, yet they nearly drove the Jin family to A. At this time, Jin Zhong came to inform that they were soon to arrive at the Isle of Gold Mountain. Hearing this, the mythical Turtle Count immediately ordered that the Tang family and their entourage remain on deck, while all other Jin soldiers hid in the cabin. Meanwhile, the pirate station on the Isle of Gold Mountain spotted Kotian the That's Miss Toddlewest worship. Static, knowing that the arrival of their lord's fleet to the Isle of Gold Mountain meant they had successfully taken over the Cliffwatch Island gold mine. They were looking forward to dividing the gold tonight. However, Tang Luan was surprised to see only a handful of pirates welcoming them upon landing. Where is Cho Ha? Where are the warships at the dock? A pirate leader, not daring to admit that Cho Ha had disobeyed orders and taken the main force away, could only vaguely claim the chief recently caught a chill and is resting in a cave. Your boss isn't here. You might as well tell me the truth. Seeing the opportunity gained, the pirate immediately revealed the truth after receiving gold coins. The chief heard someone was going to attack Furious Tide City and worried that the female demon couldn't hold it, so he took all the main forces there to support. Tanglin was stunned. How many people are left guarding the island? The pirate leader replied, there should be 1,000 people. Hearing this number, Tang Luan was shocked. Only 10,000? That means Cho Ha took 4,000 of the main force back to Furious Tide City. Now, is it good or bad luck for Genjua? I wonder if Shenlang, that pretty boy, can withstand this attack. If he fails, then the Jin family only has one way out. Death. Despite his thoughts, Tang Lian still sternly rebuked. Can these 10,000 pirates hold the Isle of Gold Mountain? There are thousands of miners alone. Can you keep an eye on them? The pirate leaders said indifferently. Those miners are all your people. There's no need to watch them. In the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, there are 1,000 or 2 captives, but they are very obedient, hardly needing any supervision. Now, leaving 700 people to oversee the mine is more than enough. Tang Lian's heart tightened again. So you're saying there are only 300 pirates defending the dock? Doesn't that mean change what could easily take over the Isle of Gold Mountain? Thinking of the mythical Turtle Count's promise to let him go home once the Isle of Gold Mountain was taken, he didn't dare to lay for even a second and sternly rebuked. I came here to deliver food to you, and I didn't expect there would only be 10,000 of you guarding here. This is absolutely unacceptable. Wait here. I will go back to the ship and think of a way to possibly leave some people behind to strengthen your defenses. Moments later, after returning to the ship, Tang Luan relayed the island's defensive situation to the mythical Turtle Count. Brother Genjua, you're really lucky. There are only 10,000 pirates guarding the island, split into 2 groups, 300 at the dock and 700. The mind. Before he could finish, the mythical Turtle Count interrupted Tanglin and asked him where Chiu Hailigang. Tanglin smiled. He's obviously gone back to Furious Tide City to support Chiu. Our brother Jinswa, don't forget you said once the Isle of Gold Mountain is taken, you would send me and my son on home. Hearing Tanglin's response, the mythical Turtle Count's face drastically changed. Chioha went back to Furious Tide City, but Shenlang is still there. Immediately, he called Jean Jones in order to all hands on deck, abandon the Isle of Gold Mountain and head full speed to Furious Tai. Tangline was shocked at this command. Brother Janeswa, the Isle of Gold Mountain is almost ours. How can you just give it up? The mythical turtle count replied sternly, Shenlang is my family. What is the Olive Gold Mountain compared to the life of my son? And law. After saying this, he hurried to the deck, taking control of the helm towards his various times. City. Tangolin fell silent at this scene. For the sake of a son-in-law, the mythical turtle count was willing to give up significant gains. Something Tangolin couldn't do himself. No wonder Shenlang was wholeheartedly devoted to the Jean family. This is what truly makes a family. Inside Furious Tide City, Jean Ji, leading 6,000 elite troops like a tide of iron armor, was rushing towards the main castle. His blood was boiling. Father, you always say how outstanding Shenlang is. Today, I will prove to you that your son is the strongest. I will achieve a great victory, allowing you to become a marquis and a high official. What Jean Cao Count achieved over 10 years ago, your son will surely make happen. For you. As the 6,000 cavalry trot through the streets of Furious Tai, all the shops and houses closed their doors and windows tightly. The city's inhabitants were terrified and uneasy. Is the sky changing? Will Furious Tide City become the territory of Yu Kingdom in the future? Will this no longer be the city of freedom? Meanwhile, above the main castle, shouts and cries of battle be heard. Unbeknownst to many, this was actually aroused by Shenlang and Choyer's forces, randomly shouting to create illusion. At this moment, Shenlang's personal bodyguard brought news. Zhang Ji has led 6,000 elite troops towards the castle. Shenlang sneered upon hearing this. Zhang Ji, I've finally been fighting for you. At that time, inside the castle, Zhou Yaoer, after receiving the news, grabbed her ghost blade and prepared to go out to battle without a second thought. Shenlang saw this and became an allied. Big sister, have you gone mad? Can't you stick to the plan and defend the castle? Waiting for Zhang Ji to come in on his own, Zhou Yaoer disdainfully replied, I don't like defensive play that's timid and hesitant. Such minor characters should be dealt with quickly. No need to drive. Then she turned to Su Changchan. This Zhang Ji is your enemy. Right? Don't worry. I'll avenge you. Right now, saying this, she gave the order and led her 2,000 elite troops directly out to battle. This move by Zhou Yaoer left Shenlang dumbfounded. Is this woman crazy? Su Changchan? Hearing his comment became furious. You're the one who's crazy. The general is the most incredible woman in the world. You, a scumbag, have no right to judge her. After saying this, she ran towards the city wall, determined to witness her idol crushing her father's murderer in venge, watching Su Chanshan's departing figure. Shenlang was helpless. Why are all these women so impulsive? Meanwhile, outside the city wall, Zhang Ji could no longer contain his arrogance, loudly shouting Shenlang's name as he charged towards the castle. However, the next second, a tall figure wielding 2 large swords, followed by a group of cavalry, emerged from within. In the city. The person with such an imposing aura was none other than the female Roxissa. Shoya. Our. At this moment, Zhang Ji's face was filled with disbelief. This woman is still a. What kind of skill did Chen Lin use to win over Choyer to set up this trap with him? However, a sense of ridicule-fueled anger quickly surged within him. The formidable pirate Rakshasa aligning with a pretty boy to commit such backstabbing acts is truly laughable. They say you, Zhou Yaoer, are invincible under heaven. I'm curious to see just how formidable you are. Today, let me truly understand the strength of this. At this, 2 rational generals beside Zhang Ji hurry to catch up with his pace. General, this demoness is too powerful. You must not act. As their words fell, all the soldiers behind rushed forward to protect Zhang Ji in the center. However, Choihour's speed was too fast. In just the blink of an eye, she appeared in everyone the next second before anyone could react. She swung her ghost blade, the 200-pound giant blade whirled like a fan in her hands. Crazily spinning, the terrifying blade effortlessly cut down the cavalry and their horses from a distance of 2 meters, leaving them slaughtered on the ground. The enemy, witnessing this scene, intended to immediately pull, but Zhou Yaoer gave the note chance, swinging her ghost blade like a tank. She charged directly into the enemy lines, leaving a trail of crushed bones and corpses wherever she passed. On the city walls, Shenlang and Su Changchan, who were watching the spectacle, were in shock and admiration, respectively, at Zhou Yao's terrifying combat prowess. One's jaw was nearly dropping, while the other was mentally placing her idol on a pedestal. No wonder Cho Tianwui couldn't tolerate her and wanted her gone. Such a formidable woman definitely threatens the Cho family's status among the pirates. The people behind them were also terrified by the scene, sweating cold sweat. No wonder Cho Yaoer never inquires about the number of enemies before a battle. Her combat strength could render an 8-meter radius around her devoid of life. Jean Sharing thought I originally believed that despite Cho Yao's reputation I might manage a few moves against her. But now, thankfully, young Master Shen has a relationship with her. Otherwise the 2,000 men brought by the Jean family would have been completely annihilated in less than an hour. Watching Cho Yaoer's subordinates, each displaying remarkable agility and murderous intent, Jean Hewitt timidly asked from behind, "Young Master Shen, do we still need to send troops to assist?" Shen Lang frowned and then shook his head. "This demoness has gone mad with killing. We must avoid getting caught in the crossfire and becoming her victims." On the battlefield, the Zhang family soldiers laid dead in heaps with the survivors desperately trying to protect General. However, all their efforts were in vain. Cho Yaoer quickly dispatched all remaining soldiers and approached Yang Ji, facing the imminent hour. Zhang Ji was trembling from head to toe, yet his pride prevented him from retreating in fear. Suddenly, Cho Yaoer lifted her giant blade and turned to walk away, leaving Shang Ji puzzled by her retreat. After moving about 20 steps away, she stopped, turned around, and pointed her blade at Zhang Ji with her left hand. Shang Ji realized Cho Yaoer was arrogantly challenging him to charge her on horse back. A blatant humiliation that fueled his anger. "You, Cho Yaoer, may be strong, but I, Zhang Ji, am not so easily defeated. Since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for fighting dishonorably." With that he charged towards her. "Cho Yaoer, no matter how strong you are, you're still flesh and blood. I don't believe you can withstand the force of my charging horse." However, Cho Yaoer simply planted her sword into the ground in bare hands, readied herself, as Jean Ji leaped at her with his horse and sword, aiming for a surprise attack. Cho Yaoer's speed was astonishing. She delivered a punch directly to Shanji. Horse, the terrifying force of her punch sent the horse, along with Zhang Ji, flying. Then as Shang Ji fell she caught him the neck, holding him midair like a chick, and Cho Yaoer's eyes. Zhang Ji was no different from Shan Lang, both were easy targets. For her, battles were always quick kills. Thus, Zhang Ji was utterly defeated and Xilan managed to secure Furious Tide City effortlessly without deploying a single soldier. With Cho Yao's assistance, Shen Lang not only wiped out the Shan family's 6,000 elite troops, but also captured Zhang Ji as a hostage. The next step was a direct confrontation between the old fox and the young fox. At this moment, inside the main castle of Furious Tide City, 3 generals, each a leader of 1,000 households, were bound and kneeling before Shan Lang. Chen Lang, changing from his usual playful demeanor, said coldly, "It seems you 3 leaders of 1,000 households are quite lucky, not having been killed by Cho Yaoer. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance to live. I need a leader of 1,000 households to go to the dock to lure the Shan prefect ashore. Which of you is willing?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, all 3 leaders of 1,000 households kept their heads down. Ignoring Shen Lang's request, they held deep respect for Jin Chan. So how could they easily betray him? Seeing this, Shen Lang was not in a hurry. He walked up to one of the leaders of 1,000 households and asked, "Are you willing?" Unexpectedly, the man cursed fiercely, "Shen Lang, don't be smart. It was Cho Yaoer who defeated us. Not you. I am an imperial general, and you, a mere son-in-law from the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. How could you kill me?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of cold light struck. In this leader of 1,000 households fell and could not get up. Afterwards, Shen Lang walked up to the second leader of 1,000 households and continued to ask if he was willing to take on this important task. Unexpectedly, this leader of 1,000 households had even more backbone, refusing to look up at Shen Lang and adopting an attitude of "kill me if you wish." Seeing this, Shen Lang did not waste words and promptly dealt with him. Finally, when Shen Lang approached the third person, this individual was already trembling before Shen Lang could even ask. This leader of 1,000 households blurted out, "Don't kill me, I am willing to serve you." Recognizing his understanding, Shen Lang took out a pill and instructed him to open his mouth to swallow it. The man wanted to ask what it was, but as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, Shen Lang stuffed the pill into his mouth. The large pill was swallowed whole, nearly choking him. At this point, Shenlang informed him, this is a deadly poison. Without the antidote, you will surely die. Your survival now depends on your performance. Seeing that things had come to this, the man in order to live had no choice but to submit to Shenlang. I, Fang Wanshan, am willing to serve you, young Master Shen. Seeing his obedience, Shenlang was very pleased and immediately ordered someone to untie him. Then, with a harmless smile, Shenlang said, tidy up your appearance, make yourself look spirited. After all, we need Prefect John to see you in a victorious light. Following Shenlang's arrangement, this leader of 1,000 households now properly dressed and riding a tall horse, led 100 or so soldiers disguised as Zhang family warriors, majestically heading to the dock to greet the arrival of Prefect Zhang Chong. Shenlang's plan was simple. As soon as Zhang Chang's army landed in Furious Tide City, he and Zhou Yaoer's forces would swoop in and capture them. On the other side, in Zhou Yaoer's castle, she was lazily lying on a lounge chair in the Great Hall, reading a book. Meanwhile, her defeated subordinate, young Jee, was kneeling in front of her. At this moment, Su Changchan, who had dreamed of killing this man, was feeling very conflicted. Did I ever truly love him? Perhaps I was just enamored with Shan Ji's power. Over the past few months, I have been living solely for revenge, never expecting this day to come so soon. She clenched her teeth and asked him, Zhang Ji, if you did not wish to marry me, you could have simply called off the engagement. Why then did you have to kill my entire family? At this time, Zhang Ji was like a solo shell, completely oblivious to Su Shanqian's question. He was immersed in his own despair, unable to understand why he kept losing to Shenlang. And this time, he was thoroughly defeated. Seeing his distracted state, Su Changchan became very angry and shouted, Zhang Ji, answer me, why did you have to exterminate my entire family? Her shout finally brought Zhang Ji back to his senses. He turned to look at Su Shanqian, and guilt appeared on his face. I'm sorry because your family didn't carry much weight, killing you all would minimize the consequences. Su Changshan was stunned, having often contemplated the answer to this question in her mind. But she had not expected the truth to be so cruel. In their eyes, the lives of the Su family were as insignificant as ants. The Zhang family, to protect their own reputation, would rather sacrifice the entire Su family than break off an engagement. Such cruelty. However, despite the pain in her heart, she still asked with tears, Zhang Ji, do you regret killing my family? Zhang Ji shook his head. Changshan, I never thought you would survive. Let alone become so formidable. I know I have wronged you, but I do not regret what I have done. If I could do it all over again, for the sake of the Shan family, I would do the same. Just then, Shenlang walked in and asked, did you ever truly love Su Changshan? This simple question made Zhang Ji fall into deep thought. Sweet memories of his times with Su Changshan flashed through his mind. He then said self-deprecatingly, Changshan might have been the woman I like the most, but people like us don't have the right to speak of love, even if we wish to be each other's true soulmates. Unfortunately, we never had the choice. However, just as he finished speaking, the sound of bells from the dock could be heard outside the window. Shenlang smiled and said, Zhang Ji, your father has arrived. Zhang Ji tensed up. How did they get here so quickly? Indeed, at that moment dozens of large ships, bearing pirate flags, were majestically sailing toward Furious Tide City. The leader of 1,000 households watched the approaching ships, his body tensing up. This was the fleet led by Shan Chong. Shin 13 whispered a warning into the ear of the leader of 1,000 households. It's your time to perform now. If you want to live, just cooperate with us honestly. The leader of 1,000 households, suppressing his fear, then adjusted his breathing and shouted loudly towards the sea. Prefect, we have captured Furious Tide City for you. Congratulations on your mortal achievements. All soldiers, raise your flags and wave them to welcome the arrival of the prefect. Instantly, under the leadership of Fang Wanshan, continuous congratulations erupted from the Furious Tide City docks. As the ships drew closer, Fang Wanshan performed with even more vigor. Meanwhile, soldiers like Jin Hui hidden in the dock warehouses were incredibly tense, hoping that Jin Chong and Chiu House allied forces could successfully land. However, on the leading ship at sea, Zhang Chong was not present. It was Zhang Chonghua and Zhou Hao who were navigating, seeing the Zhang family flags and banners waving at the dock. Zhou Hao was shocked. You actually defeated Zhou Yao and captured Furious Tide City. How could she possibly lose? What exactly happened? Zhang Zhonghua also sensed something was off. Without the death of Choyur, it would be impossible for Shang Ji to capture Furious Tide City. Looking at the young family banners flying high on the docks, young Chengba felt the hint of unease. Suddenly, she widened her eyes as she realized something. Wait, why isn't my brother Jin Ji here to greet us? But instead send a leader of 1,000 households official. Seeing this, Zhou Hao was about to ask what had happened when Zhang Chunhua suddenly turned and yelled at him, Run, it's a trap, leave this place immediately. Zhou Hao was taken aback. The big guy hadn't yet grasped the seriousness of the situation. Shang Chuanhua angrily shouted, You idiot, if my brother had really captured Furious Tide City, Why wouldn't he personally come to the dock to welcome our father? Moreover, the flags they're waving are not the ones we agreed upon. We have lost. Do you understand? And only then did Shou Hao realize what was happening and hurriedly ordered all ships to retreat from the dock. At this moment, Zhang Chuanhua, looking towards the distant dock, was crying uncontrollably. Why, it's in Langwan again. Would he kill my brother? Thinking this, she knelt down towards Furious Tide City and cried out, Shenlang, I beg you to spare my brother's life. Please don't kill him. She did this because she was sure that Shenlang must be watching her from not too far away. As she had predicted, Shenlang and Zhang Ji were indeed above the castle. At that moment, Zhang Ji was desperately waving his arms and shouting for them to leave. Shenlang stood by and did not stop him. After all, Zhang Ji wasn't capable of long-distance voice transmission, and at such a distance, his voice could not possibly reach the ships at sea. Zhang Ji also realized this and broke down completely, crying out, Father, please leave. It's my fault for underestimating the enemy. I'm incompetent and shouldn't drag you down with me. Father, I'm an unworthy son, and I can only repay your kindness in the next life. After saying this, he jumped off the tower. Since his voice couldn't reach the sea, he hoped his leap might alert his father. With a heavy thought upon landing, Zhang Ji was dead beyond any doubt. At this moment, Shenlang coldly watched everything unfold, utterly indifferent inside. Was Zhang Ji foolish, thinking someone could see from the sea to the land from such a distance? Then he pulled out his telescope to look towards the ships. It seemed Zhang Chong was not on board, only sending Zhang Chonghua and Shou Hao. Instead, it looked like Zhang Ji's death was in vain. Watching Zhang Chonghua desperately kowtowing on the deck in his direction, Shenlang understood that this clever vixen had figured out his trap. At that moment, Su Changchan ran over and leaned on the railing. When she saw Zhang Ji's body, a wave of joy surged through her. Zhang Ji, you beast. You're finally dead. The wrong souls of a Su family can finally rest. But the next second, tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes. The Su family was gone, and even with Zhang Jida, nothing could be changed now. At this moment, she desperately needed a hug to vent her emotions. When she turned around and faced Shenlang's gentle and handsome face, she paused for a second, then ran towards him. As Shenlang saw Su Changchan rushing towards him, he also subconsciously opened his arms to welcome the beauty into his embrace. However, Su Changqian simply passed by him and hugged Chou Yaoer instead. At this moment, her heart was filled with gratitude towards Chou Yaoer, would help her capture Zhang Qi and brought light back into her once dark world. But although Zhang Chong was still alive, she had given up on revenge, realizing that the root cause of her family's extermination was their own greed. Now that Zhang Ji was dead, her heart naturally felt relieved. At this moment, Shenlang, seeing the two women embracing, felt a bit awkward. He simply turned around and picked up the telescope to continue watching the ships at sea. Meanwhile, on Skywind Island, the second largest island in the Thunderous Archipelago, a castle stood on the cliffs. Inside this castle, a familiar figure was sitting alone in a top-floor room playing chess against himself. This person was none other than Zhang Chong Prefect, the mastermind behind the Zhang siblings. He had been waiting in this castle for over 10 hours, yet no news had come. His hands trembled as he held a chess piece, knowing all too well that no news was bad news. As he placed the chess piece down, he accepted reality. He had lost, tears continuously falling. He realized he had not only lost the battle, but might have also lost his son forever. Meanwhile, back in the castle in Furious Tide City, Shenlang was in his room admiring Zhang Chong Prefect's extraordinary wisdom, able to see through the trap he had set behind him. Jinwei did not understand why young masters should seem regretful even though he had one. A moment later, Shenlang called for his ITN. After taking Furious Tide City, Shenlang handed over the city's defenses to Jin Shirin and all commercial affairs to Huang Tong. He was uninvolved in politics, economics, or military matters. Although Huang Tong was an outsider, Shenlang believed that Furious Tide City, being a trade city, should be managed by professionals. Moreover, the Jin family and the Heavenly Path Society had a strategic alliance, which meant there would be no risks at least until they defeated the Hidden Origin Society. After hearing Shenlang's plans, and Ziqian was an off young Master Shen's wisdom, I really can't imagine how glorious the future of the Jin family will be with Shenlang's involvement. Wang Tong was just as excited as in Ziqian. My Heavenly Path Society can finally compete with the Hidden Origin Society again. At that moment, Shenlang's arrival interrupted Huang Tong's enthusiastic daydreaming. Wang Tong quickly adjusted his emotions and handed over the neatly prepared meeting records and gift list to Chen Wang. Shenlang, holding the notebook and listening to Huang Tong's report, was thinking about other matters. Although the political struggle has ended for now, there will still be political battles to come. Only when the sovereign's decrees issue bestowing Furious Tide City and the Thunder Silence to the Jin family will everything truly be settled. Closing the notebook, Shenlang said, if nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Chong will come to negotiate within 2 days. Let's look at the gift list first. I don't care about the agreements, but I do need to remember what gifts these merchants have sent. Wang Tong hurriedly responded, these merchants all know your prowess. Young Master Shen, they wouldn't dare to hold anything back. However, after looking through it for a while, Shen Lang, with a dark expression, handed the gift list back to Huang Tong. Huang Tong puzzledly asked, young Master Shen, are you dissatisfied with the gift list? Shen Lang turned away and said, how come these people don't cater to one's tastes? Sending beauties? Do I look like someone who is that abstinent? Upon hearing this, Huang Fong wished he could defend himself and even felt that serving as Shanlan's bodyguard was a disgrace. Even Huang Tong, a man himself, looked utterly embarrassed. Young Master Shen, could it be that they are afraid of Choyur, so they dare not send such gifts? Shen Lang suddenly realized the problem, so these people think I've handled Choyur, and they now assume I'm her man. Who would dare send a woman to the partner of a female demon? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Ah, you all really think too highly of me. How could I possibly handle that female demon? After hearing this, Wang Tong was speechless inside, amazed how a man could make cheating sound so innocent, making himself appear more like the victim. Young Master Shen, you really are impressively shameless. Shen Lang continued, but really, having been with a fierce general like Choyur, I should actually feel proud. Listening to Shen Lang's brazen words, Wang Tong involuntarily glanced at Huang Fong in front of him. This conversation needed to end quickly. Who knew what other vulgar expressions young Master Shen might utter next? Out of desperation, Huang Tong quickly found an excuse to leave, saying he had other matters to attend to. Before leaving, he turned back to look at Huang Fong, thinking if only his own sister weren't so unattractive, capturing young Master Shen, this scoundrel would indeed be an easy task. Huang Fong, knowing his brother's thoughts well, suddenly burst out in anger. Brother, are you saying I'm ugly? As the siblings left, Shen Lang chuckled and stood up, saying to Anzekian, come on, let's go paint the wall, although Anzekian was puzzled by Shen Lang's idea. He immediately followed the command and painted the walls of the castle's finest study. Meanwhile, Shen Lang was already contemplating his next move. Zhang Chong should be arriving for negotiations the day after tomorrow. This negotiation will define the victory between the Jin and Zhang families and also mark the beginning of political games with this offer. If Zhang Chong is smart enough, our game will be much simpler. Otherwise, who knows how many more people will have to die. After Anzekian finished his task, he came to interrupt Shen Lang's thoughts. Young Master Shen, the wall is painted, Shen Lang acknowledged and walked up to the freshly painted wall, looking at the blank space. His mind filled with images of numerous enemies. He realized that in just half a year since arriving in this world, he had made so many enemies, half of whom he had already killed. He couldn't help but laugh. It can't be helped, being too outstanding just naturally makes enemies. But now it's time to add some new names to this wall. However, the names of the sovereign and the princes can't be written out. So who should I start with? After pondering for a moment, Shen Lang wrote down two family names, the Shu family and the Su family. The Shu family received benefits from the Jin family, but betrayed Count Jin Yu 20 years ago. The Su family not only broke off an engagement, but also kicked us when we were down by signing with the Tang family to suppress the Jin family. Both families deserve death. Just as he was considering which family to target first, Jin Hui came running over in a panic. Young Master Shen, Zhou Yaoer, is leaving. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang was stunned. No way. Why so soon? If she leaves, what am I going to do next? At this time, Choyur was walking alone on the streets of Furious Tide City, where passers-by, seeing her, avoided her as if she were ghost or deity. However, these cases didn't matter to Zhou Yaoer anymore, because she could finally leave this place to search for the owner of a voice from her memories. It turns out she had been adrift at sea since she was 8, and all her memories before that seemed to have been erased by some force. The only remaining memory was of a magnetic voice telling her a story before sleep. Although the content was blurry, this voice had always echoed in her mind. Even though it was just a vague voice, Zhou Yaoer knew this person must be very important to her. Now that she could finally leave, she was determined to find him. Soon, she reached the end of the street and arrived at the dock, where a woman had been waiting for her for a long time. The civilians who had been following her realized that this time Choyur truly would not return. At that moment, Choyur looked back at Furious Tide City one last time, as if bidding a silent farewell to the place where she had spent 20 years. Then she turned around and ordered all her direct relatives to prepare to depart. Just then, Shen Lin chased after her, shouting, "Hey, you really have to leave so urgently." Choyur looked at him without speaking. Su Changchan, on the other hand, looked at him with contempt. Shen Lang, you don't really think that just because Choyur has a child, she would change for you, that she would stay for you? Do you? But the next second, Shen Lang bluntly said, "What if Shang Chong and Zhou Hao come to kill me after you leave? I won't feel safe without you. Why don't you come with me? We can take out Zhou Hao. And then you can leave." Upon hearing this, even Su Changchan couldn't listen anymore. You're too direct. You're not even trying to play the emotional card. Zhou Yaoer was even more disgusted. I killed Zhang Ji out of anger and to avenge Su Changxian. What does it have to do with you? Shen Lang. And Chou Hao likes men. We get along fine. Why should I kill him just for you? A pretty boy. Seeing that Chou Yaoer was unwilling to help him, Shen Lang blurted out. Hey, before you go, how about one last round of farewell sex? At his words, everyone was stunned in place. Chou Yaoer was so angry that she grabbed Shen Lang by the neck, lifting him high like a little chicken. And the next second, a crack of his neck, Shen Lang, age 19 dead. And of course, this was all just Shen's imagination. He would never dare say such a thing in front of Chou Yaoer. At that moment, he approached Chou Yaoer holding 2 books and said gently, since you insist on leaving, I won't force you to stay. Although you dislike me, I still want to give you these 2 books. I know you like to read, so I wrote these especially for you to pass the time. Chou Yaoer took the 2 thick books. She had already listened to half of Journey of the Monkey to obtain the scriptures, but she had never seen the other book. What was this book about? Shen Lang briefly described it. It's about a genius's meteoric rise, and then his destruction of the woman who once betrayed him. Chou Yaoer found the description quite interesting, but Su Chanchan next to her felt sure Shen Lang couldn't possibly be this generous. However, she kept her thoughts to herself. And just as she suspected, Shen Lang was indeed playing a trick. Journey of the Monkey to obtain the scriptures was unfinished by 10,000 words, and Battle Through the Heavens had only a few 100,000 words written, stopping abruptly at a critical moment. Thinking of how frustrating it would be for Chou Yaoer to encounter these unfinished stories, Shen Lang felt particularly pleased. Since you, Chou Yaoer, are leaving so decisively, I definitely need to leave you something to remember me by. But of course, it should be the kind that makes you want to kill me whenever you think of me. Before boarding the ship, Chou Yaoer approached Su Chanchan again and asked if she wanted to leave with her. However, this question instinctively made Su Chanchan look towards Chen Lin. At this moment, she was caught in an agonizing decision. Chou Yaoer was the light that had redeemed her soul and her absolute idol. Now that Shang Ji was dead and her vengeance was complete, she felt she should follow her forever. But Chou Yaoer shone too brightly and any woman by her side might lose herself. And Shen Lang, though flawed, seemed more real. After much thought, Su Chanchan asked, Chou Yaoer wants to take me with her. Aren't you going to try to keep me? Xin Lang? Xin Lang avoided Su Changchan's gaze, and cautiously replied, or you could stay. Hearing this, Su Changchan spoke sharply. You want me to say to be your concubine? Shen Lang was taken aback. A concubine? How could I possibly demean you to such a role? Su Changchan stepped forward. Don't forget your wife is Jee Mulan. Since you're not daring to make me a concubine, are you planning to keep me as a mistress on the side? Shen Lang was shocked, thinking to himself, when did Su Changchan become so wise? Why does she have to put it so bluntly to highlight my flaws? One must not see too clearly. Smart people tend to be unhappy. You're just making yourself unhappy. Chou Yaoer, unable to stand it any longer, interjected Chanchan, just say the word, and I'll kill him. Su Chanchan laughed. He's been a scoundrel. I've known that since day one. Faced with Su Chanchan's choice, Chou Yaoer was quite surprised. Just as this girl resolves her emotional conflicts, is she planning to dive back into the scoundrel's trap? Tears welled up in Su Chanchan's eyes as she responded. General, I am deeply grateful for how you've saved my spirit and given me a new life. But I'm staying not for Shen Lang, but for my family, the Su family. Although Su embroidery is destroyed, I am still alive, and my grandmother and brothers still need my protection. Thus, I must stay to revive our family business and bring Su embroidery chamber of commerce back to life. I need to make my own way. After hearing Su Shangqian's words, Chou Yaoer said nothing more but stepped forward to embrace her, gently leaving her with the words, take care of yourself. Then she turned in order to board the ship and set sail. Moments later, Shen Lang and Su Changxian stood quietly on the dock, watching Chou Yaoer's fleet depart. With that, the Battle of Furious Tide City also came to a close. Night fell, and the surging waves repeatedly crashed against the cliffs of Skywin Island, while moonlight streamed through the windows into the castle. At this time, Zhang Chonghua knelt in front of her father, sobbing painfully, while Zhang Chong stood at the table, supporting himself with both hands and staring motionlessly at the chessboard, seemingly aged 10 years overnight. Zhang Chonghua cried out, Father, we've lost Furious Tide City, and my brother might be gone. Upon saying this, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears, hugging her father. Zhang Chong stiffened, being old and cunning. How could he not have foreseen today's outcome? Then Zhang Chuanhua, looking up with a face full of hatred, said to Zhang Chou, Father, I swear to tear Shen Lang into pieces to avenge my brother. Zhang Chun closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing his sorrow, and said to his daughter, Chouhua, do not think about revenge. In the game of politics, there are only enemies, no personal vendettas. The situation is settled, and we have lost the wager. Tomorrow, I will travel to Furious Tide City to negotiate with Chen Lang and put an end to this conflict. Meanwhile, the bell at the Furious Tide City dock rang again, and several ships were swiftly heading towards Furious Tide City. The guards, who had already gone to bed, grabbed their clothes and weapons and quickly ran out of their houses upon hearing the sharp bell. They thought it might be a sneak attack by Prefect Zhang Chong in the middle of the night. When everyone reached the dock and saw that the signals from the on-duty soldiers matched those of the torches waved from the ships, they breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that these ships were the fleet sent by Mythical Turtle Count from Mile of Gold Mountain to provide support. When the lookout excitedly informed Mythical Turtle Count that the signals had been successfully matched, he finally relaxed completely, thank God, as long as Shan Lang is safe. Behind him, Tamelon was both shocked and envious. Who would have thought that this pretty boy would actually take down Furious Tide City? This is the core of the entire Eastern maritime trade. Now it belongs to the Jin family. Genjua, you've really found a great son-in-law. In just half a year, he has expanded the Jin family's territory several times over, a feat comparable to that of Count Genjua back in the day. Moments later, as the ships docked, Mythical Turtle Count couldn't wait to disembark and rush towards Chen Lang, then embraced him tightly. At this moment, he completely shed his Count persona, resembling more a father relieved that his son's safe return. This gesture left in line somewhat bewildered, as he hadn't yet grasped why he's typically reserved, and a Luke father-in-law had suddenly become so warm. At this point, Tang Luluan, observing their affectionate father-son-like interaction, couldn't help but speak up. Young Master Shin is truly capable, managing to take Furious Tide City without losing a single soldier. Tang truly admires you. Shen Lang responded with a sly smile, Jin High Count. Are you telling me that you've let go of your grudge against my family? Tang Lun self-deprecatingly said. I am simply resigned to my fate, thus I pretend to be at peace. Shen Lang patted Count Jin Hai on the shoulder. Good. It's great that you can adopt this attitude. Tangolin felt there was an underlying message and urged, Young Master Shin, perhaps you could clarify your statement a bit more. Shen Lang's smile faded as he advised. Jin High Count, I suggest you go back to your estate immediately to pack up and disperse your family. Hearing Shen Lang's words, Tang Lohan's face turned pale, nearly losing his balance. Are you sure that's necessary? Shen Lang nodded. Considering you have surrendered to my family, let me offer you one more piece of advice, lower your profile and take initiative to protect the lives of your family. Upon hearing Shen Lang's counsel, Jin High Count's face turnation and tears uncontrollably flowed down his cheeks, whether it was from despair or anger. He thought he had already suffered enough losing the Isle of Gold Mountain and all his private troops, but he hadn't anticipated that the real catastrophe would come at the very end. Suddenly, Tangolin let out a miserable laugh. I never imagined that 8 Angolin would end up a discarded pawn, slaughtered not by an enemy. Seeing Tangolan's miserable state, Shen Lang suddenly said, Santanian to Skyson's seat of villain as soon as possible to save his life. Upon hearing this, Tang Lan immediately understood, bowed deeply to Shen Lang, and without delay, Mythical Turtle Count arranged a ship to send Tang Lan home. Watching the ship sail away, Mythical Turtle Count was filled with emotion, thinking this might be the last time he would see Jin High Count. He never imagined that heaven and hell could be so close, and that it was almost his Jin family that nearly fell into hell. As Shen Lang followed his father-in-law back, he took another look at Jin High Count's ship. His help for Tangluan was not out of sympathy for the Tang family, but rather to plan a spy that might be useful someday. Shen Lang had his eye on Tangluan's son, Tang Yan, a martial enthusiast, which is why he offered advice to save the Tang family lineage. After sending off Jin High Count, Shen Lang accompanied Mythical Turtle Count to the Grand Hall of the main castle in Furious Tide City. Looking at everything before him, Mythical Turtle Count still found it surreal, hard to believe that this city, in this castle now belonged to his Jin family. He recalled when Shen Lang first outlined his 4-step strategic approach, it seemed as difficult as reaching the heavens with only a slim chance of success. Yet, it had actually succeeded. At that moment, Shen Lang sighed and said, It's just a pity our opponents are so strong. Father-in-law, such a pity, we were so close to achieving complete success. He continued pointing at the map. The Thunderous Archipelago consists of dozens of islands, large and small. We've captured the most crucial one, Thunderous Island in Furious Tide City, and the second largest, Skywin Island, is currently occupied by Prefect Zhang Chong. The remaining smaller islands are held by Chiu Ha. The strategy was to secure the middle ground by persuading Chiu Ha to seize the islands beyond Furious Tide City. The idea was that if they failed to take Furious Tide City, James' family would at least have these islands as a fallback, avoiding total annihilation, thinking of defeat before victory. Even with success in sight, he made contingency plans to avoid the worst-case scenario. I must say, Zhang Chouang is truly formidable. From the start, every move he made nearly resulted in a narrow victory for us, especially this time. If it hadn't been for my good relations with Chouyur, even dealing with Zhang Ji's 6,000 elite troops would have been problematic. Now we have only captured the largest Thunderous Island, and the remaining islands have gone to Zhang Chong and Chou Hao. It's a pity we couldn't achieve complete success. Ashen Lang explained step by step. Mythical Turtle Count felt the cold sweat on his back, realizing how difficult Zhang Chong was to deal with. He was thankful to Ashen Lang, otherwise, he could hardly bear to think of the consequences. Suddenly, Shen Lang changed his tone and pointed at the map, saying, "Now our plan is 90% complete, just a final push left. After this push, our Jin family can enjoy long and stable rule, and even your lordship might get a promotion. Next, we play a little game with this sovereign, whether it's a great pressure or just a breeze will depend on the sovereign's choice. Tomorrow's negotiations with Prefect Zhang are coming, but I believe our collaboration will be seamless and flawless." The next morning, Furious Tide City's dock had returned to its usual bustling scene, and Zhang Chuanhua following her father's orders came before Shan Lai. Now her look at Shen Lang was devoid of any flirtatiousness. "Only plain and cold, Shen Lang, where's my brother?" Shen Lang did not speak, but ordered someone to bring over a wooden coffin. When opened, it revealed Zhang Ji's body peaceful as if asleep. Shen Lang had been considered enough to have the body properly prepared by a skilled person, showing respect to the Zhang family. At the sight of Jin Ji's body, tears streamed down Jinhun or his face, and she threw herself at the coffin. Although she had 3 brothers, Zhang Ji was the closest and most affectionate to her. At this moment, Shen Lang explained, "Yesterday, when your Chihuahua's fleets approached Furious Tide City, Zhang Ji thought your father was also on board, so he shouted warnings from the castle, but because you were too far away, you couldn't hear him. In an attempt to be seen, he jumped from the castle, but you still didn't see him." Hearing this, Zhang Changhua collapsed on the ground crying, continuously saying sorry. She regretted not thinking of using a telescope to carefully observe the castle and also resented Shen Lang for not sparing her brother's life even though he had one. Seeing this, Shen Lang initially wanted to step forward and offer his help, but the moment he touched Zhang Changhua, he was harshly pushed away. At this moment, facing the man who killed her brother, all she felt was disgust, wishing she could tear Shan Lai apart to avenge her brother. Yet, reason still prevailed over her hatred. She informed Shan Lai that her father invited him to negotiate and whether he brought bodyguards was up to him. Shen Lang shook his head and said, "No need to bring any. What's done is done. Your father no longer intends to kill me. We are even on the same boat now, so I will be safe going alone." Despite Shan Lang feeling it unnecessary to bring bodyguards, Mythical Turtle Count for safety's sake still sent 1,000 warriors and 5 warships to accompany in days. Soon, Shen Lang boarded Zhang Zhang's ship and was led into the cabin by the guards. Yet, when he saw Zhang Chong, he was still taken aback. As the man appeared over 10 years older than before, his face weary, but his eyes still resolute. Shen Lang bowed as he approached. For he was the junior, and such respects were absolutely necessary. Zhang Chong gestured for him to sit without any formalities, then picked up the teapot and poured shenanable of tea, which she handed to him. Shen Lai drank it in one gulp, and throughout there was no conversation between the two. When Shen Lang put down the tea bowl, the formalities of their meeting were considered complete. Then, Shen Lian took the initiative to speak. "I truly regret what happened to your son, Zhang Ji." He used the word regret instead of apology. Zhang Chong replied, "There are no grievances on the battlefield. Today, would Shenyang Master like to start or should this old man begin?" Shen Lang responded, "Let the juniors start today." Fen Shenlang began, "Zhou Tianwei's seizure of Isle of Gold Mountain enraged the sovereign, and prefect, you were distressed upon hearing the news." Zhang Chong continued, "On the surface, the sovereign said he couldn't dispatch troops to help Mythical Turtle Count reclaim Isle of Gold Mountain, but in reality, there wasn't a day he didn't want to regain his vassal's territory. So prefect, sharing the sovereign's concerns, mobilized the troops of New River County and successfully persuaded Xiao how to raise an army. Meanwhile, my Jin family set a trap on Cliff Watch Island, luring Zhou Tianwei's forces into attack. Both our families joined forces to exterminate the pirate Zhou Tianwei, thus restoring peace to the eastern part of UK. Mythical Turtle Count's recapture of Furious Tide City is truly a monumental effort. From now on, Furious Tide City will be an inseparable part of your kingdom. Congratulations to the sovereign on the expansion of his territory. Prefect, your bravery in conquering the Thunderous Archipelago has built an everlasting legacy. My Jin family will definitely report these merits to the sovereign and will not let them go unnoticed. With the sovereign's reforms benefiting the nation and the people, my Jin family, as an example to the old nobility, is willing to reduce our troops by 2,000. Hearing this, Zhang Chong stopped talking or reduction of 2,000 troops. Just after your Jin family expanded by 2,000, now you're cutting back, essentially reallocating them as escorts for the maritime trade convoys. You really do play a loud game. Chen Lian continued in the battle for Furious Tide City. The official forces of New River County were defeated by Zhou Yaoer, who captured 3,000 soldiers. My Jin family led the troops to defeat Zhou Yaoer and rescue the captives, and I am willing to hand them over completely to you. Perfect. After listening, Zhang Chong did not continue the conversation, but simply said, "Thank you," and spoke no further. Thus, both sides concluded their discussion. The content of the meeting seemed as if the two had coordinated it beforehand, with no flaws discernible. However, Xinlang knew that Zhang Chong had already secretly reported the true content to the sovereign. Of course, Xinlang was not worried as the Qing family currently had over 7,000 troops defending Furious Tide City, including those left by Zhou Yao, and they had also taken over all of Zhou Tianwei's ships, gaining most of the maritime control. At the moment, with the southern Ouyang country still embroiled in a civil war. Even if the sovereign wanted to strike like lightning, he would have to consider the difficulty. He knew that if the Jin family was pushed too hard, they might just take Furious Tide City and defect north to Wu country, which would really destabilize the nation. Therefore, the sovereign had no choice but to justify the situation to the world based on what I just said. Thus, on the surface, it appears as a great victory for Yu Kingdom to expand its territory. As a cup of hot tea was poured into the bowl, the negotiation that Xinlan and Zhangcheng Prefect showcased to the world officially ended. Although Zhang Cheng's efforts prevented the Jin family from capturing the entire Thunderous Archipelago, Furious Tide City, a key trade city, has now become a bargaining chip for the Jin family, forcing the sovereign to halt the progress of his reforms. This will undoubtedly lead the sovereign to vent his frustration on Zhang Chong, and his ultimate fate will have to wait for the sovereign's decision. After bidding farewell to Shan Chong, Xinlang immediately led his troops to Isle of Gold Mountain. With the cooperation of nearly 2,000 Jin family captives within Isle of Gold Mountain, Scanline effortlessly reclaimed sovereignty over the island in just half a day. He then arranged for Jin Chang to stay with 1,500 troops to garrison Isle of Gold Mountain, while he led 500 troops back to mythical Turtle Council Mansion. Now that the situation was stable, Xinlang was eager to return home to Jee Mulan. However, as he pondered how to boast about his achievements to Milan upon his return, a graceful figure suddenly appeared behind him. Then, Su Shangqian's hand seductively wrapped around Shanlan. Her sudden intimate gesture made Shanlan shiver uncontrollably, his mind frantically trying to steel himself. He couldn't afford to succumb to temptation and betray Milan again. However, as Su Changxian whispered enticingly in his ear, coupled with a sweet fragrance emanating from her, Xinlang ultimately could not resist falling into this tender trap. At that moment, Su Changchan whispered, "Xinlang, given how close we are now, can you tell me how you managed to poison that group of Western region clients of mine?" Upon hearing this, Xinlang immediately sobered up and quickly sat up. "Miss Su, please don't falsely accuse me. I only sold the dye formula to your family. It was a straightforward transaction. How could I possibly commit such a despicable act?" Su Chanchan, seething with anger, thought to herself. This scoundrel won't even admit it. Who else but you would have the skill to poison them? Yet, she suppressed her anger and continued softly. "Let's rephrase it then, young Master Shin. Could you help improve the purple and multicolor formulas further?" Xinlane smirked and responded. "Of course, that's no problem. But for every batch of silk made with my new formulas that your family sells, I'll take a 5% commission. How does that sound?" Su Chanchan's expression darkened immediately. This guy really knows how to avoid taking any loss. But the next second, she looked at Chen Lang with tender affection, attempting to play on his emotions. This woman intended to use her charm to make Chen Lang drop the idea. But Chen Lang flatly refused her. Even real brothers settle accounts clearly, let alone us who are ex-spouses. We definitely need to be clear. Hearing Xinlai's words, Su Chanchan could no longer hold back her frustration and pushed him away fiercely. "Not forgetting the curse, get lost. You scumbag." After Shenlan arrived on land, he quickly rushed toward mythical Turtle Count's mansion. However, as soon as he stepped into the mansion, he was shocked by the scene before him. All the servants were dressed in white and the courtyard was filled with coffins. Xinlang, suppressing his discomfort, walked inside. These coffins held the Kurgurds and servants of the Jin family. What on earth had happened? And only after meeting his injured mother-in-law, did he learn about what had occurred, suppressing the rage in his heart. Shenlang soothed his mother-in-law's emotions before rising to check on Mulan's injuries. Along the way, Shenlang's anger nearly peaked, more than ever since he had arrived in this world. He had never hated someone so much nor wanted to destroy a family so badly. Distant guard Marquis Su family. You dared to harm my Shenlang's family. Su Jinting, just you wait. I will make you wish you were dead and regret being alive. Moments later, Shenlang arrived at the bedroom there. Little Being was seen struggling with her injuries while preparing medicinal oil from Lun. Upon Saint Xian Lang, Little Being burst into tears. "Young Master Shen, you're finally back. Now that you're here, you should apply the medicine to the young mistress." She then handed the bowl of medicine to Shen Lang and hurriedly ran out. Although Shen Lang was puzzled by Little Bing's actions, he first rushed into the bedroom to check on Milan's injuries. However, when he saw the shocking wounds behind Milan, he understood why Little Bing had run so fast. At this moment, facing his beloved suffering such severe injuries, Shen Lang felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Yet, watching Shenlang's expression, Mulan was concerned that he would blame her for not taking good care of herself. Shenlang shook his head with compassion and said, "Why would I blame you? Your righteousness saved countless people. Mulan, you are my pride, as well as the pride of the entire mythical Terrell Count's mansion." Hearing Shenlang's words, Mulan shilly buried her face in the pillow. Meanwhile, Shenlang, who was applying medicine, frowned with sorrow because every touch on the wound made Mulan tremble after applying the medicinal oil. Shenlang asked, "Didn't the Su family know that we had already burned the letter Su Jian Marquet sent to our family years ago? Why would they still let Su Jianting take such a great risk to snatch it?" Mulan shook her head, indicating she did not know. Shenlang's expression darkened. It seems there might be some conspiracy here. "But it's fine, since you, the Su family, are so eager for death, we might as well exterminate your clan first." But Distant Guard Marquis is a leader among the old nobility, and Sun Man is also the great general of the army. It's not easy to topple such a giant. At this moment, Mulan, lying on the bed and seeing him calculating with his fingers, curiously asked what he was thinking about. Shenlang replied, "I'm calculating how many days it will take to eliminate the Su family." "Have you figured it out?" Shenlang blurted out, "About 150 days. Malam was shocked. "Can you really be that precise to the day?" But it didn't matter. Mulan sighed softly. The prowess of her husband was evident to all. She just needed to silently support him from behind. And thinking this, she got a touch in Line's hand, and then shilly said, "Husband, can you hold me while I sleep?" Inside the Jin High Count's mansion, Tan Yun, who had just learned of the final outcome, was kneeling in front of his father, Tan Luluan, and was already crying inconsolably. He did not understand why the Tang family had come to this point. Tang Yun wept and asked his father, "Do we really have to take this dead-end path? Now that the Jin family has taken over Furious Tide City, it is equivalent to slapping the sovereign's face. The sovereign will definitely not let them go. If we wait, there might be a chance for a turnaround." Jin High Count shook his hand in despair. "We can't wait any longer. If we do, the Tang family will be completely wiped out. To accompany a monarch is like accompanying a tiger. Our sovereign, although extremely intelligent, is also stingy and unkind. His wrath must be unleashed." After hearing this, Tang Yun cried out. It was the Jin family that disrupted the new policies and expanded by taking advantage of the situation. Yet our Tang family has always stood by the sovereign. Why should our family bear the brunt of his anger? Doesn't he fear chilling the hearts of his loyal officials? Tang Luan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Was the ruler of the southern Ouyang not loyal enough, yet he was still cunningly done in by our sovereign? Compared to that, what are we, the Tang family, in his eyes? Now that the Jin family has taken Furious Tide City and secured 80% of Shotanwi's fleet, they have enough leverage to keep the sovereign at bay. Naturally, our Tang family has become the scapegoat, the outlet for his anger. Tang Luan sighed and continued, "My son, we are now racing against time. Zhang Chang's secret letter has already been sent to the capital, and you must immediately set off for the governor's office to denounce me. Otherwise, by the time the Blackwater platform cavalry storms our home, it will all be over." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin was stunned. His father was asking him to denounce him alone, but what about his brothers? Hearing Tang Yan's question, Jin Heikel fell silent. Yes, what about his other sons? He could have asked them to flee to other countries, but fleeing would mean treason, and the sovereign would surely execute their entire clan. But if Tang Yin could be safe, then the Tang family still had a future. Perhaps one day, the Tang family could rise again in Yukingdaf. With this thought, Tang Lohan pounded the table with his fist and said, "Tang Yun, remember, you must not tell any of your brothers about this. Now you must immediately go to the governor's office and announce us." At that moment, Tang Yun was completely despairing. His father was sacrificing the entire family for his sake alone. Seeing his son's distress, Tang Lian earnestly advised him again. "My son, remember not to antagonize Chen Lane or Mythical Turtle Count's mansion anymore." Hearing his father's words, Tang Yun could no longer hold back and shouted, "Why? It is because of Chen Lian that our family has come to such a dire situation. I swear, one day I will completely eradicate the Jin family before he could finish." Penguin slapped Tanjin, sending him flying. "Fool, if it weren't for Xinling's warning, you wouldn't be alive. Even if you seek revenge, you must be clear about who your real enemies are." Tang Yun was stunned. Jin High Count's slap had also brought him back to his senses. "Right, who is our real enemy?" muttering to himself. Tang Yun's tears flowed once again. Following his father's instructions, Tang Yun mounted his prized steed and rode day and night to the governor's office. Late that night, the office of the governor of the southern journey was still brightly lit. At that moment, Zhu Rong, the grand governor, was repeatedly reading the secret letter sent by Zhang Chong. He could hardly believe that the Jin family had actually taken Furious Tide City, but he also understood that Jin's alone could not have achieved such a feat. Shenlang, it must be him. It seems I underestimated this pretty boy, and I never thought that Jinchan, the undefeated general, would also be no match for Chinla. With this turn of events, the political reforms can no longer be forced upon them. More precisely, the reforms cannot continue. At this thought, Zhurong felt a headache coming on. Zhang Chong was the sharpest tool in his arsenal. Originally, once mythical Turtle Count's mansion was dealt with, the reforms were supposed to spread across Yu Kingdom like wildfire. But now, not to mention the reforms, even Zhang Chong himself had been compromised. No, not just Zhang Chong, but now even I was implicated. Su Rong knew the sovereign's temperament best. Although Zhang Chong had captured most of the Thunderous Archipelago, losing Furious Tide City meant he had lost. If the sovereign lost face, he would unleash his anger. And now he must find a way to save Zhang Chong. At that moment, Yin Wujing came over and said, "It seems you plan to make the Tang family the scapegoat to absorb the sovereign's wrath. But do you think, with the sovereign's temperament, one Tang family will be enough to appease him?" Su Rong did not respond. He knew Yan Wujing dared to say this because his own family had been annihilated by the sovereign's inexplicable wrath years ago. After his anger subsided, the sovereign felt guilty and allowed a few descendants of the Yin family to serve in government positions. Just then, a servant came in to report, Grand Governor Jean Haken's heir, Tanyan, says urgent news, and requests an audience. Moments later, Zhuorol adjusted his mood and sat back down in the reception hall. "Tangyun, what brings you here so late?" At that Tangyun immediately knelt down and said, "Governor, I have come to denounce my father." In his vengeance against the Jean family, he conspired with the pirate Chotan White, not only secretly giving Isle of Gold Mountain to the pirates, but also sending our family's private army disguised as pirates to attack Yen's Cliffwatch Island. Tang Yun, appointed top scholar by the sovereign, faced a dilemma of loyalty versus filial piety. "I am willing to forsake my family for the sake of the state to destroy my kin for justice." After saying this, he handed over a blood letter with trembling hands. Xiao Rong took the blood letter and glanced at it before asking, "Did your father send you?" Tang Yun did not answer but bowed his head deeply. Seeing this, Zhurong continued, "You arrived just in time. If it had been half an hour later, I would have been on my way to the capital to plead guilty before the sovereign." Hearing this, Tang Yun was suddenly filled with relief. It was a close call. Just a little later, and the Tang family would have been completely annihilated. Then Yu Rong stood up and said to him, "Get up, since you were here, come with me to meet the sovereign." Although the contest between Prefect Zhang Chong and Shen Lang appeared to end in a draw, in reality, Zhang Chong suffered a devastating defeat at the cost of his son's life. If Governor Zhurong was immensely anxious upon receiving the news, Zhang Chong was recognized as the invincible general of Yu Kingdom, yet he had just lost to a son-in-law of the Jin family. This embarrassing defeat would surely enrage the sovereign, who might even severely punish Zhang Chong to protect his valuable asset. Zhurong led a team overnight to the capital that very evening. He was well aware that they were heading into a significant political crisis. With the southern Oyan country's rebellion not yet quelled, and Yu Kingdom in turmoil, whether the sovereign would react with thunderous fury, or gentle calm was now up to his will. Su Rong's concerns were not unruly. At this moment, the atmosphere in the royal palace was very somber. Sovereign Minji Wanshan, shaking with rage as he read Zhang Chan's secret report, stood up, kicked over the dragon table in front of him, and tore the report to shreds while bellowing, "How dare you, Jean Schwab, do the Jeans wish to rebel and force my hand?" And Zhang Chon, the nation's top general, defeated by that insignificant son-in-law of the Jean family. Where does this leave the dignity of the royal family? His outburst terrified all the ministers and eunuchs in the hall who dared not even breathe. The sovereign, unable to vent his anger elsewhere, immediately ordered that Zhang Chong be brought to the capital and thrown into the Blackwater platform prison to await his fate. Meanwhile, with fireworks sounding, there was laughter and joy throughout Mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Although Mythical Turtle Count had not returned home, Shen Lang's triumphant return prompted Lady Jean to decide to celebrate the new year anew for everyone. Now that the Jean family had money, they were not stingy about rewarding everyone. From the highest to the lowest, each person received 3 large red envelopes, one from young Master Shen, one from young Master Shen's parents, and one from the Countess. In Shen Lang's courtyard, Little Bing was lighting the lanterns one by one. Just then, snowflakes began to drift from the sky. This sudden snowfall excited everyone immensely. Meanwhile, inside Shen Lang's bedroom, the mood was spring light. Tonight, Mulan was finally fulfilling her promise to give Shen Lang their wedding night. Mulan sat on the bed, her face radiating shy charm and allure, her beauty breathtaking. Even Shen Lang, usually so glib, found himself overheated by her charm. It turns out, once a cool goddess starts being charming, it can be fairly enticing. At this moment, Mulan, seeing that he was just standing there, took the initiative and pulled them over. At this point, the romantic tension between the two had reached its peak, and Shenlin cheekily said, "Why don't we skip the foreplay and get right to the main event?" After hearing this, Mulan smiled charmingly, settling that the night was going to be a blissful one for them both. 3 minutes later. Outside, Little Being dejectively looked at the sky. Why did the snow stop so quickly? Little did she know that inside the room, Shenlane was staring blankly at the ceiling. Disheartened, 3 minutes? How could it only be 3 minutes for him? Seeing this, Mulan gently comforted him. Husband, don't mind it. You were probably just too excited. Shenlang felt even more dismayed. I used to last all night without rest with Choyor. Wife, do you think there's something wrong with me? Although Mulan felt a bit uncomfortable hearing this, she still smiled and said, Husband, you are very capable, you could battle for hours with a demoness like Choyor, which shows how strong you are, encouraged by Mulan's words. Shenlang's spirits lifted right. If I contain a Tyrannosaurus like her, handling my delicate wife should be no challenge. With this thought, Shenlang found an appropriate excuse for himself. In that case, let's go for another round. However, 3 minutes later, Shenlang was completely disheartened. Oh my god, what could possibly be the problem? The next day. The morning in New Kingdom's capital was sun, and Sovereign Nu Inchen's mood was unusually good. As if the brief snowstorm the night before had swept away all his irritations and helped him see some things more clearly. Someone fetched me sticky rice balls. He suddenly demanded. The Grand Unit, not a moment later, presented a bowl of sticky rice balls before the software. Even as the sovereign ate, the eunuch felt nervous, milling the sovereign's eating habits, getting bored with one bite too many, feeling unsatisfied with one bite too few. He feared the sovereign might unleash his fury, potentially endangering his own life. All he could do was pray the 9 rice balls were neither too many nor too few, just enough. Just then the sovereign's empty bowl was handed over, and the eunuch breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was just right today. Suddenly, Mingyu Ancian asked about Jin Mutson's recent days at the Imperial Academy, after learning that he was doing well. He ordered the eunuch to send him a bowl of sticky rice balls, with instructions to add rice wine to suit his taste. The boy is studying alone in the capital. It's not easy. Make sure the people at the Imperial Academy take good care of him. He must not be mistreated. The eunuch, following the order, quickly left the hall. Being close to the sovereign is like being close to a tiger. His temperament really is hard to fathom, and Zhurong, to save Zhang Chong, also rushed to the royal palace overnight. There in the sovereign's study, Zhurong knelt on the floor begging for forgiveness while the sovereign, as if nothing had happened, leisurely sipped his teeth. Moments later the sovereign set down his cup and smiled. Grand Governor, this is clearly a great victory, so where does your guilt come from? Everyone knows that Zhou Tanwei proclaimed himself king over the eastern seas. If not for the ongoing war in southern Oing, I would have dispatched a large army to execute him long ago. Now, Zhang Chong and Jinhua have eliminated a great threat for me, which is a good thing. Hearing the sovereign speak so casually, Zhu Rong, lying on the ground, was already trembling with cold sweat. Ming Yuanxian continued, mythical Terrell Count reported only his willingness to cut 2,000 private soldiers. Without claiming any credit for expanding our kingdom's territory, attributing all merit to Zhang Chong, truly the act of a nobleman. However, I heard that Zhang Chang's son, Zhang Ji, died in Furious Tide City, truly a pity, to console Zhang Chong. I decree posthumously appointing Zhang Ji as evil general. Upon receiving the command, Zhu Rong no longer thought of defending Zhang Chong. A word that the Tang family was doomed, and Zhang Chan's fate was sealed. The sovereign acted swiftly. Early the next morning, Zhang Chong, leading the Blackwater platform's car, stormed into Jin High Count's mansion. Soon, everyone in the family, except for Tangdelin, was fearfully pressed to the ground, still unaware of what was happening. As the guards reached Tanglin's quarters, Zheng Cheng stopped them, then entered the room alone under the guards' watchful eyes. Inside, Tang Luan was desperately downing jug after jug of wine, surrounded by several shattered jugs. Seeing Zhang Chong, he wasn't surprised, burp. Then Cashley offered Zhang Chong a jug, saying, Lord Zhang, my Tang family was once unstoppable. It's a pity I didn't heed your advice back then. Now disaster has struck us while you rise above the clouds. Zhang Chong looked at him, his face was expressionless, but his eyes revealed a trace of wasteful self-mockery. Tang Nilan was drunk, but not oblivious, and he bitterly laughed. Human fortune really is unpredictable. After setting down his jug, he stood up and bowed, Lord John, considering our past friendship, could you allow me to end my own life and keep some dignity? Zhang Chong shook his head regretfully in refusal. The sovereign has commanded that if you commit suicide, it would suggest you died wrong. Only a public execution can prove you accepted your guilt. Desperate, Tang Lohan pleaded with Zhang Chong. My son Tang Yun is now without support. Please, Lord Zhang, remember our past and look after him. After hearing this, Zhang Chong showed a bitter smile and nodded in agreeing. Then said, Lord Tang, please make your way. An hour later, the Tang family, young and old, were dressed in prisoner's garb and shackled, led out of Jin High Count's mansion. An eunuch stepped forward to read the imperial decree that Tang family has colluded with pirates, a crime beyond redemption. All titles and lands are hereby revoked and all private armies disbanded. Tang Yun, having exposed this, is absolved of crime, but having failed to prevent his father's heinous acts, is stripped of all his titles. As the decree was pronounced, cries of injustice and wailing filled the air. But the eunuch accustomed to such scenes paid no attention, looking on with disdain and saying, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and take the criminals to the capital." Moments later, a procession of over 1,000 Blackwater platform guards escorted the 700 members of the Tang family in a convoy of prison carts towards the capital. Thus, the 300-year legacy of Jin Hai Count's mansion came to an end that day. As the prison carts entered the streets, the area was already surrounded by countless townspeople who, seeing the Tang family, began hurling insults and mud at the carts. Even as Tang Luan, covered in filth from the assault, showed no reaction, allowing the public to vent their emotions as they passed the tavern. Zhang Chonghua appeared at a second-story window. Naturally, she too was shocked by the scene. What grievous sin did the Tang family commit to provoke such public outrage? Zhang Chong shook his head. Tang Luan may not have been a benevolent ruler to his subjects, but he did not harshly tax the people of Jinhai. Olive Gold Mountain generates substantial revenues annually, and the taxes on Tang's lands were always minimal. Hearing this, Zhang Chonghua grew even more puzzled. Then why do these people hate himself? Zhang Chong walked to the window, looking out. The human heart is like water, deep and unpredictable. Public sentiment is like smoke, chaotic and unreliable. Since ancient times, the human heart has always been the least reliable thing. Just as Zhang Chong finished, his expression suddenly changed as he coughed violently. Zhang Chonghua, alarmed, quickly inquired about her father's health. Zhang Chong ignored his daughter's concern, knowing that the sovereign's focus would soon be on him, and he needed to make arrangements for his daughter quickly. He then stood up straight and told Zhang Chonghua, "I've arranged through Grand Governor Su Rong for you to study at Sky's NC Pavilion for a year and a half. Get ready. I'll send you there in a few days." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chonghua burst into tears instantly. "Is something wrong with father? I don't want to leave you. My brother is gone. I want to stay and accompany you." Zhang Chong pretended to be impatient and said, "I don't need your company. You've been the most disobedient since you were young. Go there and learn how to be a proper lady." Zhang Chonghua wanted to say more, but Zhang Chong simply turned his head away. "Stop causing a scene here. Go back and pack your bags." Indeed, the next day, Zhang Chang's prefix office received the sovereign's decree. The first decree praised Zhang Chong for his efforts in exterminating pirates, posthumously awarding his deceased son Zhang Ji the title of Edel General. The second decree conferred the title of third-rank commanding lady and Zhang Chang's mother. The final decree, however, was the main issue. Zhang Chang's remarkable achievements and new policies in New River County had been recognized. And now with these achievements, he was relieved from his role as prefect of New River County and promoted to right minister of the Imperial Censorate. With the departure of the eunuch, the prefect's mansion became lively. Everyone felt that Prefect Zhang's direct promotion to a third-rank official position meant he was set to soar. Only Zhang Chang himself knew clearly that the sovereign was making a move against him. On the night the decree was issued, Zhang's old mansion was flooded with continuous visits from countless guests. These officials, having been in their positions for many years, understood that the position of right minister of the Imperial Censorate was a stepping stone for officials destined for higher promotions. Knowing that Zhang Chong was about to take up the position of subordinate commander in Glamorous Province, they did not hesitate to openly address him as Commander Zhang during their congratulations. Listening to everyone's flattering compliments, Zhang Chong felt a deep disgust. If they knew that officials associated with him might soon be pulled down, who knows what they would think. Of course, Zhang Chong would not disclose this issue open, but instead displayed a rare smile and accepted everyone's flattery. The banquet lasted until midnight, and he dismissed the guests under the pretext of having to go to the capital the next day to meet the emperor. After everyone had left, Zhang Chong shed his facade, slumping down as he walked step by step toward the ancestral hall in the backyard. There, not only the tablets of immortals, but also the tablet of his most beloved son, Zhang Ji, were placed. At that moment, it seemed a demon had arisen in Zhang Chang's heart. He had been loyal and patriotic his whole life, fighting countless battles for the sovereign. But in the end, he not only lost his son, but was also facing the ruin of his good name. At that moment, Zhang Chong could no longer control his emotions and let out a roar. After venting, he could no longer support himself and collapsed in front of the altar. The pain of losing his son and the abandonment by the sovereign were too much for the tough old general, and tears of regret and resentment flowed from his eyes. The next morning, dozens of Blackwater platform knights stormed into the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Since the Count of Mythical Turtle had not yet returned, it naturally fell to Lady Jean to receive this Blackwater platform leader of 1,000 household. The leader of 1,000 households was straightforward in his purpose. "Lady Countess, it is said that Tan Yan, the third son of Lord Jin Hai, is in your mansion. The Tang family has committed the crime of treason, and I hope you will hand over the young man to me." Lady Jean feigned surprise after hearing this. "Indeed, Tang Yan had come to our house before we find our son-in-law, but as you know, there is a deep feud between the Tang family and ours. So we expelled him at that time. The Blackwater platform leader of 1,000 households naturally knew of the enmity between the two families, but the intelligence he received in Lady Jin's response clearly made him suspicious. Seeing this, Lady Jin continued, please rest assured. Sir, Tang Yan previously had a battle grievance with Armuan, and we naturally would not shelter the Tang family. With this statement, the Blackwater platform leader of 1,000 households found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Supapai clapped her hands and upon hearing the Sidhu, a servant immediately appeared in front of the two, respectfully holding a tray of gold bars. Supaipili said, Sir, you have traveled a long and fruitless journey, and as it happens, the spring festival is still in the first month. The year is not yet over. These are just a little token of appreciation from the Count's mansion. Please accept them. Seeing this, the leader of 1,000 households quickly stood up and waved his hands to refuse. And then he took his leave, citing the need to report back. He was not foolish, accepting favors from the Jin family while on official business could cost him his head. Meanwhile, inside the Count's mansion's library, Xin Lang was bent over a desk deciphering secrets from a jade book, while the martial fanatic Tang Yan studied sword techniques alone behind. After a night of analyzing and writing, the ancient secret method known as there is snow under heaven was finally deciphered. At that moment, Chen Lang let out a long S. He had been busy deciphering all night and hadn't had time to look closely at the contents of the technique. Only then did he begin to examine it closely, but after a moment he felt somewhat disappointed. This sword technique does not seem as powerful as I had imagined. However, the remarkable thing about Sword King Li Qinshu is that with just a slight hand of understanding, he can tell whether the secret manual is powerful or not. So it must be quite strong, right? Xin Lian couldn't help but suspect that the old man had an ulterior motive in sending Tang Yan to it. However, since he had already written it out, he casually handed the book to Tanya. Little did he know, Tang Yan took the book without even a word of thanks, and turned around to leave. Shen Lang felt embarrassed. This martial fanatic really is not polite. However, he saved so many people from the Jin family, yet didn't even ask for a thank you. Thinking this, Shen Lang spoke up to stop him. Hey, it's too conspicuous for you to just go out like that. Let me get you some clothes to cover up. At this moment, Tang Yan was unaware of the catastrophe that had befallen his family and didn't grasp the meaning behind Shen Lang's words, but considering his clothes were indeed worn and hadn't been changed for a long time, he did not refuse. A short while later, Lady Jean and Jee Lane together escorted Tang Yan out of the mansion, dressed in clothes that covered him from head to toe. Tang Yan, though puzzled, did not question them. Without a word, not even a goodbye, he mounted his horse and rode away, watching Tang Yan's retreating figure. Later, Lady Jean was worried he might be intercepted by the Blackwater platforms meant along the way. Chen Lang reassured his mother-in-law, the men from the Blackwater platform understand that if they intercept him and he mistakes them for robbers, they might just become unintended victims under his blade. Su Pepe felt somewhat relieved by these words, but still asked Chen Lang if he had directed Tanya and to head straight for Skies and Sea Pavilion. Chen Lang shook his head and said he had. Upon hearing this, Lady Jean immediately burst into tears. Seeing his mother-in-law's maternal instincts in full swing, he consoled her. Tang Yan won't listen to anyone but Li Qinshu. But I've already left a message with the Sword King explaining the situation. Once Tang Yan gets back to the island, the Sword King will take him to Skysen Sea Pavilion for refuge. Su Peep was reassured by this. But within seconds she began crying again. Shen Lang, I suddenly miss Jean Mutson so much. It's been over a month, and I almost forgot about him. Shen Lang was taken aback, realizing he had nearly forgotten his brother-in-law was still detained in the capital. Meanwhile, at the court, before Jin Chan could reach the capital, an impeachment petition accusing him of embezzlement reached the sovereign. Enraged, the sovereign ordered Zheng Chang's arrest in a thorough investigation of the matter. Unsurprisingly, the guards at the prefix mansion easily found tens of thousands of gold coins, evidence of his embezzlement. Once the allegations surfaced, numerous impeachment petitions against Zheng Chong poured in, with more and more accusations piling up against him. Zheng Chong quickly went from being a forever loyal official to a historical criminal. The officials who had attended Zheng Chang's promotion banquet were also deeply implicated. One scribe, unable to withstand the immense pressure, hanged himself. The scribe's death seemed to awaken everyone to distance themselves. They began to file their own accusations against Zheng Chong. However, the sovereign paid no mind to these baseless accusations, allowing them to fizzle out into nothingness. It wasn't until the chief clerk of the prefect's office wrote a blood letter revealing Zhang Zhang's despicable actions against the people that the silence was finally broken. With the publication of this petition, all the officials were stunned, marveling at the chief clerk's fearless act, but it was precisely this foolish act that allowed them to gauge the sovereign's stance. Finally, the sovereign reacted, inherently despising such traitorous acts. He ordered the arrest of this excellent chief clerk on charges of embezzlement. Not long after, the clerk committed suicide by slitting his wrists in the Court of Judicial Review's prison. With the clerk's death, all the impeachment petitions against John Shone quietly came to a halt as if nothing had happened, as if this person had never existed. During the tumultuous times surrounding John Chong, Shenlane also felt a sense of despair. However, his despair was different from others. Since consummating his marriage with Milan, Shenlane had not been able to shake off this curse. Believing that there was something wrong with his body, Shenlane began researching various remedies, trying all sorts of tonics, and even started exercising to overcome his laziness. Despite all his efforts, when it came down to the real deal, he always ended up back where he started. This setback plunged the usually proud Shenlane into deep self-doubt just when the couple was at a loss. Lady Jean suddenly pulled Mulan aside and whispered something to her. That night, the accompanying maid, Little Bing, finally fulfilled her wish and snuggled into young Master Shinsbeth. Miraculously, after a night of passionate endeavors, Shenlane's ailment was cured. It turned out that the root cause was Mulan's perfection, which overly excited Shenmu. Although this issue was resolved, for some reason, Shenlane suddenly lost a significant amount of weight a while later. At this moment, enjoying the nourishment of the supplements fed by the mature lady and a young girl by his side, Shenlane was enjoying himself, but also fell into contemplation, wondering if he should rest his body for a while. Time flies, and more than half a month of peaceful life passed in a blink. However, the mythical Turtle Count's mansion still hadn't received the sovereign's decree. Instead, mythical Turtle Count returned from Furious Tide. This time, he specifically came back to redo Shenlang and Mulan's wedding. Interactify Shenlang's status from son-in-law to Mulan entering Shun's family as his wife. Upon hearing this, Shenlang repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. Father-in-law, please don't correct my status. I just want to be a kept man at home. Don't expect me to take office. Besides, having the status of a son-in-law can confuse our enemies and makes it easier for me to operate. Hearing this, mythical Turtle Count felt his good intentions were well, but perhaps the son-in-law had a point. Reluctantly, he gave up on the idea. After resting at home for night, the mythical Turtle Count then rushed back to Furious Tide City, under Lady Jen's affectionate gaze. Several days passed without the sovereign's decree arriving, but Shenlang decided not to wait any longer. He ordered the Jin family to start a large-scale migration of the populace to Thunderous Islands. Knowing that the Jin family had over 1,000 square kilometers of land, but a population of 100,000 residents, nearly every household was involved in sericulture to earn money. With mythical Turtle Count's love for the people and low taxation, it naturally attracted more migrants. Now with 5,000 square kilometers of land on Thunderous Island, the Jin family could finally offer their citizens a wealthier life. Of course, the Heavenly Path Society also actively participated in this. Not only helping the Jin family bring a large number of people to Thunder Asylum, but also providing them with 2 million gold coins and interest-free loans to be distributed to the people as settling in and land reclamation fees. Meanwhile, Su Changchan also returned home, without money, without a workshop, and even all her shops had been forcibly sold to pay off debts. Thus, she once again came to mythical Turtle Count's mansion, but this time, she didn't meet Shenlang, but Jin Mo. Honestly, mythical Turtle Count's mansion burdened with huge debts was even poorer than her, but Jin Mulan still lent money to Su Chenqing. On the other side, unable to wait for the sovereign's decree, Changehua could no longer contain himself, and once again returned to mythical Turtle Count's mansion to ask his son-in-law what to do. Mythical Turtle's Count told Shenlang. The emissaries from Wu country have come to me a dozen times already. They are willing to send troops to help the Jin family eliminate Chouhao and seize the entire Thunderous Islands. The condition is that the Jin family leads the Thunderous Islands to rebel against Yu country and align with Wu country. And they have promised to appoint me as mythical Turtle's Marquis after. After hearing this, Shenlang understood that his father-in-law was not actually planning to betray his country, but was merely releasing this information to give Mingyu and Xian a sense of urgency. However, Shenlang felt that now was not the time. Such a decision was a trump card that should only be used when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, once it got out, it would confirm the accusations of the Jin family wanting to commit treason. And mythical Turtle Count also calmed down after hearing this. But it's been almost 2 months. Why hasn't the sovereign reacted yet? Shenlang smiled and said, Father-in-law, don't worry, if I'm not mistaken, the sovereign is waiting for the southern Oyan country's war situation to conclude. Also, he's waiting to see what actions we will take. 2 days after this conversation, news came from the capital that Tangalan had been executed by waist chopping and the rest of the family 350 people were beheaded, with the survivors sent into slavery. The day after the Tang family was dealt with, the sovereign's decree finally arrived at mythical Turtle Count's man. However, this decree was beyond everyone's expectations. Thunderous Islands were incorporated into new river counts. A chill house appointed as the Lord of Sky went sit. In their own commander, Jean Kyrene, was surprisingly appointed as the Lord of Furious Tides. Seeing the imperial edict, mythical Turtle Count became furious. Jean Shireen is a servant of our Jean family. Sovereign, you dare to overstep and appoint him as the Lord of Furious Tide City. Clearly this is an attempt to sow discord within the Jin family. The more mythical turtle count thought about it, the angrier he got, and he slammed his fist onto the tape. Seeing mythical turtle count's anger, Jin Shireen immediately knelt down to show his loyalty. Lord Count, although I am an orphan, I was raised in the Jin family, and have never been treated unfairly. I have long regarded you as a father and have never harbored any designs on the Jin family's wealth. I absolutely will not accept this decree from the sovereign. If the sovereign insists, I am willing to take my own life to demonstrate my loyalty to the Jin family. Mythical turtle count knew of Jin Shireen's loyalty, but the sovereign's actions were indeed too unscrupulous. At that moment, Shen Lang stepped forward, helped Jin Shireen up and said, Jin Shireen, your loyalty is clear to all. You don't need to worry too much, just calmly accept the decree. Hearing Shen Lang's words, Jin Shireen was deeply moved and thanked young Master Shen for his trust. I once resented you for marrying Miss Mulan, but after witnessing how you have steered the Count's mansion through crises, I have completely submitted to your wisdom. From now on, I will follow young Master Shen's lead. Mythical Turtle Count is my lord, and you and young Master Jin Mutsong are my young lords. Whatever commands the young masters give in the future, I, Jin Shireen, will face fire and water without frowning. Should I break this oath, I am willing to die as this sword breaks. Saying so, he then forcefully snapped a sword in two. Following this, Jin Kairan was appointed as the Lord of Furious Tide City according to the decree. And then they waited for the sovereign's response. Sure enough, 3 days later, another imperial edict arrived at Mythical Turtle's Council's mansion. And the eunuch read loudly, the sovereign decrees that the son-in-law of Mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Shen Lang, must immediately start his journey to the capital for an audience. The moment the decree was heard, Mythical Turtle Count was thoroughly enraged, sovereign by repeatedly attempting to drive a wedge within the Jin family. Are you truly challenging my bottom line? Upon hearing the imperial edict, Mythical Turtle Count's face changed drastically, and he immediately wanted to refuse outright. However, the eunuch simply stated the imperial edict has been delivered and I shall not stay any longer. Whether to go or not is for Mythical Turtle Count to decide. After the eunuch left, Mythical Turtle Count immediately called Lady Jean and Jin Shireen to discuss strategies. By then, Jin Shireen was already the Lord of Furious Tide City and naturally had a right to speak. However, as a loyal servant of the Jin family, he still followed closely behind Mythical Turtle Count. Never overstepping his bounds, he sneered at Sovereign's aggressive approach. Lord Count, our sovereign really lacks any of the former king's mercy. He could be described as stingy and ungrateful to the extreme. Now that we have Furious Tide City as a bargaining chip, even if young Master Shen does not go to the capital, what can he do? You, old master, couldn't help but speak up as well. I agree with Changer Young's view. The capital is indeed a dangerous place, and if young Master Shen goes there alone, he is likely to suffer. Now that Wu country has been trying to win us over, I believe Sovereign is aware. Does he not fear another catastrophe like the glamorous province incident? Vincent Lang, who had been silent, finally spoke. Father-in-law, I must go to the capital. At this, Mythical Turtle and Lady Jean immediately refused on the spot. Shin Lian quickly explained, previously, the sovereign was like a tiger, and we were just a deer. He could have easily crushed us. But now that we have entered the sea, and become sea snakes, the tiger cannot come into the sea to kill us. What do you think he would do in this situation? After a moment of thought, Mythical Turtle Count said, he will be furious and take his anger out on another deer to display his authority. Shin Lang smiled, exactly. The Tang family is somewhat a scapegoat in this regard. Sovereign's actions are merely to intimidate us and other old nobilities. The execution of Tangolan was also to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, specifically for us to see. But actually, the person he hates the most now is not us, but Zhang Chong. Previously, Zhang Chang's repeated victories won him sovereign's favor. He was even planned for the position of Glamour's province subordinate commander before the new policies were completed. Actually, Zhang Chang's actions had been flawless all along, but they never anticipated that someone like me would appear. Zhang Chang's failure not only severely hindered the progress of the new policies, but also made Sovereign lose face. Although Sovereign is desperate to kill Zhang Chong immediately, he calmed down and used a trivial charge to imprison him in the heavenly prison, neither convicting nor releasing, just freezing him there. Now the new policies are to be suspended, and our Mythical Turtle Count's mansion has to rule from across the sea. This undoubtedly makes Sovereign lose military authority and face. Imagine, before a tiger returns to its den, it will roar to warn the creatures in the forest. Conversely, if it really wants to hunt, it will pounce silently. So if I'm not mistaken, as soon as I enter the capital, father-in-law's royal decree will come immediately. Hearing Shen Lang's analysis, everyone suddenly realized and the situation became clear. Vengeance Lane continued, actually, even if Sovereign doesn't summon me to the capital, I was planning to go anyway. Before this, the Su family had Sugenting lead people to break into our house and steal, killing over 100 of our servants and injuring my mother-in-law in Milan. If this vengeance is not avenged, how can we continue to strut around? This statement deeply resonated with Lady Jean, who was known for her clear-cut love and hate, and she immediately stood up to support her son lawfully. At this, mythical turtle Count expressed his doubts. If Sovereign wants to test the intentions of his ministers, wouldn't it be more proper to directly summon me? Shenlang laughed. Sovereign has long understood what kind of person you are. What he really cares about is me, this bomb. Only by seeing me can he be sure whether our family will rebel. And through these incidents, he also hopes to keep me away from my father-in-law, to prevent the Jean family from continuing to expand. Lady Jean, hearing this, just laughed. This meeting is likely to disappoint Sovereign. After all, with Shenlang's personality, you're not fond of the troublesome business of her belly. Shenlang laughed. Mother-in-law really understands me. I have only two purposes in life. The first is to enjoy wealth and luxury. And the second, naturally, is to live without enemies. The next morning in Shenlang's courtyard, Shenlang and Mulan had been busy all night, but still found it hard to part. At that moment, Shenlang repeatedly assured Mulan. This time I go to the capital. I will behave myself and stay faithful. I absolutely won't stray again. But Mulan wasn't concerned about that. She just wanted to be with Shenlang all the time. She also knew that her father and Jean Shireen would have to stay in Furious Tide City for years, and the responsibility for the defense of the Count's mansion would fall on her. Seeing Mun so downcast, Shenlang quickly changed the subject and asked her if there was any martial art that one could master in a year, or one that could achieve in 1 year what ordinary martial arts achieve in 10 or 5 years. After a long silence, Mulan finally got angry and stood up shouting, No, do you think Joya War is better than me? Are you tired of me now? Now hearing this, Shenlang quickly embraced her and said, Silly girl, I just want you to become the #1 in the world quickly. One day, I want to take you in front of Choyar so you can slap her dead on the ground. Hearing this, Mulan felt relieved. She too wished for such a day since Choyar was her biggest enemy. Suddenly, she remembered that her master once mentioned an ancient manuscript called Hell's Mary Technique, which was said to be very powerful and could potentially double one's martial prowess. Shenlang responded with this name. How can that be considered an ancient manuscript if it's so useless? Mulan was speechless. However, she also told Shenlang that this manuscript was just a legend and nobody knew where it was. Shenlang looked at her affectionately and said, Don't worry, wife, I will find it and give it to you as a gift for your 22nd birthday, as proof of your husband's love from Alat. Stop it. Don't mention my age. I am forever as young as you. Whatever wife says is right. Shenlang is about to enter capital city and before leaving he has a meal with his parents and younger brother. At the dinner table, Shenlang sees a handprint on his younger brother Shinjin's face and can't help but curiously ask who did it. Following Shinjin's gaze across the table, Shenlang also figures out who it was. He clears his throat and asks his mother what exactly happened. Mother Shin angrily tells Shenlang that she asked Lady Jean to find a wife for Shinjin. Introducing a girl surnamed Lin, her grandfather is Count's trusted Lin Old Master. Shenlang is also shocked to hear this name, as he did not expect his mother-in-law to introduce Lin Old Master's granddaughter to his brother. Mother Shin becomes even angrier as she thinks about it and stands up, pointing at Shenjian and scolding. Lin Old Master and Miss Lin agreed to this marriage. Such a good girl liking this unworthy boy. I thought we were so lucky. Shinjian looks at his mother with a wronged expression and dares not to retort. Shilong tries to comfort his mother. The Lin Old Master's family agreed. It should be a good thing. Mother, why are you still so angry? Mother Shin roars even louder, of course. I am happy that Shinxian could marry Miss Lin. I wanted to finalize the marriage in a couple of days. But do you know what your brother said? He said he wouldn't marry Miss Lin and insists on marrying Lu Widow from Maple Village. Hearing this, Shenlang is also shocked. His brother must be out of his mind. Then Shinjin timidly says, It's because I promised Lu Widow before that I would marry her once I made it big. Shenlang asks him, Did Lu Widow agree at that time? Shinjin weakly says, No. Shenlang is speechless, realizing his brother is unrequitedly in love with Lu Widow. After dinner, Shenlang, with his dejected brother, goes to the backyard flower pond to talk. Shenjian, tell me what you think. Miss Lin is beautiful and well-educated. Such a good girl. Don't you like her? Why do you insist on marrying Lu Widow? Hearing Shenjian Lin's words, Shenjian finally gathers the courage to speak his true feelings. It's because of your glory that I have these riches. Without you, I would be a good for nothing. I feel I don't deserve Miss Lin. After hearing his brother's words, Shenlang understands that Xin Jin still feels inferior at heart. He then squats down and asks Shinjin if he really likes Miss Lin. Of course, Shinjin likes her, but he is afraid that they agreed only out of respect for. Hearing this, Shenlang pulls him up and walks out. Come, follow me. Let me teach you what to do. A moment later, the two arrived at Lin Old Master's home. As soon as they entered, they saw Miss Lin sitting in the hall, talking to her grandfather. It must be said, this girl is indeed very beautiful. However, she was somewhat shy upon seeing Xin Lang and his brother, her fair face instantly blushing. Xin Lang is also very pleased with his brother's prospective bride and directly asks, Lin Yinyin, do you like my brother? He is worried that he's not worthy of you and also worried that you don't really like him. Upon hearing this, Xin Jiang is shocked. Big brother, you have to be so direct, worried about being rejected. Xin Jiang turns to slip away. But behind him, Lin Yinyin blushes and nods slightly, murmurs a yes, and then quickly runs out. At this moment, Xin Lang realizes that Xin Xian and Lin Yan had met a few times before and got along very well, just unaware of each other's identities. You two are mutually attracted. You can be at ease now, right? Don't just stand there. Let's hurry back and discuss the engagement with our parents. This matter is also very important to both families. The next morning, Father Xin takes Xin Jian to the Lin family to propose, and the marriage is agreed upon that very day. The day after arranging his brother's marriage, Xin Lang leaves Count's mansion to head for capital city. Not only is Mulan there to see him off, but even his mother-in-law accompanies him, sending him off for miles before reluctantly turning back. 3 days later, a convoy escorted by 100 knights grandly arrives in capital city and heads straight to the palace to meet the sovereign. At this time in the sovereign study, Prince Ningjing is accompanying his father in calligraphy practice, also awaiting news of Xin Lang. At this moment, the sovereign asks the eunuch how a Xin Lang conducted himself on the road. The eunuch describes in 4 words, ostentatiously parading, utterly unbridled. The sovereign does not respond. Prince Ningjing asks the eunuch Hongxi, what do you mean by utterly unbridled? The eunuch clenches his teeth and says, this mere son-in-law traveled with over 100 cavalry as escorts, a spectacle comparable to a high-ranking official. Moreover, at every official inn he stayed in, if there were any officials below the rank of prefect, he had them driven out. The sovereign frowns upon hearing this. Indeed, this young man is too arrogant. The heirs of old nobility are each more low-key than the last. Even the true nobles wouldn't dare act this way. Then the eunuch adds, when entering capital city, this old servant took special notice of his expression, expecting him to be awed by the impregnable fortress of the city. Yeah, he looked disdainful and dismissive. Prince Ningjing sneers, your capital is majestic and splendid. A gem of the empire, yet this country bumpkin dares to look down on it. It seems this young man certainly has grand ambitions. The sovereign still says nothing, just looks up at the eunuch indicating for him to continue. But the eunuch says, after entering capital city, I deliberately took him through the mythical turtle gate, but when he saw the plaque, he said it felt like coming home. Upon hearing this, the sovereign's expression twitched. The Jin family's title was conferred by the first sovereign, and the ancestor was a military man, very domineering. Even the sovereigns of the subsequent centuries couldn't change this title, so what could he do? Then the eunuch said, Your Majesty, we encountered Her Highness Third Princess on mythical Turtle Avenue. Your kingdom has 3 princesses. The eldest princess Ninglua, 28 years old, is married to noble Lord Jin of southern Ouyang. The second princess, Ninghan, 26 years old, is famed as the most beautiful in Yu kingdom but is currently missing, and the third princess, Ningyan, 24 years old. Although married, has a fiery temper and often domestically abuses her husband, thus she usually resides in Yu kingdom. No one dares to provoke her outside. When the sovereign heard that they had encountered the third princess, he felt a headache coming on, but still asked if she had caused any trouble again. The eunuch said, Third princess was racing horses on mythical Turtle Avenue and caused some trouble. The sovereign immediately became angry. That's outrageous. Although mythical Turtle Avenue is wide enough not to accidentally harm the common people, such an imperious attitude still damages the royal dignity. Seeing the sovereign angry, the eunuch quickly changed the subject. When we saw third princess's cavalry, we immediately moved to the side and knelt on the ground. But Xin Lang not only did not get off his carriage, he instead opened the window and made it just about third princess's body. The sovereign calmed down and asked what Xin Lang had said. The eunuch hesitated and timidly said, he said that third princess has a slender waist and a large buttocks, but her thighs are too thick. Upon hearing this, Ningjing abruptly stood up. To dare insult a princess of the state. He is truly courting death. Seeing the sovereign's face turn extremely dark, the eunuch wasn't sure whether to continue. The sovereign angrily demanded that he go on. With his head lowered, the eunuch replied. Xin Lang said that he has been away from home for too long, and even upon seeing a woman of this level, he finds himself somewhat unable to restrain himself. Upon hearing this, both the sovereign and Prince Ningjing were completely shocked. The sovereign with a grim face said, it seems this bastard really isn't afraid of death. After learning of his reckless behavior, the sovereign's expression grew even darker. But since he had not yet fully understood Xin Lang's background, he forcibly suppressed his anger and returned to his desk, leaving Chen Lane to wait in the Hall of Mercy. Meanwhile, inside the palace's Hall of Mercy, a eunuch was grinding his teeth as he looked at the arrogant and impolite Xin Lang. Normally, no matter how high-ranking an official visiting the palace, it would first hand him some gold coins for his troubles, then kneel at the designated spot and wait to be summoned. But Xinlang, upon arriving here, not only made no such gesture, but kept demanding food and drink, which in the unique size was completely uncultured and outright rebellious behavior. So, the unfortunate Xinlang sat in the Hall of Mercy without food or drink until nightfall. He knew this was the sovereign's way of showing him who's boss, but he hadn't expected the sovereign to be so petty as to not even offer him a drink of water. Just as Xinlang thought he might have to spend the night in the Hall of Mercy. Here the unit can announce the sovereign's arrival. Xinlang quickly knelt down to greet his lord. Although he felt somewhat displeased inside, who was he to defy the sovereign? He wasn't about to lose his head over a kneeling salute. But the sovereign didn't even glance at him, walking straight past. And only after sitting down for a while did he finally speak, allowing Xinlang to stand up. However, when Xinlang turned to face the sovereign, he was momentarily stunned. The man before him had featured sharp as carved, radiating a regal aura that commanded the world utterly unlike the mean-spirited image he had envisioned. Moreover, the sovereign had been secretly monitoring him along the way, so logically he should be furious, yet why was the sovereign's demeanor so calm? Suddenly, the sovereign spoke. Xinlang, now that your family has taken Furious Tide City, what are your plans next? Xinlang was startled, noting that the sovereign used your family instead of the Jin family. And he just asked so directly. After a brief pause, he replied, Your Majesty, do you wish to hear the truth from my heart? If so, please dismiss those around us. As soon as he finished speaking, the sovereign's eyebrows furrowed. How bold of you, Xinlang. It's one thing to be haughty and overbearing along the way, but now you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Thinking this, he stood up and dropped the words, Speak or not, it's up to you, and then prepared to leave. Seeing this, Xinlang quickly said, Your Majesty, what I intend to do next is to kill the distant guard Marquis Sunan. Upon hearing this, the sovereign became enraged. The distant guard Marquis is the crown prince's junior protector. How dare you call him by name? Is this how the mythical turtle count taught you manners? To speak so insolently before me, do you truly have no respect for your sovereign? Xinlang continued to explain, Your Majesty, while my father-in-law and I were campaigning at Cliffwatch Island in Furious Tide City, Su's family took advantage of our absence. Su Jinting led over 100 experts from the western regions to infiltrate the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, killing over 100 of our servants and severely injuring my mother-in-law and wife. I implore your majesty to investigate this matter thoroughly and grant justice to my family. Unexpectedly, the sovereign, still furious, did not listen to any of Xinlang's defenses and ordered him to be thrown out of the palace gates. Although the meeting was not pleasant, Xinlang knew that since he was able to leave alive, it meant the sovereign would not easily take his life. He then returned to the Jin family's villa with his guards. Upon seeing their young master should return, Little Bing couldn't wait to rush out and ask if the sovereign had given him any trouble. It turns out that Mon, to keep Xinlang from misbehaving outside, had asked Little Bing to accompany him to capital city. Naturally, Xinlang did not tell Little Bing the real situation, merely saying that he had enjoyed a very pleasant conversation with the sovereign, which was why he returned late. Relieved, Little Bing went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Shortly after, several exquisite dishes were served on the table. At this moment, Little Bing gazed at her young master. She kneaded her face to dreamy, feeling immensely satisfied inside. During these days in capital city, she finally had young master. She had all to herself. That night Little Bing wearing a pink camisole and humming a tune ran into. However, Xinlang flatly rejected Little Bing and boldly declared, I will never wrong the lawn again. Little Bing's eyes immediately welled up with tears as she said, but I have the approval of the young mistress. She specifically instructed that I must take good care of young Master Shin on this trip to prevent him from being seduced by any temptresses outside. And Lang cleared his throat and said, In that case, tonight I wish to keep to myself and remain faithful to my wife. Why don't you come back tomorrow night? After saying this, he lay down to sleep, leaving Little Bang standing there, dumbfounded. She couldn't understand. What was the difference between coming tonight and coming tomorrow night as she pondered this? Submission Lang sat up with a start, exclaiming, Little Bean, where is Fatty? It was then that Little Bean realized she had been so preoccupied with young Master Shin that she had forgotten to notify her young master and the others that they had come to capital city. Shen Lang was speechless. It seemed his brother-in-law's presence at home was really becoming more and more negligible. He decided he would go to the Imperial Academy himself tomorrow to find him. At the same time within the palace, Zhang Chong, clad in prison garb and shackled, was summoned before the sovereign. This was his first audience with the sovereign since his imprisonment. The once sharp and imposing features had now withered away. During this time in prison, no one had questioned him about his corruption. He was merely confined, as if all this was done to soothe the sovereign's anger. His second son, an official in capital city, unable to visit him in jail, could only kneel outside the court of judicial review, sharing his father's hardship. He had been kneeling for 2 months. The reason for today's summoning by the sovereign was naturally because of Xinlang. The unit then relayed everything about Shen Lang's journey from mythical Turtle City to his audience with the sovereign to Shan Chong, asking him to analyze whether Shen Lang's behavior was genuine or an act. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chong replied, "Every word he said represents his true feelings, but he knew your majesty was watching him, and he could have remained silent, yet he still spoke his mind, which means he was putting on an act." The eunuch glanced at the sovereign, then continued to inquire, "Zhang Chong, in your view, does Shen Lang harbor ambitions? Could he plot a rebellion?" Zhang Chong responded, "If not pushed, this man would live quietly, but if pressured, he will undoubtedly rebel. Shen Lang's ideal is to enjoy wealth and honor, yet he does not covet luxury, nor can he tolerate the slightest grievance. Anyone who offends him will eventually be brought down by him." Upon hearing this, the sovereign couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "What a Daisite! Then why has he not plotted your death?" Zhang Chong paused for a moment, then continued, "Because I have never offended him." After listening to Shan's words, the sovereign fell into deep thought. Shen Lang was indeed interesting. Everyone said he was uncouth, but those who got to know him realized that every action he took and every word he spoke was carefully calculated. He was like a jade cup in the sovereign's hand, seemingly ordinary yet exquisitely crafted, truly a rare treasure in the world. Then the sovereign suddenly asked, "Chung Chong, do you think I should kill him?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong blurted out, "Do not kill him, your majesty. Shen Lang's mind is delicately cunning and extraordinarily wise. He is like a sharp blade. If used properly, he could be a more formidable weapon than even I." As the words fell, the sovereign also stopped fiddling with the porcelain cup in his hand, and the grand hall fell into complete silence. Meanwhile, in the Jin family's villa, Shen Lang, who was alone in his room, lay on his bed analyzing the various situations that might arise next. He was certain the sovereign would not kill him because, after I left, the sovereign would surely find someone to help analyze my intentions. Moreover, the sovereign knows that if I were killed, my father-in-law would immediately align with the state of Wu, an outcome the sovereign could not afford. Regarding the title, when he entered Capital City through the mythical Turtle Gate and said it felt like coming home, the look on the eunuch's face showed that this was a sore point for this Ovarian. He certainly does not want to bestow the mythical turtle title on the Jin family again. And perhaps this very night, someone will set out to deliver the decree appointing the Furious Tides Marquis to my father-in-law. But now that I am in Capital City, I must secure the mythical Turtle Marquis title for my father-in-law. And the task that follows is to annihilate the Su family. This task is extremely challenging, given that Marquis Sunan is not only the army garrison general, but his sister is also the sovereign's consort. Therefore, I need a protector, and that is the third task to support Prince Ningjin. Of course, Ming Zhang is almost the most despised son by the sovereign, supporting him is almost like climbing to heaven. But isn't Shen Lang the best at creating miracles? As long as he establishes the fifth prince, he would become the greatest support in taking down the Su family. And the words he spoke tonight about destroying Sunan will surely spread. Although the crown prince and the third prince are backed by the Su and Shua families, once they hear the news, they will stop their current actions and choose to sit back and watch the fight. After all, the Jin family's status is not what it used to be in their eyes. Any loss to any party would be beneficial to them. Besides Ningjin, I will soon have another supporter, the third Princess Ningyan, nicknamed Third Widow. Of course, she isn't really a widow, but she and her husband have fought to the point of severe injury at home. Being the princess, she can't divorce due to her status. So she decided to settle in Capital City and claims she is a widow, which makes her even more unrestrained. The sovereign has always doted on this younger daughter and has become even more indulgent due to her unfortunate marriage, thus tolerating her dominating personality. Nowadays, Mingyan is considered a major menace in Capital City. But it's precisely this type of strong, albeit somewhat reckless, goddess that makes the best ally for Shen Lang, especially with her royal status as the perfect candidate. When Shen Lang first encountered Ningyan, the provocative words he used were intended to provoke her to come after him. Now, he just needs to wait for the prey to walk into the trap. At this moment in the palace, the sovereign ordered Zhang Chong to be returned to prison while he sat alone in the hall pondering deeply and finally setting aside his prejudices to try Zhang Chang's approach. Setting down his cup, he picked up a jade scroll from the table, which Ashen Lane predicted contained the decree appointing the mythical turtle count as the Furious Tides Marquis. Closing the scroll, the sovereign's lips curled into a smile. I have issued this Marquis decree, but if you do not accept the decree and fail to obtain the title, you cannot blame me. Thinking this, he summoned the eunuch to set off tonight, ensuring the decree reached change what in the shortest time possible. Moreover, Jin Mutsong has now become a well-known figure in Capital City thanks to his novel Battle Through the Heavens, with even the third princess as one of his loyal readers. Initially, because he used the pen name Rogue Scholar with a wry smile, the book sold out as soon as it hit the shelves. However, many officials and nobles who bought it started cursing as soon as they read it. What is this all about? Where are the beautiful poems? But Justice and Lane had predicted a group of martial artists and students from the Imperial Academy were enthralled by it. Some students even tore the covers off their textbooks and replaced them with this book's cover to read it in class. Just as everyone was embroiled in various controversies over the book Battle Through the Heavens, someone finally stepped forward to reveal the truth. The author rogue scholar with a wry smile is actually two people. The first one is Shen Lang, who wrote the first book, Boundless Romantic Affairs, while this one was written by Jee Mulan. Regardless, Jee Mulan has truly become famous, with even the booksellers being threatened by the third princess to rush him for new chapters. Jee Mulan, it's not that he didn't want to write, but his brother-in-law hadn't yet given him the outline for the next volume. Moreover, it's been so long since his family contacted him. Not even a letter for the new year. Could they really have forgotten about me? Chang Mutsum finally made his mark in the literary world with his novel Battle Through the Heavens, and even the usually domineering third princess Ning Jian became one of his loyal readers. However, when Ning Yan eagerly approached Jee Mulan, she was shocked by his simple appearance. For a while, she even forced herself to forget that Jee Mulan was the author of the book. But the book was just too captivating for her. She could reread the unfinished first volume 5 times without getting bored. That night, as usual, she lay in bed revisiting this masterpiece. However, the thought that such a wonderful book was written by a dead fat house infuriated her. If it weren't for her eagerness to read the second part of Battle Through the Heavens, she would have wanted to kill Jee Mulan. Thinking this, she immediately got up and ordered her guards to go to the Imperial Academy. If he couldn't produce the second part, she would take his life. It was at this moment that Prince Ningjing suddenly entered. Third sister, what has upset you so much this late at night? Ningyin, already with a domineering nature, was not pleased to see her annoying younger brother visiting and dismissed him with a curt "I'm busy." Ignoring her words, Ningjing went on, "Third sister. Today I heard someone was quite disrespectful and insulted you. This person said you have a slim waist and a large bottom, but your legs are too thick, and also that he's been holding back for too long and nearly couldn't control himself upon seeing your figure." Upon hearing this, Ningyan exploded in rage. Who is this scoundrel who dares to speak such nonsense? I'll kill him. And the third princess' reaction was exactly what Ningjing had anticipated. Third sister, the one who made those remarks is the son-in-law from the mythical Terrell Count's mansion. Shen Lang, he is currently staying at the Jin family's villa. Hearing this, Ning Yen didn't wait for Ningjing to finish and immediately stoned off to the Jin family villa with her guards in tow. Shortly after, Shen 13 rushed into Shen Lang's bedroom in a panic. "Young Master Shen, it's bad news. Princess Ning Yen is coming here with dozens of guards." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang showed an excited expression. "Third widow, I was almost falling asleep waiting for you." Just then, with a bang, the door was kicked open by Ning Yen, revealing Shen Lian already dressed and waiting in the living room. Seeing him for the first time, Ning Yen paused. Then the next second she walked up to him and demanded loudly, "Are you Shen Lang? Are you the scum who publicly judged me? Did you also say that a woman like me could only tempt you when you were desperate?" Looking at the flames nearly shooting from Ming Yan's eyes, Shen Lang boldly admitted it. And his actions naturally succeeded in provoking the third princess's murderous intent. It's well known that she abuses her husband. And previously, the minister's young master was still hanging from the crooked neck tree in the princess's estate being whipped. Just for saying third princess has a really big butt. Ming Yan drew her blade and said coldly, "Shen Lang, are you aware of the rumors about me, the third widow? Now that you dare to humiliate me in public, think about how I might punish you." Guards, pull down Shen Lang's trousers, pour boiling water on his privates, and scrape it with an iron brush 100 times. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 guards approached to seize him, and she lying immediately broke out in cold sweat. "Ming Yan, you truly are a disaster of capital city. How could you come up with such a vicious method?" But the next second, he was pressed down hard onto a table. Ming Yuan sneer, "Shen Lang. Didn't you say you had a reaction when you saw me? Then I will completely destroy the part of you that reacts." At this moment, Shen Lang finally had a chance to speak. "Third princess. Don't you dream of having a child? Isn't the discord with your husband's family because you don't have children? I can give you a child." Ming Yan was furious. "You scum. You still want to sleep with me when you were about to die? Very well, since you care so little for your privates, let's just cut them off and then you can join my household as a unit." As the guard was about to proceed, Shen Lang spoke again, "Your Highness, do you currently have some indescribable issues down there? Which is why you almost dare not drink water every day." At this, Ming Yan was stunned on the spot. How did this come out? Could it be that he found out when he visited the council mansion to see the doctor and Zeisher? In the past year, she had developed some unexplained pain in her lower abdomen, especially painful during urination. Almost like torture. To the point she sometimes wished she could end it all with a single stroke. She had sought healers from across the nation, but no one had been able to cure this strange ailment. Now, although she did not know how she and Lang knew, she still signaled the guards to stop. Lang turned back, looking rather smug and told me, "Your Highness, only I can cure your illness." Ning Yan looked at him skeptically. "I have sought healers from across the country, and none could find the cause of my ailment. We are meeting for the first time. How can you be sure you can heal me? Shenlang did not answer her directly, but activated his X-ray vision and began to scan Ning Nian's body. Have you recently reached a point where you experience unbearable pain multiple times a day? And have you started to see blood in your urine? Ming Yan was shocked to hear Shenlai's description. These were things that not even those close to her knew. How did Shenlai know? She immediately ordered the guards to wait outside and decided to have a private talk with Shenlang. A moment later, Ming Yan shared her situation with Shenlang. Shenlang, my daily pain is so severe it makes life unbearable. If you are just trying to save yourself by deceiving me, I will truly kill someone. Link smiled and said, Your Highness, I never joke about medicine, curious. Ming Yan asked what exactly was her ailment, and why so many doctors had examined her and found nothing wrong. Shenlang chuckled lightly and said, You have kidney stones. Ming Yan looked puzzled. What kind of strange disease was that? She had never heard of it before? Shenlang continued to explain, The reason you're in pain is that the stones in your kidneys have moved to your bladder. When you urinate, they rub inside your body, which is why you bleed. If not treated promptly, it could lead to infection, which would be troublesome. After hearing this, Ming Yan was shocked, although she didn't understand why there would be stones in her kidneys. Xian Shanlang speaks so confidently, she felt hopeful. Then she excitedly stood up and said, Shanlang, if you can cure me, you will be my benefactor. From now on, in Capital City, aside from my father, if anyone dares to touch you, I will kill them. Shenlang was secretly thrilled, waiting just for these words, but outwardly he calmly accepted her offer. Seeing this, Ming Yan quickly asked him how long the treatment would take. She couldn't wait a year or more as it was truly killing her inside. However, Shenlang simply held up one finger and said, Rest assured, it will only take 1 hour to resolve all issues. When Ming Yan heard that Shenlang could alleviate her pain in just an hour, she was overjoyed, and hurried over to him, urging him to start the treatment right away. Shenlang was, of course, eager to get this done, but there was still one issue to address. In the modern world, severe cases of kidney stones would be treated with an ultrasonic lithotripter, but in this era, other methods had to be relied upon. The most reliable method currently would be to find a top female martial artist to use her true energy to precisely shatter the kidney stones inside Ming Yan, who would then naturally expel the fragments from her body. When Shenlang shared his plan with Ming Yan, she immediately sent for her aunt without a second thought. Meanwhile, the Su family had also received news of Shanlai's audience with the sovereign. The Marquis Sunan, a long-standing noble and infamous for his debauched private life and sycophantic ways, was well known in the circles. Now, with the Jin family's recent achievements sparking hope among the remaining old nobility, they began to secretly promote the Jin family as the new leaders. At this moment, Su Jinting was reporting to his father, Sunan, Father. The old nobility are now secretly switching their allegiance to the Jin family. In today, that Breakian Lang even boldly declared in front of the sovereign that he intends to destroy our Su family. Sunan sneered and said, Ignore these fools. As they say, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot first. The more the Jin family stands out, the faster they will fall. As for Shenlang, he's doing this to protect himself. Both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince cannot tolerate him. But now that he's declared war, it will surely stop their attacks and watch from the sidelines instead. Indeed, the speaker was the cunning, distant guard Marquis Sunan, who was currently sitting on a beauty chair. Dyeing his hair white, this villainous man, skilled in martial arts and robust in health, dyed his hair white to make everyone lower their guard against him, feigning an appearance of being old and frail. At this moment, Su Jinting informed him today. Shenlang told the sovereign about our night raid on the mythical Turtle Council mansion, but the sovereign did not inquire further. Sun Yan thought to himself that this was not good as it involved the time he secretly corresponded with the mythical Turtle Count to switch sides. Su Hentang quickly spoke up to reassure his father, saying that on that night he forced Su Pipi to hand over the secret letter, and then personally burned it. Even so, Sun An still felt uneasy since the sovereign now knew about this matter. Suspicions would surely arise in the future and he must resolve this issue as soon as possible. After pondering, he took a deep breath, then instructed Su Jinting to take gold coins, and find a few of his trusted imperial censors to initiate an impeachment against himself. Su Jinting was immediately shocked, not understanding why his father would do such a thing. Sunan laughed and said, It's better to ignite this matter ourselves than to let others do it. This way, we can guide public opinion and take the initiative to make something true appear false. You need to exaggerate it to the point of absurdity so that no one will believe it. Go let them accuse me, Sunan of lawlessness, sending experts to raid the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, plotting to murder my own sister Su Pepe and killing hundreds of innocent servants of the Jin family, completely mad. Also, have you prepared everything regarding Jin Mutzel? Su Jinting stood up and replied, Everything was ready when Jin Mutzel entered Capital City. Sunan closed his eyes and declared, The sovereign has begun to appoint Genjua as the Furious Tides Marquis. So let's begin our action. Su Jinting hesitated for a moment and said, Now Gen Mutsong is backed by the fifth prince, Ning Zhang. It might be, he was cut off by Sunan before he could finish. Don't worry about that stutter, just proceed as normal. The scene returns to the princess's mansion, where a woman of extraordinary presence and stern appearance has arrived, and she is the sovereign sister, the end of the third princess, Ming Jie. Once everything was prepared, Xinlang had Ming Yan remove her clothes and lie on her side on the bed. Then he reactivated his X-ray vision to start marking the precise location of the stones. At that moment, Minion suddenly looked up and asked, Xin Lang, are you the author of Boundless Romantic Affairs? Upon hearing this question, Chen Lang proudly hummed an affirmative. However, Ming Yan immediately threw cold water on him by saying, you look quite handsome, how could you write such trash? Shen Lang, at a loss for words, could only awkwardly smile. There was nothing you could do, the princess only liked books about fighting and killing. Suddenly, Ming Yan asked again, that very exciting battle through the heavens. Did Jee Mulan really write it? But if so, when you go back, tell him to hurry up and write the second part. If I don't see the second part within a month, I'll kill him. Shen Lang, seeing the look in Ming Yan's eyes, knew she was not joking. This kind of violent demand for a sequel was indeed rare. Then, Ming Yan started to criticize Jee Mulan's appearance. That guy is already ugly. If he doesn't focus on writing, I'm really afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing him. Chen Lang listened, breaking out in a cold sweat. Lucky for him that he was handsome. He carefully marked all the locations of Nignan's kidney stones, with 7 on the kidneys and another 3 in the bladder, under Xinlane's direction. What Ning Chen needed to do was to channel true energy into the stones using a steel needle to precisely shatter them. And just under 15 minutes, all 10 kidney stones in Ming Yan's body were destroyed. Just as Ming Yan was still questioning Shen Lang's medical skills, Shen Lang had the guards bring over a 1.5-liter water bottle, which he then handed to her and instructed her to drink, looking at the water and recalling the pain associated with urination. Ming Yan hesitated for a moment, but then showed the entire bottle in one go. 15 minutes later, Ming Yan couldn't help but rushed to the restroom surprisingly. The excruciating pain was gone, replaced only by a relieving sensation. Chen Lang, this pretty boy, had actually cured her. At that moment, Princess Ming Yan was overjoyed beyond measure, as the nightmare that had haunted her for years finally ended. In her excitement, she burst back into the room and slapped Chen Lang on the shoulder. Chen Lang, you are incredible. Facing Ming Yan's tiger-like strength, Chen Lang winced in pain and waved his hands. Thank you for the compliment, princess. But let's try to talk without getting physical. Shall we? However, the magnanimous Ning Yan did not notice Lan's pain expression and instead slapped her chest, declaring that she would take Xinlan under her wing, and Lang from now on in capital city. I've got your back. Just speak up whenever you need something. There's nothing in Yu Kingdom that I, Ning Yan, can't handle. Although Chen Lang was somewhat wary of Ning Yan's brute strength, he had ultimately achieved his goal, and he quickly said, Your Highness, then I won't be shy. I'd like to ask you for a favor right now. I want you to help me secure a position of power where I don't have to bear any responsibilities, whether it's a 7th or 8th rank doesn't matter. Ming Yan was startled. She didn't know of any such position within capital city. As a princess, she couldn't very well admit her ignorance, so she cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness. She then gave Shen Lang a hard pat, saying she would arrange the matter immediately, and notify him as soon as there was news. Then, without waiting for Shen Lang to recover from the pain, she quickly slipped away. At that moment, Wang Feng suddenly darted into the room. Young Master Shen, the personal unit of the 5th prince, has come seeking an audience. Shen Lang was startled and hurriedly at Huang Feng following to the drawing room, sure that Ning Zhang's confidence seeking him out in the middle of the night meant trouble. Indeed, as soon as they entered the drawing room, the unit urgently said, Young Master Shen, Erjin Mutsung has been arrested by the authorities of 10,000 Years County, and the charge against him is the violation of a married woman. Shen Lang was shocked. His brother-in-law was known for his naive and simple nature. How could he possibly commit such a sordid act? The eunuch said helplessly, We didn't believe it at first either, but the heir was indeed caught in the act in bed. Shen Lang was baffled, impossible. I'd sooner believe a rooster could lay eggs than believe Cheng Mutsun would do such a thing. He had warned Jin Mutsun repeatedly upon his entry into capital city to make no friends other than Ningjin. Especially if someone specifically sought him out or invited him to die, he must not go. No, this doesn't make sense. He always listens to me. Someone must have sent him up this time. Shen Lang knew that in the past few months. Jin Maotsong really didn't go anywhere except to write, until he met Yufan, the manager of Skywind Bookshop, who also helped publish Jin Maotsong's books. This Yufan owns 5 bookshops in capital city and has always done well in business. However, last year he published a book titled Legend of the East Departure. This book, which tells the legendary story of Emperor Jianli of the Great Chan Kingdom, is a banned book that the Great Flame Emperor personally decreed could not be sold in any country, yet Yufan sold it secretly in large quantities. To make matters worse, he sold a copy to a prince who was visiting in disguise. The prince, outraged, ordered all the banned books in his shop to be destroyed and fined him 1,000 gold coins. The officers who came to enforce the law also swindled them out of an additional 8,000 gold coins, leaving him on the verge of bankruptcy. At that time, the kind-hearted Jee Mulan chose Yufan, the most destitute among many booksellers, as his distributor. Little did he know that in just 3 months, sales of Battle Through the Heavens would reach hundreds of thousands of copies, bringing significant profits and allowing Yufan to recover financially, to repay Jee Mulan for saving his business. He had invited Jee Mulan to his home for dinner several times, but the naive Jeen always remembered his brother-in-law's advice and declined every invitation. After being rejected for the last time, Yufan appeared very disheartened and said that Jee Mulan, being the heir of the count's mansion, could never truly be friends with a mere merchant like him. This comment successfully provoked Jin's naive compassion, and he finally agreed to come. After arriving at Yu's home, the two drank merrily, toasting and drinking freely until they both blacked out. When Jin woke up, he found himself on top of a woman, and to his further embarrassment, she turned out to be Fang's wife, Mrs. Chen. That evening in the 10,000 Years County office, 5th Prince Ningjun, upon hearing the news, immediately went to see the county magistrate. Being straightforward, he directly pointed out that he knew someone must be manipulating the situation behind the scenes and immediately ordered the magistrate to release the prisoner. This magistrate was none other than Shen Lang's old nemesis, Wang Qiqi, who had previously joined Zhuanhu in an attempt to capture him at the mythical Turtle Count's mansion. Not only had that capture attempt failed, but Shen Lang had also frightened him by feigning symptoms of smallpox. Now, having been promoted to a county magistrate in capital city and backed by powerful patrons, Wang Qiqi, already harboring resentment against a Jin family, ignored the threats from Ningjun, a prince who lacked the emperor's favor, and flatly refused him. Ningxing was furious. Magistrate Wang, are you really going to disrespect me and not release him? Wang Qiqi scoffed and replied, Your Highness, Jin Mulan, as a member of the royal family, has committed such a heinous act. If I comply with your request, it would tarnish the image of your kingdom. If I release him, how would I explain it to the sovereign, and how would I answer to the innocent woman who was humiliated? Besides, I am merely performing my duties impartially. I advise your highness not to interfere in matters you shouldn't. At that moment, Ning Zhang's anger flared up, appalled that a mere magistrate of 10,000 Years County dared to disregard him. Had it been any other prince, the magistrate would not have dared to show any disrespect. However, for the sake of the Jin family, Ningjing still suppressed his humiliation and asked Magistrate Wang how he planned to deal with Jin Mulan. To his surprise, Wang Qiqi picked up the law book and said, For a crime of assault as evidenced as this, according to the laws of Yu Kingdom, the punishment is mutilation. Mingjing glared at Wang Qiqi. That mutilation means castration. Since you can consider cutting off the Jin family's lineage, it seems that your backers have decided to make this a matter of life and death. At this point, Ning Xian no longer wanted to stay any longer and stood up, leaving with a dark expression on his face. That evening, Chen Lane also came to Ningjiang's residence to discuss the matter. Upon meeting, Ningjiang expressed great self-reproach for Jin Nute's own imprisonment. Shen Lang, knowing that Ninging had done his best, quickly stepped forward to support him. Then, Ning Xian guiltily informed him that he had already visited the 10,000 Years County office and met with Magistrate Wan, but the latter was unwilling to release the prisoner. Xian Lang, observing Ning Xian's expression, asked if he had been insulted there. Hearing Shen Lang's question, Ningjiang's face turned red with embarrassment. The humiliation he received from Magistrate Wang that day felt like a slap on his face, something he would never forget. Yet, Ningjing still said guiltily, At this crucial moment when my uncle is about to be appointed Marquis, I failed to protect Jin Mulan, allowing our enemies to exploit this gap, which could delay the Marquis appointment. Shen Lang shook his head and said, From the moment Jin Mulan entered capital city, he has been targeted by our enemies. Moreover, I can imagine that at tomorrow's morning court, there will be countless petitions impeaching my Jin family. If I'm not mistaken, these despicable tactics are likely the work of the Su family, who have planned every step of this. If nothing unexpected happens, someone will attack the Jin family residence tomorrow. We don't have much time left. We must rescue Jin Mulan before dawn. Ning Xian grew even more anxious upon hearing this. Xian Lang had only just entered capital city, and the Su family had already made their move. But now, with only 3 hours left until dawn, how could they find evidence to clear Jin Mutazan's name? He quickly raised this concern. Shen Lang waved his hand and said, We don't need to clear Jin Mutazan's name. He was caught in bed, so there's no innocence to speak of. What we need now is to completely resolve this issue from the root. First, we have to act more shamelessly than our enemies. Second, we must stop the countless officials from impeaching the Jin family, prevent a public outcry, and create an even more shocking event to divert everyone's attention so that they lose interest in the rape case involving Jin Mulan. Third, we need to kill Yufan's entire family and match a straight Wang Qiqi of 10,000 Years County, striking a hard blow to the Su family's face, demonstrating our power. Fifth Prince, since the fight has started, there's no need to hold back. Anyone who steps up should be eliminated. Do not let us fall into the enemy's rhythm. Instead, draw them into our trap and manipulate them at will. As Chen Lane finished, Ningjing was stunned. It was said that the young Master Shen of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion was almost demonically clever, and now he truly saw why. Shen Lang laughed and said, "Your Highness, my people are already handling it. Let's wait and watch the drama that will shake the entire capital city tomorrow morning." After speaking, he took his leave from Ningjin, excitedly heading towards the 10,000 Years County office. Meanwhile, at the residence of the distant Gardamarchi, Sunan assigned a matter of Jin Maozong to Su Jianting. At that moment, Sunan's confidant Su Yan was reporting to him. "Young master, Jin Maozong has been arrested by the magistrate of 10,000 Years County." The fifth prince went to the county office to demand his release from Wang Chika, but he was not only refused, but also humiliated. Hearing this, Su Jianting couldn't help but murmur, "Ning Zhang, this unpopular prince, really loves to meddle." He then turned to ask Su Yong, "Are the impeachment memorials from the imperial censors ready?" Su Yong immediately handed over the prepared documents to Su Jianting. After reading them, Su Jianting couldn't help but feel smug. "Shen Lang, you may have stirred up trouble in mythical Turtle City, but now in Capital City, my Su family's home turf. I'd like to see how you jump around." Su Yong added, "Rest assured, young master. The conspiracy against Chen Lang is now in motion. As soon as he makes a move, we can guarantee he'll immediately be saddled with a murder charge." Su Jianting was overjoyed. "If the Jin family's heir and son-in-law one bears a rape charge and the other becomes a murderer, I'd like to see how the Jin family could still receive a marquis title. You, a son-in-law, and Ningjin, a useless prince. I want to see how you could stand against my powerful Su family. I'll make sure you die without even knowing how you died." Shen Lang arrived at the 10,000 Years County office to visit an old acquaintance, Magistrate Wang Chika. Unexpectedly, Wang Chichi, now in a different official position, pretended not to recognize him. "Who are you?" This act greatly displeased and Lang internally, but he maintained a smile on his face and introduced himself. Only then did Wang Chikalika, feigning sudden recognition, and said, "Shen Lang, is it really you? Has your smallpox been cured?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lang casually replied, "Thanks to Magistrate 1, my smallpox has improved, but it hasn't completely healed and still flares up occasionally." Upon hearing this, Wang Chika was very annoyed. To his knowledge, those who contracted smallpox either recovered with scars or died. This young man claiming occasional outbreaks made it clear to him that Chen Lang had been faking his illness. Growing angrier, the magistrate slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "How dare you, Shan Lang, a mere son-in-law, not kneel upon seeing this official?" Shan Lang laughed lightly and responded, "Sir, I am an Imperial Academy scholar and as a holder of this status, I am considered a prospective candidate for officialdom which grants me the privilege of not kneeling before officials." Wang Chico was taken aback. Imperial Academy scholar, he hadn't expected the sovereign to grant Shen Lang such a status. Although an Imperial Academy scholar was the lowest in the disdain chain compared to Wang Chika's status as a successful candidate in the Imperial examinations, he still had to treat Shen Lang decently as the title was conferred by the sovereign. "Scholarship. What brings you to see this official today?" Shen Lang said directly, "Magistrate Wang, we are somewhat acquainted. So I ask you to show leniency regarding Jin Mutsong. My Jin family will be greatly appreciative of your kindness." Hearing this, Wang Chika burst out laughing. "Scholarship, are you trying to bribe me? If so, save your effort. It doesn't matter if it's the fifth prince who pleads. Even if the mythical Turtle Count himself were to come here, I would not compromise." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's expression darkened. "Magistrate 1, what exactly would it take for you to compromise?" Seeing Shen Lang's anxious face, Wang Chichi felt inwardly pleased. "No matter how powerful you, Shen Lang, are in mythical Turtle City. Once you enter Capital City, even if you are a dragon, you have to turn into a worm in front of me." Then, as he walked past Shen Lang, he disdainfully said, "The actions of Jin Maozong are grievously wicked and cannot be forgiven. If I, Wang Chika, were afraid of the powerful, I would not have joined the Court of Judicial Review in the first place, nor would I be in the position I am today." He then walked out of the drawing room without looking back, effectively issuing Chen Lang a dismissal. However, Wang Chika's actions were not solely to avenge the humiliation she had previously caused him. As Wang Chika returned to his study and sat down, a servant approached him. "Sir, won't the matter of Jin Mutsung cause too much of a stir? If it reaches the ears of the sovereign, I fear." Wang Chika cut him off before he could finish. "Rest assured, even if the sovereign knows, he will not say anything. Moreover, my position today is entirely due to Junior Protector Su. We must repay our debts." It turns out that the struggle for succession between the Crown Prince and the Third Prince had long divided the officials into three factions. And Wang Chico was a member of the neutral faction, although he did not want to participate in the royal conflict, having served 8 years as a deputy in the Court of Judicial Review without hope of promotion due to lacking powerful connections. It was only after he aligned himself with Sunan, a major figure in the neutral faction, that he was promoted to the position of magistrate of 10,000 Years County. Therefore, when the Su family asked him to harm Jin Mutsong, he acted without hesitation. At that moment, Wang Chika looked up and asked, "What has Jin Mutsong been up to in jail?" The servant replied with a smile, "This Jin Mutsong has been very obedient in jail. Although it seems his privates were injured during that incident, and now he groans in pain there." As the clerk described this, Wang Kika seemed to imagine an unspeakable scene, and a lewd expression momentarily crossed his face. "Go tell Yufang that I want to eat the abalone rice cooked by his wife, and tell him to send her over quickly." However, just as he finished speaking, a sharp sound of drumming startled them both. Regaining his composure, an enraged Wang Chichi immediately ordered his officers to seize the person beating the drum. But when the officers saw who it was, they felt a sense of foreboding. In the next second, the air above the 10,000 Years County office was filled with screams. After a while, two officers beaten and bloodied, rushed back, matched straight one. Chen Lang is causing a disturbance at the county office. Wang Chico was shot at Chen Lang, daring to assault officers openly, is utterly lawless, he exclaimed, before leaving dozens of officers out, seething with anger. Though he said this, he was secretly delighted inside, having been fretting over how to catch Chen Lang and imprison him to avenge his previous humiliation. Now that Chen Lang was causing trouble in capital city, it seemed like a suicidal act. Moments later, Wang Chika saw and Lang beating the drum in front of the county office. However, their arrival did not stop Lang from continuing his actions. Seeing this, Wang Chichi immediately said, "How audacious, Chen Lang, under the sovereign's feet, you dare to openly assault officers. Is this how the mythical turtle count taught you?" But just as the officers were about to rush forward, a fiery red figure stood up from behind Chen Lang, magistrate of 10,000 years. "It was I who beat your men. What now? Do you also want to arrest me?" Upon seeing the arrival, Wang Chikao was immediately stunned. Third princess, how did this troublemaker end up mixing with Chen Lai? Regardless, after his initial shock, Wang Chika immediately halted the officer's attempt to arrest them. At that moment, Mingyin continued, "Magistrate 1. We have come here tonight to file a complaint, and we need you to convene a court session right away." Wang Chichio gave Ning Yan and Shan Lang behind her cold look. Originally, he had planned to hear the case first thing in the morning, but since Shen Lang was so eager to meet his end, he might as well oblige him. After all, the evidence against them was irrefutable, and he didn't believe Shen Lang could turn the case around. Thinking this, he immediately waved his hand and commanded, "Bring the criminal Jin Maotsong, the plaintiff you found, and the victim Mrs. Chen, and convene the court." During Wang Chika's reference to Jin Mutsong as the criminal, Shen Lang immediately showed a protective demeanor. "You dared to label my family's fat boy as a criminal before trial. Magistrate Wang, you seem determined to antagonize my Jin family." Several officers then brought Jin Maotsong, Yufan, and Mrs. Chen to the courtroom. At this moment, Jin Maotsong looked haggard and dazed, clearly having suffered greatly in prison. Wang Chichio then shouted again, "Let those in the court present their grievances quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Yufan began sobbing and started to recount the incident of Jin Muzum assaulting his wife. However, just as he began, a figure swiftly moved to Jin Mutsung's side. "I, student Chen Lang, am here to accuse Mrs. Chen of assaulting Jin Mutsung." The heir to the mythical Terrell Count's mansion, Chen Lang pointed at Madame Chan and denounced her fiercely. "This woman is promiscuous and venomous. Upon seeing my younger brother Jin Mutsung, she was captivated by his handsome and charming appearance and drugged his drink. While he was unconscious, she took advantage of him. Your Honor, my brother has preserved his purity for 18 years, and now this married woman has violated him, causing him immense despair. It's a disgrace to our Jin family. I hope Your Honor will seek justice for my brother and restore the honor of our Jin family." After Lang finished, everyone was profoundly shocked. They didn't expect Lang to be so venomously articulate. Even Jin Mutsung was startled. He knew his brother-in-law had a sharp tongue but didn't expect him to be so fierce. At this moment, Yufang regained his composure, tremblingly pointed at Chen Lang, and shouted, "Young Master Shen, you cannot twist the truth like this." Then, he cried out, "Your Honor, I have devoted myself to publishing books to make Jin Maotsong famous, hoping to befriend him. I even invited him alone to my mother's birthday party. Little did I know. During the event he was fixated on my wife's beauty. After drinking 2 glasses, he claimed to be drunk and asked to rest in my room. However, this beast pretended to be drunk. When my wife brought him soup to sober up, he forcefully violated her and tormented her for over an hour. Hearing this, Shen Lang turned and gave him a look of contempt. Over an hour, as if his physique could last more than 30 minutes. Forget it, that's not important. Shen Lang approached you, Fong, and asked, "You knew about the torment for over an hour. Why didn't you stop it?" Yu Fong quickly claimed that he was too drunk to hear any disturbance. Only learning later that Jin Maotsong had threatened his wife with the safety of their 2 children, saying he would kill them if she resisted. And at this point, Jin Maotsong could no longer contain himself, pointed at Yu Fong and cursed him for being heartless. He had helped him so much, yet was betrayed today. Moreover, he genuinely liked the children, having given them large red envelopes and promising to give them more gifts they would like. How could he possibly threaten to kill them? Finally, Madam Chin spoke, "Your Honor, I have always maintained my chastity and never let another man touch even a hair on my head. But now this beast has defiled me and I can no longer face living in this world. I beg Your Honor to seek justice for me." After hearing Madam Chen's plea, Shen Lang sneered, then turned to Jee Mulan and said, "Tell His Excellency the magistrate and everyone else. Whether it was this Madam Chen who violated you after you were drunk." The simple-minded Jee Mulan finally got clever and spoke up immediately, saying he only had a few drinks and then lost consciousness. "Waking up next to this woman, you found?" Standing by, angrily retorted, "It was clearly you who violated my wife. When I found you, you were on top of her." Shen Lang didn't bother to respond to Yufan and instead continued to question Jee Mulan. "When you woke up, were you really on top of? Think carefully, was any part of her body also on top of you?" Jee Mulan pondered uncertainly. Then suddenly he recalled, "When I woke up and tried to leave, I found Mrs. Chen's leg was on top of my leg." Satisfied with the response, Shen Lang stood up and announced, "Everyone heard that, right? This woman was also on top of my brother. If they were both pressing on each other, how come Jee Mulan's body is considered a body, but your wife's leg is not?" Yu Feng turned pale upon hearing this. "You're talking nonsense. My wife has bruises from struggling. Isn't that evidence of violation?" Shen Lang then turned directly to Jee Mulan, asking him if he had also been injured. Jee Mulan mumbled and hesitated to speak. He leaned close and whispered in Shen Lang's ear that he had been injured there and it was still painful and itchy. Enraged by this, Shen Lang glared furiously, and turned to scold Mrs. Chen. "How dare you, you wicked woman! Enter the heir of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion's private parts. Did you use your teeth? My brother is the only male heir of the Jin family. Summon a medical officer right now to examine his injuries." After a while, a medical officer took Jee Mulan to a back room for examination, and later returned to the court to announce that Jee Mulan indeed had superficial injuries around his privates. Hearing the medical officer's words, Mrs. Chen was mortified and cried out, claiming she would prove her innocence with her death, and then rushed towards a nearby pillar. You found a tentative stopper, but was blocked by Shen Lang, who provocatively said, "Go on, hit it. It would be a relief if you died." With Yufan unable to stop her, Mrs. Chin couldn't break in time and crashed into the pillar. However, she had only intended to make a show of it and didn't use much force, so she only ended up with a swollen forehead. She hadn't expected that Yufan would be stopped by Chen Lang. Seeing this, Shen Lang mocked, "If you really wanted to die, you should have hit harder. That bump barely more than a mosquito bite. Who are you trying to fool?" At this, Wang Qiqi could no longer contain himself. He angrily slammed the gavel to summon people to throw this disrespectful Shenling out of the courtroom, just as two officers were about to carry Shenlang away. A voice from behind halted their actions. "I would see who dares to touch him." The newcomer was Prince Ningzhen. He quickly approached and said, "Magistrate Wang, this Shenlang is the legal counsel for heir Jee Mulan. He has the right to make any defenses." Wang Chica was startled. He hadn't expected this ineffectual prince to appear here. But since Ning Jing was still the son of the sovereign, Wang Chica couldn't afford to be disrespectful in such a public setting and had to greet him with deference. Ning Xing didn't pay him any heed and simply sat down by the side, indicating for the trial to continue. It was clear to all observers that he was there to support Shen Lang. At this point, Yufan holding his wife began to cry out, "Shen Lang, you claim my wife assaulted Jee Mulan, but he's so fat and unattractive, what could my wife possibly see in him?" Shen Lang stepped forward with a smile and said, "Indeed, Jee Mulan is worthless. But wasn't your plan to exploit his family's power and noble lineage? What you all don't know is that Yu Feng is infertile and incapable of fathering children." So, they pretended to invite Jee Mulan for a meal and drugged his wine with an aphrodisiac, allowing Mrs. Chen to take advantage of him. Wasn't it all to conceive a child of the Jin family to gain status through this child in the future? These words immediately enraged Yu Feng. "Shen Lang, you beast, how dare you slander my reputation? If I am infertile, then where did my two daughters come from?" Shen Lang applauded upon hearing Yufan's question, saying, "Yufan, that's an excellent question." He then turned to the audience, "Your Highness, Magistrate Wang, and everyone present. You may not be aware, but Yufan's two children are actually not his. They were fathered by other men. Furthermore, because the first two borrowed seeds resulted in girls, he set his sights on the noble lineage of the Jin family when he encountered Jee Mulan." Upon hearing Shen Lang's ferocious accusations, Yufan wished he could tear Shen Lang to pieces right there. At this point, Magistrate Wang Chica couldn't help but interject. "Shen Lang, your accusations are mere conjectures without any basis." Shen Lang smiled lightly in response. "Magistrate 1, do you think I have no basis? If so, why don't we bring UFON's two children here and conduct a blood test to determine their parentage? Yufan, feeling secretly pleased, thought back to earlier years when he was frequently away on business. Given his wife's beauty and her staying alone at home, he naturally felt insecure. After the children were born, he had conducted a blood test to confirm their paternity. With this memory, he readily agreed to the test. Only Chen Lang, coming from the modern world, knew that such a blood test was unreliable. However, for him, it was also one of the best strategies for turning the situation around. At this moment, Magistrate Wang Chico was confused. Are we supposed to be handling Jee Mulan's own case? How did we end up talking about a blood test? Yufan then stepped forward, bowing to Magistrate 1, requesting that his daughters be brought in for the test. He wanted to use the results to prove that Xin Lang was slandering him and to affirm his wife's innocence, thus solidifying the evidence of Jee Mulan's disgrace. Manchester St. Wong found himself in a difficult position upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Yufan to agree to this in order to prove he wasn't cuckolded. However, since Yufan himself was so confident, there probably wouldn't be an issue. With this thought, he arranged for people to prepare for the test to ensure foolproof results. Ming Jin also dispatched 4 guards to accompany the retrieval of the persons involved. Moments later, 2 little girls, fast asleep, were brought in. Shen Lang looked at the sleeping children, his heart softening momentarily. Had Yufan and his wife not considered these 2 children when committing their misdeeds? Never mind, they won't survive much longer anyway. Once this affair is concluded, while the children are still young and without much memory, they should be sent to Furious Tide City to be raised. Soon, everything necessary for the blood test was ready. As she's lying gently stepped forward about to touch one of the little girl's hands, Magistrate Wang Chica suddenly bellowed. Shen Lang, do not touch the witness. The sudden shout made Shen Lang quickly retract his hand. And he frowned, saying, Magistrate Wang, why such an extreme reaction? I simply intended to draw blood from the girls myself. As they say, the fingers are connected to the heart. And even though the children are asleep, I do not wish them to feel any pain. However, Wang Chico was unconvinced. It's just a prick on the finger. How painful can it be? Shen Lang, your intentions are suspect. And I absolutely will not allow you to touch these 2 witnesses. At this moment, Ming Zhang's voice came from behind Shen Lang. Magistrate Wang, if Shen Lang cannot touch the witnesses, how about I do it instead? Seeing Prince Ming Jing again backing Xin Lang, Wang Chichi internally seated with Andrew, but outwardly he could say nothing. He certainly didn't want to be impeached for preventing a prince from showing compassion to the people, which would paint him as mean-spirited and ungracious. With no further objections, Ming Xing stepped forward, gently rubbed the little girl's finger as instructed by Chen Lang, and after a moment took a fine needle and gently pricked, causing blood to flow immediately. His touch was so gentle that the child felt nothing. Meanwhile, Yufan, ready to mix the blood, looked confidently satisfied. He had validated his paternity with his daughters more than once, each time confirming without a doubt that they were his biological children. With this in mind, he confidently let drops of his blood fall into the ball. However, as he watched the 3 drops of blood in the bowl, his expression gradually shifted from confidence to horror, contrary to expectations. The blood did not mix, but rather began to separate further. This result, of course, was anticipated by Chen Lang, knowing that Wang Chico would never allow him to touch the children. Not only had he tampered with the water, but he had also coated Ning Zhang's hand with alum. Once everything was concluded and the prince had ordered the children sent back home, Shan Ling burst into laughter. Now that everything is out in the open, everyone has seen the results. Right? You found. Not only is your blood incompatible with that of the 2 children, but the children's blood is also incompatible with each other. What does this prove? It proves that not only can you Yufan, not father children, but these 2 children also don't share the same father. This result also dumbfounded Yufan. How is this possible? They were compatible before. Seeing his confusion, Shen Lang continued to taunt Yufan. You have resorted to using another man's seed to continue your family line, which is utterly vile. And you, Mrs. Chen, committing such shameless and promiscuous acts, you harlot. How do you still have the face to live? Both of you still dare to covet the noble bloodline of my Jin family. Framing the air of the Count's mansion, it's utterly unforgivable. Mrs. Chen's sudden collapse, foaming at the mouth, and then falling heavily to the ground, nearly made Magistrate Wang Chica's jaw drop. What was happening? Weren't they just adjudicating Jee Mulan's case? How had it devolved into a blood test? And how had Xin Lang seized control so abruptly? However, he was also aware that his task from the Su family was merely to bring down Jee Mulan and tarnish the Jin family. His role was to delay the trial. Once the historians reported this matter to the sovereign in the morning court, implicating the Jin family, even Shan Wang with all his capabilities wouldn't be able to turn the tide. With this in mind, Wang Chicup decisively struck the gavel. The court decides that due to insufficient evidence on both sides, the suspect Jee Mulan will be temporarily detained pending further investigation. As the officers were about to take Jee Mulan away, Yufan intended to leave with his wife, but Jin Lang was not about to let them get away so easily. Matches straight 1, Mrs. Chen has such clear suspicion of criminal involvement, and you're just letting her walk away. And you find as well a coconut spiritor. If you let them leave so openly, does it mean I too can disregard the laws of your kingdom and just take Jee Mulan with me? Upon hearing this, Wang Chikan nearly ground his teeth to powder. Shen Lang, what are you? You dare to bark in my court, thinking I can do nothing to you. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Prince Ningyin approaching. Wang Kika's heart tightened. Damn, I forgot about Shen Lang's backing from Prince Nangjun. Even if Nangjun was out of favor, he was still the son of the sovereign. With no other choice, he had to order the detention of both the Fong and his wife as well, pending a later trial. What Lonchikath did not expect was that to Shen Lang, Jee Mulan's case was merely a minor episode. His real plan was already unfolding elsewhere. 30 minutes earlier, third Princess Ningyin, accompanied by her personal guards, arrived in front of the largest brothel in capital city, the Spring Breeze Pavilion. Looking up at the signboard, Mingyan asked her guard, "Are you sure the extortionate Chong Nation delegation is here?" After receiving confirmation, a mist of a smile spread across her face. Time to stretch my muscles again. It turned out that Mingyan's absence was orchestrated by Xinlan, who had lured her out to deal with the Chuan Nation delegation just before the court session. As the saying goes, troublesome people come from troubled lands, and Chuan Nation, a poor country sandwiched between several wealthier states, was not only impoverished but also bellicose and politically uncompromising. Despite its small size, Chong Nation maintained close ties with distant guard Marquis Sunan. In exchange for strategic resources from Chong, the Su family engaged in trade that was almost annually unprofitable, but a wild wolf can never truly be a dog. It can never be fully tamed. This time, the Chong Nation's delegation came to Yu Kingdom aiming to extort funds for a military expedition against the San Barbarian tribe. But the sovereign was not fooled and saw right through their intentions, ignoring them completely. Frustrated by this, the Chan Nation envoys simply stayed in capital city, refusing to leave. Not only that, they stir up trouble everywhere, whipping the citizens in the streets. Just the day before, the Chang envoys had even ridden their horses through the streets, injuring a dozen innocent bystanders. Afterwards, emboldened by the backing of the Su family, they acted as if nothing had happened and even went to the Spring Breeze Pavilion to indulge in pleasures. The owner knew these men were just there to freeload, so he switched out the usual high-end girls for some sturdier women to attend to them. This group of women happened to suit the Chan people's tastes. Just when they were getting into the swing of things, Mingyin kicked open the front door. The leader of the Chan envoys, the bearded man, was Shah, who dares to disrupt our fun here. Ningyan looked over the group coldly and asked, "Was it you lot who injured my capital city citizens?" The bearded man, now seeing who had confronted them, his eyes revealed a lascivious gleam. "Isn't this Princess Ningyan? The local authorities here don't bother with us. And you, a woman, come to meddle in our affairs, instead of wasting your time. Why not join us envoys for some fun?" As his companion's Egg Diamond, a manager from the Su family, worried about offending the princess, quickly stepped forward to apologize. But Mingyan wasn't having any of it and knocked him out cold with a slap. Then, with a menacing look, she declared, "You men, as envoys of the Chan Nation, have committed crimes on the soil of Yu Kingdom. I'm not one to bully others, but since you want to play, I'll join you." The group of burly men immediately became excited. "What bold words, princess, let's see how you handle our Chan Nation warriors." As the men charged at her, Mingyin Kame took up a defensive stance. But in just a quarter of an hour, the battle was over. The Chan envoys lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Mingyan, with a look of disdain, taunted, "The warriors of this year's Chan Nation are too weak. You couldn't even handle 10% of my strength. How disgraceful," she scoffed again and then turned and walked away. Of course, Mingyan was telling the truth. If she had really gone all out, those men would likely have ended up dead. But even so, for the Chang Nation envoys, it was a humiliating defeat. They wanted revenge, but Mingyan was a princess. They couldn't just stone the palace. The more the bearded man thought about it, the angrier he got. He barely managed to sit down when he shouted at the owner to bring them wine. At that moment, a man disguised as a woman, along with others, came in carrying several jugs of wine specially prepared by Chen Lang. The bearded man, still fuming, didn't notice that the women serving the wine had been switched out, and he grabbed a jug of wine. Of course, when Chen Lang takes action, it's always high quality. As soon as these men drink the wine, and they began to experience hallucinations. Seeing this, the man in women's clothing following Mingyan's instructions quickly guided the bearded man's thoughts. "Sir, what is the most sacred place in Chang Nation?" The bearded man, groggy, responded, "Of course. It's the Snow Mountain Temple." The man in track continued to lead him on. "Coincidentally, our Yu Kingdom also has a temple just like yours. revered and inviolable, worshipped by thousands. Hearing this, the bearded man suddenly conceived a satisfying idea for revenge. Burn down Yu Kingdom's temple. Once the idea took hold, the group excitedly asked for directions and headed towards the temple. Upon arriving, aided by the hallucinogenic effects of the wine, they killed over a dozen guards at the entrance and then set the temple ablaze. But these fools, still caught up in their excitement, had no idea that they were helping Chen Lane accomplish a significant part of his plan. The Su family could never have dreamed that overnight, the focus of public opinion would shift onto them. Silly Jee Mulan was framed and sent deep into the dungeon. Chen Lang devised a plan, using the power of the third Princess Nignian, to lure the Chan kingdom's envoyed allies of the Su family into burning down the sacred temple of the UK. Just as everything was going smoothly, Chen Lane was still in the dungeon, comforting his brother-in-law. Let me tell you, you must not let the fact that you were raped by the Qin family leave a shadow in your heart. Look at your brother-in-law, such an outstanding man as me. I was also raped by Choyor, and it wasn't a big deal. Your ancient line comfort him in this way. Jin Maozong felt it made sense, but somehow it still seemed odd. After fooling his brother-in-law, Shen Lang looked towards the couple in the adjacent cell, and then said sarcastically, Mrs. Chen, I really didn't see how such a frail body of yours could be so shameless. But fatty, you're quite lucky, though Mrs. Chen is a bit old. She is still a beauty. You're not at a loss. Your ancient Lang's mocking words. Mr. and Mrs. Yu's faces contorted with anger. Just as Mr. Yu was about to retaliate, Chen Lane suddenly asked, Yu Fan, Jean Mudzhan's book has made you rich, so why did you frame him and get involved in this mess? Hearing this, Yu Fan could no longer hold back and shouted. What's the use of having money? Previously, because I privately sold Legend of the East Departure, I was extorted by a bunch of petty officers to the point of bankruptcy. They sent me to jail 3 times. Since then, I've realized that in this world, money is useless. What I want is power. Shen Lang smiled faintly and said, so, in order to climb up the ranks, you sent your wife to sleep with the butler of the distant guard marquis's residence. Su Yong, is that right? Upon hearing this, Yu Fan's face changed drastically. How could Yu Lai know about this? However, Shen Lang just smiled and remained silent. For him, investigating this matter was simple. Just send someone to check who Yu Fang had contacted during the time he was being extorted and he would find his target. However, it was clear that Yu Fang couldn't think of this, and in his panic, he simply claimed that he and Su Yong had no connection with the Su family. Urgent Xian Lang not to make baseless accusations. After hearing this, Xian Lang ignored his panic and continued to press. Yu Fan, since Su Yong had once saved your family property, why would you frame Jean Mudzhan? Do you think the mythical Turtle Council mansion is easy to bully? Yu Fan looked at him coldly and disdainfully said, this is the capital city. Your mythical Turtle Council mansion is nothing but a stationary turtle here. Can it make any big waves? Moreover, they promised me that as long as I helped them, they would let me work in the Su family's internal bureau as an Imperial Academy scholar, specifically in charge of jade procurement. That's a 9th grade official position and a lucrative one at bat. From now on, Yu Fan will have both money and power. He couldn't suppress his excitement and burst until after. At that moment, a jailer came over. Yu Fan, pack up. I'm here to take you to another cell. Hearing this, Yu Fan became even more smug as he walked out of the cell. He did not forget to mock Shen Lang. See, this is power. Even if Jean Mudzhan is the heir to the council mansion, what can he do? He still has to be obediently imprisoned here. Yu Fan will comfortably move into a room after countless officials impeach your Jean family. All you can do is wait for death here. He then turned around, laughing, and followed the jailer out of the cell. Watching Yu Fan's departing figure, Shen Lang remained silent behind him, only smiling. Enjoy your last night. By tomorrow, you will see what it costs to offend me, Shen Lang. However, as they left the cell, one Chica's confidence stopped and said, I heard your wife is very good at cooking abalone. Yu Fan was startled by this remark, but soon realized what the other meant. Seeing Yu Fan nod, Wang Chica's confidence said nothing more, indirectly turned around, taking Mrs. Chen with him to leave. Half an hour later, Mrs. Chen appeared in Wang Chica's room. However, just 5 minutes later, Wang Chica was drenched in sweat, lying on the bed. Still savoring the taste, Mrs. Chen's cooking is indeed excellent. No wonder even Su Yong, who has seen countless beauties, could eat it for 3 days without tiring. Yu Fan is ruthless enough to go to such lengths just for a 9th rank official position. Even once so far as to harm Jean Mudzhan at Chubby Boy just to complete Lord Su's mission. At that moment Mrs. Chen hugged Wang Chichi from behind and said, My lord, Chen Lang humiliated me so much in the court today. You must find a way to kill him and avenge me. Wang Chichi shook his head and said, It's impossible to kill him. Although Chen Lang is in the capital city, the power of his mythical turtle count's mansion cannot be underestimated. If we push the mythical turtle count too hard, it would be difficult to explain to the sovereign. Mrs. Chen responded indignantly, but we can't just let that beast Chen Lang humiliate me like this. Wang Qiqi turned over, haining Mrs. Chen down and smiled. Don't worry, Chen Lang is staying at the Jin's courtyard house. Tomorrow, after the officials impeach the Jin's family, Jin's Muzong scandal will shock the capital city and then people will attack the Jin's courtyard house. Mrs. Chen, excited by this idea, said, then at that time, we'll set the Jin's courtyard house on fire. He accused me of being promiscuous. That's also let those people harm the women brought by Shan Lang. Meanwhile, after Shen Lang was released from prison, the fifth prince personally escorted him to the Jin's courtyard house. Along the way, Mingqing was amazed at Chen Lai's impressive performance in court tonight, but at the same time, he was more concerned about how the various ministers would impeach the Jin family in the court tomorrow. Just then, the carriage suddenly came to a screeching halt. A guard then opened the door and reported, Your Highness. There is a blaze reaching the sky in the direction of the sacred temple. It seems a major fire has broken out. Ningying was startled. Who would dare to set fire to the sacred temple? Beside him, Chen Lane revealed a meaningful smile. This third princess really didn't let him down. After the two got off the carriage and saw the huge fire ahead, Mingjin exclaimed, This is the sacred hall of scholars all over the world. Setting this fire is even more severe than digging up the tombs of ancient kings. At this point, Mingjin suddenly turned to Xin Lang and asked, Did you do this? Xin Lang smiled and said, Yes and no, the fire was set by the Calm Kingdom's envoy. Upon hearing this, Ming Zhang's expression immediately became complex, a mix of shock and disbelief. Suddenly, he got excited. Chen Lang. You are incredible. This not only reverses the course of tomorrow's court, but also directs the blame towards the Su family. After the excitement, he expressed concern. After the initial outrage over the temple being burned passes, the focus might return to Jin Maozong. Xin Lang, however, remained very calm and said to solve this once and for all, we need to eradicate the root cause. Tomorrow, we take action and eliminate Yu Fang's entire family. Ming Jing was startled. Yu Fang is currently the plaintiff in the Jin Maozong case. Xin Lang sneered and said, It's quite simple, and we don't even have to do it ourselves. We just need to let another group in the capital city, or tough to deal with, take action. Next, Chen Lang was to go to the Great Flame Empire's embassy in Yu Kingdom to find an even stronger ally. The Great Flame Empire is the overlord among the nations, so the position of the Empire's ambassador in New Kingdom is quite high. Ning Yan and Yun Mengs are headed off right away. Thus, he became one of Ming Yan's rare friends. Yun Manso was complaining about being disturbed from a good sleep. When Ning Yan, looking serious, told him that the sacred temple in Yu Kingdom had been burned, Yun Mengsa upon hearing this was completely indifferent, so it burned. What's that to me? Hurry up and go. Don't disturb my sleep. Seeing this, Ning Yan immediately pulled out a book, The Amorous History of East Departure, and threw it in front of him. The moment Yun Mengsa saw the book title, he woke up. Have you and your kingdom gone mad? The craze for Legend of the East Departure just passed. And now you start selling The Amorous History of East Departure. Are the heads of your booksellers made of iron? Aren't they afraid of dying? Aren't they afraid of getting their entire families killed? You should know that this book chronicles the romantic history of Emperor Jianli. It describes how the emperor had dalliances with everyone in a great flame dynasty. From the empress dowager to commoners, if they were beauties, the emperor had involved himself with them all. Thus, if the Great Flame royal family could barely tolerate Legend of the East Departure, they would definitely ban the Amherst History of East Departure and confiscate properties directly. At this moment, Ning Yin said with a cheeky grin, Of course, there are those who aren't afraid of death, like the famous Skywind bookshop that is selling it. Yun Mingjia immediately waved his hands into Smithsell. Impossible, Skyland bookshop was already severely punished because of Legend of the East Departure. How could they dare to blatantly sell the Amorous History of East Departure? Mingyan glanced at him and said, If you don't believe it, go check for yourself. They have a whole bunch stored in their warehouse. Upon hearing this, Yun Mengzo's first stunned, then quickly realized you're trying to set someone up. Mingyan smiled slightly, exactly. I want to annihilate his entire family. Yun Ming's smile faded and he asked, Does this person have any backing? What has he done to offend you? Mingyan earnestly replied, This person is just a petty scholar who tried to trade his wife for a government post, but he didn't offend me. He offended my brother. Upon hearing Mingyan say it was for his brother, Yun Mengs exploded. Didn't you say I was your only brother? Where did this other brother come from? Mingyan got heated as well. He cured my illness. He saved my life. What's wrong with making him my brother? Are you going to help or not? Yun Mengsa, of course, knew how serious Ningyan's previous illness had been, and he was shocked by this. But after the shock, you'll often say, I'll help. That's no problem, but I have one condition. You can't compete with me for women anymore. What's the point if you can't use them and always compete with me? Ning Yan, left with no choice. Agreed, Yun Mengsa took the deal and immediately set out to take care of Ning Yan's business that very night. An hour later, Yun Mengsa personally led a raid on Skywind Bookshop, discovering a large quantity of the Amherst history of East's departure. Subsequently, he sent people to the palace before dawn to meet Sovereign Ning Yuanxian. Upon learning of this, the software issued an immediate imperial decree without asking about the process to exterminate the entire family. And several hours before at the Court of Judicial Review, Zheng Chang's second son, Zheng Sun, was still kneeling there through wind and rain. Although he was genuinely sharing his father's suffering, it was also to ensure that the sovereign would not forget his father, a loyal official. However, the Grand Imperial Censor Wang Qingqiu suddenly came over. Lord Zhang, you are indeed still here. Your filial piety has already spread throughout the capital city. However, you cannot keep kneeling like this. There is a great opportunity right now. If you handle it, it might just help your father out of his predicament. Wang Chengqiu whispered into Shang Sun's ear, exaggerating the atrocity of Jin Mu's own assault on a common girl. As for grudges, your Zheng family and the Jin family have the deepest feud. Therefore, the entire Imperial Censorate has decided to let you be the chief author of the impeachment memorial, which will also let the sovereign know about your family's loyalty, and it will benefit your father. After saying this, Wang Qingqiu left with a remark, tomorrow morning at court, we await Lord Zhang's handwriting. He then turned around and left without further comment. Watching Wang Qingqiu's party figure, Johnson shook his head. These old fellows just wanted him to be the fall guy. He was well aware that his brother, Zhang Ji's death, had already extinguished the feud between their families. Right now, saving his father was the priority, and there was no need for him to be the scapegoat. But not writing it would be a different kind of omission. He immediately ordered someone to fetch paper and ink. Moments later, he lay on the ground and wrote an impeachment memorial that was neither harsh nor mild, enough to satisfy the officials and let the sovereign know his intentions. Suddenly a distant fire caught his attention. Young master, that seems to be in the direction of the sacred temple. An old servant of the Zhang family said anxiously. After hearing this, Zhang Sun was shocked and hurriedly sent the old servant to investigate the situation. Half an hour later, the old servant returned in a panic. Young master, it's bad. It's people from the Chong Kingdom's envoy who are setting fire to the sacred temple. Shang Sun was stunned. The Chong Kingdom's envoy aren't the allies of Sunan. After calming down, Shang Tsung thought about the underlying issue. If the Chong Kingdom's envoys set fire to the sacred temple, who would benefit the most? It would undoubtedly be the Jin family, and the most unlucky would be the Su family. He then looked again towards the direction of the fire, contemplating, could this be another of Xin Lang's masterpieces? If it really is him, that would be incredible. He hurriedly tore up the memorial in his hand. Lucky break. Thankfully our Shang family has no grievances with the Jin family now. He then quickly ordered someone to bring new paper and ink. Now, sure of his target for the memorial. Meanwhile, the Grand Imperial Censor Wang Qingqiu was still oblivious to these events. The balding official was still preoccupied with how to impeach the Jin family at the morning court and bring disgrace upon their family. He knew that by cooperating with the Su family to block the Jin family's route to becoming Marquis, he could please Marquis Sunan. After getting everything in order, he mounted his carriage and headed towards the capital city Grand Hall. However, he hadn't gone far when the noise on the street stopped his carriage. With no choice, he stuck his head out to ask why there were so many people gathered on the streets, even though it was not yet done. The people said that the sacred temple was burned last night. Upon hearing this, Wang Chengqiu was shocked. The sacred temple is the holy place of officials nationwide, setting fire to it meant extermination of the perpetrator's entire family. But this was too coincidental. Could it be Shanlong's doing? With this thought, he no longer cared about going to the palace and quickly sent his attendants to gather information. Moments later, the attendants ran back in a panic. My lord, it's bad. It was people from the Chong Kingdom's envoy who, drunk, set fire to the sacred temple. Wang Qingqiu was shocked again. Have these people from the Chong Kingdom gone mad? Normally their mischief is tolerable, but this time they dare to set fire to the sacred temple. Trouble is brewing. Wang Qingqiu thought. But the next second, he seemed to think of something and immediately ordered his attendants to return home at top speed. He needed to hurry back and rewrite the memorial. He didn't want the sovereign to think he was covering up for the Chan Kingdom people because of the Jin Yutsong incident. At the same time in Marquis Sunan's residence. After a night of strenuous effort, Marquis Sunan got out of bed full of vigor, looking at the young woman beside him and his robust physique. Who could imagine his usual frail and sickly appearance? At this moment, Sunan wanted to have another battle early in the morning. But thinking of the important matters he had to attend to today, he forcefully suppressed his desires. He then got up and was dressed and washed by his maidservants. Without needing to lift a finger himself. Once fully dressed, he came to the dining table where Su Hentang had already been waiting for a while. Su Jinting was very excited about the impeachment of the Jin family planned for today. Father, the civil and military officials have prepared the impeachment memorials. The court will surely be bustling today. Sunan did not respond, simply picking up his bowl to drink some porridge. While Su Jianting continued to speak incessantly, Gingerwood is like a turtle hiding in its shell, never leaving his own little plot of land. Even if he obtained Furious Tide City, he would still be on the fringes of power. Now with Jin Mutsong involved in this scandal with a little manipulation, we can make everyone kick him while he's down. Sunan wiped his mouth and asked, what is the current situation with Jin Mutsong? Is confident. Su Yong replied, the crime Jin Mutsong has committed this time won't kill him, but it's likely to cost him dearly. As for Shen Lang, with so many enemies, his end will only be worse. Jeans still wants to be enabled as a marquis and sit on an equal footing with you. Marquis, it's sheer folly. Hearing this, Sunan suddenly asked, what about those Chong Kingdom envoys who stayed in the capital city? Su Yong responded, it's the same as always, they manage to cause some minor trouble every day. Sunan sneered, let them be, the more reckless they are, the better for us. At this moment, Su Jinting excitedly said, Father, can't we use these Chong people to plot against Shen Lang? We could easily pin some crime on him. And with his current behavior, surely the sovereign would punish him even if he doesn't kill him. Sunan did not reply, but he did not object either. However, just then, a servant rushed in, flustered, Marquis, something terrible has happened. Hearing this, Su Young quickly stepped forward and slapped the servant. What are you shouting about so early in the morning? Keep your composure in front of the Marquis. The servant immediately knelt down. Stammering, the sacred temple was burned last night. At this, Suman sharply turned to look at him. Seeing this, Suyan quickly asked the servant what had happened. The servant cautiously said, it was those envoys from the Com Kingdom who did it after burning it. They even urinated on the temple publicly. What did you say? Su Jianting couldn't help but stand up. Are they insane? Are all the slaves monitoring the Chan Kingdom's envoys dead? Why didn't they stop them? At this moment, Suannan's face had already turned ashen, and it took him a while to lean back in his chair and slowly exhale. It seems that the Su family has been set up. Hearing this, Su Jianting panicked. Father, what should we do? Is it still possible to distance ourselves from the Chan Kingdom now? Sunan shook his head and said, to enjoy the sharpness of a sword, one must be prepared for the consequences of cuts. Now that something has happened, anger will not solve the problem. I will go to the sovereign to confess and willingly submit to an investigation. He then stood up straight, following this. Sunan contained his true energy within himself, and after a few manipulations, he instantly appeared a decade older, dragging his weary body. He said to Su Jianting, accompany me to meet His Majesty. Inside the royal palace, the sovereign was in a fury. A torn-up memorial flew straight at Ningnan. And the sovereign roared, Mingyan. Do you have anything to do with the Chong Kingdom's envoys burning down the sacred temple? Mingyan shrugged with righteous indignation. I just couldn't stand the Chan people bullying our citizens. So I taught them a lesson. As for burning the temple, that has nothing to do with me. Seeing her arguing so forcefully, the sovereign grew even angrier. The incident with the Chong people hitting someone had already happened several days ago. You didn't go earlier or later, but just last night. Moreover, the women who were drinking with the Chan people last night have now all disappeared. You really think everyone else is a fool after hearing this? Ming Yuan said indifferently, I don't care about others. I just need to consider myself a fool. Hearing this, the sovereign's temples dropped, calming down. He then asked her if this matter had anything to do with Shen Lang. Ming Yin panicked at the mention of Xin Hong's name, waving her hands and saying that it was all her doing and had nothing to do with Xin Hong. Seeing her attitude, the sovereign frowned, appearing even more puzzled and annoyed. The sovereign's eyes narrowed. Minion. You wouldn't have slept with this young man, would you? As soon as he said this, Ming Yin hurriedly clarified, I only think of Shen Lang as a brother. Seeing this, the sovereign was speechless, and simply sat down on his chair. He seriously doubted whether the silly girl was really his own daughter. Shen Lang, even daring to use my daughter. Are you really not afraid to die? At that moment, two eunuchs walked in. One reported that the fifth prince was bringing Shen Lang to confess. And the other said that Marquis Sunan was also outside the hall, kneeling and asking to see His Majesty to confess. Hearing this, the sovereign burst into an angry laugh. You two groups have even come together to confess. He then directly said, ring Shen Lang in, and let Sun Man keep kneeling outside. The cunning and crafty distant guard Marquis Sunan, a leading noble of the old guard in Yu Kingdom, outwardly appeared loyal to the sovereign named Nuanshan, but was in fact a treacherous person with hidden motives. The Su family, ostensibly supporters of sovereign Guin Xian, were actually under the thumb of the Chuan people. 20 years ago, they had already started major trade dealings privately with the leader of the Chuan country, and their close relationship allowed the Su family to monopolize Yu Kingdom's diplomatic strategy with the Chuan country, becoming an inseparable alliance. When the sovereign initiated reforms, the Su family was who he most wanted to eliminate, but he was also aware that if he took action against the Su family, the Chuan country would definitely invade and plunder. To avoid war, the sovereign not only turned a blind eye to the Su family's threatening stance, but also specially invited Sun Man back to serve as the army garrison general. This burning of the sacred temple by the Chong Kingdom's delegation was clearly Xinlang's doing with a clear purpose to frame the Su family. For the sovereign, having finally caught a flaw in Sunan's facade, it was natural to want to make him bleed severely. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful and elegant woman entered. She was Sunan's sister, Sufei, and also the biological mother of Ningzheng and Ningzheng. She spoke with a worried face. I heard that the sacred temple was burned by those villains from the Chan kingdom. I thought His Majesty would be very troubled by this, so I came right away. Hearing this, the sovereign immediately understood Sufei's intentions and said directly, My love, there's no need to worry. Su Junior Protector has worked hard and achieved much. How could I punish him for this? You go back and rest. Sufei glanced at the wreckage in the room, realizing the sovereign was still furious and dared not speak further. She bowed and excused herself. As she turned around, a shadow of gloom flickered in her eyes. She had intended to have her brother secretly confess to the sovereign before the court session to mitigate the blame. But from the conversation, it was clear the sovereign was evading the issue. It seemed that this time, the sovereign was determined to let the officials impeach the Su family in the court. She knew her position in the harem man entirely dependent on her brother, and she must whisper more to the empress in the future. Meanwhile, outside the palace, Xinlang arrived and saw Sun Yan and his son, already kneeling there waiting for the sovereign's summons. Seeing this, he quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. Nephew and Washan Lane pays respects to uncle. Sunan looked up at Chen Lane with his cloudy eyes and did not speak, only nodding. Su Jianting on the other hand looked at Chen Lane with disdain and told him to get lost quickly, not to disturb them here. Chen Lang naturally did not indulge him. Su Jianting, you think this is your house? I came to pay respects to my uncle as his junior. You really want to start a fight with me outside the royal palace hall? After saying this, I leaned closer to Sunan and whispered, You must have heard rumors that I said yesterday during my audience with His Majesty that I wanted to kill you. Those are all rumors. Please don't believe them. Seeing this, Su Jinting scowled and said, Got the nerve to say it, but not to own it. It's too late to change your story now. Xinlin smirked. I told you those were rumors. What I clearly said yesterday was that I wanted to kill your entire Su family. Hearing this, Su Jianting was almost exploded with rage, wishing he could draw his sword and kill Chen Lang right there. How dare this kid be so brazen? Meanwhile, Chen Lang grinned and pointed at him. Su Jianting, have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, thinking of drawing your sword to kill someone here? Are you trying to revolt? At this point, Sun Nan finally turned his head and took a good look at Xin Lang. He never expected that the Xin Lang, rumored to be almost demonically clever, would be like this, so shameless. Su Jianting then shouted from the side, Xin Lang. Did you orchestrate the burning of the sacred temple? Xin Lang chuckled to tell the truth. I admit it was my doing. Such a direct admission infuriated Su Jianting even further. Xin Lang then turned around and continued. This is the trap I designed to rescue Jean Mutsong and also to frame your Su family. Su Jianting, I am always straightforward in front of my enemies. I never beat around the bush. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, go complain about me in front of His Majesty. Even Nangchen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, hearing such a brazen response. And seeing Su Jianting almost bursting with rage, he shook his head. Although he had heard about Jean Lai's character, seeing him being so shameless in person was still something he wasn't used to. Sunan, who had been silent by the side, just looked up at Chen Lang upon hearing his words, smiling serenely and remaining calm. This demeanor impression Lang, this old man really knows how to endure, he understands everything yet remains so calm, truly a cunning fox. If Shangcheng is sharp like a sword, then Sunan is like a pool of formless, shadowless poison. It seems I've met another top-notch opponent. Things are getting more interesting. In the midst of the commotion, the officials gradually gathered outside the palace. The first person Chen Lang saw was Governor Zhurong. Ni approached without hesitation and started chatting up close. Zhurong was startled. Why is Chen Lang here? Are we close? It seems like we were enemies before. Thinking this, Zhurong gave a perfunctory nod and stepped past him heading for the grand hall. At that moment, Chen Lioness suddenly said from behind him, Governor Zhurong, remember to impeach Marquis Su Nan in court as the Su family is the main culprit behind the burning of the sacred temple. Xu Rong was shocked. Are you mad? Shanlan? Daring to openly ask a minister outside the royal palace to impeach another minister. However, before he could react, Shenlang had already run off towards the brother of the Westguard Marquis, Zhang Yi, with the same overly familiar attitude as if meeting an old friend, and repeated the same words he had said to Zhang. Count Zhang Yi, please make sure to impeach the Su family to seek justice for all the scholars. Zhang Yi post, a mere son-in-law, come here trying to connect with me. Don't you know about my family's relationship with the Shua family, and you still want me to impeach the Su family? Are you out of your mind? With that thought, Johnny flung his official sleeve and walked away, ignoring Shenlang. However, Shenlang was completely unfazed by this, still approaching any official who came for the court session to cozy up to them. He eventually got so carried away that he ran up the stairs, shouting for all officials to join him in impeaching the Su family. Su Jinting could no longer tolerate Shenlang's actions. He wanted to tear Shenlang to pieces right then and there, but he ultimately restrained himself and sent someone to call the palace guards to a restaurant lane. Meanwhile, Sunan appeared outwardly calm, but inside he was utterly shocked. Shenlang's actions were truly without any limits. He was blatantly reminding the officials from the Crown Prince and Third Prince's factions not to miss this opportunity to tear flesh from the Su family. Such a brilliant maneuver, utterly ruthless. This scene was coincidentally witnessed by the eunuchs sent by the sovereign to summon Shenlang, who had been disrespected by Shenlang at the palace the previous day. Seeing Shenlang spouting off like this, the eunuch couldn't help feeling secretly pleased, thinking that this incident would not only earn him a favor in front of the sovereign, but also allow him a chance for revenge against Shenlang, settling a score. Su Fei and the Crown Prince might even reward him generously for this. With this thought, he hurried back to the document office to report the matter to the sovereign. Your Majesty, Shenlang is causing a ruckus outside the Grand Hall, which is a disgrace to the royal dignity, and shows no respect for your Majesty. Such a treasonous person must be severely punished. Upon hearing this, the sovereign's gaze turned cold, and a surge of murderous intent rose in his heart. Of course, this intent was not directed at Shenlang, and he coldly inquired, is this young man really so bold and reckless? However, the little eunuch, oblivious to this, thought his plan had succeeded and hastily replied, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I will have someone arrest you and land right now. Unbeknownst to him, the sovereign's personal unit, eunuchly, had been standing behind the screen, observing everything. He shook his head inside. This young eunuch is still too naive, not even understanding the sovereign's real intentions, and dares to act so recklessly. He's probably not long for this world. At that moment, the sovereign waved his hand and ordered, immediately bring that miscreant to me. Overjoyed by the sovereign's command, the little eunuch turned and ran outside. When he got to the palace gates, Shenlang was still giving his fiery speech to the arriving ministers. Upon his command, the guards surged forward. However, even as the guards captured him, Shenlang did not forget to shout one last time, remember to impeach the Su family in court later, as the guards led him away. Eunuchly gave the arrogant young eunuch a meaningful look with a disdainful gaze, as if looking at a man walking to his death. Then he slowly approached Sunan and his son, Su Junior Protector. The ground is cold and hard. You should get up and enter the grand hall to warm up. Sunan feigned an old man's frailty as he lifted his head with a tremble and thanked eunuchly. With Su Jinting's support, Sheikh Ali stood up. His body, old and frail as if he might fall at any moment, made uniquely quickly step forward to assist, as if fearing Sunan might collapse the next second. Moments later, Sunan finally managed to move laboriously into the hall. As he entered, the eyes of all the civil and military officials uniformly turned towards him. Yet Sunan remained as steady as an old dog, calmly making his way to the side of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince to pay his respects. The eunuch delivering the decree stepped forward and loudly proclaimed by the sovereign's command. The son-in-law of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, Shenlang, has behaved recklessly and disrespectfully in front of the palace, showing no regard for the law. He is therefore to be whipped 30 times outside the hall as a punishment. The mythical Turtle Count has failed in his supervision, and his salary will be docked for 3 years. As the decree was read, officials saw that Shenlang had already been restrained in a wooden chair outside the hall. At a command, a guard began lashing him with a whip. As the whip cracked and flesh was torn, Shenlang began to howl. The small unit, though somewhat gloating, couldn't help but feel that the howling sounded somewhat fake. It wasn't until the final lash felt that Shenlang suddenly let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, then heavily fell from the wooden chair. Moments later, 2 guards carried Shenlang into the sovereign's study. Ningjin, worried about his condition, followed closely. Upon seeing Ningjin, the sovereign frowned, his gaze unmistakably filled with disgust, and he casually waved for Ningjin to wait outside. Shenlang was then thrown onto the floor by the guards. At this point, the sovereign coldly asked, Shenlang, you admit your guilt? Trembling, Shenlang Nelton replied, this humble one admits his guilt. Then I ask you, was the burning of the sacred temple your scheme? Without any attempt to hide it, Shenlang openly admitted, yes, it was indeed my idea. Although the sovereign had already suspected Shenlang was behind it, facing such candidness was still somewhat shocking, prompting him to ask why he would commit such an atrocity. Xinlang with a resolute gaze bluntly said, to save Jee Mulan to exterminate the entire Su family. The sovereign was even more shocked. This young man had already spoken this audacious statement in front of him once before. In this time, he even schemed to burn the sacred temple. Truly, he is fearless. After a light cough, he continued to ask, do you know of any other crimes you have committed? Xinlang straightforwardly said, this criminal should not have used Princess Nanyan. A sovereign scoffed, so you knew. Did you really think that because the mythical turtle count took over Furious Tide City? You had a backer, and I would not kill you. After hearing this, Xinlang fell silent. Then Bao has head deeply. At this moment, uniquely approached your majesty, it is time for court. Hearing this, the sovereign said no more, stood up to prepare for court, and as he walked past Lang, he left a message. Kneel here properly and wait for your fate after the court session. But then he ignored him and walked straight out of the study. After the sovereign had left, the small eunuch sneakily slipped into the study. He was delighted inside to see on Lang's downfall. Who let you offend me that day in the Hall of Mercy? I'll see how arrogant you can be now. After the court session, your end will come. However, just then, Xinlang suddenly stood up, starting the small unit. Immediately, he jumped out and pointed at Xinlang, shouting, how dare you, Xinlang, you dare to fire the royal command, kneel down at once. Hearing this, Xinlang casually cleaned his ears, then with a face full of disdain, idiot. Instantly a small eunuch was stunned. How dare she and Lang utter such filthy words in a sovereign study? Guards, even 30 slaps. As the words fell to other eunuchs stepped forward to restrain Lang. Just as the small eunuch's hand was about to strike Xinlang's face, Princess Ningnan suddenly appeared and kicked the small eunuch away. She then shouted angrily, I'll see you dares to touch a hair on Xinlang's head. A small eunuch was sent tumbling out. Seeing this, he ignored the pain in his body, quickly got up with a few others, and knelt on the ground, pleading for forgiveness. Ning Yan couldn't be bothered with these eunuchs, warned them verbally, and then told them to get out. Ming Yan looked at Xinlang and asked if the whipping had hurt. Xinlang turned and patted his battered coat, laughing, of course not. Those 30 lashes were all on this armor. I didn't expect this armor could actually produce blood, truly a first-class prop for acting. Ming Yan immediately felt proud to ensure no slips. I soaked the cotton inside the armor in blood. That's why the whipping looked so convincingly painful. However, Xinlang angrily pulled open his collar to show Ning Zhen. This last lash actually scraped my neck. I seriously suspect that guard did it on purpose. Ming Yan couldn't help but laugh foolishly. The guard was whipping so energetically. And you, Xinlang, were screaming so unconvincingly. It's simply disrespectful to his efforts. No wonder he had to vent his emotions a bit. At this moment, a small eunuch eavesdropping around the corner was stunned by their conversation. Xinlang, you really are seeking death, not only faking the sovereign's commands, but also dragging Princess Ningyan into deceiving everyone. Ningyan suddenly asked, by the way, Xinlang, last time at the 10,000 Years County office, did you take advantage of me? Xinlang quickly explained, how could I? When I was treating you, I pulled your pants down only to your abdomen, never crossing the line. How could I take advantage of you in front of so many people? Ning Yan thought back to the treatment, and indeed Xinlang hadn't done anything inappropriate, but he had indeed patted her chest outside the county office. Seeing her uncertainty, she and Lane cried out in protest. Hat was merely a gesture of brotherhood. How could you, a woman, think so indecently? It's a desecration of our brotherly bond. After saying this, without waiting for Ming Yan's reaction, he went forward and patted her again. This sudden chest pat left Ningyan stunned on the spot. And after a moment she recovered, all right, maybe that's just normal interaction between brothers. Xinlang quickly continued, between us. We have transcended gender. When I see you, it's like seeing my own brother. My body doesn't even react anymore. Seeing Ning Zhen looking down in silence, Xinlang suddenly shouted, Princess Ningyin, you wouldn't be harboring inappropriate thoughts about me, would you? Ming Yuan, flustered, swore I absolutely have no other intentions if I have inappropriate thoughts. May heaven strike me with thunder. Unexpectedly, as soon as her words ended, a clap of thunder with lightning tore through the sky. Ning Yan became extremely embarrassed. What has heaven tried to do? I was telling the truth. While Ming Yan was desperately explaining to Xinlang, the small unit hiding behind the screen was plotting how to accuse Xinlang before the sovereign. Xinlang, the crimes of deceiving the emperor and disrespecting the princess that you have committed, I can't wait to see how the sovereign will execute you. At the same time, atop the Grand Hall, the UK Kingdom's court session had officially begun. At this moment, Sovereign Nang Yuanchen was indignantly denouncing the Com Kingdom's envoys for burning the UK Kingdom's sacred temple. My dear ministers, this sacred temple is our divine residence. Now that the Chong people have burned our temple, this act is nothing less than digging at the roots of our civilization, a tragedy for the saints of the kingdom. Just then, as if to underscore the sovereign's words, a clap of thunder resounded through the sky. Instantly, every minister in the hall was moved by the sovereign's earth-shattering speech, tears streaming down their faces. Some even collapsing to the floor in tears. The Chong people's destruction of the temple is like desecrating our ancestral graves. A hatred that is irreconcilable. Some ministers, overwhelmed by their emotions, even spat out blood and fainted on the spot. Following this, with the ministers' voices of anger, they one by one presented the decrees they had prepared overnight to the sovereign, all condemning the barbarism of the Charm people from a high cultural ground. An hour later, seeing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently built up, as sovereign said, "My dear ministers, since this has happened, let us discuss how to deal with this matter." After speaking, the Crown Prince and the third Prince's trusted ministers, as if they had agreed beforehand, stepped forward simultaneously to present their reports to the sovereign. Seeing this, the sovereign thought, "It seems my sons truly understand my intentions." It was at this moment that Sunan suddenly rushed forward, now between the two ministers. And with pounding chest and tears streaming down, and Festa's guilt, the Chong delegation committed outrages in the capital city, and although the Su family dispatched people to closely monitor them, we failed to prevent them from burning the sacred temple. All faults lie with me. I beg your majesty to impose a punishment. I am willing to resign from my post and take my family back to our hometown. Upon hearing this, the sovereign was instantly filled with anger. Sunan, you sly old fox, always full of the tricks, knowing full well that the war with Southern Oyang is not over yet, and that any disturbance with the Chan cannot occur. Are you using your resignation to threaten me? Although Sunan's tears streamed down his face, his heart already knew he had firmly caught the sovereign in his grip. Sure enough, the sovereign's expression softened, and he helped Sunan to his feet, saying, "Minister Su, you speak too gravely." He then continued, "Your family is a pillar of our nation, I cannot afford to be without you by my side." And at this, the Crown Prince and the third Prince exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent. How could they continue to impeach when this old man dared to use his resignation to pressure the emperor? Although the sovereign was filled with unexpressed anger, he would not let Sunan easily get away with this. With a look of concern, he said, "Minister Su, you have always been at the forefront against the Chang, and no one is your equal in managing them. I would still like to hear your suggestions on how to handle this matter." Unexpectedly, Sunan replied directly, "All envoys responsible for burning the sacred temple should be killed. Only by executing them can we quell the public's anger." This statement caused an uproar in the court. All knew that the Chong people were desperate madmen, killing their envoys would surely provoke relentless retaliatory actions from the Chong king. Even the sovereign frowned upon hearing this. Does Sunan really dare to go this far? Seeing Sunan's resolute expression, he stated powerfully, "The Su family is willing to defend the frontier for your majesty and hold off the Chong forces." The sovereign's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that Sunan was planning to let his family pay the price this time. As for how much it would take to appease the anger of the Chong king, that was his concern. Suddenly, the sovereign said, "The Chan people destroyed our sacred temple, which is destroying our faith. Merely killing a few envoys might not appease the public." Sunan, knowing the sovereign would not let him off so easily, then suggested your majesty could send an envoy, carrying the heads of the Chan delegation to reprimand the Chan king, ordering him to submit a letter of apology to our state. The sovereign then decisively commanded, "Very well. Not only that, but we will also demand that the Chong contribute to rebuilding the capital city's sacred temple and construct a temple in their own country for all to respect." Hearing this, Sunan's eyes almost brimmed with murder's intent. The sovereign's challenge was clearly setting him up for a likely fatal mission, but this might also be an opportunity. Kneeling again, Sunan said, "I recommend someone from within, free from personal biases. The Jin family, my relatives, and Shin Lang, the son-in-law of the mythical Turtle Count, with his gifted tongue and impressive talents demonstrated his capability during the battle at Furious Tide City. If you were to represent the sovereign on a mission to the Chan, I believe you could achieve our goals and restore your kingdom's dignity." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Shen Lang had just defended the Su family, and now Sunan, Marquis, had righteously placed him in a deadly situation. Indeed, experience comes with age. And it seems that Marquis Sunan is guaranteed to win this game. Upon hearing this proposal, all the nobles and ministers present were shocked. But even the sovereign saw through Sunan's intentions. He was trying to use someone else to kill Sun Lan, effectively sending him to his death in Shan. Seeing the neutral ministers in the court stepping forward to support Sun Nan's proposal, the Crown Prince was delighted, seeing it as a perfect opportunity to eliminate Chen Lang. He then made a sign to his confidants, and the officials aligned with the Crown Prince also stepped forward to support. Noticing his elder brother's intentions, the third prince naturally agreed with the Crown Prince. Suddenly, there was a unanimous voice in the court. For the first time, the court officials surprisingly reached a consensus to unanimously recommend Chen Lang as the envoy to Chen. Seeing this scene, the sovereign was extremely irritated. He had hoped to use today's event to have the ministers impeach Sunan. But instead, it turned into an opportunity for Sunan to plot the killing of Shin Lang. "Sunan, you old viper, are still so difficult to handle. But don't forget, this Yu kingdom is still under the Name family's rule. The sovereign then turned and waved his hand grandly. This matter will be decided by us. Do the ministers have any other matters? If not, a court is dismissed. Moments later, the sovereign returned to his study, his face filled with exhaustion and anger. However, as soon as he entered, he saw Chenlang and Princess Ningnan fooling around. He immediately burst out angrily. Mingyin, how is it proper to frolic and laugh with a man under the bright sun? During the sovereign's angry shout, Chenlang and Ningyan quickly separated and stood properly. At that moment, seeing the sovereign's restrained expression, Chenlang knew that the pace of the court session must have been controlled by that old fox, Sun Nan. Just then, the small eunuch who had been hiding behind the screen, jumped out and reported Chenlang's flirtation with the princess, adding fuel to the fire. Your Majesty, not only did Chenlang flirt with the princess, he also exaggerated the tale. However, the sovereign didn't even glance at him and simply said a few words, drag him out and execute him. The small eunuch, thinking his scheme had succeeded, was overjoyed inside, and turned to shout outside. Someone drags him, laying out and execute him. At that moment, Uniquely, who was close to the sovereign, silently glanced at him, shaking his head again, so foolish even at the end, truly deserved. The sovereign coldly said, drag this villain out and execute him by beating. As the words fell, 2 guards immediately stepped forward and seized the still confused small eunuch. What's happening? Sovereign? Is there a mistake? The panicked small eunuch shouted, who wielded Your Majesty? It was Chenlang who was acting inappropriately. Why are you arresting me? I just saw him touching Princess Ning's chest. Hearing this, the sovereign's gaze instantly turned icy, and Lang suddenly felt a piercing cold directed at him. You despicable creature, trying to slander me even before your death. Uniquely told the guards, this treacherous slave, take him away and punish him with 30 strikes of a rod, the last to be fatal. Though the small eunuch had been punished, his words greatly irritated the sovereign. Chenlang, you have quite the nerve, daring to lay hands on my daughter. Do you no longer want your hands? Before Chenlang could even defend himself, Ningyan immediately stood up. Father, Chenlang did not behave inappropriately towards your daughter. He only patted my chest to demonstrate the brotherly bond between us. Upon hearing this, Chenlang nearly exploded. Madam, please don't speak. Do you want me to die faster? At that moment, Ningyan suddenly remembered Chenlang's previous wish to become an official and recounted all his requests. At this point, Chenlang felt like dying. Truly, it's not the godlike opponents that one fears. Pig-like teammates. The sovereign also held his forehead in despair, truly wanting to ask the heavens what he had done wrong to deserve such a foolish daughter. Ningyan, please leave now. I need to speak with Chenlang alone. Ningyan immediately left, not forgetting to say before leaving, Xin Lang, if you need help, just call for me. I'll rush in to save you. Xin Lang ignored her, his mind busy calculating how to reasonably explain the situation to the sovereign. Once Ningyan had left, Chenlang was just about to speak when a sovereign stopped him. Don't talk. No need to explain. If there's a next time, you won't be keeping your hands. After saying this, the sovereign observed Chenlang's reaction, then continued in a different tone, Chenlang, you are a rare smart person and I admire you. Chenlang instantly sensed the threat in the sovereign's words. His heart shuddering. The message was clear, even if you were clever, don't overstep your bounds. Luckily, he had managed to maintain a balance and continuously demonstrated his usefulness, or he might have been killed long ago. The sovereign then asked again, Chenlang, are you aware of what just happened in the court? Chenlang, upon hearing the question, immediately perked up. If I'm not mistaken, both the crown prince and the third prince have stepped forward to impeach Marquis Sunan. But Sunan, cunning and shrewd as he is, will surely take the initiative to admit all the charges and even propose resigning from his office as a veiled threat to your majesty. The sovereign was startled upon hearing this. Indeed, that's exactly what happened. Continue. Chenlang cleared his throat and continued, after compromising with your majesty, Sun and surely proposed executing the Chan delegation, and he's also willing to pay a hefty price to appease the Chan and keep them from causing trouble during the southern conflicts. However, he also set a condition that I be sent as an envoy to Chan, with the intention of using the Chan king to eliminate me. After listening to Shenlai's analysis, the sovereign was astonished by his talent and insight. He managed to accurately deduce the sequence of events, without even attending the court session. That's truly remarkable. To hide his inner shock, the sovereign picked up his cup and said, since Marquis Sunan has already made his conditions, are you going or not? Without hesitation, Shenlane bowed deeply. I am willing to take on this heavy responsibility. The sovereign paused, feeling as if Shenlang had been waiting for this very question. Could it be that he had planned all this even before the Chong burnt the temple? Thinking this, the sovereign continued. A Chong invoice will be executed immediately as a public display. If you go to Chong, you would be carrying these dozen heads with you. Not only that, but I also want the Chongqing to write a letter of apology, and to build a sacred temple within their territory. Can you manage that? Shenlang was startled, internally cursing, damn, with these conditions. Are you sure you're not just trying to set me up? Under the sovereign's gaze, after thinking for a while, Shenlang firmly replied, no problem, I accept these conditions. The sovereign then hesitated. Shenlang, matters of state are no child's play. This mission is akin to a life-threatening ordeal. Are you aware of that? Shenlang smiled, Your Majesty, rest assured, as long as it ultimately leads to the downfall of the Su family. Shenlang have nothing to fear. Apart from the travel time, I need only 1 month to complete the mission and return triumphantly. However, Shenlang paused. I do have one small request. The sovereign, understanding Shenlang's intentions. You want me to confer the title of Mythical Turtle Marquis on your father-in-law, rather than Furious Tide's Marquis, confer Furious Tide City to your Jin family as a rightful entitlement. Shenlang smiled slightly. Your Majesty is wise. I have another request, the sovereign, somewhat impatiently. I have already sent someone to release Jin Mutsum. You need not worry. Shenlang shook his head. Your Majesty, may I handle this matter myself? It would be best if you could issue another decree for this. Not wanting such an unbearable charge to be recorded by the historians, the sovereign decided to let uniquely accompany Shenlang with a verbal decree. On the way back, Shenlang was organizing his plans. The first step of eliminating the Su family had already been completed, and the second step was about to proceed on course. Now it was time to start planning the third step. After several investigations, he found that Zhang Chong was entirely different from Sun, and Zhang Chong was dedicated solely to politics, not greedy or selfish, and naturally had a longer vision, whereas Sun was greedy, selfish, and malicious. Although Zhang Chong was no match for him in acting, Sun was far behind in strategic planning, which was exactly Sun's vulnerability. At that moment, the carriage slowly stopped outside the Jane family's private residence. Shenlang stood up and said to uniquely, I will go inside to wash and change clothes. Please wait here for a moment. When he got home, he saw a little being still drowsily waiting for him in the living room. As he was about to approach, little Bing suddenly woke up with a star. Senior was Shenlang. She excitedly rushed up to him, but then she said, let's go to the room. I waited for you all last night, and now that you're back, let me show you my skills. Shenlang was startled and was about to refuse, when little Being forcefully pulled him into the room and threw him onto the bed. Seeing little Being's wolf-like expression, Shenlang couldn't help but worry. Little Bing, I have to go pick up Jin Maotsong soon and incidentally harm others. I also fought with someone all last night, and I'm really a bit worn out. However, all his explanations were in vain as little Being pounced on him like a hungry wolf without waiting for him to finish. Let's first satisfy our little wolf girl at home. Shenlang thought to himself, resigned to letting poor uniquely wait outside a bit longer. At this moment, Wang Qiqi, who was in the 10,000 Years County office, was furiously cursing the Chong people. We were just one step away from convicting Jin Maotsong, and then these Chong people had to go and burn the temple. All he could hope for was that the fervor over this incident would soon die down. In 10 days or half a month, he could bring up Jin Mutazong's rape of a civilian woman again, and perhaps use some strategies to continue the impeachment of the Jin family. However, due to his low rank, he was still completely unaware of the huge changes that had occurred in the capital city. Suddenly, he remembered the taste of Yufan's wife and waved to his secretary. I'm a bit hungry, call Chinchur to come and cook for me. However, 6 minutes after Chinchur arrived, Wang Chica lay on the bed looking utterly exhausted, while Chinchur, with a guilty conscience, continued to praise the good job he had done in the kitchen. She also didn't forget to urge Wang Qiqi to quickly take revenge on Jin Mutsong for her. Wang Qiqi then smiled and asked her, do you know any methods to punish someone without leaving marks on the surface? Upon hearing this, Chinchur's face suddenly showed a sinister expression and said, now is the time when leeches are rampant in the fields. Why not catch a few hundred and feed them the Jin Motzel? Wang Kika's heart tightened upon hearing this. He hadn't expected this woman to be so vicious, but he also feared that such actions might kill Jin Mutsong, making it impossible for him to report back successfully. Seeing Wang Qiqi's hesitation, she ensure leaned in closer and continued, don't worry, Master Wang, I've read in books that this kind of torture won't kill a person. Torture him for a while, and then pour a bowl of strong salt water into him, which should dissolve them. At this moment, Wang Qiqi, already dazzled by Chen Shui's cooking skills, agreed without verifying the information. Just then, the secretary, not even bothering to knock, burst into the room in a panic. Sir, it's bad. Xin Lang is leading a bunch of guards about to take Jin Mutsong away. Meanwhile, at the mythical Turtle's Gate in capital city, Princess Ningnan was rushing to an appointment with her guards. When it all fit, you're blocked to her path. Ningyan immediately scolded. Good dogs don't block the way. Get out of the way. Big fool, we'll all run you over. The tall figure upon hearing the shout turned around, and it was none other than Big Fool, who had been missing for a long time. However, Ming Yan didn't expect that this big fool really didn't know how to dodge, and when she got close, she couldn't stop in time. Just then with a loud bang, everyone realized that big fool had lifted Ming Yan along with her horse into the air. Ming Yan was shocked. Damn, my horse and I together weigh about 1,000 kilos, and this big fool can lift us so easily. Could he be born with superhuman strength? Seeing this, the princess's guards thought Big Fool was an assassin and drew their swords to surround him. At this time, Big Fool, still unaware of the guards' intent to kill, gently set an Aegean down and asked, "Miss, I came here looking for Second Fool. Do you know where his house is?" This absurd question completely baffled Minion. "Second Fool? What second fool? Aren't you the second fool?" Big Foul naively countered. "I'm not second fool. I'm Big Fool. Shun Lang is second fool." Hearing the words of the big fool in front of her, Ming Yan became even more confused that Shun Lang is craftier than a monkey. How could he have a foolish friend like you? You must have mistaken someone else for him. However, to be cautious, Ming Yuan still agreed to take Big Fool to Shun Lang's residence. At that moment, a guard approached Nignian and said, "Princess, the Crown Prince of Yun Meng Ziayi is waiting at the racetrack to race with you." However, Nignian didn't care at all. No matter that trash guy is just a stud horse, he'll find some horses to entertain himself if he gets bored. After saying this, she turned to Big Fool, followed behind my horse, your own." Without waiting for Big Fool to respond, she grabbed the reins and galloped ahead. Big Fool then started running, swinging his arms and closely following Nignian's horse team. However, moments later, when Nignian looked back, she was stunned by what she saw. At that moment, Big Fool was effortlessly running alongside her behind into the side. My god, this fool can actually keep pace with my steed. Meanwhile, one cheaper, who was engaging in an affair, was initially shocked upon hearing this news, but then rejoiced. "Shun Lang, you dared to raid the capital city's prison, truly seeking your own death. I see who can save you this time." He immediately got up, put on his official robe, and before leaving, he instructed Chen Shui to quickly go to the fields outside the city to catch leeches, to prepare for later torturing Shun Lang and Jin Mutsong. "Don't," Chen Shi, with a sullen, dead fish face, smirked and said, "No need to go to the fields outside the city. There are plenty of leeches in the pond behind the county office. I'll take some people to fetch them right away." Wang Kika's heart tightened, thinking to himself, this wicked woman really has everything planned out. She even knows exactly where to find leeches. Wang Kika steadied himself and told his secretary, immediately notified the 10,000 years leader of 1,000 households to send troops for support. At that moment, outside the 10,000 years county office, a group of constables with fire and water clubs were already blocking the entrance. Seeing this, Shun lying in the carriage instructed uniquely, "Stay in the carriage for now and only come out to persuade County Magistrate Wang if he refuses to listen." Just as he stepped out of the county office, Wang Qiqia saw Shanlan arriving with troops and couldn't help but angrily accuse. "How dare you, Shanlan? Are you attempting a rebellion with such a display?" Shen Lang responded calmly, "Magistrate 1, please release Jin Maozong immediately, or the consequences will be more than you can handle." Wang Chica laughed out loud, such bravado from a mere son-in-law. Do you think the burning of the sacred temple will overshadow Jin Maozong's case? Don't dilute yourself. Shen Lang sneered inwardly. Time for my acting skills to shine again. He then angrily shouted, "How dare you, Wang Chica? I am here under the sovereign's orders to release Jin Maozong. Are you going to obstruct me?" Wang Chikao looked at Chen Liang with disdain, "The sovereign's orders, and showed them to me." Shen Lang's momentum weakened as he nervously said, "There is no decree, but I can discern the sovereign's intentions. It is to release Jin Maozong." Wang Chikao laughed even louder, "Xian Wang. You dare presume to guess the emperor's mind, just on that alone. You could be charged. Do you still think you can save anyone? Let me tell you, Xian Wang, releasing him is out of the question. Since you've brought troops, you might as well storm the jail." Shen Lang, furious, pointed at Wang Chicha. "There is solid evidence that Jin Muzan was framed. As the magistrate, you do nothing and protect the criminals. Yu Feng and his wife, committing heinous crimes. Wang Chicha, you might as well wait for your death." He then ordered the Jin family guards, storm the county jail, and rescue Jin Muzan. Seeing this, Wang Chikao was inwardly thrilled that Xian Liang had finally acted. Under the sovereign's watch, Xian Liang dared to lead family guards to assault the government office. Your Jin family might as well prepare to be raided. Moments later, observing dozens of constables severely wounded outside the county office, Uniquely almost covered his face as he witnessed everything. Shen Lang, who can chat so freely with the sovereign, are really crossing the line here. And as for Wang Kika, if he knew what Chen Lian had done, he'd probably be the one wishing for death right now. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Lang and his guards reached the dungeon. The bewildered Jin Maozong, sleepy-eyed and confused, didn't understand why his brother-in-law was there. It wasn't until he saw the Jin family guards behind Chen Lang that he finally snapped awake. Brother-in-law. Why did you bring so many people? Are you planning a jailbreak? You must go quickly. A jailbreak is a serious crime. Jin Mutsong can face trouble, but the Jin family cannot be without you. Seeing Jin Mutsong so anxious, Chen Lang felt a warmth in his heart and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry with me here. Everything will be all right." Chen Lang was moved, thinking, who says us big guys are foolish? He clearly understands the stakes very well. With that thought, he didn't want to explain further and directly ordered his guards to carry Jin Mutsong out. No matter how much the simpleton struggled, it was futile. As they were just exiting the county office, they were stopped and before them stood a dense crowd of soldiers from the leader of 1,000 households. Chen Lang feigned nervousness and said, "Magistrate 1, I am here under the sovereign's orders to take Jin Mutsong." "Are you defying the emperor's command?" Wang Qiqi, looking unimpressed. "At this point, you still claim to have the sovereign's orders, then show us the imperial decree for everyone to see." After a stern look, he pointed at Chen Lang and shouted, "Chen Lang, son-in-law of the mythical Turtle Count's mansion, you are accused of fabricating imperial orders, deceiving the emperor, bringing private family troops to attack the 10,000 years county office, and attempting a jailbreak. This is a grave crime of rebellion. Arrest them immediately if they resist, kill them without mercy." Just then, with heavy troops ready to advance at Wang Kika's command, Torch and Lang and others, Chen Lang calmly pulled back the curtain of the carriage, revealing Uniquely who had been waiting inside for a long time. One Chica's pupils dilated in shock, realizing it was indeed Uniquely, the sovereign's close eunuch. Uniquely, standing solemnly before everyone, declared by verbal decree of the sovereign, the case against Jin Mutsong is entirely fabricated. The magistrate of 10,000 years is ordered to release him immediately. The merchant Yufan has been illegally selling forbidden books, the amorous history of East departure, and his sentence to have his entire family executed. Wang Qiqia felt as if thunderstruck, not expecting Chen Lang to truly have a verbal decree from the sovereign. Yufan, terrified, knelt on the ground, pleading incessantly, "I really haven't sold the Amherst's history of East departure." Hearing the venomous Qinshur still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, accusing Chen Lang wildly and even demanding that Wang Qika continue to advocate for her, terrified Wang Qika to the core, "Woman, shut your mouth. You may not care about your life, but don't drag me down with you." Chen Lang just smirked and ordered the capture of the View couple. Under their horrified gaze, Shen 13 and another guard forced them to kneel, causing the bowl in Qinshur's hands to drop. "What is this?" Shen Lang curiously approached the bowl filled with leeches, and looking at the slippery plump insects, commented, "These are quite cute and must be very nutritious as well." When Shen Lang brought the bowl close to Chen Shui, she finally realized the gravity of the situation. Turning pale, Chen Shui was completely paralyzed with fear. Ventian Lang turned to Jin Mutsong and said, "It's fine to feel pity for the unfortunate, but don't try to change someone's fate too hastily. Human desires are endless. Remember this lesson? Understand?" Jin Mutsong nodded, showing regret in his gaze. Now fully aware of her dire circumstances, Qinshur knelt and began to cow down desperately to Jin Lang for mercy. She then pointed directly at Yufang, exclaiming it was him, Yufang, who had me drop Jin Mutsong to frame him. And County Magistrate Wang Qiqi orchestrated it. He also threatened and raped me twice. Master Shen, I've confessed everything. Please spare me." Hearing Chen Shui's words, Shen Lang glanced at her disdainfully and said, "It doesn't matter who did it. I no longer care about the truth and no one else cares about the truth of this matter anymore." Even ordered Shen 13 to pry open Shen Shu's mouth, then pour half a bowl of leeches into it. Qinshur tried to spit them out, but Qinshur firmly held her mouth closed until she swallowed the leeches. In moments, Qinshur was writhing on the ground in agony, screaming miserably. Meanwhile, Yufan, having witnessed the whole scene, was reduced to babbling incoherently, still muttering about his ambitions to become an official and his lack of regret for his actions, before he could continue. Shen Lang had someone pry open his mouth and pour the rest of the leeches in. Soon, the couple's screams like slaughtered pigs filled the streets outside the county office. Seeing this horrifying scene, Wang Qiqi, thinking he might be next, collapsed in terror. Shen Lang merely glanced at him and told Shen 13, "Their screaming is too disturbing. Finish them off." Even approached Wang Qiqi, grabbed his official robe, and coldly stated, "Magistrate 1. Not only have you defied the imperial edict, but you have also involved the military forces of the 1,000 households office in your defiance. With such an imposing display, what exactly are you planning?" And then slapped Wang Qiqi, following with several more swift slaps raining down on him. "Wang Qiqi, you incompetent and stupid magistrate. Each slap I deliver is well deserved. Understand? You better think about how you're going to survive this ordeal." Meanwhile, at Afong's home, his mother was eating with two young mates, selfishly consuming meat while letting the children only have rice porridge. Seeing the children eyeing the meat, the old woman's eyes filled with disgust and disdain, cursedly calling them worthless. This scene was fully observed by Chen Lang as he entered the house. Although he said nothing, Jean Maozong behind him felt both pity and anger. When the little girl saw Jean Maozong, they excitedly rushed into his arms. Seeing Jean Maozong, Yufan's mother was shocked, learning out. Isn't that fatty supposed to be in jail? How did he get out? Startled, she stood up and shouted about going to report to the authorities. Shen Lang watched the venomous old Mrs. flailing about, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Jane Mutsum also sensed his brother-in-law's intentions and quickly scooped up the two little girls and headed out the door. At that moment, Shen Lang coldly said, "Old lady, your son and daughter-in-law are already dead. A family should stay together, so you might as well join them on the road to the afterlife." He then turned and left the matter to Shun 13, ignoring the old lady's wailing behind him. The entire Yu family, except for the two children, was wiped out. On the other side, Princess Ming Yan, accompanied by Big Fool, arrived outside the Jin residence. At this time, Big Fool was outside the courtyard shouting Shinlai's name until Little Bing inside heard the noise and came out, seeing Big Fool. She was initially startled, but after seeing Princess Ning Yin, she distinctly glanced at the poorly dressed Big Fool and said, "The master isn't home right now. You guys go inside and wait for him." Inside the house, the opportunistic Little Bing was curing favor with Princess Ning Yin, completely ignoring Big Fool. Feeling bored, Big Fool simply got up and went to the backyard. Moments later, while Big Fool was studying ants, he suddenly heard Shan Lan's footsteps, and excitedly jumped up to rush outside towards Chen Lang. Chen Lang was initially startled, was quickly embraced tightly by Big Four with a series of crackling sounds coming from Chen Lang's body, and Lane pleaded with a voice trembling from despair. "Big Fool, let go. I'm going to die if you don't." Big Fool then realized his mistake and quickly set Shen Lang down, looking at him with a goofy smile. After catching his breath, Shen Lang noticed that Big Fool seemed to have grown taller again. Definitely over 2 meters 3. Shocked, Shen Lang asked, "Big Fool, where did your master go? Why did he leave you behind?" Big Fool thought for a moment and said, "He seemed to be going to fight someone called the Snow Mountain Demon and said he was also going to find me a wife on the way." Huang Fong, who was behind him, was startled upon hearing this name and came forward to ask Big Fool, "Who is your master? Why would he fight with my master?" Big Fool told her his master was Shon Chuk, but he didn't know why they were fighting. Upon hearing Big Fool's master's name, Wang Fool also understood the reason. It turns out the Snow Mountain Demon was a powerhouse close to the Great Master level, and although Yu country only had 6 Grandmaster spots, one could only replace another by defeating one. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to defeat even the weakest Grandmaster. Joan Chuk in the past 7 to 8 years, but Shen Lang's gossiping mind wasn't focused on that. He looked up at Big Fool and asked, "Your master went to find you a wife. Do you know who she is?" Big Fool thought about it and said, "I heard my master say she's the direct disciple of the Snow-Hidden Grandmaster. This Snow-Hidden Great Master is one of the 6 Great Masters." Zonchuk has really spared no expense for Big Fool. Little Bing, hearing Shen Lang and the others' voices inside the house, immediately ran out happily. When she saw the 2 adorable children in Jean Maozel's arms, she was even more delighted. Meanwhile, Ming Yan, seeing Jean Maozel, began to tease him mockingly. "Fatso, you really are disgraceful, actually raping that bookseller's wife." Hearing this, Jean Maozong hastily handed the children to Little Bing, then tried his best to explain that he had been drugged and was the real victim. At this moment, Big Fool suddenly asked from behind, "Third Fool, what is rape?" Fatso, hearing this question, was even more frustrated. "Big Fool, shut up, don't talk. I just want some peace right now." Suddenly, Shen Lang asked, "Big Fool, how's your martial arts training going? Can you help me knock out opponents with one punch?" Big Fool laughed foolishly and said, "No, my master scolds me every day. He even says pigs are better than me." Link took a deep breath and continued to ask, "Then has your master taught you any powerful sword techniques or internal skills?" Big Fool was even more confused. "Sword techniques, master said he will teach me next year, and also, second fool, what is internal skill?" Hearing such a response, Shen Lang was utterly speechless. "Zhang Chuk, what kind of great master are you? It's been half a year and Big Fool still hasn't learned anything. No wonder my Mulan also makes slow progress under you. Being last in the Great Masters ranking really makes sense now." But then Big Fool added, "My master also said to find Ning Jie to have a fight with her disciple, saying that this way I could establish myself in the capital." Ning Yan was also stunned. "It Ning Jie's disciple is me. Big Fool wants to fight me. A gentleman may be killed, but not insulted, can I? A princess of the state, in a fool who knows nothing." Saying this, she grabs In Lang's hand and headed for the door. "Let's go. Let's find Aunt Ming Jie watching their departing figures." Little Bing frowned, "Princess Ning Yin, aren't you supposed to duel Big Fool? Why are you holding my man's hand? Shameless woman." The arrogant third Princess Ning Yan was actually completely defeated by Big Fool with a single sword strike. A quarter hour ago, Big Fool arrived at the secluded residence of the eldest Princess Mingjia, accompanied by Shan Lang and Mingyin. Big Fool's visit this time was to fulfill his master's instructions, to have a duel with Mingjia's disciple Mingyin. It turns out that after taking in Big Fool, a genius of unmatched talent, Zhangcha couldn't contain his excitement and wrote letters boasting to all the top masters he knew, naturally including Ningji. At this moment, Mingjia looked at the tall figure in front of her and asked, "Big Fool, what have you and your master learned?" Big Fool naively replied, "Haven't learned anything." Mingjia was taken aback at first, then turned to Nian and said, "Nian, remember to be merciful during the duel. Don't hurt him, okay?" Nian nodded seriously on the surface, was secretly thrilled inside. Thinking Mingyan have been exceptionally talented since childhood and have practiced martial arts for 18 years. Big Fool, who have just started, don't even know martial arts, and you want to compete with me? Watch how I humiliate you with one hand later. Soon, the two came to the training ground to prepare for the duel. However, at that moment, Big Fool looked confusedly at the sword and asked Chen Lang. "Second Fool, what should I do next? My master never taught me." Shen Lang was utterly frustrated. "Zheng Chuk, you unreliable grandmaster. Did you bring Big Fool here to fight or to provide supplies?" However, Ming Yan didn't care about that. She lifted her long sword and charged at Big Fool, but faced with such speed, Big Fool was initially stunned, and clumsily raised his heavy sword, instinctively blocked Ming Yan's attack, and directly knocked her flying out. This action left Minion, still a midair, stunned. Shen Lang and Ning Jia were also shocked. What just happened? After spinning around in the air for 4.5 turns, Ning Yuan steadied herself, but was still dazed for a long time. What did Big Fool do just now? Wasn't he supposed to have learned nothing and be incapable of anything? I must have been careless just now. This time, I must teach him a lesson properly. Thinking this, Mingyan drew on her full strength and charged at Big Fool with her sword once more. However, Big Fool still easily sent her flying. For the always competitive Minion, this was an extreme insult. Furious and on the verge of tears, Mingyan got up and charged at Big Fool a third time. With a crisp clang, Mingyan fell hard to the ground again, her long sword breaking, leaving only the hilt on the ground. Mingyan was completely desperate. This was a great humiliation. After years of hard training, she couldn't beat a fool who had just started and knew nothing. The more she thought about it, the angrier Ningyan got. She suddenly flipped up and pointing at Big Fool began to scold. "You Big Fool, you're clearly so powerful, why play the fool to deceive this princess?" Ning Jia, however, ignored the foolish girl and went straight over to ask, "Big Fool, what have you been doing with Zhangchuk during this past half year?" Big Fool morosely replied, "Every day my master would beat me. After a whole day of beating, at night he would press me into a pot and boil me. It hurt so much when I was being boiled, and master would cry while boiling me, saying that everything he had saved for over a decade was gone." Hearing this, Ning Ji asked suddenly understood everything. Seeing this, Ning Yen hurriedly ran over to ask her aunt what was going on. Ning Jia explained, Zhangchuk knew that with Big Fool's intelligence, reading secret manuals was useless, so he beat Big Fool's every day to train his reaction and speed, teaching him the block. As for cultivation, Big Fool is naturally of the golden bloodline. He doesn't need to cultivate. His strength and vital energy would naturally increase. But he doesn't know how to use this vital energy, making it impossible to exert it. So Zhangchuk had no choice but to use the medicinal herbs he had saved for over a decade to make medicinal bats for Big Fool to stimulate the power within him. Mingyan was also shocked to hear this. Doesn't this mean I'm actually still very powerful? It's just that Big Fool's talent is too freakish. Isn't the appearance of such a freak unfair to other martial artists? Ming Jia didn't speak, but nodded in agreement. At this point, Ming Yan pointed at Big Fool and yelled, "You Big Fool, stay away from me in the future, or I'll chop off your head and kick it like a ball." Hearing Nignan's words, Big Fool shrank his neck and hid behind a pavilion pillar. Shen Lang looked at him speechlessly and said, "Big Fool, with your timid nature, even if you become the #1 master in the world, it wouldn't be of much use." At that moment, Ning Chi called Big Fool over, and took off a necklace from around her neck after sizing him up. She put the necklace on his wrist and repeatedly have managed him to never lose it. Ming Yan looked at the necklace with jealousy in her eyes. It was a gift from the former king to her aunt, and she couldn't believe her aunt was so generous to give it to such a fool. Shen Lang saw Ming Yan's intention. She wanted to tell the world that Big Fool was under the protection of the princess, and no one was to harm him. As night fell, Princess Nan Yan invited Yun Mengsa, the ambassador of the Great Flame Empire, along with Shen Lang and a few others to dinner. At the dinner table, Ming Yan perfunctorily introduced the three, but when introducing Xi and Lang, she emphasized that he was her brother. In introducing Yen Mengsa, she used the term imperial trash. Yen Mengsa didn't care about Ning Yan's nickname for him. All he could think was, why am I paying for a dinner that this woman organized? After the introductions, Lang and Yunmongs have both stood up and exchanged pleasantries, insensually. Their first impression of each other was, "Damn, there's actually someone as handsome as me." Absolutely not. They must be eliminated. However, the next second, the hostility between them disappeared, replaced by a familiar aura. Yes, it was the aura of jerks. At that moment, both felt as if they had known each other for ages. Shenlang and Yunlangsa, both jerks, hit it off immediately and quickly became close. During their conversation, they unwittingly turned the topic to Ning Yan, which annoyed Ning Yan, who couldn't hear them and didn't understand what was going on. Yun Mings quietly asked Shenlang about his feelings towards Mingyin, to which Shenlang confessed that if he wasn't afraid of being castrated by this sovereign, he would have lost control long ago. Upon hearing this, young Minza suddenly changed his tone and said seriously, "It seems, rather Shin, your situation was like mine initially. You haven't spent enough time with her yet. Wait a little longer and you'll experience the process from being firm to wilting." After that, the two got together and talked a lot about techniques for flirting with girls. After the discussion, Shenlang was surprised to find out that Yun Mingja had been with hundreds of women, truly earning the title of a jerk. This makes Shenlang feel a deep sense of inferiority and shame for the first time. He suddenly grabbed Yun Ming's hand and said, "To find a kindred spirit in a foreign land. Brother Yun truly understands me. Would you be willing to become sworn brothers with me?" Yuni Mintz agreed without hesitation. From then on, Ming Yan's dinner party turned into a gathering where two jerks met. These two flavorless jerks eventually became close brothers. On the way back from the dinner, Ming Yan followed silently behind Shenlang. After a while, she couldn't hold back anymore and asked, "Shenlang, Yun Mingja, the big bitch you two were talking about just now. That wasn't me, was it?" Shenlang was shocked, it had been so long. How had she not forgotten? Ming Yan noticed the corner of Shenlang's clothes, and seemed to understand everything. At that moment, she lowered her eyebrows, said nothing, and suddenly drew her sword from her waist. Before Shenlang could react, she swung it fiercely at him. However, Big Fool was very protective of Shenlang, blocked Ming Yan with his large sword at lightning speed. This action completely unleashed the long-suppressed anger in Ming Yan, and she continuously swung her sword at the two, but such speed was clearly not enough for Big Fool. He not only easily blocked the attacks, but also now evilly tried to calm Ning Yan down. It wasn't until Ningnan was out of breath and could no longer swing her arms that she stopped. Damn it, she couldn't beat Big Fool in a fight and she couldn't outsmart Shenlang. At that moment, Ningyan completely broke down and cried out, "Shenlang, you wait for me. Once Big Fool is gone, I'm going to beat the crap out of you." After yelling, she turned and left angrily. In the stunned Shenlang, still reflecting on Nignan's crude behavior, Brother Yun is really something. My feelings for Ningnan seem to have already entered the so-called second stage. The next day at the Market Street Junction, the Chong people who had burned the holy temple knelt in unison on the high platform. At the command of a unit, the executioners raised their butcher knives and directly beheaded the Chong people. As heads fell and blood splattered, the cheers and support for the king from the officials and the public below continued non-stop for a long time. However, when the sovereign requested the formation of a delegation to condemn the Kong king, 80% of the officials in charge of vassal state affairs feigned illness and stayed home. They knew that this mission was likely a death sentence, and they would rather be dismissed from their posts than go to their deaths. At this critical moment, the actors in Lang made a grand entrance, volunteering to represent the Yu kingdom and go to the Chan country. He promised to complete the mission and make the Chongqing personally write a confession, giving a satisfactory explanation to all the people. A day later, the news of Shenlang's mission to the Kong country spread throughout the UK. That day, the sovereign decreed to grant Shenlang a leisurely official position of a 7th grade rank, fulfilling one of his wishes. Soon after, Shenlang received a reply from a spy. Just a month ago, a smallpox epidemic had broken out in Chong country, infecting 1/5 of the nation. The brutal Chongqing chose to kill tens of thousands of infected people and bury them on the spot. Even as the Chong king himself trembled with fear, the epidemic was not controlled but worsened. At this time, the Chongqing was desperate. If his people continued to die like this, the Chong country would be completely destroyed. Having understood the intelligence, Shenlang felt great joy. It was time to employ his expertise again. It was as if even heaven was on his side. 2 days later, the sovereign's decree arrived. In that evening, another piece of good news came. Little Bing was pregnant. A continuous good news boosted Shenlang's confidence in his journey even more. The next morning, Princess Ning Yan, accompanied by 100 knights, escorted Shenlian grandly out of the capital city. Along the way, Ming Yan tried to encourage Shenlang. "Shenlang, go with peace of mind. If you die, I will take good care of little Bing for you." As soon as she said this, not only did Shenlang grin, but even Shen 13 cursed inwardly. This brainless princess should just keep her mouth shut. Unexpectedly, Mingyin added another remark, "Shenlang, haven't you always wanted to sleep with me? If you come back alive this time, I'll let you sleep with me. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Shenlang was petrified. Mingyin, speak up a bit louder, and your dad will come chop me up. I think sooner or later, if I don't die at the hands of an enemy, I'll die at the hands of you, my dear. In the territory of Chong country at the top of a snow mountain, a mysterious and unparalleled beauty stood like a fairy, overlooking her disciples sneaking away below the mountain. At that moment, the voice of Big Fool's master, Joan Shook, suddenly rang out from behind her, Sister Swain. I didn't expect that after 20 years, you are still as young and beautiful. Indeed, this beautiful woman was Swain. One of the world's top martial arts grandmasters. Swain chuckled lightly and said, rather, Joan, it seems you have aged quite a bit in these 20 years. Joan Shook did not respond to her comment, but walked up to her and asked, didn't we agree that your disciple was to meet Big Fools for a matchmaking? Why did you let her leave? Swain looked down at the figure below the mountain and with a tender look slowly said, when fate arrives, they will naturally come together. Why should we arrange it deliberately? Moreover, my time is near, and I don't want this child to see me die. But Zonchek became anxious and hurriedly said, Sister, I know a very talented young man, his medical skills are quite remarkable. Why not come down the mountain with me? Maybe he could save you. Shuyan shook her head. No need. My condition is terminal. And it's just a matter of a dozen days now. Xiao Shook wanted to say more, but Shuyan interrupted him. It's good for me to depart this way. Perhaps after I am gone, we can find the truth behind the mysteries we have been seeking for decades. It might also let me know the true cause of that sudden death. Meanwhile, at the foot of the snowy mountain, a tall and robust woman stood quietly. She was leading a white ox down the mountain, and she is Master Shuyan's disciple who sneaked out, the princess of Chan country, Arunana, also the matchmaking candidate mentioned by them for Big Fool. At this moment, as she walked, she complained that her master had arranged a match for her behind her back, as the strongest female warrior of the Chan country, down on those weak and ineffectual men. Recalling the past, she was already 1.7 meters tall at the age of 8 and possessed incredible strength. By the age of 15, she had grown to 1.9 meters. Back then, she was powerful and ruthless. A killer feared throughout the Calm country, known as the Hell Princess. 10 years ago, after experiencing a great battle, she came to the desert and met Swain. Swain told her that her murderous aura was too strong and if not properly managed, she might not live past 30. Upon hearing someone curse her in such a way, Arunana flew into a rage, grabbing her broadsword to strike at Swain. However, with just a quick movement, Shuyan had her kneeling on the ground. From that moment, she was subdued by Shuyan and became the master's last disciple. Although she had intended to stay by Shuyan's side, upon learning that her master had arranged a fiancé for her, she could no longer sit still, yet she dared not defy her master's orders, and unable to defeat her, she could only drug her master with a sleeping potion and sneak away. But how could she have anticipated that a grandmaster like Shuyan would be easily subdued by a sleeping potion? The scene shifts to the palace of the Chan king, where a rough roar echoes through the entire palace. As Chong King Arujin is seen furiously shouting, "You kingdom dares to kill my Chong country's envoys. This is a blatant provocation. We must go to war." It turns out that shortly after Arunana had returned to Calm country, a confidant of Sunan also arrived in Calm country and informed the Calm king that the Calm delegation had been sanctioned. This matter all started because of one person. "If we are to go to war, we must kill this person first, or there will be endless troubles," he said. Then open a wooden box beside him. "This is 100,000 gold coins." Also, Sunan's gesture to appease the anger of John King is expected upon seeing the boxes of gold coins. The Chong King's tone and deeds often a lot. "Speak, who is the person you want to kill?" Sunan's confidant directly stated, "This person is you kingdom's new envoy, Shen Lang. If he is killed, the Su family is willing to add another 100,000 gold coins as a reward for the king." As the words fell, a loud thud was heard as the stone stool beside the throne was shattered by a punch from the Calm king. "But we must not only kill this vermin, we must also continue to send troops to attack you kingdom." At that moment, Arunana stepped forward and said, "Father, since you kingdom killed our envoys, we should do the same and kill their entire delegation, especially Vet Shin Lang, who must be chopped up and fed to the dogs. I am willing to personally lead our troops into battle." Meanwhile, Shin Lang and his group carrying the heads of Chong people had been traveling through the desert for over 10 days and were gradually nearing Chong country. They were finally about to arrive in Chong country. Along the way, Shin Lang often lifted the carriage curtain and could see Shin 13 blushing as he looked in someone's direction. Seeing this, Shin Lang felt a surge of speechlessness inside. 13, you little guy. Something's going on with you. Wang Feng is my man. Shin Lang's. I never expected your first crush to be of such a strong taste. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose not far ahead, and a troop of John cavalry charged directly towards them. Leading them was Arun and herself, and just a moment they had completely surrounded. Seeing this, Shin 13 hurriedly shared Aranon's identity information with Shin Lang. Shin Lang immediately understood, so this is the fiancé of Big Fool that Zongtuk mentioned. At that moment, Arun forward on her draft oxen coldly asked, "Are you the delegation from UKIM? Are you the envoy? Shenlang?" Standing on the carriage, Shenlang smiled and replied, "I am indeed Shenlang. I presume you must be princess or man of charm country." However, upon hearing this, Arun shouted loudly and ordered an attack. "All commanders take them down, flay and to dismember the Shenlang and feed him to the dogs." Seeing this, Shenlang quickly pointed to Big Fool and shouted, "Please wait, your highness. We are all on the same side here. Look quickly, this tall fellow by my side is your husband." Hearing this, Arun suddenly froze in place. When she looked at Big Fool, she exclaimed in surprise, "My God, is he really the matchmaking candidate my master introduced? This man is even taller and stronger than I am." Upon seeing a Romana, Big Fool's heart uncontrollably started racing. This woman is so tall and strong, absolutely beautiful. Could this be the wife of Big Fool for life? Seeing Big Fool daze, Shenlin quickly stepped forward and urged, "Big Fool, aren't you going to greet your future wife?" At that moment, Arunana also raised her hand to signal all the cavalry to stop their attack. Big Fool happily walked up to a Romana, grinning foolishly at her. Seeing this, Arunana, somewhat resigned, took the initiative to speak and asked if he was Shonchuk's disciple. Big Fool pointed at himself and replied, "I am the master's last disciple." "Are you also closing doors for your master every day?" Hearing Big Fool's response, Arunana was completely speechless. This really is a fool. Shenlang whispered to Big Fool, "Tell the princess you are here for the matchmaking, say you like her a lot, want to marry her, sleep with her, and have children with her." Following Shenlang's advice, Big Fool directly told a romantic, "I am here to marry you and take you home. I want to sleep with you and have children with you." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. The originally tense atmosphere had completely dissipated. But the next second, everyone covered their mouths, no longer daring to laugh, because they felt that their princess was getting angry. At that moment Arunana swung her sword towards Big Fool and said, "If you want to marry me, then take my 3 strikes. If you survive after 3 strikes, I will give you a chance. How about that?" Hearing this, Shenlang was very excited and immediately urged Big Fool to step forward and accept the challenge. After all, Big Fool might lack other skills, but his blocking and defense were definitely the strongest. Quickly, Arunana took her stance, ready to launch an attack on Big Fool. She swung her 100-pound crescent blade furiously at Big Fool or speed astonishing. At the moment of the weapon's collision, a loud noise erupted and in a flash, Big Fool's body trembled violently, causing the ground within 10 meters of him to crack open. Shenlang and the others were stunned. "She's incredibly strong, much more so than that silly girl Mingyin." Arunana continued to gather strength for her second move. She swung her crescent blade like a whirlwind rising from the ground, and in the instant she slashed horizontally. Big Fool again raised his weapon to block her attack, his feet sinking deeper into the ground. At this moment, even Big Fool felt the strain, as this was the first time he had encountered such great force. Arunana was also shocked. She hadn't expected Big Fool to block her 2 strikes, considering that even the strongest warrior of the Chan, Crown Prince Arutai, had only managed to block one of her moves. Big Fool's formidable strength truly ignited Aranon's competitive spirit. For her final attack, she unleashed her ultimate move, the blazing fire blade, driving the blade to intense heat with powerful inner strength. While Big Four was distracted, Arunana swiftly swung her blade. A strong intent to kill snapped Big Fool back to reality, and he instinctively blocked the lethal strike with his weapon. However, Aramana did not stop. She intensified the inner strength at the blade's tip, pushing Big Fool back several meters. The powerful force from both sides even blasted a D10 meters in diameter into the ground beneath them. The battle finally ended, but the energy from the blazing fire blade was so intense that it heated Big Fool's heavy sword as hot as a branding iron, also causing his hands to tear open, blood uncontrollably flowing out. Seeing the blood spilling from his mouth, it was clear he had also suffered internal injuries. Shenlang, not knowing martial arts, was only excited that Big Fool had won over Renan, while Shen 13 was utterly shocked by their power levels. Too strong is such formidable power really possible for humans? At this moment, Arunana put down her crescent blade and said, "A bet is a bet, Bid Fool, we can now proceed with our matchmaking." Upon hearing this, Big Fool was overjoyed, ignoring his wounds, and naively asked, "Can we really do it now?" Second Fool said matchmaking means getting married and sleeping together and having children, but I don't know how. However, Arunana simply ignored his question and started introducing herself. Big Fool also hurriedly introduced himself properly. Seeing this, Shenlang was very pleased. Isn't this a good start? It seems these two really hit it off. However, unexpectedly, Arunana then straightforwardly said, "The matchmaking session is over now. I'm not interested in you. You can leave." Shenlang was dumbfounded. What's going on? Weren't the two of them getting along well just now? How can she dismiss our Big Fool without even asking anything? At that moment, Aaron Anna's expression suddenly changed. She lifted her crescent blade and shouted loudly, "You kingdom dared to kill my Chan country's envoys. Warriors exterminate the Yu Kingdom delegation and avenge our people." Chen Lang was shocked. Damn, how can this woman turn her face so quickly? Helplessly, he had to use his second life-saving tactic and shouted loudly, "Your Highness, I can cure smallpox for you and avert the danger of your country's extinction." However, Arun Anna didn't believe Xin Lang's claim at all, as over the past few days, dozens of charlatans claiming they could cure smallpox had died by her blade. At this critical moment, Big Fool once again stood in front of Chen Lang and took the blade for him. At this, Arun Anna became furious and shouted at those behind her, "What are you waiting for? Charge at them." During the princess's command, all the knights charged at the Yu Kingdom delegation like warriors injected with a Draymelon, charging Torch and Lang in his group. Chen Lang was also scared. He hadn't expected this woman to be so fierce. Although they had brought elite warriors, the soldiers of the Chan country were all incredibly robust and clearly outmatched them. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that a Grand Master-level figure was following them. It must be Zhong Chuk who was following them because he was concerned about Big Fool. Thinking of this, he stood up and shouted to the sky, "Grandmaster, I know you followed us all the way. Show yourself now. If you don't appear, we're all done for." However, as his words fell, aside from the shouting of soldiers behind him, there was still no sign of Zongchuk. Just when Chen Lang thought he had miscalculated, a captivating fragrance wafted past him. Chen Lang was stunned. If it's not Zongchuk, then what is this strange scent? Before he could react, a figure with an ethereal aura landed in front of the carriage. "Stop fighting now," seeing the person before her. Arun Anna was instantly panic-stricken and hurriedly ordered the cavalry to stop the attack. "Why has Master come? Did she find out that I drugged her?" Meanwhile, Chen Lang was mesmerized by the gentle voice. Could this beauty be Grandmaster Xuan? She should be older. Could she be a siren with a youthful voice? At that moment, Xue Ying slowly turned around to face Shan Lang and asked, "Shan Lang, can you truly cure the smallpox in Chong country?" Shan Lang quickly composed himself, bowed respectfully, and said, "Yes, Grandmaster, I indeed have a way. I am confident that I can cure the smallpox and save countless lives in Calm country." Hearing his answer, Xue Yan sighed helplessly, "There's no other way. I must take you to see the Chongqing now." The reason Xue Ying was so melancholic was because the Chong King's obsession with her had reached a fanatic level. And she always wore a veil because her beauty was so breathtaking that any man who saw her true face would be utterly captivated. Even Zongchuk had vowed to remain unmarried for her. Thinking of this, Xue Yan sighed again, then turned and said, "Follow me to meet the Chong King. I can ensure your safety." After saying this, she no longer paid attention to the others and walked toward the city on her own. Shunlan called out from behind her, "Thank you, very anti, for your help." Arun Anna, realizing that her master had not come because of the drug incident, read the sigh of relief. But hearing Shen Lang's reference to her master, she flared up again. "You know my master, and you call her auntie, you really are a shameless pretty boy." Lin fought to himself. "I was already being restrained. I originally wanted to call her sister. After this heroine yet escaped battle." Chen Lang and his group finally entered the city of Chong country. The smallpox situation in Chong country was severe. Along the way into the city, there were bodies lying everywhere. Seeing this tragic scene, Shen Lang couldn't help but from. These barbarians really don't care about hygiene. No wonder the epidemic has gotten so severe in such an environment. Moments later, under Aranon's lead, Big Fool followed Shen Lang into the royal palace to meet the Chong King. At that moment, Arun Anna, who harbored resentment against Chen Lang, suddenly shouted into the inner chamber, "The pretty boy envoy from Yukund is here. If you don't want to see him, I'll just kill him right now." Hearing this, Shen Lang felt dissatisfied and started complaining to Big Fool. "Big Fool can't even control your own wife, and she's calling for my head." However, he stopped mid-sentence as he realized that Big Fool being smitten with love was completely mesmerized by Arun Anna. A moment later, at the signal from the Chongqing, Arun Anna led the two into the inner chamber. Although Chen Lang was usually slick with words, he never skimped on proper etiquette after bawling to the Chongqing, "As I stealthily surveyed the king before him." It must be said that Chongqing was indeed as imposing and dominating as rumored. His mere presence felt oppressive. You could feel the aura of want and killing energy around him. It seems like Aranon's temperament was indeed inherited from this tyrant. Faced with such a king, Shen Lang decided to cut straight to the chase and said, "Your Majesty, Shen Lang can cure the smallpox outbreak in Calm country and have the capability to save your tens of thousands of subjects." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Chongqing said impatiently, "There's no need. Someone has already successfully cured my youngest son of smallpox." Shen Lang was shocked, thinking how could someone have cured smallpox before him? Even the current medical technology, it was impossible to cure this disease. At that moment, a sinister voice emerged from the Chongqing. Su Nan sent word to me that it was you who skinned to have my Chong invoice earned the UK Kingdom's sacred temple. And then had the king of you execute them. Is this true? You only have one chance to answer this question, so think carefully before you reply. In line without any hesitation admitted yes, I was indeed behind those actions. Hearing such a straightforward response from Chen Lang, that Chongqing actually gained a new respect for him. But the next second, he continued, since you've admitted it, I will honor the promise to the divine Shui not to kill you. However, the Chongqing snapped his fingers and continued, you need to make a choice among them. The fortune lane could react to guards brought in Shin 13 and Huang Feng. The Chongqing sneered, you must choose between them. Although I promised Zhu Weiying, I wouldn't kill you. The death of so many of my people cannot go unavenged. It's hard to ease the hatred in my heart. You can choose one of your subordinates to live. And the other I will chop up and feed to the dogs. Hearing the Chongqing's threat, Shin 13 and Huang Feng immediately started pleading with Shin Lang to choose them to die. Shin 13 knelt down and begged. Master, let it be me. Please ensure Huang Feng lives. I'm already a man close to death, and I have been very honored to follow you these past 6 months. Seeing this, Huang Feng also became anxious. Shin Lang, don't listen to Shin 13. I've had enough of being by your side. If you let me die, I'll finally be at peace. Faced with the two men competing to sacrifice themselves, Shen Lang felt conflicted. You two really share a deep bond. Who would believe there's no personal affection? The Chan King grew impatient enough since you can't decide. I'll have them both killed and fed to the docks. He then ordered the guards to drag the two away. Seeing this, Shen Lang immediately turned around and said, Your Majesty, I would like to exchange a treasure for the lives of my two subordinates. He then had Big Fool bring in a large wooden box. Your Majesty, please look, I believe this treasure will definitely please you. Ashen Lane said. The Chongqing's eyes widened when he saw the treasure inside the box. It was a 1-meter-tall piece of imperial green jade carved into the likeness of the Chan King himself. The treasure thrilled the Chongqing so much that he held in his hands, overjoyed. As is known, imperial green jade of the glass type has always been a rare gemstone. A palm-sized piece can fetch an astronomical price. To possess such a large piece now is truly invaluable. But the Chongqing was a greedy villain. Down and said, his treasure is indeed excellent, but it can only save one person. The other must still die. Shen Lang cursed inwardly. I knew this bastard wouldn't compromise so easily. Thankfully, I used glass. Not real jade. It would have been a huge loss to give real jade to this fool. But fortunately, I have another trick up my sleeve. With this in mind, Shen Lang continued, please hold your judgment for a moment. Your Majesty, this is no ordinary jade. Please order the candles to be extinguished and the curtains drawn to see its effect. Moments later, in the darkened great hall, the jade sculpture emitted a blinding light completely astounding the Chongqing. It's known that the largest luminous pearls are only as big as a baby's fist, yet this imperial green jade sculpture could emit such dazzling light. This treasure can truly become a national treasure of my Chong country. Suppressing the joy in his heart, the Chongqing turned and immediately ordered the release of Shen 13 and Huang Feng and had the guards take the treasure to his national treasury. Seeing this, Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had prepared in advance, and figured out the Chongqing's preferences. He not only used green glass to make a fake jade sculpture, but also coated it with phosphorescent powder, or his two subordinates would have truly been doomed. Shan Lane continued, Your Majesty, I have a second gift for you. Now that the jade sculpture had set the stage, the Chongqing was even more eager upon hearing about a second gift. And Lang took a wooden box and opened it to reveal dozens of items familiar to everyone. Yes, they were cigarettes. Next, Chen Lang lit one and took a deep breath to explain. This is a cigarette made from Nicotiana grass mixed with various spices, which is 100 times better than the tobacco of old. It revitalizes the spirit and is said to cure all diseases. Of course, Xin Lian wouldn't tell the Chongqing that the reason it could invigorate people was due to the special ingredients he had added. The Chongqing picked up a cigarette and sniffed. It does smell quite unique, and rolling up the Nicotiana grass and sucking it with the mouth is quite interesting. Watching every move of the Chongqing, Shenlin inwardly marveled at his strong sense of caution. Despite his evident desire to try it, he still managed to restrain his urge. However, this was also good as they could now directly move on to discuss serious matters. Shen Lang had hoped to become the savior of Chong country by curing the smallpox epidemic. To his surprise, he learned from the Chongqing that someone had already arrived in Chong country before him with a treatment for smallpox. Shen Lang was greatly shocked by this, knowing that with current medical technology, it was impossible to cure smallpox, which could only be overcome by the body's immune system. In the famously known New Kingdom of the East, the mortality rate from smallpox was extremely high in the past. About 1/3 of the total population, and in China country, with such poor sanitary conditions, the mortality rate could reach as high as 60 to 70%. It's due to various complications caused by smallpox infections. If someone claims they can cure the smallpox, they are likely just sedating the patients to prevent them from scratching their skin, waiting for a few days until the pustules crust and fall off to survive. Having analyzed the other party's methods, Shenlan directly said, Chongqing, in my view, this person must be a charlatan. If I'm not mistaken, the reason the young prince didn't show severe symptoms is because he has been asleep and he inherited your strong constitution, which allowed him to survive smallpox through natural recovery. However, the Chongqing's heart remained unmoved after hearing this. He was a barbarian. How could he understand what Shenlan was saying? He simply stated, regardless, since this person has already cured the young prince, he will be my royal physician from now on. As for you, I promised the goddess Shui not to kill you, and since I've accepted your gift, I will also allow your 2 subordinates to leave. The Chongqing's expression suddenly darkened, but I will have all the people you brought with you killed, only by doing so can I restore the face of my Chong country. Shenlan was shocked, inwardly cursing the Chongqing as a madman. In an attempt to salvage the situation, he said, Your Majesty, I am certain that person is a fraud. You can summon him for a confrontation. I have evidence that can expose his lies. The more the Chongqing listened, the angrier he became, shouting directly, This man is my benefactor. If you speak ill of him again, I will rip out your tongue. Although I promise not to kill you, I can also choose not to let you go. You will stay in Chong country and become a slave at the mercy of others. Hearing the Chongqing's words, Shenlan felt a bad premonition. Something is wrong. The Chongqing is a tyrannical and selfish man. He would not keep that person as his personal physician just because he cured the young prince. There must be something I don't know. Just then, a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. A Taoist with a sly and rat-like appearance came forward, so a boy who a recluse, greet the Chongqing and see Master Shen. Seeing this person, Shenlan frowned, this was a master player. Melling the Chongqing's obsession with Grandmaster Shuiyan, he had concocted a similar scent to wear on himself to win favor. Though there were some discrepancies, it had seemingly worked. Suddenly, for some reason, Shenlan sensed something familiar about this man's face. So, he activated his mental processor to run a match. And sure enough, he found a similar person. It was shooting you from the Hidden Origin Society. The two had different physiques, suggesting that they might either be biological brothers or cousins. Why would the Hidden Origin Society send someone a charmed country? What is their purpose? After some thought, Shenlan asked, Mr. Zhua, I hear it was you who cured the young prince. Swaboyo humbly replied, Not at all. It is all the grace of heaven. The young prince is fortunate, and I dare not claim the work of the divine. After hearing this, Shenlan fell silent. This man had presented himself so humbly, his display of having no desires could indeed make people willingly trust him. At that moment, Shenlan suddenly remembered some intelligence he had received. The Chongqing had raided the western regions 2 months ago but had returned home before completing his mission. Given his notorious indulgence in women, could it be that he contracted some unmentionable disease and was it then cured by the Swabu? If that was the case, everything would make sense. Thinking this, he then asked, Was it you who cured the Chongqing of his serious illness? Hearing this, Swaboyev quickly responded, Nonsense, His Majesty the Chongqing is as strong as a mountain and protected by the gods. How could he have even a slight illness? But I hear, Master Shen, that you are very adept with poisons. The Chongqing was startled and said, What do you mean by that, Taoist? Swabu, looking at Shenlan, explained, I have heard that Master Chen used poison to kill the entire family of Peaceful Stability Count's mansion, hundreds of people, and even Pirate King Chao Tianwei, and his tens of thousands of pirates died by your hand. These accounts are not false. Damn, Shenlan fought not only and he failed to expose this fraud, but he had also been outmaneuvered. It seemed this guy was trying to make the Chongqing worry of me in order to eliminate me. But then again, this cunning old Taoist would never expect that I've already caught on to his scheme. Subsequently, Shenlan directly said, Chang Chang, this Swaboy who has been plotting treachery and has seduced your queen, it is a fact. I urge you to investigate the truth and have him torn to pieces. Upon hearing this, both the Chongqing and Zwaboy were stunned. What's going on? How did it escalate to adultery? Quickly, so a boy regained his composure and retorted. Your Majesty, it's one thing for Shenlan to slander me, but to speak such defamatory words about the queen is a blatant insult to you. Shenlan sneered. Do you think I would make such claims without evidence? Your Majesty, Chongqing, simply strip him of his clothes and you will see the truth of my words. At this point, it's what boy who truly began to panic. I am a man of cultivation. How can I endure such humiliation to disrobe in public? This is utterly preposterous. Shenlan scoffed and did not reply. He had already detected something suspicious when his skins were boy earlier. The man was wearing a silk undergarment close to his skin, embroidered with a love poem in gold thread, and most crucially, signed with the queen's name. The Chongqing said with a cold face, to Liswa, please disrobe quickly to prove your innocence. By now, Swabi was so frightened that his legs were weak and he was babbling various refusals. Seeing this, the Chong King stepped forward and ripped off his Taoist robe. Instantly, so a boy's undergarment with a love poem was exposed to everyone. The Chong King became furious on the spot. His favorite concubine's name was Lu Yun. Even with his limited literacy, he could tell that this was a love poem between the two. He then grabs a boy who enchanted. "You wretched tallest, daring to have an affair right in front of me. You not fear death?" At this critical moment, it's what Boyle cried out, "Your Majesty, actually. Luoyin and I are long-lost siblings. The reason I went to such lengths to save the young prince is because he is my nephew." Upon hearing this, Xinlang was dumbfounded. "Damn, so a boy, could your explanation be any more absurd? Do you think we're all idiots?" This statement made the Chongqing hesitate. But he soon shouted, "Bring Luoyin to me." A seductive and graceful woman then entered. Undeniably, this queen named Luoyin was extremely beautiful. Xinlang wondered how her delicate body could withstand the Chongqing's brutality. When Luoyin entered and saw his boy along on the ground, she ran over excitedly as the king found out about us. Seeing this, Xinlang wanted to mock their poor acting skills further. But the next second, he was shocked by the results from his mental processor. Unexpectedly, aside from their differing appearances, their bone structures were remarkably similar. This could only mean that they were indeed siblings. But this also implied that the Hidden Origin Society deliberately placed a woman by the Chongqing side. Considering the file stated that Luoyin was a woman the Chongqing had captured during a raid in a foreign country, and it was a setup by the Hidden Origin Society at that time. The capabilities of the people behind the Hidden Origin Society were not to be underestimated. At this moment, Zuoboy and Luoyin were still prostrate on the ground, tearfully explaining to the Chongqing the necessity of concealing their relationship. Luoyin mournfully said, "Several years ago, His Majesty took a liking to me and brought me back to Chong country. My family, including my elder brother, never stopped looking for me over the years. It so happened that my brother's medical skills were extraordinary. And fortunate to be esteemed by His Majesty, he was brought into the palace, and we were reunited. However, I dared not recognize him openly and asked him to serve well by His Majesty's side." "The wise king, you still discovered us." After hearing this, Xinlang sneered and squatted in front of them. "Well said, your bone structures are indeed similar, but that doesn't necessarily mean you are full siblings. You could be cousins. If you are cousins, then the poem on the underwear can prove your relationship." However, before Xinlang could finish, Lu Yan interrupted him. "Don't slander us. This poem is clearly about missing my family. Meaning I have family yet cannot acknowledge them because I already have a lover and children here." Saying this, Luoyin covered her face and cried again, sorrowful for not being able to reunite with her parents. This explanation left Xinlang unable to refute. This poem could be interpreted as romantic love or familial affection, just like this poem, which could be interpreted as romantic love or familial affection. At that moment, Luoyin suddenly stood up. "Your Majesty, I have evidence that can prove my innocence." Suddenly, Luoyin rose to her feet and, in front of everyone, lifted her skirt. This action frightened Xinlang so much that he quickly turned his face away. Cursing inwardly, this woman is really bold. Knowing the Chongqing's strong possessiveness, if Xinlang were to look at Luoyin's body, the Chongqing would definitely kill him. Luoyin cried out, "Your Majesty! You must recognize the unique set of 3 red moles on my leg. My brother has them too. Only as I'm on the left side." Hearing this, so a boy who quickly stood up and lifted his robe, revealing the same 3 red moles on his left thigh. Seeing this, Xinlang frowned, finding himself in a difficult position. As a doctor, he could tell at a glance that the moles were artificially made. But the Chongqing would know this, and he probably already believed 80% that these two were siblings. While Xinlang was contemplating his next move, Louis Yen suddenly shouted, "Master Xin, how did you know my brother was wearing the silk undergarment I embroidered? Moreover, I heard that the burning of the Yu Kingdom's sacred temple by Chan envoys, resulting in their deaths, was all your conspiracy. Now that you've come here, you start inciting various suspicions. Are you trying to harm more people from Chan country?" With these words, the Chong King's attention was indeed shifted to Xianlang, and he said with a stern face, "Xianlang, if you cannot explain your involvement in the murder of my Chong envoys, then don't expect to leave your life." Hearing the Chong King's words, Xianlang couldn't help but curse internally. "You turn on people faster than flipping through a book, just accepted a gift, and now you're ready to kill me, truly without any bottom line. Such a ruthless wolf without limits is a danger that must be dealt with swiftly." With this thought, Shenlane directly said, "Chan King, my actions were actually aimed at dealing with the Su family. Afterwards, it will be our Jin family taking over. Whether it's the foreign affairs between Chan country and Yu Kingdom, our Jin family can handle them properly. Moreover, I can promise you, if you cooperate with us, not only will we offer the same tributes as the Su family, but we will also add an extra 100,000 gold coins each year. What do you think of this proposal?" During such a tempting offer, the Chong King's eyes suddenly lit up, but then he calmed down and said, "Why should I believe you? The Su family is much more powerful than your Jin family. And Lame chuckled coldly after hearing this. Is that so? Big fool, bring in our treasure. As his words fell, Big Fool came in carrying a large object wrapped in cloth. As the cloth was unveiled under the refraction of the sunlight, a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire hall amid everyone's shock. Shen Lang continued, this glass mirror is a treasure from our Jin family. It has become popular throughout the East. The Heavenly Path Society, with whom we've partnered, has regained the strategic initiative and trade between the Eastern and Western countries. Each mirror is sold only at auctions, fetching sky-high prices. Of course, the Chongqing knew about this. To date, the largest mirror in the auction was no more than 6 feet, but the mirror in front of them now exceeded the size of the largest mirror ever auctioned. Shen Lang continued, Your Majesty. You now believe that our Jin family has the capability to replace the Su family? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Chongqing ordered directly take the mirror, detain Shen Lang and the others, and force the Jin family to tribute 1,000 mirrors to me each year. At this time, although the Chongqing believed the sibling relationship between Jiboy and Lu Yan, he did not trust their innocence. After all, incestuous relationships between siblings are not uncommon in Chong country. Sensing the Chongqing's ruthless gaze, Suoboyev quickly said, Your Majesty, I can treat smallpox. If you punish me, we'll treat your royal family if they follow again. Hearing this, Shenlai knew the time was right and immediately stepped forward, saying, I can take care of the illness. Suoboyu, seeing Shenlang trying to undermine him, became greatly annoyed and pointed at Shenlang, shouting, This is playing with the lives of the royal family. I am the only one with the divine medicine for treating smallpox. Shen Lang is nothing but a blatant fraudster. As the two argued incessantly, a guard ran in, desperate, Your Majesty. It's terrible. The third Prince Aranan has developed pox and been infected with smallpox. And another guard rushed in. Your Majesty, Princess Arunana has also started showing symptoms. Upon hearing this news, the Chongqing's face turned ashen. Third Prince Aruhan was his most beloved son, and not to mention Amana. She was absolutely the apple of his eye, as the Chongqing was extremely anxious. While Boyle immediately stepped forward and said, I still have 1 dose of the divine medicine left, and I have the ability to cure the third prince overnight. Since Shen Lang claims he can treat smallpox, let him cure the princess to prove it to you. How about that? At this moment, Shen Lang finally understood. He had thought that Suoboyo had merely sedated the young prince to help him survive smallpox through sleep, but it turned out this was just chickenpox concocted by him and Luoween. And his current choice to treat the third prince definitely suggested a problem. It was likely that this man had carefully fabricated a skin disease with symptoms identical to smallpox. As for Arunana, it must be that someone skinned deliberately to infect her with smallpox. Possibly for ulterior motives behind her return. It seems someone's path was being blocked, intending to put her in a deadly situation. At that moment, Big Fool, upon hearing that Arunana had contracted smallpox, became utterly distraught, continuously shouting Arunana's name. He suddenly turned and ran outside, not forgetting to shout at Shen Lang as he left. Second fool, hurry up and find a way to save my wife. Meanwhile, outside the palace, due to the young prince contracting smallpox, 2 airtight isolation rooms had been specially constructed. Third Prince Arunan and Arunana were each lying in one of these rooms, separated only by a thin wall. Under the Chongqing's lead, Shen Lang arrived at Aranan's isolation room, where he saw Big Fool sitting beside her bed, looking distressed. By this time, her face had already begun to show dense clusters of smallpox. Seeing Big Fool arrive, she mustered her strength. Despite feeling unwell and angrily told him to leave immediately. Are you mad? Everyone else is avoiding me and you're coming closer instead. Aren't you afraid of getting infected but far from leaving? Big Fool instead softly comforted her. Wife, don't be scared. I'm here with you. My brother's second fool is very skilled. He will make sure nothing happens to you. It was this very sentence that deeply moved her man, also comforting the fear in her heart. At that moment, Arun and I realized that she too longed for a strong man to rely on. Big Fool's willingness to risk his life to stay by her side touched her deeply. Perhaps he really was the person she needed. With this thought, she took Big Fool's hand and her tone softened, Fool, but if you get infected, don't blame me. Standing at the door, Shen Lang knew that Big Fool's romantic matters were now settled. Of course, he wasn't worried about Big Fool's getting infected because he had vaccinated everyone before coming to Chong country. Seeing that Arunana was not in serious trouble, Shen Lang then returned to the outside of the isolation room. At that moment, his boy was making an oath to the Chongqing. Your Majesty, if I cure the third prince by tomorrow morning, please let me stay to continue protecting the royal family. If I fail, you may do with me as you will, even if it means cutting me into 1,000 pieces. Looking back at Shen Lang's, will Boyle continue, of course, if the third prince recovers tomorrow, that will prove that Shen Lang is superfluous. Please, Your Majesty, completely eliminate him. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the third prince's isolation room, yet Shenlang just stood there with no apparent intention of doing anything. The Chongqing, both annoyed and puzzled, asked, Shenlang, why are you still standing there? Why don't you go treat the princess for smallpox? Shenlang nodded slightly and said, there's no rush. It is already late today. We can treat her tomorrow. So a boy who was just about to enter the door heard this and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Your Majesty, did you hear that? He doesn't even dare to enter the princess's room. I think he doesn't know how to treat smallpox at all. He's just stalling for time here. Shenlang, you better prepare to meet your end tomorrow morning. After saying this, so a boy will enter the room and slam the door shut. The Chongqing then pointed at Shenlang and said menacingly, I gave you a chance. If Arohan is cured by his well boy tomorrow, then your end will come. After saying this, he turned and left, no longer paying him any attention. Watching the Chongqing's departing figure, Shenlang turned to Wang Feng and said, you are a woman, it's more convenient for you to care for the princess. You stay in the princess's room with Big Fool. Wang Feng was initially startled, but then understood his intention. At that moment, Shenlang also whispered, and remember it's cold at night. Don't forget to soak up the brazier to keep warm. At that moment, Swaboya was carefully applying the antidote ointment to Arun's skin. 2 hours later, the clusters of pox on a ruined face and body visibly began to recede. Now we just need to wait for the third prince to wake up after the sleeping potion wears off tomorrow morning. Just then, a voice from outside came from Luosan's personal maid, Master Zhua. Shenlang went to meet the king overnight. The queen is worried he might be plotting something. She asked you to check it out. Hearing this news, Swaboy will immediately became furious, seeing that the third prince was no longer in grave danger. Instructed the guards at the door with a few words and hurriedly followed the maid toward the palace. Shenlang, are you trying to cause trouble behind my back again? It doesn't matter. As long as the third prince wakes up tomorrow morning, you better wash your neck and wait for death. Shortly after Swaboy left, Astral was extended from the room next door. It reached into the third prince's isolation room. In just a moment, carbon monoxide filled the entire isolation room. Since the room was completely airtight, the third prince died painlessly in his sleep. But previously, Shenlang had mentioned a brazier to Huang Feng as a hint. The partitioning wood panels were made from freshly cut wood, so Shenlang instructed her to use fire to dry them, using the moisture in the wood to create cracks, and then using the incomplete combustion of charcoal to generate carbon monoxide, which was piped into the third prince's room. After the deed was done, the wood panels were soaked with water to close the cracks again, allowing the third prince to die in his room unnoticed. These operations were just some of the invisible murder techniques Shenlang had taught to Huang Feng in Shin 13. Time moved forward another quarter of an hour, and during this time, Shenlang was analyzing the entire process on his way to the royal palace's main hall. The timing of Aruan's fake smallpox and Aranon's real smallpox outbreak was too coincidental. It might very well be a conspiracy trap concocted by Swaboyu to escape his predicament. His ultimate goal was the Chongqing, but his unforeseen appearance became an uncontrollable factor in this plot. So he intended to eliminate him. If not mistaken, Swaboyu, as a pawn of the Hidden Origin Society, would use the healing of the third prince to convince the Chongqing that he was the creator of divine skills, then cause the Chongqing to exhibit fail smallpox symptoms. At that time, he would tell the Chongqing that only the Hidden Origin Society had this divine medicine. By then, in order to survive, the Chongqing would have to agree to all the demands of the Hidden Origin Society. Although these were just in-line speculations, they were quite accurate. Moments later inside the main hall, Shenlang was actively buying time for Huang Feng. Chongqing has a future partner, I must reveal a terrible conspiracy to you. If I'm not mistaken, you contracted some unspeakable illness during your plundering in the western regions, so you hurried back to the country before completing your mission. Chongqing was taken aback and gestured for him to continue. Shenlang continued, although you love women, you are very cautious. Every woman you plunder is strictly checked before you enjoy their company. Why were you so impatient this time? As Shenlang asked this question, he stared intently at Chongqing, watching for his reaction. Although he had purchased this information from a palace servant through Shin 13 for a hefty price, he couldn't be sure it was entirely accurate. Sure enough, Chongqing fell silent. He couldn't tell Shenlang that it was because the woman was so beautiful, so much like the Shuayan master. But he also wondered, since the woman was still a virgin, how could she have transmitted this disease to him? At that moment, Shenlang's statement broke Chongqing's train of thought, Your Majesty. I now seriously suspect that your illness was orchestrated by Swabi, who has been lurking by your side and is colluded with Lu Yan, surely for some unspeakable reasons. After hearing Shenlang's words, Chongqing fell into deep thought, but then he coldly said, Shenlang, when you came to my side, didn't you have any intentions? Shenlang smiled. Of course I did. As I've said before, my purpose is to ask you to help me annihilate the Su family. However, just as he said this, so a boy who hurriedly ran in, "Your Majesty, Shenlang is naturally deceitful, and his slanderous words should not be believed." Seems Waboya, Shenlang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the plan was progressing smoothly. Wang Feng should be able to complete her task well. Thinking of this, Shenlang then said, "Swaboya, you know very well whether what I'm saying is true or not, don't you?" At that moment, it's a boy in a knelt down and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, there are only 2 hours left until dawn. When I arrived, the third prince's smallpox was already largely healed, and he will recover by tomorrow morning." As for Shenlang, he has not even entered the princess isolation room, showing that he not only lacks the ability to treat smallpox, but is also afraid of being infected himself. Everything he is doing now is deceiving you. Hearings were boy's words, Changkin found them very reasonable. Shenlang keeps saying he can treat smallpox, yet he has done nothing. Besides, I contracted that disease, and it has been his boy treating me all along. It seems he is more reliable. With this thought, Changkin commanded, "Someone, throw Shenlang out." As Sunny spoke, 2 guards stepped forward and dragged Shenlang out. Shenlang was still shouting, telling Chongqing not to believe his words. His acting was perfectly explosive. However, at this moment, Swaboy was still anxious. Shenlang, this little beast, is too troublesome. Although we have escaped this time, it's hard to guarantee he won't cause more trouble next time. We must act quickly to eliminate him and prevent future problems. Seeing that only the 2 of them were left in the Great Hall, Chongqing suddenly pulled down his pants and said, "SWA boy, I was a bit vigorous in my bedroom activities today, and it's causing some pain and itchiness down there. Did you check if it has gotten worse?" Suppressing his disgust, so a boy has stepped forward to examine. And indeed, Chongqing's area had become red and swollen with many more blisters appearing. These were the fake smallpox viruses he had planted in Chongqing's body about to erupt. Suppressing his inner jubilation, so a boy will respectfully reply, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, your vital part is recovering quickly, and you will be healed soon. Moreover, while I treat the princess for smallpox and you for your hidden ailment, I have no other requests except that after the results come out tomorrow, you directly execute and laying on the spot." Chongqing frowned upon hearing this. Although he had allowed the bet between Chen Lang and Zvaibu, he had also promised Shui not to kill Chen Lang. Moreover, it seemed the Jin family still had many treasures. Keeping Chen Lang alive would ensure a continuous flow of these riches. After some thought, a sly smile appeared on his lips. Although Chen Lang could not die, they could break his limbs, just keeping him alive. They could cut off one of his hands and send it to the Jin family, letting them pay to redeem it, thus torturing him while gaining wealth. This seemed like a win-win idea. Next morning, the entire Chong royal family gathered outside the palace gates, waiting to witness the overnight cure of smallpox. At that moment, Swabiya shouted loudly in front of a square, "His Majesty, the Supreme Chong King, princes and princesses, today I, Swabi, will let everyone witness the miracle of curing smallpox overnight. After this, I will also provide more divine medicine to ensure that the Chan royal family no longer fears smallpox. Yesterday, His Majesty promised that if I cure the third prince, Shenlang will be killed. Is this still hold true?" Chongqing was startled, thinking, "What's happening? Didn't we agree last night not to kill Shenlang?" The reasons what Boya said this at this moment was because he was sure that Chongqing would not publicly break his promise. Shenlang is too cunning, and even leaving him alive is a menace. He must die. As for Chongqing, once his virus acts up, he'll be begging me, and then won't I have the final say? After weighing his options for a moment, Chongqing finally said coldly, "What boy, if you truly can cure the third prince, then you may decide Shenlang's fate." So a boy who then stirred up the crowd again, "Princes, everyone, if the third prince can walk out unharmed later, please kill Shenlang immediately." At this point, Shenlang looked at his boy mockingly and said, "Priestess Yue, what if you fail to cure the third prince? What then?" So a boy who confidently replied, "I have already sworn to His Majesty yesterday that if I fail, I will die before all the royal family members." Shenlang, satisfied, "Priestess Yue, and we have an agreement." So a boy who inwardly sneered, "It's just waiting for the third prince's drug effect to wear off, then I'll see how you die." Swaboya shouted confidently, "Third Prince Arun's smallpox has healed. Let us open the gates and welcome the miracle." However, the royal family waited outside for a long time, and there was no movement inside. The atmosphere instantly turned awkwardly cold, so a boy has started to panic. It shouldn't be like this. The third prince's drug should have worn off by now. That I used too much. With a puzzled heart, you walk to the door and shout it. "Your Highness, third prince. It's time to wake up." But after shouting for a long time, Arahin on the bed still did not respond. Seeing this, 2 guards rushed in and ran to the bed to check. At that moment, they saw Ruin's face was flush. His body was damp and a strange smile appeared on his lips. One guard bravely stepped forward, shouting as he reached to touch the third prince's major artery. However, the next second, he turned to his companion with a look of horror and said, "The third prince seems to have died." Hearing this, the other guard quickly ran out and informed Chongqing and the others. Chongqing's body shook violently, and as well as the boy who screamed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Immediately, he disregarded any etiquette, rushed into the room and flung himself beside Arun's bed. When he saw that Arunhan truly wasn't breathing, he panicked completely. How can this be? Last night the third prince was clearly better. It was just chickenpox rash. How could he die? At that moment, Chongqing angrily walked to the door and shouted, "Swa Boyu, what exactly is going on?" Behind him, Xinlang shouted loudly, "Well boy, you actually killed the third prince. Don't forget, you swore to His Majesty yesterday that if you couldn't cure the third prince, you would die." Hearing Xinlang's voice, Swa Boyu suddenly thought of something, turned around and charged in him. "It was you, Xinlang. You must have sabotaged and killed the third prince." Seeing this, Xinlang quickly ducked behind Chongqing and said innocently, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say anything. Yesterday, I didn't come near this place at all. Are you suggesting I can take a life from 100 steps away?" After hearing this, Swa Boyu, furious, rushed forward and grabbed Xinlang, shouting, "Even if it wasn't you, it must have been someone close to you, that tall man and that ugly woman. They must have killed the third prince and framed me." Just as he said this, a loud bang came from the nearby isolation room. The door was blown off its hinges. Through the smoke a terrifying large hand reached out towards Swa Boyu. A Runan covered in smallpox sores and furious grabs were boywood and roared. "Last night, I was in the next room. If someone had killed a Ruin, how could I not know? You sorcerer! Not only did you cause a Ruin's death, but you dare frame such a good person as big fool. Since you made a vow yesterday, you should go and join a Ruin in death." By this point, Swa Boyu was terrified by Aranona's fearsome appearance and peed himself, continuously pleading with Chongqing for help, insisting it was Xinlang who framed him. But everyone around him, upon seeing Arunana come out, was stunned and no one dared to help. They were all too scared and kept their distance, fearing they would catch smallpox the next second, before Swa Boyu could scream for help again. A howl bird pierced through his body, hinting him firmly to the ground. Looking at Swa Boyu's body, Xinlang felt a wave of satisfaction. It was incredibly satisfying to see his enemy killed without having to lift a finger, but now that you are dead, I suppose I must reluctantly make use of the results you produced. Thinking this, Xinlang walked up to Chongqing and said, "Your Majesty, the reason your two young princes recovered earlier was actually because they had a mild form of smallpox, which has a very high chance of self-recovery if their immune system can hold out. But once someone contracts the virulent smallpox, it's invariably fatal." Over these days, Chongqing had seen many smallpox symptoms, and he somewhat understood what Xinlang was saying, but still asked with some distrust, "Xinlang, can you really cure the smallpox and control the epidemic?" And Laying nodded, "Rest assured, I will prove to you that I am the only one who can cure smallpox. Not only will I heal the princess's epidemic, but I will also save the entire Chan nation. However, I have one condition before this." Chan King was taken aback, but still patiently let him state his condition. "Your Majesty, Chongqing, I ask you to write a letter of confession and have your envoy deliver it to the Yu Kingdom to apologize to the sovereign." Upon hearing this, Chongqing immediately exploded in anger. Someone locked Xinlang in the dungeon as a slave right now. Moments later, Xinlang was thrown into the dungeon. He appeared unconcerned. "Milhiri, Chongqing, the so-called virulent smallpox inside you is about to erupt. I will just wait here quietly for you to come beg me to save your life. So a boy, I really must thank you for this bitter fruit you planted." Not long after this, the news of Swa Boyu's death reached Lujin. She had been so severely tormented by Chongqing the previous night that she was still in too much pain to get out of bed. However, upon hearing this news, her tears burst forth uncontrollably because Swa Boyu who had promised to take her away to a better life, escaping this misery. But now all hope was gone. It must have been Xinlang. That little beast must have killed my cousin. And during her severe pain, Luo Yan stood up. She was determined to find Chongqing. No matter the cost, she would kill Xinlang to avenge her cousin. After some time, Luo Yan finally made it to the Grand Hall, and then tremblingly cried out, "Your Majesty, the death of the third prince was a conspiracy orchestrated by Xinlang. He also killed my brothers Wabuyu. You must see justice for me." Chongqing was already furious about his boy of causing his son's death, and hearing Lu Yan's words made him even more agitated. "If you were injured, you should just stay in bed and recover. This is not a place for you." Just as Lu Yan was about to say something else, Crown Prince Arutai hurried in, "Father, another 3,000 people died in our territory today." Chongqing's heart clenched sharply upon hearing this number, with only several 100,000 people in Chong country. The death of thousands each day meant it wouldn't be long before the nation perished. Arutai continued, "Previously, it was the old, sick, and disabled who died. But now young adults are also dying in large numbers, and even our cavalry is starting to get infected. We can't keep up with the speed of the spread. This smallpox is much more fierce than before. If we don't find a solution soon, our nation will be severely weakened. Hearing this, Luo Yan suddenly knelt down. Your Majesty. This smallpox epidemic might be a scheme by Shen Lang. He once wiped out tens of thousands of pirate King Chiu Tianwei's men in one fell swoop. Chongqing didn't respond. He certainly didn't believe that Shen Lang was spreading the smallpox. This was just Luo Yan's excuse to kill Shen Lang. Seeing this, Lu Ying continued, in Shen Lang claim, he can cure smallpox, then let him treat Princess Arunana. If he can't cure her within 3 days, then it proves he is a fraud and should be executed by dismemberment. Hearing the suggestion of letting Shen Lang treat the disease, Chongqing became furious. This man dares to demand that I write a letter of confession to the sovereign of Yu Kingdom under the guise of treating disease. He's truly courting death. Upon hearing this, Arutai also became extremely angry and turned to go to the dungeon to pull out Shen Lang's tongue. But Chongqing stopped him. Now that's what boy who is dead. If Shen Lang dies too, then all hope is lost. I've said it, give him one more chance. If he doesn't withdraw his conditions by sunset, then pull out his tongue and imprison him forever in Chong country as our slave. All right, I am somewhat tired. Chongqing then waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. You all leave now. I'm going to take a nap when the sun sets. Rin Shen Lang here. After hearing this, Rutai respectfully bowed and exited the grand hall. Just as he stepped out, heard Chongqing's thunderous snoring behind him. How did he fall asleep so quickly? Normally, father is very energetic. Why does he seem unusually tired today? And Lang, having demanded that Chongqing write an apology letter to the sovereign of Yu Kingdom, was thrown into the dungeon by Chongqing as he continued to plan his next moves in his mind. Suddenly, heard familiar voices speaking the language of Yu Kingdom from the cell next door. Chen Lang knew that many of the slaves in Chong country were captured from UK to the western regions. The men were taken to work in mines, and the women were used as tools for reproduction. What puzzled him was that currently with the Su family conducting diplomacy, Chong country shouldn't be raiding Yu Kingdom anymore. So where did these people come from? With this doubt, Chen Lane looked towards the opposite cell. He saw that a narrow cell was crammed with over a dozen men, a crowded space barely allowing them to turn around, let alone lie down to rest. Seeing this, Shen Lian wardly cursed Chongqing's brutality as being worse than animals, which fueled his desire to kill Chongqing even more, suppressing his rage. He began communicating with the people in the opposite cell, only to discover they were residents from the eastern regions of the Su family's fiefdom. Learning this, Shen Lian started to form some unpleasant suspicions. To confirm his guests, he continued to ask who had captured them. At this point, a middle-aged man said, "There is an evil man known as the Bandit 3 Evil. Every year, he raids and captures hundreds to thousands of people and sells us to Charm Country as slaves." With this revelation, Chen Lang understood instantly. So, the raiding in Chong Country had never stopped and had just changed hands to the Bandit 3-Eyed Evil. And all this was likely a plot by the old thief Sunan to gain political benefits, having his own men pose as bandits to raid and capture citizens, then delivering them to Chong King in exchange for Chong Country's promise not to invade Yu Kingdom. And the reason why no one in the capital city talked about this was because officials in the distant Guard Prefecture and even the heavenly Western Province were covering it up. They also helped the Su family deceive these innocent people into becoming slaves in Chong Country. Though Shen Lang was no saint, he could not tolerate such treachery by these scoundrels against their own people. Su family, since you can be so utterly unscrupulous, then wait for me, Shen Lang, to act as the arm of heaven and exterminate your clan. In the evening, Crown Prince Arutai arrived at the dungeon. Unseen Shen Lang, his gaze turned icy. It seems you are the Yukindaman who made my father write that letter of confession. Take him out and bring him to see my father. Moments later, Arutai escorted Chen Lane to the Great Hall. At this time, Chongqing was still fast asleep on his throne, while Luo Yan had been kneeling there all afternoon. Arutai frowned, feeling something was off, but he respectfully approached and said, "That father, I have brought Chen Lane here." Startled by the Nolis, Chongqing suddenly woke up and saw the dark and great hall, realizing the sun had set. Even after having slept, Chongqing still felt very uncomfortable. Suppressing his discomfort, he barked at Shen Lang. "Shen Lang, you dare be so bold as to make this king write a letter of confession? Shen Lang, if you kneel and apologize to me now and cure Renana, I will forgive you. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death." Luo Yan added, "If you can't cure Princess Renana within 3 days, it will prove you've lied and deceived His Majesty and you will face death." Just as he finished speaking, Chongqing felt increasingly dizzy and irritable. Angrily, he commanded, "It's so dark in here. Why has no one lit the fire yet?" As the guards were lighting the fire, Rutai drew a sword from his waist, pulled Shen Lang towards him, and held the blade to him, saying fiercely, "Father, let's not waste words with him. Let me take action now and punish this disrespectful man from Yu Kingdom." However, before he could finish, Arutai was shocked by the sight of Calm King. Lu Yen was frightened, falling back as she retreated and kept muttering. So many blisters. Seeing everyone's reaction to his appearance, Chongqing panicked and quickly ordered a mirror to be brought over. When he saw his reflection, he was stunned. His body was covered in dense blisters, looking utterly disgusting. These symptoms were even worse than the most severe cases of smallpox in Chong country. Chongqing, what nearly mad, is this monstrous figure in the mirror really me? Is this the legendary invariably fatal, virulent smallpox? I can't die. I still have countless women and endless wealth to enjoy. I can't bear to die. Someone quickly calls Waboya to treat my smallpox. Arutai helplessly responded, so a boy who was already dead. At this moment, Chen Lang, who had been observing Chongqing's frantic behavior from the side, felt a surge of secret pleasure. The herpes virus that's well boy who had implanted in Chongqing's body had finally erupted, and it seemed it was time for Chen Lang to act. Suddenly, Chongqing felt an excruciating headache, and the intense dizziness made him unable to stand any longer, causing him to collapse. What followed was a wave of severe nausea. He almost vomited his meal. What to do? Who could save him now? Subway, he thought of Shen Lang, and quickly scrambled up, pleading with Shen Lang. Shen Lang, aren't you able to cure smallpox? I'll give you anything you want, just treat me. Please, Shen Lang smiled and said, Your Majesty, I indeed have the divine medicine for smallpox. But now, to treat you, I require not one condition, but two. At this point, Chongqing, desperate to survive, could only suppress his rage and let Shen Lang set his terms. Shen Lang pointed at Luo Yan and said, First, kill this woman. She has tried every means to kill me, and I do not want her present during your treatment. She might find a way to sabotage my efforts from behind. Only by killing her can I focus fully. Hearing this, Luo Yan was shocked. Your Majesty, this Shen Lang is a swindler. You must not believe his slander. Shen Lang scoffed and continued, Your Majesty. Luo Yan is just a woman you seized, and her dealings with Swabi were indeed unclean, which has surely troubled your mind. As for my medical skills, you could inquire about who cured the demoness Chioyao's strange disease, and the princesses Ning Luo and Ning Yan of Yu Kingdom, who had diseases no one else could cure. Who cured them? It was all thanks to my superior medical skills. After Shen Lang's speech, Chongqing truly believed him without doubt and turned a cold gaze towards Luoyin. Reach it, woman, tell me, is this smallpox that I contracted a deliberate plot by you and that sorcerers will boyo to harm made? After saying this, he strode towards her. Seeing this, Luo Yan was terrified and wanted to flee, but her legs seemed nailed to the spot, unable to move. She cried out in panic, Your Majesty. At that moment, Chongqing grabbed Luo Yan by the neck and lifted her high. Then, with a snap, the two pawns of the Hidden Origin Society were completely eliminated. Afterward, Chongqing discarded Lu Wuyan like trash and turned to Shen Lang. Speaking ingratiatingly, Can you treat my smallpox? Lang shook his finger and said, Of course not yet, you still need to write a letter of confession and have it sent to the kingdom capital city as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Chongqing exploded in anger again. Crown Prince Arutai drew a sword, intending to cut off Shen Lang's tongue as punishment. Unexpectedly, Shen Langman shouted sharply, Your Majesty, your crown prince is so intent on preventing me from treating you, he wants you dead. This statement immediately aroused Chongqing's suspicion. Xin Lang was right if he died, and Arutai would become the new Chongqing. Moreover, he had already contracted smallpox once, and would not be infected again. The angrily accused Arutai, Arutai. Do you want me dead? Get out. After Arutai left, Chongqing turned to Chen Lang and said, I agree to write the confession, but if your treatment doesn't work tonight, I will make you regret ever being born. He then ordered someone to bring paper and ink and wrote the confession. Shen Lai's first task was thus completed. After securing the letter, Shen Lai told Chongqing, Please prepare a clean room. We'll start the treatment immediately. Moments later, Shen Lang entered the prepared room, first drawing a Taiji diagram on the floor with lime powder, then lighting incense made from nicotine grass as an offering with these mystical seeming actions. Chongqing and his son suddenly felt that Xilan might indeed be much more powerful than Zhuoboyu. Seeing their reaction, Xilan couldn't help but smirk internally. Do you like the scent of this nicotine grass? Soon, Xilan will lead you through the gates to a new world. The fake smallpox virus inside Chongqing has finally erupted. Shen Lang then put on a great performance, turning into a witch doctor to treat Kam Ken. Therefore, he came to accompany Chongqing at this moment after pretending to worship for a while. He stood up, picked up a bowl of dark soup, and said, Your Majesty, please drink this bowl of divine medicine. At this time, Arutai, who had some grievances with Shen Lang, blocked Chongqing's way. Shen Lang, you test the medicine first. What if you poison it? After hearing this, Shen Lang, without saying a word, directly picked up the spoon and drank it. Of course, this was just his homemade anesthesia powder. He wouldn't be foolish enough to poison Chongqing at this time. A quarter of an hour later, seeing Xinlang still standing there smiling, Chongqing dismissed his doubts and picked up the bowl to drink the medicine just after he drank it. A strange sensation instantly swept through his body. This Xinlang is impressive. I just drank the medicine and I can hardly feel the pain anymore. Seeing that the medicine was starting to take effect, Xinlang then turned around and had people strip Chongqing of his clothes to start the next step of treatment. At this time, the varicella blisters that erupted from Chongqing's body were very terrifying. If it weren't for Xinlang being a surgeon in his past life, he probably couldn't bear such a harsh sight. This human herpes virus is only scary to look at. If treated with modern medical methods, only a cycle of air combined with lubiprostone would be needed. Of course, these medicines are not available here, but Xinlang is a miraculous doctor. So how could such a small matter stump him? He took out an exquisitely made jade bottle from his bosom, which he specially concocted for treating herpes with herbal ointment. Wearing gloves, he applied the ointment to Chongqing's body because the ointment included menthol and boreal. The cool comfort made Chongqing involuntarily let out a comfortable sigh. Combined with the medicine's effect, it didn't take long before Chongqing fell into a deep sleep. At this time, Arutai suddenly walked up to Xunlang and whispered, "Mr. Shun, could you please step outside for a moment?" Such a polite attitude surprised Xunlang. But he still followed Arutai outside. Outside the house, Arutai first bowed respectfully and said, "Mr. Shun, is this really the last dose of your divine smallpox treatment?" Outside the palace of the Calm Kingdom, there are countless ordinary people infected with smallpox. Do you have any other way to save them? Xinlang looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, "Indeed, this is the last dose of the divine medicine." However, Xinlang paused, then continued, "Although I can't help those who have already contracted smallpox, I do have a way to ensure that those who haven't been infected will never contract smallpox." Upon hearing this, Arutai exclaimed excitedly, "Does young Master Xin mean that you have a way to rid the Chan Kingdom of the threat of smallpox forever?" Xinlang nodded and said, "Yes, you can bring a few slaves who haven't had smallpox. Let me implant the divine medicine vaccine in them to prove it. If I can't do it, you can chop off my head." Hearing Xinlang saw him promise, Barutai immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you, Mr. Xin, for disregarding past grievances and saving tens of thousands of my Chong people. Your great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten by me, Arutai. If you truly rid us of a smallpox epidemic forever, the Jin family will become the best friend of the Charm Kingdom." After listening, Xinlang directly asked, "Can we replace the Su family as your kingdom's sole partner in the kingdom?" At this, Arutai's face showed difficulty, and he said, "Mr. Chen, I'm afraid I can't agree to completely replace them at this moment. As long as my father reigns, there are some things I can't say." Xinlang immediately understood his meaning, then said, "In that case, I won't press further. I can do my best. I have two conditions I hope the Crown Prince can agree to." Arutai responded, "Please speak." Xinlang continued, "First, I want the group of Yu Kingdom slaves in the dungeon to be the first to receive the vaccine, and afterward, they should also follow me back to the Yu Kingdom. Second, I request that you build a Yu Kingdom temple on an empty plot of land in the Chan Kingdom as quickly as possible." After hearing this, Arutai frowned slightly. Compared to saving the lives of thousands in the Chan Kingdom, building a temple is a very simple task, but the people of the Chan Kingdom worship the heavenly god and cannot accommodate a second god. If this temple is really built, at best it would be burned down and at worst it might lead to rebellion and chaos. Even if my father and I agreed your request, the people of the Chong Kingdom will not. Xinlang thought for a moment, realizing this was a difficult issue, and then said, "Then please ask the Crown Prince to build a large house on the empty land outside the palace. It doesn't need to be called a temple or have sculptures. I will use it to administer the smallpox vaccine to the people. If this is not acceptable, then we should no longer discuss the salvation of the Chan Kingdom." After hearing this, Arutai could only agree for the time being. Whether it could be built would depend on the Chan King's decision after being informed. 6 hours later, Chongqing finally woke up. At this time, the discomfort in his body had eased much more than the day before, and most of the blisters on his body had also disappeared. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chongqing was overjoyed. Xinlang is indeed a divine doctor. Such severe smallpox, and yet it's almost cured in just one night. Hearing the noise, Xinlang and Arutai entered, and Xinlang said, "Your Majesty, do not get too excited. If you want a fully recovered, you will need to rest quietly for about 10 days. Chongqing was overjoyed after hearing this. "Xinlang, you are truly remarkable. As long as you can cure me, I will reward you greatly." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt dizzy and then even felt an intense heat throughout his body. Seeing this, Arutai quickly placed his hand on Chongqing's forehead. "It's very hot. Father, you have a fever." And Lane quickly said, "Your Majesty, do not panic. This is just the divine medicine fighting the smallpox in your body. We just need to control the temperature so it doesn't get too high. However, if it's not controlled well, it might directly cause damage to the brain, or cause blindness or deafness." Chongqing was terrified and hastily called for Shenlang to reduce his fever. Lian glanced at the Tucom Kingdom doctors nearby and said, "A method to reduce the fever is simple. Just follow the medical practices of your country." The John Kingdom doctors said our method is bloodletting therapy. Shenlang noted directly, "Then please proceed." However, despite the doctor's hectic efforts in bloodletting twice, Chongqing's high fever still did not subside. Lang thought to himself, amused, of course it's useless. If bloodletting could cure a high fever, what would we need hospitals for in modern society? The Chongqing was greatly annoyed. "You two are useless, can't even cure a fever, what use are you?" At this point, Shenlang stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, it seems that your high fever is not an ordinary one, so traditional bloodletting is not effective. It must be treated with a 1,000-year-old cold iron needle in my hand to bring the temperature down." To prove that the needle was non-toxic, Shenlang not only allowed the Krum Prince and the doctors to inspect it, but also deliberately cut his own arm with it after repeated verification. Chongqing finally relaxed and let Shenlang personally perform the bloodletting. Shenlang then took out a small packet of medicine, his own anti-inflammatory drug, which was also keyed for reducing fever. This time, Chongqing trusted Shenlang completely, took the medicine bowl without a word and drank it down. Shenlang took out the cold iron needle, preparing to perform bloodletting on Chongqing. Of course, he wasn't being kind enough to treat Chongqing specially. In fact, this needle was a trick, a hollow needle. The tube of the needle had a magnetic mechanism layer, storing cyanide iron balls with a diameter of 1 millimeter. Back to the point, Shenlang carefully cut Chongqing's skin and implanted 4 highly poisonous cyanide balls into his body. After many trials, Shenlang had determined that these balls would rust through in about 2 months, by which time the poison would spread and even gods would not be able to save him. "Just let me use you for a bit longer. Your death in 2 months will also be the best opportunity for me to eliminate the Su family." Chongqing's fake smallpox improved quickly under Shenlan's treatment. Just 2 days later, the symptoms on Chongqing's body had reduced by 80%. Since then, Chongqing revered Shenlan's medical skills profoundly. During this period, Shenlang also noticed another fortunate thing. Chongqing and Crown Prince Ritai had developed a tobacco addiction under the influence of Nico Shiana. To make Chongqing and his son believe that smoking was harmless and beneficial to their health, Shenlang would occasionally join them for a smoke, although he was just pretending. Soon, on the 8th day of treatment, Chongqing had almost completely recovered. To celebrate this, Chongqing specially held a banquet for Shenlang and others. During the meal, Chongqing suddenly said, "Shenlang, are you sure you can implant your vaccine into the bodies of my Chong people, ensuring they never contract smallpox?" Shenlang humbly bowed, accepting the request. Seeing this, Chongqing took a deep drag of his cigarette and said, "Barutai told me your condition is to build a large temple in the Chongqing to administer the vaccine to our people. That's simple. To save the lives of many, building a temple is a small matter. Let's do everything as you say." Hearing this, Shenlang was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his thanks. With this, the matter of the confession letter and temple construction requested by the King of Yu was smoothly and successfully completed. Later that night, Shenlang also got to leave the palace for the first time. Moving into the residence of the UK Kingdom delegation, he intended to rest well. But as soon as he entered the room, he smelled a familiar and enchanting fragrance, since it was dark inside. Shenlang instinctively activated his X-ray vision. But when he saw who was sitting in the corner, he was startled. It was none other than the goddess Xuan, the Grandmaster, although she looked very unwell. Under Xuanlan's examination, he found that Xuan was trembling all over. Her heartbeat was rapid. Her breathing irregular and her core temperature was extremely high while her limbs were ice cold. Seeing this, Shenlang became anxious, thinking she might have contracted smallpox. Just as he was about to approach and ask, Cheyenne's weak voice stopped him. "Young Master Shun, do not come closer, and do not light any lamps. Rest assured, I do not have smallpox. Allow me a moment to adjust my body, and I will be fine soon." Although puzzled, Chen Lian could only wait nearby. Strangely, the fragrance in the surroundings suddenly became stronger, making him suspect that Xuanin's physical condition might be related to the scent. However, before he could think further, Xuan's body suddenly began to tremble violently. This sudden symptom startled Chen Lang. He heard Xuan suppressing the sounds of pain in her body, which made him even more worried. As the fragrance around Xuan became stronger or shaking intensified, even causing the whole house to resonate. At that moment, Chen Lian could no longer stand by in fear. He stepped forward, intending to grasp Xuan's hand. Shan Lang unexpectedly discovered that while Xuan was running a high fever, her hands were cold as ice. Feeling Shan Lang's warmth, Xuan, afraid of harming him, hastily withdrew her hand. However, in her current condition, she couldn't control her movements and grabbed a stone stool next to her. A piece of hard stone was actually crushed into powder by her grip. Shen Lang watched in horror as the stones crumbled under Xuan's hand, a chill running through him, such terrifying strength. If I hadn't withdrawn my hand quickly, it would have been my hand that was crushed. Seeing this, Xuan had no choice but to suppress the pain in her body using her inner strength while softly comforting Shenlang. Young Master Shen, don't be afraid, just stay back. I can bear it for a while. After a full half hour, the pain Xuan was suffering finally subsided. She exhaled a breath of cold dense fragrance. And Shenlang, smelling the cool and enchanting scent, involuntarily shivered. It's so fragrant, this scent could make one lose themselves in it, unable to extricate themselves. At that moment, Xuan suddenly spoke, Young Master Shin, you can light the lamp now. As Shenlang lit the candle inside the room, Shui Yin's graceful figure slowly walked out from the inner chamber. Seeing her still wearing a veil inside the house, Shenlang grew curious. Shui Yin suddenly lifted her veil and said, I wear a veil because my face is frozen. I cover it to avoid frightening others. The moment Shenlang saw Shui Yin's face, he was stunned by her beauty, such a perilously beautiful face. However, her face was indeed frozen. Even when she spoke, her lips did not move. Seeing his reaction, Shui Yin gave a bitter smile. I am poisoned, and it's an incurable poison. Hearing the word poison, Shenlang snapped back to reality and immediately activated his X-ray vision to scan her entire body. Surprisingly, after a thorough examination from head to toe, he found no signs of poisoning, no heavy metals in the blood, and no foreign objects in the brain. Worried that he might have missed something, Lin asked Chuin to give him a few drops of blood from her finger. However, after testing, her blood also showed no abnormalities. Shenlang was puzzled. This is the first incurable condition I've encountered since coming to this world. Helpless, he could only ask Xuan who had poisoned her. Xuan hesitated for a moment, then said, it was the floating mountain in the west of the Great Flame Empire. It's as renowned as skies in Sepavilion. I had a feud with them, and soon after I killed their people, I found myself afflicted with this incurable poison. Shenlang wanted to ask more, but just then, a familiar voice came from outside. Young Master Shen, could you come out for a moment? Upon going out to the courtyard, he saw that it was Zhong Chuk, who was carrying a travel bag. Zhong Chuk's face showed signs of fatigue, and he said, Young Master Shen, you must have understood my sister's condition just now. She may only have about 10 days left. I plan to go to Floating Mountain to seek an antidote for her. I can't trust her care to anyone else. I must entrust her to you. If I truly don't return, please ensure she spends her last days happy. And about Big Fool, mentioning his disciple, Zhong Chuk spoke with reluctance. If I don't return, please hand Big Fool over to Li Chancho. He really locks out. After speaking, he handed over a notebook continuing, this is the martial arts details I summarized for Big Fool, either to Li Chanchu when the time comes. Seeing Zhong Chuk as if he were making his last arrangements, Shenlang felt moved, go without worries. I will do my utmost here to try to save Grandmaster Shuyan. Zhong Chuk gave a wry smile and shook his head. That's the poison of Floating Mountain, unless they want to give the antidote it's incurable. Now my sister can no longer move from the neck up and soon it may spread to her entire body until she is completely frozen. When she can no longer take care of herself, please find a girl to take care of her. I entrust everything about my sister to you, but if she really can't wait for my return, let her pass with dignity, with a heart full of reluctance. You resolutely set off on the unknown journey to seek the antidote. The next morning, just as Shenlang was walking to the isolation room outside the palace, Big Fool came running, crying, and knelt before him. Second Fool, please save my wife. You haven't been here for several days, and my wife's fever hasn't subsided. I'm afraid she won't make it, and if she dies, I don't want to live either. After saying this, he was about to count out to Shenlang. Shenlang wanted to stop him, but Big Fool's strength was so great that he ended up kneeling down as well. Although Shenlang was somewhat annoyed, seeing Big Fool's desperate look, he still comforted him. Big Fool, you have to believe me, I won't let anything happen to Arunana. Big Fool nodded vigorously after hearing this, but still said worriably, Second Fool. My wife's body is burning hot and she's talking nonsense. Is she really okay? Shenlang was startled. High fever is a typical symptom of smallpox. Big Fool's intelligence. How could he judge that Arunana was talking nonsense? Puzzled, Big Fool continued, my wife says she loves me and doesn't want me to leave. If she can say something like that, Second Fool, you think she might have been muddled by the fever? Shenlang was at a loss for words upon hearing this. Arunana was touched by her foolish brother, after all. In that case, he decided to go the extra mile. Thinking this, he directly said, Big Fool, since you want to save your wife, then listen to my instructions. Go now, strip her of all her clothes, and then use cool warm water to wipe down her body. Remember, you must wipe every inch of her skin, then change her into clean cotton clothes. Do this once a day without fail, understood? After speaking, he took out a packet of medicine and handed it over. Remember to have Huang Fong brew this medicine for her to drink in a few days. I'll return to you a lively and jumping wife. Big Fool replied repeatedly. Okay. Seeing the medicine packet handed by Shenlang, Big Fool was so excited that he forgot to say thank you, and instead turned and ran excitedly towards the isolation room. At this moment, inside the isolation room, a Rune Man had awakened and was panicking and throwing a fit in the absence of Big Fool. Well, just then, Big Fool ran in holding the small medicine packet. Wife, Second Fool has brought your medicine. After you take it, your illness will get better without waiting for any reaction from a Romana. He walked up and ripped off her clothes. It was precisely when Aranama's body was most severely afflicted with blisters, and her body covered in pox, appeared monstrous to Big Fool. However, Big Fool paid it no mind and swiftly stripped her bare. This sudden action also startled Huang Feng, who was nearby, causing him to quickly turn around. It's incredible. Big Fool. Such a pure person. After talking to Shen Lang for a while, turned into such a rogue. That's in 13. Having been with that scoundrel for so long, could he also have been badly influenced? A moment later, Big Fool's explanation, Arunana finally calmed down and let him wipe her body. Although still a bit shy, she gladly accepted it in her heart because, of course, it was Big Fool. At this point, Arunana suddenly asked, Big Fool, aren't you worried about getting infected by me? Big Fool didn't even think before answering, as long as you get better. Wife, I'm not afraid of anything. At these words, Arunana immediately burst into tears. Even her own parents and siblings were avoiding her, yet this foolish big man stayed here fearlessly with such a man by her side. What more could she ask for? At this moment, witnessing this loving scene, even Huang Feng standing nearby was moved by Big Fool's actions and began to miss her own Shan 13th. In the following days, under Xinlai's care, Chongqing fully recovered. However, outside the palace, the epidemic among the Chong people was escalating. Countless people prayed outside the palace, hoping Chongqing would save them. Crown Prince Arutai initially wanted to massacre these infected people as before, but was sternly stopped by Xuan. Because of this, Chongqing had to send an additional 5,000 people to control the situation. Following Shen Lang's request and working overtime, a simple, large temple was built in just 4 days. Under the guise of presenting a grand gift to Chongqing, Lang Hianlang had the Heavenly Path Society deliver thousands of mirrors. However, what was not known was that the delivery of mirrors was just a pretext. Hidden in secret compartments in the wagons were iron rods wound with copper wire, which he had specially ordered to be made. This was what he truly needed. Now that the materials were ready, it was time for him to personally remodel the newly built temple. After working through the night by the next day, the large temple had been transformed into a sacred temple. At this moment, standing inside the simple sacred temple and looking at the statue of Confucius, Shen Lang couldn't help feeling exhilarated. Success is near. Shen Lang successfully saved tens of thousands of Chong people. I will become the savior of the entire Chong nation. As night fell behind a sheer curtain, Xuan was bathing in a wooden tub while Shen Lang would be busy all day. Did not rest, but instead was searching for the strange cause of Xuan's illness using his medical knowledge and smart brain. Despite racking his brains and scrolling through all the data in the smart brain, he still couldn't find a solution. Shen Lang was at his wit's end. Unable to determine what poison had afflicted Xuan, was he really going to watch Xuan die right before his eyes? Seeing no progress into alleviating his anxiety, Shen Lang simply started a conversation with Shu Weiying and Shu Weiying, knowing your days are numbered. Why do you still rush about every day to help those? In fact, is it out of sympathy for them? Shu Weiying paused for a moment, then replied, it is to atone for sins, and to accumulate virtue for that person. Although I don't know if that person still exists, my heart tells me that the fire will reappear. Shen Lang, hearing this cryptic response, became even more confused. What are you talking about? It's so complicated, so hard to understand. However, just at that moment, a faint moan suddenly came from behind the curtain, followed by a scent stronger than before filling the ear. Shen Lang was immediately alarmed. Are you having an attack again? Don't worry. I'll call someone to wipe you down right now. But before he could leave, Chuin stopped him. Shen Lang, no need to trouble others. Come in and help me wipe down and dress. Then carry me to the bed. Shen Lang was taken aback by her request. How could I? Aunt Shuiyan is a grandmaster and a woman, and right now she has nothing on. I don't have the courage to go in. Seeing that Shen Lian didn't move, Shuiyan realized his hesitation and said, it's okay, Shen Lian. I know you respect me, so even if you see, it won't matter. Hearing Shuiyan's words, Shen Lian's throat tightened and he was so nervous he felt like his heart might jump out. He adjusted his mindset, pulled back the curtain and went inside. However, just as he approached the tub, a noise suddenly came from outside the door. Following this, a group of monks from Snow Mountain Temple, shouting angrily, kicked open the door. Shunling. How dare you establish a Yu Kingdom sacred temple in Chong Nation, competing with Snow Mountain Temple for the faith of the people? You're practically seeking death. Inside the tub, Shu Weiying calmly sensed the monk's presence outside and then said to Shen Lang, Shen Lang quickly grab the robe and cover me, and get in the tub and stay with me. During Shui Ying's request, Shen Lang was startled, but as the footsteps approached, he put aside concerns about propriety, quickly covered Shui Ying with the rope and then jumped into the tub himself. However, just as he steadied himself, he suddenly felt the softness behind him, and Lang instantly succumbed. Am so big, so soft, combined with the fragrance emanating from the goddess's body, it was truly intoxicating, irresistible. Such bliss came so unexpectedly. But the bliss lasted only a moment as the group of monks suddenly flung open the curtain, seeing the two people in the tub. The monks immediately became excited. The goddess is even indulging in a paired bath. The outside world's tales of a saintly, pure woman are all eyes. Hearing the vile words of the despicable monks, Shen Lang was furious but powerless to resist. One of the monks even rushed forward, attempting to take advantage of Shuang while she was incapacitated by her illness. Just then, Shun 13 charged in with troops, preventing the atrocity. However, Shen Lang knew well the capabilities of his own troops. Starting a fight would undoubtedly be like sending them to slaughter. At a loss for what to do, Shui Ying suddenly spoke from behind him. Shen Lang, have your men withdraw, then you and I switch places, and use my hands to cover your ears. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Lang shouted 13, get everyone out of this room now. Shen 13, who confused a baby order and quickly led the men out of the room. Shen 13, still puzzled, knew his master would never suffer a disadvantage, so he reluctantly complied. Seeing this, the group of vile monks burst into scornful laughter. You kingdom people really are all cowardly wretches. Pretty boy, looks like you know how formidable we are. However, amidst their laughter, Shen Lang had already switched places according to Shui Ying's instructions and covered his ears with her hands. The lead monk turned around and saw their strange actions as he wondered what was happening. Shui Ying suddenly let out a terrifyingly high-pitched sonic wave from her throat. The sun was not loud, but it had strong penetrating power. Even passing straight through the house, even the soldiers outside felt discomfort, while the dozen monks inside suffered splitting headaches, writhing in pain. Before long they collapsed, bleeding from every orifice. However, at that moment, Xuan, already stricken by illness, reached the limit of her strength and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shen Lang, though very worried, knew that if he did not take the opportunity to deal with the evil monks, they would be the ones to die next. He leapt out of the bathtub, found a dagger hidden under the bed, and approached the fallen monks. Although Shen Lang had no martial arts skills, his method as a divine healer was very efficient in killing. One knife per monk, no hesitation. Just as he was about to dispatch the last one, the monk suddenly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Lang was startled and froze, however, just in the nick of time. A great force struck the monk's forehead. In the next second, the monk's head burst open and he fell to the ground. It took a while for Shen Lang to recover from the shock. He quickly looked back, and saw that the tub had been kicked into by Shuelian's feet, and she was shaking uncontrollably inside it. Shen Lang was immensely worried and rushed over. He knew without thinking that Xuan had used the last of her strength to break through her body's limits to save him, further exacerbating her already severe condition. At that moment holding Xuan's rigid and powerless body felt like holding a block of ice. Seeing this, he quickly lifted Xuan onto the bed, dried her body, and covered her with a blanket. After settling her, he called Xian 13, quickly heat another tub of water for Grandmaster Xuan. After a pause, he added also, have someone chop up those monks' bodies and feed them to the vultures. I believe this scene will draw out the person behind this. Moments later, Shen Lang changed into dry clothes and ordered people to move Shui Ying into his own bedroom. At that moment, seeing Xuan in great pain on the bed, Shen Lang felt moved. Thank you for your help earlier. I may not be able to lessen your pain, but I can offer you some warmth. He then lifted the blanket and lay down next to Xuan, holding her tightly. After half an hour of suffering, Xuan finally exhaled deeply, marking the end of her toxin release. She looked at Shen Lang, slowly thanked him, and then said, I pushed my body too hard just now and caused too much damage. I'll need your help to clean my body again. Half an hour later, after the bath, Xuan sat quietly, letting Shen Lang comb her hair. Both were silent until Shen Lang spoke. It's getting late, you should rest. Your bedroom was destroyed by those monks, so you can sleep here tonight and I'll sleep outside. Unexpectedly, Xuan stopped him. Tonight, you should sleep here with me. I am a dying person, and having you by my side for my last moments is also a kind of fate. Xuan's words stunned Shen Lang. What did she mean? Could he really do that? Shen Lang lay next to Xuan, tossing and turning, unable to sleep due to the captivating fragrance emanating from her. At this moment, Jee Lang felt as if his heart was being scratched, restless and itching. Lying beside such a stunningly beautiful woman, so close yet untouchable, would likely stir forbidden thoughts in any normal man. Just then, Xuan suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and softly asked, Are you unable to sleep? Seeing Shen Lang's flushed face, Shui Ying didn't say much, but leaned closer to his ear and whispered a spell. The next second, Shen Lang fell into a deep sleep, dreamless throughout the night. The next morning, upon waking, Shen Lang found that Xuan was no longer by his side. Looking at the toiletries next to him, Shen Lang Nushwine must have gone to help those who were ill again. For some reason, he felt somewhat odd inside. Never mind, better not to overthink it, he told himself. Today was the first day to administer the cowpox vaccine in the sacred temple, and he needed to hurry over and start working. An hour later, inside the sacred temple, the first batch of Yu Kingdom slave test subjects waited orderly under the watch of guards for Shen Liang to vaccinate them. This operation was crucial. Thanks to Chen Lang's careful modifications, the cowpox-smallpox virus would only cause very mild symptoms. Once successful, he would be able to help the Chan nation permanently resist the scourge of smallpox. By then, he would become the savior of the Chan people. At this moment, the spacious temple covering 500 to 600 square meters was filled with thousands of people. Chen Lang worried that the group might panic due to their fear of being test subjects. Chen Lang was concerned about the possibility of a riot. But just then, amidst the noisy environment, a gentle voice reached his ears. It was Xuan helping to calm the people, seeing their response to Xuan. Shen Liang couldn't help but twitch his lips. The celestial ant really is powerful. Without doing anything but talking, she's more convincing than I am. The real savior. What a sad reality for me. Days later, the majority of the people who were vaccinated showed no adverse reactions. To thank Shen Lang and Xu Weiying, they spontaneously organized craftsmen to make a plaque and saint statues for the temple. Furthermore, after learning that Xu Weiying was seriously ill and not long for this world, they specially carved a saint statue for her alone and prayed, and worshipped day and night, hoping the goddess would recover. On the day the temple's plaque was hung, Crown Prince Arutai quietly came to confirm the news. When he saw the temple's plaque, he fell silent. This Shen Lang really has guts. Chang Meishan has always worshipped Snow Mountain Temple. Isn't he afraid that those monks will come to retaliate and demolish the temple? At the same time, at the UKNM's embassy residence, Shen Lang was pacing anxiously back and forth in his room. Today was Xu Weiyan's last day, yet Zhong Chou had still not returned. Despite racking his brain these past few days, he had been unable to determine what poison she was afflicted with. Once the poison erupted again, Anne's body would completely freeze, turning into an ice sculpture. I must think harder. My reputation as a divine healer isn't for nothing. I must find a way to save Xuan. With this thought, he quickly headed towards the inner room, planning to conduct one last thorough examination on Xu Weiying before her final attack. However, all was in vain. Shen Lang used his X-ray vision to scan every cell and Shui in his body several times, but still could not find any issues. This mysterious illness frustrated Shen Lang, a renowned divine healer to no end, and he even began to doubt himself. Seeing him like this, Xuan, despite the pain she was enduring, raised her hand to beckon Shen Lang over to comfort him. Upon seeing this, Shen Lang could no longer control his emotions and burst into tears, hugging Xuan. He felt incredibly guilty. Shen Lang should have been capable of anything could save an entire nation, but why couldn't he save the person before him? At that moment, Xuan spoke softly, "My dear child, don't be sad. It really isn't afraid of death. Both Shan Chuck and I were supposed to have left with that person 20 years ago. It was only a non-existent obsession that kept me alive until today. That person's death not only destroyed a nation, but also ended the hope of an era. Now that I'm about to join him, I must ask him why such a formidable person suddenly died." Tears of sadness slid down Xuan's eyes. She lowered her head to look at Chen Lang and continued, "Chen Lang. Do you know the man I loved when I was young looked a lot like you? Even your personalities are similar. Now I am about to die, and you are the one who was with me till the end. It thanks you for your companionship, and no matter what you want to do to me now, I agree." Hearing Xuan's words, Chen Lang instinctively cradled her face. Such a perfect and peerless face, finally, amidst that intoxicating fragrance. Shen Lang kissed her lips. Just at that moment, the poison inside Xu Weiying finally erupted completely, and the rich fragrance completely ensnitched in length. Suddenly, a loud noise awakened the in-transition lane. He then realized that a powerful deadly aura was encroaching on them. A Buddhist chant sounded, followed by a man entering the room, exuding a fierce aura and murderous look. He was the high priest of Snow Mountain Temple. "Ku Hai." He coldly said, "God is Xuan, enjoying yourself. I see. You take the lives of my monks, yet you still live in pleasure here. Ku Hai. Have come to seek justice for them." With no other option, Shen Lang drew out a rainstorm of hidden blades. Although he knew it could not harm the opponent, he still resolutely stood by Xuan to protect her. As Ku Hai drew closer, Xuan suddenly let out a warning sound from her throat, and her entire body began to turn bright red. A red light gradually gathered from her dantian to her chest, emitting a blinding golden light. This scene made Ku Hai instantly stop in his tracks, and he watched Xuan in disbelief. Although she was immobile, she could still activate the true energy within her body to self-destruct, releasing decades of accumulated power in an explosion. Even if it didn't kill him, it would severely injure him. Moreover, she was poisoned with the toxin from Floating Mountain, and if it spread to him during the explosion, wouldn't that be a loss too great to justify? However, since she was at the point of self-destruction, it meant that she was at the end of her tether. He only needed to wait quietly for her to die. Thinking this, he turned his gaze to Shen Lang and said coldly, "Young Master Shen, Chang Nation has only ever had one faith, my Snow Mountain Temple. Are you trying to challenge the authority of Buddha by establishing this sacred temple here?" Shen Lang furrowed his brow and looked at him. "Our temple was built to save people with no other intentions." High Priest Kohai, perhaps you are overly concerned. That Kohai scoffed, "That temple of yours must be dismantled. As for saving people, you are welcome to continue at Snow Mountain Temple." Hearing this, Shen Lang glared at him, grinding his teeth. "Demolish the temple, don't even think about it." With that, Kohai's lips curled into a sneer. "Shen Lang, you're just relying on Shuiyan's support, aren't you? Let's see if you dare to be so bold without her." The two faced off for a quarter hour, and then another half hour passed. An hour later, Chen Ling could no longer stand and simply sat down on a chair, waiting for Kohai's next move. Kohai was also puzzled, given Shuiyan's condition. She should have collapsed by now, but so much time had passed. Why hadn't this woman died yet? 2 hours later, Kohai simply gave up, but before leaving, he still issued a harsh threat. "Young Master Shen, I give you half a month to dismantle the sacred temple and hand over the treatment method for free. Otherwise, for the faith of the Chan nation, we will deploy our monk soldiers, burn down your temple, and annihilate all your people." After saying this, Kohai turned and walked out without looking back. Seeing Kohai leaving, and Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the glow on Shuiyan's body still hadn't dissipated. As Chen Lang wondered about this, he suddenly thought of something and turned to use his X-ray vision to look outside. There he saw Kohai sneakily crouching at the corner of the wall, waiting to deliver a fatal blow to both of them. Chen Lang felt speechless inside. Kohai, as the High Priest of Snow Mountain Temple, is actually spying around the corner. If word of this gets out, where will your face be? Another quarter hour passed and the glow around Shuiyan gradually faded and Kohai really left. However, when Chen Lang went forward to call Xianin, he found that besides a faint heartbeat and breathing, her entire body had frozen into a statue, even her eyeballs could no longer move. Not only that, through scanning, Chen Lang discovered that although Shuiyan's exterior was frozen, she was still running a high fever internally. A fever, Chen Lang suddenly realized something. It seemed that Shuiyan's high fever wasn't caused by the poison, but by some other illness. Besides the fever, Shuiyan showed no symptoms of smallpox. She hadn't been vaccinated but was around sick people every day. Could it be that she was infected but just hadn't shown symptoms? Suddenly, Shen Lang had a thought. Could it be possible that the deadly poison from Floating Mountain and the smallpox virus are combating each other inside Shuiyan's body? In a scenario where poison combats poison, the toxicity of the deadly poison is diminished, so she hasn't died immediately. If this is true, it proves that Floating Mountain's poison is not any known toxin and can lie dormant in her body for years undetected. Is it possible that this toxin is a kind of parasitic life form? Could it be the legendary cursed poison? Floating Mountain really is ruthless? With this thought, Shen Lang immediately took out his tools and assembled a simple microscope. He cut Shuiyan's finger, took a drop of blood, and placed it on a slide. With the help of the smart brain and X-ray vision, Chen Lang indeed found countless tiny microorganisms in the blood. This confirmed his hypothesis. What Floating Mountain planted inside Shuiyan's body are likely cursed worms capable of releasing neurotoxins. After hatching, these cursed worms continually reproduce in the bloodstream. There are at least hundreds of these worms per milliliter of her blood, and the fragrance scent released during each attack is actually the toxins from the worms paralyzing the nerves. As their number increases, the scent grows stronger. It can be said that Shuiyan's entire body is now completely under the control of the cursed worms. The reason she hasn't died might be because she was infected with the smallpox virus. However, this virus can only survive in the human body for a maximum of 20 days. Shen Lang must act quickly to find a way to kill these cursed worms. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of Chongqing, after a 10-day vaccination period, the situation with the first batch of vaccinated subjects gradually became apparent. The subjects were brought to the hall, and most of them had developed mild symptoms, and were nearing recovery. However, Chongqing could not wait. He ordered these individuals to be thrown into the tents of the severely ill and pus was smeared on their bodies. He wanted to see if these people would get infected again. At 5 days later, news came from the sick area. None of the 50 subjects sent and had been infected. Hearing this, Chongqing was overjoyed, proving that Chen Lian's vaccine was genuinely effective. This news quickly spread throughout the entire Chang nation, and countless people searched toward the sacred temple, hoping that the Yu Kingdom's envoy would vaccinate them. At this time, Shen Lang sat inside the sacred temple, looking at the crowd outside with a smile on his lips. People's faith is built on deities that can save their lives. The approach of the Snow Mountain Temple, which disregarded the lives and deaths of the people, naturally lost its credibility among the masses. Thinking this, the ordered in 13, tell them, if they want to receive the Yuk Kingdom's smallpox vaccine, they must kneel in front of the temple and worship, becoming followers of the saint. When the message was conveyed, All the people outside the temple knelt without hesitation. Shenlang had thought a deity that could save lives would gain the people's faith. In the following days, the dozens of medical assistants under Shenlang worked overtime to vaccinate the people of Chan Nation, reaching thousands of people each day. Of course, during this period, Shenlang was also busy, devoting most of his time to work. Shenlang spent all his time researching how to kill the cursed insects inside Shui Inn. After countless experiments, he finally made a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, the essence extracted from Big Fall's golden bloodline had a fatal attraction to the cursed insects. Even more shockingly, this golden bloodline was actually golden in color. Can modern science explain this? Actually, it can't. With all the preparations ready. Chen Lane also breathes the sigh of relief and started chatting casually with Big Four. Just then, sudden peals of thunder sounded outside. Shan Lane went out to the door, looked up and saw dark clouds overhead. A few monks from the Snow Mountain Temple walked into the courtyard, counting the days. Today was the deadline that Kohai had given him. Believe monk spoke, Chen Lang, our high priest already gave you a chance to dismantle the temple. Since you are unwilling to do so, tonight prepare for us to cleanse the UK Kingdom's sacred temple with blood. Shen Lang's eyes showed no trace of panic as he performed a fist and palm salute and said, please convey to the high priest that I, Shen Lang, accept the challenge. After hearing this, the monk no longer spoke and turned to lead his people out of the courtyard. Once the monks had left, Shen Lang said to Big Fool, tonight we will unleash slaughter right here. There will be countless deaths and a river of blood. After that, tomorrow we will return to the UK Kingdom. Go and say goodbye to your wife. Above the UK's diplomatic quarters, a bloody massacre was about to unfold. At this time, in a secret room in the Chan Kingdom, Chan King and others were holding a secret meeting. Chan King asked, Arutai, are you sure the vaccine Shan Lang made was extracted from the Pusoff cattle? Arutai nodded, yes, father. The 3 spies we sent to follow him also Shan Lang's procedure with their own eyes. Chongqing chuckled coldly if that's the case, and there's no need to keep Shan lying around. Although he saved my life and the lives of everyone in Chongqing, if it weren't for the Su family, I might actually regret killing him. After saying this, Chongqing gave a meaningful look at Su Yil next to him. Su Yil was instantly alarmed. This was the 150,000 gold coins that had just been delivered. Was Arutai, this insatiable man, trying to extort more money from the Su family? At that moment, the silent sumo quickly interjected, congratulations, my king. You now have the formula for the smallpox vaccine. You will become the savior of all the people of Chong Kingdom. Chongqing thought for a moment and then asked, how many people has Shen Lang vaccinated so far? Arutai respectfully replied, so far, tens of thousands have been vaccinated, but there are still hundreds of thousands of people waiting. Chongqing laughed heartily, excellent. Let us save the rest of the people. However, since the vaccine is a divine medicine, if they cherish their lives so much and want to be vaccinated, they must pay a price. At this time, Su Yang spoke up, Your Majesty. Please accept these gold coins along with Master Kohai. My Su family has only one request. Please kill all members of the Yu Kingdom's delegation and deliver Shen Lang's head to me to take back to the Su family. Chongqing immediately agreed and looked at Kohai. Kohai High Priest. It will be your honor to personally take action tonight. Sumo also said, Chongqing sympathizes with Master Kohai, and after discussing it, we decided to gift Snow Mountain Temple 1,000 monk soldiers to assist in the battle. Please accept them, Master. Kohai performed a bow and said, Shen Lang is merely 100 men in terms of military strength. Killing them all is as easy as blowing off dust, but since Chongqing and the Queen are so considerate, I will accept it. Half an hour later, Kohai arrived in the northern wilderness and began to motivate the monk soldiers. Chen Lang has desecrated our Snow Mountain Temple's divine faith. Together, we will flatten the holy temple of Yu Kingdom, exterminate all members of Yu Kingdom's delegation, and offer them as a sacrifice to the heavens. As his words ended, the 2,500 monk soldiers became as energized as if injected with adrenaline. Their morale soared blood-boiled, and the sounds of their war cries continued unceasingly. Kohai snared inwardly, Shen Lang, tonight you better wash your neck clean as I'm coming to take your head. The scene shifted to Aranoma's quarantine room, where at that moment, Big Fool was carefully peeling an orange. Big Fool handed the peeled orange to Aranana's lips and said, Wife, Second Fool says we need to leave, so I came to say goodbye. Aru Nana was startled. Leave? Why leave? You're already mine. You should stay by my side forever. Big Fool scratched his head. That won't do. I have to go back with Second Fool and then wait for my master to find me. Arunanup became even more anxious and hastily grabbed him asking, But I'm your wife. What will I do if you leave? You must choose between me and Second Fool. Big Fool was at a loss, but after a moment still said, Second Fool is my brother. Arumana retorted unsatisfied, But I am your wife. Big Fool firmly said, I choose Second Fool. At these words, Arunana was so angry she was left speechless. After all, Big Fool was not wrong. One shouldn't expect him to abandon his brother for a woman. Seeing that Arunana didn't say anything, thinking she agreed, Big Fool prepared to leave. Suddenly, Marinana stood up abruptly, fuming. Is Shun laying out of his mind, who travels at night, and it looks like it's going to rain? Big Fool shook his head. Mel, no. Tonight is for fighting. Arunana was taken aback. Fighting? What fight? Big Fool thought for a moment then said, I don't really know, but since Second Fool says we're going to fight, let's do it. Saying this, he picked up his giant sword and walked out of the quarantine house. Arunana had not yet recovered from her shock. Is my father going to make a move against Chen and the others seemingly to confirm her guess? Arunana rushed into the royal palace, reached the secret room, pushed open the door, and indeed found her father conspiring with a group of people she disliked, especially seeing Sumo, wanted to contest her mother's position, filled her with rage. At that moment, Arunana couldn't care less about etiquette and wildly confronted. Are you the ones going to attack the Kingdom delegation to kill Shen Lang and his group? Chongqing glanced at her saying nothing, but Sumo spoke up. The holy temple built by Xian Lang has offended the beliefs of Snow Mountain Temple, so High Priest Kohai has decided to send monk soldiers to teach them a lesson and destroy the temple. Arudi wanted to persuade his sister not to interfere, but Arunana pushed him forcefully away. Father, Chen Lang has saved your life. Moreover, he has saved the lives of the entire Calm Kingdom's people. He has shown us great kindness. Why would you repay kindness with enmity? Chongqing instantly became furious, stood up and approached Arunana. Chongqing coldly said to Arunana, Nana, remember this, we Chang people always seek revenge. Never gratitude. As for that fool, Big Fool, just forget about him. Sumo took the opportunity to continue. Exactly. How can our proud Calm Kingdom princess marry a fool? Don't worry. Nana, we've already chosen a husband for you. The infamous three-eyed evil only his presence is worthy of you. Upon hearing these words, Arunana was in disbelief. Her father. She had respected all her life, was planning to kill her husband and marry her off to the notorious bandit Three-Eyed Evil. Was this the same father who had once treated her like a precious gem? Since she had become ill, her family had not visited her once. From that moment on, they were no longer family to her. Shen Lang, although not likable, had saved her in the entire Chong Kingdom. The only ones by her side had been Big Fool and Shen Lang's people. Arunana felt extreme disappointment, and at this moment, she saw them only as wolves in human skin, not deserving to be called human. With these thoughts, Arunana hesitated no longer and ran out. Since her family had abandoned her, she would stand by her husband and fight against these wolves and leopards together. Meanwhile, inside the holy temple, Shin 13 was also busily and orderly directing all the soldiers. The soldiers, numbering just over 100 from the Heavenly Path Society, actually did not have many men. Despite the small numbers, their morale was not weak. Watching these soldiers, Shen Lang felt confident. Don't worry, brothers, we are sure to win this battle. As the thunder continued to rumble in the sky, Shen Lang was busily preparing for the final battle with Chan Kingdom inside the Holy Temple. Meanwhile, inside the Yu Kingdom Palace, Sovereign Nain Nuanshan stood outside the Grand Hall, looking at the overcast sky. His heart filled with anxiety. It's been over a month since I've heard from Chen Lang. His bold promises then are probably now shattered by Chan King and fed to the dogs. He thought of Chongqing's brutal and cruel demeanor inside. Shen Lang, that pretty boy, is still too young. If he survives and manages to escape back here, consider it a lesson for him. At this time, inside the Charm Kingdom's holy temple, Chen Lang's battle plans had been fully deployed. Suddenly, Aranon's figure appeared outside the temple, holding the green dragon-crested blade. She stood menacingly at the entrance. Her presence combined with the lightning and thunder in the background. One might think she was there to slaughter the temple. She shouted loudly, Shen Lang, I'm here. Tonight, I will fight alongside Big Fool and you. Hearing Aranana's voice, Shen Lang glanced at her, seemingly unsurprised by her arrival, and walked up to her saying, Princess Nana, I've been waiting for you. Come quickly into the small tent with me. I need your help to save your master next. Shen Lang said. Arunana, puzzled, replied, Shen Lang knew I was coming, save my master. What do you mean by that? She walked into the small tent, and when she saw Shu Weiyan hanging there, she was stunned. Shen Lang's voice rang out again. I'm about to start the final step of the treatment. Wang Feng's power isn't as strong as yours, so you'll need to assist me now. Hearing this, Arunana finally realized what was happening and uncontrollably began to cry. Shen Lang. What has happened to my master? What illness does she have? Shen Lang sighed and explained. Auntie was poisoned by Floating Mountain's cursed poison years ago. She probably didn't want to worry you, so she never told you. Up until now, she has survived thanks to the smallpox virus in her body. I'm about to start detoxifying her. You must cooperate closely with me. He handed Arunana a needle. Take this needle, listen to my directions, and inject it where I tell you to. And Lang then picked up another needle, crouched down and stabbed it into Shuiyan's heel, drawing blood containing the cursed bug into a test tube. Then, he took the essence of the golden bloodline extracted from Big, Full Spotty, and mixed it into the blood. As soon as it made contact, a blood in the test tube began to fizz and boil, and Shuiyan's body quickly turned to warm red. Shan Lang knew this was the cursed bugs in her body, reacting to the power of the golden bloodline. Soon, through his X-ray vision, Shin Lang saw the flow rate of the blood in the test tube gradually slow down, while the number of cursed bugs kept increasing. If this continues in a few minutes, all the cursed bugs in Shuiyan's body will be cleaned out. 5 minutes later. The operation finally ended, but then he discovered that the most important mother bug had not appeared. Subsequently, under the scan of his penetrating vision, he saw cursed bug as thick as a blood vessel slowly emerging from the cardiac vessels of Shuiyan due to its size. Even the allure of the golden bloodline's essence could only make it move slowly when this cursed bug moved to the thigh. Avoiding the arterial blood vessels, at Shan Lang's command, Aranon's needle quickly stabbed in. Shen Lang took over and began the surgery rapidly. During this, he did not forget to remind a woman when I extract the cursed bug. Be sure to immediately seal the wound with true energy to prevent excessive blood loss. Moments later, a 3 centimeters long cursed bug was successfully extracted. And not until it was sealed in a test tube did Shen Lang finally breathe a sigh of relief. The most troublesome problem has finally been solved. Just then, the voice of Shun 13 came from outside the door. Among soldiers of Snow Mountain Temple have surrounded the temple. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang, looking at the cursed bug in his hand, revealed a confident smile and said, "If so, then let's begin. Today is the day I, Shen Lang, claim a complete victory." Outside the temple, lightning intertwined in the sky and the thunder continued relentlessly. At this moment, the 2,500 monk soldiers surrounding the temple illuminated by the flashes of lightning appeared extremely fierce and terrifying. Seeing this scene, the 2 Heavenly Path Society warriors standing at the entrance were so frightened that their legs went weak. Oh my god, these are not monks. They are like vicious ghosts that eat people without spitting out bones. Not to mention, Chong Kingdom's forces were much stronger than theirs, and with this huge numerical disparity, they were practically being sent to their deaths. Even the usually calm Huangfang was feeling a bit panicked. The temple Shan Lang had built was just hastily assembled from wood and tarpaulin without any real defenses. Once these monk soldiers charged, their little group of over 100 could not possibly hold them off. But Shan Lang remained composed, which made one wonder what exactly does he plan to do. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Lang had long planned for this battle. He had instructed the Heavenly Path Society to bring several carts of iron rods, iron wires, and copper wires while transporting mirrors. Then, on the night the temple was completed, they had Rabbi's materials under the tarpaulin, and even buried countless iron and copper wires in the ground around it, creating a gigantic lightning attractor. At that moment, Shen Lang commanded, "Big Fool, cut off the lightning rod," before the words had fallen. Big Fool swung a sword and cut the lightning rod planted in the ground. Big Fool's sword directly severed the lightning rod. The iron poles on the roof instantly fell, connecting the top iron wire mesh. Everything was ready, just missing the lightning. Tonight, let them experience the thrill of the electric grid. Shen Lang fought with a cold laugh. However, at that moment outside the temple, Shen Lang's calmness did not alert Kohai. Raising the crescent shovel in his hand, he bellowed, "The Yu Kingdom people have built a temple on our calm kingdom's land, desecrating our Snow Mountain celestial spirits. Now, let us cleanse these Yu Kingdom people and purify our land." As his words fell, all the monks' altars, with an earth-shattering killing intent, shouted their slogans and charged toward the temple. The several Heavenly Path Society warriors standing at the door could no longer bear the murderous intent and fell to their knees, pleading continuously. Although the Jin family's soldiers were fearful, they despised the performance of the Heavenly Path Society warriors and stood their ground, clenching their teeth, vowing not to retreat. Just as the monk soldiers were about to charge into the temple, a bolt of lightning, like a giant dragon, struck directly at the iron pillar on the roof. Numerous currents spread quickly like a spider web all around. In an instant, these fierce monk soldiers were enveloped by the immense electricity. Within a few seconds, hundreds of monk soldiers were burned to cinders. Seeing this horrifying scene, the soldiers behind them instantly fell into disarray, and their formation began to break apart. Could it be that our attack on the temple has angered the celestial spirits or the gods angry? The monk soldiers murmured in terror. Just then, a cold voice came from inside the temple. This temple has saved countless people of Calm Kingdom and is boundless merit, protected by the heavens. How dare you, false believers, come here to offend, now receive the punishment of the celestial spirits. After the initial round of electric shocks from the lightning array, the monk soldiers at the back, seeing their comrades charred to a crisp, were terrified and dared not take another step forward. Seeing this, Shen Lang felt immensely satisfied inside. What a bunch of cowards, daring to attack my Shen Lang's territory. Utterly delusional. At that moment, Kohai, who was commanding from the hilltop, was utterly shocked by what he saw. This is impossible. How could there really be celestial spirits helping Shenlang? It must be this kid playing tricks. The onlookers were also stunned by the recent events, believing in their hearts that it was indeed a manifestation of the celestial spirits, protecting the Yukingdom's temple. Seeing this, Kohai became even more enraged. Suddenly, he noticed the iron pillar in the middle of the temple and instantly understood everything. What divine power! It was all this kid's trickery using that iron pillar. The entire episode was merely a ruse created by Shenlang using the iron pillar. Realizing the truth, Kohai immediately turned around and issued orders for the monk soldiers to launch a second wave of attack. However, among soldiers, already frightened out of their wits, seeing the bodies of their comrades, kept retreating, fearing that they would be the next to be punished by the celestial spirits. Kohai was furious, yelling, "You cowards! Shenlang is trying to steal our people's faith without these followers. What will you eat or drink in the future? What luxury can you hope for? Charge in! Kill all these Yukingdom people and take back our followers." Under his instigation, the monk soldiers' morale was bolstered again. The high priest is right. For our future glory and riches, we must eradicate these Yukingdom people and flatten this temple. The monk soldiers gritted their teeth and charged towards the temple. Shenlang had already prepared a second plan with Shen 13. As the monk soldiers approached the temple, Shen 13 immediately pulled on the hemp rope, accompanied by a series of explosions. The first monk soldiers to charge and were blown to bits. People of this era had never seen explosives, is completely astounded too high. And this unexpected thunder from the ground further convinced the monk soldiers that the temple was indeed protected by celestial spirits, punishing them. At that moment, their newly accumulated morale instantly collapsed. Seeing this, Shenlang seized the moment and, picking up a loudspeaker, vetoed, "The Yukingdom temple has the protection of celestial spirits. If you dare disrespect this place again, you will be annihilated. After death, you will sink into the 18 levels of hell and never be reincarnated." As his words ended as if to agree with Shenlang, a tremendous thunderous roar shook the ground, and a massive lightning bolt struck directly above the temple. The strong currents once again spread through the countless iron and copper wires to the surrounding ground. The flashing lights were like divine miracles, and all the onlooking Chong Kingdom people were completely subdued by the faith of the temple. At this time, Shenlang continued to shout, "People of Chong Kingdom! If you wish to receive the protection of the celestial spirits, stand up and protect the temple." Before his words were finished, Arunana walked out and said sharply, "I am Arunana, daughter of the Chong King. These bald thieves have forsaken the will of the celestial spirits. When the smallpox epidemic came, they only hid in their temple, letting the people of Chong Kingdom wait outside to die. The Yukingdom temple has saved the lives of the people of Chong Kingdom, and yet they attacked this temple. Now receiving divine punishment from today onwards, Snow Mountain Temple is no longer our faith, replaced instead by this new temple." After saying that, she brandished the green dragon crescent blade and charged out fiercely. Shenlang was startled by her action. "Big fool's wife. You're wielding such a big blade and lightning could strike down from the sky at any moment. Even if you're wearing insulating boots, it's still dangerous." However, at this time, following Princess Aranona's lead, countless Chong Kingdom citizens also picked up sickles and charged towards the monk soldiers' ranks. The Chong citizens, although not as combat-ready as these trained monk soldiers, took advantage of the monks' extremely low morale to overwhelmingly pummel them. Meanwhile, Kohai, hiding on the side, was already seething with rage. "Shenlang, you wait. Once I personally enter the fray and break your setup, let's see how you summon lightning then. I want to skin you alive to quench the hatred in my heart." He leapt up abruptly and charged towards the top of the temple, swinging his crest and shovel, and fiercely chopped at the lightning rod. The moment the iron column was cut, Kohai let out a mocking laugh. "Shenlang, your lightning array is destroyed. Let's see what you'll use to fight me now." After completing this, he tore open a large hole in the roof, and jumped directly into the temple, landing with a terrifying killing intent emanating from him. "Shenlang, you little beast. Today I will chop you up, cook you into a meat soup, and offer it to my fallen monk soldiers." However, Shenlang seemed to have already anticipated Kohai's arrival and, seeing him, flashed a radiant smile and enthusiastically waved his hand. "High Priest Kohai. Don't be so negative. My little body really can't withstand you. Your opponent is someone else." At these words, Kohai instantly felt a chilling sensation all over, and a familiar yet icy presence crept up behind him. "This is Shuianzara." Kohai, sensing this danger, instantly changed expression. Kohai swiftly dutched to the side, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Isn't that woman Shuian supposed to be dead? How could anyone cure the floating mountain poison?" But now, putting on a brave face, he still arrogantly shouted, "Shuin. So what if you are a grandmaster? You've been poisoned for so long and just woke up. What combat ability could you possibly have? You might as well surrender. Saying this, he raised his crescent shovel and swung it toward Xuan. However, unbeknownst to him, Xuan had already drawn a sharp sword. Its blade emitting a terrifying cold light with a crisp ding sound. The moment Shui charged, Xuan, carrying a surge of sword energy, instantly penetrated his body. The whole temple fell silent in an instant. A few seconds later, Kuhai, feeling no abnormality in his body, couldn't help but laugh smugly. I thought Xuan was so formidable. Turns out she's not much. At this moment, he revealed a lewd smile, continuing, could it be that your physical strength was drained by that pretty boy Shanlang? Grandmaster Xuan, I advise you to take it easy and know your limits. However, faced with Kohai's vulgar words, Xuan didn't get angry at all, treating it as if there was just a dog barking behind her. At that time, Kohai's expression darkened as he thought to himself. Why do I suddenly feel cold all over? Dizzy. He looked down only to discover a hole the size of a finger through his chest. Each Grandmaster has their own unique way of killing, and only now did he realize he was beyond help. If Sword King Li Chancho's method was brutally dismembering his victims, the beauty-loving Xuan was much gentler, using sword energy to sever all the heart's blood vessels of her enemies. She made sure that even in killing, the dead were left clean. At this moment, Shenlang, holding a rainstorm of hidden blades, sauntered over cheekily, smiling, High Priest Kohai. Your threat level is quite high. To avoid future problems, I might as well give you another stab on behalf of my aunt. Subsequently, a dense shower of fine needles, like a torrential downpour, shot into Kohai's body, turning him into a porcupine. You could call Kuhai cursed inwardly, Shenlang, you little wretch. This is utterly unscrupulous. I'm already dying, and you still shoot at me. However, he could no longer voice any complaints, and he died with resentment. Shenlang then turned to command Huang Feng. Go chop off this old thief's head for me. Moments later, Shenlang, holding Kohai's head seriously, walked out of the temple and raised the head, shouting loudly, the false believer of the celestial spirits. Kohai has defied the heavenly mandate and has been justly executed. Will you monk soldiers not put down your weapons and accept the judgment of the celestial spirits? Upon hearing this, everyone involved in the fight stopped. The monk soldiers, terrified, looked at the head of their leader in Shenlang's hand, and after a moment, realizing what had happened, they dropped their weapons and scattered like frightened animals. With this, the battle in Chong Kingdom came to a decisive end and Shenlang emerged victorious once again, as Shenlang took Kuhai's head and declared victory. The news also reached the royal palace of Calm Kingdom that very night. Crown Prince Arodai, hearing the outcome, was furious and angry, incessantly cursing Kohai's incompetence, and volunteered to personally lead troops to annihilation, laying in his Yukindan people. Queen Sumo also echoed, if we don't eliminate Shenlang, he will be a future threat. However, Chongqing, hearing both of their comments, remained silent. He was angry, but not to the extreme. Was he now supposed to kill Shenlang along with the thousands? Perhaps tens of thousands of Chong citizens? Moreover, Kohai's death also meant the complete downfall of Snow Mountain Temple, which might not be a bad thing. Sumo did not understand Chongqing's thoughts. She was solely focused on helping the Su family eliminate Shenlang quickly. Seeing Chongqing's delay in making a decision, she simply knelt down and said, if we don't kill Shenlang, once he returns to Yu Kingdom, your letter of apology will spread throughout the world. By then, your reputation and dignity will be utterly destroyed. Hearing this, Chongqing came back to his senses and spoke slowly. Since he wants to leave, let him go. Aruda, you take some men and deal with him on the road. The next day, the Chong citizens, who had witnessed Shenlang trigger the miracle the previous night, already regarded him as a messenger of the celestial spirits. Now, as Shenlang was about to lead his group back to Yu Kingdom, people came out spontaneously to see him off. Watching these simple Chan citizens, Shenlang was filled with deep emotions. Now, the temple had taken root in the hearts of the Chan people and had become their sole faith. He had exceeded his mission objectives. However, the smooth success of this mission to Chan Kingdom was mostly thanks to the late Swaboya. Without his prior arrangements, there would have been no success. Thinking about it, he was indeed a good person. At that time, Orutai, following them at a distance, watched the scene, full of annoyance, blaming his own carelessness. He should have gone to assassinate the pretty boy last night. Now, with so many armed Shan citizens escorting them, there was no way to start. This meaningless assassination attempt could only be declared a failure. A few days later, escorted by Shuayan and Arunana, Shenlang safely reached the border of Yu Kingdom. Just as he was preparing to say goodbye, he realized Arunana had no plans to return to Jan Kingdom. This spirited young woman had been completely hurt by her family, and since she had acknowledged Big Fool, she decided to follow him wherever he went for the rest of her life. However, Shenlang directly rejected her request. Princess Nana, you cannot come with us. You need to stay here. Arun Nana was stunned. Why? I am Big Fool's wife. Lang pointed to the crowd behind him and explained, Princess Nan, although I have given these thousands of slaves their freedom, I cannot take them back to your kingdom. We would have to pass through Su family territory and Free-Eyed Evil's domain on the way, and our mere 100 or so guards could not protect them, so you need to stay in Chong Kingdom to ensure their safety. Arunan, hearing this, grew even more furious. Why should I stay behind? What do their lives or deaths have to do with me? Lang, seeing her so agitated, patiently explained. Now that I've handed over the technique for vaccinating against smallpox to your father. Given his greed, he will definitely exploit every last coin from these Chan citizens with the vaccine. But this is also a rare opportunity for you. You can establish a tribe at the foot of the snow mountain, offer vaccinations for free under the name of the temple. In this way, countless people will come to you. After hearing Lang's explanation, Anna cried. She didn't want to build a tribe. She just wanted to return to a peaceful life with Bidful. Seeing this, Swain stepped forward to comfort her. Nana, this is a responsibility. Understand, you must take up this burden. Hearing her master say the same, Anna cried even harder, even hugging Swain and sobbing loudly as if trying to vent all her dissatisfaction. At that moment, Big Fool came over. His simple-mindedness only allowing him to see that his wife was crying, and he was anxious, but didn't know how to comfort her. After hesitating for a long time, he could only say, Wife, stop crying, Second Fool isn't wrong, you should listen to him. Hearing Big Fool's voice, Arun and Alive Tortures stood up and seemed to make a decision. She said to Big Four, come with me for a moment. Big Fool, a bit confused, obediently followed her. Watching the two of them head into a small grove, Lang was left puzzled, thinking to himself, heading into the woods, what's going on? Princess Nana, that's a bit too thrilling. Even Moan, and I haven't tried that. The two stood in a clearing deep in the forest, facing each other in silence. After a moment, Anna blushed and broke the awkward silence. Big Fool. Do you want to sleep with me? Big Fool replied without hesitation. It's just holding each other to sleep, okay? Anna, speechless, simply began to undress herself. It's okay if you don't know. I've seen it many times. I'll teach you. Soon, deep rough sounds like bear roars echoed above the forest. This noise also reached the ears of Lang and others, making him think, this woman is really wild. You can hear such loud noises even hundreds of meters away. An hour later, others awkwardly moved away to rest at this time. Lang's face was contorted with embarrassment and jealousy. Anything over half an hour is fake. I don't believe it. Finally, half an hour later, Big Fool and Arunan emerged. Seeing Big Fool's satisfied expression, Lang completely lost his composure. He absolutely refused to believe that Big Fool's capabilities were greater than his own. However, Anna completely ignored Lang's envious and resentful gaze, turned around, and warned Big Fool, if you dare touch another woman when we get back, I will come and take your life. She then bit hard on Big Fool's arm as a warning. After venting her emotions, she turned and led thousands of slaves back to Chan Kingdom without looking back. Meanwhile, in Yu Kingdom, the sovereign was anxiously awaiting news from Lang. Although Lang was a rare talent in the brutal lands of Calm Kingdom, it was difficult for the entire mission to return escaped. Or still, the southern Oyan country's Sand Barbarian tribe had amassed an army of over 150,000. Once war broke out, Yu Kingdom would struggle to withstand the assault from both nations, just as the sovereign felt helpless. Two little eunuchs rushed in. Your Majesty, great news. Lang has completed his mission and is on his way back to UK. He not only made Chong King write a letter of confession, but also truly built a temple that attracted countless Chong citizens as followers. Lang has not only displayed our national power, but also spread your Majesty's prestige far and wide. Hearing the eunuch's report, the sovereign was so shocked he could hardly close his mouth, amazed that Lang truly had such capabilities. Now, with the tense situation in southern Ouyang and political reputation on shaky ground, Lang's victory was like timely rain. Overwhelmed with excitement, the sovereign immediately ordered quick. Lang has rendered great service in his mission to Calm Kingdom. Prepare a ceremony to welcome him. I must reward him well. The sovereign said excitedly. After experiencing a thrilling battle in Chan Kingdom, Lang and others finally returned to Yu Kingdom. Of course, he had been busy on the road as well. At that moment, Lang, using his X-ray vision to examine the test tube, containing a mix of Big Fool's golden bloodline and the cursed bug, pondered seriously. 4 or 5 days. The cursed bug in the bottle not only hadn't died, but had become more active due to absorbing some powerful force, even gradually changing color from its previous dark brown to golden. Moreover, the mother bug's body had also turned from green to gold. The only difference was that while other cursed bugs were active, the mother bug seemed to have entered a dormant phase, quietly floating without moving. Suddenly, Lang seemed to think of something, poked his head out the window, and asked Swain, "Do you know how Big Fool got his golden bloodline?" I remember Choyer also had a golden bloodline. Xuan shook her head. It's probably innate. Even the greatest martial arts masters in the world can't unravel its mystery. Hearing the phrase innate, Shenlang suddenly became excited and pointed at himself, urgently asking, Anti-Jean Chuk once looked at my bloodline and said he couldn't see through it. Is it because his power is insufficient? Why don't you take a look? Maybe I'm also a person with hidden talents. Xuan, after listening, didn't say a word. Xuan just stared at you and lying intently for a while. And from slightly, before suddenly revealing a gentle smile and said, the wise worried themselves, you are the most formidable one. Upon hearing this, Shenlang suddenly felt weak all over, slumped down, and bitterly thought to himself. I get it, this is just telling me that martial arts aren't for me, right? Seems unjust meant to be a kept man after all. Just as he was feeling dejected, a thought flashed through his mind. No worries, no worries. Even though I lack martial prowess, I have a super brain. Immediately, Shenlang mysteriously waved to Xuan outside the window. Auntie, come in for a moment. I have a bold idea I want to discuss with you. Xuan, although a bit puzzled, still leapt into the carriage and entered the cabin. Seeing Xuan entering the cabin, Wan Fong leading the way in front was shocked. Xin Lang is getting bolder and bolder. He previously had a trust with Milan and a carriage. Is he now planning to make a move on Goddess Xuan in public? Inside the carriage, Shen Lang seriously asked. Auntie, after you were poisoned by the floating mountain cursed poison, did you notice any changes when you used your martial arts? Xuan paused for a moment, then replied, indeed, there were changes. My true energy and sword energy could paralyze my opponents during combat. And during the time I was poisoned, it even preserved my youth for 20 years. My appearance hasn't changed at all. Hearing this, Shen Lang became more convinced of his idea. The toxins secreted by the cursed bug in your body not only enhanced your abilities, but also paralyzed your nerves, achieving what every woman dreams of agelessness. Pausing. He then took out the test tube and continued Look, this is the blood with the cursed bug that I extracted from you. It should be red, but it gradually turned golden after coming into contact with Big Fool's golden blood. Although it's only a pale gold, but does this mean that if I can remove the neurotoxin of the cursed bug, I could use it to change someone's bloodline talents? Shen Lang grew more and more excited as he spoke, already imagining being surrounded by transformed powerful warriors, combined with his own high IQ, wouldn't he be invincible? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, completely unaware of the sleazy smile creeping across his face. Just then, Xuan suddenly sensed a strong killing intent approaching them. Her expression darkened and she warned, Shen Lang, danger is approaching. At least 5,000 cavalry are charging towards us. Shen Lang was startled, quickly stepped out of the carriage, and indeed saw a large group of strong horses rapidly approaching them. The cavalry were gradually closing in, and soon countless riders emerged from all directions, surrounding them. But when Shen Lang clearly saw the people on the horses, he was puzzled. These men don't look like regular cavalry or bandits. It's incredible. Does the entire Western Celestial Province's governor's office even have this many riders? Shen Lang muttered to himself. At that moment, he noticed a stern gaze from atop of cliff watching him. Looking up, he saw a man in armor, wearing a steel helmet, looking down from above, and the eyes embedded in the helmet confirmed his identity. The notorious bandit, Three-Eye Evil. Recognizing the man, Shen Lang scoffed internally. Isn't this just one of Sunan's dogs? It seems these men are Sullied Dog's private army. With this thought, Shen Lang relaxed considerably, even enthusiastically waving at Three-Eyed Evil, seeing no response from Three-Eyed Evil. Shen Lang didn't care, simply signaling Shen 13 not to stop the carriage and to keep moving. He thought, the Emperor is waiting for me to return to Yu Kingdom with good news. I don't believe these lapdogs dare make a move here. Just then, Three-Eyed Evil on the cliff suddenly raised his hand pointing at Shen Lang, and been made of throat-slitting gesture. Seeing this, Shen Lang sneered in RESP, bonded with an internationally recognized gesture of friendship, combined with a pelvic thrust, saying, what goes around comes around. He even made the same provocative gesture towards the thousands of bandits. That evening, Shen Lang and his group safely passed through the border and stayed at the government station in 10,000 Mountains County. Although this was the Su family's territory, Shen Lang was utterly fearless. After a day in the carriage, he collapsed onto a bed as soon as he saw it. Just then, the voice of Shen 13 calling from outside reached him, Master. A woman claiming to be Miss Mulan's elder martial sister is here to see you. Shen Lang was puzzled thinking, Mulan's elder martial sister, isn't that Crown Prince's kept woman on the side? Jiao Yan? Moreover, she is also from the Hidden Origin Society. This woman obviously has ill intentions. However, given that Jiao Yan was a person from the Crown Prince, Shen Lang had to suppress his displeasure, went to the living room, and greeted her with a forced smile. Xiao Yan, unconcerned with Shen Lang's attitude, smiled artificially. Young Master Shen, your recent mission to Charm Kingdom has greatly enhanced our nation's prestige. Once you return home, you will surely be heavily relied upon by the sovereign. I wonder, do you have any thoughts on this? After listening, Shenlang's lips curved slightly, and he said indifferently, if sister has something to say. Just speak up, was it the crown prince who sent you? Shenlang asked directly. Zhao Yan did not expect Xilan to be so straightforward but still said, indeed, the crown prince greatly admires you. It is said that the mirrors now being sold by the Heavenly Path Society were made by you. Not only did you help them turn their fortunes around, but you also nearly restored the lost eastern trade routes. If young Master Shen is willing to share the secret formula for the glass mirrors, our Hidden Origin Society is willing to pay 3 million gold coins as a reward, payable over 3 years. What do you think? Shenlang became even more displeased internally, thinking the crown prince sends a mistress to recruit me and wants me to hand over the secret formula. How wishful thinking. However, he knew Xiaoyan didn't come just for this matter. After thinking it over, he replied, being so highly regarded by His Highness the Crown Prince truly flatters me. Please convey to His Highness that I will certainly give it thoughtful consideration. The next day, Shenlang left 10,000 Mountains County and just settled in the government station at Huangliang County when he was approached by an aide of the third prince. His purpose and rhetoric were almost exactly the same as Xiaoyan's. Shenlang was even more depressed by then, thinking the crown prince and the third prince sent people on after another to recruit me without making any clear promises, and they want me to hand over the formula for the glass mirrors. What exactly are they trying to do with such a strange approach? On the 7th day after leaving Chong Kingdom, Shenlang and his group arrived at Lang County, only about 300 miles from capital city. Soon after settling in Lang County's government station, Shin 13 came to report he will request an audience. Hearing this name, Shenlang was initially startled, then remembered this woman was the courtesan whom the sovereign had obsessed over. He had once skinned to get her into the imperial bed, using her to kill one of his enemies, Li Wenjin. But wasn't she later discovered by the sovereign to not be a virgin and confined in her hometown in Lang County? Realizing he was exactly in Lang County, she and Lang recognized that as a great hero, many would want to associate with him. And it wasn't strange for Li Wu to find this place. However, since she was the sovereign's woman considering the sovereign's temper, it was best for him to keep his distance. Thus, Shenlang waved his hand, signaling Shin 13, just sent her away. However, Shin 13 hesitantly said, Yuhu has already come in. At this, Shenlang was greatly shocked. How could Shin 13, with his martial abilities, not stop a single weak woman? If this woman had forced her way in, there must be a scheme. Sensing the danger, Shenlang quickly rushed out of the bedroom, thinking, if someone with ulterior motives used this incident to make trouble with this sovereign, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unexpectedly, the situation developed far more complicatedly than Shenlang anticipated. He actually burst into the neighboring room, Shui Yin's, and before she could react, he jumped onto her bed and crawled under her quilt. This fluid sequence of actions completely baffled Shuain. At that moment, Shenlang hurriedly explained, I came here to hide. Please cover for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the delicate voice of Yuwu asking for an audience came from outside the door. Hearing this, Shenlang hugged Shuain and called out loudly. I have already taken a beauty to bed with me. Yuwu, please come back tomorrow. However, Yuwu did not leave. Instead, she continued from outside the door. I have long admired Shen young master's poetic talents, and having learned that the young master has come to my hometown today, I specially came to request a poem, to quickly get rid of her. Shenlang carelessly composed a soy sauce poem. However, what he didn't know was that not only Wu Wu was outside the door, but Jee Mulan had also arrived. This was why Shen 13 had not dared to stop her. At that moment, upon hearing the poem, Mulan's face turned utterly dark. She said coldly, indeed, my husband's poetry is exceptionally good. Mulan's voice startled Shenlang. His heart immediately filled with both roars and panic. How did my wife get here? Does this count as being caught cheating? Quickly before anyone could react, Shenlang flung off the covers, jumped out of bed, and dashed over to Mulan in 3 steps, trying to soothe her fury. This action completely stunned Mon, husband. What are you doing? However, Shenlang did not stop and instead carried her back to his own bedroom. He knew that all explanations would be futile at that moment, and not only by proving his physical fitness could he demonstrate his innocence. After more than half an hour of brief communication, Shenlang was convinced. And so was Mulan, albeit grudgingly. At that moment, feeling a bit guilty, Shenlang hugged Mulan and asked, Baby, do you now believe in my innocence? I have always been preserving myself just for you. As soon as he mentioned it, Mulan glared at him again, scumbag. If you hadn't done anything, why would you have run out of Shuiyan's room? Seeing Mulan's sharp gaze, Shenlang became even more panicked and quickly explained, I was hiding from Yuhu. That's why I dove into Shuiyan's quilt. She's a grandmaster. How could she let me take advantage of her? Just then, he always voiced came from outside again. Young Master Shen, have you finished? That woman was still here. But thankfully, her interruption gave Shenlai a chance to escape. Reluctantly, he dressed and went out to meet Hu Wu. Now that Molam was there, Shenlang didn't have to worry about anything else. In the hall, Wu handed him a paper. Young Master Shin, are you familiar with this poem? Shenlang stepped forward to read the content and was momentarily stunned. After reading the content on the paper, Shenlang quickly realized, wasn't this the poem he had someone sell to Yu Hu to kill Yu Hu when Xing back then? But he certainly couldn't let her know that. So Shenlang smiled and said, I remember this poem. It was sung by Heiyu at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. The depth of its sentiment is indeed a magnificent chapter. I'm certainly familiar with it. Then, without waiting for Yu Hu to speak again, Shenlang took a new book from inside the house and handed it over. Since Yu Hu appreciates literature and praises my overflowing talents, I shall gift you my latest work. Please kindly provide your guidance. Hearing Shenlang's explanation, Yu Hu momentarily thought she had indeed approached the wrong person, reluctantly accepted the book, exchanged a few more polite words and left disappointed after sending off Yu Hu. Shenlang returned to his bedroom only to be stunned by the beautiful sight before him. Mulan was half leaning against the bed, a thin blanket covering just her private areas. And a faintly visible beauty of her form, Mace and Lang's heart race, suddenly feeling agitated. Seeing Shenlang's expression, Lulan playfully smiled, pulled him over and flipped him under her just as they were about to go another round. Ming Yan's voice suddenly came from outside. Shenlang, I'm here to keep my promise. Since you've returned alive from Chong Kingdom, today I'll let you have what you wished for. I'll just consider it a bite from a dog. And afterwards, we're still brothers. This voice instantly froze the atmosphere in the room, and Shenlang's heart roared. Not this again. Hearing Ning Yan's ferocious words, Shenlang was about to go crazy. How did this brainless woman get here too? Turning his head to Simulan's dark expression, Shenlang felt a chill run down his spine, internally roaring. What a disaster. If I can survive today, Ning Yan, I will definitely kill you. An hour later, a haggard Sun Laying sat down with Mulan, Min Yan, and Yun Mengza. Suddenly, Ning Yan said to Mulan out of the blue, Mulan, rest assured. Besides touching my chest twice, this guy didn't really do anything to offend me. Yun Mengza also laughed. I was also brought here by Nan Yan as a witness. She said she wanted to fulfill a bet with Brother Shen. The capital city wasn't convenient, so she chose here. With these words, Shenlang immediately felt the icy stare of Mulan next to him. His heart despairing, is it still possible to cut ties with these two troublemakers now? After the commotion, Yun Ming suddenly became serious and said, Brother Shen, I came here also to remind you. Your triumphant return from Chong Kingdom has boosted your kingdom's prestige and covered up the defeat on the southern battlefield, which is indeed a good thing. But now your foundation is unstable, the higher you climb, the harder you may fall. Now in the capital city, people are boasting about you as a one-center diplomatic envoy, saying that since you could handle Chong Kingdom, the San Barbarian tribe will surely be a piece of cake. They're clearly setting you up for a mission to the San Barbarian tribe. Shenlang was startled, feeling uneasy. A mission to the San Barbarian tribe, Shenlang felt a strong aversion. I'd be crazy to go to that godforsaken place. Moreover, Shenlang had already planned to execute the third step of his plan to eradicate the Su family upon his return from Chong Kingdom. How could he possibly stir up the San Barbarian tribe without any assurance of victory? Yun Mengza continued, Brother Shen. If you don't want to accept this mission, you need to plan early. The news of Shenlai's great victory in Chong Kingdom had spread throughout Yu Kingdom before they even arrived at the capital city. When they reached the capital city, the whole populace gathered to welcome them, with drums beating and firecrackers bursting. The crowd shouted in unison, Long live the sovereign, long live Yu Kingdom. The scene was grand as if Shenlang had indeed conquered Calm Kingdom. Although he relished being the center of attention, in front of the sovereign, he still remained reserved. Shenlang, holding the confession letter from the Chongqing and a scroll depicting the temple and its many beneficiaries, approached the imperial hall and respectfully presented them. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission in Chongqing without dishonor, and I am here to report back. He then ordered the scroll depicting nearly 10,000 Chong citizens, showing their gratitude and loyalty, each marked with a blood handprint to be unrolled to make the drama complete. Shenlang suddenly raised his arms and shouted, Are you Kingdom's sovereign blesses the people? The citizens of Chong Kingdom aspire to our Eastern civilization. Hearts are with you Kingdom, devoted to your Majesty. Long live you Kingdom, long live the sovereign. Shenlang shouted. As the crowd behind him echoed in support, the atmosphere was continuously stirring. But the sovereign standing in front of the hall was speechless. Shenlang, this was merely a minor diplomatic victory, but you've portrayed it as if it was a grand conquest. I was initially worried you would botch it. Now I'm concerned you've overplayed it. Reluctantly, the sovereign cleared his throat and said, This grand victory owes much to your arduous efforts. Minister Shen, you have traveled far and worked hard. Go rest now, for I still have great plans for you. However, Shen Lang remained motionless, thinking to himself, are you kidding me? I took such a huge risk to come back. And now you want to send me away with just a few words? So he respectfully replied, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Indeed, I am tired, but what I miss most is my family, especially my in-laws. After hearing this, the sovereign didn't say much more, but his expression darkened. Nice try, Shen Lang, clearly reminding me to confer titles on your in-laws and reward your Jin family. Evenly unique, standing by couldn't help but sweat for Shen Lang inwardly. An hour later, after his audience with the sovereign, Shen Lang didn't go home, but went straight to the residence of Prince Ningjin. There, in the study, Mingjing and Shen Lang were sorting out their next moves. Mingjing said, rest assured, brother Shen. Our father as the emperor never reneged on his promises. The conferment of the title Marquis of Mythical Turtle to the Jin family and giving them charge over Furious Tide City will proceed without changes. Our current concern should be the upcoming political situation. Some in the capital are using your successful mission to Chong Kingdom to overly elevate your status. With the aim of having the emperor order you to negotiate with the San Barbarian tribe to stop their support for the southern countries. Shen Lang interrupted him immediately. I absolutely cannot go to the San Barbarian tribe. Next, I need to bring down the Su family in the shortest time possible. How could I possibly have time to court death in the San Barbarian tribe? Ning Xing was shocked. Sun Nan holds the titles of Marquis of Distangar, Junior Protector to the Crown Prince, and General of the Army Garrison, not to mention he's a leading figure among the neutrals. You, Shen Lang, are but a minor 7th rank official with no significant backers or allies. How can you expect to overthrow him quickly? Isn't that a fool's dream? Seeing his disbelief, Shen Lang slightly raised an eyebrow and continued. The setup in Chong Kingdom is already complete. Next, we need to act quickly to strip Sun Yan of all his official positions and force him into retirement. Then, it will be our turn to champion the new policy. When Distant Guard City and the White Knight County start implementing the new policies, it will be the perfect time to destroy the Su family. Ming Zhang's jaw dropped even wider. He had not anticipated Shen Lang's plans to be so ambitious and intricate. Ming Zhang realized in shock that he would also need to be parfishing Lang's scheme. Moreover, the political purges of the new policy had been targeting the Marquis of Mythical Turtle's mansion, and now Shen Lang was planning to take up the banner of the new policy, which was bewildering. With questions, Ming Jing asked, many old nobility families are currently uniting to propose your Jin family as the leader of a new alliance. Your sudden decision to take up the banner of a new policy, could it possibly? Before Nanjing could finish, Shen Lang's expression turned cold. When the new policy wanted to purge my Jin family, which of those people stood up to help? My mother-in-law personally visited 10 noble families and only managed to borrow a mere 1,000 gold coins. Those who only add insult to injury brought nothing but disgrace to the Jin family. Shen Lang said coldly, as long as the Jin family can thrive, I am willing to betray. When I, Shen Lang, take up the sword of the new policy, I assure you, I will be even more ruthless than Zhang Chong. After finishing, Shen Lang stood up and said, Your Highness, although Sun Nan is your uncle, he is also a potential threat to the sovereign, and I hope you won't be leaning towards him. Hearing Shen Lang's words, Ningxin finally grasped the full extent of Shen Lang's plan and fell back into his chair, not out of soft-heartedness towards Sunan, but overwhelmed by Shen Lang's audacious plan. Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's secret chamber, Zhu Rong, the Grand Commander, was discussing with the Crown Prince, Your Highness, since you intend to recruit Shen Lang, why offer such harsh conditions? The Crown Prince smiled, playing with a jade carving in his hand, not answering, as if he had calculations already in mind. Zhao Yan explained, Sun Nan has deep roots and overwhelming influence in the court. Only with his support can the third prince be overwhelmed. The Crown Prince's actions were merely to provoke that old fox, not truly to recruit Shen Lang under his command. Su Rong suddenly realized Shen Lang has been very vocal about taking down the Su family, but after all, he is a lone, low-ranking official without any backing. It's delusional to think he could take down Sun Nan, but if Shen Lang were to align with the Crown Prince, the situation would be different. This is the Crown Prince's way of forcing Sun Nan to come to him. Zhao Yan continued, Shen Lang is just a son-in-law, a minor official, no matter how clever he is. How much trouble can he stir up in the capital city? Now that the Crown Prince doesn't need him, and the third prince doesn't want him because of the Schwa family's reasons, just like a lost soul, during the show-off in the capital city, he won't live long. Although Jerome felt somewhat regretful upon hearing this, he didn't care too much. He was more concerned about his capable subordinate, Zhang Chong, Your Highness. Zhang Chong has been locked up in the Corps of Judicial Review for over half a year now, and His Majesty's anger should have subsided. Your Highness, why not help Zhang Chong? This man has exceptional abilities and can certainly become a powerful general for you in the future. The Crown Prince shook his head, and Zhao Yan immediately understood, taking over the conversation. Although Zhang Chong is capable, the timing to bring him out is not right yet. It might cause disturbances in the court. What the crown prince needs now is careful planning. Now is not the time. Zhao Yan continued. Shen Lang has returned from Chong Kingdom with a great victory, and His Majesty is about to fulfill his promise to confer the title of Marquis in Qianxua and grant Furious Tide City to the Jin family. It's a time of displeasure for His Majesty. If the crown prince were to plead for Zhang Chong now, wouldn't it displease His Majesty even more? After hearing this, Jerome had nothing to say, but silently lamented, Zhang Chong, you'll just have to endure a bit longer. The next day, as Shen Lang was to be recognized for his merits and discuss the rewards for the Jin family, he, a minor 7th rank official, unprecedentedly received the qualification to attend the court meeting. Before leaving, Ming Jing, looking worried, cautioned Xinlan, brother Xian. The Su family staff will surely challenge you at today's court meeting. They won't only try to prevent the Jin family from being ennobled, but they will likely also jointly demand that you be sent to the San Barbarian tribe to your doom. You must be very careful. After hearing this, an excited smile couldn't help but show on Xinlan's face. Your Highness, just wait for the good news of my triumph at the court today. This is going to stir things up. That incorrigible Zhu Wenhua is planning to trouble Shan Lang at the court again. This was Shan Lang's first time entering the court as an official. The sovereign sat on the throne and slowly began. Today's court meeting has 2 agendas. First, Jinju has exterminated pirates and captured Furious Tide City, expanding our territory, and by rights, should be enabled. Second, the San Barbarian tribe's reinforcements continue, causing a deadlock in the war with the southern Ouyang country. Should we now send an envoy to the San Barbarian tribe to persuade them to stop supporting the south? Let's discuss this together. As soon as the sovereign finished speaking, the imperial censor Wang Qing stood up. Your Majesty, I have a memorandum to present. Speak. The imperial censorate accuses Shen Lang of plotting rebellion and attempting to overthrow the Great Flame dynasty. Please investigate this thoroughly, Your Majesty. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court was in an uproar. This is setting up a royal flush move right at the start. Even the sovereign frowned. Overthrow the Great Flame dynasty, these crafty old foxes sure know how to pin a big hat on Shen Lang. It is known that although Great Flame is the overlord, the various vassal states still govern themselves, and subjects are loyal only to the sovereign, rarely involving matters of the Great Flame Emperor's nation. However, once the hat of overthrowing Great Flame is pinned, the political priority of the situation is immediately elevated. At that moment, Wang Chen continued, this memorandum was presented by the newly appointed censor Xu Wenhua, who earnestly requests that Your Majesty summon him to the palace. Moments later, Xu Wen will enter the great hall with an air of confidence. When Shen Lang saw him, a smirk appeared on his lips. The enemy seems to have chosen a paid teammate this time. Yet, Shen Lang also secretly admired Zhu Wenl's tenacity. The death of his father and the persecution of his family were all orchestrated by him, and yet he still dared to provoke me. As you win, we'll walk past you and Lang. He glared fiercely at him, thinking triumphantly. Did you ever imagine that you would fall into my hands one day? Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place right here in this grand hall. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. And he quickly walked up to the front of the hall, respectfully saying, Your Majesty, the Rizantian Lang's mission to charm kingdom once so smoothly is all because of a woman. This woman is Jiangli, the sworn sister of the great Dry Emperor, posing as Princess Xueyin. This fugitive, ranked 5th on the wanted list, has been colluding with Shen Lang, and was even brought by Shen Lang to the capital city of UK. Shen Lang's actions are clearly intended to provoke the wrath of the An Emperor against our UK. Evidently aiming to overthrow the Great Flame dynasty. I implore Your Majesty to have Shen Lang executed by dismemberment and to immediately capture the fugitive Xuan. After listening, the sovereign frowned deeply and then looked at Shen Lang, asking, Shen Lang, do you really have a private collusion with Xueying, a wanted criminal of the Great Flame Empire? Upon hearing this, Shen Liang immediately became dramatically indignant, kneeling down and crying out in protest. Your Majesty, I am innocent of these accusations. I swear it. She won't what quickly stepped forward, continuing to speak. Your Majesty, I have a witness. Please allow the witness to come forward and testify. Moments later, the witness was brought into the hall, who was one of the guards from Shen Lang's mission to Calm Kingdom. Zhu Wenyuo pulled out Xue Yin's wanted poster, handed it to the man, and asked. During the trip to Chong Kingdom, was this woman always with Xin Lang? All eyes in the hall turned to the guard, and the atmosphere instantly tensed. The guard quickly confessed truthfully. Yes, it's her. This woman is so beautiful that anyone who sees her once would never forget. She went and was pressed further. What is the nature of her relationship with Chen Lo? After thinking for a moment, the guard replied, Sir Shen and this woman are very close. They were openly affectionate and even spent several nights together. Upon hearing this, the officials in the hall cast envious and jealous glances at Chen Lang. Even if Shu Weiying was a fugitive, she was still a goddess desired by men all around. Shui Wenhua did not miss any opportunity to continue grilling the guard. "Where's Shu Weiying now?" Looking at Shui Wenhua's stern eyes, the guard timidly responded. "She should be staying at the Jin family's private residence." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Wenwu turned and pointed directly at Chen Lang, declaring loudly, "Chen Lang, by harboring Shu Weiying, a wanted criminal of the Great Flame Empire, and planning to collude with her to overthrow the Great Flame Dynasty, you should be executed along with your entire family. What do you have to say now?" Chen Lang, hearing this, did not bother to explain but merely acted innocent and shouted his grievances. Seeing this, Zhu Wenwu held down and pleaded fervently. "I earnestly request your majesty to execute the traitor Chen Lang and his entire family, capture Shu Weiying, strip her over martial arts, and hand her over to the Great Flame Empire." After speaking, he bowed deeply, his face on the ground, showing a sinister smile as if he held the winning hand. "I, Zhu Wenhua, am finally going to avenge my family today." Zhu Wenhua thought to himself, determined to use Shen Lang's flesh to appease his father's spirit in heaven. At this moment, the sovereign also felt a headache coming on. He clearly understood this was a trap set for Shen Lang. If it were anything else, it might have been overlooked, but these people daring to involve the Great Flame Empire in their schemes was extremely problematic because once it tied back to political standings, it became very thorny as the sovereign felt troubled. Lang suddenly leapt up, swung his fist, and shouted, "You bastard! How dare you set me up? I'll kill you, you son of a turtle." As his words fell, his fist slammed violently into Shu Wenhua's nose, followed by a flurry of punches raining down on Julman's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Yes, Shen Lang was targeting his face, and chaos erupted in an instant, while hitting Shen Lang cursed as if consumed by anger. In contrast, Zhu Wenhua, despite being skilled in martial arts and fully capable of blocking Shen Lang's attacks, deliberately chose not to fight back, allowing Shen Lang to beat him mercilessly. Openly fighting in a court made Shen Lang lose his decorum and appear as a thug. Zhu Wenhua coldly laughed to himself, "Shen Lang, this time you are definitely doomed." All the officials present were stunned by the scene, although they didn't rush to stop it. They began to criticize Shen Lang for daring to fight openly before the sovereign. "Shen Lang, have you gone mad? Why would you seek your own death like this?" The officials chastised. And even the sovereign was left unfounded by Shen Lang's actions. After a moment, he finally erupted in thunderous anger. "Bold Shen Lang, how dare you openly assault a colleague in a court? Such brazen behavior warrants severe punishment." With those words, two guards immediately stepped forward to subdue Shen Lang. Moments later, the punishment began, personally administered by Eunuch Li. As the rod struck down again and again, Shen Lang's screams echoed throughout the grand hall. After 10 strikes, Shen Lang fainted, seeing Shen Lang being punished and covered in blood. Zhu Wenhua felt the rush of satisfaction. "Shen Lang, this is just the beginning. What follows will be your complete annihilation. And even the Jin family will pay for your sins." Noticing Shen Lang unconscious, Eunuch Li returned to the hall to report to the sovereign. The sovereign, still furious, ordered, "Li Ji immediately take people to the Jin family's private residence and bring the wanted criminal Shuan back here. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy." In less than half an hour, Wei Ji and the guards from the Blackwater platform arrived at the Jin family's private residence. The moment he saw Xuan, even as a man of no particular background, Li Ji was stunned by her beauty. Realizing he was losing his composure, he quickly adjusted himself, confirmed Shu Weiying's identity and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty requests your presence, please come with me to the palace." Soon after, in the grand hall, the attention of all the officials was suddenly drawn to a fragrance wafting in from outside as they looked outside. Xuan's heavenly beauty slowly came into view. She stepped into the hall and the officials couldn't take their eyes off her face, secretly resenting. How unfair it is that such an extraordinary beauty is involved with that jade lotion length. Even Zhu Wenhua, beaten to a pulp, was momentarily stunned by Xuan's beauty, his gaze at Chen Lang filled with jealousy and hatred. But in the next second, he thought, no matter how beautiful this woman is, she is ultimately Zhang Li's sworn sister. Since I can't have her, I might as well use her to bring about Shen Lang's demise. Thinking this, he immediately spoke up, "Your Majesty, esteemed officials, now everyone knows the truth. This woman is the wanted criminal of the Great Flame Empire, Xuan. The Great Flame Emperor has decreed that capturing her can lead to rewards or execution on the spot, and Shen Lang harboring a wanted criminal and failing to report it should be punished by exterminating his entire clan according to the laws of the Great Flame. Now that both witness and suspect are present, please, Your Majesty, make your judgment." The sovereign frowned, scrutinizing Xuan closely, and then ordered Li Ji, "Quickly summon all officials from the Great Flame Empire's liaison office station in Yu Kingdom to identify the wanted criminal." After Li Ji departed with the orders, Shen Lang, who had still been unconscious, suddenly regained awareness and pointed at Shu Weiying, saying, "Your Majesty, we are truly wronged. This woman is indeed my aunt, Shu Weiying, but her in means attraction and not hiding." The wanted criminal is a woman over 40 while my aunt is only in her 20s. Hearing this, Zhu Han was sneered internally. Shenlang, do you really think everyone is a fool? Shuyan is a grandmaster with skills to maintain her youth. It's not difficult at all. Half an hour later, a delegation led by Ambassador Yun Mingsaf from the Great Flame Empire arrived at the Grand Hall. After greeting each other, the sovereign spoke. Ambassador Yun, I have summoned you all here today to ask you to identify whether this woman is the wanted criminal Shuang of the Great Flame Empire. Ambassador Yun Mengs about and walked toward Shuyan, exchanging a glance with Shenlang as he passed by. Yun Mengs is subtly teased. You've really gotten yourself into trouble this time. Shenlang shrugged dismissively, replying. Brother, no need to worry. The point is to exaggerate. Otherwise, no one would believe it. Yan Linza ignored him and walked directly to Shuang, secretly thinking, who else could possess such beauty in this world besides Shuang? Such an unforgettable face would be recognized even if turned to ashes. Despite being certain in his heart, Yan Linza still kept a stern face to play along with Chen Lane's act. He approached Shuang, scrutinizing her closely, while Shuang playfully blinked her large, captivating eyes, then flashed a smile that could kill. Seeing this, Yin Mingxia felt his heart skip a beat and quickly turned to report to the sovereign, Your Majesty. Although this woman closely resembles Shuang after careful observation, I am certain she is not the fugitive Shuang from Great Flame. Upon hearing this, Juanello was shocked and inwardly exclaimed, How is this possible? Meanwhile, Xin Lang let out a cold smirk, feeling triumphant inside. Nice try, kid, but you're not clever enough to trap me.